The chimes of the new year echoed through the night. I am Chin Hao, an ordinary man in my 30s, a little-known writer in the world of online literature. At this moment, I curl up in my small room, a space brimming with dreams and regrets, clutching tightly an old, yellowed copy of Jin Yong's Secret Realms of Martial Arts. To me, this book is beyond price. The cover, painted with scenes of clashing blades and glinting swords, brings to mind the dazzling special effects from those viral short videos. I feel as though, with one step forward, I could cross into that world of chivalry and adventure. My life has always been unremarkable, calm as still water. Orphaned since childhood, I have long yearned for that world of heroes and wanderers. The martial world in Jin Yong's stories, filled with gallant warriors, fierce rivalries, and tangled emotions, unfolds like a series of epic duels, allowing me to forget the loneliness and bitterness of reality. Staring at the book in my hands, my gaze seems to pierce through the pages. At times, my brow knits in concentration, as though I'm wrestling with a difficult puzzle, trying to grasp the secrets of martial arts. Sometimes, my eyes light up, as if I've discovered a whole new realm. At other moments, the corners of my mouth lift slightly, as though I've suddenly understood the deeper truths hidden within the martial world. This slim volume, no more than a few dozen pages, is a treasure trove for a struggling writer in the world of online fiction. In just 2 short hours, it has enriched my spirit and mind. As I close the final page, I let out a long breath, feeling as though I've just come through a fierce competition. Outside my window, fireworks bloom in the sky. The streets below are alive with festive joy and family reunions. And yet, I can only offer a wry smile to my empty room, quietly making a wish. Heavens above, could you grant me a bit of good fortune, perhaps even a beautiful encounter? Just as I resign myself to the thought that this wish will vanish like mist, the sky suddenly splits open with a thunderclap so loud it shakes my very soul. I look up, and in that instant, lightning weaves across the sky, transforming the city into a landscape of ruins. What's happening? I clutch my book and walk to the window. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes my building, shaking it violently. I'm hurled toward the window, weightless. Ah, my goddesses, Master Jin Yong, perhaps we shall meet again. In that fleeting moment, memories flash through my mind, while the rushing wind in my ears seems to echo with the tangled fates of the martial world. Just as I believe I'm about to vanish from this world, the book in my hands bursts forth with a radiant light, enveloping me completely. When the glow finally fades, I find myself standing firmly in a mist-shrouded land. In the distance, I hear the clang of swords, exactly the martial world I've imagined countless times. On this night, the new year is no longer just a turning of time, but the beginning of a whole new chapter in my life. Perhaps, here in this world of martial heroes, I can forge a legend of my own, and maybe, just maybe, meet the person destined for me. In a daze, I felt like a young phoenix yearning to fly, yet still too unripe to soar, my body slipping helplessly toward the abyss. Yet the book in my hand seemed to become a beacon of destiny, anchoring my consciousness and refusing to let me be swallowed by the darkness. Suddenly, the sky split open once more. A bolt of violet lightning, furious as a falling star, streaked straight toward me. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The lightning engulfed me, and I felt myself gradually fading from this world. Then, a miracle occurred. The book seemed to possess an infinite gravity, drawing in the full force of the lightning. Its pages glimmered with a mysterious light, as if concealing secrets yet unsolved by the universe. Next, the fabric of space itself was torn open, as though invaded by some unseen force, and the book was swept away into the rift. The gap yawned and snapped shut, sending tremors through the world. Then, just as suddenly, everything stilled, so much so that I nearly believed it had all been a fevered dream. When the thunder faded, the world lay in ruins, ravaged as though by a great catastrophe. Fear and bewilderment filled the faces of the people within. Just 10 minutes, the disaster had shot to the top of social media trends. Every conversation was laced with terror and a desperate will to survive. And yet, this crisis drew humanity closer together. On the very first day of the new year, leaders from around the globe rallied there. People to rebuild hope upon the ruins. The major nations joined hands to form the Earth Alliance, vowing to protect this blue planet as one. I awoke from unconsciousness, my body exhausted as if I'd just run a marathon, but within me surged a power I could barely contain. Forcing my eyes open, I saw only a world of black and white, as if I had stepped into an old, silent film. I understood then, a new adventure was about to begin. Xiao Hao, can you hear me? A familiar voice pierced the fog, calling me back from the brink of oblivion. I struggled to open my eyes, only to find myself in this strange, monochrome world. As my vision cleared, an unfamiliar face appeared before me. Time had etched its story on those features, the skin rough as earth, the eyes alight with an incredulous brilliance, as if parched. Ground had awakened after long-awaited rain. Each glimmering tear was filled with joy and excitement. Her hair fell in wild disarray, tousled by some unseen wind, radiating resilience and freedom. Is this heaven, or am I dreaming? Who are you? I tried to speak, my voice barely more than a whisper, laden with confusion. I reached out, longing to touch the reality before me, only to realize my hand was so small and delicate, like a child's, and swathed in pristine white gauze, as though I had just survived a great trauma. Have I truly come back to life? But why does this body feel so unfamiliar? A fierce headache crashes over me once again, accompanied by scattered fragments of memory. I remember plummeting from a tall building, then a streak of violet lightning cleaving the night sky that should have marked the end of my life. Yet now, I can distinctly feel the warmth in my palm. How is any of this possible? In that instant, a torrent of foreign memories suddenly floods into Qin Hao's mind, clashing violently with his own. It's as if a world of black and white is abruptly painted in. Dazzling color, chaotic, overwhelming, yet brilliant. As the two sets of memories slowly meld, Qin Hao's pupils contract sharply, and a look of utter disbelief spreads across his face. At last, he understands. He hasn't been reborn into his old world, but has crossed over into an entirely unfamiliar time and space, inhabiting the body of another child who also bears the name Qin Hao. The memories of this new body flip through his mind like the pages of a worn, old photo album. Tender childhood voices carefree. Laughter, all the way up to the moment that changed everything. By a clear stream, the deafening roar of an exploding shell froze. His world forever at the age of 10. In that instant, he witnessed the arrival of death with his own eyes, and saw, too, the terrifying sight of Japanese soldiers, faces twisted and cruel, bursting into the village beneath a flag ablaze with the rising sun. Japanese soldiers? The rising sun flag? Could it be? I have truly crossed over? Miraculously, Qin Hao's headache fades, replaced by a shock and exhilaration unlike anything he's ever known. In this strange new era, he will carve out a destiny that is all his own, under a brand new identity. Caught in this sudden collision of time and space, Qin Hao feels as if an invisible hand has dragged him into an ancient, weathered painting. His heart churns violently, like a small boat tossed on stormy seas, unsteady, yet forced to confront this new reality head-on. He is no longer the ordinary writer tapping out dreams at his keyboard, wandering in worlds of imagination, in a single heartbeat. He has been cast back 20 years, becoming a 10-year-old boy in Qin family village, just outside Jinan, in the spring of 1928. Spring's warmth has yet to touch the earth, but already the shadow of history has quietly settled over this land. Qin Hao gazes at his surroundings, at once familiar yet utterly foreign, his feelings too tangled for words. The number 1928 cuts through his hazy recollection of history like a sharp blade. He knows all too well, this is not just any year but a time seared into the soul of the Chinese nation, a moment of suffering and resistance. The Jinan incident, a bloody storm poised to break. Scenes from old history textbooks surface in his mind. Smoke-choked streets, the cries of innocent people, the atrocities committed by Japanese invaders. These images drain the color from his face, as if he can already sense the dangers and trials looming in his near future. Have I really traveled to such a turbulent era? A storm of emotions stirred within Qin Hao. Fear of the unknown mingled with an intense desire to survive. He knew all too well that in a world fraught with danger, it would be hard to get by on one's own strength. Yet, an unyielding spirit burned inside him, making surrender unthinkable. Wait, a sudden flash of inspiration lit up Qin Hao's mind, as if he'd just caught hold of a last, flickering hope. He jerked his head up, determination blazing in his eyes. His outburst startled his second uncle, Qin Rue, who was holding him tightly and now asked in anxious concern. "Don't be afraid, Hao. I'm here with you," Qin Rue said, his voice gentle yet unwavering, as if he could banish all worries with the strength of his presence. Qin Hao drew a deep breath, fighting to steady himself, and managed a faint smile for his kind-hearted uncle. "Uncle, I'm all right now. We can't let the tragedies of the past repeat themselves. I want to protect this family, our land, in my own way." From that moment, a new flame of hope sparked in Qin Hao's heart. No longer was he simply a boy who had crossed into this world by chance. He was someone resolved to change his own fate. Quietly, he began to make use of his knowledge of history, carefully planning for the days ahead. Whether learning martial arts to defend himself or gathering information to prepare for resistance, every step he took was measured and determined. In every corner of Qinjiazhuang, traces remained of Qin Hao and the villagers toiling side by side. With wisdom and courage, they stood together to resist encroaching forces and oppression. Through all this, Qin Hao grew. He was no longer a bewildered child, but a true hero in the making. Drawing on modern knowledge and ways of thinking, he carved out his own legend on countless battlefields. Where once his homeland echoed with laughter and the warmth of family, only shattered ruins remained, silent witnesses to tragedy. The shadow of war, dark as midnight, had stolen Qin Hao's parents and nearly dragged him into the abyss as well. Yet even in cruelty, fate left a trace of kindness. In the darkest hour, wounded and unconscious, Qin Hao narrowly escaped disaster. It was Qin Rue who found him among the ruins and brought him back from the brink of death, like rescuing a fallen leaf in the midst of a storm. When Qin Hao awoke, he found himself lying in a strange but cozy cottage. His wounds had been neatly dressed, thick bandages wrapped tightly around him like heavy armor. Waves of pain pulsed through his body, each scar a stark reminder of what he'd endured. Frowning, with confusion and resolve in his gaze, he asked quietly, "Uncle, how much time has passed? What day is it today?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Rue's eyes at those words, but he quickly replied in a gentle tone, "Howard, you've been unconscious for 5 days. Today is May 27th. May?" Qin Hao's heart clenched. The winds of May should have been gentle, yet they carried with them the tragic news from Jinan. He remembered all too clearly that infamous massacre, an unending nightmare that began on May 3rd and did not end until the 11th, when Japanese troops occupied the city. Only now did he truly realize that what he had missed was not merely the passage of time, but the turning point of a world in upheaval. Yes, it's May. Jinan is no longer what it used to be. Qin Hao silently calculated in his mind. The destruction of his village and the loss of his parents had forced him to grow overnight, transforming him from a naive boy into a lone wanderer burdened with responsibility. Lying on Qin Rue's sturdy back, his thoughts surged and tumbled. The road ahead would be fraught with obstacles, but he understood he had no choice but to press on with courage. All around them, tides of refugees surged forward, each face etched with its own story, yet all moving in the same direction, toward hope for the future. Qin Hao knew he had become a part of this vast procession. He had crossed into this world, stripped of the shelter of family, but was given a new identity in exchange, a resilient young refugee, unyielding in the face of hardship. In these turbulent times, he was not alone. Qin Rue's presence had become his steadiest support, like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding him onward. Through Qin Rue's words, Qin Hao learned of their new destination, Foshan, in Guangzhou. It was said that there, the flames of war had not reached, and the people lived in peace, in abundance. And so, a long and arduous journey began in quiet resolve. They would set out towards an unfamiliar future, every step filled with uncertainty and challenge. In this era shrouded by war and darkness, Qin Hao and his second uncle, Qin Rue, leaned on each other for survival. They would face not only the tests of nature, but also the perils hidden in human hearts. Yet it was precisely these trials and hardships that revealed to Qin Hao the harshness of reality, while awakening the resilience and courage deep within him. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he rebuild a home upon the ruins, find his own path to survival, and pursue a future that might seem distant and unattainable. Amid the tangled threads of fate, Qin Hao, bearing a soul unlike any other, witnessed the suffering and changes of this land. It was as if invisible shackles bound him, leaving him awash in helplessness and confusion. His heart was like the sea before storm, waves surging restlessly, impossible to calm. Yet because of his uncle Qin Rue's steadfast warmth, the wheel of fate began to turn quietly. Like a lighthouse unwavering on their perilous journey, Qin Rue sheltered Qin Hao beneath his strong arms, creating a sky that belonged to them alone. Imagine a young man, carrying the wisdom and ideals of his previous life, trapped in an era where even basic survival is a daily struggle. The turmoil and powerlessness within his heart resemble a silent yet fierce battle. The brilliance of science and the dreams inspired by literature seem impossibly distant on this barren land, like the brightest stars in the night sky, beautiful, yet forever out of reach. At last, outside the city of Foshan, a sudden storm swept across the earth and sky, shattering the final defenses within Qin Hao's heart. The death of his second uncle cut through his remaining attachment and hope for this world as ruthlessly as a sharpened blade. On that lonely hillside, with trembling, youthful hands, Qin Hao buried his closest family member, handful by handful, as if interring a part of his own soul along with the body. Second uncle, I will remember your teachings for as long as I live. I swear, even in these chaotic times, I will face everything with a smile. Rain and tears mingled, blurring Qin Hao's vision, but his vow was more resolute than ever. A burning hatred for the invaders grew wildly in his heart, and he swore to transform that hatred into the strength to move forward. It was as if the heavens themselves shared in his sorrow. Thunder rolled and rain crashed down in torrents, drenching Qin Hao from head to toe, yet it felt as though his spirit had been cleansed of its burdens. At this very moment, when hope and despair intertwined, a mysterious power quietly awakened deep within Qin Hao's consciousness. Golden light, like the first rays of dawn, enveloped him, sheltering him from the storm outside. Within that enigmatic space, an ancient manual slowly emerged. It was the very same martial arts tome that Qin Hao had grasped in his dying moments of his past life. The Golden Yong Martial Arts Manual. As if imbued with magic, the book opened on its own, revealing the bold title on the first page, Dragon Elephant Wisdom Arts, heralding the start of an extraordinary journey. This was more than a legacy of martial techniques. It marked the beginning of a new destiny. As the pages turned, Qin Hao seemed to hear a call echoing from antiquity, and a surge of unprecedented power coursed through him. He snapped his eyes open, finding himself still kneeling in the rain, but now his gaze was clear and unwavering, filled with resolution. He understood that from this moment on, he was no longer an ordinary orphan. He had become a warrior tasked with changing his fate and protecting his homeland. After the storm, sunlight would surely return. Qin Hao, a youth who had traversed the boundaries of time, would use the Golden Yong Martial Arts Manual as his key, unlocking a legendary chapter of his own and bringing change to the world around him. Beneath the vast sky, it felt as though the weight of the stars rested on Qin Hao's shoulders, each step he took echoing with resolve. Since the passing of his second uncle, time had slipped quietly by like grains of fine sand, and in the endless sorrow and resilience, he began to walk a new path of cultivation. He held no sword in his hand, yet upon his shoulder rested a boulder so heavy it seemed it could crush mountains. This was not only a challenge to his own limits, but also a testament to his unwavering pursuit of the peerless martial art known as the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Originating from the fantastical world imagined by Jin Yong, this secret manual shone in his heart like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding him through the mists of reality and inspiring him to press ever onward toward the pinnacle of martial arts. The name alone, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, was enough to send tremors throughout the world of martial heroes. It stood not just as a symbol of unrivaled power, but as a crucible for willpower and determination. In Qin Hao's mind, the first page of the manual slowly unfurled, like an ancient scroll coming to life. Each stroke brimmed with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Every line sketched the contours of raw strength. This technique welcomed both novices seeking an entry point and those daring to ascend the treacherous path toward mastery. Within the boundless realm of martial chivalry, a legendary tome lay hidden, Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Like a fabled star, it dazzled the eyes and seemed forever out of reach, its origins rooted in the legendary chapters of the return of the Condor heroes. This technique was marked by a striking duality, easy for beginners to approach, yet offering an endless ascent toward the ultimate heights. Picture this scene. Atop a mountaintop shrouded in swirling clouds, a young man named Qin Hao stands, ancient manual in hand, his eyes gleaming with a yearning for unknown power. The first level of the technique was like the gentle light of dawn, softly spilling into the heart. Even those of average talent, under the guidance of wise mentors, could within a year or two sense the faint awakening of dragon and elephant power within. Though still feeble, this power hinted at infinite possibilities. Yet when Qin Hao stepped into the second level, it felt as if he were crossing the river of time itself. 3 to 4 years of accumulation and refinement were required before he would truly feel the power within him begin to surge and grow. With each deeper layer, it was as though he climbed a sheer cliff, forced to overcome countless hardships before glimpsing broader horizons. The third level demanded 7 or 8 years, during which Qin Hao's body was forged through relentless trials, gradually becoming unbreakable. The strength of a dragon and an elephant combined was no longer to be underestimated, mighty enough to shake mountains. And yet, The legendary 13th level remained as distant as the stars. Even generations of the most accomplished Tibetan lamas had never reached this supreme realm. The very best among them, despite a lifetime's effort, often failed to break through the 10th level. Mortal life is short, and haste leads to ruin. Thus, many martial artists, seeking the ultimate, were forced to stop along the way, their journey ending in bittersweet regret. The Golden Wheel Monk, that legendary figure of the Condor hero's world, was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. With astonishing talent and unshakable resolve, he mastered the dragon elephant prajna power to its 10th level, gaining the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, an achievement that shook the entire martial world. He once challenged 4 peerless masters alone, his momentum unmatched. If not for Yangguo's unexpected reversal with a desolate soul palm, perhaps no one on earth could have stood against him. Now, let's speak of Qin Hao, the boy whose destiny was altered by a fateful encounter. From that pivotal moment, his life became inextricably linked with the dragon elephant prajna power. His mind was transformed by a mysterious martial arts manual, his body renewed as if blessed by the heavens themselves. For the past month, Qin Hao had scarcely stepped outside his home, venturing out only for the simplest meals. All his thoughts and time were devoted to cultivation. The force of dragons and elephants within him erupted like a volcano, quickly reaching the limit of the 1st level and granting him the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. For a 10-year-old child, such power was enough to put many adults to shame. A child of only 10, yet already possessing peak Ming Jin strength. This was a rarity in the martial world. Whispers spread in secret, and people called him a martial arts prodigy, as if fate had already marked him for a brilliant place in the annals of martial history. Yet in Qin Hao's heart, there was but one belief: to keep advancing, to challenge the endless peaks of martial mastery. He longed for the day when, like the Golden Wheel Monk, he could stride the world alone and become a legend in his own right. Amidst the rifts of boundless time and space, Qin Hao seemed gently guided by the hand of fate. His soul was unexpectedly swept into an adventure that transcended time itself. In the depths of his mind, a radiant tome appeared, the illusory compendium of Jin Yang's martial arts. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, as if it were a gift decreed by the heavens. This compendium was no ordinary book. It was like an envoy of time and space, transforming the martial world of Jin Yang's stories into dazzling chapters that became quietly embedded in Qin Hao's consciousness. Each page was a legend unto itself. From a surging inner power of a Nine-Yang manual to the supreme sword intent of the Dugun 9 swords, every scroll revealed the pinnacle and secrets of martial arts. And the starting point of all these tales was that thunderous, storm-tossed night. Qin Hao awoke amid the chaos, and upon the first page of the compendium, the dragon elephant prajna power, he found it inexplicably fused with his own bloodline. This discipline was unlike traditional internal cultivation. Its focus was on forging the body itself, driving it to the limits of human potential. As Qin Hao practiced, he gradually realized that this art was tailored for him. Every new surge of strength was both a challenge to his limits and a quest for life's true meaning. As his body slowly learned to withstand the wildest forces of heaven and earth, even the lightning that once filled him with fear became, instead, the very steps by which he rose beyond himself. Even more astonishing, that ancient manual not only imparted to him unmatched martial arts skills, but also bestowed upon him a mysterious realm known as the Martial Sanctuary. Though this space appeared to be no larger than 30 square meters, it could accommodate all manner of items. From the heaviest metals to the lightest feathers, anything could be gently stowed away at the command of his mind. Everything, that is, except for living beings. This remarkable ability not only made storage infinitely more convenient, but also became Qin Hao's secret weapon for survival in turbulent times. In Foshan, a world shimmering with fantasy, Qin Hao walked the line between morality and survival as a traveler from another realm. He held fast to the principle of not harming the innocent, yet under the weight of survival, he would sometimes resort to extraordinary measures. For example, under the cover of night, he would harness the hidden power of the Martial Sanctuary, quietly taking just enough essentials from well-stocked but poorly guarded shops to sustain himself. While such acts could hardly be called honorable, they granted him a precious chance at life in this harsh and unforgiving era. Qin Hao's journey is an epic of growth, challenge, and difficult choices. In this world woven with thunder and martial prowess, guided by the Wuxia Fantasy Compendium and empowered by the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, he sails onward toward an unknown yet hopeful future. There, he not only holds the reins of his own destiny, but gradually rises to become the most captivating legend of this magical age. On the outskirts of ancient, bustling Foshan lies a secret haven unknown to the world. Here is Qin Hao's refuge, a young traveler who stumbled into the war-torn years of the 1920s. He was not born a thief. It was fate that forced his inexperienced hands to fumble for survival amid chaos. Each time night fell and stars glittered above, Qin Hao moved through the alleys like a silent specter. His actions were careful and restrained. He took only what he needed, never more. It was not greed, but a reluctant acceptance of reality and a discipline he imposed on himself. After all, in this era, a 10-year-old child had to bear pressures and loneliness far beyond his years. Deep within, he often longed for the modern world, especially the 21st century, where even the act of shining shoes held special meaning. Yet here, those memories could only transform into a bittersweet smile, for reality had taught him that survival outweighed dignity. And so, Qin Hao chose a lonely yet resilient path. Relying on his wits and courage, he pressed on quietly through the chaos of the world. On that forgotten stretch of wilderness, beside his second uncle's grave, Qin Hao built a humble yet warm little hut from wild grass and branches. This was his only refuge from the wind, a place where he could converse with the past. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight brushed the earth, Qin Hao would offer a solemn tribute at his uncle's tomb before beginning his unique regimen. In the faint glow of dawn, the scene took on an almost sacred gravity. The practice he devoted himself to was a legendary martial art known as dragon-elephant prajna technique. For Qin Hao, it was more than just a source of strength. It served as his bridge to another world. The path of cultivation was fraught with hardship, but Qin Hao never faltered. Like a newborn lion cub racing through the mountains and forests, he progressed from struggling for breath to moving with a newfound lightness in each step. Every stride embodied his defiance against fate and his yearning for a different future. During those days, Qin Hao's only companions were massive boulders. He began by lifting stones weighing barely 10 jin, but soon he could hoist weights of 100 jin with ease. Each challenge marked another breakthrough, a testament to surpassing his own limits. Sweat mingled with dirt, pain accompanied perseverance, but Qin Hao never gave in. He understood that only by constantly pushing beyond himself could he carve out a place for survival in this turbulent world. A month passed, and at last, the miracle happened. At just 10 years old, Qin Hao broke through the first level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, powered by his unwavering spirit. A surge of strength welled up inside him, now on par with the legendary martial artists from stories of old. His eyes grew steadier and more mature, an unspoken farewell to his past and a silent promise to the future. As a new day dawned, Qin Hao stood before his little hut, gazing at the distant silhouette of Fa Shanqing. His heart brimmed with determination and courage. He had never known before. He understood the road ahead would be long, but as long as he held fast to his convictions, nothing could hold him back. In this era of chaos, he would continue to write his own legend. It was the far-off, enigmatic twilight of the 20th century, and the morning air felt as though it had been gently woven by the first light, carrying a crisp freshness. The first rays of sunlight pierced the thin mist, spilling across the thick grass and stirring the slumbering earth awake. The sounds of insects and frogs wove together a natural symphony. Sometimes those frogs also became the simplest fare on Qin Hao's table. Over the past month, these creatures had borne witness to his resilience and solitude. In front of the grass hut, Qin Hao's shadow stretched long in the morning light as he began his daily training ritual. This was far more than mere exercise. It was a dialogue with his own spirit. With each movement, it was as if he was calling forth the dormant strength hidden deep within himself. Afterward, he threw himself into a grueling bench press session. He lifted the barbell over 200 times, sweat pouring down his body, each repetition, testing the limits of his willpower. At last, he stopped, gasping for breath, yet an unwavering light of determination still sparkled in his eyes. Although he now possessed a powerful energy within him, no less formidable than the so-called Ming Jin, Qin Hao still felt like a child who had just received a precious treasure, unable to fully control its strength. He understood clearly that if he were to truly face a master of Ming Jin, he would probably be defeated in a single move. This sense of helplessness made him anxious, but at the same time, it fueled his desire to grow even stronger. Dragon-elephant Bodhi technique, the legendary art of body refinement, had forged Qin Hao's body into something unbreakable, yet it carried a glaring flaw. It only increased his strength, without imparting any specific combat techniques. Qin Hao possessed immense power, but struggled to find a way to truly unleash it. Even so, he did not lose heart. Inwardly, he vowed, Wing Chun, I will step into your world one day. Having completed the second level of the Dragon Elephant Bodhi technique, Qin Hao's eyes shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky, gazing resolutely toward the distant city of Foshan. Over this past month, he had not only been obsessed with training, but had also become an explorer at the dawn of a new era. He moved through Foshan's streets and alleys like a shadow. He stole not just to survive, but to search for the hidden truths behind this martial arts sanctuary. The first time he heard the name Foshan in people's conversations, a wave of shock left him restless. Foshan, a place invoked countless times in history and film, was real in his world. Wang Fei Hung, the 10 Tigers of Guangdong, Ip Man. Names that once lived only on the silver screen had all left their genuine marks on this very land. The film Ip Man, blending reality and imagination, stirred something deep within Qin Hao's heart. He gradually realized that he might truly have crossed over into an era of transformation and passion, a world where martial arts and fervor thrive side by side. Ip Man, this humble and formidable martial artist, was not just a character in a movie, but someone who had left an indelible mark on the city's history. In the quiet of the night, Qin Hao would often fall into deep thought. Was this the cycle of history, or a wondrous intertwining of reality and film? He understood that whatever the answer might be, he was destined to write his own story on this land steeped in the spirit of martial arts. Qin Hao seemed to shuttle through the cracks of time and space, gripping fragments of history in his hands. He once believed that, armed with his knowledge of the past, he could easily control the course of destiny. If he had been born in those tumultuous, war-torn years, perhaps his understanding would have allowed him to stand out amidst the tide of revolution. Yet fate did not return him to that familiar era of history. Instead, it cast him into a world both real and tinged with fantasy, the very edge of the universe from Ip Man, a stage at once familiar and strange. For a month now, Qin Hao had wandered like an explorer, threading his way through the lines of old newspapers, meticulously searching for the subtle differences between this world and the late 1920s. Of his previous life, he was astonished to discover that the development of technology here far outpaced the timeline he remembered, as if the dawn of the future had already illuminated this land. At the same time, the course of China's history had quietly shifted. The two legendary figures who should have crossed paths on Jinggang Mountain now converged early in Nanchang. The resounding victory of the Nanchang uprising shook Qin Hao to his core. The Red Party, using Nanchang as its base, was brewing a storm that would change the fate of an era. This made Qin Hao realize that he was not simply reliving history, but had instead stumbled into an entirely new adventure across time and space. As for whether he had truly entered the world of the Ip Man movies, Qin Hao remained uncertain. After all, the film story was set in 1930, but the current year here was 1928, a 2-year gap that made it hard to determine his true situation. Yet the name Ip Man drew him like a magnet, igniting his curiosity and driving him to delve deeper into this world. By chance, Qin Hao once disguised himself as a ragged little beggar and knocked on the heavy wooden door of the IP family mansion. The door was not opened by the legendary master himself, but by a gentle and virtuous woman, Zhang Yongqing. Her eyes seemed to see right through Qin Hao's disguise. Instead of turning him away, she offered him a steaming bun with the kindness of a mother. That warmth, like a ray of sunlight on a winter's day, melted the loneliness and unease in Qin Hao's heart, allowing him, for the first time in this strange new world, to feel the true warmth of human kindness. If only I could take this IP family mansion back to my own era, it would be worth a fortune. Qin Hao mused to himself as he stood outside the grand doors, his eyes shining with longing and determination. For the future, he understood that if he wanted to find his place in this era, he would have to become stronger, and apprenticing himself to Ip Man was the goal he held most firmly in his heart. However, in the Ip Man film series, Ip Man was always portrayed as a proud and self-restrained martial artist who rarely accepted disciples. Qin Hao knew all too well that becoming IP Man's student would be no simple task. He recalled those exhilarating scenes from the movies, where Ip Man, standing alone, defended the dignity of his people. That resilience and indomitable spirit were precisely the qualities Qin Hao yearned for. Because of this, he made a silent vow in his heart. No matter how arduous the road ahead might be, he would rely on his own effort and sincerity to earn IP Man's approval, to become his disciple, and to write their own legend together in this world and time. Since I've come this far, I must follow the call of fate. Master Ip Man, are you ready? A master and disciple bond that transcends time is about to begin. Standing in front of the Grand Yi family residence, Qin Hao quietly gathered his courage, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in a twist of fate, Qin Zhao also found himself unexpectedly embarking on an unfamiliar path, eventually becoming a vital interpreter between the Japanese army and the local people, serving as a bridge between the two sides. Yet beneath these layered identities, Qin Hao always harbored a lingering regret in his heart. He had never had the chance to learn the true essence of martial arts directly from Master Ip Man. Not even a little. Whenever night fell and everything was quiet, Qin Hao would often imagine, if only he could travel to a parallel world, perhaps into the legendary world of Ip Man 2, maybe the path to becoming a disciple will be less fraught with obstacles and a little smoother. Now, standing before Ip Man's residence, countless possibilities flickered through Qin Hao's mind, imagining what it would be like if he could start over. He knew very well that on this world's timeline, Master Ip Man had not yet taken on many students in Hong Kong. Nothing had truly begun. At this moment, Ip Man was still immersed in his own martial pursuits, unconcerned with wealth or fame. Even when he occasionally visited Zhou Qingyuan's factory to teach, it was simply out of interest, not because he had formally accepted disciples. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Qin Hao steadied his emotions and then resolutely took that decisive step forward. Every stride felt like a race against fate, tense, yet filled with anticipation. Just as he was about to knock on the door leading to legend, a group of children playing in the courtyard noticed the unfamiliar visitor. Despite Qin Hao's somewhat worn clothes, there was an undeniable dignity about him that immediately piqued the children's curiosity. At that moment, the door opened slowly. A middle-aged man in a long gown, scholarly and refined in demeanor, appeared at the entrance. He was none other than Ip Man himself, his gentle expression tinged with a hint of curiosity as he asked, "Young man, may I ask who you're looking for?" Qin Hao's heart began to race, as if he could hear the rush of blood in his veins. "Master Ip Man." Qin Hao's voice quivered with both nervousness and excitement, his eyes shining with a brilliance he had never felt before. Compared to his image on the silver screen, Ip Man in person seemed even more real, less of the steely hero from the movies, and more like a cultured scholar warrior from ancient times. Seeing the deep respect in Qin Hao's gaze, Master Ip asked him gently, "Young man, what brings you here today?" In his heart, he quietly wondered if this child's visit might have something to do with the topic his family had been discussing recently. Qin Hao gathered his courage, dropped to both knees, and resolutely performed the ritual gesture of seeking a master. Ip Man was taken aback and hurried forward to help him up. "Get up, child, there's no need for this. What are you doing?" Lifting his head, Qin Hao's eyes shone with determination. "Master Ip, I have long admired your martial arts. I yearn to become your disciple, to learn true strength and the virtues of a martial artist." At this moment, he transformed all the regrets and frustration in his heart into courage, hoping to fulfill an unrealized dream in this new world. As dawn broke over the streets of Foshan, a young man named Qin Hao, weary and dust-laden, arrived with heavy steps, having traveled all the way from the war-torn city of Jinan. In his eyes burned an unquenchable fire, one fueled by deep love for his country and a fierce desire for vengeance against the invaders. He stood before the wooden doors of Ip Man's martial arts school. Those ancient doors seemed to shut out the chaos of the world, yet they could not quiet the turmoil within his heart. "Master Ip, my name is Qin Hao. I have journeyed from distant Jinan with a burning dream, to become your disciple, to learn true martial arts, and to use my fist to defend my country, resist the Japanese invaders, and seek justice for our innocent people." Though his voice trembled slightly, it was firm and powerful. He prepared to perform the formal rites of apprenticeship, bending his knees as if pouring all his blood and determination into that single act. Ip Man, a legend in the martial arts world, saw through Qin Hao's intentions at a glance. He knew that, though he possessed great skill, he had never accepted disciples lightly. Not even the son of his close friend Zhou Qingchuan had received such an exception. Yet, confronted with the unwavering and desperate resolve in Qin Hao's eyes, Ip Man felt his heart begin to waver ever so slightly. Just as Qin Hao's forehead was about to touch the ground, Ip Man suddenly appeared by his side. A warm, steady hand rested gently on Qin Hao's shoulder, soothing the heaviness in his heart like a spring breeze. Startled, Qin Hao looked up to see Ip Man smiling at him, with both refusal and understanding in his eyes. "My child, I understand your intentions, but you must realize true mastery of martial arts cannot be achieved overnight, nor can it be accomplished by one person alone. Foshan is a vast place, filled with martial schools and countless masters. You can seek out the path that truly belongs to you." As he spoke, Ip Man gently brushed the dust from Qin Hao's knees, a gesture filled with both the affection of an elder and the free spirit of a true martial artist. Master Yi, I only wish to become your disciple. Perhaps you haven't witnessed the tragedy in Jinan with your own eyes, but that pain and hatred are already etched deep within my heart. I lost my parents, my home was destroyed, and I fled for 1,000 miles to come here, all just to find a true master who could guide me down the path of vengeance and protection. If you won't accept me as your pupil, then I'll remain kneeling here, and I will not leave. Qin Hao's eyes grew moist, but his gaze became even more resolute. He wanted his determination to speak for all his suffering and his unwavering resolve. In the dappled shadows of a narrow alley, Qin Hao's figure curled up in front of Master Ip Man, stubborn and relentless like a young wolf. In his eyes shimmered a resilience and longing far beyond his years. Ip Man looked at the boy. Before him, a complicated, bittersweet smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as he wondered silently. What kind of hardships has this child endured to become so persistent? Am I truly the one who should guide him on his path? Though still young, Qin Hao seemed to carry countless stories and an unexpected strength on his small shoulders. His very presence unknowingly touched the softest part of Ip Man's heart, a deep well of sympathy and a fierce urge to protect the weak. Ip Man let out a quiet sigh, his voice gentle yet tinged with helplessness. Child, it isn't that I'm unwilling, but the time is not yet right. Go home for now. When a moment comes, perhaps. But Qin Hao's answer was firm and impassioned, as sudden and intense as a summer storm. Master, if you do not accept me, then let this stone bear witness. I will never give up. With that, he prepared to kneel again, determined to carve his resolve into the very earth beneath him. At that critical moment, Ip Man moved with a subtle grace, his toes tapping lightly on the ground as he intercepted Qin Hao's forehead, swift and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing against willow branches, stopping the boy in his tracks. Yet Qin Hao's will proved even stronger than Ip Man had imagined. He clenched his teeth, and a mysterious force surged from within him. With a thunderous crash, his forehead struck the ground, leaving a shallow dent in the stone. Blood trickled down his brow, painting a scene both tragic and stirring. Qin Hao had thought this through. In these turbulent times, those without strength could only be at the mercy of fate, sacrificed to the era's chaos. Even possessing the so-called golden finger of legend, without the guidance of a true master, even the most profound martial arts would be nothing but empty talk. He knew well. Even though the dragon-elephant prajna technique was powerful, without understanding the secrets of the human body, cultivating it would be no more than fumbling about in the dark. And Ip Man, this gentle yet unyielding grandmaster, surely possessed deep and unique insights in this very area. Why go to such lengths, child? Ip Man's voice now carried a note of deep emotion. He hadn't expected that this seemingly fragile boy would possess such an unbreakable will and determination. What surprised him even more was that his own cultivation, already at the peak of the hidden force, was unexpectedly stirred by this unyielding will. For a moment, it was as if he caught a glimpse of his younger self. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a gentle call broke the silence. A graceful and kind-hearted woman stepped out from the house. Her arrival was like a ray of spring sunlight, instantly dispelling the gloom that had settled around them. She first looked at Ip Man with a puzzled expression, then her gaze fell upon Qin Hao. With a startled cry, she hurried over, gently, helping Qin Hao up. With a pristine handkerchief, she carefully wiped his wounds, her eyes filled with concern and tender affection. Husband, what on earth is going on here? And this child? Her voice was laced with both confusion and care. Her presence brought a touch of warmth to this sudden storm over apprenticeship, and also filled Ip Man's heart with a wave of comfort. He understood that no matter what decision he would ultimately make, the warmth and support from his family would always be his strongest pillar on the road ahead. Oh dear, what kind of hero comes to the rescue like this? Just look, the poor child has been through so much. Zhang Yongqing's tone carried a hint of teasing, but her eyes brimmed with sympathy. She held Qin Hao's frail body tightly, as if trying to pass all her warmth to him. At the same time, she cast a slightly reproachful glance at Ip Man. Big sister, actually it's not what you think. Qin Hao hesitated, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He wanted to explain, but Zhang Yongqing gently pressed her finger to his lips, signaling him not to say another word. Awan, our Yi family has never relied on force to earn respect, especially not with such a young child. Just look at his poor forehead, all red from bowing. How it pains me as his elder sister. There was both reproach and deep care in Zhang Yongqing's words. Her gaze shifted between Ip Man and Qin Hao, quietly seeking the truth of what had happened. Ip Man could only smile helplessly upon hearing this, his heart flooded with mixed emotions. He wanted to explain, but seeing Qin Hao rubbing his belly, looking both embarrassed and a little endearing, all his words dissolved into a long sigh. He understood that though his wife had misunderstood him, behind that lay her deep love and fierce protection for her family. Suddenly, Zhang Yongsheng burst into laughter, her eyes shining with warmth. It seems our little guest's stomach is growling. She bent down and took Qin Hao's hand. Come on, big sister will take you to try some authentic Foshan cuisine. Zhuaner must be starving too. He's waiting to eat with you. When Yip Chun was mentioned, pride flickered in Cheng Wingsing's eyes. In a gentle voice, she told Qin Hao how Yip Chun had carried on his father's legacy, bringing Wing Chun to distant lands, opening schools abroad, taking on students, and spreading the spirit of Chinese martial arts across the world. Qin Hao listened, completely absorbed, as though he himself was living through those legendary moments. The master's son truly surpasses the master, Qin Hao thought to himself, silently admiring Yip Chun. At the same time, his respect for Cheng Wingsing deepened. She was not only Yip Man's gentle wife, but also his steadfast pillar, quietly upholding their family with her own wisdom and resilience. However, when Cheng Wingsing once again invited him to stay for dinner, Qin Hao gently shook his head, his expression resolute. Big sister, thank you for your kindness, but there's something even more important I must do. Today's experience, I'll always remember it. Cheng Wingsing paused for a moment, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her eyes. She looked toward Yip Man, as though searching for an explanation. Yip Man only smiled faintly, saying nothing at all. By now, the evening sun cast Qin Hao's shadow long upon the ground, making him appear especially resolute and solitary. He knew that the path ahead was one he had to walk on his own. Down the winding lane, the golden afterglow of sunset spilled gently across Yip Man's face. Time had etched its lines deep into his features, yet he remained unwavering. In his gaze, a subtle tenderness mingled with resignation, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a knowing smile, as if to dispel the storms of the world. Looking at the young man before him, he spoke warmly. Well now, little fellow, are you planning to make this school your home? Qin Hao, his eyes alight with an indomitable fire, stood tall and spoke with unwavering strength. I, Qin Hao, wish to become Master Yip's disciple, to learn true martial arts, drive out invaders, and protect my home and country. His oath seemed to charge the very air with determination. When Cheng Wingsing heard his words, her brow furrowed ever so slightly, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She had always hoped her husband would leave behind the chaos of the martial world and enjoy a peaceful life. Yet seeing the longing and resolve in Qin Hao's eyes, she couldn't help but recall Jinan in the throes of war, each word in the newspaper piercing her heart like a blade. Ah, so be it, she sighed softly, her gaze a mixture of acceptance and hope for what lay ahead. Let's take him in. This child has true grit. He's worth cultivating. Seeing her relent, Yip Man coughed with a show of gravity, though inwardly he was already pleased. He had deliberately left the final say to Cheng Wingsing, as if to declare, You are the true master of this home. Cheng Wingsing cast him a reproachful glance, but the faintest smile played at her lips. In that smile was tenderness, determination, and a silent affirmation of her support for Yip Man. Very well, in that case, young one, once your forehead has healed, you'll need to join us in rising early and returning late, training diligently every day, no matter the wind or rain. You must not slack off, do you understand? There was a playful note in Ip Man's voice, but also a touch of expectation, as though he was setting a gentle challenge for Qin Hao. Qin Hao was momentarily stunned by these words, but then his eyes sparkled with excitement. A pure, radiant smile spread across his face, as if he had just received the most precious gift. Master IP, do you really mean it? Are you truly willing to take me as your disciple? Standing nearby, Cheng Wingsing was amused by Qin Hao's honest and earnest demeanor. She chimed in with a warm laugh. Look how happy you are. Don't forget, from now on you must call a master, not big sister anymore. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh again, her clear, ringing laughter as bright and gentle as a sunbeam on a spring morning. Qin Hao nodded vigorously, his expression filled with sincere determination. Yes, master, mistress. I, Qin Hao, am honored to become your disciple today. I promise to train hard and never let down your hopes. With that, he performed a formal bow of respect, his devotion and resolve touching everyone present. Seeing this, Ip Man stepped forward at once and gently helped Qin Hao to his feet, his eyes shining with pride and hope. Good disciple, get up now. There's no need for such complicated rituals between us as master and apprentice. At that moment, Qin Hao's heart brimmed with a joy and excitement he had never known before. He understood that his life was about to embark on an entirely new chapter. Cheng Wingsing watched the scene unfold in silence, her heart filled with warmth. She believed that with this deep bond between master and disciple, no matter how rough the road ahead might be, they would always stand together to protect their home. Bathed in moonlight in the courtyard, Qin Hao responded with a solemnity that bordered on ceremonial, his gaze shining with resolve and anticipation. The warmth of dinner still lingered in the air. Around the table, Master Ip Man, the gentle mistress Cheng Wingsing, and little IP Chun, just shy of 5 years old and brimming with curiosity, formed a picture of family harmony. After the meal, Qin Hao clutched the new clothes Cheng Wingsing had prepared for him. Those garments seemed to carry their hopes for a brighter future. He turned and walked into the inner room, carefully removing his tattered old clothes. This moment was more than just changing attire. It marked a turning point in his fate. Cheng Wingsing watched him leave and silently resolved that those weathered, threadbare clothes should be left behind, forever in the past. Time flowed on, and 2 days passed quickly. The wound on Qin Hao's forehead had quietly healed, just as the scar in his heart was slowly being mended by newfound hope. Master Ip Man, a revered figure in the world of martial arts, had finally decided to formally initiate Qin Hao into the path of Kung Fu. Before this pivotal moment, Qin Hao had shared the story of his own life, one laced with complexity and a hint of mystery, told with subtle, heartfelt emotion. Yet, the secret of his being a transmigrator remained carefully guarded deep within his heart. Zhang Yongsheng, always gentle and virtuous, could not hold back her tears as she listened to Qin Hao recount his hardships. When he described the atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders, her pent-up anger erupted at last. She lost control, crying out in fury. Her raw emotion and courage left both Qin Hao and Ip Man startled. Even little Yi Zhuan, frightened by the sudden outburst, was left teary-eyed and clung tightly to her mother, her gaze full of fear and curiosity for the world she did not yet understand. At last, the long-awaited moment arrived. Ip Man stood in the center of the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast gentle patterns on his resolute face. Slowly, he began to speak, lifting the veil on the mysteries of Wing Chun for Qin Hao. Wing Chun is not merely a style of martial arts, Ip Man explained. It traces its origins to Yongchun in Fujian, a branch of southern Shaolin, founded by the legendary woman Master Yim Wing Chun. Each movement and stance is infused with a profound love and understanding of martial arts. He went on to elaborate on the essence of Wing Chun. He spoke of the sharpness of the phoenix eye fist, the grace of the willow leaf palm, and the ingenious variations within the 3 fundamental routines, Shu Nim Tao, Chum Kiu, and Baiyu Ji. He also gave special mention to the awe-inspiring practice of the wooden dummy. He emphasized that Wing Chun's footwork is ever-changing. From the stability of the 4-point stance to the agility of the Character 2 stance, each step is a challenge and a breakthrough for the body's limits. What captivated Qin Hao the most was Wing Chun's unique blend of internal energy cultivation and close-quarters combat. The art emphasizes diversity in technique and fluid, adaptive movement. Fists that spring forth like coiled steel, explosive energy unleashed in tight space, leaving a lasting impression on all who witness it. Ip Man also demonstrated the core techniques himself, from the precise control of hand linkage, interception, sinking, and finger thrusts, to the refined use of arms, wrists, and fingers, and the seamless interplay of sticking hands, sensing hands, and brushing hands. Each motion was imbued with deep martial philosophy. Qin Hao watched with rapt attention, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. He could sense a power awakening deep inside him, a passion for martial arts, a commitment to justice, and a yearning to surpass his own limits. Under IP Man's patient guidance, Qin Hao officially set foot on his own martial arts journey. He understood that this was not only about perfecting his technique, but also a spiritual cleansing and rebirth. Now, he was truly ready to face whatever challenges and opportunities lay ahead. In this intersection of fate and time, the Qin Hao, who had once lost himself in virtual worlds, was now stepping, wholly unexpectedly, into the sacred halls of real martial arts. In the past, he had only glimpsed Wing Chun through the flickering images of the film Ip Man, mistakenly believing it to be a forceful, outwardly explosive style of combat. He had no idea that, at its core, Wing Chun shared the same roots as Tai Chi, embodying an internal mastery that balances softness with hidden strength. When IP Man's teachings seeped into his heart like a gentle spring rain, Qin Hao felt as if he were waking from a long dream. He realized that this martial art not only nourished his internal energy, but also served as a secret path to tempering his inner strength. The imagined martial arts manual in his mind, though filled with fantastical abilities, remained out of reach. Only a rare twist of fate could unlock its secrets. For now, it was the solid, tangible practice of Wing Chun that became his sole compass and guide. With the curiosity of a child, he began to explore the body's subtle meridians, each one seeming like a hidden channel leading to the deep ocean of power within. Quietly, Qin Hao calculated in his mind, if he could accumulate energy as inexorably as a river, and one day turn to the second page of that mental manual, perhaps he would unlock a unique discipline that would make his inner power surge like the tides, granting him effortless mastery along the martial path. Under IP Man's clear and engaging explanations, it was as if a lantern had been lit in Qin Hao's heart. The refined power, which had once been so difficult to control, now gradually became docile under his guidance. After class, when Ip Man encouraged everyone to ask questions, Qin Hao's responses left the Grandmaster astonished. Not only did he fully grasp the material, but he even demonstrated insights beyond what was taught, revealing an incredible, almost unbelievable talent. Yet Qin Hao's body also concealed extraordinary secrets. For him, running 5 kilometers was just part of his daily morning routine, leaving him barely winded. During strength tests, he could effortlessly lift weights far beyond what others his age could manage. A 500-pound stone seemed weightless in his hands. As for endurance, performing thousands of sit-ups in a row was merely a fraction of his abilities. This was not only an awakening of martial technique, but also a breakthrough in both physical condition and strength. Ip Man could not help but marvel inwardly. Who was he really? Has he already surpassed the limits of ordinary people? Ultimately, IP Man's comprehensive assessment revealed Qin Hao's remarkable abilities. Apart from needing more real-world combat experience and being a bit unpolished in channeling his power, he excelled in every other aspect. When the assessment ended, IP Man's face was filled with disbelief and joy. It was as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, his eyes shining brighter than any legendary manual. Yongsheng, just look at Qin Hao. He's nothing short of a miracle sent by the heavens. His potential far outstrips those we usually call prodigies. I'm certain that, under his influence, Wing Chun will shine with a brilliance it has never known before. IP Man's words brimmed with hope for Qin Hao's future and awe at the miracle before him. In the ancient courtyard, bathed in the faint light of dawn, IP Man's gaze seemed to ignite a new hope for the legacy of martial arts. Watching the young Qin Hao, his heart brimmed with excitement that words could scarcely express. This child is truly a wonder of Wing Chun. One day, he will hold a place of great importance in the world of martial arts, Ip Man said, his voice tinged with surprise and pride, as he turned to Zhang Yongsheng, whose gentle grace seemed to soften the morning air. Zhang Yongsheng covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her eyes filled with warmth and indulgence. With a soft, affectionate laugh, she teased, "Look at you now, just like a child who's stumbled upon a rare treasure. Don't let little Yi Jun see you like this, or he'll surely poke fun at how excited you are." Her tone radiated tender care for the pure bond between Ip Man and the young disciple. The next day dawned bright and clear. After putting Qin Hao through a series of tests, Ip Man found himself genuinely amazed by the boy's talent and boundless energy. Taking up his brush, he carefully drafted a unique training regimen, a blueprint unlike the traditional, gradual methods. Instead, it was tailored precisely to Qin Hao's special gifts and abilities, charting a path of cultivation made for him alone. "Xiao Hao, you must understand," Ip Man began. "The essence of Wing Chun lies in the seamless transitions between advance and retreat on the wooden dummy. But your strength right now resembles a wild horse running out of control. It must be tamed, little by little. Come, let me show you how to harness this powerful force." Standing at the center of the courtyard, dressed in immaculate martial attire, the hems of his robe fluttering gently in a breeze, he seemed every bit the martial arts master who had stepped out of history. Pointing to the basket where eggs lay quietly, his eyes shone with wisdom. True strength requires control as precise as a strand of hair. Look at these eggs. They will be your tools to develop self-control. Try to cradle them in your palm without breaking them. This is the art of strength. Qin Hao, hearing this, felt anticipation and resolve well up in his eyes. He was not disappointed that Ip Man hadn't immediately taught him the forms. He understood well that his greatest obstacle was his unchecked power. So he began the meticulous training with the eggs. Day after day, he practiced without pause, each step forward shaped by sweat, and perseverance as he moved from repeated failure to gradual improvement. On the first day, every egg in the basket was crushed by his careless grip. His hands, wild and forceful, shattered each shell as easily as a storm snapping twigs. Yet he did not lose heart. At night, beneath the moonlight, he sat in quiet reflection, seeking the delicate balance between strength and gentleness. By the second day, the turning point arrived. One egg remained unbroken in his palm, a breakthrough in his control and a milestone in his inner growth. From that moment on, Qin Hao's command over his strength advanced rapidly. In the end, he could focus all his energy into a single punch, the force swift and fierce, yet perfectly measured, as if it could cut through the very air itself. Yuan quietly observed Qin Hao's progress from the sidelines, his smile growing ever warmer, his heart filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that his disciple possessed not only natural talent, but also an unyielding will. In just 1 week, Qin Hao accomplished what would take most people a year to achieve. Such progress brought an unprecedented brilliance to Wing Chun in his hands. During that week, Qin Hao's life was far from monotonous training. He and little Yizhuan gradually forged a deep friendship. The two of them would romp and play in the courtyard, their laughter mingling with the gentle breeze, infusing this martial journey with warmth and vitality. On those mornings in a world so different from his own, Qin Hao, a young man from another place, became a craftsman at heart, creating a childhood of wonders for little Yizhuan. In his hands, ordinary pieces of wood became unique canvases, each transformation a display of quiet magic. On this particular day, with creativity and patience, he fashioned a wooden, transforming warrior. It was more than just a tribute to the high-tech transforming robots from his memories. It was a bold act of innovation. The wooden warrior, though, lacking the roar of electronics, revealed with each transformation the ancient and natural power hidden within its clever design and organic materials. Qin Hao's carving was exceptionally detailed, every groove and line telling its own story, imbued with warmth and emotion, in stark contrast to the cold perfection of machine-made toys. These wooden sculptures captivated little Yizhuan, becoming the most cherished treasures of his childhood world. Lively and adventurous by nature, Yizhuan was inseparable from this unique gift. He darted through the neighborhood with it in hand, becoming a little explorer in the eyes of his peers. His smile, bright and sincere as the summer sun, warmed the hearts of Qin Hao, Zhang Yongcheng, and Yuan alike. Zhang Yongcheng, gentle and kind, treated Qin Hao as her own younger brother. In her gaze was a constant tenderness and care, as if she could understand the loneliness and longing in every stranger's heart. As for Qin Hao, a soul from another world, what he carved was more than just toys. With each stroke of his chisel, he explored his own identity and searched for the key to belonging in this new world. Through wood carving, he honed his precise control of strength, subtly weaving the finesse of his former life as little Qin the flying blade into the fabric of daily living. Every carving session became both a personal challenge and a quiet tempering of the soul. As time passed, Qin Hao and the Yi family grew ever closer. Their laughter and voices floated above the little courtyard, becoming the most touching melody in this home. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under IP Man's patient guidance, Qin Hao not only mastered the essentials of Wing Chun, but also came to understand the profound philosophy of using softness to overcome strength at the heart of martial arts. By now, their relationship had grown into something more than just teacher and student, or even friends. They had become like family, connected in spirit. In this unfamiliar world, Qin Hao applied his creativity and diligence to win the affection of little IP Chun, and also gained the deep friendship of Zhang Yongcheng and Ip Man. The stories they shared together were much like those wooden transforming toys, rooted in tradition, yet full of endless possibilities. Anyone who reads about their experiences will surely be touched by the warmth and hope woven through these pages, longing to become a part of the tale themselves. During this extraordinary month, even though Qin Hao had yet to break through the bottleneck in his martial arts, he made remarkable progress in mastering Ming Jin, the clear, controlled strength. Every punch and kick he threw radiated a calm, steady power. Even opponents of his own level would find themselves overwhelmed by the relentless flow of his attacks. Meanwhile, that mysterious dragon-elephant prajna art quietly circulated within him. Though he had only grasped the secrets of the second level, it had already filled his body with formidable power. It was as if, one day, this strength might stir the clouds and shake the whole martial world. Xiao Hao, today I will formally lead you into the world of Wing Chun. But before we begin, you must remember this above all. Martial virtue is the foundation. Learning boxing is not just training your body. It is a way to cultivate yourself, harmonize your family, govern your country, and bring peace to the world. IP Man's voice was gentle yet firm, like a refreshing spring rain that nourished Qin Hao's heart. Disciple Qin Hao will always remember Master's teachings, conducting myself with integrity, holding gratitude in my heart, never failing your expectations, nor shaming the heavens and earth. Determination and innocence far beyond his years shone in Qin Hao's eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky. With a smile, Ip Man began the lesson in earnest. The core of Wing Chun lies in its three fundamental forms: Shu Nim Tao, Chum Kiu, and Baiyu Ji. Today, we'll start with the most basic, Shu Nim Tao. As he finished speaking, Ip Man demonstrated Shu Nim Tao in one smooth, flowing motion. Every move was natural and powerful, imbued with deep philosophy and a unique sense of beauty. Xiao Hao watched carefully. While demonstrating, Ip Man explained, Wing Chun's power begins with the feet, harnesses the strength of the waist and stance, and finally gathers in the fists. This is not just technique, it is an understanding and mastery of your own strength. His explanations were meticulous, hoping that Qin Hao would truly grasp the essence of every movement. Qin Hao possessed an astonishing memory, as if destined for martial arts. Each of IP Man's movements became a vivid image in his mind, etched deeply into his memory. When Ip Man finished his demonstration and stood still, Qin Hao was already replaying and practicing the movements in his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly assumed the opening stance of Wing Chun, striving to execute each movement with precision. As he completed the entire Shu Nim Tao sequence smoothly, a sense of indescribable satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. Ip Man nodded in approval and said earnestly, Xiao Hao, you are gifted and have an extraordinary memory. But remember, the path of martial arts demands long-term perseverance and effort. Shu Nim Tao may seem basic, but it is the very foundation of Wing Chun. Only through constant practice can you truly grasp its profound subtleties. From that day on, Qin Hao's life became simple yet fulfilling. Day after day, year after year, he devoted himself to practicing Shu Nim Tao. With every punch and every kick, he challenged himself, striving to surpass his own limits. All the while, Ip Man quietly observed by his side, offering guidance at just the right moments. Together, master and disciple wove their own story in the world of martial arts. One teaching, one learning, each growing through the journey they shared. In the dim light of dawn, at the corner of the ancient city, Qin Hao's daily routine unfolded like an old painting gently unrolling. His mornings did not begin with the laziness of lingering dreams, but with breathing in harmony with the earth and embarking on a journey of self-transcendence. His training was not merely a 10-kilometer run. It meant weaving through towering ancient trees and drifting mists. Every step embodied the agility and resilience of a martial hero's lightness skill. Sweat mingled with morning dew, and his determined footsteps echoed through the forest, each sound telling of his passion and dedication to the way of martial arts. Upon returning, Qin Hao's training room looked renewed. Lifting heavy stones, he not only built his strength but also honed his willpower, every push sending sweat trickling down his forehead, his muscles growing more defined and powerful under the intense regimen. Then, he approached the wooden dummy and began practicing his punches. Each blow sliced through the air with speed and force, as if facing an invisible opponent. In his hands, the Shu Nim Tao form was performed with exceptional clarity, every movement reflecting his deep understanding of martial arts essence. In the afternoons, his thirst for knowledge led Qin Hao into IP Man's study, a room steeped in antiquity. Here, not only were martial arts classics collected, but also the spirit and philosophy of the discipline itself. Qin Hao devoured ancient texts on human anatomy and the flow of meridians, his eyes shining with curiosity and a hunger for the unknown. Seeing Qin Hao's focus and enthusiasm, Ip Man felt deeply gratified. He understood that students as pure-hearted and passionate about martial arts as Qin Hao were rare indeed. So, he opened his entire study to Qin Hao and promised that no matter how complex the questions might be, he would always guide him with patience. Under IP Man's patient guidance, Qin Hao's martial arts skills advanced rapidly. He not only mastered every technique of Wing Chun with ease, but also fused them into his own unique style. Yet, Qin Hao's ambitions reached far beyond this. In secret, he devoted himself to cultivating the legendary dragon elephant wisdom art, a discipline like a slumbering giant beast awaiting its awakening. Over the course of 2 years, through sheer willpower and remarkable talent, Qin Hao elevated this art to the third stage. His body seemed to hold the Strength of 3 dragons and 3 elephants, his power now surpassing even IP Man's and approaching the rarefied realm of the internal strength Grandmaster. When the 12-year-old boy finally revealed this formidable strength before his master, a complicated smile appeared on IP Man's face and a storm of emotions stirred within him. He was proud of Qin Hao's achievements, yet could not help but marvel that a disciple's brilliance now outshone the master himself. At home, young Yizhuan too was inspired by Qin Hao. He grew more confident, more agile. In a mix of comfort and helplessness, Ip Man felt a profound bond between teacher and student. In the end, with a heart full of gratitude, Qin Hao shared his hard-won insights into the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Art with IP Man. This was not just a gesture of respect, but a tribute to the tradition of passing down the martial arts legacy, a promise for the future. Ip Man accepted with a gentle smile, realizing that Qin Hao was not only his most outstanding disciple, but also destined to be the brightest star of the martial world's next generation. And at the heart of it all was the boy who ran daily through the forests and pored over books in the study, driven by an unquenchable passion and pursuit for martial arts. In the rift between fantasy and reality, Ip Man, the legendary figure of martial arts, was bestowed with the very essence of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Art. It was as if, overnight, his power awakened like a mighty dragon, surging to the peak of grand mastery. This was not the vague embellishment of the Ip Man films, but a true transcendence, one powerful enough to rewrite the glorious history of martial arts. With every punch and kick, Ip Man now unleashed the roar of the dragon and the might of the elephant. Each movement embodied the pinnacle of internal strength, leaving all other martial artists trailing far behind. As for the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Art, a discipline that demanded years of patience to truly comprehend, it found new life in Qin Hao's hands. For him, the earlier levels were like beads of morning dew, passed through with ease. Yet when his gaze turned toward the distant, unattainable 7th stage, time itself seemed to stand still. Here, not only the limits of the body were tested, but the spirit and understanding as well, perhaps requiring centuries of tempering to reach that legendary ultimate state. During these extraordinary days, Qin Hao did not completely immerse himself in the world of martial arts. Like a traveler through time, he keenly observed the shifting tides of Foshan. From scattered fragments of information, he gradually pieced together a startling truth. The Ip Man of this world, though sharing the same name as the Grandmaster from the movies, was destined for a different fate. There was a complex connection between them, yet each was living out a unique story of his own. The early emergence of Master Liao was the clearest sign of this distorted timeline. Instead of following the original path and challenging Ip Man, he conquered Foshan with his own strength, established his own martial arts school, and rose as a new star in the martial world of this new era. On a night when the moonlight flowed like water, Qin Hao cloaked himself in darkness and, masked, engaged Master Liao in a silent contest. At this point, Master Liao had just stepped into the early stage of developing internal strength. Yet, in Qin Hao's eyes, he was still inexperienced. After several rounds, the outcome was decided, and both came away with a deeper understanding of each other's abilities. As the story unfolds, the character Xin Zhao and Zhou Qingchuan quietly step into Qin Hao's world. When they discover that Qin Hao is actually a disciple of Ip Man, shock is written all over their faces. It is well known that Ip Man has a rule against accepting disciples, yet he has made an exception for this 12-year-old boy, who has already reached the realm of a master. News like this is nothing short of a thunderclap in the martial world, leaving everyone deeply shaken. Master, please instruct me. In a courtyard vibrant with lush greenery, Qin Hao stands tall and bows respectfully to Ip Man, his eyes alight with an insatiable yearning for martial arts. Ip Man gazes at the young man. Before him, his disciple, and in some ways his surpasser, his heart overflowing with pride and contentment. Haha, Xiao Hao, you have already surpassed me by far. It is my great fortune to have you as my disciple. From here on, the path ahead is yours alone. You will go further than I ever could, outshining your teacher and all others, becoming a true legend that eclipses the past. This exchange between master and student is not just a reflection on what has been, but a declaration of hope and boundless expectation for the future. Within the martial arts hall, as the first rays of dawn filter in, IP Man's heart feels illuminated by a new light, filled with an unprecedented sense of achievement and joy. He gazes at Qin Hao, quietly marveling at this disciple who is generous and selfless, who has passed down the legendary Dragon Elephant Prana technique that could shake mountains and rivers, and who, in just 2 short years, has helped him cross the threshold into a new martial realm. In this moment, a thought wells up in IP Man's heart. To have taken such a student is truly a blessing across lifetimes, more precious than any secret manual. Master, the ocean of martial arts is vast and endless. I'm just a small boat setting out on its journey. Chin Hao's gentle smile carries warmth, and his eyes shine with boundless respect for IP Man. With the wisdom and experience of someone who has lived 2 lives, his admiration extends beyond IP Man's extraordinary skills. It is his commitment to ending violence through martial virtue and winning hearts through character that inspires Chin Hao most. You mischievous boy, you're always both a joy and a headache, Ip Man says with a laugh, shaking his head. Then, with a graceful motion as gentle as spring wind through willow branches, he moves into the signature opening stance of Wing Chun. His movements are smooth and rhythmic, as if the air itself hums with a melodious tune. Since Chin Hao's mastery of martial arts, scenes like this have become common in the dojo. 2 prodigies, one old and one young, weaving around each other, fists flying and energy swirling, as if performing a martial legend that transcends generations. Yet all of this has become a sweet worry in the heart of Zhang Yongchen. Each evening, as the sun sets, she stands at the window and watches the master and disciple lost in their world of practice. She can only shake her head in resignation, muttering, "If I'd known both of you were so obsessed with martial arts, I never would have let this martial arts fanatic take you as a student." But the affection and tenderness in her eyes betray her true feelings. "Xiao Hao, show me your progress today." "You may begin," said Yuan, lightly flicking his sleeve. His tone held a touch of anticipation and encouragement. At these words, Chin Hao's expression sharpened. With a swift tap of his feet, he shot forward like a streak of black lightning, heading straight for Yuan. His fist seemed to carry the weight of mountains and rivers. Even before the blow landed, the air around them trembled in its wake. Yuan's long robe billowed and snapped in the wind, as if a battle flag were unfurling. Chin Hao was well aware that, though he had grasped the mysteries of the 3rd layer of the dragon elephant wisdom power, and his strength could now rival his master's, he was still a novice when facing the Grandmaster's mastery of technique and experience. Yuan, though he had only practiced to the 2nd layer, possessed a depth of inner strength and understanding of martial arts that endowed every move with immeasurable power. Confronted with Chin Hao's forceful punch, Yuan showed no trace of panic. Instead, delight lit up his face as he exclaimed, "Good lad. That vigor. This is precisely the essence of inch force that Wing Chun seeks." Even as he spoke, Yuan shifted gracefully. His hands danced with the delicacy of butterflies flitting through blossoms, deftly neutralizing Chin Hao's attack. Borrowing the force of the blow, Yuan countered in a seamless motion, his strike aimed at the vital center of Chin Hao's chest. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze within the training hall. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, master and disciple became entwined in a scene of breathtaking intensity, each movement a testament to their tireless pursuit of martial perfection. This legacy, this spirit of surpassing what came before, is the very soul of martial arts, burning with an undying light. In that ancient, mysterious hall, a contest unfolded that transcended the bounds of master and disciple, like a symphony of power that resonated in the heart of every witness. Let us imagine, if time itself were colored by the brush of imagination, this duel would take place upon a floating platform, shrouded in mist, surrounded by ancient runes aglow with strange, flickering light. These runes seemed to sense the hearts of the warriors, imparting boundless vitality and strength. When Yuan unleashed a punch worthy of a grandmaster, the air itself rippled in its wake, as if space were trembling beneath its force. Had this punch truly landed, perhaps Chin Hao's chest would not have burst open, but he would have felt a force mighty enough to shake mountains, a touch so powerful it would make one's very soul quiver, as if brushed lightly by some primordial beast. Yet, Chin Hao twisted away with ghostly agility, narrowly evading his master's thunderous blow. He closed in, his movements flowing like water, displaying the very essence of Wing Chun's close-range, rapid-fire strikes. Each punch he threw seemed to contain the majesty of rivers merging into the sea, yet was as gentle and precise as a spring breeze brushing a willow branch. One could not help but marvel at his mastery over both the power and subtlety of his art. "Hey, master, show me what you're really capable of." Chin Hao's eyes shone with a mix of challenge and deep respect. He knew that to engage in close combat with a Wing Chun grandmaster like Ip Man was like dancing on the edge of a blade, dangerous, thrilling, and utterly irresistible. Yet it was precisely this fervor for martial arts, this relentless pursuit, that drove him to step willingly into the unknown. Seeing the determination in his disciple, IP Man's lips curled into a faint smile. It was a smile that acknowledged Qin Hao's growth and hinted at his own anticipation for what was to come, a chance to go all out. Without retreating, he turned, closing the distance, and the two became locked in a seamless flow of movement. The air between them seemed to ignite, and with every clash of fists and palms, a thunderous sound resounded, sending visible ripples through the air around them. Zhang Yongsheng watched from the sidelines, her face pale, but her eyes brimming with excitement. She knew moments like this were rare, a true meeting of spirits and skills, where two martial artists collided at the very peak of their craft. In her eyes, Qin Hao and Ip Man had transcended the simple roles of master and student. They stood as warriors side by side at the summit of martial excellence, interpreting their passion and devotion for the art in a way that was both ancient and strikingly modern. As time went on, their contest only grew more intense, yet the respect and care they showed each other never faltered. The explosive force of Wing Chun, so subtle and precise in their hands, was displayed to perfection, every movement on the verge of eruption, yet always checked at the last moment. Like the brightest stars shining in the night sky, not blinding, but radiant enough to light the way within each other's hearts. At last, both men drew back their fists and exchanged a knowing smile. In that moment, victory and defeat no longer mattered. IP Man's gaze overflowed with pride and satisfaction. He knew that Qin Hao had become a true master in his own right. Qin Hao, in turn, bowed deeply, his gratitude plain to see. "Thank you, master. It's you who showed me the true meaning of martial arts, and taught me what it means to possess the heart of a real warrior." In that instant, words became unnecessary. The bond between master and disciple rose above mere language, transforming into the gentlest light of dawn upon the training ground, a light that would guide their steps forward. In that hall, steeped in sweat and dreams, IP Man's wisdom was as nurturing as a fine spring rain, nourishing the heart of every student. Among them, little Hao was the brightest new sprout. He was like a shining star in the martial world. In just 2 short years, he had carved a dazzling path across the vast sky of martial arts. Ip Man looked at him, his eyes alight with pride and delight, and teased, "Little Hao, your progress is so fast you could catch up to those legendary immortals. Should we start calling you the martial world's little prodigy?" With that, the room filled with laughter and a light, joyful atmosphere settled over them. Just as the master and disciple were lost in their lively discussion of martial arts, laughter echoing through the room, a gentle yet slightly reproachful voice broke the peaceful moment. "All right now, you two martial arts fanatics, don't forget you need to eat too. Come on, wash your hands and come to the table." Standing by the dining table, Zhang Yongsheng held a steaming dish in her hands, her gaze filled with a mixture of helplessness and affection for the martial arts addicts before her. Around the table, the atmosphere was warm and full of charm. Little Yizhuan, his dark eyes sparkling with wonder as if they held the whole universe's curiosity, stared at Qin Hao, his innocent voice tinged with admiration. "Brother Tian, did you beat Dad hands down again? Did you use that super cool move this time?" His words overflowed with childlike sincerity. Hearing this, Zhang Yongsheng let out a quiet laugh and shook her head, reaching out to gently pat Yizhuan on the back. Her eyes flickered with a complex blend of affection and gentle reproach. "Yizhuan, don't talk nonsense. Your dad and brother Qin Hao are just practicing martial arts. They're not really fighting." Meanwhile, Yuan shot his son a mock-angry glare, though he couldn't hide the secret delight in his heart. "This little rascal," he thought, "has really learned how to tease me for fun these last couple of years. Hey, you little scamp, always making fun of your old man. Just wait, I'll get you back for this." Despite his words, the warmth in his smile betrayed his true feelings. Yizhuan, not to be outdone, pursed his lips and shot his father an exaggerated glare, so adorable it could melt the hardest heart. "Oomph, Daddy's the worst, always picking on me," he declared, then quickly added, "But brother Tian makes me the coolest toys, so I'm not even going to argue with you." Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth at the exchange, and he promised Yizhuan with a smile, "Don't worry, Yizhuan. After dinner, I'll carve you a mighty Sun Wukong, way cooler than the transformer I made last time." Over the past 2 years, he had passed down his martial arts skills, but also used his endless creativity and loving care to build Yizhuan a world filled with dreams. Even Zhang Yongsheng sometimes felt a touch of jealousy over their bond, occasionally teasing Qin Hao for spoiling the child too much. But when Yizhuan, upset by his father's teasing, ran off in a huff, Zhang Yongsheng immediately turned a reproachful gaze on Yuan, as if to say, "See, you've made him cry again." Without missing a beat, She rose to gently comfort her little one and soothe his wounded feelings. Watching this scene unfold, Qin Hao was flooded with a mix of emotions. He was touched by Yi Zhuan's pure affection, and also understood the deep tenderness behind his master's sternness. Silently, he vowed to continue guarding this rare bond between master and disciple in his own way, cherishing the warmth and joy that blossomed quietly within the martial arts school. On that evening, gently caressed by the lingering glow of the setting sun, Qin Hao's heart felt as if it were shrouded in a thin, invisible mist. Embarrassment and unease wove together into a suffocating net, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. At this delicate and subtle moment, a figure as warm and gentle as a spring breeze quietly stepped into the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Uncle Wang, the butler. He walked in with a sprightly gait, a warm smile shaped by years of experience resting on his face, as though he had come specifically to dispel the sudden, awkward storm that hung in the air. "Young master, good news. Mr. Qin Zhao has come to visit." There was a barely perceptible excitement in Uncle Wang's voice, and the way he addressed Yi when revealed the unique intimacy and respect shared among family. His words were like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the silence and quietly easing some of the awkwardness in Qin Hao's heart. Yi Wan, the martial arts grandmaster renowned far and wide, responded with a faint smile. A subtle depth flickered in his eyes as he turned to Qin Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, why don't we go together to welcome our friend who has come from afar?" As he spoke, there was encouragement and acceptance in Yi Wen's tone, as if telling Qin Hao that every visitor deserves respectful hospitality, no matter who they are. For Qin Zhao, Qin Hao's memories played out slowly, like scenes from an old movie. On that screen, the character weathered many storms, yet always held firmly to his beliefs and dignity. That struggle and hardship resonated deeply with Qin Hao. He had often wondered to himself, who said Qin Zhao lacked backbone or dignity? In Qin Hao's eyes, it was greatness found in the ordinary, the deepest reverence for life itself. He understood well that true backbone may seem simple, but in reality, it is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, a burden only those with great wisdom and courage can bear. And Yi Wan, this legendary figure at the pinnacle of martial arts, possessed not only extraordinary skill, but a heart even harder than steel. To Qin Hao, Yi Wan was like a lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead and showing him that in this intricate, chaotic world, those who value their integrity above even their life, like Yi Wan, are rare and precious beyond measure. Is backbone really more important than life? Qin Hao silently asked himself. That thought was like a sharp sword, cutting through the haze of reality and revealing the brightest light within human nature. He realized that although the world teemed with people, true heroes are always those few who step forward at critical moments and show through their actions what it means to stand firm, even against overwhelming odds. And so, guided by Uncle Wang, Qin Hao walked side by side with Yi Wan toward the path that led to greet Qin Zhao. Their steps were steady and strong, each stride echoing their hope for the future and their unwavering commitment to dignity. In this moment, Qin Hao seemed to rediscover his own backbone and courage, ready to carve out a legendary story of his own on the grand stage of life. Within the rift where time and space entwine, Qin Zhao was not merely a wanderer lacking resolve. He was more like a shadow cast by the gloom of that era, a somber figure whose depths eclipsed the chaos that surrounded him. If surrendering his dignity could buy a fleeting moment of safety, he would willingly become a fallen leaf, swirling in the wind, dancing as it rises, vanishing as it fades. Yet fate appeared unusually stingy toward him, refusing even to grant the solace of utter downfall. Instead, it left him stranded in the hazy border between good and bad, enduring endless torment of the soul, but never rewarded by the world with a glance of warmth or a sigh of understanding. His was the mournful ballad of a pawn trapped in history's cracks, his spirit softly singing in resignation and struggle. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Qin Hao peered through the dust of history, observing Qin Zhao's past from the perspective of a bystander. He mused silently. If Qin Zhao were transplanted beneath the dazzling lights of modern society, equipped with his remarkable adaptability and unique insight, perhaps he could weave his own commercial empire on this new frontier, becoming a star admired by all, rather than a silent ant weathering the storms of days gone by. Qin Hao and Qin Zhao, companions who transcended the boundaries of time, shared a connection that surpassed the gulf between their eras. Qin Hao, carrying memories of a previous life, tried to find resonance on this ancient land, but more often than not, he returned disappointed, like a solitary traveler searching for a forgotten tongue. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, was like a clear stream, his mind progressive yet warm. Despite the generational gap with Qin Hao, his distinctive perspectives and insatiable curiosity bound their hearts tightly together, overcoming the limits of passing years. One day, newly assigned to the police station, Qin Zhao donned his crisp uniform, standing tall, as if reborn. Facing Ip Man, the revered master of martial arts, he spoke with deep respect. "Master IP, how do I look in this uniform? Do I carry myself with a bit of spirit?" Ip Man replied with a gentle smile, eyes filled with encouragement for the younger man. At the side, Qin Hao teased Brother Zhao, "That uniform takes your style to a whole new level." Their laughter mingled, filling the air with a rare sense of warmth and harmony. But the cheerful mood was soon pierced by a shadow. Qin Zhao's expression grew grave as he brought up the newly signed tariff treaty between Japan and Nanjing, a harbinger of approaching turmoil. "This may seem unrelated to martial arts, but in truth, the fate of our nation and families are closely entwined," he said, his voice carrying the weight of deep concern for the times. When he spoke of the looming dangers threatening Guangzhou and even Foshan, his tone became even more somber and resolute. Hearing these words, IP Man's brows knitted tightly together. In his silence, there was both resignation and an unyielding resolve. The world is ever-changing, like a chessboard where every move is new. All we can do is hold fast to the justice and conviction in our hearts. Though Qin Hao felt a surge of unwillingness, he understood that, against the tides of the times, one's strength may seem insignificant, but to give up easily was never an option. "Those damn Japanese." Qin Zhao let out a low snort, a flash of steely determination flickering in his eyes, almost too subtle to notice. In that moment, the three men were bound tightly by a shared belief. Even with the road ahead shrouded in uncertainty, they would walk it together, ready to face a test of faith and courage. After listening to those words, something seemed to freeze deep within Qin Hao's gaze, and a cold, resolute smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He looked like the darkest hour before dawn, chilled to the core, yet brimming with a will to fight. He spoke, each word slow and deliberate, as if forced out from between clenched teeth. "Japan, this debt, Qin Hao, will remember." "Qin Hao," IP Man's voice rang out, sharp and sudden, cutting through the gloom that weighed heavy on Qin Hao's heart. He knew all too well the pain that haunted this young man, a pain born from a village swallowed by the flames of war, where Qin Hao's family had been reduced to eternal dust beneath the iron heel of Japanese invaders. "Master, I'm all right." Qin Hao drew a deep breath, forcing down the raging storm inside. His voice was quiet, yet it brimmed with a quiet tenacity that could not be underestimated. "It's just that whenever I hear the word Japan, it feels as if 1,000 arrows pierce my heart. The pain is impossible to quell." Ip Man gazed at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with sorrow and understanding. Gently, he patted Qin Hao's shoulder. "Go on, child. Head out to the courtyard and train for a while. Let the fire in your heart turn into sweat, and return only when the anger has been spent." Qin Hao nodded, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Bathed in moonlight, his figure appeared especially solitary and steadfast. He went straight to the wooden dummy standing in the center. A training tool, yes, but now it was more like a stand-in for his rage and thirst for vengeance. Every punch, every kick was charged with his fury at the past and a vow for the future, as if he could drive every Japanese invader into the abyss with his bare hands. With each heavy blow, the wooden dummy shuddered beneath Qin Hao's assault. His deep, guttural cries echoed through the night, each impact a protest against fate's injustice, each roar a lament for the loved ones lost. At some point, Ip Man quietly appeared at his side, watching Qin Hao's frenzied yet intensely focused form. With a gentle sigh, he spoke, "Qin Hao, that's enough. Remember, a true martial artist must possess not only strength, but the heart to control it." Qin Hao stopped at the sound of his master's voice. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground and scattering in tiny bursts. He turned around, the fevered light in his eyes fading back into clarity. "Master, I was wrong. But this hatred is etched into my very bones. Only by becoming stronger can I bring peace to those who have passed." A gentle smile appeared on IP Man's face, his eyes shining with approval. "To admit your mistakes and correct them, there is no greater virtue. As for leaving, if you truly believe this is a path you must take, I won't stand in your way. Just remember, the world outside these walls is far more complicated than this courtyard. You'll need to be even more cautious." Qin Hao's gaze was unwavering. "Master, I wish to travel the land, to seek out renowned teachers and perfect my martial arts to their pinnacle. When the time is right, I swear I will take justice into my own hands and win back fairness for my family." Hearing these words, Ip Man was filled with a bittersweet mix of emotions, reluctance to part, but also hope. He understood that the young man before him was no longer the child who once wept in fear, but an eagle poised to soar into the skies, embarking on his own journey of justice and vengeance. "Go, my child. But remember, wherever you are, your roots will always be here." IP Man's words were like a warm spring breeze, sweeping through Chin Hao's heart and dispelling the last trace of confusion within him. In the old alleyways of Foshan, caressed by the morning mist, IP Man's gaze seemed to pierce through the corridors of time, until Chin Hao's voice rang out, clear as a morning bell, stirring his master's soul. "Master, I have reached the pinnacle of the dark force. I am like a dragon trapped in the depths, longing to break free and soar, to seize that moment of transcendence. I have decided to set out on this journey, to let every surge of the dragon elephant power boil in my veins." There was infinite yearning for the unknown in Chin Hao's voice, and a deep, hidden ambition. In his heart, he had already drawn a blueprint, to use the wisdom of a traveler from another world and the memories of a previous life, seeking a haven of tranquility amid the turmoil, and to let the ancient dragon elephant power shine anew through sweat and perseverance. In his mind, it was more than a secret manual. It was a key to the highest realms of martial arts. Upon hearing this, a complicated emotion flickered through IP Man's eyes as he gazed at the unusually composed young man before him. He was filled with both pride and worry. "Howard, your rapid growth has brought me comfort, but also concern. These are turbulent times. The nation is in chaos, with warlords and factions fighting across the land. You're still just a boy." IP Man's words overflowed with care and reluctance, but above all, with respect for his disciple's choice. "Since your mind is set, then begin your journey tomorrow. Remember, the road in the martial world is long and perilous. Your safety comes first. Your path has just begun." As night fell, master and disciple sat face to face, candlelight flickering between them. In a soft voice, Chin Hao asked, "Master, after transforming the Force, does the legendary Cinnabar core realm truly exist?" With that question, it was as if a door to another world had quietly swung open. Ip Man smiled gently, a light in his eyes brighter than ever before. "A Grandmaster transforming energy is as rare as a phoenix feather in the martial world. As for holding the elixir, that is a realm spoken of only in legend, as elusive as flowers in the mist, or the moon reflected in water, impossible to grasp. But ever since you taught me the dragon elephant primal power, I feel that the ladder to that once unreachable height is now just within my reach. Your arrival has brought new hope to the world of martial arts." Chin Hao felt a wave of warmth rise in his heart at these words, but with practiced ease, he steered the conversation toward a legendary tale of his own making. "Master, the truth is, I am not the creator of this profound art. It all began with a chance encounter. During the chaos of war, I crossed paths with an old beggar. Pitying his plight, I offered him a steamed bun. Little did I know, he was a hidden master. Moved by my kindness, he bestowed upon me the secrets of the dragon elephant primal power. Even now, that experience feels more like a dream than reality. To modern ears, this melodramatic twist might invite a few laughs over tea, but set against the backdrop of those turbulent times, it takes on a legendary hue, stirring a longing." In listeners for Chin Hao's extraordinary fortune, Ip Man was deeply moved by the tale, his heart filled with admiration and boundless curiosity for his disciple's remarkable fate. And so, in the old alleys of Foshan, the story of a deep bond between master and disciple, woven with martial exploration and the echoes of legend, unfolded quietly, stretching toward an unknown future. In that era, creativity shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Even when it sparked controversy, it still lit the path ahead. Ip Man, the wise sage of the martial world, harbored a secret suspicion in his heart. Perhaps that ragged old beggar was a grandmaster in hiding, imparting his earth-shaking skills to the pure-hearted Chin Hao in his own mysterious way. As for why Chin Hao was chosen, perhaps it was precisely his unpolished innocence and kindness that touched the old man's heart, igniting the spark of inheritance in silence. "Xiao Hao, tomorrow you embark on a new journey. Tonight, let me lift the veil on the mysteries of transforming energy for you." IP Man's gaze glimmered with that same peerless light. He knew Chin Hao had already reached the summit of hidden energy, and that transforming energy was the key to unlocking an entirely new martial realm. He had planned to let Chin Hao temper himself for a few more days, but fate's swift current would allow no delay. Transforming energy, as the name suggests, is all about transformation. Imagine every move, every technique in your hands as a blazing furnace, hammered and refined 1,000 times, all impurities burned away, leaving only the purest, most resilient essence. Everything you have learned, whether the fierce force of your fists or the nimble agility of your footwork, becomes a gentle stream. Each trickle merges together, flowing into the vast sea of martial knowledge in your heart. There, they blend and intertwine, painting a martial tapestry unlike any that has come before. And you are the creator of this grand tapestry and its master as well. Yip Man's words, gentle as a spring breeze and nourishing as timely rain, seeped into Qin Hao's heart. Though he could not yet fully grasp their depth, the longing for the true essence of martial arts had been thoroughly ignited within him. Go on, Xiao Hao. Tell your Shermu the news of your journey. Yip Man patted Qin Hao's shoulder lightly, his eyes filled with familial warmth and the hope a teacher bestows upon a cherished student. He understood that Cheng Wing-sing's feelings for Qin Hao had long surpassed the boundaries of a typical teacher-student bond. They were as close as family, bound by ties difficult to sever. With a heart heavy with emotion, Qin Hao approached Cheng Wing-sing. Her eyes brimmed with reluctance, as if she wished to hold on to every moment they shared. Yet, under Qin Hao's gentle insistence and comfort, the two shared a brief but precious time together. In the end, Qin Hao turned away, burying his sorrow deep within, and set off on his new journey. At dawn the next day, sunlight poured into the narrow lanes of Foshan. Qin Hao, backpack slung over his shoulder, stood at the doorway of Yip Man's home. Little Yejuan, usually a lively and adorable child, was now a picture of heartbreak, his face streaked with tears as he clung to Yip Man's coat. In a trembling, childish voice, he asked, "Father, will Brother Tian ever come back?" Gazing at his son's hopeful eyes, Yip Man smiled and gave the most steadfast answer. "He will. Your brother Tian will one day return, stronger than ever." And so, with his master, young Yejuan, and Uncle Wang seeing him off, Qin Hao stepped onto a path unknown, one fraught with challenges and uncertainty. Though Cheng Wing-sing did not come out to bid him farewell, her deep blessing and bittersweet longing had already transformed into the strongest support in Qin Hao's heart, accompanying him as he pressed forward. Yip Man stood tall at the weathered threshold, his gaze following Qin Hao's slender yet resolute figure as it faded into the distance. Qin Hao, not even 6.5 feet tall, now seemed to bear the weight of the world on his shoulders. Unnoticed, a single, shimmering tear slid down the corner of his eye, like dew on a blade of grass at dawn, glittering with both sorrow and determination. 2 years of deep mentorship, enough to move even the coldest heart, let alone Yip Man, a man of passion and depth. A storm of emotion surged within him. Qin Hao did not sense the complex gaze lingering behind him. His mind was consumed by a single thought, pursuit. He embarked on his journey in silent resolve, each step firm yet solitary, marching toward the sacred land in his heart. His inspiration stemmed from a legend, the tale of Yanghua from the Return of the Condor Heroes, the hero whose martial prowess soared through trials in the wild. Qin Hao dreamed that if he, too, could harness the power of nature like Yanghua, his mastery of the dragon-elephant wisdom technique would surely reach new heights. Before, Qin Hao's training had been limited to simple physical exercises, running, bench presses, which brought some improvement, but to him, it was far from enough. What he yearned for was a leap, a true breakthrough. So, he made a bold decision to follow the path of the ancients, seek out a waterfall, let the surging torrent scour his body, and temper his resolve with the force of nature itself, so that the dragon-elephant prajna technique might shine at its most extreme challenge. In this era, though the world lay battered and scarred, the beauty of nature had not yet withered away completely. Qin Hao's heart had long since settled on a destination, Huanghuasha Waterfall, that miraculous place once hailed in his previous life as the greatest waterfall in China. It was not only a masterpiece of nature, but in Qin Hao's eyes, a sacred land, a hidden paradise untouched by the dust of the world, a secret sanctuary for cultivation. The Huanghuasha Waterfall, renowned for its majestic grandeur and breathtaking peril, was made up of 18 waterfalls, each with its own character, weaving together a striking panorama that called out to the destined to come and discover its wonders. Yet at this time, the Huanghuasha Waterfall was still unknown to the world, lying quietly in the embrace of Guizhou, waiting for time to reveal its splendor. In Guizhou itself, a land fractured by warlords, ravaged by constant conflict, offered Qin Hao a rare and precious haven for his training. Here, if he possessed enough courage and resolve, Even with just a handful of battered rifles, you could carve out your own territory amid the vast wilderness and become a minor overlord. But Qin Hao's sights were set far higher. What he sought was transcendence, the ultimate mastery of martial arts. And so, Qin Hao set out on his journey to Huanghuasha Waterfall. In that remote, rarely trodden land, he would commune with nature, dance with the waterfall, wield the dragon elephant prajna technique as his sword to cleave through all obstacles and ascend to the very peak of martial cultivation. In that age where darkness and hope intertwined, Qin Hao, in his own way, embodied a relentless devotion to martial arts and pursuit of perfection, inscribing a legend that belonged to him alone. Chapter 7. A Journey to Another World. Oaths beneath the waterfall and the rise of the hero. Amid the tumult of an era yet to find its shape, Guizhou, this forgotten, secret land, was not the prize the warlords coveted, but rather a thorny realm they shunned and avoided. While the Central Plains blazed with war and ambitious men vied for supremacy, faraway southwestern Guizhou, insulated by the periphery of chaos, became a patchwork of 1,000 miniature kingdoms. Even landlords armed with a ragtag dozen old guns dared declare themselves kings, carving out fiefdoms and staging one absurd kingdom drama after another. Qin Hao, a traveler who had crossed from another world, after a week of trekking across mountains and rivers, finally stood beneath the roaring cascade of Huanghuashu Waterfall. This natural wonder brought him no comfort. Instead, it was like a mirror reflecting the age itself, showing him the boundless desolation and suffering of the people. The waterfall's spray burst forth, each droplet telling the story of joy and sorrow, of reunion and parting on the land of China. The families torn apart by war, the children forced into exile, all of it left a deep and lasting mark on Qin Hao's heart. A surge of indescribable grief and anger welled up in Qin Hao's heart. He knew all too well that even though he possessed his golden finger, a power far ahead of its time, it was merely a door to a private sanctuary, unable to shake the very foundations of this chaotic world. Yet, faced with the cruel reality where parents were forced to sell their own children, an unprecedented flame ignited within him. Even if his strength was but a drop in the ocean, he was determined to kindle a glimmer of hope for those suffering on this land. Thus began an extraordinary journey, no longer a simple wandering, but a quest for justice. Qin Hao's figure flitted through the lofty mountains and rugged hills of Guizhou. Whenever he encountered the oppression of landlords and warlords, or the ravages of bandits, he became a guardian in the night, using martial skills no less than those of a grandmaster to silently protect the helpless souls he found. He was no longer a mere bystander, but had become a brilliant beacon in that turbulent era. What moved people even more deeply was that Qin Hao didn't just use force to quell violence. He practiced kindness through generosity. The ill-gotten gains he reclaimed from the unjust, he distributed one by one to the people teetering on the brink of despair. Those trembling hands that accepted the silver shone not only with gratitude, but also with a flicker of hope for the future. Qin Hao's name gradually spread across the land, becoming a legend of courage, justice, and hope. It was this unwavering conviction that gave birth to the name Divine Dragon Hero in Qin Hao's heart. He was no longer fighting alone. He awakened the flame of righteousness in countless others, weaving together a tapestry of fate-changing resolve. Qin Hao knew this road would be long and arduous, but he was resolute. No matter how distant the journey ahead, he would use every ounce of his strength to hold up the sky for the suffering people of China. And so, under the silent witness of the Huanghuasha Waterfall, the legend of a new era's hero quietly began. Against the backdrop of shifting times, an unprecedented storm of creativity swept through the countryside, all set in motion by the very man the people now called the righteous god of wealth, Qin Hao. With boundless admiration, the villagers displayed their creativity by shaping a lifelike statue of Qin Hao from brightly colored clay, his face graced with a gentle smile. They placed it at the entrance of the village, and each dawn or dusk, it seemed to come alive, standing guard over their land and hearts. This was more than a tribute to Qin Hao himself. It was the highest praise for justice and selfless spirit. As for Qin Hao, he regarded riches as fleeting clouds, passing shadows. In his eyes, if the tainted gold, wrung from the people by the powerful could be transformed into sweet rain for parched souls, bringing relief to the suffering multitudes, then that would be the greatest joy of his life. Thus, he became a man who swam against the current of his era, transforming heavy bags of silver into seeds of hope. He scattered them across the barren plains scarred by hunger and poverty, so that these desolate lands gradually blossomed with the brilliance of life. Yet his actions were like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending wave after wave rippling outward. The powerful landlords, accustomed to oppressing the people and behaving with unchecked arrogance, now saw Qin Hao as a thorn in their side, an enemy they longed to eliminate at any cost. But on this land, now illuminated by Qin Hao's light, they became cautionary tales in the eyes of the people, watched by countless gazes burning with resentment and anger. Confronted by this surge of hostility, Qin Hao did not retreat. Instead, he resolved each crisis with a grace and artistry all his own. The most astonishing moment came during a confrontation with another master, an expert in hidden techniques, sent specifically to deal with him. What should have been a clash of equals was transformed by Qin Hao's extraordinary martial prowess and his compassionate heart into something far more profound. On a night when a moon was veiled and the winds howled, the two crossed paths, blades flashing, sparks flying. Qin Hao, however, did not strike a fatal blow. Instead, with breathtaking skill, he merely disabled his opponent's arm, a gesture that displayed his unmatched ability while delivering a powerful lesson. Brute force is not the only solution. Mercy and enlightenment matter just as much. News of this event spread rapidly in all directions, becoming the talk of every gathering. People began to recount Qin Hao's story with vivid detail, each retelling infused with imagination and creativity. In this way, his legend grew ever larger, a symbol of wisdom, courage, and compassion. As for those who once sought to stifle the light of justice, they could only retreat in disgrace, drowned out by the scorn and condemnation of the people. Their downfall proved that while justice may be delayed, it will never be denied. Amidst the wonders of nature, the Huanghuashe waterfall stood out in all its awe-inspiring splendor, pouring down from the heavens themselves. Seeing it for the first time, Qin Hao could not help but exclaim in amazement, "Incredible! This waterfall is the wildest symphony of the world. So grand it makes my heart race." Standing on the viewing platform, his eyes shone with reverence and longing for the power of nature, as if his spirit were being drawn into the mighty cascade. "From this day on, this place shall be my sanctuary for cultivation. I will take the waterfall as my teacher and seek enlightenment here." Qin Hao vowed silently in his heart. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a mysterious light flashed, and suddenly a small and exquisite tent appeared, along with a set of cooking utensils. They nestled quietly on the lush green grass, perfectly at home in the embrace of nature. These items were, in truth, what Qin Hao had brought with him using his secret, undisclosed manual space. For this long period of seclusion and cultivation, he had made meticulous preparations. Qin Hao's manual space had now grown as vast as a miniature secret realm, comparable to a standard basketball court, able to contain a great variety of things. Yet to him, it was more than just a place to store belongings. It was a mobile sanctuary carrying all he needed for daily life, along with gold and silver treasures he had cleverly borrowed from the hands of greedy landlords. Every coin sparkled with the light of wisdom and courage. The Huanghuashe waterfall cluster resembled a grand symphony composed by nature itself. 18 waterfalls, each with their own unique character, some surging with bold, resounding vigor, others flowing with gentle, winding grace. Knowing his own cultivation was still shallow, Qin Hao chose a more gentle, smaller waterfall as his starting point. The water there was soft yet retained its strength, making it the perfect place for his initial training. He planned that once he could handle this first challenge with ease, he would gradually move on to the mightier, more powerful waterfalls. For Qin Hao, the path of cultivation was a profound blend of body, mind, and nature. Every morning at dawn, he would sit quietly under the waterfall, eyes closed, focusing his spirit. He would let the robust inner force of the dragon-elephant prajna art flow within him, turning the thunder of the falls into a backdrop for his soul. Each breath he took resonated with the rhythm of the rushing water. Afterwards, he would throw himself into the embrace of the falls, the perfect arena to test his fist techniques. Under the pounding force of the waterfall, Qin Hao's martial arts became more than mere physical movements. They transformed into a dialogue between spirit and strength. He tried practicing Wing Chun within the torrent, challenging the very limits of balance and agility. At first, he could barely manage a few strikes, as simply standing firm in the roaring current was an almost insurmountable task. But Qin Hao did not lose heart. He understood that the realm of a grandmaster of internal force could not be achieved overnight. It required a deep understanding of the essence of martial arts. So he began to strike and reflect at the same time, letting each punch carry his reverence for nature and his efforts to imitate it. He sought to find the rhythm and harmony of his fists in the movement of the water. Day after day, Qin technique gradually merged with the waterfall. The wind from his fists began to stir layers of mist, as if even the waterfall itself was cheering for him. When sunset painted the western hills, Qin would emerge from the water, exhausted yet content, collapsing onto a great boulder by the shore and letting the evening glow bathe his whole body. He knew that such rigorous training, though grueling, was the only way to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. In the Huangguasha waterfalls, this magical land had quietly become the place where his dreams set sail. Within that secluded valley, shrouded in ancient legends, Qin felt as if he had stepped into a rift in time and space. His path of cultivation was no longer a byword for monotony and hardship, but rather a wondrous journey, a dance with nature, a resonance of souls. Each time dawn broke and the first light spilled into the world, Qin would stand beneath the cascading waterfall. The thunderous roar of water sounded like a symphony from the heavens, and every droplet shimmered with the power of nature's spirit. Eyes closed and mind stilled, what surged within him was not just perspiration, but a deep yearning for strength and an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Miraculously, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the veil of water, Qin sensed a primordial force awakening within him. The dragon-elephant prajna technique, a legendary martial art said to require years of patient cultivation, now surged forth under the baptism of the falls, advancing by leaps and bounds. Like withered wood meeting spring, it burst forth with a vigor he had never known. A secret delight blossomed in Qin heart. He pictured Yonghua, standing proud amidst raging waves as he comprehended the melancholy palm. He imagined Bu Jingyan, forging the cloud-dispelling palm amidst tempest and thunder. And he even fancied himself as Shiryu atop Mount Lu, shaking the heavens with a single rising dragon strike. All of this convinced him that beneath the waterfall lay a hidden path to the pinnacle of martial mastery. In the intervals between training, Qin sustained himself on wild fruits from the mountain, simple fare, yet deeply satisfying. When night descended, he retreated into a tent woven from nature's gifts. There, like a hermit returning to the wilderness, he let his weary body and soul recover under the gentle embrace of moon and stars, gathering strength for the challenges of a new day. Day after day, Qin contest with the waterfall grew fiercer. He gradually mastered the rhythm of the rushing water, evolving from a passive recipient of its force to one who moved through it with effortless grace. The waterfall's mighty surge was no longer an obstacle, but his ally. He could now perform an entire set of Wing Chun beneath its curtain, each strike flowing like water, yet carrying the unyielding power of stone. His mastery of the dragon-elephant prajna technique soared to new heights. His body, tempered by 1,000 trials, brimmed with explosive power, marking him as a true prodigy even among his peers. What thrilled Qin most was his newfound insight into a higher realm of martial arts, the art of reversible and irreversible Tai Chi. It was as if he had returned to his previous life, to the days when he first became acquainted with Tai Chi, but this time he fused its very essence with the opposing currents of the waterfall. With a flow, his fist struck swift and fierce, like lightning splitting the sky, landing with pinpoint precision. Against the current, he met force with softness, tracing circles with his hands to weave an impenetrable web, dissolving every attack into nothingness. This was more than an innovation in martial arts. It was a profound understanding and application of nature's laws. Qin understood well that his Shunin Taiji fist was still in its infancy. When faced with true masters of martial arts, it might still seem immature. Yet he firmly believed that as long as he continued to refine and perfect it, one day, this art would stand shoulder to shoulder with Wing Chun as one of the great disciplines of the martial world. Thus, he named his painstaking creation Shunin Taiji Fist, its name signifying the quest for breakthroughs in adversity and the need for caution. Even in favorable times, it was like the water of a waterfall, capable of thundering descent, yet gentle enough to wrap softly around a fingertip. And Qin himself, on this road, brimming with challenges and miracles, would press on, undaunted, until he reached the summit of martial achievement. At the heart of nature's grand stage, Qin seemed like a warrior dancing with the elements, discovering beneath the waterfall a secret garden nourished by the very essence of heaven and earth. Each droplet of splashing water became his most steadfast companion on the path of cultivation, his sweat and the roaring waterfall weaving together a symphony of fierce resolve. Understanding the delicate balance between physical strength and willpower, Qin set aside 2 golden hours of recovery every day, finding this time between the waterfall's thunder and the surrounding tranquility. Eyes closed, mind focused, he felt as if he could hear the gentle footsteps of time passing with every breath. Much like that wry, insightful saying, "The years are like a woman's cleavage. Caress them lightly, and you'll find a view has already changed." 3 months passed swiftly, like a lone boat carried through rapids. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Qin Hao had grown. From his awestruck first encounter with the falls into a martial artist beneath the mighty Huanghuasha waterfall, one who dared to confront nature with the strength of his own body. The waterfall, a silver dragon cascading down from 100 meters above, unleashed. Each drop with overwhelming force, roaring as if to swallow any creature bold enough to challenge the very peak of existence. Qin Hao did not just train his Wing Chun here. He poured his heart into the development of his own Shunanai Taiji fist. This art, blending traditional heritage with modern wisdom, gradually revealed its unique rhythm and power under the baptism of the falls. Whenever he channeled his energy to its depths, it felt as though an invisible force stirred the world around him. Leaves would swirl and dance on their own, finally, coming together at the close of his routine to form a perfect Taiji symbol. This was the harmony of nature and martial arts, the highest tribute to Qin Hao's mastery. Wing Chun's short power, explode. With a thunderous roar that seemed to split the air, the rock beneath Qin Hao's feet shattered, as if even the earth itself trembled. His fist, carrying the essence of Wing Chun and the might of the waterfall, crashed forward with unstoppable force. In that instant, mist and the wind from his punch intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. The resounding bang was more than a challenge to the forces of nature. It was a declaration of Qin Hao's belief and determination. Beneath this waterfall, gifted with the power of nature, Qin Hao's legend was being written in a way never seen before, a tale of martial glory and honor. At the edge of dawn, when the sky had yet to be fully illuminated, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the valley. It echoed like the wrathful cry of an ancient deity, startling the slumbering creatures of the forest and tearing a gaping rift above the mighty waterfall. A silver cascade, now split open like a river of stars hanging upside down. Qin Hao, a martial artist of extraordinary skill, burst forth from the rupture in the shimmering water. His figure shot through the mist like an arrow piercing through the fabric of time, descending as if from the heavens themselves, a war god wreathed in swirling vapor and an untamed aura. As he set foot on the riverbank, the puddles beneath him caught the first rays of morning light, glittering like scattered stars. The thunder of the waterfall gradually drowned out the echo of that earth-shaking moment, leaving only the gentle murmur of running water, whispering in Qin Hao's ears. He closed his eyes, focusing inward as turbulent thoughts swirled within him. The waters here have tempered my body, but they can no longer push my dragon-elephant primal force to its absolute limit. If I wish to break through this bottleneck, only the deep sea will suffice. Only beneath that boundless blue, under the weight of 1,000 tides, can I forge a path to greatness. With this resolve, Qin Hao flicked his wrist, his fingertips glimmering with a faint light. In an instant, his tent, provisions, and all his training tools dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing into a mysterious space he carried with him. Then, he set out toward the ocean, his figure gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind a trail of resolute, unwavering footprints. Seasons turned as swiftly as pages in the wind, for cycles came and went in the blink of an eye. In the untamed blue waters off the coast of Fujian, far from the disturbances of the mortal world, the legend of Qin Hao quietly began to take shape. Here, there was no bustling city, only solitude and the profound mystery of the sea. It became Qin Hao's sacred ground for cultivation. No longer just a martial artist, he became a lone hero of the deep, dancing with the endless waves, standing firm against the crushing pressure of the unknown. At first, Qin Hao moved cautiously, exploring the shallows, testing his strength, and conversing with the will of the ocean. But as time passed, his initial wariness gave way to ever-growing courage and power. He ventured deeper, descending to those sunless depths where even light dared not reach. 1,000 meters below the surface, a forbidden realm no ordinary life would ever attempt to enter. Here, Qin Hao not only trained by lifting massive boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms, pushing his endurance beyond human limits, but also forged his indomitable will and body in silent battle with the crushing pressure of the abyss. At last, when his dragon-elephant primal force broke through to the 4th level, a miracle occurred. It was as if an ancient breathing technique awakened within him, allowing him to draw breath freely in the shadowy depths, no longer bound by the need for oxygen. In that moment, he became one with the deep sea itself, a sovereign, unmatched, and unyielding, the undisputed master of the abyss. 10,000 meters beneath the surface, the pressure was as overwhelming as a mountain, enough to crush steel into fragments. Yet beneath this unimaginable weight, Qin Hao's body radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Every muscle, every bone grew tougher and more unbreakable in the struggle against the crushing force. He lifted a colossal stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds above his head, each rise and fall accompanied by a steady, resolute count. 19,800, 19,801. These were not mere measures of strength, but markers of his relentless journey to surpass his own limits. In this isolated realm of the deep sea, every moment of Qin Hao's training became a challenge to fate, a process of reshaping himself. Through this nearly mad pursuit, he was writing a legend all his own. In the vast, shadowy blue abyss, Qin Hao was undergoing a secret baptism, unknown to the world above. His world was gently stirred by the ripple of numbers, and as his silent count climbed to the peak of 20,000, it felt as if ancient rivers within him burst. Their banks, transforming into countless stars that crashed fiercely against the invisible barrier of the 5th level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. This barrier was a dual trial of strength and willpower. Every tremor was a new assault on his limits. Qin Hao's face, in the faint light, twisted into a sculpture of defiance. Sweat and seawater mingled, blurring his vision but sharpening the resolve in his heart. Now is the moment. Break through, shatter these shackles, and greet the dawn of a new life. His roar was gently swallowed by the stillness of the deep, yet within him, it stirred waves that threatened to overturn the world. At last, the moment arrived. Like the first rays of dawn breaking through the clouds, the membrane that had long confined him shattered under the raging current, unleashing a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. Qin Hao felt his entire being flooded by this newfound energy. Every muscle, every bone rejoiced, as if he were reborn with a body forged to be unyielding. With a forceful sweep of his arm, the enormous stone in his grasp seemed to lose all weight, shooting from his hand like a cannonball, ripping through the curtain of water and slamming into the distant ocean floor. In that instant, a thunderous boom echoed beneath the waves, shaking the world below. Where the stone struck, the seabed was torn open, leaving a deep, gaping fissure. Water surged, like a rampaging dragon, churning the surrounding sea into chaos. Creatures of the deep scattered in terror, the panic in their eyes as clear as if the end of days had come. Now, having broken through, Qin Hao's laughter rang out beneath the sea, wild, untamed, and tinged with a proud defiance. Deep below, he reveled in his newfound power, the shadows of Wing Chun fists and the flowing movements of Taiji interweaving, painting a breathtaking scene in the heart of the abyss. His practice of Wing Chun had already transcended its former self. Now infused with the softness of Tai Chi, it became a seamless blend of strength and gentleness, each move flowing without end, every strike containing a force powerful enough to shake the very heavens and earth. As for Qin Hao's self-created Shun'ai Tai Chi fist, though it had not yet reached the ultimate state in his heart, the perfect union of absolute softness and supreme strength, it had nonetheless achieved great mastery. Every stance embodied the principles of the universe itself. He was but a step away from surpassing the ordinary, on the verge of attaining the pinnacle of martial arts. He knew well that only by fully grasping the essence of Tai Chi's supreme softness could this martial art truly break free, becoming a superlative skill capable of shaking the world. Time slipped by. A year flashed past like a fleeting horse in the distance. With extraordinary perseverance and unwavering resolve, Qin Hao finally reached the 5th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, gaining the terrifying power of 5 dragons and 5 elephants. His physical body had become so formidable that it could withstand even the wildest lightning nature could unleash. Standing on the ocean floor, gazing upon this realm of darkness shaken by his own strength, Qin Hao's lips curled into a cold and resolute smile. In a low voice, he murmured, 1931. The chapter of history is about to be rewritten. Little Japan, your nightmare is only just beginning. Within the tapestry of time, the year 1931 became indelibly branded as an epic that would never fade. It was a heavy shadow beneath the sky of China, as well as the prelude to Japan's greedy claws. Reaching for this ancient land, that year, the wind carried with it the scent of iron and blood, drifting softly across the black earth of the northeast, foreshadowing the brewing of a coming storm. On a moonless, windy night, September 18, 1931, the great wheel of history slowly rolled through the dust of the Northeast. This was no mere conflict, but a fierce clash between two beating hearts, ambition and valor colliding. China's northeastern army, like a sleeping lion, faced the cunning traps set by Japan's Guangdong army, a staged act of aggression masquerading as the South Manchuria Railway explosion. Overnight, the city of Shenyang was shackled in foreign chains, and the rift between China and Japan spread wide, like cracks fanning across a frozen lake, waiting in silence to shatter. Far from the turmoil, deep beneath the sea's surface, Qin Hao stood alone like a solitary knight. Though his body was bare, his heart encompassed the world. The deep-sea currents were his true companions. Every breath he drew was filled with secrets unknown to man. Just as the tranquility was about to be shattered by the chaos above, Qin Hao's ears caught a distant call, a luxurious cruise ship flying the British. Union Jack was gliding through the night-bound sea, like a moving castle, carrying with it the illusion of prosperity and peace from the outside world. A mysterious smile flickered at the corner of Qin Hao's lips, containing both a refusal to yield to fate and a hint of mockery. Like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, he plunged instantly into even deeper waters, beginning an extraordinary and unfathomable ritual. The sea concealed him from the gaze of the outside world, and within this private realm, he drew from the folds of space a suit of armor crafted precisely to his measure. This was no ordinary garment. It seemed a silhouette of its era, each fiber woven with determination and belief in the future. Bathed in the deep blue glow, Qin Hao completed a magnificent transformation, evolving from a child of the ocean into a pioneer of his time. As for the other central figure of that era, Zhang Xueliang, Qin Hao's feelings were complicated beyond words. Zhang seemed a nobleman stepping out from an ancient scroll, yet he, too, left behind heart-wrenching choices at the crossroads of history. Qin Hao sighed inwardly at the thought of the man, known as the King of the Northeast. With powerful troops at his command, Zhang ultimately chose to retreat, surrendering the vast land of the three northeastern provinces to the enemy. This was more than a wound upon the nation. It was the helplessness of personal fate. Qin Hao imagined, if time could be turned back, would Zhang Zuolin's sharp eyes cast a look of disappointment upon such a timid heir? Or perhaps, in some unspoken moment, even the spirit of the father might have silently cried out for his son's awakening. When Qin Hao broke the surface of the water once more, a commanding aura surrounded him, brooking no trespass. He seemed to have become a beacon, illuminating the path through darkness. He knew that, though an individual's strength may be slight, there would always be unyielding souls forging ahead against the current of history, vowing to make the skies of China blue once again. As for Zhang Xueliang, those tangled emotions turned into deeper reflection. Perhaps every era must bear its own cross, and the true heroes are those who, even while weighed down, search for the spark of change. As Qin Hao slowly opened his palm, the garment seemed to come alive. Yet the moment it touched the air, it fell victim to the ocean's playful mischief. A silent surge swept in, gently but firmly enfolding it, transforming it into a deep blue silhouette that clung close to his hand and skin. Qin Hao was not in the least displeased. Instead, a playful smile curled at his lips, as if he were locked in a silent contest with the forces of nature. With quick, fluid movements, like a dancer weaving through the waves, he swiftly donned this dripping gift. Droplets traced down the hem of the robe, sketching impromptu, ink-wash paintings in their wake. Just as Qin Hao adjusted his collar, preparing for the challenge ahead, an unusual disturbance suddenly rose on the horizon, as if secrets from the ocean's depths were quietly being revealed. At that moment, a massive shark, like a sovereign of the sea, tore through the tranquil surface, surging straight toward Qin Hao with an overwhelming presence that brooked no underestimation. A primal, merciless gleam flickered in the shark's eyes. Its razor-sharp teeth glittered in the sunlight, row upon row like blades poised for slaughter, signaling the onset of a life-or-death struggle. Yet faced with this sudden threat, Qin Hao did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, his gaze burned bright, filled with intelligence and courage. A confident smile played at the corner of his lips as he spoke with effortless poise. Today, I take this vast ocean as my stage. Shark, you shall be my very first guest. Let's make this show truly spectacular. Even before his words had fully landed, Qin Hao was already in motion, darting through the water like a dragon weaving through the sea. He slipped nimbly between the shark's gaping jaws, each evasive move executed with pinpoint precision, as if he were racing against time itself, dancing in the shadow of death. At last, with a perfectly timed prediction, Qin Hao seized a fleeting opportunity. Twisting his body like a willow branch caught in a storm, he harnessed the force of the waves and drove his fist hard into the shark's side. That punch carried both his awe for nature and his unyielding spirit. The ocean seemed to boil from the force of the blow, and the shark's massive body arced through the air in a display of raw power, crashing back into the sea with thunderous impact. Waves surged skyward, sending ripples spreading outward. Witness to this fierce contest between man and ocean, courage and strength. In the boundless blue depths, Qin Hao appeared as a dragon unleashed. Within him, the power of 5 dragons and 5 elephants surged and roared, each thread of strength concentrated, enough to shake mountains. With a single punch, he unleashed a gale that pierced the heart of the ocean's overlord, the shark, leaving a shocking fissure in its wake. In an instant, the creature's life was snuffed out, a testament to the might he wielded. Standing amidst the rolling waves, Qin Hao seemed as if the sea itself served him, loyal and true. The water gently washed the blood from his fist, as if a hero on the battlefield cleaning the dust of war. With a light push of his toes on the surface, he appeared to waltz with the waves, borrowing their strength to leap skyward, cutting through the air like a brilliant star vaulting over the horizon, heading straight for an opulent British cruise ship that had strayed into these waters. The cruise ship was gliding leisurely toward the islands of the east. Qin Hao, using its immense hull as his bridge, bounded lightly across the waves, each step as effortless as walking on clouds, until he landed steadily on the deck. Now standing aboard this vessel bound for Japan, Qin Hao faced the wind. The sea breeze, heavy with salt and the promise of distant journeys, brushed against his cheek. He wore a specially tailored suit, its cut impeccable, yet it could not conceal the maturity and strength far beyond his years. He was only 13, yet already stood an impressive 1.75 meters tall, his muscles sleek and brimming with explosive power. An aura of unspoken authority and vitality surrounded him, as if he were not a guest in this world, but its reigning king. In the sunlight, Qin Hao's long hair danced with the wind, exuding a wild and untamed freedom that drew the gaze of everyone around him. People couldn't help but turn their heads, eager to catch a glimpse of the secrets and stories hidden deep within this young man's heart. On the deck, vivid scenes unfolded one after another. Men and women with golden hair and blue eyes, some engaged in elegant conversation, others laughing and playing together. Their smiles shone radiantly under the sun, basking in the rare comfort and leisure of the moment. Qin Hao's arrival was like a fresh breeze sweeping into this world of exotic charm. Yet, as a newcomer, he was quickly met with the prejudice and cold indifference of the so-called civilized gentlemen. Those haughty British passengers, drawing lines based on skin color and social status, dismissed him as just another lowly laborer on the ship, their eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. But within Qin Hao, a defiant fire burned. He silently vowed that, one day, he would show these self-important people the true meaning of strength and dignity. On this vast deck, Qin Hao was not merely an uninvited guest. He was a warrior on the brink of a new chapter. His story would journey with the cruise ship into the unknown, and every landscape and challenge along the way would become his most precious treasure on the path to growth. Aboard the magnificent cruise liner, the golden doors of the grand ballroom slowly opened, as if revealing a secret gateway to another world. Qin Hao, dressed in a tailored suit befitting an Eastern gentleman, stepped lightly into this hall of light and shadow. His entrance at once caught the ever-shifting gaze of the doorman, as sent a look, mingling curiosity, doubt, and a hint of caution, as if to say, were it not for your perfectly cut suit and that indefinable air of foreign sophistication, I might have mistaken you for an uninvited guest. Qin Hao smiled wryly to himself, keenly aware of the subtleties of his position. As a son of China, he now faced the scrutiny of being a stranger in a foreign land. Yet he stood tall, determined to prove through his actions that even far from home, his spirit remained noble and worthy of respect. The ballroom, the very heart of this luxurious vessel, was not only a feast for the senses, but also a battlefield of social maneuvering. The British took delight in such gatherings, believing they fostered the delicate interplay between gentlemen and ladies. In reality, it was a carefully choreographed drama, satisfying a nostalgic longing for the rituals and ostentation of a bygone era. At this moment, the afternoon sun streamed through the enormous glass windows, casting its glow across the empty, resplendent dance floor, and onto the faces of curious foreigners. Among them, not a single face bore yellow skin, until Qin Hao's arrival shattered the monotony. Qin Hao's entrance was like a refreshing breeze, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the banquet hall. The foreigners turned curious glances his way, some whispering in hushed tones, others frowning in concentration, eager to decipher the mystery of this visitor from the East. Yet Qin Hao met every gaze with a composure that transcended the ordinary. In his eyes, there was not the slightest hint of timidity or flattery, only mutual respect and quiet confidence. He strolled unhurriedly toward an empty table, each step measured and assured, as if he had always belonged here, an indispensable part of this grand affair. Once he was seated, the lively murmurs that had filled the room suddenly faded, replaced by a more subdued, yet unmistakable, buzz of speculation. Alan, look, do you think that man is from the mysterious East? A remnant of the Qing dynasty, perhaps, or maybe a cultured gentleman from Japan? At the next table, a young woman with chestnut hair, Mary, asked her companion with keen curiosity. Alan, a sharp-eyed young man, let a knowing smile play at his lips. I'd wager he's Japanese. If he truly hails from that ancient land, he'd surely be used to showering us with deference. But this one, he carries himself with a different kind of pride. Qin Hao remained unfazed by it all. He lifted a glass of champagne and swirled it gently, the golden liquid dancing within, mirroring his own mood, free-spirited, bold, and brimming with anticipation. He understood, perhaps better than anyone, that although he was a man out of time, he possessed both the courage and wisdom to engage with this world on his own terms. He needed no one else to define his identity or worth. Here and now, he would carve out a legend of respect and understanding in his own unique way. Aboard this dreamlike cruise bound for the land of cherry blossoms, the night was as soft as silk, with starlight and waves joining in a silent ballet. Yet beneath the surface, a storm of ideas was brewing. In a quiet corner, a young man in a black trench coat sat with his hat pulled low. Qin Hao, serene and unruffled, as if the clamor around him had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, an untimely jeer sounded nearby. It came from a blond, blue-eyed youth, whose lips curled with disdain and whose voice was laced with arrogance. Well, isn't this a rarity? Even this luxury voyage to Nippon welcomes travelers from the East. He deliberately emphasized the word East, his meaning all too clear. In Qin Hao's eyes, one could almost see the stars turning, a hunger for knowledge and a calm indifference to prejudice. His English, clear and resonant as a mountain stream at dawn, sliced cleanly through the other's superficiality. Mr. Smith, your remarks are truly astonishing. Do you really see the world in shades of skin alone? Just as the ocean welcomes every stream, every passenger aboard this ship deserves equal respect and a warm welcome. Yet, this rational response did nothing to quell the commotion. On the contrary, it drew even more voices of agreement, as if a flock of self-important hawks were dissecting the presence of a stray dove that had wandered into their domain. Indeed, it seems our friends from the East have yet to adapt to the etiquette of modern society, remarked an elderly gentleman who looked every bit the aristocrat. He swirled the wine in his glass with practiced ease, his words laced with a disdain reserved for the unknown. The ballroom bustled with a restless energy, perhaps in anticipation of the grand feast about to begin, or perhaps captivated by this sudden and unexpected debate. Qin Hao drew a deep breath, resolving that he would remain silent no longer. He turned and addressed a waiter who was approaching at a measured pace. In English as smooth and fluent as a native's, Qin Hao ordered a simple serving of toast. Yet to his surprise, he was met with a frosty refusal. I'm sorry, sir, but the ship has certain requirements for its guests. It appears you do not meet them. The waiter's eyes were filled with cold indifference, looking down from a lofty height. A surge of anger threatened to erupt within Qin Hao, like a volcano on the verge of exploding. But instead, he chose to respond with wisdom and a subtle power that would leave a lasting impression. He smiled, softly but with enough clarity for all to hear. According to Darwin's illuminating wisdom, evolution is not measured by the thickness of one's hair. And Voltaire's words, echoing across the ages, remind us of the fundamental truth that all men are born equal. If we judge worth by skin or fur alone, then even our earliest ancestors were but childish apes yet to grow. As for those who pride themselves on nobility, if they forget respect and tolerance, how can they truly claim the title of human? The moment these words were spoken, it was as if the entire ballroom had been muted. Every eye turned to Qin Hao, a storm of shock, confusion, and even a trace of admiration swirling through the crowd. In that hush, people began to wonder if they too had been blinded by narrow prejudice, forgetting that true civilization and progress should transcend all boundaries. In that instant, Qin Hao was no longer speaking just for himself. He was giving voice to every soul misunderstood or belittled, fighting for the dignity and recognition they deserved. And on this ship bound for distant shores, a journey of understanding and respect had quietly begun. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandeliers on the deck of this opulent cruise ship, a spark had been struck, one that leapt across cultures and lit up the night-shrouded sea, hinting at storms beneath the calm surface. All around him, the British nobles, with their trademark reserve and pride, seemed to be actors in a carefully staged play. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Hao, astonishment and confusion written plainly on their faces, wondering how this guest from the East dared, in such a place, to so boldly challenge the very notions that the Western world held dear. "Sir, I must insist that you retract your previous remarks and offer a sincere apology." The waiter straightened his back, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. He tried to gently subdue Qin Hao's sharpness with the cruise ship's customary rules of etiquette. Qin Hao's reply, however, drifted in like a rebellious breeze from the sea. "And what if I refuse?" His voice was low and steady, yet it held a power that could not be ignored, like an undercurrent in the deep ocean, calm on the surface, but with hidden, surging tides beneath. The waiter's expression grew complicated in an instant. He glanced around, searching for sympathy and support in the faces of the English gentlemen and ladies nearby. "Good heavens! Do you not realize that this is the very symbol of the British Empire's glory, a sanctuary of civilization and order? Are you truly prepared to become nothing more than a tiny, insignificant wave upon this boundless sea?" Though Qin Hao's heart burned with anger, he fought hard to keep it from breaking free. He knew all too well that, should he lose control, the consequences would be dire. Yet the pride and resolve ingrained deep within him would not allow him to bow his head so easily. At that moment, seeing Qin Hao's defiance, the waiter spun around and barked an order to the Indian guards standing ready at the side. "Guards, take this insolent Easterner, be he from that land of cherry blossoms or some even more distant, unknown place, and toss him into the icy sea. Let him cool off and regain his senses." His words struck the tranquil atmosphere like a stone hurled into a placid lake, sending ripples through the crowd. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened in an instant, his presence radiating an untouchable force. He seemed like an ancient beast, roused and enraged, poised to defend his territory and honor. The waiters recoiled, cowed by the sudden pressure that emanated from him. Even in their fear, they didn't forget to urge the Indian guards on. "You mindless slaves, why are you waiting? Restrain this madman and show him the fate that awaits those who dare challenge the British Empire." The British guests, who had gathered with the intention of simply enjoying the spectacle, now found themselves captivated by the unexpected confrontation. Some looked on, with disdain, nursing a grudge against Qin Hao's words. Others, however, were gripped by curiosity, eager to see how this clash of Eastern and Western cultures would unfold. Yet, much to their surprise, Qin Hao did not yield or flee as some had hoped. Instead, he took the conflict to a new height with a grace that bordered on artistry. Rising slowly to his feet, though not especially tall, his composure and resolve gave him the bearing of a man who, in that moment, stood atop the world, meeting every doubt and provocation with a silent rebuttal. At that moment, the lights aboard the cruise ship seemed to burn even brighter, casting the silhouette of the Eastern warrior long and tall, etching his presence deep into the hearts of everyone present. A memory, never to be erased. Those who had merely been spectators now began to reconsider the meaning of true courage and wisdom, discovering in this unexpected encounter a resonance that transcended borders and prejudice. In the resplendent ballroom, a silent contest was quietly unfolding. The eyes of the two Indian attendants glimmered with a complicated mix of emotions. Was it the last flicker of resistance before surrender, or the habitual obedience born of long-standing oppression? When their gaze swept over the server's unusual complexion, as if some unspoken agreement had been reached, they ultimately chose submission, as docile as leopards tamed by the whip. Qin Hao, that unexpected guest, observed the scene with a cold detachment, a storm of contempt and sorrow rising in his heart. To him, this was far more than a simple game of power. It was a microcosm of history, a moment when the dignity of a people was trampled underfoot by the tides of time. He scoffed inwardly. This land of India, once glorious, now reduced to this, its guardians nothing more than the lapdogs of others. Only its vast population could still be measured against China. All else is desolation. Just then, under the server's harsh command, the two Indian attendants suddenly turned on Qin Hao, the butts of their rifles raised like conductors' batons brandished at him with arrogant menace. "Savage, leave at once," they shouted, their sudden outburst slicing through the banquet's tranquility like a blade of cold wind. In that instant, Qin Hao's fury ignited completely. He sneered, his thoughts sharp. Even you, once proud but now reduced to servitude, dare to order me about? His rage erupted like a volcano. Disregarding the icy muzzles pointed at him, he moved in a blur, his hands whipping through the air like a gathering storm, landing heavy blows on both attendants' faces. The room rang out with two sharp cracks, blows so powerful they seemed to shake the very heavens. Under Qin Hao's extraordinary strength, the attendants' heads burst like overripe melons, blood and brain matter spraying in all directions, staining everything nearby in an instant. Their headless bodies collapsed to the floor like puppets whose strings had been cut, appending delicacies and fine dishes, leaving chaos in their wake. The scene left every English gentleman and lady present in utter shock. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror, as if they had caught a glimpse of hell itself. The server, closest to the carnage and now splattered with blood, bore the first scars of this nightmare, a living testament to fear. His eyes widened in horror, and the taste of another's life still lingered on his lips, a mingling of the sickly sweet tang of blood and the bitter chill of death. Unable to control himself, he retched again and again, each convulsion a test of the very limits of human endurance. Qin Hao strode forward through a sea of blood and chaos, step by step closing in on the attendant who had collapsed on the floor. Under the light, his figure appeared especially solitary and powerful, like a judge from another world. Everyone who watched him felt an unprecedented sense of pressure and awe. Aboard that British steamship with its gilded trim, Qin Hao seemed to become a shadowy hunter of the night. Each of his movements carried an unquestionable authority and resolve. The attendant's voice trembled with terror, as frail as a candle flickering in the wind. What on earth do you want? This is the pride of the Empire, floating on the sea of freedom. How dare you? A mere insect, and yet you dare show off before me? Qin Xian's lips curled into a mocking grin. With a swift twist of his wrist, his hand flashed like a phantom, landing sharply and unerringly on the attendant's astonished face. These were not just slaps. They were thunderclaps before a coming storm, each strike resounding through the air and shaking every onlooker to their core. There was no hesitation in Qin Hao's eyes, only a blazing fury that seemed ready to reduce all injustice and contempt to ashes. His strikes were fierce, yet measured, each blow precisely controlled, enough to make the attendant feel pain to his very bones, but never crossing the line into fatal harm. Oh my heavens! Is this yellow-skinned Easterner a messenger from hell? A British lady covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her voice echoed through the cabin, lending a dramatic note to the sudden turn of events. Those Englishmen who usually prided themselves on being gentlemen now looked equally stunned, inwardly murmuring, "Who on earth is this man? How does he dare to so brazenly defy the authority of the British Empire?" "Smith, do you remember what you just said about that man? Well, now he's showing his true colors right before our eyes." A young white man lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with mischievous anticipation, as though he were waiting for an entertaining spectacle to unfold. Smith's face turned as pale as paper at these words. He waved his hands frantically, his voice tinged with panic. "Marco, spérame. My mouth is going to be the death of me. I swear." Just then, the tense atmosphere in the cabin was shattered by a sudden rush of heavy, urgent footsteps. More than a dozen fully armed security guards, led by a British officer in an ornate captain's uniform, surged in like a breaking wave. Their weapons glinted coldly, instantly forming a tight ring around Qin Hao. The tension in the air reached its peak. Yet, faced with this sudden threat, Qin Hao didn't even bat an eye. His attention remained fixed on the trembling attendant, as if nothing else in the world concerned him. With every subtle movement of his hand, he seemed to be giving everyone present a vivid lesson on the true meaning of dignity. The captain, observing this, furrowed his brows and pondered inwardly. Who exactly is this Asian man? How can he remain so composed under the muzzle of a gun? But then, a sneer tugged at his lips. After all, in this age, the power of Asia was still far from being a match for the British Empire. And as for the attendant, he clung to Qin Hao's feet as though grasping his last lifeline. Mustering the last of his strength, he scrambled out from under Qin Hao and staggered to the captain's side, collapsing at his feet. Sobbing uncontrollably, he poured out a tearful litany of Qin Hao's so-called atrocities. Yet on this ship, bound for unknown seas, a contest of dignity, courage, and prejudice was just beginning to unfold. Out on the deck where winds gathered and clouds swirled, an unexpected storm was quietly brewing. Its opening act set in motion with a drama that defied all expectations. This was no ordinary clash. It upended the very notion of civilized confrontation. The attendant's cheeks, battered and swollen like peach blossoms caught in a sudden spring gale, glowed red, almost bright enough to rival the setting sun. At the corners of his mouth, a strained, awkward smile flickered and faded, while he spun his accusations in muddled English. He has crossed the boundaries of life itself, stolen the breath of innocence, and here, on this land where freedom and glory coexist, he has cast an unwarranted shadow over the splendor of the British Empire. His words, distorted by his swollen face, tumbled out like seashells tossed by crashing waves, each syllable both comical and pitiful, drawing glances and suppressed laughter from the other passengers, who watched this linguistic calamity with a mix of amusement and sympathy. Amid this raucous commotion, Qin Hao, the accused Asian man, stood like a shard of winter frost, his eyes cold as a drawn blade, sweeping the crowd with a single glance that seemed to freeze all noise in its tracks. His silence was more commanding than any words, as if to say, "The truth lives in my heart. There's no need for explanations." The captain, resplendent in his uniform, the master of this vessel, could not hide his irritation and disdain at the scene playing out before him. His gaze, sharp and piercing as a hawk's, cut through the crowd and fixed on the attendant still clinging desperately to his leg. The pitiful attendant, heedless of decorum, smeared his tears and snot across the captain's expensive trousers. In that moment, the captain's heart churned like the restless sea, caught between his fury at the unwelcome guest and the deep pain of seeing his fine clothing so utterly defiled. When all this is over, the captain mused silently, "I will make sure to punish this audacious Asian severely, and I will not spare that lowly servant who has stained the dignity of the nobility." Thus, the curtain quietly rose on a drama of justice, dignity, and revenge, unfolding aboard a vessel sailing across the boundless sea. Every detail brimmed with unpredictable twists and sparks of creativity. Bathed in the afterglow of sunset, the captain stood in his tailored tailcoat, the very picture of a nobleman stepping out of an old film. Behind him marched an impeccably equipped escort squad, their expressions stern and unyielding. Clutched in their hands were not just cold firearms, but symbols of the British Empire's unassailable authority. This scene, which had been tense with the threat of the unknown, miraculously transformed into a chorus of laughter and chatter among the onlookers, as if an impromptu street play were about to begin. "Hey, Marco, look over there," whispered Smith, an apprentice lawyer who fancied himself a future titan of the legal world, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Watch how the glory of our British Empire effortlessly quells this eastern tempest. When I, Smith, stand in judgment, that arrogant Asian boy will have nowhere left to hide." His words overflowed with fanciful delusion, as though he were a knight wielding the sword of justice. "Oh, Smith, your ambition now soars higher than the sky itself," teased a white companion at his side, shaking his head with a playful smile, tugging at his lips. "Just don't let that greedy heart of yours blind your eyes, or even God might sigh in dismay." "Greed? Huh, that's the very stepping stone to my success," Smith retorted, refusing to back down, his tone growing even more flamboyant. "Even the most insignificant penny on the street, I'll make it shine like gold with the scales of the law." While their banter became the subject of light-hearted gossip among the crowd, a subtle gesture from the captain, like a conductor's baton flicking through the air, instantly drew every gaze to him. The escort squad's guns, as if by silent command, swung in unison to aim at Qin Hao. The air seemed to freeze. A storm was on the verge of breaking. "May I ask, sir, from which mysterious land in Asia do you hail?" The captain adjusted his cufflinks with the poise of a true gentleman, every motion exuding refined composure and breeding. His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Huaxia." Qin Hao's reply was brief and resolute, his eyes unflinching. "Huaxia." The captain's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the name. With practiced ease, he turned to address the crowd, curiosity and intrigue coloring his tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone here know of this land called Huaxia? Where in Asia might it be hidden? Has anyone had the fortune to hear its name before?" At once, a murmur rippled through the crowd, a tapestry of confusion and curiosity flickering across their faces. Huaxia. The name sounded both familiar and foreign to them, something at the very edge of memory, tempting them to search for answers that always seemed just out of reach. I think I may have found the answer," Smith suddenly cried, his face alight with smug satisfaction, as if he'd just unraveled a mystery for the ages. "Captain, I'm Afraid we've been duped by this fellow's little trick. Huaxia. That's nothing but a made-up name, or perhaps some insignificant backwater, hardly worth mentioning. Oh, such remarkable insight from this wise gentleman. The captain feigned surprise, though his mind was already turning over new calculations. This unexpected exchange seemed to be nudging the course of events in an unforeseen direction. Amid the fading echoes of their conversation, Qin Hao's figure stood out all the more, aloof and enigmatic. He stood quietly, as if he were a hero from ancient legend, waiting for his destined moment to arrive. What secrets might lie beneath the surface? The captain arched an eyebrow, suspicion etched across his face, as though he'd stumbled upon an uncharted corner of the world's knowledge. Ah, Captain, you may not have heard. Huaxia was once a dreamlike name for that ancient land, reaching back to a distant era. Back then, it was not known as the land of the pig's tail, but instead called itself, with the dignity and grace of a lotus blooming at dawn, the realm of the Ming people and the children of Huaxia. Yet this tale is as fine as a silken thread, tinged with my own flights of fancy, recounting a glorious age before the roaring lion, as I dare to lend a touch of legend to the wrathful scold, ever conquered them. A crafty glint danced in Smith's eyes, like a magician weaving a tapestry of dreams. The entire audience held its breath, enthralled by this sudden performance of history. Smith basked in their attention, as if he truly had become an ambassador from Huaxia, carried across the ages, dashing and self-assured. Qin Hao, standing to the side, could barely contain his amusement. This cross-century misunderstanding had become a farce right before his eyes. He thought to himself, the wrathful scold? Now, that's a novel phrase. But history's wheels have long since moved on. Whatever glimmer the Qing dynasty once had has faded in the dawn of the Republic. This so-called expert must still be lost somewhere in the river of time. He sighed inwardly. No wonder the world's view of the East was always so clouded. Scholars like these were leading the way. Confronted by the captain's sudden hauteur and the cold pronouncement of the law, Qin Hao's lips curved into a serene, knowing smile. A smile touched with pity for ignorance. Oh, in that case, let your country's laws come after me. His words were delivered casually, yet they fell like a gentle spring rain, calm and unwavering amidst the cold threat of gunfire. He sat down at ease as if untouched by danger, and those deep, searching eyes seemed to see through everything, radiating a calm and determination that could not be underestimated. The captain was momentarily lost for words. This traveler from the so-called pigtail country possessed a boldness and bearing he hadn't expected, daring to openly challenge the authority of the British Empire right here on his own turf. A surge of inexplicable fury welled up in his chest. He announced coldly, "In the name of the British Empire, I hereby arrest you on charges of murder, assault, and willful destruction of private property, each offense worthy of the highest penalty." Before his words had even faded, he slammed his palm down onto the table, the sound echoing like the toll of a judge's gavel at a grim tribunal. He fixed his gaze on the escorting guards, and with commanding authority, issued the chilling order, "Fire!" Yet only the echo of his command lingered in the air. No shots rang out. Qin Hao remained seated, composed, and unflinching, as though even time itself had paused in deference to him. The instant the order boomed through the hall like a morning bell, the guards' fingers jerked as if jolted by electricity. They squeezed their triggers, and suddenly the air erupted with a barrage of deafening gunshots, as if an ancient god of thunder was striking the sky in a furious rage. Inside the banquet hall, time seemed to freeze. Then, a turbulent whirlpool of chaos and terror swept through the crowd. "Ha! I told you, the judgment of justice will come at last. Even heaven itself cannot forgive his crimes." The waiter's laughter burst forth, abrupt and jarring, tolling the night like a bell for the damned. It carried a hint of wildness and release, but it was quickly drowned out by an even deeper, more formidable presence. In that critical moment, a towering figure seemed to stride forth from the void, descending upon the scene like a war god of old. With a roguish, carefree smile, he planted himself before the waiter. "Oh, so sure of yourself, are you? But do you know the lofty god you speak of is, in fact, a gentle maiden, her heart filled with compassion, yet yearning for warmth and companionship in the mortal world. She told me she's searching for loyal followers to serve in her heavenly court. So, if you do meet her, don't forget to ask her for a reward on my behalf, will you?" His words drifted like a dreamer's murmur, yet each syllable rang out with undeniable authority. The waiter's laughter froze on his lips, replaced by a look of utter terror. His eyes widened, searching for any hint of deception in those abyssal, jet-black eyes before him. But all he saw was a great hand, heavy as a mountain, silently reaching toward him, closing around his throat with implacable force. Crack! A sharp, brittle sound echoed through the silent banquet hall, the unmistakable snap of bones breaking. It was jarringly loud in the quiet, marking the sudden extinguishing of the waiter's life, his body collapsing in a limp heap, wordlessly bearing witness to the horror that had just unfolded. Bullets rained down upon Sheen Hao like a relentless storm, but each one struck an invisible barrier, causing only faint ripples across the surface of his skin before falling away, powerless. He lowered his head and looked at his clothes, riddled with bullet holes yet completely unharmed. A faint, serene smile played across his lips, as if he were telling the world, "Behold, this is the power I have pursued, a force before which all things must bow." In truth, ever since Sheen Hao had broken through to the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, his body had undergone a transformation. Yet, the change was so subtle that even he had not noticed it at first. It wasn't until he reached the depths of the ocean, using heaven and earth as his crucible and seawater as a catalyst, that he broke through to the legendary 5th level, and finally understood that his body had become impervious even to bullets. The source of this confidence could be traced back to a solitary trial in the dead of night. Sheen Hao, wielding strength enough to shake mountains, 100,000 Jin, had taken a razor-sharp dagger and repeatedly slashed at his own sturdy arm, leaving only shallow marks that healed in the blink of an eye. In that moment, he knew with certainty, even the swiftest bullet was nothing more than a fleeting breeze before this boundless power, incapable of causing the slightest harm. Everyone in the banquet hall, genteel gentlemen and elegant ladies alike, stood frozen in disbelief at this scene that defied all logic. Even the usually composed and graceful women had their mouths agape, as if they were witnessing a miracle beyond comprehension. The captain, once a lord of the seas, now gazed at Sheen Hao with the eyes of an ordinary man, filled with shock and awe, as if beholding someone who had stepped out of another world, standing invincible before them all. Bathed in the golden-red glow of sunset on the deck, Sheen Hao's figure seemed to leap straight from an ancient legend. His eyes pierced the shadows, shining with a light not of this world, sending a chill through every onlooker, as if they were witnessing the descent of a god or a spirit. My God, oh my God, is this hero of China a war god come to earth, or a deity from the heavens? His strength defies all human understanding, a passenger exclaimed, hands trembling, gazing up at Sheen Hao with awe and bewilderment in his voice. This must be the perfect blend of illusion and art, magic beyond imagination. Another person murmured, trying desperately to explain away the incredible scene before them with reason, but unable to mask the shock in their words. In one shadowed corner of the crowd, the future avaricious Judge Smith curled in on himself, like a fallen leaf shivering in the grip of winter. His eyes brimmed with fear of the unknown. He cast a furtive glance at the motionless attendant lying at Sheen Hao's feet, his heart churning with stormy dread. No, this is beyond human capability. Only a devil could show such fearless contempt for bullets. I must escape this cursed place. Meanwhile, the corners of Sheen Hao's lips curled into a wicked, almost unearthly smile, a smile that radiated an undeniable authority, seeming as if it could freeze time itself. In a sudden movement, swift as a hunting leopard, he appeared before the captain in the blink of an eye. The captain, normally the proud and commanding helmsman, now looked as helpless as a bird caught in a snare. His face had gone deathly pale, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and Sheen Hao hoisted him onto the center of the stage with effortless ease, making him the unwilling focus of every eye in the room. All around, the British passengers huddled together in terror, like a flock of startled birds. Even the security officers, whose duty was to maintain order, had abandoned their weapons and cowered in the corners, their eyes wide with fear and bewilderment at the sight of Sheen Hao. The scene resembled the tense, uncanny climax of some ancient drama. Ladies and gentlemen, if you please, allow me to disrupt this elegant atmosphere for a brief moment. Sheen Hao's voice was not loud, yet every word rang clear as a bell. His tone carried the weight of irrefutable command. Now, I ask that you all take a seat upon the deck, hands on your heads. Show me your humility and obedience. A ripple of murmurs swept through the crowd. How dare this brute make such demands of us? But silence and compliance soon prevailed. The fallen attendant served as a grim warning no one could ignore. Seeing this, Sheen Hao's gaze grew even more profound. He knew that for these self-important Englishmen, blunt commands rarely achieve the desired effect. Quietly, he began to scheme, his eyes locking on his Smith. A fleeting, predatory glint sent an inexplicable chill down Smith's spine. Sheen Hao strode forward, each step landing on the crowd's taut nerves. He stopped before Smith, leaned in, and spoke in a near whisper. It seems I need to set an example, for some people to truly understand what real power means. As he spoke, an invisible aura of dominance radiated from him, leaving Smith and those around him trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, the air on deck turned heavy, as if even time itself had ceased to flow. Chin Hao now stood as the undisputed protagonist of this unfolding drama, demonstrating, in his own inimitable way, what it truly meant to possess strength and command. At a banquet that was meant to be a dazzling, star-studded affair, a sudden storm descended in silence. At the very heart of this tempest was a breathtaking confrontation between Chin Hao and Smith. "Oh God, please forgive my unclean tongue." Smith's voice rang out abruptly from a corner of the banquet hall, helpless and desperate, like a leaf caught in a raging gale. Chin Hao's gaze, as if it could see through one's very soul, locked onto him, and an irresistible force seemed to drag him out, as though he were being pulled from the abyss of night toward the blinding light of judgment. Chin Hao, his lips curled in a cold smile, stood as the judge of the evening. He ignored Smith's pleas and futile struggles, resembling an unyielding messenger who leads lost souls toward redemption, though with a hint of undeniable darkness. Step by step, he dragged Smith toward the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the banquet hall. Beyond it, the boundless blue sea shimmered under the moonlight, its surface sparkling yet exuding an icy indifference at that moment. "Mr. Clown?" Chin Hao's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an amused, mocking undertone. "If you're lucky enough to be reborn from these waters, be sure to bring your manners with you. Don't let those unpleasant words sully this pure air again." With that, he gave a sudden, forceful shove. Smith's body shot through the air, a hopeless arc like a kite whose string has snapped, vanishing at last into the surging waves below. A deathly silence fell over the banquet hall, broken only by a chorus of gasps and cries of terror. The crew on deck seemed oblivious to the chaos within. They steered the ship along its set course, quietly carrying this vessel, now laden with fear and anxiety, away from the scene of turmoil. All that remained was the distant, flailing figure of Smith, struggling in the sea, fading from sight, destined to become an irretrievable tragedy. Chin Hao turned and strode back onto the stage, his smile under the lights appearing almost blinding, as if it could illuminate the deepest fears in every heart. "Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone else feels inclined to test my patience, I wouldn't mind letting you experience a close encounter with the ocean as well." His tone was light, almost casual, yet it sent a chill down every spine. Little Marco, usually the mischievous, grinning boy, was now deathly pale, muttering under his breath. Is he a demon? He killed Smith." Beside him, a young white man yanked him down, whispering urgently, "Get down. Don't make yourself his next target." Fear spread like a plague. One by one, the guests followed suit, crouching low, hands clasped over their heads, as if such an act could shield them from the disaster looming in the air. Mary, a gentle yet resilient girl, held Lily tightly in her arms and softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, my dear. As long as we do as he says, we'll be all right." Tears shimmered in Lily's eyes, but she still managed a determined nod, though the terror in her heart was beyond words. "Captain!" Chin Hao's voice rang out once more, as he turned to the captain, whose face was as pale as a ghost. There was now a commanding authority in Chin Hao's smile that brooked no refusal. "Please prepare a set of captain's attire for me, one resembling your own. But remember, time is of the essence. For every 10 minutes that pass without your return, a new soul in this banquet hall will be claimed by the sea." The captain, trembling, agreed, then turned and fled from the banquet hall as if escaping a nightmare. Left behind were the guests, their hearts drowning in despair, whispering desperate prayers with only one hope, that the captain would return safely and deliver them all from this endless terror. Out on the deck, a gentle breeze brushed past, and the last rays of sunset lit up the faces of every crew member, casting an air of warmth and mystery. The captain, holding a brand-new captain's uniform, walked up to Chin Hao and handed it over with a hopeful smile. "Chin Hao, this is a captain's uniform made just for you. Please try it on," the captain said, his voice filled with anticipation. Chin Hao took the clothes, nodded, and found a relatively private corner to change. His movements were deft and graceful, as if he were performing a meticulously choreographed dance. The crowd turned to watch, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. When Chin Hao reappeared, he was transformed in his new attire, energetic and radiant. The crisp uniform fit him perfectly, accentuating his well-built, powerful frame. His features were resolute, his eyes bright, like a beacon on the sea guiding everyone forward. Though the Westerners on board were larger in stature, they could not match Qin Hao's presence or poise. As they gazed at him, a sense of admiration grew in their hearts. The young man from China stood tall and composed. He needed no words, yet exuded an indescribable charisma. The ladies, too, cast appreciative glances his way, quietly marveling at how rare it was to see such a youthful and magnetic figure. Their thoughts drifted into daydreams, imagining what this young man might be like in daily life. At that moment, Qin Hao was like a brave voyager setting sail across the sea, not only handsome and upright in appearance, but also possessing a heart of unwavering courage. Standing at the ship's prow, facing into the wind, he became the focal point of everyone on board. Within the tapestry of his imagination, young Marco's thoughts soared above the clouds. His words, soft and gentle, wove together, a legend that seemed to transcend time and space. Had he been born in the Victorian era of the British Empire, he would have been the brightest star among them, a noble sun descended to earth, enchanting every lady in the city. Their smiles would bloom just for him, intoxicated by his presence, like a sea of springtime flowers bursting into color solely to welcome his arrival. Could the splendor of China truly give rise to someone so extraordinary? All around, exclamations of awe rippled like waves, each note brimming with reverence and curiosity for the miracle unfolding before them. On the luxurious cruise ship's deck, bathed in a dazzling array of lights, Qin Hao's silhouette appeared as he stepped forward with a calm and measured gait. There was no thunderous momentum to his stride at first. Instead, the crowd's initial reaction was to cast disdainful glances at his slightly unusual complexion, the invisible net of ancient prejudice seeking to entrap him. Yet, as Qin Hao made the slightest gesture, an indescribable sense of power and confidence seemed to fill the air, commanding respect. In that instant, scorn was swept aside, replaced by fear and awe, impossible to conceal. It was as if a mighty dragon, long hidden in the depths, had finally surfaced before their eyes. At that very moment, Qin Hao donned the captain's tailored ceremonial uniform. The finely crafted attire fit him perfectly, as though made for him alone. In that instant, he wore not just clothing, but a mantle of nobility, his bearing elevated above all present, outshining even those who fancied themselves the finest nobles of the British Empire. His arrival was like the brightest star in the night sky, compelling everyone to place him into a new, loftier realm. All boundaries of race seemed to dissolve, leaving only a shared reverence for a truly remarkable soul. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to solemnly declare, from this moment forward, this ship, carrying dreams and hopes, officially comes under my command. Qin Hao stood at the prow, his voice cutting through the night with an undeniable authority. He was the sovereign of these seas, every word radiating a confidence that brooked no challenge. No, sir, this ship is the fruit of my lifelong dedication. The captain's protest was cut short by a surge of commercial instinct, as he tried to salvage the situation with reason. But Qin Hao's next words struck like a hammer, shattering all illusions. Captain, when I say the ship is mine, then it is mine. Qin Hao walked with steady, resolute steps, each stride striking a chord in the hearts of those present. When the word "I" slipped from his lips, it was accompanied by a fleeting flash of sharp brilliance in his eyes, a gleam where wisdom and strength converged. The captain's heart gave a sudden jolt, as though an invisible chain had tightened around his throat. Every word of protest melted away in his silent sighs, leaving only a wailing lament within. Heavens, this is nothing short of blatant plunder. First my coat, now he sets his sights on my ship. A bespoke suit worth 10 pounds, enough to buy a night of tenderness. How could this guest from China be so greedy? O Lord, grant me strength to weather this storm from the east. The Western guests present were all struck speechless, their astonishment echoing around the room. None of them had ever witnessed such a direct and brazen declaration of possession. Qin Hao's actions swept through the cruise ship like a sudden tempest, stirring every soul on board. Ah, my dear friends, there's no need to be alarmed. Qin Hao's laughter was as gentle as a spring breeze, easing the tension in the air. I am, after all, a traveler with a gentle heart. We are all bound for the same destination in the east, and I, too, am a companion on this journey. Rest assured, I have no intention of changing our course. I simply wish for this ship to be my stage for a while, until we reach the far shore. After all, a long voyage is made more enchanting by interesting company. Wouldn't you agree? With the close of Qin Hao's words, a potential conflict quietly dissolved, leaving in its wake a sense of curiosity and anticipation for the journey ahead. Qin Hao, this enigmatic traveler from the East, had used his intellect and courage to pen the opening lines of a legend on this foreign cruise ship. For a moment, Qin Hao let out a long, tranquil breath, his gaze soft yet profound, casting a warm glow much like spring sunlight upon his own figure. Within his eyes seemed to dwell an acceptance and understanding of all things in the world, and those present couldn't help but lower their guard. When Qin Hao announced his own voyage to Japan, ripples of surprise spread through the crowd, but surprise quickly gave way to relief, as if the calm before a storm, or perhaps a quiet acceptance of fate. Inwardly, many mused, as long as this little devil doesn't make us his target, where he's headed or what storms may come on this ship. What? Does that matter to us? To them, this steel leviathan adrift at sea was nothing more than a temporary haven, a fleeting stopover in their lives. The Westerners, this complex, multifaceted group of souls, were both greedy explorers on the ocean of desire and cautious walkers on the brink of fear's abyss. Their world was a grand canvas, spun around the axis of self, each stroke boldly declaring their devotion to dreams and their reverence for life. On the scales of pursuit and evasion, they always managed to find a subtle balance. Even when faced with clashes between principles and interests, they could always make decisions in ways that best served their own advantage. Thus, when Qin Hao announced the rules with his air of absolute authority, most people chose silence and compliance. As long as their personal safety wasn't threatened, they were content to enjoy this fleeting peace. My dear friends, since no one objects to my proposal, let us raise our glasses and toast to the wonderful journey ahead. There was a hint of playfulness and a touch of sincerity in Qin Hao's words. His smile, magnetic and irresistible, drew every eye in the room. The captain, a seasoned mariner, was also captivated by the enigmatic charm Qin Hao exuded. Without reservation, he voiced his hopes. For the future, to a bright future, cheers. As he spoke, the glass in his hand caught the sunlight and sparkled brilliantly. To a bright future, the crowd echoed, one after another. In that moment, whether a gentleman impeccably dressed or a lady with skirts swirling, all set aside their usual reserve. Together, they raised their glasses, symbols of friendship and hope. At that moment, Qin Hao seemed to become the bridge that connected everyone, drawing together a space that had been fractured by fear. The Western guests, who just moments before had been awash in apprehension toward Qin Hao, were now completely swept up in the joyful atmosphere. Such a scene, if transplanted to the etiquette-bound and reserved culture of China, would surely be considered extraordinary. As Qin Hao gazed at these friends, so quick to let go of their worries, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion, though he also admired their candor and openness. After several rounds of drinks, Qin Hao's gaze was drawn to a slightly disheveled piano in the corner. He stood up slowly, moving with an indescribable grace, as if each step fell perfectly in time with the rhythm of history. Ladies and gentlemen, if my actions today have caused any offense, allow me to offer this piece as my apology. With that, he gently lifted the piano lid, fingertips brushing the keys. In that moment, a feast of memory and emotion was about to unfold. This piece is my heartfelt tribute to that tragic night in 1912, to the great ship Titanic, and more than 1,500 innocent lives lost. Qin Hao's words became a bridge across time, guiding everyone's thoughts to that distant, sorrowful story. The Titanic? Someone gasped. The name, like a spell, awakened slumbering memories. Tales of love, courage, and sacrifice once again flickered to life in their minds. Amidst the crowd stood a woman named Mary, tears shimmering in her eyes. She seemed to witness that legendary ship, the immortal vessel, slowly sinking beneath the starlit sky, a magnificent sight that stirred within her a sense of romance and sorrow transcending life and death. In that moment, she became even more certain. Qin Hao was not simply a figure to be feared, but an artist capable of touching the soul, of bridging past and future through his art. On the deck dusted with golden sunlight, Lily blinked her eyes so deep they seemed to hold the reflection of the stars and the sea. She gazed at the astonished Mary beside her and whispered softly, "The Titanic? That name sounds like an ancient legend lost in slumber, not something belonging to the dust of reality." Mary heard her, and a mysterious smile curled at the corner of her lips, as if she were about to unveil the most brilliant secret in the world. "Lily, you truly are a princess living beyond the bounds of fairy tales. The Titanic, why? It was the brightest star in the night sky, its brilliance blazing before its fall. Its memory lingers deeper than the smoke of any war, because its story is one of love and dreams, of extravagance that vanished in the blink of an eye, a tragic ballad that haunts the soul. She continued, her voice tinged with a dreamy sorrow. Imagine it. A cruise ship 100 times the size of where we now stand, adorned like a palace beneath the sea, every inch aglow with the shimmer of pearls and jewels, every detail revealing a designer's relentless pursuit of perfection. It was not merely a masterpiece of steel and glass, but a vessel for people's endless yearning for a better life in that age. As everyone lost themselves in this grand vision, Qin Hao, the man who usually seemed so far removed from romance, quietly approached an old, elegant piano. He spoke, not a word, but gently touched the keys as if holding a conversation with the past. A strange sense of anticipation filled the air, like the hush before a storm. The first notes rang out, clear and resonant, as delicate as morning dew sliding from a leaf, drawing everyone's thoughts into another world in an instant. Qin Hao's fingers danced across the black and white keys, guided as if by an invisible hand. Each note struck with perfect precision, each sound brimming with emotion. The melody of My Heart Will Go On flowed gently, no longer just a piece of film music, but transformed into a thread of feelings stretching across the ages, mysteriously linking the icy waters of 1912 with the sunlit warmth of the present. Within the music lived the romance of Jack and Rose soaring at the ship's prow, as well as the heartbreak and longing of lovers torn apart as the hull was torn asunder. Qin Hao's performance breathed life into every note. They became more than just sound. They were images, they were emotion, they were the legend reborn for all to experience anew. Inside the banquet hall, time seemed to stand still. People held their breath, afraid to shatter the dreamscape woven by those notes. Even the self-proclaimed connoisseurs of music were deeply moved. Never before had they witnessed such a passionate yet masterful performance. It was as if, beneath Qin Hao's fingertips, lay the key to another world. As the final note slowly faded into the air, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. Rising from his seat, Qin Hao wore a gentle smile, one that reflected both the satisfaction of completing a masterpiece and the boundless emotion inspired by that timeless love story. In that moment, he was no longer the uncouth Chinese man so often misunderstood. He had become an artist who touched hearts with music, a bridge connecting past and future. On that night, aglow with lights, Qin Hao, the son of China, shattered all boundaries of imagination with an unprecedented piano feast. His fingers danced lightly, like a magician weaving among the stars, transforming the cold, black and white keys into a river coursing with emotion, pouring forth a melody more unrestrained and heartfelt than any master pianist before him. With the first note gently leaping out, it was as if a doorway to another world opened in Qin Hao's throat. He began to sing softly, his voice blending with the keys. My Heart Will Go On, that song of love transcending time, also known as Heart Linked with Yours, born from the immortal romance of Titanic. In his hands, James Horner's masterpiece was reborn with new life. The melancholy and grandeur, once carried by the lilt of Irish tin whistles, now became sparks leaping between the piano strings, retaining their ethnic depth while taking on the brilliance and subtlety unique to the piano. The opening flowed slowly, like dawn breaking across a calm sea, peaceful, yet full of hope. Soon, the music surged and swelled, the impassioned melody evoking the desperate sprint before the ship's final plunge, a whirlwind of love and hate, emotions overflowing. Then came a lingering tenderness, every note a lover's whisper, telling of heartbreak and devotion, of partings and longing that defied death itself. At last, as the piece drew to a close, what remained was an endless reverberation, as if the emotional essence of the entire film had been distilled and elevated within those brief 4 minutes. Qin Hao's performance was more than a musical rendition. It was a dialogue between souls. He seemed to become Jack, the lover in the film swallowed by icy waters, yet whose heart remained ever faithful. With his unique, magnetic voice, he sang, "Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. Across mountains and seas, I sense your presence." His singing captivated every listener's soul. Each syllable struck directly at the listener's heart, making them forget the boundaries of reality, lost in that love story that spanned life and death. Everyone present, regardless of race or status, was deeply drawn in by this irresistible magic. Tears shimmered in their eyes, and on their faces, expressions of being moved or lost in memories bloomed one after another. Qin Hao's singing was like an invisible thread, weaving everyone tightly together to experience a love legend that transcends both time and space. My heart will go on and on. My heart goes with you. My heart is bound to yours. As this iconic lyric faded into the air, the entire space seemed to fill with a warmth and unwavering strength. Shin Hao's performance was not just a tribute to My Heart Will Go On, but a hymn to that eternal love nestled within the human soul. He made everyone in attendance believe that true love can overcome all obstacles and live on forever within the heart. Beneath a night sky where starlight and dreams intertwined, the encounter between love and Shin Hao was like the brightest meteor streaking across his ordinary world, shattering its quiet calm. You came to me so silently, gentle as a whisper, dissolving all fear and unease into tender bubbles that vanished into the boundless dark. My heart, like the uncharted depths on an ancient mariner's map, slowly set sail to the melody of My Heart Will Go On. With each trembling of the strings, I spoke my unwavering vow to you. Shin Hao's fingers danced across the black and white keys, not merely piling up notes, but giving voice to a symphony of passionate longing and despair drawn from the depths of his soul. It was as if he had slipped through the cracks of time. One moment, he sat at his desk late at night, the tapping of the keyboard resonating with his dreams as he wove unfinished tales. The next, he found himself plunged into an abyss of despair, where life's flame flickered at its end. Only love, like the brightest star in the night sky, guided him forward. This was more than just the performance of a song. It was a soul's monologue, crossing the boundaries of past and present lives. Shin Hao, who laughingly called himself a failed writer, was a wanderer of the spirit who, at the end of every cycle, never forgot his devotion to words or his longing for love. His story, like poetry scattered on the wind, remained pure as ever despite all the trials of time. As the final note slowly faded into the air above the banquet hall, time itself seemed to stand still. All the guests, whether with the gentle reserve of the East or the passionate exuberance of the West, were left awestruck by the profound and untainted emotion, immersed in a declaration of love that soared beyond language and culture. What sparkled in their eyes was not just admiration for the song itself, but a deep respect for Shin Hao's courage to face his own heart and to express his love so bravely. In this sudden musical revolution, Shin Hao underwent a dazzling transformation in the eyes of the foreigners. He leapt from being the fearsome devil to becoming the warrior of love in their hearts. This change was not just a shift in identity. It was a resonance and collision between Eastern and Western cultures, a shared understanding of love. This turn of events is a bit too abrupt. Even I, a local, can hardly keep up, Shin Hao mused with a silent chuckle. Yet on his face, he put on a look of helplessness. As he faced those respectful, curious gazes, he understood that at this moment, he was more than just himself. He was the voice of countless dreamers and lovers. On this night where love and music were intertwined, he proved in his own way that love is a language without borders, a resonance from the deepest part of the soul. Under the gentle caress of the stars that night, Shin Hao, the traveler who had crossed time itself, overturned every convention on the ship with his rendition of My Heart Will Go On. The curve of his lips held not just a captivating smile, but also became a bridge spanning cultures. The glances cast his way, misunderstood by some as charged with passion, were in truth endless admiration for his talent and charm. Imagine the notes shining like the brightest stars in the night sky, guiding each person's heart and stirring waves of emotion. The applause that followed surged like rolling waves, an unfiltered ode to his brilliance. From that night on, Shin Hao became the ship's invisible helmsman, steering not just its course, but also the hearts of all aboard. Side by side with the captain, he helped manage this great vessel that carried dreams and hope. Everything ran smoothly and in harmony. In this small world, Shin Hao wove an invisible web with his music and wisdom, binding everyone's hearts together. Meanwhile, an American girl held an antique camera, quietly capturing this historic moment. Shin Hao's profile, immersed in music, each note seeming to bloom. At his fingertips, freezing the scene for all time. This precious footage might one day become a cherished link, connecting the cultures of two worlds. Farewell, my dear Mary and Lily. May your smiles be as boundless as this ocean, Shin Hao whispered in parting. His farewell kiss was more than a ritual. It was a silent promise between two hearts. By the harbor, a short Japanese man watched with a complex expression, part envy for Shin Hao's charm, part jealousy. They mistook Shin Hao for a source of Japanese pride, not realizing that this mysterious traveler belonged to a far vaster sky. Shin, when you gaze up at the stars, do you ever think of us? There was a tenderness in Lily's eyes, as gentle as the starlight itself, and her voice was laced with deep longing. Qin Hao, with his unique charm and those philosophies of love that seemed to come from the future, had effortlessly captured the hearts of both Mary and Lily. These two girls, not yet 18, were utterly captivated by his good looks, his humor, and his many talents. Each time he made one of his late-night visits, though they never truly came to pass, the subtle feelings that blossomed between them were more than enough to set their hearts aflutter. On this wondrous journey, Qin Hao seemed like a magician dancing along the edge of reality and fantasy, crafting his own legend in ways all his own. The envy and jealousy he inspired in others were little more than passing notes in his glorious story. And in the midst of Qin Hao's extraordinary adventure, he stumbled upon a mysterious gateway leading to the ancient secrets of martial arts. Rumor had it that the legendary nine-yang divine skill, left behind by Master Jin, was the purest and most powerful martial art in existence. Only those with an undistracted mind and a pure heart could grasp its true meaning, and its mastery deepened, growing ever more profound with the passing of time. Qin Hao, the wanderer with a dream of martial chivalry, knew this was a chance that came once in a lifetime. Resolute, he set out on a lonely path, preserving his innocence and pursuing the very pinnacle of martial arts. The night was gentle, the moonlight spilling softly over the ancient pier. Mary and Lily, two beauties from distant lands, stood like sprites in the darkness, their eyes shining with both reluctance and hope. Mary, carrying a hint of Eastern grace, handed him a carefully folded note. It was her secret invitation from the lush garden of the Shanghai consulate, asking Qin how to join her for a reunion across mountains and seas someday at dawn. Qin, here lies my longing for you. May it become a beacon guiding you home. Her voice was soft, yet brimming with determination. Lily, meanwhile, was like a muse stepping out of a Western oil painting. She laughed lightly, her allure undeniable, and the note in her hand was like a pledge. From her very soul. Dearest, my boudoir awaits in a quiet corner of Shanghai. When you come, I'll welcome you with a feast of love, old as time, yet ever new. Her words held a teasing double meaning. As her fingertips brushed lightly across Qin Hao's palm, she left behind a string of secret codes, inviting endless imagination. Qin Hao felt a ripple in his heart, marveling silently. The tides of this era are far more turbulent than any history book could capture. These foreign roses seem gentle as water, but their passion burns like fire, utterly irresistible. Torn between love and the pursuit of martial mastery, Qin Hao chose, for now, to step back from romance. He accepted the two notes, each carrying the promise of a love beyond borders, and tucked them close to his heart, as if planting two seeds of hope deep within his soul. At the moment of parting, the captain's tears mingled with his blessings, painting a poignant scene. Qin Hao turned away, stepping onto a path that led toward the unknown and his dreams. He understood that ahead lay not only the mysteries of the nine-yang divine skill, waiting to be unraveled, but also two deep affections, love that crossed borders and cultures, silently awaiting him far away in the east. Thus, Qin Hao's figure gradually receded into the distance. All that remained at the pier was a gentle breeze, softly dispelling the sorrow of farewell and heralding his march toward the summit of martial arts. Beneath a sky barely tinged by the last rays of sunset, a carefully orchestrated farewell unfolded in silence, concealing undercurrents that few could perceive. Captain Charlie Edward, a Brit who prided himself as the spiritual heir of the Edward family, bore in his name an endless yearning for the glory of ancient nobility. Yet, he could never have foreseen that today, a traveler from the East named Qin Hao would hijack his voyage in such an unprecedented way. Qin Hao, an adventurer whose eyes sparkled with untamed determination, was about to set out on his journey home. But instead of offering Captain Charlie the respect and parting words he deserved, he issued a veiled threat, almost tauntingly. Captain Charlie, if you don't let this ship stay here for 3 days and carry me back to China, I'm afraid one of your crucial mechanical parts might decide to take an early vacation. With that, Qin Hao flicked his finger, a gesture that seemed insignificant, yet instantly brought a vital engine on the ship to a halt. As he well knew, repairing it would take at least 3 days. In an era like this, 3 days were enough to doom countless well-laid plans before they began. In that moment, Captain Charlie's heart sank. He knew well that confronting someone as formidable as Qin Hao head-on would be unwise. The tears that slipped from the corners of his eyes were not merely sorrow. They were a silent confession of helplessness and simmering resentment, telling a bitter tale of dignity and compromise. As Chin departed with his 2 female companions, Charlie had no choice but to swallow his bitterness in silence, already calculating how to miraculously repair the engine in just 3 days, and praying that this enigmatic traveler from the East would not return to settle old scores. Meanwhile, in Japan, it was August, the season when storms threatened to break. Across the streets and alleys of Tokyo, a tense atmosphere hung in the air, thick as a gathering storm. The Guangdong army was poised to strike, hundreds of thousands of troops looming like thunderclouds over the city, awaiting the order to unleash the fires of war upon distant China. Even the sky seemed to sense the weight of impending conflict, drawing the curtain of night prematurely across the horizon. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, heralding the arrival of a violent storm. On this stormy night, a short, stocky man wrapped in a raincoat moved like a phantom through the shadowy streets, finally stopping before an ancient, slightly dilapidated Western church. He gave the heavy iron door a gentle push, and to his surprise, it swung open without resistance, as if the church itself had been waiting for this uninvited guest to arrive. Inside, the flickering glow of candles cast wavering shadows across the mottled walls, each scar etched by the passage of time, imbuing the space with an air of unfathomable mystery. Did the arrival of this stocky man signal another secret deal, or perhaps a hidden conspiracy? In this wind-battered island nation, every subtle gesture could become the turning point that would alter the course of history. Within these hallowed walls, softly caressed by time, yet still vibrant, every inch whispered secrets and simmered with life, as if time itself had been gently adjusted here. The modern fixtures glimmered like dew on a garden at dawn, hinting at a pair of diligent hands that regularly swept away the dust of ages, or perhaps a mysterious inhabitant who, in their own unique way, safeguarded the church's serenity and wonder. On either side, the corridors stretched deep into shadow, their light fractured by antique wall lamps into a patchwork of shifting shapes. The lamps flickered unpredictably like distant stars scattered across a midnight sky, each one hinting at ghostly legends, each shimmer stirring a chill in the hearts of passers-by, yet irresistibly drawing the gaze of any adventurer. At this moment, the short, broad-shouldered man in the black raincoat slipped quietly into this realm of intersecting light and darkness, as if he were a specter born of the night. The brim of his wide hat drooped low, half concealing his face, but the eyes that remained visible were deep and inscrutable, glinting with calculation and cunning, like the most cunning hunter in a dense jungle, silently tracking his prey's every move. He strolled unhurriedly to an inconspicuous little door, swiftly shrugged off his raincoat, and with a gloved hand, pushed the door open. It swung silently, swallowing his figure whole. Beyond the door, a darker, more secretive shadow emerged, so perfectly blended with the night that it remained untouched by the rain, a sight that would leave any witness utterly astonished. Kenji Doira, beneath tonight's moon, you set foot on a road of no return. As for me, I am but a silent listener in the symphony of your fate. The shadow whispered, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic, knowing smile. His words rang clear against the storm, tinged with irony and anticipation. The rain was pouring down in torrents, shrouding the world outside in utter chaos. Yet within the church, an uncanny silence prevailed, so profound that one could hear nothing but the echo of their own heartbeat, if not for the shadow's extraordinary hearing, which caught the faintest signs of life inside. One might well have mistaken this place for an abandoned sanctuary. The shadow resolved to act. Cloaked by the darkness of night, it moved with an almost supernatural lightness, leaping upward in a single bound to scale the church's towering third floor. Pressed tightly against a window on the third level, it became the very image of an invisible eavesdropper, quietly poised to catch the secrets about to be revealed within. Inside, a stocky man, Doihara Kenji, stood facing an elderly gentleman, well past his 60th year. The old man's long white beard draped beneath his nose, and though fatigue weighed upon his face, his gaze radiated an undeniable authority. His raspy voice carried a tone of unquestionable command. Section Chief Doihara, the army has taken note of Tako's achievements in Manchuria. Now the call to action is about to sound. As soon as you give the signal, the Empire's iron hoof will crush every obstacle in its path. Doihara's body jolted at these words. Bowing deeply in respect, he replied with unwavering resolve. Yes, Minister. I am fully prepared. I've come here today to bid you farewell. Tomorrow, I will travel to China myself and orchestrate an operation that will shake the world. Very well. I await your triumphant return. The old man's words were brief, yet forceful, each syllable striking with the weight of a sledgehammer. heralding a coming storm that would reshape the fate of nations. All of this was silently witnessed by the mysterious shadow outside the window. In its eyes, a complex glimmer flickered, as if it were quietly weaving its own web of vengeance or redemption. Elsewhere in Tokyo, even the moonlight seemed to retreat behind the clouds, unwilling to bear witness to the drama about to unfold. Doihara Kinji, the mastermind destined to cast a dark shadow over China, was lost in his own world, oblivious to the sudden turn his fate was about to take. At that very moment, a string of Mandarin words, tinged with an unmistakable foreign cadence, sliced through the stillness of the night like a sharpened blade. You are Chinese. Doihara Kinji's heart lurched as if struck by lightning. His pupils contracted, desperately searching for the source of that impossible voice. But Qin Hao's figure had already swept in like a phantom, so swift it seemed to slip through the cracks of time itself. Qin Hao, the warrior who journeyed across time, had eyes that glittered with unwavering resolve. Before Doihara Kinji's terrified cries could even escape his throat, Qin Hao had already leapt through the air, swift and precise like an eagle swooping down on its prey, and landed right in front of his target. The very hand that had once masterminded countless conspiracies now became the shackles of justice. With a gentle twist, it brought an abrupt end to a wicked soul. Doihara Kinji's gaze brimmed with disbelief and bitter reluctance, as if he were trying to grasp onto something. Yet in the end, he could only fall into eternal darkness, burdened with endless questions. Still hoping to open your eyes? If we were elsewhere, I would have let you taste the legendary tortures of old Manchu dungeons, though I despise such cruelty myself. Yet that very brutality would perfectly mirror the deeds you have wrought. Qin Hao's voice was deep and powerful. Every word struck like a hammer, pounding at the hearts of everyone present. When it came to Doihara Kinji, Qin Hao had long since nurtured a determination to kill. The moment he set foot on this land, he etched that name onto his personal list of vengeance. Had it not been for this man, perhaps China would never have suffered such terrible calamities. So Qin Hao embarked on a meticulously planned hunt, with the future architect of war as his prey. Fortune favored him. At this moment, Doihara Kinji had not yet donned the mantle of ruthless power, but was merely a nondescript section chief in the Special Hire Police. Using his knowledge of things to come, Qin Hao, with only a few $100s and some clever tricks, easily uncovered the man's hiding place. After half a day of careful preparation, the moment of reckoning finally arrived. With Doihara Kinji's fall, the very air in the room seemed to freeze. The once arrogant old man was now stripped of all his swagger, his eyes filled only with fear of death and a desperate longing for life. He whimpered at Qin Hao, uttering pleas in a language no one understood, but it was already far too late. Rest in peace. Whoever you are, today you will accompany Doihara Kinji to the afterlife. Qin Hao spoke softly, his tone resolute yet tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible sorrow. On this land, shrouded in the shadows of history, he once again crowned justice and planted a new seed of hope for the future. All of this would become the most obscure secret beneath Tokyo's night sky, quietly awaiting the judgment of time. In that dim, suffocating room, Qin Hao touched his lips with his fingertips and let out a long, subtle hush. A mysterious smile played across his lips, as if he were weaving a secret known only to him and the night. Hush, old man. It's time for your story to end. As he spoke, before the words had even faded, his foot came crashing down with a thunderous force, striking with deadly precision at the frail neck of the old man, who was still muttering to himself. In an instant, the air rang with a sharp, merciless snap, and time itself seemed to freeze. Though his neck had been shattered, the old man's vitality stubbornly clung on in a twisted form. His face, once pleading, contorted into a mask of fury. Blood gushed from his mouth like a crimson spring, each spurt laden with boundless malice and curses. His lips moved, as if chanting ancient, venomous incantations, and his bulging eyes stared fixedly at Qin Hao. It was more than hatred that burned within them. It was a tangled mass of terror and despair in the face of the unknown. Qin Hao watched this scene, a flicker of disdain and resolve passing through his eyes. In his heart, he murmured, "Tu Fincher, your era is over." With this small act, I offer a tribute for the peace of China. Just as his thoughts drifted, a faint and unusual sound crept in, breaking the stifling silence of the room. Someone's there. Qin Hao's senses, razor-sharp, caught the anomaly. His brow furrowed for a moment. Then he allowed himself a calm, almost amused smile. Perfect timing. I was worried this night of bloodshed would be too dull. He chuckled inwardly, as if ready for whatever challenge might come, even in this pit of darkness. A jarring knock suddenly echoed from outside the door, untimely and abrupt, like the toll of fate itself, heralding the arrival of an unknown visitor. In a flash, Qin Hao slipped silently behind the door, as stealthy as a panther lying in wait amidst the grass, poised for his prey to enter the trap. "Minister, the army has urgent matters to discuss." The voice outside spoke in unfamiliar Japanese, each syllable slicing through the air. Like a razor's edge, yet none of it reached Qin Hao's ears. He smiled coldly to himself, utterly unmoved by the commotion beyond these walls. The people outside, finding no response from within, grew ever more uneasy. Their doubts and anxieties mounted, finally erupting into frantic action. With a deafening crash, the heavy wooden door was kicked open and fell to the ground, sending up clouds of dust that blurred the room. 5 figures rushed in, 3 samurai in Japanese military uniforms and 2 civilian escorts. Their faces, meant to be grave and urgent, froze in an instant at the sight before them, transforming into terror and despair. The grisly scene of death was overwhelming, chilling them to the core. The 5 men instinctively tried to cry out for help, but were abruptly struck by an agonizing pain in their chests, as if an overwhelming force was erupting from within. Their eyes widened in shock and confusion, the agony etched upon their faces. In the next instant, their bodies crumpled to the ground, powerless, as blood quickly soaked through their shirts. The fire of life was snuffed out in a heartbeat. It all happened so swiftly that none of them managed even a single scream before darkness claimed them forever. As the 5 bodies collapsed, the room was once again plunged into a deathly silence. Only Qin Hao remained, standing in the shadows. His gaze was deep and icy, as though he had just delivered a silent judgment. His heart was untroubled, stirred only by his unwavering sense of justice and an endless hatred for his enemies. Cloaked in the darkness of night, he would press onward, fighting for the light. The night hung low, and in the dimness, Qin Hao's face appeared all the more resolute. Slowly, his clenched fists relaxed, as if releasing a burden of immense weight. Yet his eyes remained as cold as the heart of winter, showing not the slightest trace of pity for the 5 bodies sprawled at his feet. He murmured to himself, his voice soft, but carrying a resolve powerful enough to shake the soul. Now that the 7th life has fallen, why not let this storm sweep through the church shrouded in gloom, turning the Japanese secret garden into a barren wasteland? As Qin Hao's footsteps echoed through the church, a silent massacre unfolded in the shadows. He moved among darkened corridors and beneath sacred statues, where every flicker of light and shadow bore witness to the fading of life and the fury of justice. He was no longer an ordinary man, but had become a messenger of the night. With each rush of his fist, he delivered merciless judgment upon the invaders. Here, whether it was a trembling soldier or a terrified sentry, the moment their eyes met his frosty stare, their fate was sealed. Within the church, the former sanctity was stained crimson. Death hung heavy in every corner. With each step, Qin Hao walked upon the ashes of sin, tireless and unyielding, driven by a flame of guardianship that burned even deeper than the night. Until the hour before dawn, the ancient building was cleansed completely, leaving behind nothing but a silence steeped in despair. And when the first ray of moonlight touched Qin Hao's resolute figure, he had already vanished into the night, like a lone wanderer. Only the church doors, creaking in the night wind, remained to whisper secrets that would never be revealed. Meanwhile, in a secret conference room in Japan, the lights blazed brightly, yet the air was thick with tension and barely contained excitement. Hiranuma Kichiro, an old fox of a politician with white hair and boundless ambition, was plotting an even greater conspiracy with his colleagues. His nostril hairs nearly brushed the corner of his mouth, yet this did nothing to dull the sharpness and ambition in his tone. "Mr. Kimura, our Mukden incident will be the key that unlocks a new era for the Empire. His Majesty the Emperor has delivered a divine command. By September 18th, the Guangdong army must seize this opportunity to fully conquer those fertile lands, the 3 eastern provinces of China." Kimura Haitaro, one of the orchestrators of the plan, had a fanatic gleam of loyalty in his eyes. "As you command, Lord Hiranuma, we will not fail the Emperor's great expectations. China will become the brightest trophy on the map of our great Japanese empire." Then, Hiranuma Kichiro raised his glass high and called out, his voice brimming with boundless ambition and wild anticipation for the future. "Let us witness this moment together. China, that once mighty lion, now lies helpless on the chopping block, ours for the taking." The conquest of the 3 eastern provinces is only the beginning. The resources there will become the cornerstone of our empire's rise. For the emperor, for the glory of the great Japanese empire, a toast. Their crystal glasses clinked together with a crisp, chilling ring. Every participant was swept up in the euphoria of impending conquest, oblivious to the fact that even as they celebrated, somewhere in the darkness, someone was already writing the first lines of a vengeance story, using blood for ink. In that instant, it seemed as if the entire banquet hall was guided by an invisible force. Everyone rose in unison, straightening their backs as if awakened by the first light of dawn shining through a forest. Their crystal goblets met again, producing a bright and harmonious symphony of sound. Then, a deep and passionate voice rang out, like the trumpet call in an ancient war. Song, echoing to the heavens. Long live His Majesty, the Emperor. This was not merely a hymn of loyalty. It was also a fearless declaration to the uncertain future. Hiranuma Kichiro, his face etched with the lines of a hardened general, broke into a smile as pure as a child's, as if transported back to his youthful days on the battlefield. With a sudden flourish, he tossed back his glass, sending the amber liquid cascading elegantly and decisively down his throat, leaving behind a lingering, heroic aftertaste. In his eyes burned an unquenchable fire, the endless longing and determination for the empire's honor. Yet just as this moment of joy and fervor reached its peak, a sudden tempest tore through the tranquility of the night. The heavy wooden door of the conference room was flung open, as if by an invisible giant, thundering through the hall like the wheels of history crushing the silent desert. A Japanese officer in a black staff uniform slipped into this dazzling world like a ghost out of the night. His voice carried an unmistakable urgency. Lord Hiranuma, generals, and emergency. Commander Ueda of the Guangdong Army has been ruthlessly assassinated in the shadowy depths of the Tako unit. Everything happened so suddenly, it's almost beyond belief. The moment these words were spoken, it was as if a massive stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves across the entire hall. The smiles on the guests' faces froze instantly, replaced by expressions of shock and confusion. Their gazes converged like beams of light, all fixed upon the dust-covered staff officer who had just arrived. The air thickened with a suffocating tension, so heavy it seemed even time itself slowed to a crawl. Commander Ueda, the staff officer's voice trembled with emotion, as well as Section Chief Toihiro Kenji and all the special higher police defenses stationed in the church. They have all vanished overnight. Every single one of them has been killed. His words sliced through the room like a blade of ice, piercing every heart. In an instant, the once warm, spring-like banquet hall plunged into a glacial abyss. A chorus of gasps burst from the crowd, each exclamation blending with the others into a wave of shock that swept through the hall. It was both a lament for the fallen and a manifestation of the guests' dread and unease in the face of the unknown. In that moment, everyone realized that a storm was brewing, one that would soon engulf the entire empire, and they were standing right at its eye. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? What kind of gibberish is this? How could Lord Ueda have met such a fate? In that solemn church, supposedly so secure under the special hire police, hidden so well that even a fly couldn't have slipped in without notice. How could it possibly be compromised, let alone become the scene of such a spectacular assassination? Hiranuma's face was a mask of fury, storm clouds swirling in his expression as he roared at the staff officer who had suddenly burst into his view, his eyes blazing with bewilderment and rage. The news of Ueda's assassination descended like a thick, black cloud, obliterating the clear skies in Hiranuma's heart without a trace. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn that unlucky Ueda. The Kanto army's iron hoof is about to trample the land of China, and at this critical moment, you fall victim to an ambush. If this isn't handled properly, it won't just hinder the campaign. Tokyo itself could become a stage for a bloody struggle for power, chilling the hearts of all who witness it." Hiranuma, like an enraged lion, suddenly overturned his desk with a thunderous crash, the sound echoing through the room. He seemed to transform into a wild beast, roaring at the stunned generals before him. Ueda, I sent word to summon you. So how did you still fall into this trap? Tell me, who had the audacity to strike down one of my top commanders? Were the elite special hire police nothing but straw men? How could they be wiped out without even a whimper? The staff officer trembled, his voice barely more than a whisper. Prime Minister, none of the special hire police inside the church survived. What? Over 100 elite lives lost. Just like that? Wasn't the place heavily guarded? Are you telling me the enemy descended from the heavens? A lieutenant general thundered, his outrage reverberating through the hall like a clap of thunder. The adjutant swallowed hard, his voice dropping even lower. General, the truth is even harder to believe. The enemy, there was only one. One. The other, General scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. A single person wiped out the entire taco unit? Do you take us for characters in some martial arts novel? Utterly absurd. Enough. Hiranuma's command crashed down like thunder, silencing all commotion. Matsui, you are to depart at once. Steady the spirit of the Guangdong army. Should there be any lapse, you and I will answer to the emperor in the name of the samurai. With that, his gaze burned through Matsui Shurjin. Matsui accepted the order, his figure flickering out of sight in an instant, leaving only the heavy echo of his footsteps reverberating down the corridor. Once the room had settled back into stillness, Hiranuma seated himself slowly, suppressing the anger boiling inside him. He spoke to the adjutant. Now, I want you to recount everything you know, every detail, no matter how small. Leave nothing out. Let it fall like a gentle rain, steady and thorough. Though his tone was calm, it carried an unmistakable authority, pressing for every shred of truth, as if determined to strip away every layer of this bewildering mystery. Hey, old friend. The adjutant, once certain he'd danced away from the edge of death with finesse, let a sly smile curve his lips. It was as if what he just endured was not a brush with mortality, but the thrilling opening of some grand adventure. Prime Minister, listen well. This tale is stranger than any script. Our little squad, they were only sent to deliver an invitation to General Ueda, just a summons to a fateful meeting. And what happened? 2 hours passed, not a word, not a trace, as if they'd vanished into thin air. My heart was pounding like a wild rabbit trapped in my chest, restless and uneasy. So I dispatched another hand-picked team to investigate. And guess what? Not even enough time to finish a cigarette, and they came back chilled to the bone, their faces as pale as the snow outside. They told me that church, no, more like the lair of death itself, was silent as the grave, with only the presence of death drifting through the air. General Ueda, Kenji Dohihara, all those elite taco operatives, transformed into lifeless statues, lying there in perfect order, as if swept away by an invisible blade, not even a chance to struggle. This wasn't a battle, it was art, a masterful performance played out on the razor's edge between life and death. Upon hearing this, Hiranuma Kichiro's face darkened, heavy as storm clouds gathering before a tempest. Sakai, this is no ordinary matter. I leave it in your hands. I want you to dig up every inch of ground if you must. Find the specter hiding in the shadows, and make sure he knows. The consequences for defying the Empire of Japan are 1,000 times more terrible than hell itself. At your command, sir. A man in a major general's uniform straightened with feline agility, snapping into a salute. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. At this moment, a lieutenant general furrowed his brows so tightly it seemed he could wring water from them. Gentlemen, this person is no ordinary man, he declared, to silently eliminate everyone within Tako's fortress-like secret base, and to do so empty-handed. Such skill is nothing short of shocking. Imagine if he were to set his sights on our military. What a dreadful catastrophe that would be, enough to shake the very foundations of the empire. As his words fell, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Every heartbeat quickened, and a creeping sense of fear and unease spread silently among them. Hainuma Kichiro's eyes blazed with fury, and he bellowed, Ito! Before the echo of his voice faded, a dark figure slipped from the shadows like a phantom. Dressed head to toe in a traditional ninja's garb, Ito knelt soundlessly behind Hainuma, his voice low and resolute. At your command, I order your unit to act at once. Spare no cost. Find the enemy who dares provoke the Empire. I want his head, a token to defend the Empire's honor. Yes, Excellency. With that, Ito's form melted back into the darkness, as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, in another corner of space and time, Chin Hao sat at ease in a nondescript tea house, sipping his tea, completely oblivious to the storm raging outside. Had he known that his casual act had sent shockwaves through the entire Guangdong Army Command, even alarming the Empire's highest echelons, he would surely have grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, ah, history, what a generous gift you've given me this time. Above the clouds of the city, a justice spanning time and space was quietly taking shape. Ueda, once the Guangdong Army's commander and the shadowy mastermind behind the invasion of China, now found fate's final chapter upon him, all thanks to Chin Hao's meticulous planning. This was no mere settling of personal scores. It was the relentless crush of justice over evil beneath the wheels of history, as if the universe's subtle balance had quietly been restored in Chin Hao's hands. One could not help but sigh. Heaven's justice always comes full circle. Who can escape the hand of fate? The scene shifts. Chinhao stands atop the heights of Tokyo, gazing down at a city once vibrant, now shrouded in tense anticipation. Below, Japanese police swarm the streets and alleys, eyes sharp with wariness of the unknown. They are not merely searching. They are fleeing an invisible judgment, a reflection and dread of their collective past sins. At this very moment, Bruce, an American journalist whose pen was his sword, was experiencing an unprecedented welcome on Tokyo streets. His steps grew heavier with every police check, and his ever-faithful camera, a witness to truth, became an object of constant inspection and disassembly. Each time he was stopped, it felt as though the shadows of history brushed against him, a quiet reminder of the undercurrents churning beneath the city's surface. "My God!" Bruce cried out inwardly, his face a mask of helplessness and anger intertwined. "Am I to become the leading actor in this absurd drama today? This camera is my eye for revealing the truth. How can they treat it like this?" Enduring yet another interrogation, he finally lost his patience and demanded, in a mix of English and indignation, "What phantom are you Japanese police searching for? This is the third time I've been harassed. Not only is it an infringement, it's a trampling on the freedom of the press." The Japanese officers looked troubled at his words. They understood that every statement from this foreign journalist could spark an international incident. The lead officer, Uemura, carefully took the camera from a colleague and offered a quiet apology. "Sir, we are deeply sorry for the inconvenience. Our government recently lost some extremely important documents, and we suspect espionage, so security checks have been heightened. Please believe me, this is only temporary." Bruce gave a derisive snort. Though his heart simmered with discontent, he sensed a subtle balance at play. He realized that his camera, though momentarily at the mercy of authority, was also the key to uncovering the truth. He vowed to himself that he would expose all of this, so the world could see the shadows lurking behind Japan's polished facade. "Damn it, I'll remember all of this." Bruce took back his camera, his gaze unwavering and sharp. "When I stand at the podium in Washington, I'll tell everyone about the trials of freedom and justice here. Japan, it's time to face your own history." This scene was not just a chronicle of personal ordeal, but a reflection of the relentless pursuit of justice and truth amid changing times. In every corner of the city, history and reality intertwined. Justice and evil confronted each other, and every small voice was joining together, forming a tide that surged toward the light. In the profound, shadowed night of Tokyo, moonlight brushed the silent docks like fine silk, casting a mysterious veil over this city, where the old and new entwined. At this very moment, a radio storm that spanned nations was quietly brewing in the unseen air. In a dimly lit corner of the Japanese National Police Agency, the abrupt ringing of a telephone shattered the midnight hush in Officer Sato's office, like a bolt of thunder in the dead of night. He answered at once, his voice unconsciously tinged with humility and caution. "Good evening, Ambassador Thomas. This is Sato, at your service." On the other end of the line, inside the British Embassy, Ambassador Thomas stood before the towering floor-to-ceiling windows. He gazed at the moon, luminous in the night sky, a moon that did not belong to their land. His tone carried an undeniable authority. "Sato, I must emphasize what happened. Today, your Japanese police have acted far beyond the bounds of diplomatic protocol. My colleague, an ambassador of the British Empire, was subjected to an unreasonable search and interrogation right at the embassy gates. This is nothing less than a blatant affront to our national dignity." Sato was visibly taken aback. It was as if the surge of indignation from the other end of the telephone wire was more than mere words. It crashed over him like an unstoppable wave. "Ambassador Thomas, please allow me to verify the situation. The Japanese police have always been renowned for strict discipline. How could such an absurd incident possibly occur?" Thomas's tone grew colder, each word edged with steel. "Sato, the facts speak for themselves. I tell you this. If the matter is not resolved appropriately, I will be forced to report to London. And then, the might of the British Empire will have to intervene more directly to defend our rightful interests." Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Sato hurried to reassure him. "Please rest assured, Your Excellency. I will investigate immediately, and those involved will be severely punished without exception. At the same time, as a gesture of our sincerity and regret, the Prime Minister has specially invited you to a most unique dinner this evening, a banquet that blends traditional Japanese culture with modern artistry, a Nyotamori feast. We are confident you will experience the distinctive allure of our Empire of Japan." On the other end, Thomas was momentarily stunned. Then, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. The stern look on his face seemed to ripple, like a lake's surface touched by a spring breeze. Sato, your proposal is certainly refreshing. I accept the invitation, and I look forward to an unforgettable evening. After hanging up, Sato's eyes sharpened like a hawk's. He leaned in and whispered to his secretary, "Inform Lord Hiranuma at once. Tonight's operation must be executed with the utmost caution. We cannot give those Western powers the slightest opening. Also, intensify the internal investigation. I want to know who dared to defy the Empire's authority." The secretary nodded emphatically and bowed respectfully before disappearing into the night, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with tension and the undercurrent of things about to change. Sato remained by the window, alone, gazing in the direction of Tokyo's docks. His eyes flickered with a complicated light as he silently vowed, "China will, sooner or later, fall into the hands of our Empire of Japan. As for Thomas, just you wait." Night deepened, and Tokyo's docks remained outwardly calm. Yet beneath that stillness surged the tides of a turbulent era, and a subtle contest between two nations, each determined to protect its interests and its honor. In the shadowy depths of Tokyo Bay, a massive military island stood in silence, like a slumbering behemoth. It was not surrounded by the gentle caress of ocean waves, but rather by the ironclad defenses of over 100,000 elite Kanto soldiers. Beyond them, 1,000 transport ships formed a dense, unbroken line stretching to the horizon, each one silently heralding the coming storm. To the ordinary observer, this area had become an invisible wall. Even the most curious Japanese citizens could only cast respectful, wary glances from afar, not daring to take a single step closer. On the island itself, the air was thick with tension and expectation. The Kanto army was in a flurry of preparations, gearing up for an imminent expedition to the vast lands of China. Every move and measure was cloaked in the heavy shroud of military secrecy. Rumors of ship shortages whispered quietly among the soldiers. Yet, for all the imposing presence of those 1,000-odd vessels, they were barely enough for the sheer size of the force. Awaiting transport, more daunting still, the ships bore a second, even graver duty, carrying vast stores of military supplies. After all, how could one wage war without grain and ammunition? Beneath this tightly controlled land lay several enormous armories, hidden from sight. They were like the hearts of sleeping giants, pulsing with latent power, waiting to be unleashed. And none of this escaped the sharp gaze of a lone wanderer named Qin Hao. He appeared an ordinary man, but concealed extraordinary skills. His journey into Japan had nothing to do with simple curiosity. The assassination of Doihara Kenji was but the tip of the iceberg. His true objective was the stockpiles of weaponry, arsenals with the power to shift the tides of war. He was determined to single-handedly do his part to halt the impending catastrophe. For most, the notion of stealing such a colossal cache of arms would be pure fantasy. But Qin Hao was different. He possessed a truly astonishing ability, a mysterious secret manual space. Through tireless cultivation and expansion, this space had grown vast, reaching nearly 300 square meters. It was large enough to swallow the armaments of hundreds of thousands without strain. This was the source of his unwavering confidence. At 3 a.m, as the first pale moonbeam slipped quietly over the Kanto army's camp at the Tokyo docks, a figure as light as the wind flitted over the barbed wire, a specter moving through the night. Qin Hao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Outwardly, it seemed a mocking laugh at the Japanese for their carelessness, but in truth it was the satisfaction of a flawlessly executed plan. Arrogant? No. They simply never imagined they would face an adversary like me. With a night vision granted by his mastery of the dragon-elephant wisdom technique, Qin Hao moved through the darkness with effortless ease. The scattered patrols in the camp seemed nothing more than child's play. Their arrogance surprised him, but he gradually realized it was likely a product of their overconfidence, or perhaps a blind faith in their own invulnerability. Yet Qin Hao knew the real contest was only just beginning. He relied on his intimate knowledge of the terrain and extraordinary intelligence to approach the armory in utter silence. Every step was calculated with precision, every breath taken with the utmost care for quiet. On this land shrouded by the shadow of death, Qin Hao was about to perform an unprecedented miracle, a magnificent epic of wisdom and courage standing against tyranny. And all of this would quietly begin a new chapter within his boundless secret manual space. On the outskirts of Kyoto, where dreams and reality entwined, night fell like a heavy satin cloth, gently covering this city where the ancient and modern converged. Who would dare stir the waters in this sacred land, where cherry blossoms drifted in the air? especially when hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers stood like giants of steel, guarding every inch of ground, making even the boldest shadows hesitate at the threshold. Unless a stranger from the stars descended, carrying powers unknown to this world, who would dare dash themselves against such a formidable force and seek certain doom. Qin Hao, a lone wanderer who walked between light and shadow, had eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness, gazing straight into the secrets buried deep within the military camp. With a gentle wave of his hand, the barbed wire, seemingly resilient, yielded to his extraordinary strength, tearing apart as easily as fragile paper. Not even the air dared to protest. Imagine, if even a forest of reinforced steel stood in his way, it too would crumble to dust in his palm. Moving between the blind spots of the patrolling guards, Qin Hao became a phantom in the night, silently closing in on the legendary armory rumored to hold the power of destruction. In front of the warehouse, 8 Japanese soldiers stood like statues, their eyes radiating unwavering resolve, never suspecting that a silent revolution was about to unfold right under their noses. Qin Hao frowned slightly, calculating in his mind how to turn these sentries into silent guardians without raising the slightest alarm. Just then, as if fate had opened a window for him, one soldier, driven by a bodily need, quietly stepped away from the group, disappearing into a secluded corner swallowed by darkness. Qin Hao slipped after him, embodying the keenest of nocturnal hunters. In that moonlit forgotten corner, just as the soldier was about to relieve himself, an irresistible force struck from behind, ending everything in an instant. With a speed swifter than thought and a hand as silent as the night itself, Qin Hao ended the soldier's life, so quiet that even his final breath left no trace in the air. Yet, as Qin Hao prepared to don a uniform for deeper infiltration, a wave of indescribable revulsion washed over him. The soldier, in his last moment, had left behind a mark of defiance. Staring at this humiliating and helpless gift, Qin Hao managed a wry smile, his heart a tumult of emotions. But time was of the essence, and he could not afford a moment's hesitation. Never mind. For the greater good, what's a mere pair of trousers? Qin Hao silently promised himself that this would be the least fashionable moment of his entire life, one he'd never wish to remember. He pulled the soldier's cap low over his head, shadowing his face almost completely, and with a posture bordering on humility, he slowly moved toward the warehouse doors. Just as Qin Hao was about to step across the threshold of victory, a sudden beam of light swept down from the warehouse ceiling. It was as if the hand of fate itself was searching for him, and in that instant his heart leapt into his throat. Yet Qin Hao did not falter. Relying on his exceptional courage and composure, he pressed forward. Every step felt as if he were treading a razor's edge, yet his resolve never wavered. He knew that if he could just cross that door, he would be able to rewrite the story of his life. And that beam of light, in the end, was nothing more than a fleeting illusion in the night, unable to block his determined advance. In a dim corner of the warehouse, inspiration struck Qin Hao like a sudden spark. An almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. Then, with a subtle movement, he seemed to become a gust of invisible wind, carrying a force as weighty as a mountain as he sliced through the air, heading straight for that innocent, suspended light bulb. It was not a simple touch, but a masterstroke, a creative and decisive dance of the fist. His hand traced a brilliant arc through the air, and with a crisp snap like the fall of a distant star, the bulb flared into a fleeting, dazzling blossom of light, and then went out, plunging the entire warehouse into a shroud of mysterious darkness. The abrupt darkness fell like a curtain, catching the Japanese soldiers completely off guard. Instantly, they became as frantic as kites with their strings cut, scattering in confusion and filling the air with a cacophony of anxious voices, like frightened creatures facing an unknown threat, their unique language weaving a frantic symphony of alarm. Yet Qin Hao, the lone figure hidden in the shadows, could not understand the foreign words, but he could sense the pulse of chaos and fear in the air. Quietly, he took pride in this silent victory. At that moment, the scene took a dramatic turn. One figure, clearly the leader among the Japanese soldiers, barked out a few sharp, commanding words. Instantly, the chaotic noise was silenced, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The soldiers, suddenly docile as a flock of sheep, fell quiet. The only sound left was their hurried breathing echoing in the darkness. Seeing this, Qin Hao felt a wave of indescribable relief and satisfaction. His plan, like an intricately staged magic act, was unfolding flawlessly, every step falling exactly as he had designed. After a brief hush, a few of the Japanese soldiers began to cautiously approach the shattered light bulb. Their faces were etched with confusion and curiosity, as though they were peering into the entrance of a world entirely unknown. Qin Hao watched in silence from the shadows, quietly delighted with himself. These men, he thought, must have convinced themselves that this was nothing more than a minor accident, just an ordinary light bulb reaching the end of its life. How could they ever imagine that everything was orchestrated by someone like him, a seemingly unremarkable face in the crowd? Step by step, they were wandering deeper into the maze he had so carefully spun, completely unaware that vital intelligence was about to slip away under cover of night. This battle of wits was more than a mere display of strength. It was a contest of creativity and strategy, and in his own unique way, Qin Hao was weaving a legendary tale all his own. Night draped itself over the world, moonlight casting shifting shadows. Qin Hao moved like a ghost through the gloom, softly uttering a phrase he'd picked up from a television screen, Konnichiwa. His voice, low and enigmatic, sounded like a greeting to worlds unknown. In truth, this simple phrase masked his scant grasp of another culture. Aside from the occasional yamite, this was nearly the extent of his Japanese vocabulary. Just then, the quiet was disturbed by an unfamiliar set of footsteps. A Japanese soldier emerged, responding with a distinctly formal bow and a phrase in flowing Japanese. Oheu. Gozaimasu. The words, musical and smooth, were a mystery to Qin Hao's ears, but a sly smile flickered at the corner of his lips as he quickly recalculated his next move. Suddenly, Qin Hao let out a guttural cry of pain, curling in on himself and clutching his abdomen as if stricken by agony beyond words. Using the darkness and his deliberately mismatched military uniform to his advantage, he successfully diverted the enemy's attention. In the dim light, the Japanese soldiers saw only the suffering of a comrade, never suspecting the deception hidden beneath his disguise. They hurried to his side, concern etched clearly on their faces, never imagining that they'd fallen into a well-laid trap. In the blink of an eye, as they let their guard down, Qin Hao sprang into action with the speed and power of a hunting leopard. His movements were fluid yet precise, and in moments he subdued them all. It was a duel of intellect and bravery, and Qin Hao had just given his own interpretation of victory through wisdom. Afterward, he set about his own silent work of sculpture. He arranged the unconscious soldiers in the stance of sentries, their Arisaka rifles gently pressed against their backs, ensuring that even if they awoke, they would be unable to move an inch. To complete his masterpiece, he used slender branches to gently pry open their tightly shut eyelids, as if trapping them in an endless dream. At last, Qin Hao quietly pulled open the warehouse's heavy, ancient iron door. As for the lock, solid and intimidating to most, he simply smiled. With a blend of strength and finesse, the chain snapped with a sharp metallic clang, as though bearing witness to the changing of an era. The moment Qin Hao stepped into the warehouse, he felt as if he had traveled through a tunnel in time and space. The sight before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Rows upon rows of firearms, the imagined thunder of cannons echoing in his mind. Though the place was perfectly silent, mountains of ammunition piled high, and a few compact yet formidable little bean tanks standing guard in the shadows. This was more than just an arsenal. It was a feast for the senses and a profound shock to Qin Hao's soul. In his previous life, as a homebody, when had he ever witnessed such a spectacular scene? In a country where even kitchen knives required real name registration, this was nothing short of a dreamlike visual extravaganza. Qin Hao's heart raced, his eyes glittering with excitement and awe. He knew, in this very moment, he was not only stepping into a vast armory, but also crossing the threshold into a turning point that could change his destiny forever. And all of this began with a single, imperfectly pronounced konnichiwa. As night draped its velvet cloak and the stars flickered faintly in the sky, Qin Hao's heart churned like restless tides. Time waits for no one, and even the stars urge me on. It's time to accelerate, he thought silently, his feet moving almost of their own accord toward the seemingly insignificant yet historically burdened little bean tank. For this adventurer homebody from the future, even enemy scrap metal brimmed with unspeakable stories and hidden value. With a gentle wave of his hand, the tank seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, quietly melding into his mysterious, unfathomable storage space. Next, Qin Hao transformed into a phantom weaving through the storm of bullets and steel, gathering crates of ammunition and weapons one by one. Each vanished in an instant as if by magic. This was not merely the act of moving supplies. It was a solemn tribute to the past and a silent strategy for the future. Stepping deeper into the vast armory, Qin Hao felt as though he had entered a battlefield frozen in time. The sturdy presence of the 60mm mortar, the sharpness of the 80 millimeters, the thunderous might of the 120 millimeters heavy mortar. Each artillery piece bore the weight of a longing for victory and a vigilant hope for peace. He ran his fingers over them, one after another, finally deciding to take every one of these steel behemoths with him. In his heart, he calculated, though they may be useless in my hands for now, upon the boundless land of China, they will surely blaze forth with the light of protection, enough to make invaders tremble, enough to strengthen the nation. Surrounded by mountains of guns and ammunition, Qin Hao became like a tireless bee, darting to and fro, gathering every ounce of strength he could find. Yet the limits of his storage space were not to be ignored. As the final glimmer flickered within, Qin Hao had to gaze regretfully at the weapons. He could not take a sly spark flashing in his eyes. If I can't take them with me, I'll make sure this place becomes a nightmare for the enemy. And so, a meticulously planned surprise quietly unfolded. Qin Hao summoned explosives and ammunition from his space, weaving them into a deadly web, laying them with cunning precision in every corner of the warehouse. With his limited but practical knowledge of munitions, he devised a simple yet lethal trigger. Once the warehouse doors were opened again, it would signal the overture of destruction. He pictured that moment, flames soaring skyward, the air ripped apart by deafening blasts. In his mind, he could almost hear the enemy's cries of despair, a surge of grim satisfaction welling up inside him. With everything in place, Qin Hao gently locked the warehouse door. Behind that door lay his unwavering pursuit of justice and his yearning for peace. He slipped soundlessly through the military camp, cloaked in darkness, each step light yet resolute. Passing those slumbering Japanese soldiers, a cold smile played on his lips. In his heart, he murmured, "May your dreams linger as eternal sleep. When you awake, the world will no longer be as it was." And as his gaze swept over a small building, an unusual flicker of light, like a lone star in the night, caught his attention. That light seemed to whisper untold stories, hinting that a new adventure was about to begin. Night pressed low, the moon casting a pale sheen over the silent path. Only the two unmoving Japanese sentries standing before the door broke the stillness, like phantoms lurking in the shadows, lending the night an unsettling tension. Qin Hao concealed himself at the street corner, his eyes glinting in the darkness, sharp and focused like a leopard stalking its prey. He chuckled inwardly. A place so heavily guarded must be hiding secrets. Perhaps this is the residence of that important figure. Since fate has brought me here, why not pay a midnight visit and give them a memorable greeting? A sly grin curled his lips, his eyes alight with resolve and inventive mischief. His plan was as finely woven as a net, each step promising unexpected surprises. From his coat, Qin Hao drew out a specially prepared gift, a plain-looking wooden box concealing a hidden mechanism. He smiled faintly, as if already savoring the spectacle about to unfold. Meanwhile, inside the little building, Tanny Hisao sat alone in his study, fingers clenched tightly around a teacup, his heart a storm of conflicting emotions. He had just returned from a meeting with Hiranuma Kichiro, yet his mind was churning. Why, with all his seniority, was he being overlooked? Why send Matsui to placate the Kanto army instead? Baka, am I truly getting old? He muttered under his breath, anger simmering within him like a volcano about to erupt. Outside his door, the soldiers sensed the general's shifting mood, and the atmosphere grew taut with tension. In that moment, an ill-timed noise shattered the silence. Tanny Hisao's fury boiled over. He snatched the paperweight from his desk and hurled it violently toward the door, as if venting all his frustration and resentment on the hapless guard just beyond. The paperweight sliced through the air, carrying a sharp, whistling wind as it hurtled straight toward the gate guard. Strangely enough, the soldier made no attempt to dodge. Instead, he stood his ground with an almost supernatural resolve, unmoving until blood soaked his uniform and he slowly collapsed to the ground. The scene was bizarre beyond words, leaving Gu Shofu utterly stunned. "You fool! How dare you treat military discipline with such contempt?" he roared, ready to draw his sword for harsh punishment. But then, to his astonishment, the corpse began to stir, revealing an unfamiliar face. Qin Hao, dressed in a soldier's uniform, though his exposed trouser cuffs betrayed his true identity. It turned out that Qin Hao had used his masterful skills of disguise and ingenious devices to stage this elaborate death, all in order to get close to his target and execute his plan for vengeance. Not only was he a formidable fighter, but he was also an expert in psychological warfare. This tactic, feigning death to lure his enemy, was a perfectly calculated blow to Gu Shofu's mind. "General, your surprise has arrived." Qin Hao's voice was low and laced with challenge. He slowly stood up, a cold, gleaming dagger gripped tightly in his hand, ready to unleash a deadly performance. Gu Shoufu snapped back to reality from his shock, his face ashen. The situation before him was far more perilous than any battlefield cannonade. Beneath the tense, shadowy night, a soldier, as if guided by invisible hands, unthinkingly pushed open the heavy door and stepped straight into the whirlpool of fate. At that moment, Qin Hao, a Chinese hero of extraordinary skill, followed closely behind, his eyes shining with the fierce resolve and keen instinct of a hunting leopard. He moved like a phantom, slipping silently from shadow to shadow. Meanwhile, Gu Shoufu, the Japanese commander, was lost in his own world of scheming and self-important monologue, oblivious to the looming crisis. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Hao had already carried out the first step of his plan. In a movement as swift and unstoppable as a sudden storm, Qin Hao's fingers flicked and a flash of silver darted through the darkness. The soldier's throat was silently slit, his life extinguished in an instant. Blending into the darkness like a chameleon, Qin Hao hid behind the towering body of the fallen soldier, turning the man into an invisible shield as he watched Gu Shoufu's self-directed drama unfold. Whether this soldier had inherited the iron will of a samurai or the burly stature of a European warrior, at this moment, he became the perfect cover for Qin Hao. The dead man's body was like a moving fortress, concealing Qin Hao's presence completely. Even if Gu Shoufu harbored suspicions, he could not discern the lethal threat lurking in the shadows. Finally, when the drama came to an end, Qin Hao slowly relaxed his clenched hands. The soldier's body dropped softly to the ground, like a falling leaf, revealing Qin Hao's upright, unyielding figure, tall and unwavering as a pine tree. This scene struck Gu Shoufu like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened in terror, and the command saber in his hand trembled ever so slightly as he pointed it at the uninvited intruder, barking in Japanese, "Who are you?" A cold, grim smile curled at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. He chose to answer Gu Shoufu's question in the most direct way possible. "A Chinese, the one. Who's here to kill you?" Each word was short and forceful, squeezed out between clenched teeth, brimming with boundless hatred and unwavering resolve. "Bakayaro, a damn Chinese." Though Gu Shoufu was stunned by Qin Hao's sudden appearance, as a Japanese general plotting the invasion of China, he was naturally fluent in the language. This unexpected exchange sent shockwaves through his mind. He could hardly believe that a Chinese could slip through layer upon layer of defenses and appear in his tent without a sound. Yet Qin Hao gave him no time to think. In a flash, swift and silent, he seized Gu Shoufu by the throat, choking off the scream that was about to escape. "Well, a Japanese officer who can speak Chinese. You lot really did your homework for this invasion, didn't you?" Qin Hao's tone dripped with mockery and disdain, as if he were watching a trapped beast's desperate struggle. Terror and despair filled Gu Shoufu's eyes as he struggled frantically, but all that escaped his lips were muffled, incoherent sounds. Seeing this, Qin Hao tightened his grip and spoke in a low, icy voice. "Listen, if you want to live, stay quiet. Otherwise, you can kiss your neck goodbye." Feeling the very real threat of death, a flicker of cunning flashed across Gu Shoufu's eyes. In the end, he chose to submit, nodding in silent agreement. Only then did Qin Hao gradually loosen his hold, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Now, tell me, what's your name?" "Gu Shoufu." There was a tremor in Gu Shoufu's voice, and though he tried to hide it, a trace of defiance still lingered. "What did you say?" Qin Hao seemed to recognize the name. His brow furrowed as he pressed further for confirmation. "Sir, my name is Gu Shoufu. I am a Japanese general." All arrogance had vanished from Gu Shoufu's tone, replaced only by confusion and fear. Is there a problem?" At these words, a complex emotion flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. That name to him was synonymous with hatred, with the suffering and death of countless innocents. He drew a deep breath and, exhaling slowly, uttered a few words, heavy with meaning. "Remember this. Your death today is to atone for the innocent souls you condemned." Before the words had faded, he moved like a thunderbolt, unleashing a fatal strike upon Gu Shoufu. Deep within Qin Hao's heart, unseen currents surged, as if the dust of history was being swept away by an invisible hand to reveal memories woven with blood and tears. He wondered silently to himself. Could it be that the echoes from the heart of China have crossed time and space, finally touching the soul of this executioner? All is well, except that your day of reckoning has quietly arrived. Beneath the city of Nanjing, countless restless souls, whose eyes never closed in peace, are gazing at your every move through the rift of time and space. Qin Hao's voice was deep and powerful. Each time the name Gu Shoufu slipped from his lips, his eyes blazed like steel scorched by fire, brimming with the fierce light of vengeance, that most primal and overwhelming of human emotions, rage and justice. As for Gushou, even on the road to the afterlife, Qin Hao could never forget the atrocities he had committed. His crimes would haunt him for all eternity. His thoughts drifted back to the bitter winter of 1937, to a day shrouded in darkness. The iron hooves of Japan's Central China Expeditionary Army had trampled Nanjing, and Gushou, the bloodstained commander, marched at the head of his troops like a harbinger of death, leading them from Guanghua Gate, past Yuatai, through Zhonghua Gate, pressing step by step towards the heart of the ancient city, unleashing upon the world a catastrophe that would shock all of humanity, the Nanjing Massacre. Suddenly, a wild, uncontrollable laughter bubbled up inside Qin Hao, a tangled surge of agony and grim satisfaction. He seemed to hear voices calling from a former life, the sorrowful laments of innocent souls, and the affirmation of the mission he now carried. Here he was, in this unimaginable way, about to bring a notorious criminal of history to justice. Was this the guidance and strength granted him by those restless spirits, watching over him from the shadows? Words were unnecessary. Qin Hao's actions spoke louder and more forcefully than any speech. He swiftly grabbed a piece of cloth and shoved it hard into Gushou's mouth, as if sealing away all the unfinished excuses and desperate pleas. Then, with a length of tough rope, he bound the former war maniac tightly to a cold pillar, caging him like a wild beast in a prison of justice. What happened next terrified Gushou to his very core. It was as if Qin Hao had gained some supernatural power. Out of thin air, he produced a cache of explosives and a hand grenade that gleamed with a chilling light. Weapons of terror usually seen only in modern warfare were now being handled casually, almost playfully, by Qin Hao. The sight made Gushou question whether he had fallen into a nightmare from which he could never wake. His eyes bulged wide, filled with unspeakable dread and bewilderment. Who was this Chinese man, really? What kind of power did he possess to wield life and death so easily? Faced with Gushou's despair and confusion, Qin Hao only let out a cold, mirthless laugh, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself. Old devil, you will burn in the fires of hell and atone. To the wronged souls of Nanjing, whose deaths you caused. With that, he slammed the door of the small building shut, leaving Gushou's screams and pleas sealed away in that narrow, inescapable room. Outside the door, Qin Hao's figure gradually faded into the distance, yet his resolve remained unshakable. He knew that everything he did was not only to answer for the innocent souls lost, but also to protect the peace and tranquility of this land. As for the fate of Gushou, it had already been sealed during the horrific massacre. Now, Qin Hao was simply fulfilling the duty of a judge of history. At the Tokyo docks, gently embraced by the night, Qin Hao found a perfect spot, as if fate itself had reserved this vantage point just for him. He held a specially crafted cocktail, swirling it lightly, but the gleam in his eyes was even brighter than the liquid in his glass. His gaze was fixed on the distant military camp, where a most extraordinary fireworks show was about to unfold. In the deep stillness of the night, at a corner of the camp, even the moonlight seemed to hold back, making way for the spectacle about to occur. In front of the armory, a squad of Japanese soldiers marched with heavy steps, like puppets of fate, walking straight into a carefully laid trap. The leading soldier, Itada, wore a smug smile as he praised his companion. Look at this posture, how it embodies the dignity of our great Japanese warriors. With that, he gave his comrade a friendly pat on the shoulder, trying to prolong this hollow sense of honor. Unbeknownst to him, that simple gesture was like triggering an ancient curse. With a dull, uncanny thud, his comrade instantly turned into a lifeless puppet and collapsed to the ground. The rifle gripped tightly in his hands, clattered down, echoing heavily in the silence. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Itada! Itada! Startled cries rang out, reverberating through the quiet night and swiftly swelling into a wave of fear. The surrounding soldiers scrambled to rouse their own comrades, but without exception, each was met with the same fate. Their silent guardians, with grim resolve, offered their final salute to death. Bacchiaro, report to the general at once. Something is wrong here, barked a pale-faced officer amid the chaos, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yet before the last note of his command had faded, he was already out of time, for the fuse of a long-hidden firework had quietly been lit. A whistle shrieked suddenly, sharp and urgent, slicing through the camp's calm like the prelude to the arrival of death itself. Soldiers scattered in terror, but it was already too late. The entire camp seemed to have had its detonation switch pressed by an unseen hand, explosions erupted one after another, weaving together into a symphony of apocalypse. The armory doors, trembling in the officer's hands, slowly swung open as if revealing the gates of hell. But what awaited him was not treasure, but the cold embrace of death. Click! The sound was both a release and a curse. It was immediately followed by the muffled roar of a grenade coming to life. In the officer's stunned gaze, an irresistible force hurled him backward. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and then, with a thunderous explosion, the world was transformed in a single, cataclysmic moment. The blast blossomed like a lotus of fire, instantly devouring everything in its path. In the span of a heartbeat, every living thing and every object within 100 meters vanished without a trace. The shockwave, brimming with annihilating power, swept through and reduced the military camp to ruins. Only the echoing thunder lingered in the night sky, and on a distant pier, Qin Hao's calm, enigmatic smile. It was as if all of this was a magnificent act of vengeance he'd orchestrated for history itself. Beneath a sky shadowed by the weight of the past, an unprecedented feast of destruction unfolded in silence. The familiar outlines of the camp were gone, as though an invisible giant had overturned them in an instant, leaving nothing but swirling dust and shattered dreams scattered across a battlefield shrouded in smoke. Even the bustling docks, whose sturdy buildings had witnessed countless ships come and go, now seemed unbearably fragile. They collapsed like toppled toy blocks, sending waves of dust billowing into the air, burying the clamor of bygone days forever. Within 100 meters of the hidden munitions depot, time and life were mercilessly forced into fast-forward. The boundary between man and building blurred. There were no longer guardians and those under their protection, only fleeting brushstrokes in this terrible masterpiece of destruction. The screams of Japanese soldiers, searing and sharp like lightning tearing through the sky, were swallowed almost instantly by the overwhelming roar. Their forms were mercilessly crushed in the interplay of light and shadow, reduced to drifting ash in the wind, leaving behind only echoes of anguish and despair lingering in the air. At that moment, a distant Japanese patrol was jolted awake like ghosts summoned from the shadows. Confronted with a scene straight out of hell, shock froze them in place before a surge of alarm whistles burst forth like a rising tide. Fear and chaos trying desperately to pierce the smothering silence of death. A soldier, hands trembling uncontrollably, snatched up the telephone, desperate to relay this nightmare to the man who was supposed to control everything, General Tanaka. But fate had already begun playing its cruel joke. On the other end of the line, only the cold, mechanical buzz of the telephone replied to their helpless pleas. For General Tanaka, once the supreme commander, was now nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. Bound by Qin Hao's cunning and courage in a dim, deserted building, Tanaka had long since sunk into despair, awaiting the judgment of fate. Yet the sudden, earth-shaking explosion struck him like a blow from another world, not only jolting his body, but also sending ripples across the stagnant waters of his heart. The small building trembled violently, every brick and stone seeming to voice the turmoil raging outside. Though Gushofu was filled with confusion, unable to fathom the cause of this sudden calamity, one thought grew wild and unchecked in his mind. It must be the doing of those very Chinese he had cursed day and night. In this moment of life and death, a tangle of emotions rose within him. Was it anger, fear, or a helpless, bitter resignation in the face of fate? And so, a legend woven from wisdom and courage quietly began to unfold amidst the smoke and flames, adding yet another surge to the mighty currents of history. In the chaos before dawn, Gushofu's thoughts swirled like leaves caught in a raging gale, wild and lost. The explosion that rocked the world outside had shaken him to his core. It felt as though the entire building had become a lone boat tossed about in a furious storm, lurching and tossing with every blast. This was more than a tremor. It was as if the very gates of hell had been flung open, unleashing a torrent of fire and destruction, threatening to consume everything in its path. He thought to himself, only a munitions depot could produce such terrifying force. Not even the fabled giant bombs could have generated such earth-shattering power. Yet, a subtle sense of discord sliced through his trembling body, cold as ice. The explosion, for all its might, lacked the finality and completeness he had expected. It was like a wounded behemoth, still capable of a roar, but no longer able to unleash its full fury. Doubt began to cloud Gushofu's mind. Had their plans changed? Or was there something more? Amidst this tangled web of thoughts, a sudden shrill ring from the telephone pierced the air like a drawn blade, shattering the tense silence in the room. Gu Shofu's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. He struggled with all his might to break free, but the ropes Qin Hao had tied were like shackles, chaining him tightly to the depths of despair. His struggles were futile, each attempt no more than a feeble protest against his fate. The telephone continued its relentless ringing, carrying with it a sense of foreboding, until at last, unanswered, it faded into silence. Yet for Gu Shofu, that brief silence felt like an eternity of torment. He understood all too well. This call might be his lifeline, or it could be the ticking of his own death sentence. If he missed it, he would be left waiting in fear for whatever disaster might come next. His loyal soldiers might well break down the door, exposing the vulnerability and helplessness he had tried so desperately to hide. Chinese, if I survive this, I will make you pay for every drop of blood. Gu Shofu's heart blazed with fury, his eyes wide and wild, as though he could turn all his anger and unwillingness into a force that would devour everything in its path. In another corner, Iwayne Matsui was lost in a deep sleep, savoring this rare moment of peace and comfort. Ever since General Ueda's demise, the heavy task of pacifying the Guangdong army had fallen to him, a distinction as dazzling and intoxicating as cherry blossoms bursting forth in the spring. He dreamed of the day when he would stand atop the Guangdong army, basking in unparalleled glory and honor. Yet fate, as if delighting in catching people off guard, often reveals its sinister grin when least expected. Before the first light of dawn had fully dispelled the darkness, an urgent call from military headquarters shattered his restful night like a nightmare. His wife, a gentle Japanese woman known for her delicate care and meticulousness, woke him softly, her voice urgent and firm, leaving no room for hesitation. Matsusen, there's an emergency from headquarters. They need you. This moment inevitably brought to mind a widely known saying, enjoy fine Chinese cuisine, marry a gentle Japanese wife. Though meant as jest, it reflected the tenderness and attentiveness Japanese women were known for within the family. Yet now, for Iwayne Matsui, that very tenderness was but the last calm before the storm he was about to face. As he slowly opened his eyes, the stage was quietly set for a new contest, one of power, loyalty, and the struggle between life and death. Matsui, Iwayne's reactions after the military camp was bombed are grounded in a fictional historical context and setting. In reality, all conflicts and incidents should be resolved through peaceful, rational, and lawful means, not through violence or hatred. We must respect historical truth, honor the heroes and their sacrifices, and remember the efforts made for peace and justice. At the same time, we should strive to promote understanding and cooperation among nations, working together to build a more harmonious, stable, and prosperous world. Additionally, regarding the question of how Matsui Iwayne knew it was the Chinese who did it, it must be clarified that there is no concrete historical evidence attributing specific responsibility for every conflict or event. The complexity and diversity of international relations make it impossible to simply blame any one country or people. Therefore, when approaching such issues, we ought to analyze and judge with objectivity, comprehensiveness, and reason, avoiding overinterpretation or prejudice. In Tokyo, wrapped in the gentle embrace of night, an unprecedented spectacle was quietly unfolding. Yet it was not the kind of excitement Western onlookers might imagine. For Iwayne Matsui, the very heart of the empire, his inner world at this moment was like a withered leaf trembling in the autumn wind. What churned in his mind was not the cold indifference of others, but the dream of armaments that had blazed brilliantly only to dissolve into nothingness. A warehouse full of hope, the fruit of a year's labor from the entire nation, all reduced in that instant to the most dazzling and fleeting fireworks on the horizon. Each fragment of debris stabbed at his heart, silent yet profound, as if they were fissures in the destiny of the nation. His heartbeat resonated with the pulse of the empire. The ambition to conquer China, once so close to realization, now wavered perilously, like a kite with its strings suddenly cut after the thunderous roar. This was not merely the collapse of a plan. It was the overture to the shattering of the imperial dream. Economic loss? He scoffed at those cold numbers. Hundreds of millions of dollars lost were but the tip of this disaster's iceberg. The casualties, the devastation of critical infrastructure, each image cut into his soul like a blade, making him wish he could traverse time and space to drag the mastermind, Qin Hao, into an abyss of endless darkness with his own hands. And Qin Hao, that enigmatic strategist from the East, stood at a distant vantage point with a nearly poetic demeanor, gazing upon the mushroom cloud he had woven with his own hands. A faint, inscrutable smile played at his lips as he strolled leisurely into the night, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. Tokyo at dawn was meant to be a cradle of tranquility, but now it boiled over, struck by this sudden divine retribution. The aftershock of the explosion rippled through every corner of the city, jolting people from their dreams, making them believe it was the wrath of nature, a mighty earthquake. In an instant, the streets and alleys filled with anxious residents clutching their bedding, faces etched with confusion and fear. Was it truly an earthquake? Perhaps. Yet in their hearts, it felt more like a warning against unchecked greed and ambition. Amidst the chaos, the embassies of Western nations became a scene unto themselves. High above the city, blue-eyed, fair-skinned foreigners witnessed this unfathomable spectacle and exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this a sign of the world's end? Or is it divine judgment against injustice, a reckoning for Japan's recent actions?" Their imaginations ran wild, tying the disaster to religious prophecies and global politics, unaware that reality was often far stranger and harsher than even their wildest fantasies. On this night, so shaken by shock and speculation, the city of Tokyo, the heart of this island nation, underwent a kind of spiritual baptism. Yet the wheel of history rolled onward, inexorable and unyielding, every turn a prelude to the stories yet to come. In this mist-shrouded city of illusions, if there truly existed some invisible hand weaving the threads of fate, then Shin Hao was that dream weaver, transcending the ordinary, wielding wisdom as his blade. Every move he made became a dance of retribution, more astonishing than any could imagine. "Thomas, look there, toward that mist-shrouded island in the east, where a storm is quietly gathering beneath a veil of calm." The French ambassador spoke with a hint of mischief and irreverence in his tone, his gaze cutting through the gentle mists of romantic Paris, reaching all the way to the very soul of the island nation of Japan. To the Japanese, perhaps they see themselves as clever monkeys, but to this envoy from the city of love, their attitude toward women was nothing short of desecrating the dewdrops on rose petals, rendering every poem about love in the world pale and lifeless by comparison. "Charlie, my friend, don't forget, a gentleman's grace should be as pure as moonlight. Even if last night's banquet offered a different interpretation of beauty, we must not let it strip us of our composure. That young Hiranuma, though he hosted us last night with such a curious spectacle as a Naotomori, a banquet served on the body of a woman. If he knew of your present mockery, I'm afraid your next invitation would arrive under a different name." Thomas, with telescope in hand, let his gaze pierce through the morning haze, settling on that distant, bustling, mysterious scene. A subtle, knowing smile played at his lips. "Oh, Thomas, you are a bundle of contradictions, criticizing with one hand, savoring the memory with the other. To be honest, that Naotomori may not align with my moral compass, but singularity is truly unforgettable. It's like a rose with thorns, aware of the danger, and yet unable to resist drawing closer." A flicker of complex emotion passed through Charlie's eyes, as if he were caught between recollection and reason. "My God, Charlie, are you trying to upend my very worldview? Judging by that restless look on your face, I could have sworn you too had fallen under some Eastern enchantment." Thomas's eyes widened, as if he had just glimpsed something incredible, his voice brimming with both shock and playful mockery. "Huh, Thomas, you must believe me. On this land, magic is everywhere. Whether it's the ascetic monk with a heart of stone, or the compassionate missionary, once they set foot in this realm of temptation, even the purest souls can find themselves lost in a labyrinth of desire. As for me, I suppose I've simply come to grips with this fall from grace a bit earlier than the rest." There was a touch of self-mockery in Charlie's words, tempered by a respectful awe for the unknown. Meanwhile, across the city in Tokyo, a storm was brewing in Kiichiro Hiranuma's office. The news from the other end of the telephone struck like a bolt from the blue, draining all color from his face in an instant. "Baka, prepare the car at once. Head to the military camp at Tokyo Harbor. Everything is about to be revealed." His voice was low and urgent, charged with a tension and unease he had never felt before. Chapter 17 opens quietly on a morning heavy with uncertainty. Tokyo Harbor, a place usually bustling with activity, has now become a fortress. Every corner under strict military watch, every faint movement enough to set the soldiers on edge. Within this tightly controlled zone, hidden deep in the woods, a tent stands where Japan's political and military elite have gathered. Their faces are as overcast as the sky outside, their restless anxiety simmering beneath the surface like ants trapped on a hot griddle, forced to wait in silence, watching and bracing for what comes next. Suddenly, the tent's entrance is swept aside with a forceful stroke. General Iwayne Matsui appears, emerging from the shadows like a deity of war. His arrival silences the previously restless crowd. At once, all attention converges on him, as if he alone were the lighthouse in this storm, the only guide able to lead them through the fog and on his safe ground. Thus, the story plunges into its most gripping new chapter. Bathed in the flickering, golden candlelight, Matsui moves with the silent grace of a shadow dancer, gliding up to Kichiro Hiranuma. In his hand, he holds a sealed dossier, its weight not only that of paper, but of history itself. Hiranuma-sama, this is the tragedy of Night's Lament, along with the thunder no one has yet heard behind it. Matsui's voice is deep and magnetic, each word resonating as if it could pierce through the walls of time. Kichiro Hiranuma, the very heart of the empire, receives the dossier with ritual solemnity. His fingertips brush the cover, as if he can sense the ominous tremor within. He opens it slowly, each page slices through the silence, and with every turn, the color drains further from his face. Rage awakens within him, a caged beast roused from slumber, growing into a blazing inferno behind his eyes. This is the mark of national humiliation, a brazen provocation by China against the Empire of Japan. Unforgivable. His voice is low and forceful, each word forced out through clenched teeth, laden with unyielding authority. Matsui, mobilize the elite forces at once. Let not a single shadow of China remain hidden in Tokyo. I will show them. The prize for challenging the empire's honor is endless darkness and despair. At these words, Matsui straightens, his posture as rigid as a statue of steel. After a crisp salute, he turns and melts into the night, vanishing like an avenging spirit set upon an invisible mission. Within the tent, the air turns to iron. At last, a general's voice shatters the silence, cold and sharp as cracking ice. Sir, in this upheaval, how great are the empire's losses? Hiranuma closes his eyes in contemplation. When he opens them, there's a flash of grim resolve. The wounds to our economy, though they run as deep as a mountain of gold, are but a minor branch in the grand design of our empire. Yet the loss of our munitions is as if a warrior has severed his own arm. It strikes directly at the very foundation of my advance eastward. But, gentlemen, rest assured, the lands of the 3 northeastern provinces will inevitably fall into our grasp. When that day comes, all losses will be made whole. Bakiaro, the assembled generals roared in unison, their fury transforming this humiliation into a battle cry that thundered through the chamber. This explosion, are we certain it was the work of the Chinese? Another general asked, doubt flickering across his face. A cold, sharp smile curled on Hiranuma Kichiro's lips. Matsui's report details every cause and consequence. There's a 90% chance the Chinese are behind it. Even if they are not, we will hold them responsible. This is a matter of strategy and a demonstration of our empire's authority. We need not concern ourselves with blame. Our only concern is dominion over all beneath heaven. Qinhao's strike was like a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, sending shockwaves through the upper echelons of Japan and casting a shadow of fear over the bustling city of Tokyo. On the streets, police moved like shadows, scrutinizing every face. Each echoing footstep could be the beginning of a new suspicion. For the Chinese, the night became a shroud of true darkness. Arrests and interrogations swept through the city like a raging storm. The ambassador of the Chinese Nationalist Party traversed ceaselessly between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Imperial Palace. His protests hoarse and desperate, yet his words were like stones cast into a boundless sea, never stirring even the faintest ripple. Such is the sorrow of a weak nation. Even the sharpest words, wielded like swords, cannot pierce the net woven by the strong. The Japanese, cold and unmoved, dismissed these protests as futile gestures and pressed forward with their hunt and conquest. And all of this began with Qinhao's explosive act. It not only shattered Tokyo's tranquility, but also cast a stone into the river of history, sending shockwaves that would ripple across the world, heralding a dawn entwined with dusk, the prologue to a new era. At the very heart of Tokyo, an unprecedented maelstrom of chaos swept through the city. It tore apart the peace, casting a pall of terror over its citizens. This was no mere clamor along the docks. It was a plague seeping through every crack, infecting every street corner. Imagine, as night falls, those Ronin long forgotten by history, like beasts awakened from the shadows, prowl once more. Greed and madness gleam in their eyes, turning Tokyo's dazzling avenues into blood-soaked arenas. Not every Ronin reveled in this orgy of violence, but there was a band among them, wielding glinting samurai swords as if death itself. had come. They stormed into shops, scattering goods in their wake, the merchants' wails and despair twisting through the night air. Worse still, some stretched their villainous hands toward innocent families, violating women who should have been shielded by the law. These scenes of horror hung over Tokyo like a nightmare, suffocating the city beneath a shroud of dread. Confronted with this sudden tempest, the Japanese government seemed as if struck by a heavy hammer. The leaders exchanged anxious glances, their hearts a tumultuous mix of emotions. They searched desperately for answers, but could only feel the capriciousness and cruelty of fate, as though the entire nation was being driven toward an abyss by some unseen force. A question echoed in their minds. Is this divine retribution, or the curse of the times? To quell the chaos within, the Japanese government had no choice but to play its final card, the military. These warriors, guardians of the nation in peacetime, now transformed into cold, unflinching enforcers. Their footsteps were heavy and resolute, each stride trampling upon the despair of the Ronin. Blades clashed and blood spattered. There was no sympathy, no hesitation, only a steadfast commitment to order and an iron will to suppress the rebellion. Yet behind such ruthless resolve, was there not also a hidden sorrow and helplessness at turning against their own people? Amidst this turmoil and bloodshed stood a bystander named Chin Hao. He lingered in the shadow of a tall building, his gaze sharp and predatory. The suffering of the Japanese left him unmoved. In fact, deep within, he felt a twisted surge of satisfaction. To his mind, all of this was fate's punishment for Japan's past deeds. Yet Chin Hao's coldness did not spring from nowhere. He carried his own story, a history of love and hate deeply entwined with his country. If the world is already in chaos, why not add a little more fuel to the fire? A cold smile curled at Chin Hao's lips. In a flicker, he vanished into the chaotic streets of Tokyo. He deftly avoided the patrolling police, gliding through the night like a ghost. At last, his sights settled on the telephone exchange, the nerve center of the city. A string of grenades materialized in his hand, each one brimming with destructive power. He pulled the pin with a gentle click, a sound that rang out with unnerving clarity in the silent night. Tracing a graceful arc through the air, the grenades exploded at the entrance to the exchange. The blast ripped a jagged hole in the sturdy doors, flames billowed skyward, and thick smoke churned into the air. Inside, the operators were thrown into panic by the sudden explosion. Terror seized their hearts, but soon after, a strange sense of relief crept in, for the endless stream of complaints and cries for help had at last fallen silent. Yet for those in the upper tiers of government, this was only the beginning of a new disaster. The collapse of telephone lines meant the loss of their eyes and ears to the outside world. Tokyo had become an isolated island, its internal chaos and the outside truth weaving a tangled web that left the authorities utterly at a loss. And so, an even more urgent meeting was convened within the government. Staff officers were summoned in haste, well aware that, in these moments of isolation and uncertainty, each decision would bear directly on the fate of the nation. And at the heart of all this turmoil stood Chin Hao, the mastermind behind it all, who vanished into the night with a mysterious smile, leaving behind endless riddles and speculation. In that moment, the face of Hiroshima Kichiro seemed to be steeped in the deepest shadows of the night, a commanding presence radiating from the darkness. His gaze swept over the assembled generals like a blade, freezing the very air. Even the most resolute spirits among the officers could not help but tremble slightly. Inside Matsuya Wayne's heart, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a still pond, sending ripples cascading outward. His unease fluttered like autumn leaves caught in a restless wind, impossible to settle. At last, he gathered his courage and, in a voice barely louder than a whisper but still clear, called out for answers. Oda, what is happening out there in the world? Why has the thread of our communication suddenly and silently snapped? Outside the door, the officer on duty, Oda, had been immersed in the routines of maintaining order. That sudden summons struck him like the sound of a great bell at dawn or dusk, jolting him instantly from mundane concerns. His posture straightened as though he had just heard the call to arms. He swiftly adjusted his uniform and strode into the room in just a few quick steps, offering a crisp salute to his superior. Reporting, "General, just now, the colonel sent urgent news. The telephone network across all of Tokyo has fallen silent, as if the stars themselves have hidden behind thick clouds, cutting off every message. Preliminary assessment suggests that the telephone exchange has encountered an unprecedented crisis, whether it is a technical failure or perhaps something even more complex." Oda's words carried more than just the facts. He wove a vivid image. Once, the tangled web of telephone wires had been the city's beating pulse, but now it was as if some invisible hand had severed them. Each unanswered ring was now a riddle, left hanging in the air. Within the telephone exchange itself, chaos likely reigned, with engineers frantically inspecting every line, searching through that labyrinth for the one path back to the light. Such a description transformed what might have been a mundane incident into something vivid and tangible, sparking readers' imaginations and drawing them into that era, sharing in the sudden confusion and unease alongside the characters. Shrouded by night, Matsui Iwane's roar thundered through the dim command room. Bakairu, hurry! Send yourself to the telephone exchange at once and uncover the cause of this communication breakdown. His words brooked no argument. Hi, at once, came the officer's reply, ringing out with the force of a gunshot. In an instant, his figure had vanished through the door, a streak of black lightning, determined to unravel the eerie mystery behind the silence. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tokyo, Qin Hao was weaving a silent overture of destruction. He moved through the shadows like a phantom ninja, every leap executed with flawless precision. His body seemed to dissolve into elusive smoke, so that even the most highly trained Japanese soldiers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his blurred silhouette before losing him completely amidst the labyrinthine streets and alleys. Qin Hao, a lone hero possessing extraordinary skills, did not carry swords or blades. Instead, he bore with him the seeds of fire, thousands upon thousands of grenades and packets of explosives, silent weapons with the power to shake an entire city. At every critical location, the vaults of banks, the hulking steel giants of sprawling factories, the nerve centers of government buildings, the steadfast police stations and fire departments safeguarding the city's order. Qin Hao was like a harbinger of death in the darkness, scattering blossoms of destruction behind enemy lines with a mere flick of his hand. Each explosion rang out as a powerful rebuke against the arrogance of the invaders. Every throw he made was meticulously calculated, striking with unerring accuracy at the very heart of the enemy. Meanwhile, the homes of innocent civilians remained untouched under his careful protection. This was a contest of intellect and courage, a declaration of justice against evil. At this moment, Tokyo's night sky was ripped apart by fire and the roar of explosions, as if the end of days had arrived. Seen from 10,000 meters above, the city looked as though it had been swallowed by a furious dragon of flame, each blaze telling a tale of defiance and resistance. If Qin Hao's campaign of sabotage continued, the once glorious Tokyo might soon be reduced to ashes, lost to the dust of history. Confronted with this sudden crisis, Japan's highest authorities finally recognized the gravity of the situation. They urgently mobilized large numbers of troops, hoping to crush this storm before it could grow out of control. Matsui Iwane, architect of future wars of aggression, demonstrated the composure and decisiveness of a seasoned commander. He swiftly used the still-functioning communication lines to issue a flurry of orders, weaving an impenetrable net meant to contain the chaos and restore order. Not only did he place every defense district on high alert, but he also dispatched elite units of military police and secret police who prowled the city streets like bloodhounds, vowing to hunt down the saboteur lurking in the shadows. Yet Qin Hao remained as elusive as a specter, every move suggesting that this confrontation was far from over, and that Tokyo's fate now teetered on a razor's edge. We should abide by laws and regulations, maintain a fair and objective attitude, and refrain from spreading unverified information or false statements. At the same time, we ought to cultivate a correct understanding of history and nationhood, respect historical facts and cultural traditions, and approach international relations and ethnic issues with peace, reason, and tolerance. Finally, we should actively foster and practice the core values of socialism, working together to contribute to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the realization of the Chinese dream. Using crude, impolite, or insulting language is inappropriate. When communicating with others, please use respectful and courteous words to build positive and harmonious interpersonal relationships. Moreover, novel writing should adhere to both moral and legal standards, respecting the dignity and values of diverse cultures and peoples. During the creative process, one should pay attention to logical and coherent plot development, as well as the shaping and portrayal of characters, allowing readers to resonate and connect emotionally. At the same time, care must be taken to avoid discriminatory, insulting, or aggressive language, so as not to hurt the feelings of readers or stir up unnecessary controversy. Lastly, we should approach different cultures and nations with a spirit of peace, rationality, and inclusiveness, respecting each other's differences and jointly promoting the diversity and harmonious development of the world. Suddenly, Edo erupted with a thunderous roar, his samurai sword flashing across his chest like a strike of lightning. But in the next instant, his wrist gave a subtle flick, and a jet-black pellet shot out like an arrow loose from its string, tracing a secret path before landing at his feet. In a heartbeat, there was a tremendous boom. Not the familiar sound of gunpowder exploding, but a surge of pure, bone-chilling white mist, billowing forth like the gentle embrace of dawn breaking through the night, completely engulfing Ito. Within the swirling mist, time seemed to freeze. When the haze finally receded, Ito's figure was already gone, fading like a phantom in morning dew. Invisibility technique? You gotta be kidding me. This scene looks like it leapt straight out of some otherworldly TV drama. Chin Hao was inwardly astonished, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. He knew all too well that this was no true vanishing act, but a clever ruse, a blend of ancient ninjutsu and modern technology. A trick of light and shadow, designed to deceive the eye. Yet even so, it was more than enough to leave most people in awe. Chin Hao closed his eyes and steadied his mind, letting his heart become as calm as a still lake, undisturbed by any ripple. He understood that on this battlefield of swirling mists, only inner peace could pierce through the illusions. Just as his thoughts began to drift, a chill crept up his spine, a hunter's deadly focus settling upon its prey. Without hesitation, Chin Hao leaned back, firing off a heavy punch behind him, carrying the unstoppable force of a crashing mountain. This single punch was enough to send a bullet off course, so what could a mere katana do in comparison? As fist met blade, the clash rang out like metal striking metal, sending tremors through the air. Ito's heart filled with dread. He could scarcely believe it. How could this man from China withstand a razor-sharp blade with his bare flesh and remain completely unharmed? Having missed his mark, Ito's figure was momentarily exposed. In a flash, he flipped backward with the grace of a swallow, vanishing once more into the veil of white mist, silent and elusive, like a phantom melting into the night. Banana you. These ninjas sure do love their little tricks. Chin Hao glanced across the now-empty battlefield, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his lips, though he could not entirely conceal his excitement. That brief clash just now had made him realize, although Ito had only reached the level of hidden strength, his ninja skills gave him the ability to go toe-to-toe with a master of inner energy. In the ensuing battle, Ito seemed to become a dancer of the night, darting through the mist with stealth techniques. Each appearance threatened deadly intent. Yet just as Chin Hao was about to counter, Ito would vanish without a trace. Forced steadily backward, Chin Hao felt as though invisible chains were binding his considerable power. Even his mastery of Wing Chun and the subtle transitions of Tai Chi were rendered useless. His opponent refused to play by any conventional rules. Chin Hao drew a long, steady breath, calculating quietly. This so-called invisibility isn't true magic. It's merely an illusion crafted from light and shadow. It can't truly free Ito from the constraints of the physical world. If that's the case, I'll counter stillness with stillness, unravel his mist with his own set of rules. Slowly, he closed his eyes, his breath deep and unhurried, as if the entire world had stilled to match his calm rhythm. In this moment, Chin Hao's heart merged with everything around him. He could sense every faint stir in the air, could almost see the subtle energy rippling from Ito, even as he hid. When Ito tried to strike again, that familiar aura of killing intent sweeping in, a faint smile played on Chin Hao's lips. With a sudden snap, his eyes flew open, sharp as lightning. His body moved as if unbound by space, appearing right where Ito was about to emerge. One punch shattered not just Ito's illusion, but sent the ninja himself staggering back, fully exposed at last. Game over, Mr. Ninja. Chin Hao's voice was calm and resolute, as if all that had just transpired was nothing more than a minor detour on his evening stroll. In the shadowy, delicate night, it was as though Chin Hao resonated with every breath of wind around him, his senses sharpened to catch even the faintest ripple in the air. Just as the tranquility was about to be swallowed by the encroaching night, a sudden, thunderous boom shattered the silence, like the brightest meteor streaking across the night sky. It was the awakening of Chin Hao's dragon elephant. Prajna art at the 5th level. With a single punch, not only did the air tremble, but an invisible storm surged wherever his fist reached. The roar of the air bursting apart echoed like the growl of a primordial beast, shaking the soul. Caught off guard by this storm, Ito was forced into the open. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror, as if he had just witnessed the impossible. A human fist shaking the very air, triggering a sonic blast. This was more than a display of raw strength. It was a transcendence of limits, the mark of Qin Hao's 5 dragons and 5 elephants' power indelibly imprinted upon the world. Before Ito could recover from his shock, Qin Hao transformed into a streak of lightning. The profound essence of the Taiji, harmony of opposites, flowed through his hands, his fist winds swirling into a never-ending Taiji diagram. It was not merely the gathering of energy, but a living embodiment of the philosophy of yin and yang, of strength and gentleness intertwined, surging toward Ito with irresistible force. Ito felt a crushing weight on his chest. Blood burst uncontrollably from his lips as his body was hurled backward like a leaf caught in a violent gale. Qin Hao pressed the attack relentlessly. His Wing Chun strikes fell like an unending spring rain, each blow precise and swift, each fist imbued with the profound mastery of a true internal arts grandmaster. Under such mastery where the force went, the energy followed, seeping into every crevice. Ito knew well that remaining hidden was no longer an option. It required a moment's focus and preparation, an impossible luxury in this life-and-death struggle. All he could do was rely on the agility honed through years of training, weaving through Qin Hao's barrage of fists. Every dodge brought with it the chill of death and the sting of unwillingness. Yet in battle, luck is a fleeting thing. Eventually, Ito exposed a weakness. Qin Hao seized the opening with a powerful side kick, thunderous and unstoppable, sending Ito flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Blood mingled with dust, painting a scene of brutal intensity. Struggling to his feet, Ito gripped his katana tightly. The fear in his eyes had been replaced by rage and ferocity. He understood that only by staking everything on this final clash did he stand even a sliver of a chance. Thus, beneath the shroud of night, a fiercer duel erupted. Qin Hao and Ito, two formidable warriors, wrote their own epic with flesh and blood. Under this battle-ignited night sky, every whistle of a fist, every flash of a blade, was an exploration of the limits of life itself, a pursuit of the true meaning of strength. On the ancient battlefield, bathed in moonlight, Qin Hao seemed not to truly touch the earth. His foot landed with the lightness of a leaf brushing the surface of water, without so much as a ripple, without letting Ito feel the slightest pain. In truth, it was not that Qin Hao lacked strength. Just imagine, had that blow landed on an ordinary person, their very soul would have been jolted free, soaring straight to the legendary gates of heaven. Ito, the ninja from the distant east, had walked a path of training akin to a journey through hell. Compared to masters of hidden force in the mortal realm, he not only engraved the essence of endurance into his bones, but also welcomed pain as a steadfast companion in his cultivation. In Ito's world, enduring hunger and braving the elements were merely the basics. The true trials, where ones will tighten like a clenched fist and agony seared deep into the heart, were the gateways one had to pass to stand atop the ninja's pinnacle. Thus, the kick from Qin Hao, powerful enough to claim an ordinary life, was for him nothing more than a cool night breeze, something to be met with unruffled calm. At that moment, Ito's form flickered and blurred like a phantom, darting left and right with such speed that he seemed to slip through the seams of time itself. He left behind a cascade of dizzying afterimages, weaving a tapestry of illusions under the night sky. Watching this, Qin Hao couldn't help but murmur, "What a devilishly elusive technique this ninja has." Yet, there was not a trace of fear in Qin Hao's admiration. To him, speed was merely one form of strength, and he was the embodiment of power itself. He understood well. If he unleashed his true might, his speed would outshine Ito's as the sun and moon outshine a flickering candle. Utterly incomparable. Still, Qin Hao relished overwhelming others with sheer force, savoring the thrill of conquering all with raw power. Ito sprang forth, swift as an arrow loose from the bow, soaring toward Qin Hao's eyes, the most vulnerable window of the human body, where even ironclad martial defenses offered little protection. Ito's judgment was flawless. From their earlier clash, he'd sensed that Qin Hao's body may be hiding secrets as tough as steel, but those eyes, they were the only chink in his armor. "Hey, little foreigner, let me show you the true essence of Chinese martial arts, the dragon-elephant prajna technique." With a mischievous tilt of his lips, Qin Hao's gaze sparkled with provocation. As his words faded, the dragon-elephant prajna technique roared to life within him, like a primordial beast awakening. An unstoppable torrent of power surged from his core, gathering into a fist force mighty enough to shake mountains. Explode, explode, explode. With each low snarl from Qin Hao, his fist force crashed forth like a raging sea, carrying the strength of 100,000 pounds, hurtling straight toward Ito's Position. The air seemed to rip apart with a high-pitched hiss, quickly followed by a thunderous, ear-splitting blast as the surging energy reversed the very flow of the wind, enough to rattle the soul. Boom! A resounding detonation split the heavens, like the wrath of a thunder god unleashed. Under the impact of that force, Ito's figure, suspended midair, lost all balance and control, tumbling like a leaf caught in a howling gale, only to crash headlong into Qin Hao's fist, which brimmed with the divine strength of a dragon and elephant. With a heavy, resounding thud, the silence was broken, a forceful impact that sent Ito staggering backward, his form wavering as if the entire ancient battlefield shuddered in response. This blow was not merely an ultimate display of strength. It was the furious clash of two nations' martial arts, a collision so intense it left everyone holding their breath. In that split second, faster than a lightning flash on a summer afternoon, a strange, dreadful crack reverberated through the air, a sound like a ripe watermelon bursting violently. Under an invisible hand, the juices seemed to scatter in all directions, yet before they could touch the ground, they froze in midair, lingering as a bizarre ripple through space. Ito's body, caught in the impossibility of that strike, twisted into an unnatural, almost grotesque shape. Like a watermelon struck by a falling meteor, its rind shattered, its flesh flung outward, and yet, in a surreal display, he drifted slowly downward. When he hit the ground, it was with a deep, lingering resonance, an echo of finality. Even as his body teetered on the edge of death, Ito's limbs convulsed unwillingly, each faint tremor a silent proclamation to the heavens and earth. Though his soul was slipping away, the indomitable will and unquenched spirit of battle still searched desperately for a final ember to ignite. It was a scene both eerie and heroic, like a silent contest between nature and fate, a stark reminder to every witness that the tenacity of life often stretches far beyond the limits of flesh and bone. Qin Hao stood in place, his eyes agleam with a complex light, a touch of calm acceptance and victory, mingled with a profound understanding of life's fragility and resilience. He spoke at last, his voice deep and magnetic, echoing through the ancient battlefield like a warrior's anthem from ages past. The words of the fiery cloud demon god, once spoken, were as fleeting as the wind and as swift as lightning, drawing countless martial artists in pursuit. Yet the wisdom of Elder Jin shines like solid stone, revealing the true meaning behind the adage, strength conquers all. In this vast world of martial arts, speed and skill may be the rungs by which we climb the heights, but only unshakable, absolute power can truly reign above all, dissolving every provocation and challenge into nothingness. With those words, Qin Hao's gaze drifted over the now lifeless Ito, as if holding a conversation that bridged life and death, or perhaps letting out a sigh that echoed through the universe itself. In that moment, he was not just bidding farewell to an opponent. He was reflecting deeply on the path of martial arts, contemplating the very meaning of existence. The body lying quietly on the ground, though motionless, seemed to stand as the most powerful annotation to this legend, witnessing the clash of strength and conviction, and the enduring glimmer of humanity that refuses to be extinguished in a harsh world. Beneath the boundless urban night, Qin Hao's words fell like the first rays of dawn, illuminating the edges of truth, while subtly veiling the thoughts that remained unspoken. He spoke the truth, yet it seemed to conceal a deeper philosophy, as if on the battlefield where speed and strength are pitted against each other, only the kind of absolute power that transcends the heavens can truly dominate. This was no simple contest. It was a symphony woven of might and cunning, with every note reverberating straight to the soul. Imagine, if you will, Ito, the dark force master, like a panther stalking through the night, swift and lethal. Each of his moves was enough to make any ordinary internal force expert tremble in fear. Yet when his speed collided with Qin Hao's seemingly primeval, overwhelming power, it all dissolved into nothingness. Qin Hao, the Grandmaster whose mastery of internal force was matched only by the peerless might of the dragon-elephant wisdom technique, wielded a strength as if 5 dragons and 5 elephants lent him their power. Every punch he threw seemed to shatter mountains and shake the very air. His fists were more than just symbols of raw strength. They defied the very laws of physics. It was said that were there no limits to the sky, he could fell an eagle with a single blow. If rules could be broken, even a tank would be nothing more than a toy in his grasp. When two titans clashed, sparks flew in every direction. The duel between Qin Hao and Ito was like the fall of the stars, brilliant, final, with no turning back. In the distance, a Japanese officer watched it all unfold through a sophisticated telescope, his eyes filled with utter disbelief and shock. When Ito's once indomitable head was shattered by Qin Hao's strike, the officer's scream tore through the silence of the night, echoing into the sky as a cry of utter despair. Colonel Nishimura, mobilize all forces at once. Capture or eliminate that Chinese man at any cost. The officer's voice trembled with madness and resolve, the flames of vengeance burning in his eyes. Hi. Nishimura responded instantly, but Qin Hao's figure had already slipped away like a wraith. In a few swift leaps beneath the moonlight, he vanished into the shadows and low rooftops, leaving behind only a field of stunned, breathless witnesses. Powerless, Nishimura approached Ito's cold body, performing the final rites of a samurai to pay his respects. Then he ordered his men to clear the battlefield, in a futile attempt to erase all traces of the fight. Yet the blood-stained memories had already been seared into the minds of everyone who had witnessed the scene. Hiranuma Kichiro, the shadowy mastermind behind Japan's ninja world, gazed at Ito's corpse, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ito, his most trusted confidant, the brightest star among Japan's ninjas, had fallen. His fury surged like a volcano, but beneath it lay a deeper worry for what the future might hold. Tokyo, once a city of dazzling prosperity, now lay ravaged in the wake of Qin Hao's baptism. A heavy, unspoken silence blanketed the streets and alleys. The decline of business, the restless hearts of the people, all pointed to a city in the throes of an unprecedented transformation. All of this began with a man named Qin Hao, who left an indelible mark on this land in his own unique way. After the event, Japanese experts and scholars rushed to investigate, hoping to uncover more clues and answers from this astonishing clash. To their amazement, they found that this was not merely one man's victory overnight, but another magnificent testament to the power of strength and conviction. From that moment on, Qin Hao's name was boldly inscribed in the annals of martial arts, not only in Japan, but across the world. In Tokyo, a city where prosperity and shadow danced together, a storm unlike any before was quietly brewing. Its price far exceeded the billions that could be measured in currency. It was the very heartbeat of the city itself, trembling in anticipation. Chapter 19. Time flows endlessly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have swept by with storms of change. Damn it, Matsui, issue an international warrant, right now. I swear, we'll bring that Chinese brat to justice. I'll make him understand what it means to defy the great Japanese empire. Hiranuma Kichiro's voice was as sharp as a blade in the depths of winter, slicing through the stillness of the night, his eyes burning with a wild, vengeful fire. Standing beside him, Iwayne Matsui's heart seethed with frustration and resentment, a wildfire raging out of control. The position of Guangdong Army commander, once within his grasp, had vanished like a mirage, all because of Qin Hao. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, every joint silently echoing his bitter hatred for Qin Hao. Inside the telephone exchange, bright lights blazed as engineers raced against time to restore the communication network, as if laying the foundation for a worldwide manhunt that was about to begin. Matsui's orders struck like lightning, spreading across every corner of Japan and to the far reaches of the globe. The target of this pursuit, Qin Hao, became an enigmatic symbol on the international stage overnight. Meanwhile, Qin Hao's name rose brilliantly, like a star lighting up countless eyes. Single-handedly, he had woven a chaotic symphony in Tokyo, leaving the elites of every embassy stunned and abuzz with speculation. In the ballrooms of the Western world, gentlemen swirled their glasses and ladies whispered behind delicate fans, all wondering what storm such a person might stir if he ever set foot in their own countries. At the highest levels of the U.S. government, brows furrowed in deep thought, while a bold idea quietly took root, a plan to create super soldiers to meet the unforeseen challenges of the future. Yet, at the center of it all, Qin Hao himself had already set sail a day early, utterly at ease. The sea breeze played at his casual clothes as he stood on deck, exchanging a knowing smile with Captain Charlie. Hey, Charlie, has our precious machine been fixed yet? Qin Hao's tone was tinged with mischief, but his eyes gleamed with anticipation for the unknown. Qin, you really are a troublemaker. If it weren't for that stunt you pulled, we'd have already caught the wind and waves, leaving this land of turmoil far behind. Captain Charlie deliberately put on a long face, but beneath his complaints, there was a hint of resigned affection. In his eyes, one could see not just exasperation at the mess Qin Hao had caused, but also a grudging respect for the abilities of his mysterious companion. Qin Hao simply replied with a gentle smile, quietly reflecting to himself, if not for these twists of fate, you and I might have parted ways long ago. How else would we have ended up in the same boat, sharing this journey? He gave Charlie's shoulder a light pat, and, with a tone bordering on the philosophical, said, "Charlie, the world is full of uncertainties, just like the tempests at sea. Who can predict whether the next moment brings calm or crashing waves? All we can do is steer our own helm, let our hearts follow the wind, and sail toward distant shores. If God really loved meddling in our affairs, he'd have struck you down with lightning right off the deck by now." Captain Charlie joked with theatrical exaggeration, and in that instant the tension between them dissolved, replaced by easy camaraderie. On this journey that crossed borders and cultures, Chin Hao and Charlie, two solitary souls, had been bound together by the unexpected tempest. Beneath the sky, painted orange by the setting sun, a restless dusk seemed to settle over Charlie's heart as well. He knew all too well, as long as he didn't cross that invisible line and provoke the hidden ire of the young man from China, Chin Hao, he might still survive these turbulent seas, avoiding the fate of being tossed mercilessly into the deep, left to the cold company of the fish. "Chin, about that chaos in Japan." Charlie's voice was barely more than a whisper, each word carefully chosen, as if the slightest misstep would shatter the fragile. Tension in the air. His curiosity was like a timid kitten, eager to peek behind a curtain, yet afraid of the consequences if caught. At these words, Chin Hao's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. His eyes, deep and penetrating, seemed to see straight through a man's soul. His voice, low and resonant, carried an undeniable authority. "Do you wish to become just another lost soul, claimed by that $1 million bounty?" For a moment, even the air seemed to grow heavy. Charlie's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. He hastily waved his hands, his tone a mix of urgency and sincerity. "Chin, we're friends. How could I ever do something so treacherous? As a gentleman of the British Empire, my honor is as dear to me as my own life. I would never allow anyone, not even myself, to tarnish it." Yet, ripples of doubt stirred within Chin Hao's heart. In a world ruled by self-interest, he knew all too well that titles like gentleman and honor were often nothing more than exquisite masks. Unbidden, a chapter of unfinished history surfaced in his mind. The tragic fate of the French Navy under the shadow of World War II. Those warships, stranded in British ports, became not a sanctuary, but victims sacrificed to British ambition. The blood of soldiers stained the sea red and left a dark mark on the medals of these so-called gentlemen. At this thought, Chin Hao couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. The sound carried both irony and resignation. "Gentlemen of the British Empire? Huh, if there were truly a prophet 300 times over, I dare say even Her Majesty the Queen might find herself up for auction. And you, Charlie, how much is your character worth? On this stage where money and power entwine, who can truly remain unsullied?" Charlie's face turned ashen, then pale. Chin Hao's words, sharp as a dagger, struck directly at his most vulnerable spot. Charlie managed a strained smile, but inside, his emotions churned violently. Yes, the wheels of history had already rolled on, and behind those polished names often lurked dirty deals unknown to the world. Chin Hao's gaze gradually regained its calm, yet a faint trace of murderous intent lingered, enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. "Remember this, Charlie. The world is far more complex than you imagine. Don't let your gentleman's facade become a dazzling curtain that merely conceals greed and betrayal." With those words, he turned and walked away, leaving Charlie alone in the fading glow of sunset, left to savor the depth of this lesson by himself. "Ah, my dear friend, your words are like a gentle rain in the breeze, brushing softly against the delicate weave of our nation's pride, while also stirring that stubborn resolve I've always believed was my backbone. Allow me to clarify. Deep within my soul, there is a sanctuary untouched by the lure of money. It stands like the North Star, guiding me clear of the undercurrents of personal gain. Yet if ever I should stray, it would be nothing more than the subtle way all things in this world lean toward the light, not an outright betrayal." Charlie's words danced with a certain witty grace. He deftly caught the glint of steel that flashed, almost imperceptibly, in Chin Hao's eyes. His reply tiptoed between the borders of danger and safety with the lightness of a dancer. "Noble? Huh. Charlie, coming from you. That word takes on a hint of irony. Still, to prove the strength of our friendship, I propose a little game. As this great ship prepares to set sail, let us together witness a test of loyalty and courage. This copper-colored bullet in my hand may not be real ammunition, but it can still etch a mark of time into the cabin wall, a reminder that even the smallest threats deserve to be treated in earnest. And you, Captain Charlie, be sure to stand your ground. For on this vast ocean, the safety of every passenger is your most sacred vow." Chin Hao's tone carried a trace of amusement. With a casual flick of his wrist, The copper bullets seemed to come alive, slicing through the air and leaving a perfect round hole in the cabin wall, as if nature itself had played a mischievous little trick. Charlie's heart clenched suddenly, but he quickly composed himself, replying in the most earnest voice he could muster, "Oh my goodness, Gene, your skills are more astonishing than any magician's. Rest assured, as the guardian of this ship, I will not leave its side until we have crossed the storm and reached the far shore in safety. After all, protecting this vessel is as important to me as safeguarding my own beliefs." In his eyes flickered a fleeting blend of regret and relief, emotions he struggled to suppress. Deep down, he cursed his earlier foolishness. How could he have failed to sense the gathering storm behind this mysterious companion? At this moment, the faintest of smiles appeared at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. He understood all too well that, regardless of race or creed, the contrast between human frailty and resilience becomes starkest in the face of life and death. A plan was already forming in his mind. He would slip away from this hotbed of trouble before the Japanese army could fully lock down Tokyo. Just as Qin Hao was lost in thought, a crewman named Hayes hurried into the cabin, breaking the quiet. "Captain, good news. After some emergency repairs, our ship is as good as new. We're ready to set sail at any time. Shall we depart immediately?" Charlie swiftly gathered himself, regaining the calm authority of a captain. "Well done, Hayes. Notify the crew to prepare for departure. We must carry everyone's hopes on this ship and sail toward a broader future." His words brimmed with resolve, though beneath the surface lingered a quiet anticipation and a touch of unease about the unknown journey ahead. Meanwhile, Qin Hao watched in silence from the sidelines, already plotting his next move. Night fell like a heavy velvet curtain, quietly swallowing the last glow of daylight. In the hush, Charlie's voice sounded particularly cautious, like a gentle breeze stirring fallen leaves. "Look, the sky's already donned night's finery. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to set out." Uncertainty and hesitation flickered in his gaze. "No, we leave at once." Qin Hao's reply was firm, his eyes flashing with unmistakable determination. He knew that no matter how deep the darkness, night was the best cloak for slipping away unnoticed. Once the Japanese authorities caught on, their net would be so tight that even a body of iron could not withstand the relentless onslaught of their firepower. Images flashed through his mind, not fireworks, but explosions and despair lighting up the Tokyo night sky. His resolve to escape only grew stronger. Speed is our only salvation now. Charlie hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his options on the scales of consequence, before finally deciding to trust his instincts for survival. Hayes, full speed ahead. Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Charlie understood that the moment he chose to travel with Qin Hao, he had set foot on a path of no return. Yet to become an unwitting victim, caught in the crossfire of fate, was even less acceptable to him. Soon, Hayes's reply rang out like the distant beat of war drums, stirring everyone's spirits. "Aye, aye, Captain." With that command, the ship's heart, the engine, roared to life. The massive vessel slowly broke free from the grip of the harbor, surging into the unknown, cutting through the waves toward distant horizons. As they departed, the ship's long, sonorous whistle echoed across the night, a farewell call and a proclamation of freedom. It pierced the darkness, reverberating across the open sea, a reminder to every vessel. These are shipping lanes. Keep your distance, lest you collide in the boundless blue. Standing on the deck, Qin Hao let the sea wind whip wildly around him, tossing his hair like the tumultuous thoughts within his mind. Gazing at the Japanese islands shrinking into black specks on the horizon, he felt both the relief of release and a heaviness impossible to put into words. He pondered how, upon returning to the land of China that had nurtured him, he might atone for the indirect harm he had caused, and how he could use his own actions to protect those innocent countrymen who had suffered. 5 years ago, the storm that Qin Hao had orchestrated shook Tokyo to its core, catching the Japanese government off guard and chilling the hearts of countless Chinese living in Japan. For a time, the air in Tokyo was thick with fear and betrayal, and many Chinese compatriots found themselves caught up in misfortune through no fault of their own. This upheaval quietly changed the course of Chinese students studying abroad, from the once popular voyage east to a growing trend of heading west. America and Germany became new favored destinations, driven by a longing for safety and a desire to reimagine the future. Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. From the moment Charlie's ship touched the soil of China, Qin Hao embarked on a journey of atonement and redemption. He traveled across this vast land on foot, from the snow-capped plateaus of the north to the tropical rainforests of the south, from the dawn-lit eastern shores to the golden sunsets of the west, witnessing every breath and heartbeat of the country. Along the way, he prayed silently for the souls who had been lost and cheered on the resilient people who still persevered on this land. Qin Hao knew his story was far from over. In truth, his journey was only just beginning. During those 5 years of ceaseless war and smoke-filled skies, Qin Hao was like a lone wolf in the desert, weaving his way through the cracks of the warlord's bloody struggles, hardened by the world's fickleness. Yet within his heart, he harbored a tranquil realm devoted to martial mastery. Each day, at dawn and dusk, he honored his discipline and trained relentlessly. The ancient art of the dragon-elephant prajna technique quietly took root inside him, like a slumbering dragon deep beneath the surface, patiently awaiting its awakening. 5 years ago, Qin Hao had touched the threshold of the technique's 5th level, a threshold beyond which lay a vast, unfathomable chasm of martial knowledge. 4 or 5 years, sweat, and perseverance forged every step he took. Yet the barrier to the 5th level loomed before him like walls of bronze and iron, utterly unyielding to even his most determined efforts. Still, his persistence was not in vain. His inner power had already gathered at the very peak of the 5th level, like a mighty river, swelling and yearning for a breach, ready to surge forth at any moment. The world claimed the dragon-elephant prajna technique was easy to begin, but few knew that venturing deeper demanded a trial of mind and understanding, testing the extremes of one's intellect and insight. Beyond the 5th level, brute force alone was no longer enough. Only the truly perceptive could unravel the mysteries of the art. Otherwise, one might spend a lifetime in fruitless toil, never glimpsing the path to the 6th level. Legend had it that the Golden Wheel monk from the Return of the Condor Heroes had cultivated this technique to the 10th level within a few decades. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, his achievements inspired awe and proved that, beyond the 5th level, aptitude and comprehension reigned supreme. Qin Hao, an unheralded practitioner, possessed insight to rival that of the Golden Wheel monk. Over 5 years, he forged the foundation of the 5th level to unshakable solidity. His patience and wisdom spoke volumes of his uncommon character. He understood well that only with a firm foundation could a towering edifice rise. Even as the dragon-elephant power within him surged like a mighty river, he restrained it, refusing to let it break free prematurely. But the world is ever unpredictable. The vast, surging force within him could no longer be contained. It was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. If he could not find a way to channel this energy, he knew he would be the first to suffer its backlash. In this moment of life and death, Qin Hao made his decision. He would suppress himself no longer. In this boundless desert, he would seek the opportunity to break through. Under the blazing sun, with the desert sands scorching beneath him, Qin Hao found a strange sense of belonging. He buried himself deep in the sand, leaving only the faintest breath connecting him to the outside world. In this secluded, silent place, he closed his eyes and stilled his mind, guiding the wild power of the dragon-elephant within him to flow slowly to every limb and bone. In that moment, every cell in his body stirred to life, as if the primordial roar of a dragon echoed softly in his ears. With a deafening roar, sand and stones burst in all directions around Qin Hao. The dragon-elephant power within him finally found its outlet, transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light that shot straight into the sky. In that instant, he broke through the 5th layer of the dragon-elephant prajna art, stepping boldly into the legendary 6th realm. Atop the desert, the swirling sands came to an abrupt halt, as if even heaven and earth paused in awe, bearing witness to the rise of a new powerhouse. The 6th layer of the dragon-elephant prajna art was not only a testament to Qin Hao's growing strength, but also a living proof of his endless pursuit and unwavering persistence. Beneath the blazing desert sun, his actions defined the true path of a martial artist. Undaunted by hardship, pressing forward with courage, and finally embracing a moment of personal glory. Around Qin Hao, it felt as if a sleeping volcano was slowly awakening. The dragon-elephant force, drawn from ancient legends, began to rise from the depths of his body's chasm, not as a muted, suppressed presence, but as a force breaking free in a magnificent and awe-inspiring display. This power was no longer a simple accumulation. It was like the first golden rays of dawn piercing the darkness of night, illuminating every inch of Qin Hao's skin and seeping into his very bones. Suddenly, a surge of unprecedented sensation swept over him, a tingling rush that heralded the prelude to the dragon-elephant force's eruption within. It was as if billions of stars exploded at once, releasing a brilliant, scorching radiance. Spurred by this force, his blood and energy churned and rose like swirling clouds and mist, coiling around him and enshrouding Qin Hao in a hazy, sacred aura. The power was so immense that even the strongest soul would tremble before it. Anyone else would have been utterly consumed, swept away by this overwhelming dragon-elephant force, their existence erased. Yet Qin Hao's gaze remained unwavering, shining like the brightest star in the deepest night, utterly unmoved. Not only did his face show no trace of pain, but a look of bliss and rapture surfaced, as if this power was the long-awaited rain nourishing every ounce of his potential and every fiber of his will. In this moment, it was as if he and the dragon-elephant force had become one, an unrivaled presence between heaven and earth. As the sixth layer of the dragon-elephant prajna art operated with exquisite precision, Qin Hao became like a master craftsman, his supreme will a hammer, his perseverance a blazing fire, sculpting and refining this boundless power into an invisible blade, sharp and exact. This blade was not only a weapon for conquest, but a declaration of his inner resolve to challenge his own limits. It was gathering strength, awaiting the instant of breakthrough, when it would slice through the sky and open the way for a new legendary journey. Throughout this process, each breath Qin Hao drew seemed to resonate with the cosmos, and every heartbeat grew stronger with the surging dragon-elephant force within. He was no longer just a cultivator. He had become a force within heaven and earth that could not be ignored, advancing toward greater realms with a presence unlike anything seen before. Within that boundless fissure of time and space, Qin Hao's mind was as deep and tranquil as an ancient well, unmoved by the chaos. His consciousness delved inward, exploring the vast universe within, the microscopic world. Silently, he wove ancient incantations, awakening a long-lost secret art, dragon-elephant prajna. This technique stirred within him like the whispered voices of primeval deities, slowly awakening in his very bloodline. With every cycle of breath, Qin Hao seemed to transform into a divine artisan, manipulating the primal energies of the world. His heart became the forge, his blood the raw material, as he meticulously refined each sinew, every piece of flesh, down to the tiniest speck hidden deep within his marrow. The process was akin to polishing a stubborn stone that had weathered billions of years, patiently smoothing it in the river of time until it gleamed with a gentle, jade-like luster. Inside him, it felt as though countless tiny spirit worms writhed and crawled, sending waves of indescribable tingling and sharp pain through his body. It was as if invisible ants were gnawing slowly at his core, and the oppressive solitude of the deep sea threatened to engulf him once more. Yet this time, he was no longer the fledgling cultivator he had been 5 years ago. That trial in the deep sea 5 years prior had been the overture to his dance with despair. The agony and struggle he faced then had now become the unyielding armor of his soul. Now, standing in a foreign desert ravaged by shifting sands, he felt as though he had returned to that crucible of water and fire, but his resolve was more steadfast than ever. Within him, the dragon-elephant prajna surged wildly, like the eye of a storm amidst roaring winds, drawing in every impurity and speck of corruption, mercilessly smelting them away. His body became as though forged from pure steel, every muscle brimming with earth-shattering power. As time passed, a faint mist began to rise around Qin Hao, a visible sign of the impurities being completely expelled, leaving only pure, vital blood and energy. His skin took on a delicate crimson glow, reminiscent of a rose bathed in the first light of dawn, while sweat trickled down his resolute face like morning dew. Each droplet shimmered with the vitality of life and a spirit that refused to yield. Every breath he took was accompanied by a subtle tremor in his muscles, the seamless fusion of strength and rhythm, hinting at the terrifying potential that was about to erupt from within. At last, when a final wisp of heat surged skyward as if to rend the very heavens, the dragon-elephant prajna underwent a mysterious transformation. It was no longer merely a martial art of the mortal world, but had become a miraculous existence resonating with the laws of the universe itself. In this moment, Qin Hao felt as if he were breathing in unison with the heavens and the earth, his fate entwined with the world itself. Silently, he uttered in his heart, "Break!" At that very instant, the dragon-elephant force he had long harbored surged forth like a raging tidal wave, unstoppable as it crashed against the seemingly unbreakable barrier within him, the threshold of the sixth level. With a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the sky, Qin Hao's figure soared upward like a phoenix bursting free from its cocoon, breaking the shackles of the desert and rising high into the air. For a fleeting moment, he hovered in midair before gracefully descending back to the ground. In that instant, the dragon-elephant force within him spiraled out of control, bursting forth like a river breaching its banks. It raced through every vein and meridian, sweeping through corners that had once been blocked and stagnant. The agony that followed felt like being engulfed in flames. Yet at the same time, it brought him an exhilarating sense of freedom unlike anything he had ever known. Suddenly, Qin Hao's tightly shut eyes flew open, a brilliant gleam flashing within them. He clenched his teeth, and with a willpower far beyond the ordinary, he guided the wild, surging power along its prescribed path until it finally came to rest. In that moment, it was as if he had transcended himself, reaching a new realm. The dragon-elephant prajna technique, too, seemed to shine with its brightest radiance amidst these extraordinary changes. Qin Hao's heart was drawn taut, like an arrow knocked on a bowstring, every nerve on edge. The slightest lapse could provoke the dragon-elephant force within him into a storm of backlash, threatening to tear him apart. He understood well that this was more than a battle of flesh and will. It was a wager of destiny and opportunity. The most opportune moment to break through to the 6th level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique had finally arrived. As the intricate threads of the technique became vividly clear in his mind, Qin Hao could feel every drop of his blood boiling, every bone whispering, all of them voicing their longing and struggle before transformation. This was not merely a remolding of the body, but the relentless pursuit of power. With each level ascended in the dragon-elephant prajna technique, he delved deeper into the potential of his life force, his strength building layer upon layer, towering like mountains until it could shake the very world. Suddenly, an unprecedented tremor erupted from within Qin Hao, like a primeval beast awakening. His muscles and bones echoed with a thunderous rumble as hidden impurities, buried deep within flesh and marrow, were ruthlessly stripped away, dissipating into wisps of smoke that drifted away on the wind. Vital energy roared through his body like a blazing inferno beneath the scorching sun, burning every obstacle to ash. The rolling thunder that resounded within him was like the roar of tigers and leopards echoing through the wilds, an awe-inspiring sound that shook him to his core. Tiger and leopard thunder. This is the miracle I've always dreamed of. A surge of indescribable joy flooded Qin Hao's heart. This sudden, unexpected gift sent a tremor through his very soul. The thunderous roar of tiger and leopard. This is the legendary pinnacle for those who temper their bodies. Only when the flesh has reached its utmost limit can such a sound of nature be invoked. This is not just a mark of physical transformation. It is also the key to unlocking an entirely new realm of martial arts. Overwhelmed by this awe-inspiring phenomenon, Qin Hao found himself momentarily forgetting all his pain. In its place surged a sense of exhilaration and liberation, the likes of which he had never known. As his body gradually acclimated, the pain transformed into strength, and the flow of the 6th-level dragon-elephant prajna technique became smooth and unhindered, resonating in harmony with the universe itself. He could distinctly feel that he had crossed a threshold, stepping from the 5th level into the grand hall of the 6th. The lingering resonance of the thunderous roar left Qin Hao's vitality richer and purer than ever, propelling his cultivation from the middle stage of the transforming force Grandmaster directly to its peak. He understood well. Just one more step, and by comprehending the secret of forming the inner pill, he could enter the ranks of the Great Pill Masters. A brand new world awaited beyond that door. His clenched fists trembled slightly, and a look of satisfaction and anticipation lit up Qin Hao's face. The 6th level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique truly lives. Up to its name. Had I faced this trial days ago, defeat would have been inevitable. With each advancement, my strength soars to new heights. It's simply astonishing. Staring into the void ahead, a yearning light flickered in his eyes. If the 6th level is already this formidable, what about the 7th? That is where inner strength is born. The realm countless martial artists dream of reaching. Inner strength, a power spoken of only in legends. I, Qin Hao, will see it with my own eyes and grasp it with my own hands. Envisioning the heights he might one day attain, Qin Hao's chest swelled with boundless ambition and pride. He knew that his own legend was only just beginning. On Qin Hao's extraordinary journey, the knowledge of inner strength and martial arts seemed less like fantasies from a novel and more like ancient fragments of memory carried deep within his soul as he crossed into another world. Each time the night grew quiet, these recollections would surge forth like a rising tide, guiding him to explore the arcane mysteries of martial arts. One day, Qin Hao's heart was suddenly stirred, rippling with an urgent longing for the profound inner cultivation described in the Jinyo manual. He closed his eyes in contemplation, and in his mind, the intangible manuscript slowly unfurled, its words gleaming with wisdom. Suddenly, a thought flashed through him like a bolt of lightning. Since unknown power already courses within me, why not attempt to unlock this potential and search for the lost secrets of inner strength? Once the gates of memory were opened, there was no holding back the flood. Qin recalled that when he reached the 5th level of cultivation, he had quite by chance glimpsed the ultimate force of nature, lightning itself. It was a harrowing experience. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, a bolt of heavenly lightning reduce a towering ancient tree to nothingness in an instant. The shock of that moment had firmly quashed any notion of absorbing lightning directly. For 5 years, this power had lain dormant within him like a slumbering dragon, both tempting and perilous. But today was different. With his cultivation advancing, Qin could clearly sense that restless force within him. It was stronger than ever before, as if eager to break free and find a broader world in which to unleash itself. He lifted his gaze to the horizon. The clouds above were as dark as ink, heralding the coming storm. The 6th level of the dragon elephant Vajra power. This will surely aid me. Qin vowed silently, his eyes shining with unprecedented resolve. He had prepared meticulously for this venture. From his ever-present secret manual space, he produced an object that appeared ordinary, but was crafted with hidden intricacies, a slender iron rod, meticulously forged by blending the principles of modern physics with the ancient art of weapon crafting, designed specifically as a divine tool for attracting lightning. He knew that the naked eye alone could not capture the path of lightning. Only with the aid of this iron rod could he hope to channel the wild energy of the heavens and make it his own. As night fell, fierce winds rose and heavy clouds pressed overhead. A thunderstorm was imminent. In the middle of the desert, Qin pitched. His tent stood in the open holding the slender iron rod and looked every bit the image of a cultivator about to face a heavenly tribulation. He drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. The dragon elephant Vajra power surged to its limit within him. It felt as though every pore in his body was flung wide open, ready to receive the blessing from beyond the sky. At last, the first flash of lightning split the night, illuminating the resolute lines of Qin face. With swift precision, he raised the iron rod high, silently reciting the incantation, guiding the wild lightning down the rod and into his body. In that moment, he became a living conduit between heaven and earth, perfectly merging the force of nature with his own cultivation. Pain and exhilaration mingled as if 1,000 dragons were roaring and writhing within him, each breath surging with new strength. When the storm finally subsided, Qin slowly opened his eyes, now gleaming with a light they had never known before. He understood. He had just taken a vital step on the path toward martial mastery. And it had all begun with that wild idea about channeling inner strength and lightning, driven by his boundless curiosity and thirst for the unknown. In the ancient martial hall, bathed in the tender glow of dawn, Qin silhouette seemed gilded with golden light. His steps were graceful and subtle, each stride a silent conversation with the invisible wind, as he embodied the very essence of Wing Chun's foundational techniques. If Grandmaster Ip Man were to travel through time and witness this scene, he would surely be left speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He would marvel at the purity and vitality in Qin boxing, a mastery that seemed to transcend the very era itself. Even Ip Man, with all his skill, would find it difficult to replicate such an exquisite level of achievement. It was as if Qin had quietly surpassed the footsteps of his predecessors on this path. As Qin slowly stepped into the 6th level of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Technique, it felt as though rivers surged within him. Every strand of force condensed into tangible power, like a hidden dragon bursting forth from the sea. When he threw a punch, the very air seemed to tear open, leaving subtle spirals in its wake, inspiring awe and reverence in all who saw it. After finishing a set of Wing Chun, Qin did not pause. With a swift movement, he slipped into the dance of yin and yang. His footwork transformed beneath him at times, as swift as lightning, crossing several meters in a heartbeat, at other times as slow as a snail, with each step seeming to contain the deepest mysteries of the universe. His boxing style shifted along with his steps. Sometimes his blows came fierce and fast, a storm of fists so dazzling it was hard to follow, the rush of air sounding almost as if the very space was being torn apart. At other moments, his movements turned gentle as flowing water, slow and deliberate like the roots of an ancient tree. Yet whenever his fist brushed the ground, Fine sand would rise and dance, seemingly powerless but carrying hidden strength. Should it strike, it would be as earth-shaking as a mountain's collapse. Amid the alternation of yin and yang, a massive taiji symbol gradually formed around Qin Hao, as if the very laws of the universe were gathering in his presence. The taiji diagram shifted and changed with the rhythm of his boxing, at times shrinking into countless elegant, delicate patterns orbiting him like stars, scattered across the night sky. At other times, swelling with the surge of his fists to become spheres of force that struck straight to the heart. The wheel of taiji spun ceaselessly, storing within it immense power, yet remaining as gentle and pervasive as water. Qin Hao's martial art became impenetrable, sealing off every avenue of retreat for his opponent. In this moment, Qin Hao seemed to breathe in harmony with the universe itself, balancing water and fire. The mysterious energy within him was neither conventional inner force nor bound by the limits of bloodline. It flowed freely with the movement of his fists, wholly subject to his will. Whether unleashing a fierce, direct blow or channeling a gentle, deflecting energy, this inner heat followed him like his own shadow, granting him unprecedented strength and agility. In truth, Qin Hao now stood at the very threshold of the holding the elixir realm, one final insight away from complete mastery, from making this mysterious current fully his own, the most unshakable foundation on his martial path. Right now, he was writing his own legendary chapter, using his fists as his brush and the world as his canvas. In a vast world of martial arts, reaching the elixir-holding state is like the first star appearing in the night sky. It is more than a miraculous display of self-sustaining inner force. It is an awakening of the universe within the martial artist's own body. Imagine Qin Hao, like a chosen one out of ancient legends. When his soul resonates with the heavens and the earth, even without having practiced any traditional internal cultivation techniques, a current of pure, primordial energy naturally flows within him. A stream so refined, it seems to have been present since the dawn of chaos itself. Yet this force, for all its clarity and wonder, is but a slender trickle. If it is ever to surge and swell into mighty rivers, lakes, and seas, he must seek out those legendary martial arts manuals. Only then can he hope for a true transformation, a leap in essence. One night, thunder split the sky with a deafening crash. Qin Hao stood atop a mountain peak, pushing the principles of the reversible taiji to their limits. The taiji diagram swirling. Around him was no longer a mere motif on paper. It transformed into a radiant, shimmering barrier, magnificent as the cosmic dance of yin and yang at the birth of the universe. This wall of taiji, if imbued with internal power, would become the strongest shield in existence. Any attack, unless it could disrupt the subtle balance of yin and yang, would never so much as graze Qin Hao. In that moment, it was as if he breathed in unison with the world, his fate intertwined with the cosmos. Qin Hao knew well that the path of internal strength was vast and profound. In his heart, he pondered, if he could capture the mysteries of nature amidst the rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, perhaps he might unexpectedly obtain an astonishing manual of internal cultivation. He fantasized that maybe the second page of that ancient book held the supreme method to unleash waves of inner power as vast as the sea, or perhaps something wholly different, a dazzling manual of lightness kung fu. But even in his optimism, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh at himself. After all, if he truly received the art of lightness, yet had no internal strength to support it, wouldn't it be nothing but an empty fantasy? A joke, really? In this world of martial heroes, lightness kung fu is not just the ultimate command of one's body. It is a brilliant display of internal power projected outward. Without the wings of inner strength, even the most graceful movement is little more than a tree without roots. Nonetheless, Qin Hao had his own unique path. Even without the aid of lightness kung fu, relying on sheer physical power and a profound understanding of martial arts, he could leap several yards into the air at a critical moment. Though not as weightless as a flying swallow, it was enough to scale city walls and slip through barriers in times of danger. This strength was a unique skill forged through countless real-life battles, a deep understanding of the union between raw force and refined technique. In Qin Hao's hands, the reversible taiji was no longer a mere set of boxing moves. It embodied the very essence of yin-yang philosophy, the perfect fusion of hardness and softness. He understood that this self-created art had already surpassed the bounds of traditional Wing Chun. One day, When his internal energy flowed abundantly, it would surely ascend to become a legendary technique, a martial art for the ages. This achievement was born not only from his obsession and devotion to martial arts, but also from what he saw and felt during 5 years of wandering across China. He firmly believed that true martial mastery could never be attained behind closed doors. It was forged bit by bit in the smoke of daily life and the crucible of life and death struggles, through the hard-earned lessons of real combat. Thus, Qin Hao was not only a martial artist, but also a wandering knight-errant who roamed the world. He wielded his fists like a brush, his heart as ink, writing his own chapter of justice. Whether it was rooting out powerful bullies who oppressed the common people or hunting down traitors who betrayed the nation, he always charged at the forefront, his actions embodying the lofty ideal. A true hero acts for the country and the people. On this path filled with challenges and uncertainty, Qin Hao's story was slowly unfolding, destined to become a legend passed down through the ages. Amidst the smoke and chaos of war, Qin Hao was like an untamed gale, sweeping across lands shrouded in darkness, targeting those soldier ruffians who preyed on the weak and innocent. Wherever he traveled, he left behind not only the mark of justice, but also, like a gentle spring rain, quietly nourished hearts that had long run dry. With each bandit stronghold he conquered, Qin Hao never kept the spoils for himself. Instead, he transformed gold, silver, and jewels into seeds of hope, scattering them among the poor, so that souls once mired in despair could find new life. In the eyes of the impoverished, Qin Hao was no longer just a man of this world. He was like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding them through the darkness. In village after village, town after town, people erected statues of Qin Hao, offering incense as if to a guardian deity, and prayed that he would forever protect the peace and purity of their land. Children sang songs of Qin Hao's heroic deeds, each verse overflowing with boundless admiration and gratitude for this nameless hero. And Qin Hao, this chivalrous soul walking the earth, would don a mask carved with a vivid dragon motif whenever night fell. This was not only a disguise for his actions, but had also become the symbol of his legend. Thus, the name Dragon God spread far and wide, echoing across the land of China. Behind this title lay the people's deep veneration of the dragon, a totem of ancient heritage, and their highest praise for Qin Hao's fearless spirit and noble character. Yet where there is light, there must also be shadow. The once powerful clans and landlords who had bullied others now harbored a hatred for Qin Hao, as cold and biting as winter frost. What they lost was not just their wealth, but the lofty status and dignity they once enjoyed. From feasting on delicacies to living on plain fare, from being surrounded by servants to ending up all alone, such a drastic reversal fanned the flames of their hatred for Qin Hao, until it raged like wildfire, impossible to contain. But the wheels of history rolled ever forward. When the radiance of the Red Party finally illuminated the entire nation, those once arrogant magnates suddenly realized that Qin Hao's so-called robbery had, in a strange twist of fate, actually saved them from the tempest to come. This belated understanding transformed their hatred into a complex mixture of reflection and relief. As for Qin Hao, he was well aware that his path was lined with thorns, yet he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. In the face of death traps cast with lavish sums by powerful clans, from assassins of the underworld to the ranks of official armies, countless shadows closed in around him. But just like the dragon emblazoned on his mask, even in dire straits, he could stir the winds and clouds, turning the tide against all odds. With wisdom and courage, Qin Hao defused crisis after crisis, carrying on his unfinished quest for justice, becoming the brightest legend of his era. Beneath the vast, desolate night, Qin Hao moved like a lone wolf provoked to fury, weaving through the ruins of the battlefield. Every step he took echoed with rebellion and fierce determination. Far from faltering after days of bloody conflict, he felt an inextinguishable fire ignite within, a burning contempt for those who masked brutality in the name of justice. To these so-called envoys of righteousness, he offered nothing but a cold, dismissive smile. Justice. Qin Hao's lips curled in a mocking grin, the expression chilling beneath the moonlight. It's nothing more than a splendid cloak sewn from greed and fear. In his world, there was no absolute black or white, only the ruthless law of survival and destruction. The so-called government troops were merely hunters, armed with blades and guns, hiding behind a mask of hypocrisy. What they truly sought was the immense profit and fame promised by Qin Hao's head. As the looming siege approached, Qin Hao showed not a trace of fear. On the contrary, his eyes burned ever more fiercely. He knew this would be a contest of life and death, a true test of his limits. So, when a meticulously laid trap finally sprung and the army surged forward like a relentless tide, Qin Hao did not choose to flee. Instead, with a near-maniacal resolve, he charged straight into the fray. On that land, stained crimson by the fires of war, Qin Hao seemed to become a god of battle. Every strike of his blade, every sweep of his sword was precise and deadly. He moved unhindered through a hail of bullets, each swing bringing down another foe, their cries and falls marking his passage. And when he suddenly caught sight of the figure who had lured him here, a fleeting, complex emotion flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, only to be instantly replaced by boundless killing intent. Your game is over. Qin Hao's deep voice rang out across the battlefield. In the next instant, he sprang forward like a tiger unleashed, hurtling straight at the bait. Under that starless night, forgotten by the heavens, Qin Hao's silhouette slipped through the chaos like a specter at the edge of fire and smoke. Moments ago, he had single-handedly scattered the wolfish soldiers to the winds, but that was only the prelude to the coming storm. His true target lay ahead, the regimental commander of the party state. Hidden deep in the shadows, pulling the strings, a puppet woven from power and ambition. Under the moonlight, Qin Hao's face was concealed by a mysterious dragon mask, a mask that seemed to hold ancient power within it, compelling awe in the heart of anyone who dared look upon it. Once he found the brigade commander's hiding place, he did not hesitate for even a moment. His blade rose and fell with decisive swiftness. Not mere killing, but an execution rendered with the precision and artistry of judgment. Each strike was exact, stripping life away piece by piece, until the body was reduced to thousands of fragments scattered into the endless darkness, as if proclaiming the oath that justice, though delayed, will always arrive. From that moment, Qin Hao's name shone bright on the regime's blacklist, though this glory was carried not by his face, but by the blank visage of that dragon mask depicted on the countless wanted posters. Whenever the shrill cry of police sirens echoed through the alleys and streets, Qin Hao would stroll calmly, always masked, a phantom of the night gliding with ease in plain sight of his pursuers, leaving behind chills and mocking laughter that struck fear into the so-called upholders of law, rendering them helpless. Qin Hao's extraordinary martial skill swept through the countryside like an irresistible current, washing away the tyranny of local bullies and sending a cold shudder even through the highest echelons of the party and state. They began to realize that power did not grant absolute safety. Every decision now required caution, lest they become the next target of Qin Hao's judgment. Thus, acts of brazen oppression gradually shifted into subtler machinations, yet even these could not conceal the winds of change that Qin Hao had brought to this land. Among the people, Qin Hao became a legendary hero. His deeds were passed down in the simplest of words, each retelling filled with reverence and gratitude. Though society's elite may have branded him notorious, in the hearts of the people, he was the solitary knight defending justice. And across this vast, boundless desert, time itself seemed frozen by war and storm. Golden dunes blazed beneath the setting sun, a stark reminder of this land's enduring desolation and resilience. Though war had not yet pushed the desert past the point of no return, every thunderous blast of artillery foretold a coming tragedy for the environment. Land forgotten by conflict gradually lost its vitality, turning into seas of sand, a silent testimony to future generations that destruction comes easily, but restoration demands 1,000-fold more effort and the patience of time. When a thunderous explosion split the night, Qin Hao stepped out from his crude tent and gazed across the war-torn land. In his heart, longing for peace warred with his challenge to the injustice of fate. He knew his path stretched long before him. But like every grain of sand in the desert, small though it may be, together they could gather into a force capable of changing the world. Beneath the endless desert sky, night descended. Yet the horizon was far from silent or deep. Instead, the earth and heavens played out a fantastical symphony, weaving their magic across the land. Qin Hao, a young man whose eyes blazed with unquenchable passion, gazed up at the sky warped by strange, shifting lights. There, lightning wove intricate patterns, as if they were the wildest dancers between heaven and earth, casting their silver-blue brilliance with reckless abandon. He raised his voice to the heavens. The weather favors us, my friend. Shall we share a dance? With a firm grip on a specially crafted slender copper rope scented with dragon's musk, Qin Hao leapt nimbly to the summit of the desert. He resembled an ancient priest, making an extraordinary vow beneath the furious thunder. His whisper, though soft, carried the edge of a challenge, as if declaring to the storm itself his indomitable will. As Qin Hao took his stance, the drama in the sky suddenly intensified. Clouds, like countless summoned troops, gathered swiftly, converging on this lone, fearless figure. The thunder was no longer a distant rumble. It transformed into the roars of dragons and tigers, reverberating straight into the soul, shaking every inch of the desert, as if to proclaim to the world the insignificance of all living things. At that moment, a slender, razor-sharp bolt of lightning, almost mocking in its precision, silently sliced through the sky and struck right at Qin Hao's feet. It was nature's first tentative test of his courage, and its warning. Well, you've learned to put on a show, haven't you? Let's see what you've really got. With a defiant smirk curling his lips, Qin Hao dismissed the provocative. Lightning at his feet, his gaze pierced through the dense clouds, locking onto the raging sea of electric light. His voice rang out, loud and filled with challenge. Perhaps it was this disrespect, or perhaps his extraordinary resolve touched some forbidden boundary. In the next instant, it was as if the world was torn apart by an indescribable force. A blinding bolt of lightning, so bright it seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality, streaked straight for the copper rope in Qin Hao's hand. Its speed and power were beyond anything seen before, as if determined to obliterate all resistance. Yet Qin Hao did not flinch. Instead, with a sudden shift, he let the copper rope and the lightning brush past one another, stepping forward himself to meet the fury of the heavens head-on. A deafening crash erupted as lightning clashed directly with Qin Hao's body. The immense force hurled him through the air, tracing a tragic and beautiful arc across the night sky, his raspy, unyielding cry echoing in the darkness. The moment he landed, Qin Hao resembled a phoenix reborn from fire. His clothes, sparked by the electric arc, burned in a tangled blaze of soot and flame. His exposed skin shone with an ominous metallic sheen, and his hair whipped wildly like grass in a storm. Even his face bore the blackened war paint bestowed by nature's ferocity. Yet behind this harrowing sight, Qin Hao's heart surged with the ecstasy and relief of surviving disaster. He knew well that it was only because he had underestimated the power of nature that he had barely snatched his life back from the jaws of lightning. Yet, this very fact was a testament to his uniqueness, though the five-layered dragon elephant prajna art hadn't allowed him to escape unscathed. It had carved out a narrow path to survival. On the edge of madness, it granted him the courage and opportunity to challenge the forces of nature. Such a scene was not only a contest between humanity and the wild, but also the most brilliant blossoming of faith and courage. Here, upon the boundless desert, a new legend was written. In that split second of lightning and thunder, Qin Hao felt as if he were immersed in a cosmic symphony. Each bolt of lightning became a wild note in the grand melody, refusing to fade from his body. Instead, they wove a frenzied dance within him, turning his flesh and blood into the stage for their untamed performance. His chest felt as if it had been pressed by a branding iron, a searing pain mixed with defiant endurance and unwillingness. All of it condensed into a mouthful of thick, inky blood, which he spat out with a furious, resolute cry, slicing through the air. Seriously? Are you giving me the full-on shocking experience live and in person? Looks like I really underestimated this uninvited guest from the heavens. Curled up on the ground, Qin Hao's brows were furrowed, yet a wry, self-mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips, a smile tinged with both bitterness and unyielding resilience. At that razor's edge between life and death, deep within the sea of his consciousness, the ancient manual that had slumbered for so long suddenly seemed to sense its master's peril. In an instant, it awakened like a primordial god opening its eyes, unleashing an indescribable force. It drew in the rampaging lightning within him, swallowing it like a black hole. The currents that had been wild and uncontrollable now appeared to meet their nemesis. One by one, they were absorbed, transforming into radiant streams of light within the manual's pages. So you finally decided to show up. Any later, and this body of mine would have been toast. Qin Hao felt the storm within him gradually subside, and couldn't help but joke to the manual in his mind, his words a blend of complaint and relief. Yet, just as everything quieted and Qin Hao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed a lingering hunger from the manual, as if it were whispering, "This isn't enough. I want more." The moment he realized this, his legs gave out, and he collapsed back to the ground, his heart pounding with shock. "What? You want to use me as a walking battery? One bolt of lightning nearly did me in. Another round? I'm not Pikachu." Qin Hao raged inwardly, his words laced with helplessness and frustration, though his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Staring up at the sky, where thunderclouds still raged and lightning never ceased, a wild idea flashed through Qin Hao's mind. He knew all too well. If he wished to command this power, he would have to face its trials head-on, with courage. So, once again he gripped the battered iron rod in his hand, feeling its rough surface press into his palm. All around him, more of these sacrificial tools lay scattered in silence, waiting for their master to make a decision. Well then, fortune favors the bold. If I can seize this opportunity and master divine power, what do I have to fear, even if the road ahead is filled with thorns? Qin Hao made a silent vow, his eyes shining with a resolve stronger than ever before. Rising to his feet once more, he pointed the iron rod straight at the heavens, as if challenging the unruly thunder above. The storm clouds overhead seemed to sense his defiance. Thunder exploded across the sky, answering his challenge, and it felt as though an even fiercer battle was about to unfold. A deafening crash tore through the horizon, as if an invisible hand had ripped the sky asunder. The world shook with the sound, a thunderclap so overwhelming it demanded attention. Then came not a single rumble, but a relentless, drumming barrage, like the pounding of countless war drums, so dense it threatened to steal the very breath from one's chest. This was no simple trick of nature, but destiny's merciless jest at Qin Hao's expense. Dozens of thick bolts of lightning, like the furious whips of the gods, wove together into a deadly net. They locked onto Qin Hao with unerring precision, intent on swallowing him whole in an endless storm of light and heat. Qin Hao gazed up at the world-shattering scene above him. His eyes, once filled only with bitterness, now shimmered with a mix of resignation, fury, and defiance. He cursed inwardly, "Master Jin, oh Master Jin, you've really pushed me to the edge this time. One bolt was already my limit. Now, with this avalanche of lightning, are you trying to reduce me to nothing but ash?" With that, his roar rang out, small and fragile against the thunder's might, yet it carried all the stubbornness and despair he could muster, only to be drowned in the furious deluge of lightning. When the storm finally subsided, the earth bore a terrible new scar, 100-meter-deep abyss, a raw wound left by nature's wrathful answer to a challenger. At the bottom of that chasm, a charred, naked body lay motionless, every inch of skin stripped of its former color. Only the empty, hollow socket seemed to whisper of lingering regret. This body, forgotten by time itself, was Qin Hao. What he had endured now lay far beyond the limits of any mortal man. Yet, even within this pit of despair, a miracle was quietly taking shape. In the sea of his consciousness, the final sanctuary of mind and spirit, a tremendous transformation was underway. Where once the space had been narrow and confining, it now stretched out, boundless as the starry sea. Dormant regions of his mind were awakened by surging currents and swirling clouds of lightning, as though the world's very power was gathering there. In the deepest part of this vast sea, a brilliant golden manual floated serenely. It seemed to be the orchestrator of this transformation, greedily absorbing the thunder and lightning that surrounded it. With every breath it took, waves of awe-inspiring energy pulsed through the realm of Qin Hao's spirit. At last, when the secret manual seemed to have reached its limit, it suddenly let out what could only be described as a hiccup, and from it burst a chain of golden lightning, weaving through the sea of consciousness, leaving behind mysterious and dazzling trails in its wake. Had this scene been witnessed by the world, people would have marveled at such divine craftsmanship of nature, and been awestruck by the miracle born for what appeared to be Qin Hao's desperate and hopeless plight. Yet this was merely the prologue to the awakening of the mutated divine technique. The legend belonging to Qin Hao was only just beginning. Beneath that thunder-woven sky, Qin Hao seemed to be crowned with a kingly aura, surrounded not only by the wild dance of lightning, but also by the overture to a new destiny. Each golden lightning chain darted about like jubilant sprites, flitting nimbly in bursts of light and energy. In their own unique way, they seemed to be bestowing a coronation upon this traveler, about to embark on an extraordinary journey. As the golden lightning sang its joyous song, the once pure and flawless white bolts began to transform as well. Warm hues of gold gradually mingled with their silvery glow, like the first rays of dawn breaking the horizon, heralding new life and hope. This sudden transformation was both enigmatic and alluring, as if the subtlest brushstroke of nature had added a bold and vibrant flourish to the canvas of Qin Hao's fate. At that moment, an ancient, long-sealed manual slowly revealed its secrets. Not only did it break the ancient seal, it also unleashed a soul-stirring power, a dazzling yellow lightning chain, and then, as if touched by an unseen hand, the heavy tome gently opened its first page. The archaic characters, Dragon Elephant Prujnard, leapt forth, signifying the dual awakening of strength and wisdom. In the northern seas, there dwells a fish, Its name is Kuin. The size of Kuin, none know how many thousand miles it spans. Transformed into a bird, it is called Pum. The back of Pum, none know how many. 1,000 miles across. When it rises in fury, its wings shadow the sky. This is not only the fantastical imagery from the wandering beyond, but also a metaphor for the highest realm of martial arts. Our school's martial art, the Northern Sea Divine Technique, fully embodies the principle that the sea embraces all rivers, becoming vast by its tolerance. With boundless inner power, one can command all the martial arts under heaven. To master it is to become like the Northern Sea itself, limitless, able to contain all things, to turn all methods into one's own. Qin Hao, the warrior who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, now had an incredulous gleam in his eyes. He jolted, upright, his scorched body seeming even more unyielding in the flickering lightning. Northern Sea Divine Technique? Could this possibly be real? His voice trembled with disbelief, only to be swept away in a surge of ecstasy. Heaven truly hasn't abandoned me. The Northern Darkness Divine Art combined with the Dragon Elephant Prajna power. This is nothing short of an invincible gift from above. Despite his battered and wounded body, Qin Hao burst into laughter, his voice brimming with boundless hope for the future. Deep down, he knew that this was more than just the merging of two martial arts techniques. It was a turning point in his destiny, the key that would open the path from the ordinary to the extraordinary. The Northern Darkness Divine Art, a legendary supreme technique, held within its essence the secret of limitless internal energy accumulation and transformation. This was the inner cultivation method Qin Hao had longed for, day and night. 36. Illustrated diagrams, each containing the secret to unlocking human potential. Once the Ren and Du meridians were opened, his body's energy channels would surge and converge like rivers pouring into the sea, creating an unstoppable tide of power. In his heart, Qin Hao made a silent vow. He would seize this heavenly blessing. He would not only heal his wounds, but also master these two divine arts to their highest level, so that invincibility beneath the heavens would no longer be an unattainable dream. And all of this began on that stormy, thunder-laden night, a night when a life-and-death ordeal unexpectedly set him on a legendary martial path. On the border between fantasy and reality, Qin Hao's mind was captivated by the phantom image of an ancient manual, the Heavenly Dragon Legacy. He was especially drawn to the Northern Darkness Divine Art, which, in his imagination, was cloaked in an unprecedented aura of magic and wonder. Unlike the original novel's Duan Yu, this was a young man of the modern world. In his fantasies, should he ever obtain this divine art, he would surely enact a legend that bridged time and space. In his imaginings, Duan Yu's gentle and scholarly image was transformed into that of an explorer wielding the power of a microcosmic universe. The two diagrams in his hands were actually the introductory scrolls of the Northern Darkness Divine Art. The sea embraces all rivers, and breath swallows mountains and rivers. Even with just these two incomplete scrolls, he could, like a cosmic black hole, gently touch an opponent and silently absorb their life energy, or in this modern context, let's call it spiritual force, leaving all who witnessed it in awe. Imagine, if he could truly master all 36 diagrams, Qin Hao's body would become an endless expanse of stars, capable of absorbing any person's spiritual force with a gentle yet irresistible pull, transforming it into the vast wellspring of his own energy. Such a vision would inspire even the bravest opponent with fear when facing him, as if they were stepping into an endless vortex, with no fate but to be assimilated or to vanish. Yet, the so-called hidden dangers of the Northern Darkness Divine Art gained a new interpretation in Qin Hao's fantasies. He imagined that Duan Yu's bizarre encounter in the Valley of 10,000 Calamities was, in fact, a warning for failing to fully grasp the art's essence. Those runaway spiritual forces were like untamed wild horses, rampaging through the landscape of his dreams at night. It was only when Emperor Baoding, drawing a parallel to modern psychological mind guidance techniques, taught him the method of wandering in the void, guiding energy back to its source, that this power could finally be tamed, allowing it to coexist in harmony. After mastering this technique, Qin Hao imagined himself not only effortlessly wielding the powerful mental primordial force flowing in from every direction, but also facing off with ease against Jimozi, a super hacker well-versed in psychology and mind control in the virtual world. In these encounters, he displayed wisdom and strength far beyond that of ordinary people. In his hands, the Northern Darkness Divine skill was no longer merely a means of seizing power. Instead, it became a bridge, one that connected hearts and offered insight into the world. However, when Qin Hao returned from his daydream to reality and faced a world devoid of inner energy, ruled instead by the coexistence of technology and martial arts, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That legendary skill, so alluring in stories, seemed to have lost its place in this era. But then a new understanding dawned on him. Perhaps the true meaning of the Northern Darkness divine skill is to teach us how to embrace, comprehend, and transform all external information with an open mind, whether it be the power of technology or the mysteries of the human heart. With this realization, Qin Hao no longer felt discouraged. He began to weave the wisdom gleaned from those ancient secrets into every corner of modern society, forging a bridge that linked past and future, tradition and innovation. Through this journey, he gradually discovered that within every person lies their own boundless northern darkness, waiting to be uncovered and brought to light. In the boundless universe of martial arts, the realm of a grandmaster of the elixir was as distant as the stars, so far away that even the legendary martial sage, Ip Man, had never set foot upon that mysterious shore. Qin Hao, an anomaly walking amidst the ordinary world, felt ripples stir in his heart. He held both awe and respect for that fabled state, yet he understood clearly that his own path was not one to be a mere imitation of those who came before. So be it. In this world, what I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my destiny. My cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique has already carried me to the 7th level, letting my inner power arise naturally, an unstoppable force, surging onward like a mighty river. As for the legendary Northern Darkness divine skill, it is more than just a martial manual. In the hands of Master Jin Yong, it was a miracle capable of defying fate itself. Yet to me, it is like an unlit lantern, shedding light upon a path I do not need to walk. In Qin Hao's heart, there was a unique set of standards by which he measured all things. He understood deeply that true strength did not lie in the beauty of one's moves, nor in the depth of inner energy, but rather in the ability to fuse oneself with the art of martial practice, attaining perfect harmony between man and nature. At this moment, his power was like a primordial beast. His slightest movement could shake mountains and rivers. Whether or not he added inner energy was merely icing on the cake, not a necessity. Gradually, a sense of calm settled over Qin Hao's heart. He no longer rushed to heal the wounds on his body. The marks left by battle had become badges of honor, tokens of his glory. His gaze turned toward the depths of his spiritual sea, where the beaming divine art floated in silence, ancient and enigmatic like a distant star, waiting patiently for the right person to decipher its mysteries. Since the path to recovery cannot be hurried, why not use this rare respite to delve into the secrets of the beaming divine art? Qin Hao's lips curled into a playful smile, as if embarking on a treasure hunt. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and let his spiritual consciousness slowly seep into his inner sea, resonating with every symbol and every line of scripture within the beaming divine art. As he ventured deeper, the world of the beaming divine art gradually unfolded before him, a wondrous realm that absorbed the essence of all things and transformed it into vitality. Qin Hao felt as if he had become a great Kunpeng soaring between heaven and earth. Not only did he witness how the beaming divine art guided the flow of inner strength, but he also grasped the profound philosophy behind it. To achieve great deeds by embracing the art of non-action, to face infinite change with unyielding constancy. In that moment, Qin Hao was suddenly enlightened. The beaming divine art, though it did not grant him immediate strength in battle, served to elevate his martial spirit to a higher plane. He began to infuse the essence of beaming divine art into his own martial practice, letting each movement, each breath, carry the twin forces of absorption and release, endlessly cycling, never ceasing. Thus, even as he recovered from his injuries, Qin Hao unexpectedly made a new breakthrough in his martial journey. With each strike, it was as if he could stir the very energy of heaven and earth, drawing his opponents unknowingly into the vortex of his martial arts, unable to escape. Through this unexpected exploration, his conviction in his chosen path grew ever stronger. To use his own body as proof of the martial Tao, to reach for the vault of the heavens. Deep within Qin Hao's soul, the vast imagery of the beaming divine art shimmered like a sky full of stars. He seemed to stand in an ancient, mysterious universe, exploring martial secrets that had always seemed just beyond reach. At the same time, this unusual surge of energy, like the brightest meteor streaking across the night sky, pierced the distant silence and quietly drew the attention of another group. "My lord, the skies shift and the winds change, an omen of something extraordinary. Could it be a sign that upheaval is once again upon the world?" An elder, dressed in a plain, ancient robe, his hair and beard as white as snow, spoke in reverent awe to the middle-aged man beside him, who wore a golden yellow robe and had long, flowing hair like a waterfall. The middle-aged man's gaze was deep and penetrating, as though he could see through the very fabric of the world. He nodded gently, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Go, uncover the truth. Find out what power has stirred the winds of destiny." With that brief but commanding order, the group moved as if drawn by an invisible force. Their steps were light but resolute, as though even the air parted to clear their way on this quest for answers. Meanwhile, Qin Hao's world was undergoing a seismic revolution of understanding. His eyes were wide open, staring in utter disbelief at the strange vision unfolding before him. A vision that surpassed the countless times he had chased the Northern Ocean rebirth technique in his dreams, now appearing far more mysterious and unfathomable than anything he had ever imagined. Could this be the long-lost Northern Ocean rebirth technique? No, this is something even greater. This is the ultimate secret, transcending the mortal realm, he murmured, his voice trembling with equal parts shock and elation. As memories of his journey into this world flooded back, Qin Hao was struck by an epiphany. The dragon-elephant prajna technique he had been practicing was extraordinary from the start, but as he climbed through its levels, a force beyond comprehension gradually revealed itself. Especially upon reaching the 5th level, his body felt as if it had been reforged by divine power, able to withstand tremendous weight and breathe freely. Beneath the sea, all these changes, he realized, stemmed from this very mutation, an evolved, upgraded version of a legendary technique. It turns out what I hold in my hands is not only a classic masterpiece from Master Jin Yong, but also a peerless manual infused with unknown powers. A surge of unprecedented ambition and pride welled up within Qin Hao. He began to understand that the Northern Ocean rebirth technique was not merely a legend confined to the film Demigods and Semi-Devils, the young mistress of Tian Shan, nor just a fleeting image on the silver screen. It was now blazing with dazzling brilliance in his own life, more shockingly real and magnificent than ever before. The very name, Northern Ocean rebirth technique, carried the meaning of rebirth and transformation. It was not only the ultimate pursuit in martial arts, but also a profound exploration into the essence of life itself. Qin Hao felt as if he could glimpse his own future. As he continued along this path, he was destined one day to transcend the mundane world, to reach the legendary realms of immortals and Buddhas, to become a true, undying legend. And all of this began because of chance encounter. An ordinary manual, by fate's design, blossomed with an extraordinary radiance in Qin Hao's hands, making this world infinitely richer and more colorful because of him. As light and shadow intertwined in the film's final moments, Ding Chuanqiu's figure slowly faded away under the astonished gazes of all present, like a phantom dissolving in a morning mist, quietly weaving a world-shaking miracle out of nothingness. By using the Northern Ocean rebirth technique, he defied heaven's will, reversed his fate, and was reborn from the ashes. His face shone with the freshness of dawn, carrying an air of irrepressible freedom and mystery. Then came the ancient, lingering voice of the young mistress of Tian Shan, rippling through the ages like a spell, unveiling a fragment of the secret behind the Northern Ocean rebirth. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish. Its name is Koan. When it transforms, it becomes a pung, the back of the pung, who can tell how many thousand miles it stretches. The rebirth technique is not merely eternal life. It is liberation from the cycle of reincarnation itself. Only by journeying to the very edge of life and death can one touch the everlasting realm. Ding Chuanqiu, through this duel between life and death, had by chance brushed against the very threshold of immortality. Yet in this world, nothing is without its flaws. The Northern Darkness rebirth method is no exception. Its fatal weakness shines like the brightest star in the night sky, yet few have ever glimpsed it at the moment when the soul merges with its newly formed body. The soul is as rootless as a drifting tree. It is exceedingly vulnerable. Should the soul be shattered, no matter how strong the vessel, it will crumble to dust all the same. This monumental secret seems to be guarded by only one person, Master Tian Shan herself, locked away in the private garden of her heart, a secret she has protected for 1,000 years. Qin Hao, a young man who had stumbled into this hidden realm, felt a storm of emotion rising within him like never before. He gazed at the weathered manual. In his hands, the the 5 ancient characters on its cover, Northern Darkness Rebirth Method, radiating a mysterious power, as if they summoned death itself. He pondered in silence. If I could truly master this technique, wouldn't that mean I could transcend life and death, attaining the ultimate Tao? But the price of rebirth. One must first step into the abyss of death. That fear of the unknown, cold as winter's edge, sent a chill deep into his bones. Qin Hao hovered at the edge of life and death, his heart a tumultuous sea. Is this manual real, or just a legend? Does it truly hold the power to bring the dead back to life? He sighed softly, his voice thick with uncertainty and longing for the unknown. Just as Qin Hao sank into deep hesitation, a sudden, blinding pain yanked him back to reality. He lifted his head, staring at the abyss before him. A pit so deep it seemed to devour all light, with jagged rocks looming menacingly in the faint glow. Every inch of his skin screamed in agony. Sweat and tears blurred his vision, mixing together as he fought to stay conscious. Enough. I should focus on healing first. Once my strength has returned, I'll consider the rest. Qin Hao resolved, letting reason chain his yearning for rebirth, if only for now. In this moment, he was like a lone eagle trapped in the depths, longing to soar across the heavens, yet keenly aware that only by gathering his strength could he one day spread his wings again. The secret of the Northern Darkness Rebirth method hung before him like a distant star. At once his motivation to press forward and the Damocles' sword hanging over his head, forcing him to walk the razor's edge between hope and dread. As the last glow of sunset faded, Qin Hao collapsed onto the desolate earth, his body wreathed in a faint, shimmering light, the silent weaving of his mysterious inner power, mending him from within. Had anyone else suffered such wounds, they would have turned to dust long ago, lost on the wind. But Qin Hao was different, a traveler from another world, bearing the secrets of ancient tomes in his soul. His very body, spun by fate, was quietly transforming. What was fatal to others became, for him, the threshold of a miracle. With every surge of pain, it felt as if countless threads of spiritual energy awoke within him, intertwining to form a delicate web, knitting each fracture back together, one by one. The dragon-elephant prajna technique, this ancient and formidable body-forging skill, does not directly heal wounds, yet it acts like a silent guardian, tirelessly tempering his physique into one of unwavering resilience. With every breath, it feels as if he is drawing in the very essence of heaven and earth, hastening the recovery of his flesh and bones. At this moment, Qin Hao is no longer a simple equation of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. He has become an existence that defies all ordinary logic. The fusion of his body and this profound technique has awakened unprecedented potential. His rate of recovery is so astonishing that it would leave onlookers utterly speechless. He seeks no aid from the outside world, for he alone holds dominion over his own fate. Though his body remains still, Qin Hao's thoughts surge like a rising tide. Eyes closed, mind focused, he meticulously examines every corner of his being, searching for the source of those sudden mutations and the newfound strength within. What's most extraordinary is the acute sharpness of his senses. Even while utterly immobile, he can perceive the slightest ripple in the air around him. The slow crawl of a distant ant is as clear to his mind as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. Every minute disturbance reflected upon the surface of his consciousness. Fragments of memory flit through his mind. He recalls the moment lightning struck and his consciousness blurred. How a warm, mysterious force seemed to surge from the ancient tome, merging seamlessly with his very soul. Driven by wonder and curiosity, Qin Hao once again sinks into his sea of awareness, a realm that was once minuscule, but now stretches vast and boundless before him. Within this inner world, wind and thunder clash, lightning flickers and booms, and Qin Hao feels as if he stands high above the clouds, gazing down upon a universe crafted by his own will. Where once his consciousness was narrow and dim, it is now as expansive as a star-filled sea. Thunderbolts twist and coil like celestial dragons, darting endlessly through the void, each flash heralding limitless power and possibility. At the very center of this sea of consciousness hovers a radiant golden book, its gentle, ancient light bridging the past and the future. It is the wellspring of all Qin Hao's fortune and might. In this instant, Qin Hao finally understands. This is no ordinary book, but the turning point of his destiny, the very key to his transformation into the legendary figure known as Masterman. Amid this dual metamorphosis of body and spirit, Qin Hao embarks on an unprecedented journey. A story woven from strength, wisdom, and courage is quietly unfolding. In that boundless cosmos of his consciousness, Qin Hao stumbles upon a treasure from another world, the Golden Yong Martial Arts Codex. This secret tome seems to have traveled through the cracks of time and space, lying serenely in the depths of his inner sea, radiating an ancient and enigmatic aura. Unlike any mundane object, the codex opens to reveal just 2 pages. One page is inscribed with the profound secrets of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. The other conceals the very essence of the Northern Darkness divine skill. Both are enhanced versions, the likes of which the world has never known. So powerful, they seem capable of shaking the heavens and turning the world upside down. Even more astonishing was the sight of those 2 pages of secret techniques, encircled by chains of golden lightning that darted through the air with the swiftness of electricity. These lightning chains moved as if alive, weaving mesmerizing patterns in the void, dazzling to the eyes and mind. To Qin Hao, these lightning chains were both a riddle and a miracle. Waves of wonder rippled through his heart. Was this some strange mutation of natural forces, or the manifestation of some unknown law of the universe? Why had such a bizarre scene taken shape within his own sea of consciousness? He remembered flashes of white lightning once splitting the sky, leaving behind trails that shook the soul. Yet the golden lightning before him was surreal, almost dreamlike, enough to make him question whether even the laws of nature themselves were playing a game of role reversal inside his mind. Qin Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Could it be that time I accidentally swallowed a strand of otherworldly lightning from heaven and earth, and that's what triggered this lightning revolution in my consciousness? I'd better be more careful next time, or my sea of mind might just host a lightning party." As Qin Hao felt a mixture of shock and delight at this sudden transformation, a bold new idea quietly sprouted in his mind. If I could command these golden lightning bolts, wouldn't I be unstoppable like a tiger with wings? As a traveler from another world, Qin Hao's very blood thrummed with the courage and longing to explore the unknown. Carefully, he extended a tendril of his spirit, gently reaching out to the thinnest strand of golden lightning. To his astonishment, instead of the jolt of pain he had expected, the lightning seemed to sense his approach. It radiated a wave of warmth and joy, like an old friend reuniting after a long parting. Lightning, with feelings. Qin Hao's heart was thrown into turmoil, his understanding of the natural world utterly overturned. But quickly, he realized this was more than a simple exchange of emotions. It might be the manifestation of a unique connection between the secret manual and the energies of heaven and earth. Just as Qin Hao was immersed in this stunning revelation, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from around the pages, merging precisely into his spiritual form. In that instant, he felt himself wrapped in a force both gentle and mighty, his doubts and worries vanishing like mist on a sunny morning. It became clear then that these golden lightning bolts were not born without reason. They had been absorbed by the Golden Yong martial arts tome, transformed, and elevated by its mysterious power, and finally returned in a new form, becoming the most precious treasure within Qin Hao's sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness, once a private and solitary realm belonging only to Qin Hao, was now rendered boundless and infinite by this unexpected gift, brimming with endless possibilities. In the boundless depths of Qin Hao's sea of consciousness dwelled a clan of untamed lightning sprites. Once mere beams of light imprisoned within an ancient tome, they had now, summoned by Qin Hao's will, transformed into loyal guardians by his side. These sprites, radiant with silver brilliance in the beginning, were now adorned in dazzling golden robes. Their evolution was owed to a mysterious technique, found within an age-old manual, the wondrous mutation of a lightning chain. It was as if nature's most splendid magic had been tailored uniquely for Qin Hao. As this power surged into his heart, a tidal wave of elation swept through him. Qin Hao felt as if he held the wrath of the heavens in his grasp, commanding an extraordinary mastery over lightning and thunder. He pictured the future. On stormy nights, with but a single thought, he could unleash the legendary heaven's fivefold thunder upon his foes, a fatal strike from above. The intoxicating sense of control made Qin Hao burst out in laughter, his spirit soaring with pride. From then on, he would no longer be a mere close-combat blade on the battlefield. Instead, he would become a versatile warrior, able to strike from afar with the unstoppable force of lightning, subduing enemies across any distance. This unexpected gift, his lightning power, gave Qin Hao new insight into the sudden lightning strike he had endured before. Disaster, he realized, could be a turning point. Every trial carried the seed of transformation. Grateful, he immersed himself in this miracle, secretly thinking that even being struck by lightning had been worth it. Soon, Qin Hao's gaze shifted to another legendary cultivation technique, Northern Sea divine art. In this suspended moment of time, he began to savor the secrets of this peerless skill, one capable of absorbing the essence of all things and reversing the fate of life and death. As his mind delved deeper, 3 hours slipped by in heartbeat. When Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, a smile, brimming with confidence and delight, traced his lips. Northern Sea divine art truly lives up to its name. Excitement surged within him, nearly spilling over. Though he was still a long way from the fabled Northern Sea rebirth. Even mastering just the first layer had granted him 2 astonishing abilities: self-healing and regeneration. Self-healing, like spring returning to the land, would quietly mend even the gravest injuries within Qin Hao's body, given enough time. It was as if time itself had grown gentle and forgiving toward him. Regeneration, even more miraculous, defied the very laws of fate. As long as his Northern Sea true energy endured, even severed limbs or shattered flesh could silently regrow, making him almost like an undying legend from myth. To think that just the first diagram could produce such divine effects. Northern Sea divine art is truly awe-inspiring. Qin Hao marveled inwardly, a new brilliance lighting up his eyes. Eagerly he stood. He had expected old wounds to torment him with pain, but what greeted him instead was an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. In that instant, Qin Hao knew he stood at a brand new threshold, ready to embrace a future more glorious than ever before. Amidst the wilderness that had been scorched and purified by lightning, Qin Hao felt as if he were waking from a strange and fantastical dream, with waves of disbelief surging in his heart. Is this some kind of joke played by fate? He murmured to himself, his gaze falling upon his own body, which was undergoing an unimaginable transformation. The skin that had been charred as black as coal began to crack open in one spot. A thin, black shell, as delicate as a cicada's wing, quietly peeled away, just like in the old legends where the divine dragon sheds its scales and the phoenix is reborn from fire. Instinctively, Qin Hao reached out and gently picked up that fragment of his past, its touch cold and unfamiliar, yet bringing a sudden sense of liberation, like breaking free from the shackles of destiny itself. With a single thought, the subtle flow of beaming true qi within him seemed to ignite, exploding into a mighty river surging through his meridians. With a deep, powerful thud, the blackened shell that covered his entire body crumbled into ashes, drifting away on the wind. Beneath, his skin was smooth and flawless, as if freshly born, gleaming with a healthy and enigmatic luster. Could this be the miracle born of my fated bond with the beaming divine art? Qin Hao stared at his newly reborn reflection in the mirror, his eyes brimming with both shock and realization. Yet the truth ran deeper still. His body had already been quietly transformed by the nameless manual's baptism, and combined with the unfathomable body-refining arts, such a miraculous recovery had become possible. Had he been an ordinary man, suffering such catastrophic wounds, he could only hope for a miracle from modern medicine, not this swift and natural return to life. Now, standing naked in the deep pit, with not even his most private parts concealed, Qin Hao's embarrassment soon gave way to a wry, self-deprecating sense of humor. With a light chuckle, he drew a simple, ancient robe from his treasure space and draped it over his body with elegance, as if donning armor to guard his dignity. Even though there was no soul in sight, he knew well that maintaining inner order and self-respect was an essential part of the path to true strength. Though the wounds within hadn't completely faded, Qin Hao was no longer afraid. He believed that with his ever-growing power of self-restoration, even the deepest scars could be gradually healed until he was whole once more. As for the hair that had drifted away on the wind, he simply smiled and mused to himself. Perhaps this is the beginning of a new life, a journey without restraints, filled only with endless possibilities. Just as Qin Hao was lost in his own thoughts, a commotion echoed from above. A group of people, seemingly drawn by the spectacular thunder and lightning, was following the trail step toward the pit. "My lord, there's something odd here. The lightning's path leads straight to this spot." The leader's voice rang out, steady and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. "Look, there seems to be someone down in the pit." A soldier, scouting ahead, cried out in surprise, shattering the silence that had settled around them. That exclamation not only startled Qin Hao, but also heralded the beginning of an unexpected encounter. In this world brimming with adventure, every accident might be a stroke of fate's ingenious design. And Qin Hao now stood at this new starting point, ready to embrace a future that promised to be even more dramatic and magnificent. In the dreamlike moments just after dawn, he was lost in a sudden, joyful reverie, as if the whole world had cloaked itself in dazzling colors just for him. Yet this peace and delight were abruptly shattered by a sudden commotion overhead. Not the rustling of leaves in the wind, but the arrival of several uninvited guests. In the morning light, they hovered on the edge of the deep pit with an acrobat's grace, their laughter and conversation ringing out like ceremonial bells, pulling Qin Hao down from his clouds of reverie back to the ground of reality. Hey, under these boundless skies, I am Man Sangqiu. Climb up to the clouds at once. I have secrets to share with you. A voice, blending ancient cadence with modern flair, echoed down from the summit of the clouds. It belonged to a middle-aged man, his long hair cascading like a waterfall and his eyes deep and unreadable. His silhouette, stretched by the lingering glow of sunset, seemed to carry the solemnity of one who traverses time and legend. He was none other than the legendary, near-mythical figure, Man Sangqiu. His name, perhaps unfamiliar in the mundane world, resounded like thunder in another realm. Trapped in the depths of the pit, Qin Hao was jolted by this sudden summons. Man Sangqiu? That name rippled through his memory like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the fragments of his recollections, an epic fantasy called Iron Phantom 3 surfaced. In that tale, an old man styled himself as a terror tycoon, toying with mortals under the moniker Master. Man, yet he was merely a jest on the silver screen, brought to life by a masterful actor. Still, the absurdity behind that character had unexpectedly led Qin Hao to a doorway into deeper secrets. On those nights spent surfing the web, Qin Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard like a sorcerer unraveling ancient spells. By chance, he brushed up against the forbidden gate of that other world, the true identity of Master Man, the shadowy overlord of the Marvel Universe, the fated nemesis of Iron Man, a villain who defied every conventional notion, whose every move threatened the balance of the cosmos. Now, faced with this living, breathing Man Sangqiu, it was as if billions of stars exploded in Qin Hao's mind. Shock and disbelief collided in an unfinished symphony, reverberating through his very soul. He murmured to himself, Did I just travel through time and space? Have I arrived in that Marvel universe, brimming with superpowers and miracles? Qin Hao's gaze grew unfocused, a faint, incredulous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Beneath his bewildered expression, a glimmer of a true adventurer's excitement shone through. High above, Man Sangqiu watched Qin Hao's reaction, a flicker of confusion passing between his brows. Waves of suspicion rippled through his mind. What does this person know my name? Could it be? He was well aware that, though his reputation resounded far and wide, very few knew his true identity. He was a sage who had spanned centuries, born in an age of chaos, ruling the realm under the name the Consul. Wealth and power were nothing but stepping stones in his quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Those aliases he used were like wildflowers plucked along his journey, charming, yet paling in comparison to the truth. Within Man Sangqiu, the desire for the super-ancient weapon known as Xian Shu burned like wildfire. He had abandoned all worldly attachments in pursuit of that legendary power. The strange, celestial phenomena 2 days before had seemed a golden opportunity, yet instead he found himself confronted by a mysterious chasm and a young man with an identity shrouded in enigma. Winds from all corners are gathering. The gears of fate have begun to turn. Man Sangqiu mused, his gaze sharp as a blade. He sensed that all of this might be the prelude to a shift in the very balance of the universe. And Qin Hao, this youth who had suddenly crashed into his world, what role would he play? All would slowly be revealed, as the days ahead peeled back the layers of the unknown. At the shadowy edge of the abyss, a harsh beam of light tore through the gloom, illuminating a swaggering figure. A burly brute with a face full of coarse features, looking for all the world like a lackey straight out an ancient painting. He hollered down at Qin Hao, who stood at the bottom of the pit. Hey kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear the boss talking to you? His voice grated through the empty space, rough and jarring like rusty chains being dragged across stone. Qin Hao's brow furrowed ever so slightly, as if he could catch a passing gust of unease between his thoughts. Yet he paid no mind to the rude clamor. Instead, he found himself utterly captivated by the enigmatic figure above, who called himself Master Man. On Master Man's fingers, 10 dazzling rings sparkled with uncanny light, each one seeming to contain secrets mighty enough to overturn the laws of heaven and earth. Astonishment flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he secretly muttered, Is this an invitation to cross over into the Marvel Universe? Or some time rift left behind by Grandmaster Ip-Man? What the hell kind of place have I landed in? As his gaze delved deeper into those rings, an unprecedented surge of power seeped into Qin Hao's senses, an energy so immense it defied everything he'd ever known, as if the faintest touch could stir the very fabric of reality. Fragments of information about the Mandarin flashed rapidly through his memory, mystical achievements intertwined with legendary magic rings, weaving a tapestry of bizarre images. All of it convinced Qin Hao that he had indeed stepped into the dazzling, surreal world of Marvel. Marvel? A world where superheroes soar through the skies and villains lurk around every corner. Qin Hao's heart churned like a storm-tossed sea, tumultuous and restless. This sudden twist shattered his original plan of a Republican-era time travel tale, turning it instantly into a worthless scrap. Second by second, time slipped away as the Mandarin's patience wore thin. His stern, imposing face grew increasingly displeased. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to the henchman beside him. In the next instant, the crack of a gunshot sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Qin Hao. At that very moment, it was as if Qin Hao were jolted awake by a powerful force. He sensed that all-too-familiar threat of death hanging in the air. The bullet's trajectory was crystal clear to him. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand shot out like lightning, catching the destructive force just before it could tear through his body. The faint tremor in his palm was proof that he had brushed past the edge of death. A bullet? An old acquaintance, Qin Hao sneered inwardly. Over the years, he had danced with death countless times. How could a mere bullet pose any real threat to him now? With a spectral movement, he leapt. From the deep pit, ghost-like, straight for the gunman. In a few agile bounds, the man was in his grasp. With a swift, ruthless throw, Qin Hao sent him hurtling back into the very abyss from which he'd emerged. The man's anguished screams echoed out from the pit, reverberating through this strange realm, lingering for a long while. It was as if those cries were a direct challenge to the laws of this unknown world, an open declaration of defiance. Meanwhile, Qin Hao stood at the edge, gazing out over the scene, his eyes flickering with a hunger for the unknown and a steely resolve. At the rim of that yawning, 100-meter-deep chasm, the relentless howls of pain rolled on, like nature itself letting out its most sorrowful sigh. Yet on the Mandarin's brow, those cries crystallized into an insurmountable mountain of grim authority. Even the cold-blooded Mandarin couldn't help but be taken aback by Qin Hao's inhuman agility, astonished and secretly wary. Who was this youth, really? What kind of extraordinary being had appeared before him? In the Marvel Universe, the Mandarin wielded the power to command storms and bend the world to his will. His henchmen were as insignificant as weeds. Yet, the fearless Wei Qin Hao met his gaze, undaunted, pierced through the Mandarin's pride and dignity like a sharpened blade. Ever since the 10 magical rings he had forged were unleashed upon the world, everything had bowed to his will. And now, for the first time, that supreme authority was being challenged as never before. Hand over what you're hiding, and perhaps I'll spare your life. As for the souls of your fallen men, I'll let the past remain in the past. Lord Man's voice was deep and magnetic, each word, laden with an almost crushing force that seemed to make the very air tremble. His eyes gleamed with greed and curiosity, as if he could already see endless treasures slipping into his grasp. Qin Hao's feelings were a tangled knot at those words. His mind raced, searching for an answer to this sudden riddle. Could Lord Man be referring to the secret behind that accident, when he unwittingly triggered a celestial phenomenon and absorbed the power of thunder and lightning? In that moment, it was as if dragons roared and tigers howled across the heavens, lightning weaving a net that shrouded the land in a mysterious, radiant glow. Lord Man? Huh, I really don't know what you're talking about. Qin Hao replied with a forced laugh. If you want something valuable, I suppose. The most precious thing I have is my own skin. But judging by your attitude, I'd wager you wouldn't even spare a single strand of my hair. Feigning nonchalance, Qin Hao cast a sideways glance at his own head, which had grown a bit bare from too many experiments. Silently, he congratulated himself. His offhand remark had become the perfect cover for the truth. But Lord Man's patience had long since run dry. His expression darkened, cold enough to chill the air, and his voice was as glacial as winter wind. I've given you your chance. Since you refused to take it, don't blame me for what comes next. Shanqi, show this ignorant child what true power looks like. Before the last word faded, a shadow flickered into existence, gliding out of thin air like a specter. It was none other than Shang-Chi, the legendary kung fu prodigy under Lord Man's command. Qin Hao fixed his gaze on the young man who stood before him. Though he appeared no more than 16, there was a fathomless depth in his eyes, a Sharp contrast to his youthful face. This was no ordinary teenager. He was a martial arts master who had transcended the limits of the human body. The aura that emanated from Shang-Chi was pure and untarnished, detached from the world's dust and troubles. It was nothing like the image of him that Qin Hao remembered from the Marvel Universe, making it nearly impossible to connect the two. So, a fight is inevitable tonight. Qin Hao drew a deep breath, feeling the tempest of untamed lightning within him begin to stir. He knew there was no turning back. Faced with this sudden trial, he had to go all out, not just to protect his secret, but to prove himself. In a world where the strong reigned, Qin Hao, too, possessed a power that could not be underestimated. Beneath that brooding night sky, the light that fell was not the gentle glow of a candle, but the cold, piercing gaze of a deity from the underworld, light that carried the weight of ages and the edge of life and death, spilling slowly across every corner of the ancient city. Shang-Chi, a young man bearing a legendary lineage, is not only the sole inheritor of the fathomless wisdom of the Mandarin, but also a comrade in arms to Wolverine, a kindred spirit to Spider-Man, and, in the eyes of young Tony, the tech-savvy billionaire who weaves dreams from science, the most astonishing test subject for new inventions. Beneath the veil of night, Shang-Chi seemed to perceive all the world's secrets. Every movement he made brimmed with hidden power and wisdom. He nodded gently, offering a respectful salute to the Mandarin, then, in a flash, surged forward like lightning, heading straight for Qin Hao, who was lost in his own thoughts. Qin Hao, who appeared ordinary yet concealed profound strength, narrowed his eyes and instantly shifted into a classic Wing Chun stance, as though he could freeze time itself with the force of his fists. Yet Shang-Chi did not follow the usual rules. With footwork as fluid as a dancer's, he slipped effortlessly through the cracks in space, appearing behind Qin Hao in the blink of an eye, a sly, challenging smile curving at his lips. His laughter, sharp as a blade in a winter wind, shattered the stillness of the night. In the next instant, he unleashed a sweeping kick, its momentum fierce enough to shake mountains and rivers. The air itself seemed to rip apart, leaving invisible fissures in its wake. But Qin Hao's reaction defied everyone's expectations. Instead of dodging, he smiled, eyes twinkling, and effortlessly caught Shang-Chi's leg, hard as an iron rod. In his hand, between the two of them, an unspoken understanding seemed to flicker, part banter, part test, as if they were masters toying before a true contest. "Hey kid, you've got some real moves there," Qin Hao said, his words mixing genuine praise with a hint of playful teasing. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shang-Chi's eyes, as if he had just witnessed a rare wonder. Raised under the exacting tutelage of Master Jian, Shang-Chi had always prided himself on being unmatched in martial arts. Not even his father, wielding those legendary rings, could claim an easy victory over him. Yet now, this mysterious newcomer had so effortlessly neutralized his attack, stirring a fresh awareness of his own strength and its limits. Just as the delicate balance between them was about to break, a figure even swifter sliced through the night, streaking toward them like a meteor across the dark sky. The Mandarin watched, a knowing, amused smile playing on his lips, as though everything were unfolding just as he had foreseen. Well, looks like tonight's gathering is turning out to be quite the spectacle. As the newcomer drew near, a deep, commanding voice rang out. "Hail Hydra, seems we're right on time." At those words, the Mandarin's expression shifted ever so slightly, clearly recognizing this unexpected force and quietly recalculating his plans. At the very moment Qin Hao heard the words Hydra, a storm of shock and disbelief raged within his heart. Hydra, a shadowy organization that inspires fear throughout the Marvel Universe, had somehow become entangled in this unfolding turmoil. A contest of strength, wisdom, and destiny was quietly beginning, setting its stage on this land gently bathed in moonlight. Deep within the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe lies a darkness more profound than the stars themselves, a shadow more cunning than Thanos' infamous. Snap, Hydra. Born amidst the chaos of World War II, Hydra awakened in silence, a monstrous serpent with many heads, nearly impossible to eradicate. They are not only the invisible hands behind the struggles of superheroes, but also the masterminds weaving the intricate web of fate that envelopes the entire Marvel world. Picture this. When Captain America, Steve Rogers, brandishes his vibranium shield and vows to defend justice, every charge he leads is a direct clash against Hydra's unseen, ever-reaching tentacles. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, stand in the dazzling glow of his technological achievements, yet behind those inventions, faint traces of Hydra's entanglements linger. A relentless game of high technology versus ancient conspiracy, played out across the ages. The Hulk, the embodiment of fury, tears through Hydra's plots time and again with his raging might. Black Widow, Natasha, navigates the treacherous web of Hydra with cunning and wisdom, always searching for a glimmer of light. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, lets his arrows fly, not just targeting enemies, but piercing the elaborate lies Hydra so meticulously crafts. In every superhero's tale, Hydra's shadow lingers, ever present, like a parasite clinging to the bone, impossible to shake off. And the origins of it all can be traced back to the smoke and fire of World War II. The Red Skull, a soul twisted by a failed super soldier serum, became the first leader of Hydra, setting in motion this grand conspiracy that would span generations. Now, this force of evil has insidiously seeped into China, stirring up even greater storms within the already tumultuous Marvel universe. Qin Hao, a gifted individual with extraordinary powers, once witnessed Hydra's brazen acts by chance, leaving him deeply shaken. He and Shang-Chi were once close friends, but Hydra's schemes forced them onto separate paths, at least for now. At that moment, when Qin Hao cast Shang-Chi aside, it was more than just a reflex in the face of sudden danger. It was an outcry of his fury against Hydra's relentless threat. As for Shang-Chi, the trusted right hand of the Mandarin, that fleeting glance between them carried a tangle of emotions. Helplessness toward Qin Hao, and an unwavering loyalty to his own mission against Hydra. The Mandarin, a terrifying figure wielding 10 mystical rings, each one containing enough power to upend the world itself. Among them, the ring that emits a slicing beam stands out most, it seems. Capable of severing time and space, cutting through the very boundaries of matter and existence. Even someone as formidable as Qin Hao cannot help but feel a chill of dread in its presence. The biting cold of an ice storm, the searing heat of a fire blast, the raging fury of a lightning tempest. These, to Qin Hao, might simply be manifestations of natural forces. But the appearance of a slicing beam brings him a new, profound sense of unease, the kind born from encountering an unknown power. This is not merely destruction on a physical level. It is a challenge to the very essence of life itself, compelling Qin Hao to reassess his place and relationship with the world around him. Thus, beneath a sky shadowed by the specter of Hydra, the standoff between Qin Hao and the Mandarin becomes a violent clash of two worlds, two beliefs in direct opposition. In this seemingly irreversible struggle, the determination for justice in Qin Hao's heart quietly gathers, transforming into a force not to be underestimated, a force vowing to expose Hydra's true face and restore clarity to the world. Well now, it seems Hydra's tentacles are reaching across the seas, aiming to take root in this ancient and mysterious land of China. A wry smile curled at the corners of the Mandarin's lips. Though his brows furrowed momentarily, his eyes gleamed with absolute confidence, a certainty that his domain would not be trespassed. His words carried an unmistakable hint of mockery and disdain. After all, here on this land, he was revered as a god. China was truly the heart of his kingdom. The so-called Hydra agent, a Westerner with blonde hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in the prime of his 30s, stood before him. Yet, in Hydra's bottomless pit of technology, age is merely a number easily rewritten. He had first heard the name of the Mandarin and was seething with anger, ready to lash out. But the moment their eyes met, it was as if an invisible force struck him, sending shockwaves through his heart. This, he realized, was the forbidden land he had longed for yet never dared to enter, and before him stood none other than the legendary god of China. Haha, what a small world it is. Mandarin of China, your reputation resounds across the 4 seas. Meeting you today, I see the legends are true. The visitor skillfully smoothed things over, though his laughter rang hollow, his eyes darting restlessly as he rapidly calculated his next move. Fluent Mandarin flowed from his lips without a hint of awkwardness, an unmistakable sign of Hydra's careful preparation for their operations in China. Qin Hao stood by in silent observation, quietly impressed. Not only was this Westerner fluent in Mandarin, but he blended naturally into the cultural atmosphere of the land. Clearly, this was no ordinary man. He surmised that between Hydra and the Mandarin, a tangled web of schemes might have long been set in motion, only lacking a direct confrontation in the open. After all, in the vast expanse of the Marvel universe, Hydra's cunning and the Mandarin's arrogance are both notorious, making them formidable adversaries. Even Loki, the god of mischief, would likely pale in comparison before the Mandarin's imposing presence. Now that you've recognized my true form, you should know this is no place for the likes of you to tread lightly. On account of that old fox, Red Skull, I'll spare your life today. Leave at once, and do not set foot on this forbidden ground again. There was no mistaking the authority in the Mandarin's tone. It carried the weight of an emperor surveying his domain and subjects from on high. At those words, the very air seemed to freeze, and even breathing became a cautious act. The Hydra agent, though resentful, knew better than to clash head-on at this moment. Clenching his jaw in secret, he retreated slowly, a mix of reluctant respect and unyielding resolve etched on his face. Inwardly, he vowed that one day he would make this arrogant god of China pay the price for his pride. In this intricate corner of the Marvel Universe, Qin Hao's heart raced with every new fragment he uncovered, as if he were peeling back the curtain on a long-buried chapter of history. A stunning vision began to take shape in his mind. The Mandarin, a mighty and enigmatic figure of the East, was somehow intricately connected to the shadowy reaches of Hydra. This was not just a confirmation of suspicion, but a seismic shift in everything he believed before, as though the very foundations of the Marvel world had been subtly shaken. Night had fallen, a stingy moon casting faint light across the ruins of the ancient manor, lending an eerie air to this unexpected standoff. The intruder, a Western man, cloaked in black, eyes glinting with icy resolve, clearly represented Hydra's unspeakable might. Rage twisted his features, and even the air seemed to thicken around him. Mandarin, are you daring to defy Hydra's authority? You walk a path with no return. Have you considered the consequences? His voice was low and heavy with menace, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, radiating a hatred impossible to ignore. If not for the suffocating aura of the Mandarin, he might have already unleashed his wrath in a storm of violence. Yet the Mandarin only stroked his long beard, a wry and knowing smile playing at his lips, a smile that dismissed the past and exuded utter confidence in the future. Hydra? Just an insignificant underground cabal. How could you possibly compare yourselves to a god, if not for that fleeting and tedious alliance? With Red Skull, you would already be dust. His words brimmed with an irrefutable power, as though the very laws of the world bent to his will. As the tension between the two sides reached its peak, an unspoken contest unfolded silently in the air. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Hao's mind was a tempest of swirling thoughts. He witnessed the scene with his own eyes, as if glimpsing the intricate web of relationships behind the Marvel Universe, each thread leading to deeper, more perilous secrets. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an unusual scent, a call for freedom and escape. Qin Hao realized that remaining a bystander was no longer wise. He had to withdraw as soon as possible and deliver this astonishing discovery to the side of justice. So, seizing the moment when the Mandarin and the Hydra emissary faced off, Qin Hao melted into the deeper darkness like a ghost in the night, silent and unseen, embarking on an escape fraught with uncertainty and danger. Hearing the Mandarin's deep, commanding voice, the visitor's pupils contracted sharply, as if stirred by some mysterious force. Almost unconsciously, a strange firearm appeared in his hand. This weapon looked nothing like any conventional gun. Instead of a typical magazine, it housed a peculiar device that pulsed with an eerie glow. In a flash, Qin Hao recalled scenes from the once popular movie Captain America. An audacious thought crossed his mind. Could this be the legendary energy gun, forged with that enigmatic Tesseract technology? Yet a cloud of doubt loomed over Qin Hao's heart. According to his memory, such energy weapons shouldn't exist at this point in the timeline. It was as if some invisible hand had accelerated the story, altering the sequence of events. Could it all be the result of his own traveler's butterfly effect? He couldn't help but let out a self-mocking chuckle, feeling like an insignificant pawn on a chessboard. Yet somehow he had managed to disrupt the course of the entire game. As for the power of the energy gun, Qin Hao wasn't entirely sure, but the movie's breathtaking scenes remained vivid in his mind. The destructive force unleashed by that weapon could pierce through even the thickest tank armor as if it were made of paper. The thought filled him with both anticipation for the coming battle and a trace of unease. However, when his gaze shifted to the Hydra agent, Qin Hao's heart grew heavy again. The 10 dazzling rings on the Mandarin's fingers each contained unimaginable power, especially the 5th ring on his right hand, rumored to be able to annihilate any form of energy, the ultimate cheat on the battlefield. Against such an opponent, even with an energy gun, victory seemed all but impossible. Facing the man's provocation, Lord Man merely responded with a faint, disdainful smile. If you're so eager to die, Shang-Chi, take care of this trash for me. His voice was cold as ice, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Before his words had even faded, Shang-Chi vanished without a sound, like a ghost slipping through the shadows. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before his target, his fist flashing out with breathtaking speed. The man was sent flying by the tremendous force, hitting the sandy ground with a heavy thud. His body convulsed, clearly beyond saving. Qin Hao watched the spectacle unfold like a detached onlooker, a calm smile on his lips, as though none of it concerned him. He understood all too well that in a world ruled by strength, life and death were commonplace. All he could do was protect himself and wait for the right moment. After dealing with the enemy, Lord Man's gaze once again settled on Qin Hao, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems your strength far exceeds my expectations. To think you could defeat Shang-Chi so easily. There was an inscrutable undertone to his words that made Qin Hao's heart skip a beat. At this, a barely noticeable glimmer flickered in Shang-Chi's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came, as if nothing had happened at all. In this game riddled with uncertainty and danger, everyone was secretly plotting their next move, and Qin Hao, too, was ready to face whatever challenges and opportunities might come his way. Standing atop the ancient ruins bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, Qin Hao curved his lips into a modest smile, as gentle and fleeting as a spring blossom. He replied, "If this young brother hadn't gone easy on me, I wouldn't have gained the slightest advantage." His words carried a touch of self-mockery, but also sincerity. After all, Qin Hao knew all too well that, with his current 7th level of dragon elephant strength, to stand against Lord Man's near-legendary power was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But if he could break through to the 9th level, or perhaps master the fabled Northern Darkness divine skill, then perhaps the dream of standing as an equal to Lord Man would not be mere fantasy. Lord Man, this self-proclaimed god, gently waved his folding fan, his tone brooking no argument. "Since you've revealed your talent, offer up what you've gained here and I shall grant you the honor of following me." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with boundless ambition, as if the entire world were nothing more than pieces on his chessboard. Qin Hao's mind raced, as alert as a leopard hidden in the grass. This Lord Man, for all his calm demeanor, is treacherous at heart. I know I have nothing to show for this trip. There are no treasures here, but he clearly has no intention of letting me go so easily. Whether or not I possess anything of value, it seems my fate has already been quietly sealed by him. Faced with the Mandarin's invitation, Qin Hao's lips curled into a disdainful smile, a look of unwavering faith in his own future. "I appreciate your offer," he replied, "but I've always cherished my freedom. Even if one day I could dance with the God of Thunder or fight side by side with the Hulk, I would never bow to anyone, let alone become someone's lapdog." In Qin Hao's eyes shone the stars and the sea, an endless yearning for unexplored worlds. You don't know what's good for you." The Mandarin's face darkened instantly, his expression as cold as dark water. With a flick of his finger, like plucking the string of fate, his henchmen swiftly drew their guns and leveled them at Qin Hao. Even the air seemed to freeze. Gunfire erupted, bullets pouring down like a relentless storm. But as the deadly hail met Qin Hao's body, it was as if they struck an invisible barrier. The bullets shredded his clothes, leaving them riddled with holes. Yet Qin Hao himself remained completely unharmed. Qin Hao frowned slightly. Though the bullets hadn't left a scratch, the force of the impact still brought a faint discomfort, like a breeze rippling across the surface of a lake, barely disturbing the water, yet leaving subtle rings behind. Glancing down at the scattered shell casings, a warning bell sounded in his mind. This time, the Mandarin truly meant to kill him. For a moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. Every eye was fixed on Qin Hao, stunned by his unbelievable resilience. Bullets had no effect on him, a notion as fantastical as a fairy tale to those watching. Qin Hao, a youth who appeared ordinary yet was full of miracles, was forging his own extraordinary legend. Meanwhile, the Mandarin's conspiracy, set in motion by this sudden tempest, was quietly brewing into an even greater storm. In the shadows of what was yet to come, the self-proclaimed ultimate master, the Mandarin, wore a look of near-obsessive excitement. His gaze was locked onto Qin Hao, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, like a scientist who has just laid eyes on the rarest specimen in his lab, a test subject on the verge of unlocking the universe's greatest secrets. At first, the Mandarin had pegged Qin Hao as nothing more than a formidable martial artist. After all, anyone who could catch bullets and defeat a fighter of Shang-Chi's caliber was certainly no ordinary man. But when Qin Hao displayed abilities that surpassed human limits, his body as tough as steel as if he'd stepped straight out of science fiction epic, an unquenchable fire ignited in the Mandarin's heart. This man is a treasure. The Mandarin calculated silently, his interest in Qin Hao now far more than mere exploitation, a deep, burning desire to uncover the secrets hidden within his remarkable body. In his mind, vivid scenes began to take shape. Qin Hao strapped beneath intricate instruments, his every secret hidden in flesh and bone slowly unveiled. Perhaps it was this unknown power that could allow him to shatter his own limits and become truly invincible. Huh, Qin Hao, you're full of secrets, aren't you? Lord Man's lips curled into a playful, sinister smile. In his eyes, madness and greed wove together an invisible net, intent on ensnaring Qin Hao inescapably. At these words, a cold sweat broke out across Qin Hao's forehead, and he cursed his luck in silence. Lord Man clearly saw him as nothing more than a lab rat, pushing him right up to the edge of despair. At this moment of crisis, Qin Hao had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength. The newly mastered Northern Sea divine skill surged. Within him, currents of true qi roaring through his meridians like wild rivers, flooding him with a power he had never known before. As this force coursed through him, subtle changes began in his body. Muscles swelled and hardened, as if boundless strength now hid beneath every inch of his skin. The tattered outfit clinging to him couldn't withstand a surge and was instantly blasted apart, scattering in the wind like dandelion fluff. Lord Man watched Qin Hao's transformation, unable to hide the rising excitement in his eyes. As expected, this boy is full of hidden secrets. His heartbeat quickened with Qin Hao's growing aura, as if he was about to witness the birth of a miracle. Qin Hao sprang into action, swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, several insignificant henchmen fell before his attacks, losing their will to fight. Only Shang-Chi, thanks to his agility, barely managed to evade Qin Hao's strikes. Yet Qin Hao paid little mind to him. He knew all too well that, among everyone present, only Lord Man posed a real threat. Shang-Chi, unwilling to admit defeat, was about to step forward again when a fierce wall of flame from Lord Man cut off his path. The fire lashed out like an enraged dragon's tongue, surging toward Qin Hao with destructive force. Sensing the danger, Qin Hao's instincts kicked in. With a quick sidestep, he narrowly dodged the deadly attack. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. A silent contest of strength and wits had begun. On that dazzling, perilous battlefield, a mass of searing flames erupted like an angry fire dragon. Though the blaze didn't touch Qin Hao directly, it exploded at arm's length with the force of a miniature volcano. The shockwave, laced with burning debris, sent Qin Hao tumbling head over heels, while dust and sand rained down on his battered figure like autumn leaves swirling in the wind. Qin Hao struggled to climb out of the sandpit, brushing the dust from his clothes. His eyes still flickered with the lingering shock of the ordeal. Glancing toward his opponent, known as Lord Man, not far away, he couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. The force of that fiery explosion had been so immense that even his body, tempered through countless trials, had felt a real sense of danger. If that fire hadn't erupted as an explosion, but instead had sliced through the air like a razor-sharp beam, he doubted he'd have had even a moment to react. He would have been split in two before. He knew it. Qin Hao muttered to himself. The power in that fiery blast is terrifying. Thank goodness it wasn't that legendary blade of light. Otherwise, I might have met my end right here today. He kept a wary eye on Lord Man's fingers, which seemed ready at any moment to summon boundless power. Suddenly, inspiration struck. All of his strength is bound up in that mysterious ring. If I can force him into close combat, all those flashy spells of his might be useless. With that thought, it was as if an invisible force propelled him forward. Qin Hao leaped to his feet, like a tiger about to spring, and charged straight at Lord Man, hoping that a close-quarters fight would shatter his opponent's magical advantage. Yet Lord Man didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He lifted his left hand with effortless grace, and the ring set with a strange gemstone suddenly shone with blinding brilliance. In the next instant, a blast of bone-chilling wind burst from the ring, colder than the harshest winter gale, sweeping Qin Hao up in its fury. With a resounding crash, Qin Hao, for all his physical strength, couldn't withstand the icy tempest. He was hurled backward, landing hard on the ground, his body quickly coated in a thin layer of frost. Even breathing became a struggle. Whoa, this cold could kill a man. Qin Hao forced himself to stand, shivering from head to toe, inwardly marveling at Lord Man's overwhelming power. He knew all too well that, with his current level of cultivation, defeating this ring-wielding sorcerer head-on was nothing short of a pipe dream. His mastery of Wing Chun and the reversible Tai Chi fist might give him the upper hand against ordinary experts. But before Lord Man, they seemed woefully inadequate. Looks like I've got a lot more training ahead of me. I'll need to master a few more killer moves if I ever want to settle the score with him. For now, I'd better make a tactical retreat. Live to fight another day, Qin Hao calculated, all the while plastering a mischievous grin onto his face. He called out to Lord Man. Well, I guess it's round one. Suddenly, I remember my mom's calling me home for dinner. How about we schedule round two for another day? Before his words even faded, Qin Hao raised his right hand high and chanted in a resounding voice, "Lightning flash." In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning blazed through the void, as if the god of thunder himself had descended, engulfing Qin Hao in a cloak of electric brilliance. Then, with a sharp, crisp whistle, his figure vanished under the light, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of electricity lingering in the air for a long while. Lord Man stared in disbelief at the spot where Qin Hao had disappeared, his eyes flashing with astonishment. He muttered to himself, "What an interesting young man. It seems I truly underestimated him before. Still, sooner or later, I'll make sure he understands. No matter where he runs, he'll never escape the palm of my hand. Damn, Lord Man really has some skills. He almost turned me into a popsicle." Qin Hao grumbled, his tone indignant yet determined. "A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. Just wait till I return, fully trained, and then I'll show you what the name Qin Hao really means." Hidden in a remote, secret corner far from the fray, Qin Hao silently vowed to himself, cursing a little to vent his frustration. In that vast, endless land where yellow sand filled the sky, he looked like a battered beast just escaped from a sandstorm, disheveled and covered in dust as he staggered out from the burning dunes. He spat out a mouthful of fine sand, his lips curling into a wry, self-mocking smile. "That Lord Man is utterly insane," he muttered bitterly. "Looks like I'll have to wait until my powers are fully awakened before I can truly settle the score." Despite his complaints, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Luckily, I had my trump card, he thought. Otherwise, there's no way I'd have made it out alive, wouldn't have even had a chance to run. This trump card was the mysterious power he'd gained by absorbing a bolt of lightning that once struck from the heavens during a strange encounter. But the true treasure of this power wasn't the years of hard training in the Northern Sea divine art or the rapid progress in dragon elephant prajna strength. Instead, it was hidden deep within his mind, a cluster of lightning, glowing with an eerie yellow light. These yellow bolts of lightning were no ordinary mutation. They seemed to hold the secrets of the universe itself, granting Qin Hao two extraordinary abilities. The first was the very power that had saved him now, the lightning flash technique. With a single thought, the yellow lightning could transform into a beam of light, whisking him away across thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, as if he were a traveler slipping between the seams of space and time. Yet this time, as it was his first attempt, Qin Hao's control over the power was still clumsy. Not only did he fail to choose his landing spot with any accuracy, but he also ended up crashing straight into the desert, almost becoming nothing more than a dried-out corpse lost in the sea of sand. As for the second ability, it was an offensive power named Thunderstorm. Yet this force was far too fierce, and at present, Qin Hao could barely communicate with it. Controlling it freely was still beyond his reach. Only when he could fully command the lightning within his sea of consciousness would he unlock this destructive power. When that day might come, even he could not tell. All he could do was wait in silent anticipation. Gazing at the endless desert before him, Qin Hao felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart. Should I risk going back, just to see Master Yi win again? The thought of Master Yi's kindly face filled him with warmth and longing. Yet on second thought, he realized that he was now a thorn in the side of Lord Man. If he returned recklessly, not only would he expose his whereabouts, but he might also drag his master and his family into unending danger. Qin Hao knew all too well the strength of Lord Man's influence in China. It was like an invisible web, stretching into every corner. Any move he made, especially in a crowded place, would be quickly detected. Foshan, that city brimming with memories, was even more bustling. Trying to evade Lord Man's watchful eyes, there would be nothing short of wishful thinking. After weighing all the pros and cons, Qin Hao had no choice but to abandon his hope of visiting his master. In his heart, he whispered, "Master, please forgive your disciple's unfilial absence. Once I have perfected my skills and swept away all obstacles, I will return to see you." With that resolve, Qin Hao set out once again on his lonely path of cultivation, his heart brimming with hope for the future and deep longing for his master. The vast, boundless desert bore witness to his growth and decisions, heralding the continuation of a legendary tale. Near the Shanghai Pass, a place carved by the winds and frost of history, there lay a small, unremarkable county town brimming with stories. It was like an uncut gem resting quietly in the river of time across the Chinese land. The sunset, crimson as blood, cast its glow on the ancient flagstone streets, bathing the little city in a gentle golden sheen. Inside a tavern called Dragon Shan Inn, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, the sounds of laughter and conversation filling the air. Here, the chaos of the outside world seemed distant. Life was made up of small comforts and cheerful banter. Waiter, bring me your best newer home wine and a few of your finest dishes to go with it. The voice was clear and forceful, carrying a quiet resilience that demanded respect. The speaker was none other than Qin Hao, a young man just 28 with hair cropped short like fresh stubble. Though his brows were a bit sparse, they did nothing to dull the sharpness and depth in his eyes. Dressed in coarse cloth, he nevertheless exuded an extraordinary aura, like a lone hero emerging from troubled times. The waiter answered with a broad smile and set about preparing the food and drink with practiced ease. As Qin Hao waited, the conversation of several young men at a nearby table cut through the brief tranquility like a sudden chill in the air. I heard that yesterday, the Japanese devils rampaged through the nearby Lyoha village again, burning, killing, looting, committing every imaginable atrocity. May heaven punish them. A young man's brow was tightly furrowed, his voice low and heavy, his eyes burning with hatred for the invaders. Exactly. And Zhang Xiuliang. He commands a powerful army, yet he turns a blind eye to the Japanese aggression. He surrendered the whole of the Northeast, without firing a single shot. It's enough to make your blood boil. Another young man slammed his hand on the table, seething with righteous indignation. And what about the nationalist government? They spend their days bickering among themselves, completely ignoring the foreign threat. It's a tragedy for our nation. As soon as this was said, a wave of sighs swept through the room. Qin Hao listened in silence, his heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. He remembered the days when he had single-handedly infiltrated enemy lines to prevent an even greater disaster. Yet peace had proven fleeting. The invaders' iron hooves still trampled the land of China with ferocious arrogance. What good is complaining? A true warrior should take up arms and fight the enemy to the bitter end. Qin Hao mused inwardly, recalling his promise to the Ip Man. Family. Their shared commitment to justice and yearning for peace only strengthened his resolve. The only way to protect home and country was to become stronger himself. I heard the Red Army guerrillas in the north are actively resisting the Japanese. Why don't we join them and fight for real freedom? One young man's suggestion was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the crowd. Yes, instead of sitting here talking politics, let's take action. Let those Japanese know the children of China will never bow their heads. Several young men exchanged determined smiles, their eyes shining with steely resolve. Qin Hao smiled quietly to himself, admiring the passion and courage of these youth. He knew he could not join them just yet, but the duty to protect his homeland was already deeply engraved in his heart. He gently brushed the short dagger at his waist, a companion in countless battles, and a symbol of hope in his soul. Wait for me. When I defeat Masterman and return, I'll stand beside you in our nation's darkest hour, and we'll drink to victory together. Qin Hao silently made this vow. Then he rose, his gaze unwavering, striding with purpose toward the distance, toward unfinished missions, and toward the shining light of the dragon god in his heart. Across the vast land of China, Qin Hao seemed like a cautious traveler in the night. For a long time, the neon lights of the big city had been nothing but a distant nightmare to him. He feared that stepping even once into their glow might awaken the sleeping giant that was Master Man, a man whose power once overshadowed all. Yet, a rebellious spark was beginning to take root in Qin Hao's heart. Even if Master Man was at the height of his power, his shadow could never cover every inch of this land. So, gathering his courage, he took a bold step forward, leaving his footprints in this quiet yet rather ordinary county town, instead of forever hiding away in the remote corners of the countryside. Today, beneath the ancient walls of Shanhaiguan, Qin Hao's figure appeared for the first time, like a chess piece sent across the currents of time, quietly settling into place. Along this journey, a tumult of emotions stirred within him, and he gained a deeper understanding of the country's current plight. He couldn't help but feel as if he were wandering through the mists of history. Inwardly, he grumbled, "The wheel of history is truly both cold and merciless." Even though he had once, by sheer force of will, turned the tide at a critical moment and prevented the September 18th incident, buying a few precious years of respite for China, the inertia of history seemed already set. The Japanese, just as before, crossed the Yalu River with ease and swept the 3 northeastern provinces into their grasp. At the mention of Zhang Xiuliang, a wry smile tugged at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. The young marshal seemed forever bound by the fate of his previous life, reenacting that heartbreaking scene once again, fleeing in panic to Shanhaiguan without firing a single shot and handing over the legacy left by his father, Zhang Zuolin. What a vast inheritance it was. From a complete military-industrial system to aircraft factories, even arsenals capable of equipping a million-strong army, all of it fell into enemy hands. If Zhang Zuolin could see this from beyond the grave, he would surely be so furious at his prodigal son's actions that he would want to leap from his tomb to give him a lesson. The moment he set foot in Shanhaiguan, Qin Hao's gaze swept over the soldiers of the Northeastern Army, their eyes hollow. Gone were the strength and pride they once possessed, leaving only emptiness and despair. Zhang Xueliang's retreat was nothing short of a devastating blow to these warrior spirits, robbing them of their dignity and honor as soldiers. Qin Hao could only shake his head helplessly, pressing onward, crossing Shanhaiguan, and delving into the heart of the now-occupied Northeast. With every step deeper, Qin Hao's brow furrowed more tightly, as though he could crush a fly in its crease. Everywhere he looked, the Japanese rising sun banners and slogans proclaiming Sino-Japanese friendship confronted him, each sight a painful reminder, weighing heavily on the heart of anyone who shared his journey across time. In this land, though the nation had not yet been utterly destroyed, the people's passion and fighting spirit seemed to have faded with the wind. The numb faces of the common folk, the brazen collaborators, together, they painted a scene dripping with irony, as if mocking the sorrow of their own country. Qin Hao knew all too well. The nation stood at the threshold of life and death. Would it truly take another baptism of blood to awaken the sleeping lion at last? Quietly, he made a vow. No matter what, he would do everything in his power to bring a ray of unyielding hope to this ancient yet ever-young land. Must we truly relive that sweeping, tragic epic for the hearts of China's sons and daughters to surge with passion once more? Imagine it. Not just a cold, hard number, 30 million. Behind that number lies the fall of countless vibrant lives, each heart burning with an unyielding flame, every tear merging into a mighty river of resilience. In those turbulent years, there was Li Dezhao, who, under the shroud of darkness, held high the torch of truth, igniting the spark of revolution at the cost of his own life. There was Zhao Yimin, who bit down and endured the enemy's cruel torture. Her indomitable spirit, like a crimson plum blossom blooming bravely in winter, made even the iron heels of her foes tremble in fear. And there were the nameless heroes, perhaps common farmers, workers, or students, who, when the nation was in peril, stepped forward and with their flesh and blood built a great wall to defend their homeland. Those 30 million sacrifices are not a mere accumulation of figures. They're the deepest scars upon the land of China. Each drop of blood has become the richest nourishment for this earth, so that every time we look back, we feel the weighty responsibility of history pressing upon us. This is more than a repetition of the past. It is an awakening of the national spirit, an eternal flame that burns in the heart of every Chinese person. Must we truly witness such tragedy again for this memory to be engraved in our souls? No, history does not permit repetition, but its spirit can be passed on. We remember so we may move forward with purpose. We commemorate so that tragedy will not return. On the journey of this new era, we must cherish peace all the more, standing tall and proud as we write new chapters of glory. For the children of China, let the sacrifice of those 30 million souls be transformed into an inexhaustible force, propelling the nation onward, so that this land is forever bathed in the light of peace and prosperity. Qin Hao wandered the empty streets, the world around him shrouded in a pale, misty haze that carried an undeniable sense of desolation. On the corner, a lonely newsstand stood. He picked up a newspaper absent-mindedly, hoping to catch a heartbeat of the times or some useful information within its lines. But as he opened it, what greeted his eyes were nauseating words of flattery, empty talk of the so-called Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, or sham reports about some officer's supposed closeness to the people. Qin Hao cursed under his breath. These traitorous lackeys, they're nothing but dogs licking the boots of the Japanese. Not a word about what matters, just endless praise for those little devils. In his anger, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and hurled it to the ground, as if by doing so he could rid himself of his disgust. A rumble of protest from his stomach reminded him it was time to find something to eat. Not far away, a solitary tavern flickered with a faint light in the gentle breeze, as if it were the only solace left in this era. Qin Hao stepped inside, only to find the place just as desolate. Among the sparse diners, there were only sycophantic collaborators and subservient followers of the Japanese invaders, arrogantly savoring their rare feast. Qin Hao ordered a few simple side dishes and a steaming bowl of noodles, an uncommon luxury in these times of scarcity. Yet, just as he was about to enjoy this rare moment of peace, a sudden commotion shattered the stillness. "Get out, all of you! The third master is hosting a private banquet for the Taikoin tonight. You riffraff had better clear out and stop spoiling the view." A gang of thugs burst in, dressed in black jackets and cloth shoes, red sashes tied at their waists, pistols tucked conspicuously in their belts. They bellowed orders, rudely driving the other patrons from the tavern. Behind these thugs followed a young man in a Zhongshan suit, tall boots clicking on the floor, a folding fan in hand. His neatly parted hair and scholarly air set him apart from the rough crowd around him. This was Lu San, known as the Third Master, the very image of a traitor. Qin Hao grabbed a waiter who was about to flee and whispered, "Who is that?" The waiter's face went pale as he spat out, "Lu San, that damned traitor." With that, he vanished into the back room, as if scalded. "Third Master, please have a seat." One of the thugs quickly wiped down a chair with his sleeve, bowing and scraping as he invited Lu San to sit. Another produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Lu San with both hands before carefully lighting it for him. "How unlucky. Why are there still people here?" Lu San scanned the room, his brow furrowed, as though he feared these nobodies might disrupt his refined pleasure. His tone brimmed with contempt and impatience toward ordinary people, as if the entire world ought to make way for him and his Japanese patrons. "Master Lu, your entrance is truly grand. Even picking a spot for a drink and a chat stirs up such a fuss. It casts a shadow over my humble little meeting. Look at this. Can't even manage to reserve a tavern properly. How are we supposed to have a smooth partnership in the future?" As Lu San spoke, he waved his folding fan with practiced elegance. But before he finished his sentence, there was a sharp snap. The fan landed lightly atop the head of a nearby thug, a gesture tinged with both mockery and authority. Yes, of course, I'll go deal with that clueless kid right away." The gang leader, shrewd as ever, quickly responded, forcing a smile as he strode over to the corner where Qin Hao sat. There, Qin Hao was calmly savoring a steaming bowl of noodles, utterly unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him, as if the noise and commotion had nothing to do with him at all. "Hey there, friend, are you really hard of hearing? Or just pretending not to notice? Lord Lu San is asking you to move." The gang leader stopped in front of Qin Hao, his expression darkening as he spat on the ground, every word laced with provocation. Qin Hao remained unmoved, continuing to savor each strand of noodle as if nothing else existed. The gang leader, infuriated by the indifference, reached out to grab Qin Hao's shoulder. Yet before his hand could even finish its motion, Qin Hao caught it with astonishing speed and slammed it down onto the table. In the same instant, Qin Hao's chopsticks shot out like arrows, piercing cleanly through the gang leader's palm and even the tabletop beneath, pinning the hand firmly in place. The entire tavern collectively gasped in shock at the sight. Qin Hao wasn't finished. With swift, lightning-fast movements, he snatched up another pair of chopsticks and darted among the gangsters with a blur of motion. Agonized screams erupted one after another in quick succession, each gangster who dared approach suffering the same fate, their palms skewered to the tables by chopsticks, immobilized and helpless. "Hey, brother, let's talk this out. There's no need for violence. Don't you realize this is Lord San's territory? Offending him is the same as offending the commander. You're playing with fire." Lu San, now rattled, finally shed his earlier arrogance, his voice trembling with fear. But Qin Hao had already shown that he was not someone to be trifled with. Before Lu San could finish his sentence, Qin Hao grabbed his head and slammed it onto the table, plunging a chopstick through his ear in a flash of movement, pinning him to the tabletop. Lu San's legs shook violently from the pain, urine streaming uncontrollably down his thighs, while his shrieks were so piercing they seemed like they could split eardrums. His cries were shrill and unbearable, far worse than any dolphin's screech, making the other gangsters' screams seem insignificant in comparison. "Silence. Anyone who dares make another sound, I promise you'll regret ever being born." Qin Hao's voice was deep and commanding, brimming with an authority that broke the defiance. Those still crying out instantly fell silent, their bodies trembling under his threat. The tavern was enveloped in a sudden, heavy hush. And so, with nothing but his own strength, Qin Hao cowed every gangster in the tavern, showing them what it truly meant to be ruthless. All of this unfolded in the time it took to eat a single bowl of noodles. In that dim and chaotic tavern, time seemed to stand still, and the air grew thick with an ominous foreboding. Lu San's palm was like a shattered crimson blossom, with blood winding in thin streams, finally pooling into a shocking lake that spread wantonly across the weathered wooden table. Hey brother, let's talk this out, shall we? The road is long. We're bound to meet again someday. Before Lu San could finish, Qin Hao moved with a speed swifter than the wind. As if by magic, a cold grenade appeared in his hand, and with no room for protest, he shoved it into Lu San's mouth, which hung open in stunned disbelief. Lu San's pupils contracted sharply, as if pierced by the chill of a winter gust. In his eyes flickered the cold, ruthless gleam of the grenade's metal shell. Terror surged over him, like a tidal wave, drowning every last trace of reason. He tried to scream, but could only choke out ragged, strangled gasps, his trembling eyes pleading desperately, "Spare me." Seeing this, Qin Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. Casually, he picked up 2 chopsticks from the table and, with practiced ease, pinned Lu San's shaking hands firmly to the tabletop, drawing 2 icy lines that marked the stage for the tragedy about to unfold. Lu San's face twisted with pain and terror, an expression that made every thug present tense up, as if they'd caught a glimpse of death itself. The tavern's air plummeted to freezing in an instant. The thugs stared at one another, eyes filled with both fear and confusion, silently wondering, who is this man? What kind of demon has descended among us to act with such ruthless efficiency? With a character like yours, you dare call yourself a patriot's betrayer? Qin Hao's words dripped with disdain, biting as a wintry wind that cut straight to the heart. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the kitchen. The waiter stumbled out, carrying a tray of steaming dishes, his face as pale as paper. At the sight before him, his hand shook, and the tray crashed to the ground with a sharp clang, a crisp, ringing sound that did nothing to break his stunned daze. His eyes lost their focus, as if his soul had abandoned his body. "My apologies for disturbing the peace of your establishment," Qin Hao said, his voice gentle yet deep, cutting through the haze in the waiter's mind. Sensing the young man's anxiety, he waved a reassuring hand, quietly urging calm. "Remember, in your next life, don't lose your way again." Qin Hao's gaze was piercing, burning through the lifeless eyes of Lu San. Then, as if performing the most ordinary of tasks, he deftly withdrew a chopstick and, with unerring precision, drove it into Lu San's forehead. Immediately after, he repeated the gesture for every other thug present, gifting each with a farewell chopstick that pierced straight through the heart, silent, exact, and final. For these men, perhaps death truly was a release, a final payment for the sins of their past. Qin Hao slowly retrieved the unexploded grenade from Lu San's mouth, his face utterly calm, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a fleeting trifle. He turned away and disappeared into the night, leaving behind a scene filled with shock and death. "We're here, sir." At that moment, a sycophantic voice echoed outside the tavern, leading in a bow-legged Japanese soldier. A flicker of mockery flashed through Qin Hao's eyes as he thought to himself, what a coincidence, this feast of death even as spectators delivering themselves to the door. To Qin Hao, the short Japanese invader was nothing more than a petty clown, unworthy of notice. While the newcomer was still lost in confusion, the grenade in Qin Hao's hand had already become a silent blade. In the dark, slipping soundlessly through the invader's trousers, striking with deadly precision. The scene was reminiscent of a master of hidden weapons from ancient martial arts tales, lethal and unforeseen. The Japanese soldier didn't even have time to finish cursing before Qin Hao, swift as a shadow, seized both him and the trembling thug beside him. With the ease of tossing out garbage, he flung them into the middle of the empty road. Qin Hao himself vanished instantly, like a breeze slipping around the corner. In the very next heartbeat, a thunderous explosion shattered the night's silence, a roar as if a storm god had descended from the heavens. The grenade's blast unfurled like a deadly blossom, scattering flesh and blood in a tragic, haunting tableau. The Japanese invader was obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust, while the thug was consumed by the sudden disaster, his evil erased along with him. The night was as dark as ink, quietly enveloping the war-torn little city. Since the Japanese had occupied the northeast, the nightly curfew had settled over the city like invisible chains, binding every inch of its land. But tonight, the air was thick with a strange tension and anticipation, as if something momentous was about to unfold. Japanese soldiers and their Chinese collaborators prowled the lanes like starving wolves, ransacking homes with shameless greed. Innocent civilians had their doors smashed open, their homes left in utter disarray, devastation sweeping through like a wild storm. Worse still, any woman with even a hint of beauty would be humiliated on the spot by these traitors, some forcibly taken away to vanish into the night. Yet, In the midst of this chaos and despair, a sudden gunshot rang out, splitting the darkness like a bolt of lightning, igniting both the anger and hope of the people. More gunfire and shouting quickly followed, voices crashing together. Catch them! Who fired that shot? The night erupting into a chorus of chaos and defiance. Atop the bell tower, Qin Hao sat with his eyes closed, immersed in his training as if completely cut off from the world. Yet the crack of a gunshot split the silence, piercing his meditation like the first ray of sunlight at dawn. He snapped his eyes open. In a swift motion, he appeared at the edge of the tower, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on the direction from which the shot had come. Not far away, 3 men and women were bravely exchanging fire with Japanese soldiers and their Chinese collaborators. Their figures flickered in and out of the shadows, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky. Qin Hao moved like a streaking meteor, gliding through the darkness. In just a few agile leaps, he reached the outskirts of the battlefield. He overheard one of the group shouting, "Captain, you go first. You must make these documents public. Let the whole world see the atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders." Another man refused firmly. "No, you take the evidence to the newspaper. I'll cover you." But the Japanese soldiers across from him gave little time for discussion. A barrage of bullets erupted, relentless and furious, like a storm pounding the earth. The 3 could only take cover behind a building, returning fire as best they could from their meager shelter. Just then, one of the traitors cried out, his voice brimming with excitement. "They're out of bullets! Capture them alive!" The words fell like a death sentence, and despair swept across the faces of the 3. But at that critical moment, Qin Hao shot into the fray like a bolt of black lightning. His movements were ghostly, his weapon in hand as merciless as the scythe of death, cutting down the invaders one by one. With his intervention, the trio managed to escape, vanishing into the night with the evidence exposing the Japanese invaders' crimes. As for Qin Hao, he lingered like the shadow of a dragon, eternal guardian of this land and its people. On this land ravaged by war, secrets flickered like shooting stars in the darkness, brief, but carrying both boundless hope and utter despair. The 3 brave souls, bound tightly by the web of fate, knew deep in their hearts that the secrets they carried could ignite the fires of revolution, but also spelled their doom. The captain, a man with a face as resolute as stone, showed not a hint of retreat in his eyes, only unwavering determination. From deep within his coat, he pulled out a grenade, its cold gleam like a star about to burst into brilliance, illuminating the faces of his comrades. "Comrade Xiaoyun, Comrade Guijun, looks like tonight we sleep with this land. But remember, even if we're smashed to pieces, we must never be captured by the Japanese, never let ourselves become the object of their ridicule." Xiaoyun, her gentleness laced with unyielding will, met his gaze. A determined light shone in her eyes, piercing the shroud of death. "Captain, I understand. For our beliefs, and for that sky of freedom, we will meet death without regret." Guijun was a man of few words, a warrior whose eyes revealed not a hint of fear, only a burning desire for victory. "Captain, rest assured, we would rather shatter like jade than survive as mere tiles." Just as the 3 of them braced themselves to defend their dignity with their lives, dozens of Japanese soldiers and collaborators emerged from the shadows like wraiths. Among them, an officer, wielding a katana, a colonel, wore a cold smirk as he commanded the head collaborator at his side. "Ma Seng, now is the time to prove your loyalty to the Imperial Army. Go capture them alive." Ma Seng, the collaborator leader, nodded repeatedly, yet his eyes flickered with complex emotions. He knew all too well that the 3 before him were Red Party fighters so fierce that even death itself would hesitate to claim them. Memories of past encounters with the Red Party flashed in his mind. Those fearless figures still haunted him. He especially recalled one incident, a Red Party warrior, cornered with no escape, pulled the pin on a grenade and chose to die alongside the enemy. That unyielding resolve still sent chills down his spine. "You lot, get moving." Ma Sang forced himself to bark out the order to his men. But the faces of these underlings betrayed their reluctance. Inwardly, they grumbled, "If we'd known we were up against the Red Party, we'd have feigned illness and stayed away." Seeing his men dragging their feet, the Japanese officer's fury erupted. He kicked them one by one. "Move faster, you fools," he barked, his voice sharp and full of menace. At that critical moment, the captain's fingers trembled slightly around the grenade. He knew this instant was not just the end of their lives, but the ascension of their beliefs. "Xiaoyun, Guijun, are you ready? Let us use this final burst of light to illuminate the road to freedom." The air was thick with tension and a solemn sense of heroism. A battle of faith and sacrifice was about to unfold on this land. Though the secret message never made it out, it had already become an everlasting force, inspiring those who followed to carry on, shining with an eternal light in the river of history. Among the three, the woman stood tall and unyielding, like a plum blossom braving the winter wind. Her gaze was steely, fixed on the advancing line of collaborators. Her voice cut through the chaos, firm and resolute. No matter how perilous the road ahead, we will never retreat. At the same time, the captain's hand rested gently on the grenade's cold pin, as if sealing a final vow to meet the enemy head-on. His heartbeat and breath seemed to still, waiting for that decisive moment when everything would fall into silence. Yet, at this critical juncture between life and death, it was as if an invisible force tore through the heavens and the earth. A surge of energy, as powerful as a raging mountain flood, crashed into the foremost traders. Like leaves, caught in a violent storm, they were hurled into the air in an instant, blood spraying from their mouths, blooming like shattered red petals, before they crashed heavily to the ground dozens of meters away, their fate uncertain. The captain, who had been steeling himself for the ultimate sacrifice, stared in astonishment. On the rooftop, a shadow burst through the tiles, streaking across the night sky like the brightest meteor. With breathtaking speed, it struck down the traders, then transformed into a whirling black cyclone, charging straight into the ranks of the Japanese soldiers. With every step, anguished cries erupted, as if autumn winds were sweeping away fallen leaves, and the enemy collapsed one after another. Cries of pain and terror rose from the Japanese soldiers, overlapping in a relentless chorus. Though armed with guns and cannons, they were so caught off guard by the sudden assault that not one managed to even draw a weapon. These Japanese invaders, who had run rampant across the three northeastern provinces, were as fragile as lambs before the slaughter in the face of Qin Hao. Each time a soldier fell, his chest caved in, his heart struck with a single, deadly blow, evidence of Qin Hao's lightning speed and astonishing strength. A thunderous crack split the air. The head of the traitor leader exploded like an overripe melon, sending a spray of red and white in all directions, the air thick with the stench of blood. Qin Hao came to a halt, striding slowly toward the Japanese officer gripping a command saber. The officer's hands trembled so violently he could barely hold his weapon, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. "I'll give you a chance. Make your move." Qin Hao's voice was calm and cold, as if stating the simplest of facts. Who are you?" The Japanese officer gritted his teeth, his voice quivering with fear. "Dragon God," Qin Hao replied with deliberate brevity, his face concealed behind that mysterious dragon-shaped mask, impossible to read. "Dragon God." The officer's heart lurched. His gaze lingered on Qin Hao's mask, a strange mix of familiarity and dread welling up inside him. Legends of the Dragon God sprang to mind, those tales of a mysterious being who could single-handedly vanquish entire armies. What truly chilled him was the realization that even the monstrous creations of Unit 731 might not rival Qin Hao's terrifying might. Suddenly, his face turned ghostly pale, as if he had remembered something unspeakable. Yes, he had heard that name before. The Dragon God, a harvester of souls on the battlefield, a legend who struck terror into the hearts of all who opposed him. In that moment, fear washed over him in overwhelming waves. He understood, all too clearly, that today, escape was no longer an option. At that moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the mists of time, shining with a light of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost long separated from the living. A sharp, metallic clang shattered the silence. The command saber, symbol of his authority, slipped unconsciously from his hand and struck the cold floor with a heavy resonance. His fingers trembled as if jolted by an electric current, the shaking tips pointing straight at Qin Hao like an accusing blade. "You're the demon from Tokyo's nightmare 5 years ago." Hearing this, Qin Hao's brows furrowed ever so slightly, a surge of inexplicable confusion rising within him. 5 years ago, he had indeed set foot in Tokyo, a city woven from both splendor and sin, but that was only to complete a mission and orchestrate a fireworks display that had left the city breathless. He could still remember, albeit faintly, how Tokyo had been consumed by fire and light that night, while he became just another shadow slipping quietly into the darkness. Yet, he was certain he'd never left behind the famed name Dragon God, at least not in any memory he could recall. Little did he know, after the chaos had subsided, as Japanese soldiers crawled from the ruins and tried to piece together the fragments of that disaster, a seemingly insignificant clue emerged, a dragon-shaped mask. This very mask, identical to the one Qin Hao now wore, as though cast from the same mold. The reason this officer could recognize Qin Hao at all was thanks to a wanted poster. On that yellowed sheet of paper, the dragon-shaped mask was drawn in careful detail, serving as the sole clue. The Japanese had plastered it everywhere, clinging to the hope that one day, this mysterious demon would be brought to justice. Qin Hao mused to himself that this mask was merely an old keepsake from his travels across China, a symbol of his former identity. He had never imagined that this unremarkable mask would become the very thread used to track him down. It wasn't until one day, dissatisfied with the mask's crude craftsmanship, that he sought out a skilled Japanese artisan, hoping for a finer replacement. Unbeknownst to him, this act would inadvertently expose his whereabouts to the enemy. As it turned out, while forging the new mask, the artisan stumbled upon a hidden secret on the back of the old one. Whether out of curiosity or fear, he revealed his discovery to the local authorities. Thus, the dragon-shaped mask, once thought to be the stuff of legend, became the key to tracking Qin Hao once more. Only this time, it was no longer a shield to conceal his identity, but a blade thrusting him into the center of the storm. After wandering for a moment in the mist of contemplation, Qin Hao suddenly felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. He realized with perfect clarity that the devil, the Japanese officer, spoke of was, in all likelihood, himself. After all, that journey to Tokyo 5 years ago struck the Japanese military like an unexpected storm, abruptly halting their invasion plans for China. Recalling that experience, a sly smile tugged at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. A devil, huh? I suppose the title fits, but honestly, I'd much rather be called the Dragon God. The label of devil hardly bothered Qin Hao, but the moniker Dragon God sounded far more pleasing to his ear. After all, here in this ancient land of China, he was the enigmatic figure behind the mask, a vigilante who punished greedy landlords and bullies, generously sharing their riches with the poor and downtrodden. With nightfall as his cloak, he became a harbinger of justice, leaving behind tales of legend wherever he went under the silvery moonlight. You devil! The Empire of Japan will never let you go unpunished. The Japanese officer, his voice hoarse with fury, pointed at Qin Hao and bellowed. Snatching his fallen saber from the ground, he charged at Qin Hao like a wild beast driven mad by rage. In Japan, Qin Hao's reputation was nothing short of thunderous. His very presence sparked panic and indignation wherever he appeared. These officers, once cowed by fear of Qin Hao, now seemed blinded by hatred, their actions growing ever more frenzied. Yet, as this tidal wave of madness surged toward him, Qin Hao simply sneered, his face full of disdain. With the strength he now possessed, even cannon fire was little more than a mild tickle. At this moment, Qin Hao had pushed his dragon elephant prana technique to the pinnacle of its 6th tier, and his mastery of the Northern Darkness divine art had reached the profound mysteries of its 3rd diagram. Though his progress seemed slow, compared to years past, his power was now world apart. Most remarkable of all was the Northern Darkness divine art's self-repair and regenerative abilities, swift and formidable, as if he were reborn from the ashes. Qin Hao understood well. Once he mastered all 36 diagrams of the Northern Darkness divine art, not even a nuclear blast could destroy him. Yet to reach that ultimate realm, he would have to overcome the ordeal of Northern Darkness rebirth. Whether one truly needed to undergo a brush with death to perfect the art of rebirth, Qin Hao was far from certain. After all, who would so lightly gamble with their own life? If the rebirth failed, the loss would outweigh any possible gain. Nevertheless, faced with this onrushing wave of violence and hatred, Qin Hao had long since set aside thoughts of life and death. He stood still, unflinching, as the Japanese officer's saber thrust toward his chest. Not even a flicker of his eyelid betrayed his resolve. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking the enemy officer with the force of a thunderclap. With a resounding crash, the officer was obliterated by Qin Hao's full strength. Below, his body exploding into a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Fragments of the corpse rained down across the battlefield, as if a terrifying bloodstorm had swept through. Gazing upon this battlefield, a hell on earth, a complex expression flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. He knew that every step he took was pushing the great wheel of history forward. In this brutal war, he had to stand firmly on the side of justice, using his strength to protect this land and its people. In those old city alleyways bathed in gentle moonlight, 3 devoted followers of Marxism stood together. In their hearts, only the beacon of materialism should shine, unafraid of any worldly illusion. They had seen the mysteries of martial arts with their own eyes, the surge of inner force from a master of hidden strength, even the transcendent power of a grandmaster. Yet before Qin Hao, all of that seemed to pale and lose its meaning. Qin Hao, his very presence like a demon god, stepped out of ancient legend. Each movie made tore through the air, the sound sharp enough to make the space itself tremble. Even more astonishing, his body seemed shielded by some mysterious force, impervious even to the keenest blades, which could not leave so much as a scratch. The sight sent tidal waves surging through the hearts of the three onlookers. They could hardly believe that they had witnessed something beyond the realm of mortals. Was this the arrival of the legendary spirits or demons? Yet, the bonds of reason held them fast. Even as they teetered on the edge of faith, their minds remained as steady as bedrock, unshaken by what they had seen. After Qin Hao dispatched more than a dozen enemies with an otherworldly grace, he didn't spare the three a second glance. He simply turned, preparing to step into the embrace of the night. Just then, the team leader, who had maintained composure and reason throughout, spoke up, his voice filled with barely concealed reverence. "Hero, we will never forget that you saved our lives. Please, may we know your name?" Qin Hao's gaze, cold and deep as starlight from the abyss, swept lightly over them. A faint, serene smile played at his lips. "Dragon God," he replied. With those words, his figure leapt like a phantom, several light, effortless bounds, and he was swallowed by the distant darkness, moving with the grace of a true dragon soaring across the night sky. "Captain, it's the Dragon God. I actually saw the Dragon God." Xiaoyun, who was usually so mature and composed, now seemed transformed, her voice sparkling with excitement like a girl touched by magic. Her eyes shone with a fervent light, as if she had finally glimpsed the star she had always dreamed of. "Incredible. Is he even human, or is he some kind of god? The distance he just leapt is simply beyond human limits. He was almost flying." Gua. Jun's voice trembled with awe. In his eyes, Qin Hao was no longer an ordinary person, but an extraordinary being who transcended mortal bounds. The captain looked at his two companions, their faces alight with excitement, and couldn't help but smile wryly, though deep in thought. Recalling Qin Hao's chilling combat prowess and the cold, merciless way he dispatched his enemies, as if slaughtering livestock, the captain felt a powerful yearning rise within him. If only all his comrades in the party possessed such strength, then the arrogance of the Japanese invaders on this land would surely be swept away like smoke in the wind. "Comrade Xiaoyun, you seem to know this Dragon God quite well." The captain suddenly turned, his gaze probing. "Dragon God, there's not a soul in the slums who hasn't heard his name. To the downtrodden, he's like a guardian spirit. Wherever he goes, he strikes down the corrupt and the powerful, divides up their land, and shares their gold and riches with those struggling in the depths of misery. A couple of years ago, that wretched traitor who oppressed us, word is it was Dragon God who ended his life with his own hands." Xiaoyun's voice brimmed with reverence. In her eyes, Dragon God was more than a name. He was faith itself, a beacon of hope. And all of this drifted quietly through the ancient alleyways on the night breeze, becoming the deepest memory in their hearts. The tales of Dragon God, like glowing embers, began to take root and sprout in their souls, waiting for the day they would ignite the world. Upon this ancient land of China, the legend of a mysterious and unfathomable hero, Dragon God, was passed from lip to lip. He seemed to be the inescapable judge of those traitors who bowed and scraped before their enemies. They said every strike from Dragon God was swift and deadly, and countless Japanese invaders had fallen by his hand. Yet the true face of this legendary figure was as elusive as his movements. No one could claim to know it. Whenever the night fell silent, or the chaos of battle raged, Dragon God would don a mask carved with the lifelike visage of a dragon. That mask seemed to possess a certain magic, forever hiding the true person beneath. As Xiaoyun spoke of Dragon God, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she herself were a part of the legend. "Do you realize? Dragon God isn't just a riddle. Every time he appears, something miraculous happens. For instance, he once slipped alone into the enemy camp, and with nothing but his own strength, sent a band of arrogant Japanese soldiers fleeing in terror. But as for what he looks like, well," she chuckled, "I doubt even the cleverest spy has ever managed to catch the faintest glimpse of his true face." Her words overflowed with boundless admiration for this mysterious hero. Guo Jun's eyes flashed with a keen light at these words, as if conjuring up in his mind the image of a valiant comrade fighting by his side. In this wondrous land of China, there has never been a shortage of heroes and men of great renown. Longshan is undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. If only we could have the fortune to invite him to join our fight against the Japanese, it would truly lift our spirits. His tone brimmed with longing, tinged with a faint trace of regret. The captain shook his head, a note of resignation coloring his voice. Since Longshan has chosen to conceal his identity, he must have his reasons. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. The pursuers are gone, but the whole city is under martial law after what just happened. We must seize the night to expose the crimes of the Japanese, so the world may witness the monstrous atrocities they have committed in China. By now, the city had fallen under a shroud of alarms, the night air thick with tension. Qin Hao, hiding atop a rooftop, watched from above, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As he observed the tide of Japanese soldiers surging below, he pondered silently. It seems tonight's operation has drawn their attention. The battle is far from over. Just as Qin Hao was preparing to slip away and seek a safer hiding place, his eyes caught sight, quite by accident, of a courtyard surrounded on all sides by Japanese troops. There, he recognized the trio he had saved earlier, Captain Zhang, Guijun, and Xiaoyan. Well now, talk about bad luck. They've barely escaped, and now they're surrounded again. A mischievous smile played at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. But don't worry, the real show is only just beginning. Outside the courtyard, a plainly dressed man in a headscarf was shouting into the compound, trying to persuade them to surrender. His voice rang out through the night air, dripping with arrogant self-assurance. Captain Zhang, Comrade Guijun, Comrade Xiaoyan. The Imperial Army has made its promise clear. As long as you are willing to submit, a life of endless wealth and luxury awaits you. Inside, Guijun's face turned ashen in an instant. Captain, it's Qin Gang, that traitor. He sold us out to the Japanese. Tension and fury mingled, making their predicament all the more perilous. All of this unfolded under Qin Hao's watchful eyes from above. A cold smile tugged at his lips as a plan began to take form. Tonight, I shall become the true Longshan and pull you out of the jaws of danger. In those turbulent years, Xiaoyun's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. She clenched her teeth, spitting out her words with steely resolve. That shameless scoundrel, willing to be a lackey for the enemy. Our party's warriors will see to it that he faces justice. There will be no mercy. Originally, the three had planned to use the cover of night to find a secret haven, a clandestine underground stronghold meticulously built by the Red Party. That place had once cradled the sparks of countless revolutions, and without insider guidance, no outsider could ever hope to discover its location. Their intention was to lie low until the Japanese search subsided, and then continue on to the newspaper office to deliver their critically important intel. Yet fate is fickle. The refuge they had regarded as their final hope was cruelly betrayed. Amidst the commotion outside, familiar yet distant voices rose, a call from comrades who had once fought side by side in the county town, but who had now transformed into despised traitors, lackeys of the enemy. The name Qin Gang cut through the night like a blade, stabbing at everyone's heart. Before they could even react, they were surrounded by a swarm of Japanese soldiers, trapped in the courtyard as if destiny itself were playing a cruel joke. Captain Zhang's face darkened until it seemed almost to drip with despair. He stared at the betrayer in disbelief, his voice trembling. Qin Gang, you are the shame of our nation, a traitor to the revolution. When the day of our victory comes, there will be nothing for you but a firing squad. Xiaoyun was beside herself with rage, her voice piercing the night, echoing across the courtyard. You dog of a collaborator. Retribution is coming for you. But Qin Gang only sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile, utterly unrepentant. Captain Zhang, only the wise adapt to the times. The iron hoof of the great Japanese empire cannot be stopped. Naturally, I must choose the winning side. If you don't surrender tonight, this courtyard will become your grave. But before he could finish, a shadow flashed across the night sky. Qin Hao leapt down from the rooftop, swift as lightning, descending. Like a heavenly warrior, power gathered in his palm, and with a mighty strike, he unleashed it upon the dense crowd below. For a heartbeat, the very air seemed to freeze. A force as overwhelming as a tidal wave surged forth, and the place where Qin Gang stood was instantly shattered by an invisible blast. The earth caved in with a thunderous crash, leaving behind only wreckage and the twisted remains of Qin Gang, his body scattered like dust swept away by a raging storm, vanishing into nothingness. Qin Hao's intervention transformed the once arrogant Japanese soldiers into helpless lambs before the slaughter. They were feeble, unable to withstand even a single blow, each strike claiming another life. From inside, the three watched through the crack in the door, hope rekindling in their hearts. Xiaoyan was so overcome with excitement. She nearly jumped for joy, her hands clenched, eyes shining with admiration. The dragon god is watching over us. Qin Hao, our hero. Guijun, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but twitch a wry smile. He gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and reminded her in a low voice, Comrade Xiaoyan, please remember to maintain our composure. We represent the image of the party. In truth, Guijun held no grievances against Xiaoyan. It was simply that, in this moment of life and death, he wished every comrade could remain calm and rational. On this land ravaged by war, every subtle action could become the key that decides victory or defeat. Yet Xiaoyun's innocence and enthusiasm were among their most precious treasures in this long and arduous struggle. Bathed in the lingering glow of the celebration, Xiaoyun seemed electrified by happiness, completely lost in her own world. She bounced and skipped with carefree abandon, and in her exuberance, her feet inadvertently made intimate contact with Guijun's again and again, as if they were having their own private stomping dance. After several rounds, Guijun's face twisted in pain and amusement, as if struck by some ancient acupoint meant to induce uncontrollable laughter, caught between agony and exasperation. "Oh no, sorry, Master Gua. I really couldn't rein in my dance moves." Xiaoyun snapped out of her reverie, quickly apologizing, a shy blush blooming across her cheeks. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang's eyes glinted as he calculated inwardly. If this dragon-like being could join our ranks, what a force we would become. His voice was low and brimming with anticipation, as if whispering an ancient incantation. Xiaoyun, ever sharp, caught the captain's thoughts. She sidled closer, lowering her voice, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. "Captain, why don't we strike while the iron is hot, and invite this dragon god to join us? What do you think?" At this point, Qin Hao's strength was at its peak, so formidable that even the legendary Mandarin would likely be swept aside by Qin Hao's onslaught, falling like autumn leaves before a raging storm. A surge of pride filled Qin Hao's heart, and he could almost hear his heartbeat resonating with the cosmos itself. In this Marvel universe, aside from the thunderous fury of Thor and the unstoppable might of the Hulk, what have I, Qin Hao, to fear? Indeed, the power Qin Hao possessed now far surpassed the limits of ordinary men. Even Captain America's indomitable shield, Spider-Man's agile webs, and Black Widow's razor-sharp tactics all seemed fragile before the force of his 100,000-strong might. Whenever his fists roared through the air, the blend of Wing Chun's hard and soft and the yin-yang harmony of Tai Chi merged into a breathtaking spectacle, like the primal aesthetics of nature's most violent forces unleashed. In those moments, the battlefield was reduced to a bleak landscape littered with broken bodies and spattered with blood, as if Qin Hao become the merciless reaper of war. Suddenly, the crack and rattle of gunfire shattered the silence. A squad of Japanese soldiers appeared at the far edge of sight, ghost-like and grim. Witnessing this hellish scene, terror seized them. In frantic desperation, they raised their guns, unleashing a storm of bullets at Qin Hao, hoping the steel thunder would put an end to the slaughter. "What? This?" A Japanese officer watched in disbelief as bullets rained down on Qin Hao, failing to harm him in the slightest. The shock in his eyes seemed to freeze everything around him. Hiding in the shadows, Guijun spied on the scene through a crack in the door. When he saw that the machine gun fire had no effect on Qin Hao, he couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, who is this extraordinary being? Could such otherworldly immortals or demons truly exist in our world?" Captain Zhang's face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. He recalled the first time he witnessed Qin Hao saving someone, a moment so astonishing that it had already shaken the foundation of his Marxist beliefs. Now, witnessing Qin Hao's godlike display with his own eyes, his worldview was being shattered like never before. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Dragon God? Is he truly the Dragon God, or a being beyond human comprehension? As for the Japanese officer, staring at Qin Hao behind the enigmatic Dragon God mask, all that remained in his gaze was emptiness and stupor. It was as if his soul had been stripped away, leaving only a trembling shell, lost in endless shock. In that smoke-choked instant, time itself seemed to pause around Qin Hao. His raised arm became a defiant statue, and the Japanese soldiers nearby stood frozen like puppets, their movements suspended. Even the gunfire that should have roared deafeningly through the air now sounded distant and feeble, like muffled whispers from far away. "What?" As the invaders stood stupefied, Qin Hao moved like a phantom, allowing the enemy no chance to recover. He darted through the reinforcements, each punch and kick striking with surgical precision, harvesting the lives of his foes. In that fateful moment, Qin Hao's gaze sharpened like a hawk's, zeroing in on the Japanese officer as he slowly collapsed to the ground. His fingers curled instinctively, as if grasping fate by the throat. Then, a silent drama unfolded. A heart that once pulsed with wickedness was crushed by Qin Hao's invisible force. It burst apart in a gruesome, wet splatter, littering the ground with fragments of flesh, as forlorn as autumn leaves scattered in the wind. A thunderous explosion shattered the battlefield's eerie silence as a shadowy shell arced across the sky, shrieking from some hidden corner. Qin Hao's pupils contracted sharply. In a flash, he sprang up like a wraith, his fist crackling with overwhelming power as he met the orb of death head-on. In that instant, the shell exploded in midair with a dazzling burst, as if squeezed to fragments by an invisible giant's hand. Qin Hao landed lightly, his coat fluttering in the breeze, the torn fabric bearing witness to the peril he had just faced. Yet he stood utterly unscathed, as though everything that had happened was nothing more than a fleeting, unreal dream. "Captain, did you see that?" Guo Jun's voice trembled like a candle flickering in the wind, his eyes full of disbelief, terror, and awe. He looked at Captain Zhang, his lips quivering. At that moment, had someone told him that Qin Hao was a deity descended to earth, he would have nodded without a single doubt. In the aftermath of the thunderous explosion, Qin Hao, relying on his extraordinary sense of hearing, picked up the faint, distant rumble, the telltale footsteps of iron beasts. The signal of tanks and armored vehicles drawing near. The ground shivered gently, as if Mother Earth herself were murmuring, foretelling an even fiercer storm on the horizon. The three of them, hiding in their concealed spot, peered through a narrow gap in the door, catching a glimpse of the impending disaster, a seething mass of Japanese soldiers, and the unstoppable tide of steel advancing relentlessly. Guo Jun barely managed to regain a shred of composure, murmuring to himself, "Dear heavens, they've brought in tanks. Let's hope our dragon god can withstand this assault." Xiaoyan's voice rang with unshakable conviction. "Humph. Do you know who the dragon god is? He's the guardian in our hearts. Tanks are nothing, let alone tanks. Even if fighter planes came from the sky, they wouldn't dare show off in his presence." Captain Zhang, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He spoke in a low, steady tone. "When all of this is over, we must hand over the evidence we've gathered to the dragon god. He must see for himself the crimes these Japanese have committed." A flash of hope lit up Xiaoyan's eyes. Yes, the dragon god will surely be enraged by what the Japanese have done. He'll see to it that they receive the punishment they deserve, in his own way. At that moment, Qin Hao stood tall in the center of the battlefield, dressed in a deep black-blue battle robe, his face hidden behind a mysterious dragon-shaped mask. He looked like a warrior straight out of ancient legend, undisturbed by the blood and death all around him. Facing the encroaching tide of tanks and Japanese soldiers, his calm composure inspired awe in all who witnessed the scene. The Japanese officer leading the charge, mounted on a tall horse, surveyed the battlefield with a grave expression. His gaze finally settled on Qin Hao, clearly a high-ranking commander. The officer's brow furrowed as he took in the devastation around him. But when his eyes landed on Qin Hao, a flicker of incredulous delight flashed across his face. He quickly turned his head and whispered something rapidly in Japanese to his adjutant. His words flowed so swiftly that even a native speaker would have struggled to catch them all. Qin Hao, however, paid their conversation no heed, standing silently, waiting for the next twist of fate. "Hi," the adjutant responded, a peculiar look spreading across his face as well, as though they had just stumbled upon a secret that could turn the tide of the entire battle. On a battlefield shrouded in smoke and chaos, the faces of the fighters were mottled and distorted by the flickering flames of war. Yet the arrival of Qin Hao was like a strange beam of light, causing all eyes to shine with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He stood there, a figure straight out of legend, a hero emerging from myth, ready to face yet another extraordinary challenge. "First squad, listen to my command. Capture this Eastern Dragon God alive at all costs." The adjutant's voice rang out, steely with determination, echoing through the fire-charged air. He pointed at Qin Hao with the certainty of a hunter, zeroing in on a fabled beast. Behind him, Japanese soldiers advanced, rifles glinting in their hands. They moved forward in rigid formation, almost like a procession of the undead, oblivious to the terrifying storm they were about to enter. These soldiers had never witnessed Qin Hao's true power. In their minds, he was merely a monster to be subdued. Yet as they drew closer, stepping over bodies strewn every which way, a gruesome tapestry underfoot, the dread of the unknown never truly took root in their hearts. To them, capturing this monster would unravel every mystery and win them unparalleled glory. Qin Hao remained motionless, his gaze sharp as a torch, rapidly assessing the situation. 5 tanks like steel giants, 2 armored vehicles, seemingly impenetrable, over 400 soldiers, enough force to raise a small town. Today's battle will be the fiercest I've ever faced, he calculated silently. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, as though he were savoring the anticipation of a long-awaited feast. At that moment, an unusual cloud drifted across the sky, veiling the searing sun and bringing a rare shade to the battlefield. Beneath this fleeting coolness, the encircling Japanese soldiers, their eyes darting over the carnage, clung to a single thought: capture this man, and every answer would be revealed, perhaps even winning eternal honor for the Empire of Japan. General, are you certain this is the one, the devil, who caused chaos in Tokyo? Adjutant Kimura's voice trembled ever so slightly, his eyes filled with both nerves and hope. The man before him, Chin Hao, remained unruffled even when cornered, a composure that unsettled Kimura deeply. Kimura, I'm absolutely certain. That mask, those eyes, they're identical to the portrait His Majesty the Emperor showed us. He is the devil, who has shamed our empire for 5 years. The general's voice was low and resolute, each word squeezed out as if it were a solemn vow. Excellent. If the general is able to capture this demon, he will surely become a hero of our Empire of Japan, paving the way for all of us to rise. In rank, a fierce glint flashed across Adjutant Kimura's eyes, as though he could already see himself decorated with honors and basking in glory. Yet, what they didn't know was that 5 years ago, Chin Hao had managed to cause such chaos in Tokyo, not merely through flesh, blood, and explosives. In truth, most of the equipment had already vanished into his possession, with a mysterious spatial technique, leaving only a small portion of explosives to detonate as a smokescreen. All of this would become an eternal enigma for the Japanese military, a riddle unsolved until the end of time. At that moment, a hint of mockery flickered in Chin Hao's eyes, as if he could already foresee the fate awaiting these Japanese soldiers. He murmured under his breath, "Come, let me see if you truly have the skill to drag me from this battlefield." With those words, his figure blurred, darting into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning, and the curtain was about to rise on a battle that would set hearts pounding. In those turbulent times, a legendary figure, Chin Hao used his extraordinary prowess to weave an unprecedented nightmare for the city of Tokyo. Imagine, when night fell and the city lights shimmered in the darkness, what lurked beneath was not peace, but a storm poised to erupt at any moment. People often say that the strength of one person is insignificant, like a speck of dust. But in Chin Hao's case, that notion was utterly overturned. Faced with equipment prepared for hundreds of thousands, he did not labor to remove it piece by piece. Instead, with a near-mythical power, he made it all vanish, as if by magic. That day, as a deafening explosion split the air, flames soared, and smoke blotted out the sky. The Japanese, though racked with endless questions, could only accept the bitter truth: those meticulously prepared supplies had been swallowed by Chin Hao's magic, devoured by time itself, reduced to nothingness. This was more than a physical loss. It was a devastating blow to the morale of the Japanese army. Yet, the true catastrophe was only just beginning. Chin Hao, like an enraged painter, took the city of Tokyo as his canvas, and with his brush of fury, he painted chaos and destruction into every corner. From bustling commercial districts to critical transportation hubs, nothing was spared. Towering buildings trembled on the verge of collapse beneath his strokes. Bridges and roads crumbled and fell apart under his palette. Tokyo, once a proud metropolis, was reduced overnight to a desolate island amid ruins. Restoring order after this catastrophe was, for Japan, nothing short of an endless marathon. Engineers worked around the clock, their sweat mingling with tears. After half a year of tireless effort, the city finally managed to stagger back onto its feet. But the price was staggering, over $1 billion, and that was just the visible cost. When you counted the innocent soldiers lost, the countless shattered families, the whole Tokyo incident left the Japanese government reeling with a painful bill of nearly $2 billion. Worse still, their reputation was in tatters on the world stage, and Japan became the topic of conversation at dinner tables across the globe. Chin Hao's name spread like wildfire, igniting the imagination of every corner of the world. People were stunned by this being who seemed to transcend human limits. Single-handedly, he had challenged the authority of an entire nation, making it clear to everyone that, under certain circumstances, the power of one individual could shine with blinding brilliance. Governments around the world, especially Japan, recovered from their shock and sprang into action. Secret research agencies were established, shifting their focus from the boundaries of technology to the unexplored limits of the human body. These research facilities, like hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, began probing the unknown potential within humanity. Japan, more eager than anyone, saw institutions with shadowy links to the infamous Unit 731 attempt to unravel the key to power by studying anomalies like Qin Hao. As for the arrest of Captain Zhang and his two companions, there were even deeper conspiracies at play. They seem to have become vital clues for certain factions eager to uncover the secret behind Qin Hao's abilities, or perhaps even subjects for Unit 731's attempts to replicate his power. In those turbulent times, every person's fate was as fragile as a candle flickering in a storm, liable to be snuffed out by the tides of history at any moment. And Qin Hao, the demon in the eyes of the world, was forging his own legend in a way only he could. In every clash, he was like lightning slicing through the darkness, leaving behind chilling afterimages that haunted all who witnessed them. When surrounded by more than a dozen Japanese soldiers, he merely smiled faintly. His movements were spectral and swift. In a few blinding flashes, his enemies fell soundlessly, never even given a chance to cry for help. The sharp scent of blood hung in the air as Qin Hao plunged forward like an unstoppable torrent, crashing into the ranks of the desperate Japanese forces. The Japanese general, witnessing this nightmare unfold, turned as pale as a sheet. He recalled the military's warnings about this fearsome demon, but his arrogance and carelessness had cost him dearly. In that instant, he understood with painful clarity. In the face of overwhelming strength, numbers and weaponry became nothing but illusions. Qin Hao's story, thus, was etched in the river of history with bold, vivid strokes, becoming a legendary tale passed down through generations. It ensured that people would forever remember that era, a time where heroes and demons coexisted, where hope and despair were woven together. On battlefields shrouded in dust and chaos, the general's roar thundered like a storm, splitting the skies. Baka, fire! All units shoot! Send that demon straight to hell! In an instant, the crash of pistols and the staccato bursts of machine guns merged into a deadly symphony, like a meteor shower streaking through the night, relentless and lethal. The cold, unyielding barrels of rifles, the fiery tongues of machine guns, and a hailstorm of bullets wove a seamless net, blotting out the sky as they rained down upon Qin Hao. Yet Qin Hao seemed shielded by an invisible force. Facing this tempest of violence, not a flicker of fear touched his brow. Unwavering, resolute, he surged forward as swift as a gale. At this moment, Qin Hao was like a furious wolf unleashed among a flock of sheep. Every punch, every kick was precise and fatal, reaping the lives of enemy soldiers as easily as a farmer harvesting grain. The weapons that once ruled the battlefield seemed little more than toys before him. Even when grenades exploded nearby, they did little more than briefly interrupt his stride, before he swept on like a raging wind. Even more astonishing, when confronted by hulking tanks and armored vehicles, Qin Hao showed not a trace of fear. Instead, with strength beyond imagination, he struck a tank with a single blow, leaving it crippled and immobile, as if mocking the frailty of steel. The most jaw-dropping sight of all was when he gripped the barrel of a tank with both hands, lifting it effortlessly and swinging it like a giant club across the battlefield. With each swing, anguished cries and sprays of blood marked the path of destruction among the enemy ranks. Witnessing this, the three observers peeking through a door crack were left utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their eyes. A lone man, by sheer force. Alone, wielding a tank as a weapon. Even the smallest Japanese tanks weighed at least 5 tons, an immovable object even for a dozen men working together. High upon his mighty warhorse, the general's face was a mask of disbelief and terror. He muttered under his breath, "Amaterasu, who is this being? He's no man, he's a living demon." My mixed battalion, with tanks, armored cars, and machine gun squads, over 400 or 500 strong, once enough to sweep the field, now crumbles before this demon like autumn leaves before the wind. Just as the enemy commander reeled in shock, Qin Hao's figure flashed like a phantom to the front of an armored car. With a mighty shout, he drew back his fist, charged with the force of thunder and wind, and brought it crashing down upon the side door of the vehicle. With a deafening roar, the armored vehicle was hurled a dozen meters through the air by an unimaginable force. It exploded in a fiery blaze, flames leaping skyward, shrapnel flying in all directions. The shockwave knocked the surrounding Japanese soldiers off their feet, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. Having witnessed Qin Hao unleash such superhuman strength with their own eyes, terror rapidly spread among the Japanese troops. Their eyes were wide, with panic and despair, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Desperate shouts rose up one after another. "He's a demon! Run for your lives!" Just like a domino effect, the moment someone turned to flee, the rest of the soldiers abandoned their helmets and armor, scattering in every direction. In an instant, The battlefield was transformed into a sea of panic and retreat. Within the fleeing ranks, an inexplicable chill crept through the crowd. Their legs quivered involuntarily, as if pulled back by some invisible force, making them slowly edge away from the center of terror. This was more than fear. It was as if Qin Hao's presence on the battlefield, like a war god returned from the underworld, sapped the strength from their legs until they were weaker than cotton. The soldiers, in their frantic retreat, left a trail of discarded armor and scattered weapons behind them. Yet, their escape was strangely sluggish, like children dawdling on their way home from school, every step weighed down by the looming shadow of life and death. In Japanese tradition, the code of Bushido is revered as a sacred faith, and to die by one's own hand is considered the highest honor. Yet faced with overwhelming power, even the warrior's faith seemed to lose its former luster. As Qin Hao stood in the center of the battlefield, immovable as a mountain, the will to fight drained from many of the Japanese soldiers, despair snuffing out their yearning for victory. Escape was all they could think of. Damn it, warriors of the Empire must never bow to demons. No one is allowed to retreat, charge. A general in ornate armor, his face twisted into a mask, of fury, whipped his riding crop through the air. His every command tried to rouse the courage of his men, but only drove more of them to flee in terror. Qin Hao watched this scene coldly, his eyes utterly impassive. He casually picked up a nearby tank wreck, so mangled by his hands that it barely resembled a machine, and with a gentle push, sent it flying as if tossing a mere pebble. In the next instant, the tank carcass crashed down like a meteor from the heavens, landing squarely on the general's horse. The earth shook, dust billowed, and when the smoke finally cleared, nothing remained but a mangled heap and a stunned, horrified crowd. Zhao's guest with his long crimson tassel, the Wu sword gleams with icy frost. Qin Hao's voice echoed across the battlefield. With each Japanese soldier he struck down, he recited a line from Ode to the Knight-Errant. The verses became more than poetry. They were the very spirit of his blade, each swing a hymn to life, each stroke an epic of heroism. Captain Zhang, hiding behind the barricade, witnessed everything through the crack of the door. With his voice lowered in awe, he murmured, This is something beyond human. No, he is a dragon god, a deity sent from the heavens to protect us, Xiaoyan replied, her eyes shining with unwavering faith and a mysterious smile playing on her lips. 400 or 500 Japanese soldiers would be a formidable force for any ordinary army. Yet in Qin Hao's eyes, they were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Every swing of his blade was a mockery, of fate itself. Half an hour might be just a brief rest for most people, but for Qin Hao, it was ample time to clear the battlefield, allowing the blossom of life to wither amidst the enemy's dying cries. When the battle was over, Qin Hao stood motionless, as if he were a statue. The murderous aura that clung to him seemed to freeze the very air, and for a moment, even time appeared to stand still. He was no longer the man he had been. Deadly energy surged from deep within him, so chilling that no living creature dared meet his gaze. He had become a legend, a hero straddling the line between life and death, walking the edge where the mortal world met the gates of hell. On a battlefield bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun, Qin Hao's figure stood tall, like a war god returned from the underworld. His clothes were soaked with the blood of his enemies, every drop a testament to the sins of the Japanese invaders, transforming him into a living crimson demon. In his eyes, one could see both cold determination and a flicker of subtle confusion. What's this? My northern sea true chi is boiling. Qin Hao was startled by the sensation within. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on the surging energy coursing through his body. This force was far stronger and more powerful than before he entered the battlefield. It was as if every strand of energy was cheering him on, urging him toward the fourth level of the Northern Sea divine art. He pondered to himself, could it be? The lives that have faded away are nourishing my martial arts. Unbeknownst to him, in this pitiless carnage, Qin Hao had unwittingly opened a forbidden door. Each time, he activated the Northern Sea divine art. The thick scent of blood in the air seemed to be drawn to him by an invisible force, seeping quietly into his body and fueling his growing power. Yet Qin Hao remained oblivious, lost in the exhilaration of his newfound strength, unaware of the looming danger hidden within it. As the old martial tales warn, to lose oneself to one's power is not merely a matter of flawed technique, but of allowing one's heart to be twisted by desire and hatred. The blood-soaked energy he absorbed was, in truth, the most sinister of forces. It could warp a person's mind, making them lose themselves in the ecstasy of the kill, until they became little more than a bloodthirsty monster. In the world of martial arts, those who reach the pinnacle often choose to retreat into seclusion, not out of fear of challenge, but because they understand the wisdom behind, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. They wish to avoid being consumed by the chaos of the outside world and the ever-growing desire to kill. Yet Qin Hao found himself straying ever farther from his path. An absurd thought even surfaced in his mind. If I keep cultivating this way, perhaps I'll progress faster than if I devoted myself to practicing the northern dark divine skill. Just as he was sinking into this dangerous line of thinking, a sudden noise jolted him from his thoughts. Qin Hao's vigilance flared up like a spark catching dry tinder. A strange crimson glint flashed in his eyes, a lingering mark left by the scent of blood. Instinctively, he spun around and seized the intruder's throat with a single hand, his movement swift and deadly. Cough! Cough! Qin Hao, it's me, Xiaoyan. Let go quickly. Xiaoyan, her face turning a deep shade of purple from being choked, managed to force out the words with great difficulty. Two companions rushed over, panic etched on their faces as they desperately shook Qin Hao's arm and pleaded, "Dragon Hero, please stop." Only then did Qin Hao seem to awaken from a dream. He finally saw who stood before him, and in that instant, the feverish madness within him cooled. He let go. Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Qin Hao himself was stunned. He looked down at his blood-stained hands, a wave of fear and guilt crashing over him as never before. What's happening to me? How could I become like this? In that moment, Qin Hao realized that true strength lay not only in conquering the world, but even more in mastering one's own heart. Otherwise, no matter how profound his martial skill, it would only serve as an accelerator, driving him faster toward the abyss. Bathed in the golden yet mysterious light of the setting sun, Qin Hao stood silently amidst the ruins, his heart roiling with a chilling thought. Why did I just have such a bloodthirsty urge? It felt as if some invisible force was pushing me toward the edge of darkness. His gaze grew vacant, his mind drifting toward the distant unknown. Could it be that my soul is ensnared by some ancient curse? Qin Hao wondered silently. The thought hovered like a ghost in the mist, hazy, indistinct, yet deeply unsettling. He tried to seize the tail end of that idea, but could grasp only chaos. Just then, Xiaoyun stood nearby, her delicate features etched with worry and confusion, as if she were standing at the very edge of a storm, struggling to comprehend the turmoil within. "Dragon Hero, are you all right?" she asked softly. Her voice was as soft as gossamer, yet it pierced through the fog, clouding Qin Hao's mind with perfect clarity. In Xiaoyun's eyes, there was not a trace of reproach, only deep understanding. She guessed that, perhaps in that moment, Qin Hao had mistaken her for one of those invaders who once ravaged the land of China. His anger, she realized, was a lingering echo of history, not directed at her personally. I'm sorry, Qin Hao snapped out of his daze, his voice tinged with embarrassment and apology. At last, his gaze focused, settling on Xiaoyun's anxious face. Suddenly, an ill-timed question leapt from Qin Hao's lips, as if it had traveled across time and space. "May I ask, are you forces under the nationalist government, or are you with the Red Party fighting for the light?" The abruptness and weight of the question seemed to freeze the air for a heartbeat, heavy with the spirit of an era. Captain Zhang, a broad-shouldered, resolute man in middle age, stepped forward at these words. His voice was steady and strong, carrying the power to soothe. "Dragon Hero, we are part of the Red Party's secret network in the Northeast, quietly fighting for the freedom and liberation of this land. With your martial skill and wisdom, if you could join us." He paused on purpose, his eyes shining with hope and trust, as if unveiling to Qin Hao a future rich with promise and sacrifice. In that instant, Qin Hao felt something stir within him. Images of countless brave Red Army soldiers flashed through his mind, fighting on, steadfast amid icy snows. Their figures were small, yet in the torrent of history, they shone bright as stars. Qin Hao realized that perhaps he, too, could become a light in the darkness, bringing hope and warmth. He nodded slowly, a newfound resolve flickering in his eyes. "I'm willing to fight alongside you, for the future of this land." As the last rays of sunlight stretched their shadows long, the group set out on a new journey, hearts filled with hope for what was to come and a sense of peace with what had passed. And in making this choice, Qin Hao found his true calling and the value of his existence. Yet before Captain Zhang could finish, Qin Hao raised a hand in a carefree gesture, a roguish grin tugging at his lips. "Sorry, Captain Zhang, but joining any organization has never been my style. My passion is a bit unique, What I love most is personally putting an end to those arrogant Japanese invaders. The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a stone had plunged into a still lake. The three people present were instantly stunned, exchanging glances of amazement. Inwardly, they marveled. Such a reason was more striking than any grandiose declaration. If those Japanese invaders ever heard this, they might well cry out in disbelief that anyone could be so fiercely devoted to fighting against them. Just as Qin Hao was about to turn and leave, Captain Zhang, quick-witted in the moment, called out to him, "Wait, Brother Qin, there's something I think you might find interesting." With a mysterious air, he pulled a yellowed sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it gently to Qin Hao. Qin Hao's gaze landed on the paper, and in that instant his expression froze. The words "Secret Files of the 731 Bacteriological Warfare Unit" blazed across the page, igniting a fire deep within him. A crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and a chilling aura radiated from his entire being, enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. To most, those words might have been nothing more than cold fact from a history textbook. But to Qin Hao, a man who had traveled through time, they carried an unending weight of fury and grief. He remembered all too well how, in his previous life, Unit 731, also known as the Guangdong Army's Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department, had conducted a series of unspeakable experiments on Chinese soil, from live dissections to the deliberate spread of deadly bacteria, each act a monstrous affront to humanity and morality. There was one project in particular, the so-called Human Experimentation Plan, a secret initiative that Qin Hao had stumbled upon in Japanese military files after the Tokyo incident. In their quest to develop ever more lethal biological weapons, those Japanese soldiers had used innocent Chinese civilians as test subjects with a cruelty that defied imagination. At this moment, the cold, stark number 200,000 stood out on the document, sharp as a blade, piercing Qin Hao's heart, though that number might seem insignificant compared to the vast population of China. Behind every digit lay a living soul, a shattered family. Qin Hao couldn't help but imagine. If the sacrifice of these 200,000 people had happened in a small country, what kind of catastrophe would it have been? Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, a physical manifestation of his anger at history, his yearning for peace, and his heartfelt mourning for those innocent souls lost. He understood that this file was not merely a record of the past, but a warning for the future, reminding him that no matter when or where he was, he must never forget that chapter of history, nor allow such tragedy to be repeated. In those storm-tossed years, the loss of 200,000 innocent lives carved a blood-red scar into Qin Hao's heart, fueling a hatred for Japan so fierce it threatened to consume his very soul in the flames of vengeance. Especially when he recalled the moment he crossed into this world and witnessed his own loved ones fall victim to such brutality. The rage inside him nearly drove him to the wild fantasy of leveling the East China Sea and sinking the Japanese islands beneath the waves. And in the stillness of the night, when all was quiet, cold determination would flicker in Qin Hao's eyes, as if a mighty beast had awakened within him, vowing to devour every last enemy. Captain Zhang watched as Qin Hao's figure grew distant, his heart a tangled web of conflicting emotions, disappointment mixed with regret, forming a complex net he could not escape. He had once hoped to recruit this extraordinary man with his supernatural powers, but Qin Hao's frosty indifference shut him out completely, leaving Captain Zhang no choice but to give up in resignation. Recalling the thunderous force Qin Hao displayed in action, even a hardened man like Captain Zhang had to admit, if such a formidable individual could not be brought to their side, he would surely become a nightmare for any enemy. What haunted Captain Zhang most was the icy, frostbitten look in Qin Hao's eyes as he left. Against his will, Captain Zhang found himself praying for those reckless Japanese soldiers. They had provoked not merely an avenger, but a living god of death, stalking the mortal world. Like wildfire sweeping across dry grass, news of Qin Hao's deeds spread far and wide in just 2 days. Both the Red and Nationalist parties began to keep a close watch on the name Qin Hao. His exploits raged like an unstoppable storm through every corner of both camps, and tales of the Dragon God grew ever more embellished, becoming the hottest topic around every soldier's meal. Qin Hao's journey of vengeance was a war without smoke or gunfire, his sights set on the lair of Unit 731 in Harbin. Along the way, whether he encountered patrol squads or entrenched camps, none could escape his iron-fisted judgment. Within 3 days, Qin Hao personally ended the lives of 3,000 Japanese soldiers, a number large enough to form a well-equipped independent brigade, and a brigade so fearsome it could make enemies tremble at the mere whisper of its name. The Japanese response was swift and fierce. Through every means at their disposal, they learned that the demon who had sown terror in Tokyo was Qin Hao himself. In response, the Emperor of Japan issued an unprecedented, highest-level wanted order. Though no one knew what Qin Hao truly looked like, posters emblazoned with the image of his dragon-shaped mask were plastered across every inch of the 3 northeastern provinces, a veritable warrant for death. The promise of a massive bounty, coupled with the lure of triple promotions, sent the Japanese troops across the region into a frenzy. Everywhere, nerves were stretched taut, and even the wind in the grass set hearts pounding in fear. Meanwhile, the name Qin Hao shone like a brilliant star, rising in the skies over both China and Japan, even causing tremors across the ocean in America. The United States dispatched special envoys, crossing the seas to China in hopes of recruiting this legendary dragon god for their own super soldier project. On Chinese soil, Qin Hao was bestowed the title of dragon god. His image took on the aura of myth. Clad in a battle robe of deep blue-black, his face hidden behind a mysterious dragon mask, each strike he dealt was like a dragon surging from the sea, unstoppable, invincible, and leaving legends in his wake. Under his blade, the Japanese soldiers fell as easily as autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind, utterly fragile and defenseless. These legendary tales quickly found their way into magazines and newspapers of every kind, and soon, the legend of the dragon god had taken root in every corner of China, becoming an indelible mark of heroism in the hearts of the people. In Japan, however, Qin Hao's name was shrouded in an air of eerie mystery. With voices tinged with fear, they called him the Phantom of the Night and spun a web of sensational rumors. It was said that 5 years ago, on a stormy night, Qin Hao had appeared like a streak of midnight lightning, slicing through a peaceful Japanese town, leaving nothing but raging flames and a population gripped by terror in his wake. According to these whispers, he not only destroyed the homes of innocent civilians, reducing houses and infrastructure to ruins, but also, amid the blaze, left behind a deep insult to Japanese women. Every word of the tale was as sharp as a blade, painting Qin Hao as a demon beyond the bounds of his age, the most terrifying villain of modern times. Within the ancient and storied presidential residence in Nanjing, the air was thick with a sense of oppression and mystery. A man in military uniform, his head shaved clean and his voice marked by a distinct Zhejiang accent, was questioning Dai Li, who sat across from him wearing a grave expression. Based on the intelligence you've gathered these past few days, has this dragon god truly surpassed the limits of human ability? Has he become something akin to a god or demon walking among us? Dai Li drew a deep breath, his voice low but resolute. Chairman, our operatives have witnessed his abilities firsthand. Even gods and demons would do well to avoid him. He strolls calmly through a hail of bullets, as if those lethal attacks are nothing more than a gentle breeze. As he spoke, Dai Li began to recount the astonishing legends surrounding Qin Hao, describing every detail as if he had seen it with his own eyes, each tale more incredible than the last. It was said that Qin Hao had once ventured alone deep into enemy territory, facing countless guns and artillery. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but he single-handedly changed the tide of battle. Stories like these could move even the most hardened warriors to awe. When Dai Li mentioned the dragon god's immunity to modern weaponry, the bald man's eyes grew contemplative. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly, as if wrestling with a momentous decision. Yinong, do you think this man could be persuaded to serve our party and country? There was a note of urgency in his voice. Dai Li shook his head, a trace of helplessness on his face. We know very little about the dragon god, and we've never had any direct contact with him. According to rumor, even the Red Party once tried to recruit him, but they too failed to win him over. At the mention of the Red Party, the bald man's heart clenched with sudden tension, but he soon relaxed. After all, the dragon god had not pledged allegiance to any side. He understood all too well, if the dragon god were to truly become the Red Party's sword, then even in the midst of 1,000 troops, he himself would find no peace. After all, how could a man capable of taking an enemy's head amidst an army of thousands fear the encirclement of cannons and soldiers? Such a man is nothing less than a living war machine. One man alone could turn the tide of battle, the bald man muttered to himself. We must bring him to the party, whatever the cost. Yinong, send out my orders immediately. No matter what it takes, be it gold, jewels, or beauties of unparalleled charm. If it can win the dragon god's heart, we must try it all. Within the ancient mansion, a silent contest for the dragon god had begun. The name Qin Hao was destined to become the brightest star in this unfolding drama of history. With unwavering resolve, the bald man's voice rumbled with determination. As long as the dragon god makes a request, even if it's the stars in the sky, we will seize them, just to win his smile. In the days that followed, it was as if every major newspaper under the Nationalist Party's command was driven by some mysterious force. Each one splashed their front pages with stories of the Dragon God's immortal legend. In their telling, the Dragon God was a lone hero who braved enemy lines and, through sheer force of will, turned the tide of the war against Japan. The national government went even further, awarding an unprecedented and weighty anti-Japanese medal, engraved with the Dragon God's honor and the nation's hopes. Though the Dragon God himself never appeared to claim it, the medal lay in the gilded hall of the presidential palace, a silent and loyal sentinel, waiting day after day for its master to return. Manhwaren gently put down the newspaper, the tip of his cigarette fading into ash between his fingers. His gaze was complicated and fathomless. Outwardly, he appeared to approve of the party's effort to cast the Dragon God as a national hero, but inside he saw the truth with perfect clarity. This was nothing less than the party's inexpressible attempt to win the Dragon God over. As the old saying goes, the ambitions of Sima Zhao are plain for all to see. With a soft sigh, he turned to Zhou Weirun, a wry smile playing at the corner of his lips. It seems our old rival, Baldy, is sparing no effort this time. Across the whole nation, even children in the alleyways are singing the praises of the Dragon God's valor. Zhou Weirun burst out laughing at his words, deliberately emphasizing the word interest, as if to draw attention to something. Baldy's interest in this Dragon God is anything but slight. The barrage of front-page headlines across the country is proof enough. As for the Red Party, their understanding of the Dragon God went even deeper and started earlier than that of General Chang. Their intelligence network was like an invisible web, quietly spreading out from the very moment the Dragon God first appeared on the scene in 1930. Every move the Dragon God made, each of his legendary feats, never escaped the watchful eyes of the Red Party. Even during that heart-stopping showdown in Tokyo, the Red Party managed to obtain detailed, first-hand accounts, thanks to their deep-rooted connections in Japan. When the leaders of the Red Party first heard tales of the Dragon God, they too were astonished. Yet, compared to ordinary people, they maintained a far calmer composure. They had considered recruiting the Dragon God themselves, but upon learning that he had already refused offers from other factions, they merely smiled with indifference and let the matter pass without another thought. Nevertheless, afterward, they issued an order. Every party member, upon encountering the Dragon God, must show the utmost respect and courtesy, so as not to tarnish the Red Party's reputation. Take a look at this, both of you. The latest intelligence report just arrived. A clear, commanding voice broke the stillness of the room. A dignified man strode in, clutching a sealed document, his face alight with barely contained excitement. The Dragon God, single-handed, has routed a 10,000-strong Japanese army. This is nothing short of a legend. The three of them gathered around, all eyes fixed on the secret dispatch. The legend of the Dragon God surged in their hearts once again, like a tidal wave crashing through their thoughts. They all tilted their heads skyward, awe shining in their eyes, marveling, such heroism. It's as if a god has descended to walk among mortals. Utterly breathtaking. Remember that time he charged, alone into enemy ranks, turning the tide of battle with his own hands? It truly seemed as though destiny itself guided him. Everywhere he went, his enemies quaked with terror at his name. Indeed, General Zhu's eyes sparked with longing, though the light soon faded. If only such a mighty warrior would join our cause, the Red Party's resistance against the Japanese would soar to new heights, and we would forge a new era. Zhou Weirun let a wry smile curl at his lips, as if recounting an outlandish tale. General Zhu, have you heard? That bald-headed General Chang pulled out all the stops trying to win over the Dragon God, even vowing that no price was too high, that he'd pay any cost just to bring him into his ranks. Their minds drifted back to those sweeping, turbulent years. Ever since the Red Party's triumphant capture of Nanchang, the road ahead had been fraught with hardship and adversity. Though they were driven by lofty ideals and unwavering conviction, they could never quite shake off the relentless pressure and constraints imposed by the Nationalist Party. It was as if some invisible, colossal shackle bound them tightly, making every step forward a struggle, so arduous that at times it felt nearly impossible to move at all. Yet, even when faced with such dire circumstances and overwhelming hardship, the brave and fearless Red Army soldiers never faltered. With unwavering resolve, they pressed forward, composing magnificent hymns of heroism with their own blood and lives. At this very moment, thousands of miles away, Qin Hao was completely absorbed in his own unique world. Everything around him seemed irrelevant, as if he stood in a realm of perfect tranquility, wholly focused on the thoughts and feelings welling up from the depths of his heart. Little did he realize that a seemingly insignificant decision of his, like a pebble cast into the still surface of a lake, had already begun to send out silent, ever-expanding ripples through the vast and profound river of history. At first, these ripples might go unnoticed, but as time passed and events unfolded, they would steadily spread, ultimately creating consequences beyond imagination. Every choice he made was like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, subtle, yet capable of triggering a chain reaction that could nudge the course of history ever so slightly. Yet, regardless of whether his strength was small or great, the corrective force of history would always assert itself at critical moments, pulling all deviations back to their destined path. Meanwhile, in the Red Party's secret meeting room, a battle for justice was quietly unfolding. In this world, true strength is the only thing that matters. The current global situation is complex and ever-changing. Even if we expose the crimes of the Japanese, those Western nations would offer nothing more than perfunctory words of sympathy, taking no real action to punish Japan. Therefore, we must bide our time and endure. Only when we have become strong enough will we produce this evidence and slowly settle this blood debt with the Japanese. That's right. We will make the Japanese understand that every debt will one day be repaid. Eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve. They knew the road ahead would be long and full of trials, but as long as their hearts held faith and strength, they would surely carve out a shining path of their own. On an old Harbin street, gently brushed by the dust of history, their eyes shone with a determination never seen before. It was as if no sudden twist of fate from the heavens could ever shake their resolve. Just then, a breeze swept by, carrying with it a subtle message. Miracles are here. A dazzling future is within reach. Just a single touch away. In secret, a pact regarding the Dragon God was quietly reached among three leaders. They agreed that whether Red Party or Blue Party, in the face of the legendary Dragon God, all must extend their hands in support and spare no effort. This resolution, like a ray of warm sunlight in the heart of winter, illuminated the path ahead. It also foretold that, somewhere around the next bend in the road, an extraordinary encounter awaited every comrade of the Red Party. On the far-flung edge of this bustling metropolis, Qin Hao, a legendary hero who wandered freely between the currents of history and the shadows of ancient myths, stood quietly before a house that appeared utterly ordinary from the outside. At this moment, the night was thick and impenetrable, as if the world itself had been steeped in a deep, inky blackness. Only the cold, clear moonlight spilled down like a silvery veil, casting everything in a ghostly glow. Beneath this hazy moonlight, Qin Hao's tall, upright figure cut an especially striking silhouette. He stood with perfect posture, his entire being radiating a chilling, almost glacial presence, as if the very air around him had frozen under the weight of his existence. From a distance, Qin Hao seemed like a lone swordsman stepping out from the pages of some ancient, enigmatic scroll. The moon illuminated his face, sharp and resolute, features chiseled, as if by blade and hammer. His eyes, deep and piercing, gleamed like icy stars in the night sky, coldly fixed ahead with a gaze that seemed to see through the world's darkest secrets. Whenever he moved, his agile, powerful form would burst forth with the speed and precision of lightning. Each strike he delivered carried the unstoppable force of a storm, tearing through the shroud of darkness and dealing a lethal blow to whatever evil hid within. His movements flowed with such seamless grace and fluidity that it seemed he had practiced these techniques countless times, achieving a level of mastery that left no room for hesitation. The last Japanese soldier found the flame of life snuffed out in an instant by Qin Hao's seemingly ordinary, yet unimaginably powerful hands. The man's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, leaving behind the world's final, silent gasp of shock. With every obstacle swept away, Qin Hao stood quietly, eyes closed, as if communing with unseen spirits. In a voice both gentle and unyieldingly firm, he murmured, "Brave souls who rest in this land, I, Qin Hao, swear by the name of the Dragon God, the source of this evil, the entire 731 base, shall be buried alongside your sacrifice." As he finished speaking, he opened his eyes. In their depths, beneath the chill, a faint crimson flicker glimmered, a glimpse of something fearsome and profound, as if he truly were an Avenger returned from the depths of hell. Suddenly, with an earth-shattering crash, the front door of the house exploded into fragments at his feet, revealing within a hidden steel-forged underground fortress. In an instant, the air was filled with the shrill blare of alarms, shouts, and desperate cries, all weaving together into the overture of this silent battle. Inside the 731 base, a group of Japanese officers, clad in uniform, scrambled in panic like ants on a hot griddle, frantically calling for help from the outside world. Moshi Moshi, this is 731. We are under heavy attack by an unknown force, requesting immediate support from the Guangdong army. As Qin Hao ventured deeper into the base, every step he took was weighted with the gravity of history. The sight before him sent a powerful shockwave through his heart, a seemingly endless corridor, lined on both sides with glass tubes. But what filled these tubes was not any ordinary liquid. Instead, they held the darkest interrogations and distortions of human nature. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the terrifying moments from Resident Evil that haunted his memories. He couldn't help but wonder if he had truly stepped into a real-life horror movie. Shrouded by a haze where science and madness intertwined, Qin Hao pressed forward with growing resolve. He knew he was walking a path of no return, but to uncover the truth, to bring justice to the innocent souls, he was willing to become a beacon that pierced the darkness. Within the dim and enigmatic laboratory, rows upon rows of tubes stood in eerie silence, like phantoms lurking in the shadows. Yet within them, chilling secrets were concealed, not the vibrant reagents of normal experiments, but corpses adrift as if washed in from another world, suspended quietly as though time itself had frozen in that moment. Qin Hao's gaze swept across the scene, and an indescribable sense of awe welled up inside him. In that instant, he felt as if he had been transported straight into a live-action horror blockbuster. The floating corpses were so realistic, so vivid, that he could no longer discern where nightmare ended and reality began. But the most astonishing sight awaited him as he stepped into a spacious hall. What lay before him shattered all boundaries of science fiction and horror. In the center of the hall, instead of lavish banquet tables or high-tech exhibitions, there stood an array of rusted, enigmatic shipping containers, arranged with an unsettling order. Under the feeble lights, these hulking forms seemed even more menacing, as though they called out from the depths of some abyss. Every crack, every flake of peeling paint whispered stories better left untold. Qin Hao's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. In his mind's eye, he saw the grotesque lickers from Resident Evil, those half-human, half-beast monsters darting through ruins with terrifying speed, hungrily hunting for their next prey. With trembling fingers, he reached out and brushed the nearest container. The cold, hard surface sent a shiver through his entire body. He dared not imagine what horrors might be locked away inside. If these containers truly imprisoned such monstrous beings, what devastation would be unleashed should their seals ever be broken? Just as Qin Hao was lost in the depths of his dread and imagination, a faint but urgent tapping echoed from somewhere inside one of the containers. The sound was soft, yet to his ears, it exploded like a thunderclap. Qin Hao staggered back several steps, his pupils dilating in terror, as if his very blood had turned to ice. Was it a hallucination? Or had he truly brushed against the forbidden threshold of this world? At this moment, Qin Hao realized he was no longer just a simple bystander. He had been swept into an adventure beyond imagination, an unfolding journey of survival, courage, and the pursuit of truth, quietly beginning before he knew it. In his mind, it was as if countless stars flickered, weaving together puzzles that defied understanding. Was it possible, in the vast, interwoven fabric of time and space, that there truly existed another version of himself, or perhaps a traveler who had leaped out from the heart-pounding scenes of Resident Evil? His thoughts ran wild, like mustangs let loose across the boundless plains of imagination, even conjuring up images from science fiction films, corridors crisscrossed with lasers, or the chilling presence of a highly intelligent, merciless Red Queen system lurking somewhere in these unknown depths. Just as Qin Hao's mind soared through the void, a sudden and violent burst of gunfire thundered like a storm, yanking him back to reality. Bang! 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 Out of the dim, shadowy corridor surged a group of soldiers, clad in old Japanese military uniforms, ghostly figures whose eyes flickered with fear and grim resolve. The weapons in their hands became scythes of death, spitting a relentless hail of bullets in Qin Hao's direction. Yet to Qin Hao, these bullets were nothing more than the faintest shooting stars in the night sky, gone in a blink. He shook his head in resignation, a wry, self-mocking smile tugging at his lips. Looks like next time I'll need a dimensional pouch stuffed with every kind of battle outfit. Otherwise, after each fight, I'll be stuck changing into another fashionably perforated ensemble. The cost of new clothes is starting to rival the cost of saving the world. He glanced down at his bullet-riddled clothing, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. While the Japanese soldiers stared in shock at Qin Hao's unscathed form, his figure seemed to blur, wafting forward on a phantom breeze to appear right in their midst. His movements were swift as lightning, each strike precise and deadly. In less than a minute, over 40 soldiers fell like autumn leaves, lying silent in pools of blood. Some had hearts pierced through, others skulls shattered. None escaped his onslaught. Standing on the blood-soaked, muddy ground, Chin Hao gazed at the scattered limbs and broken bodies around him, his eyes reflecting a resolve beyond words. In this base, every Japanese soldier is the embodiment of evil. Their very existence is an affront to justice. Like a solitary leopard prowling a vast territory, he swept through the sprawling base, searching room by room. Every soldier who tried to ambush him from the shadows was swiftly and mercilessly dealt with, leaving none behind. From the moment Chin Hao set foot in the base, he had personally ended the lives of over 1,000 Japanese soldiers. Yet this sprawling compound, covering nearly 300 acres, seemed like an endless labyrinth, shrouded in countless secrets and dangers. Even those laboratories where experiments concerning the fate of humanity were carried out remained undiscovered by Chin Hao. This alone spoke volumes about the complexity and vastness of the base, as well as the extreme secrecy surrounding those experiments. Deep within the base, in a hidden room, Lieutenant General Shiro Ishii was roaring at his adjutant. "Kimura, fool! Kimura, you must immediately come up with a way to stop that demon. He'll be upon us any moment now. You understand what's at stake here. This is where we hide the secret weapon that will secure the Japanese Empire's rule over the world. It possesses the power to change the course of history. The Dragon God organization must never discover it, or the Empire will face sanctions from the entire globe." Shiro Ishii, the founder of Unit 731, had a wild and resolute glint in his eyes. He knew all too well that if their secrets were exposed, the consequences would be catastrophic. "General, please don't worry. Headquarters has already dispatched a large force to support us. In just 5 minutes, they'll arrive," Kimura replied nervously. "Has your brain been devoured by pigs?" Ishii snapped, his anger erupting. "By the time the reinforcements get here, that demon will have already uncovered our secrets. We have to act now. He must not succeed." At that very moment, Chin Hao's footsteps echoed down the corridor, his presence drawing ever closer to the place where earth-shattering secrets lay hidden. Meanwhile, Ishii and Kimura waited in this abyss of despair, bracing themselves for the final judgment of fate. Heavens, has that beast from hell truly devoured our sacred ground of research? Ishii's furious voice thundered through the empty command room, sounding like a doomsday decree. Just then, an elderly man in a spotless white lab coat, his beard trembling and his eyes flickering with unease, spoke up slowly. "General, perhaps I hold the key to subduing that monster. Only, using this key comes with risks we cannot foresee. You slow-witted fool. What were you waiting for? Now's not the time for pointless talk. Do it now." Ishii, consumed by the flames of anxiety, all but shouted, deaf to any words of caution. "But if it gets out of control, the consequences could be unimaginable." The old man's voice was thick with worry. "I don't want to hear about what-ifs. I want that monster dead." There was only determination in Ishii's eyes. "But this..." The old man hesitated, unable to finish. "No buts. I order you. Make it disappear." Ishii's command was as cold and unyielding as steel. "I just hope things won't turn out as badly as I fear." The old man let out a weary sigh, then picked up the communicator, his fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the button. Moshi, Sakata-kun, please initiate the release protocol for Experiment Chamber 1 immediately." On the other end of the line, Sakata-kun's voice rang out in utter disbelief. "What? Dr. Tianyuan, are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? That unknown creature has yet to be tamed." "Sakata-kun, this is not the time for hesitation. The fate of the Empire of Japan hangs by a thread. We need to witness the true power of that specimen." Dr. Tianyuan's tone left no room for argument, steely resolve underlying every word. "Hi." Sakata-kun's answer was short and resolute. The moment the command to initiate was given, Ishii Shiro's face drained of all color. He was about to shout a warning, but the deafening roar of the machinery had already begun, tolling like a doomsday bell, an omen of an irreversible fate. "It's over. Completely over. Even if that demon is destroyed by the specimen, this base, built on countless dreams and hopes, will be reduced to ashes." Ishii Shiro slumped hopelessly into his chair, muttering to himself in despair. Yet, that despair lasted only a moment. Suddenly, Ishii Shiro sprang to his feet, hope rekindled in his eyes. "Kimura, order all researchers to gather and pack every piece of research data. Even if this base is reduced to ruins, these precious records must survive. They are the crystallization of Japan's sweat, blood, and fortune. If lost, our chance of rising again will vanish forever. Hi, Dr. Tianyuan. I'm counting on you. Kimura turned to Dr. Tianyuan, a note of earnestness and determination in his voice. At that instant, it was as though an invisible force had swept through the entire base. Every heart beat in tense unison, bracing for whatever fate might bring. The tension hung so thick in the air it was almost tangible, pressing down on everyone in the room, until a sudden burst of hurried footsteps shattered the frozen moment. Like a deer suddenly aware of the hunter's trap closing in, Ishiishiro's face turned ashen at the sound of the report. Without another word, he nearly fled from the room, unable to bear the suffocating weight of defeat. Adjutant Kimura, contact headquarters immediately. Report every detail of our dire situation without omission. Ishiishiro's voice was steel-edged, as if clinging to a final thread of hope. Yes, sir, Adjutant Kimura replied, a flicker of sorrow briefly crossing his eyes. He knew all too well how this message would shake the entire Japanese military to its core. The headquarters of the Guangdong Army, that very building which once symbolized power and glory, was now shrouded in a heavy gloom. A Japanese colonel, crisp in his immaculate uniform and clutching a telegram that could decide destinies, rushed anxiously into Matsui Iwane's office. General, it's an emergency. That man they call the Eastern Phantom, Qin Hao, has broken through the defenses of the 731 base as unstoppable as the dawn piercing the night. The colonel's voice quivered, as though he were recounting a miracle that defied belief. At these words, Matsui Iwane slammed his palm onto the desk with a sharp crack, sending the papers scattering like startled birds. Bakairu, that useless Ishiishiro, he couldn't even hold off that devil for 5 minutes? Does he truly deserve the title of general bestowed by the emperor? He is nothing but a disgrace to the empire of Great Japan. Matsui's furious roar echoed through the spacious office, each word a razor slicing through the air and through the tangled knot of rage and frustration in his heart. He had always looked down on Ishiishiro. How could a mere scientist, someone with no battlefield merit, be elevated to the rank of general? Meanwhile, he himself had carved out a domain in Manchuria with blood and fire, only to be forced to bow to such a man. If not for the strict orders from headquarters, he would never have deigned to spare Ishii even the briefest glance. Yet fate's turning points often emerge from the most unlikely of places. It was precisely that man, Qin Hao, the one who had thrown all of Japan into turmoil, who unwittingly paved the way for Matsui Iwane's rise to the command of the Guangdong Army. The original commander had fallen, a casualty of Qin Hao's relentless blows, leaving Matsui to seize the opportunity and ascend as the supreme leader of the invading Japanese forces in China. But from the moment Qin Hao set foot in Manchuria, Matsui's life had known no peace. Countless Japanese soldiers had died by Qin Hao's blade, and the extermination order from the high command pressed on him like an iron band around his skull. Though Matsui hated Qin Hao with every fiber of his being for the havoc he had wrought in Japan, he couldn't help but feel a subtle, begrudging gratitude now that he sat in the commander's chair, for it was this very devil who had allowed him to rise above the chaos of times. Matsui understood all too well how formidable Qin Hao was. From the moment this man first appeared in Japan, Matsui had monitored his every move. For 5 years, it was as if Qin Hao had vanished from the face of the earth. No word, no trace reached Matsui's ears. Yet, it was this very aura of mystery that made him all the more wary. He knew that anyone capable of shaking the Japanese empire single-handedly was no ordinary foe. At this moment, faced with Qin Hao's reappearance, Ishijin Matsui felt an unprecedented pressure weighing down on him. He knew he had to make a choice, to continue grappling with this demon to the bitter end, or to find a new way out. The answer to it all was hidden in the darkness that was about to descend, waiting to be revealed. In that era, shrouded in mist, there existed a truth buried deep within the world, a secret so profound that not even the most learned scholars could grasp its full shape. Yet he, like a speck of dust adrift in the vast unknown, caught a glimpse of a shadow too significant to ignore. The demon, a being that defied human understanding, whose power rendered gunfire and explosions utterly meaningless. It was as if a night fiend from ancient legend had come to life, stripping iron and gunpowder of their former might. When the demon first set foot in the lands of Manchuria, a farcical tragedy began to unfold in silence. Shiro Ishii, a soul lost in the madness of science, boldly suggested to the heart of power that they should capture this invincible demon alive, like a child dreaming of plucking the brightest star from the night sky. Ishijin Matsui, the commander burdened with a heavy mission, could only force a bitter smile, acutely aware that this was nothing short of dancing with a storm. Still, he had no choice but to obey the cold commands from headquarters, even if it meant standing on the very edge of a precipice, where a single misstep would send him plunging into an abyss, his career and ambitions dashed to pieces. The demon's fury swept across the land like a wildfire, and wave after wave of troops were, to him, as fragile as leaves before an autumn wind. When headquarters finally abandoned their impossible fantasy and issued the absolute order, kill on sight, Matsui felt a fleeting sense of relief, as though he had momentarily escaped a long and harrowing nightmare. Yet fate, it seemed, delighted in playing cruel tricks. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, chilling news arrived from the shadowy stronghold of Unit 731. The demon's grasp had already reached that secretive place. Unit 731, a name that made even headquarters tremble, an experimental ground steeped in countless sins and secrets. For Matsui, it was the last line he could not afford to lose, the final straw holding together his precarious power. Without hesitation, he mobilized an army of 10,000, surging toward Unit 731 like a rising tide, vowing to defend the land cloaked in darkness. But the relentless wheels of fate allowed no pause. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes later, another thunderous report shattered the air. The demon had already breached the gates, and the base was on the brink of disaster. Matsui's heart felt as though it had been encased in frost. He knew with grim certainty that if Unit 731 fell into the demon's hands, a ceaseless winter awaited him. Not even the blood-red cherry blossoms of his homeland could bring warmth to the soul about to be sealed in ice. Send a telegram to Matsushita. If he fails to reach the base within 3 minutes, order him to end his life with the honor of a samurai. Matsui Shurgen's voice was as icy as a winter gale, each word laced with a piercing chill. Yes, sir, the colonel responded, his expression so grave it seemed to drip with tension. General Matsushita, racing at breakneck speed, received the command as if it were a burning coal. His face blanched in an instant. He knew all too well the significance of Unit 731 and the consequences of failure. He jerked his head up, resolve flashing in his eyes. Full speed ahead. Armored units, advance to 731 at maximum velocity. We have 3 minutes. If we fail, every one of us will answer with seppuku. The adjutant froze for a heartbeat, then nodded, turned, and dashed out of the car, relaying this nearly impossible order to every soldier in earshot. Your doom has come, you little devils. In the fear-shrouded night, a devil's whisper drifted through the air like the sweep of a reaper's scythe, brushing chillingly across every heart. Those who once fancied themselves masters of fate could now only tremble before this unknown force, praying desperately that dawn would never break. Oh my God, what kind of hell is this? The moment Shinhao stepped into the 731 experimental base, he felt an invisible hand tighten around his throat. A string of curses burst from his lips, but they sounded feeble and powerless. His face turned ashen, features twisted, and his eyes burned with a fierce, unbridled fury, two flames leaping in their depths, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. The sight before him was 100 times more terrifying than any horror movie. Piles of severed limbs and broken bodies, heaped in grotesque disarray, silently crying out for justice. Even in death, those eyes, wide and unblinking, radiated endless despair and indignation. Most heartbreaking of all, countless glass jars no longer imprisoned mere test subjects, but living souls, stripped cruelly of freedom and dignity. By Chin-Hao's estimate, this horrific scene alone held at least 5,000 or 6,000 corpses. And when he thought of all the silent lives lost in the river of history, the number of Chinese sons and daughters consumed by this place of evil must have exceeded 100,000. The thought that these innocent souls had become a sacrifice for the mad experiments of Japanese militarism filled Chin-Hao's chest with the weight of a boulder. His anger burned, and murderous intent surged like a relentless tide. In this ocean of death, Chin-Hao stumbled upon an even more harrowing sight. A woman's corpse, cruelly dissected, her womb laid open with the placenta still attached to the umbilical cord, resting quietly in a pool of blood. It was the most ruthless desecration of motherhood and life itself. In that moment, Chin-Hao's fury shattered the bounds of reason. He muttered under his breath, what kind of heartless demon could commit such an atrocity? No matter how shocking the images on television had ever been, nothing compared to the horror before his eyes. Chin-Hao prided himself on being a hardened man. He had slain enemies on the battlefield with his own hands, even dismembered foes when necessary. Yet even he could not imagine laying a hand on a pregnant Japanese woman. The brutality before him finally revealed the true nature of the Japanese troops. Colder and more ruthless than beasts. A bitter hatred grew wild in Qin Hao's heart like unchecked weeds, as though a tide of darkness threatened to consume him. The very air around him shifted with his rage. His murderous intent surged like a wild, untamed stallion, impossible to restrain. He threw his head back and roared to the heavens, his voice raw with pain and fury. The sound echoed like a storm unleashed, and he began a frenzied, vengeful assault on the wicked laboratory. With every thunderous explosion, one laboratory after another was reduced to rubble under Qin Hao's wrath. Yet the flames of his rage only burned brighter, spreading without end. Once he had relied on the beaming divine art to absorb the blood-soaked aura around him, hoping to suppress the violence within. But now, that very power became a catalyst, pushing him further along the path to madness. The demon lurking within him was fully awakened, roaring like a wild beast. If he could not find a way to break free soon, Qin Hao would be lost to the world, becoming nothing more than a demon king driven by slaughter. At this desperate moment, an ancient manual in the depths of his consciousness seemed to sense its master's struggle. It began to shimmer with a strange, radiant glow, and a wave of warmth and strength flowed slowly into Qin Hao's heart, trying to pull him back from the endless darkness. Perhaps this was his only path to salvation. Deep within the boundless sea of his mind, Qin Hao called out to the slumbering manual as he always did, hoping it would lend him strength on this demonic path. Yet this time, the manual seemed shrouded by an invisible mist, utterly unresponsive to Qin Hao's pleas, its silence heavy and chilling. Then, a sudden, earth-shaking roar shattered the stillness of the night. The sound was neither the regal might of lion or tiger, nor the mythic cry of dragon or phoenix. It carried an indescribable eeriness and dread, erupting from the deepest bowels of the 731 base, as if an ancient beast from the abyss was slowly opening eyes that had slept for centuries. As the roar echoed, the entire base began to tremble. It was as if some colossal creature was stirring beneath the earth's crust, and the ground shook with a deafening rumble like the beating of war drums, heralding the arrival of disaster. Qin Hao, a young man teetering on the edge of the demonic path, was jolted awake by the sudden roar. In the darkness, his eyes shone with an unusual gleam, as if he sensed a kindred call. He raised his head and howled into the night. His voice echoed through the base, answering the distant roar. Then, like a streak of black lightning, Qin Hao sprang into action, racing toward the source of the sound, the unknown, fear-shrouded land ahead, as though driven to uncover the truth hidden within shadows. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Ishii Shiro, the general whose name was synonymous with evil masquerading as science, now sat slumped in defeat, as if all life had been drained from his body. Kimura, his loyal subordinate, was urging him anxiously to flee this land on the brink of destruction. "General, the documents are ready. We must leave at once. That unknown creature has broken free." Kimura's voice was tight with urgency, leaving no room for doubt. Ishii Shiro's eyes were empty and desolate. He spoke slowly. "Kimura, I am a criminal to the Empire. The nation poured everything into this project, yet all we have birthed is an uncontrollable disaster. How could I possibly face His Majesty the Emperor? Take these precious documents and go, in search of new hope. As for me, I will remain here, buried with the monster in my own sins." As he finished, a grim, determined look twisted his face, a mingling of regret for his failures and despair for what was to come. Unit 731, once the cradle of his ambition and dreams, had become a cage from which there could be no escape. He knew that even if he ran, only endless judgment waited for him. Over the years, they had achieved certain results, but the rampaging creature was a cruel mockery of their crimes, a relentless reminder that science, unanchored by justice, would ultimately consume everything. Ishii Shiro walked slowly toward the control room, his fingers brushing over the red self-destruct button, the final fate he had chosen for himself. Kimura's face turned ashen. He knew all too well that once that button was pressed, the entire base would be engulfed in fire, and all its unsolved mysteries would be buried in the ashes of history. "General, please let me stay. You take the documents and leave," Kimura pleaded, his voice thick with emotion. But Ishii Shiro only shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "Kimura, that's an order. You must survive. Take our hope and go." In that moment, Ishii Shiro's figure seemed unusually tall, a silhouette shaped by his resolve for redemption and the end of his sins. As the thunderous rumble filled the air, the lights of Unit 731 gradually faded into darkness. Yet the echo of his last command, "Baka, Kimura, that's an order. Go," seemed to travel across time, becoming the lone glimmer of light within that dark chapter of history. "Hey!" Kimura saluted with a hint of old-fashioned samurai flair, his hands gently folded across his chest, head bowed ever so slightly, as if paying homage to unseen ancient deities. Then, with unwavering resolve, he strode forward like a warrior embarking on a journey of no return, stepping decisively through the metallic doors of the control room. Behind him, the door closed slowly with a deep, weighty thud, a sound reminiscent of history's gate shutting quietly, sealing off all that was past and all that was yet to come. Shiro Ishii's gaze followed Kimura's retreating figure, tracking him until he vanished entirely from sight. A knowing, playful smile curled at his lips, and his deep, magnetic voice echoed through the spacious control room, as if whispering to some invisible presence in the air. "Amaterasu, my masterpiece, let me first put your edge to the test. Has your blade grown sharp enough to sever the deepest chains of darkness in this world, to vanquish the being they call the demon? But then again, whether your new steel dazzles with brilliance or the demon remains cunning and elusive, in the end, the outcome means little to me, just passing clouds in the sky. For in this game of destiny, the fate of all has long been sealed. Whether it's the crowning of the victor or the quiet departure of the defeated, all paths lead inevitably to the final judgment, and none can escape that eternal slumber." At these words, a profound and complex look flashed in Ishii's eyes. In that moment, it was as if he glimpsed the future, a world shrouded in smoke and fire, where Kimura, Amaterasu, and the demon each played their parts like actors in an ancient drama. Every gesture, every line, had already been tightly bound by the threads of fate, inescapable. Even so, Ishii's voice rang out once more, now carrying a barely perceptible tenderness and sorrow. "I still hope you'll reveal your own light, even if just for an instant, to illuminate this world drowned in darkness. Let the world know that even in the deepest despair, the flower of hope can quietly bloom." And so, Ishii's words, like an ancient prophecy, reverberated through every corner of the control room. Outside, Kimura's steps grew ever more resolute. Perhaps, deep within, he had already found his answer, ready to face the unknown challenge ahead. Whether to prove himself or to shatter the shackles of fate, everything would one day be revealed. Teetering on the edge of madness, Chinhao's footsteps suddenly faltered, as if caught by invisible chains. His brow furrowed slightly. The faintest warning flickered deep within his subconscious, a hazy premonition stirring in the shadows of his mind. Yet his mind had already been devoured by endless frenzy, leaving only the primal instincts of a wild beast. He could no longer trace the true source of this peril. All he managed was a mechanical frown, never once reaching for that strange power slumbering within him. The mental force awakened after that earth-shattering lightning strike. This power, though its mysteries remained beyond his grasp, had quietly opened a spiritual eye that let him sense the world around him. It was a strange gift, granted in the aftermath of disaster. A thunderous boom ripped through the air, shaking the earth and sky. In an instant, Chinhao's body seemed struck by an invisible sledgehammer. He was hurled like a shadow, swift and sharp, smashing into the unyielding alloy wall. That wall, once a symbol of invincibility, now twisted and caved beneath his impact, like ground struck by a meteor. Chinhao's body sank halfway into the metal, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. If this had happened to an ordinary person, there would be nothing left but dust. But Chinhao's body had been reforged by ancient secrets, and tempered by the dragon-elephant prajna technique. His physical strength now surpassed that of any mortal by hundreds of times. On top of that, his mutated version of the Northern Darkness divine skill, while not as outrageous as the Hulk's, allowed him to withstand such a blow with nothing more than flesh wounds. His core remained untouched. Even more terrifying was that, at this very moment, Chinhao's mind was lost in a madness of inner turmoil. Pain and injury became empty sensations, barely brushing his awareness. Trapped deep in the wall, his eyes blazed red, his features twisted with fury. He looked like a demon returned from hell, unleashing a roar so deafening it seemed to shake the very source of this chaos. And what was that source? It was, without question, a true monster. Its existence defied everything humanity understood about the word creature. 3 meters tall, with arms as thick as an ape's, its body was covered in fur as black as midnight. A third eye gleamed with eerie light in the center of its forehead. A tongue flickered like a snake's, and a long tail swayed behind it, every feature a declaration of its inhuman nature. If there were a bestiary of the world's monsters, this one would surely claim a place within its pages. Qin Hao did not know what this creature was, but his instinct screamed that it was a deadly threat. Still, in the grip of his maddened state, he felt no fear, no urge to retreat, only a raw, primal urge to fight. With a sudden surge of strength, his hands tore through the alloy wall as if it were paper. He charged at the monster like a wild stallion finally unleashed. Another explosive crash echoed. Qin Hao's fist, charged with unstoppable force, landed hard on the monster. The beast let out a blood-curdling howl, its body quivering. Clearly, the blow had hurt. In this moment, where absurdity met peril, the true battle between Qin Hao and the monster had begun. In the shadowy depths of the laboratory, Qin Hao's figure might have seemed as small as a child's, but within him surged a strength beyond measure. Confronted with him, even the usually sharp and quick-witted Qin Hao was now rendered dazed and uncomprehending by the effects of his inner turmoil, as if his ability to think had been stripped away. He seemed to have forgotten the martial arts skills he had always taken pride in, leaving them abandoned in some distant corner of his mind. With a low, guttural roar, Qin Hao's seemingly youthful fist, like a massive boulder swept up by a raging wind, suddenly slammed into the towering figure standing before him, a figure several times his own height. There was no hesitation in this strike, nor the slightest hint of technique. It was a pure outpouring of raw power. Qin Hao's body, like a kite with its strings suddenly cut, was sent hurtling into the solid experiment table at the center of the lab. There was a thunderous crash as the table was snapped clean in two, sending shards flying in all directions. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Hao seemed utterly impervious to pain. He staggered to his feet, a strange light burning in his eyes. Like a fearless warrior, he charged forward without a hint of doubt, throwing himself at the monstrous creature personally created by Ishii Shiro. This creature represented the pinnacle of Ishii Shiro's scientific career, a terrifying being that combined the strength of a gorilla, the cunning of a python, the ferocity of a tiger, and the intellect of a human. Its skin was as tough as iron, so resilient that even the sharpest blades left not a mark. It had once gone berserk, nearly reducing the entire base to ruins. Had it not been in an extremely weakened state at the time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. To forge this monster, Ishii Shiro had spared no expense, even injecting a mysterious green liquid into its body to grant it a near-immortal physique. But now, this creature, once Ishii Shiro's pride and joy, howled in agony under the relentless barrage of Qin Hao's blows, each one falling like a pounding hammer. Every punch Qin Hao landed struck the creature's iron-hard body with the force of a blacksmith sledge on an anvil. Though the beast's hide was thick and its flesh tough, even it could not withstand the overwhelming might that Qin Hao now unleashed. With a single hand, Qin Hao drove straight through the creature's abdomen, sending blood and torn flesh spraying in all directions, a scene both shocking and gruesome. In the monitoring room, Ishii Shiro watched in stunned disbelief, as if thunderstruck, his eyes wide with shock and despair. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. A demon. He's a demon sent straight from hell. The thought that the monster he had devoted all his cunning to create could be so utterly helpless before Qin Hao filled Ishii Shiro's heart with a bitter mix of defeat and fury. But soon, a look of utter resolve crept across his face. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes gleamed with a wild, desperate light. Yes, I cannot let this demon continue its rampage. I will take him down with me. For the glory of the Empire of Japan, I must do this. Ishii Shiro knew all too well that the monster he had created, though powerful, was now beyond his control in the face of Qin Hao. Only by sacrificing himself could he hope to contain the spreading disaster. Thus, in the surveillance room, Ishii Shiro's figure gradually faded to the edge of the screen, while the battle between Qin Hao and the monster raged on. Every punch seemed to tell an epic tale of courage and sacrifice. Just moments before, blood had been gushing forth in streams, but now, as if gripped by an unseen force, it miraculously froze in place. The wounds seemed to turn back time itself, with torn flesh knitting together at a speed visible to the naked eye, like tender green leaves in spring covering the scars of a harsh winter. Under the relentless assault from Qin Hao, the monster was struck again and again, the blows growing heavier and more frequent. It seemed to realize that howling in pain was futile. There was no mercy to be found in Qin Hao, no pause in his onslaught. The agony it felt was like a blazing fire, fueling not just its rage, but also awakening a hidden power of regeneration deep within. Its wounds, moments earlier pouring with blood, now closed up in the blink of an eye, healing at a rate that defied the very laws of nature. Meanwhile, Qin Hao himself hovered on the edge of losing control, as if possessed by some mysterious force. The brutal attack on the monster had become an irresistible pleasure. Yet, before long, a subtle shift stirred quietly within his heart. With a roar that shook the very air, Qin Hao unleashed a deafening bellow, launching himself skyward like a rocket ignited. Deep within him, a power unlike anything he had ever known was awakening. The once thin flow of vital energy surged in like a tidal wave, gathering with unstoppable momentum before bursting forth from his body as a radiant shockwave. It crashed down from above like a mountain falling from the heavens. This force swept through the room like a storm across an open plain, leaving devastation in its wake. Within a dozen meters, tables and chairs were instantly reduced to dust, and even the sturdy steel walls cracked under the pressure, spiderwebbing with fractures. Sensing mortal danger, the monster's instincts kicked in. It threw its arms over its head, bracing desperately against the impending catastrophe. With a thunderous crash, the monster was struck as if by a meteor. Its entire body was driven deep into the ground, the concrete floor giving way alike. Soft mud cracks radiated outward from the point of impact, spreading wildly in every direction, like the earth itself bearing the wounds of battle. Half of the monster's body was already deeply embedded in the ground, but Qin Hao did not relent. It was as if he believed the creature was not truly finished, so he hammered punch after punch onto the only thing left exposed, the bloodied scalp, blows raining down in relentless succession. 1, 2. The monster's body was now almost entirely buried, leaving just a mangled patch of flesh and skin above ground. Just then, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. In an instant, an irresistible force hurled Qin Hao backward, sending him flying. Like a severed kite, he crashed violently against a nearby iron bell, which rang out with a deep, resonant boom, trembling from the impact. A guttural roar erupted from beneath the earth. The monster, having gathered its strength for so long, finally seized its chance to strike back. Like a beast breaking free of its chains, it burst through the concrete with savage force, its twisted body erupting from the ground. Its eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous glare, locking onto the fallen Qin Hao. This battle had already transcended the mere struggle between life and death. It had become a brutal clash of rage and despair. Qin Hao's earlier taunts, treating the monster like some hapless mole, had driven it into a frenzy. Now, in its final throes, the creature retaliated with a madness born of hatred. The fury between them was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, heralding an inevitable and catastrophic end. Upon the ruins of this shattered place, two former adversaries found themselves bound together, hurtling toward the same fate. In that dark and silent moment, a slumbering force deep within the monster's bloodline suddenly awakened. Like dawn breaking through the night, it filled the creature with a vitality that seemed almost eternal. Its wounds, those very marks that had borne witness to its weakness and agony, were in the blink of an eye gently soothed by this mysterious power. It was as if spring rain had softened parched earth, bringing everything back to life, filling the world with vitality. With the full unleashing of this ancient strength, the monster's power surged, growing exponentially, tenfold, even more. Qin Hao, caught in the very heart of this storm, was swept away like a leaf before an autumn gale. His body traced a dramatic arc through the air before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The creature threw back its head and unleashed a howl that shook the heavens, a sound wild with madness and burning with hunger for power, as if it intended to bring the world itself to its knees. It stomped and tore at the earth with reckless abandon, each step landing like the fall of a mountain. Wherever it passed, the solid ground cracked and shattered, leaving gaping craters behind, like the footsteps of some ancient beast, forever marking the land with its rage and might. Suddenly, it gathered all its strength and stomped violently on the ground. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. With a deafening crack, the concrete floor shattered as if struck by heavy artillery, erupting into a massive crater. Jagged cracks spread out from the impact, weaving across the surface like a spider's web, a chilling testament to the terror and power of that blow. Qin Hao struggled to his feet, his head buzzing as though 1,000 bees were swarming around his ears. Every muscle in his body ached and screamed with exhaustion and pain. He staggered, dazed, as if waking from a long and harrowing nightmare, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. What's happening? How did I end up here? Why does my head hurt so much? Fragments of memory flickered in his mind. He vaguely remembered witnessing those horrifying corpses in the laboratory, but everything after that was shrouded in fog, indistinct and elusive. Just as he strained to recall what had happened, a dazzling light suddenly flared in his mind. The ancient manual he always carried with him was now revealing, in a mysterious and impossible way, the memories he had lost. He saw it all. He had, without realizing, lost control and become possessed, transforming into a rampaging monster. This is me? Possessed? How did I become like this? Am I the tyrant from Resident Evil? Or Abomination from Marvel? This isn't some superhero movie. Where did this thing come from? Could it be that I've really crossed into another world? Or is this some collision of parallel universes? Qin Hao's mind raced with shock and disbelief, his thoughts teetering on the edge of the absurd. The experience of losing control left him deeply shaken. He swore to himself, in secret, never again to recklessly attempt those dangerously extreme cultivation techniques. Like the Northern Darkness divine skill that could absorb bloodthirsty energy to accelerate progress. Impressive as its effects were, the risks were just as grave. Had it not been for that sudden twist of fate and the monster inadvertently hurling him into the Great Bell, its toll breaking through the madness and pulling him back from the brink, he might have sunk forever into darkness, never to awaken again. Qin Hao's heart was filled with relief, mingled with a strange gratitude toward the unknown monster. Though it had wrought disaster, it had also, in a roundabout way, saved his life, giving him a chance to re-examine himself and cherish this hard-won rebirth. In a flash, Qin Hao tore himself free from the chaos, as if yanked back from the edge of an abyss, yet an ominous premonition surged within him. Had he already set foot on a path of no return, descending into the demonic way? Forcing his exhausted body upright, he found himself hollow inside. The surge of power that had erupted within him during his possession had now vanished, leaving him as empty and lifeless as an autumn forest after the last leaves had fallen. Not a trace of true energy remained. Qin Hao gave a bitter laugh. This was not just irony. It was as if fate itself was playing the cruelest joke on him. Danger lurked on all sides, and the shadow of the unknown creature loomed over him. In this moment, weakness had become his most fatal flaw. Qin Hao muttered to himself, "How ironic. This is the critical moment to outwit a formidable enemy, and yet I'm as feeble as an old cat recovering from a terrible illness." Forcing himself to rally, he shook his head, desperately trying to clear the haze, clouding his vision and search for any glimmer of hope. Just as his thoughts raced, a crushing force suddenly descended upon him, an overwhelming pressure as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on his shoulders. Qin Hao's heart contracted violently, pounding as though it might burst out of his chest. Even in his weakened state, he felt a terror unlike anything he had ever known. Yet he did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his arms with all the strength he could muster, determined to fend off the impending catastrophe. A colossal hand came down on him like a towering mountain. The instant it made contact, his arms groaned under the unbearable strain. His bones seemed on the verge of shattering, and the blood in his veins raged like an angry river, threatening to burst forth. Every muscle in his body trembled as he struggled to resist this overwhelming force bent on annihilation. But then, with a sharp, unmistakable crack, his arms finally gave way. In that instant of breaking, his skin tore open, and blood surged out like a breached dam, staining his clothes crimson and mirroring the unyielding light still burning in his eyes. Damn it, what is this thing? A crossbreed between Resident Evil's Super Tyrant and the Hulk from the Avengers. How can its strength be so monstrous? What the hell are the Japanese up to? Even in the Marvel Universe, I've never seen anything like this. Qin Hao cursed inwardly, a mix of helplessness and outrage in his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Shiro Ishii was practically dancing with joy over his masterpiece, the monster he called Amaterasu. His excitement was palpable, but in his wild celebration, he accidentally brushed against the red button. Instantly, a shrill alarm blared throughout the base, like a summons from the depths of hell. No, no. Ishii's face shifted instantly from elation to panic. He had planned to trigger the self-destruct sequence at a crucial moment to take the demon down with him. But now, still basking in the triumph that Amaterasu had brought him, he was utterly unprepared for the calamity he had just unleashed. Amaterasu, go on. Teach that demon a lesson he'll never forget. Ishii barked out his order, while secretly praying, "Please, let this be the end of my troubles. If not, pressing that button might truly be the end of everything for me." Yet despite his hopes, the power of Amaterasu did not seem to change the fate he ultimately had to face. Teetering on the edge where despair and hope intertwined, Ishii Shiro quietly calculated in his heart. Perhaps, if he used that devilish corpse as leverage, the headquarters might show mercy and forgive his countless past sins. Yet just as this illusion was about to take form, a shrill, urgent alarm pierced the air, like a sentence pronounced by fate, mercilessly extinguishing the faint glimmer in his heart. Damn it, dead either way. What's there to be afraid of? Ishii cursed, yet a flicker of grim determination flashed in his eyes. His gaze locked onto the red numbers of the alarm, as if he wanted to carve that number, the embodiment of his despair, into his very soul. Then, with heavy steps, he walked to his desk and retrieved a vial glowing with an eerie green light from deep within a drawer. In that moment, his expression was a tangle of longing and fear, as though he stood before Pandora's box itself. To Ishii Shiro, this vial of green liquid was both angel and demon incarnate. It embodied his insatiable thirst for power. Rumor had it that it could elevate a person beyond mortal limits, transforming them into something superhuman. But at the same time, it was a double-edged sword, hiding lethal flaws. Every subject of the Amaterasu project, hybrids spliced with genes, from apes, pythons, tigers, and even humans, had become consumed by rage and ferocity, turning into uncontrollable engines of slaughter. And the true origin of this green liquid was the deepest secret Ishii Shiro harbored. It came from an ancient tomb hidden in the depths of Mount Fuji, said to be the resting place of the legendary alchemist Su Fu. By sheer chance, Ishii had discovered it in that land forgotten by time. At first, he knew nothing about the liquid, until one day, when his loyal old dog accidentally drank water, tainted with a single drop. Overnight, the dog transformed into a monstrous beast, its temperament warped, overcome by violent frenzy, attacking everyone it saw, even its own master. That disaster wiped out dozens of households. If the military hadn't intervened in time, Ishii himself might not have escaped unscathed. It was this catastrophe, combined with the infamous Devil's Tokyo incident, that shocked the world, which drew the attention of headquarters to Ishii Shiro. From then on, he went from a nameless nobody to the commander of Unit 731, a general basking at the pinnacle of power and glory. Meanwhile, on the other side, facing the mutated monster's frenzied assault, Chin-Hao was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions. The creature resembled a fusion of the Hulk and Abomination. Its fury fueled its strength, each blow reverberating with terrifying force. Chin-Hao fought back with all his might, only to be flung aside again and again. He forced a bitter, self-deprecating smile. This isn't a living being, it's a character straight out of a horror movie. More savage than the Hulk, more grotesque than Abomination. With a tremendous crash, Chin-Hao was once again hurled through the air by the monster. Amid the billowing dust, his figure appeared especially tiny and helpless. Meanwhile, the secret of that vial of green liquid, and the chain reaction it had triggered, continued to spread silently in the darkness, weaving together legends of greed, desire, and destruction. In that boundless abyss, Chin-Hao seemed to have become the unwilling protagonist in a grotesque game of pinball, played out endlessly at the hands of the monster. Each time, the colossal creature would toss him high with shocking force, only to let him crash down again, just like a small boat tossed mercilessly by towering waves, powerless to resist, left only to drift wherever fate might take him. This time, as Chin-Hao's body soared across the dim sky like a kite with its string snapped, he finally slammed into a jagged rock with brutal force. The light in his eyes had all but faded, and every cell in his body cried out with exhaustion and despair. He tried to clench his fists, only to find that even this simple act now felt impossibly difficult, as if he were a warrior on some ancient battlefield, drained of the last drops of courage and strength. A monstrous roar echoed through the vast underground base, not just a release of sound, but like a great beast imprisoned for 1,000 years, at last finding a way to vent its fury and loneliness. Each roar thundered with overwhelming force, shaking not only Chin-Hao's fragile nerves, but the very structure of the base itself. The walls trembled under the assault of the sound waves, as if nature itself were mocking the futility of humankind. Dust swirled in the wake of the monster's cries, and the shimmering light wavered with every vibration. Chin-Hao struggled to stand, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Every attempt to rise became a futile battle against gravity itself. At last, after one final, nearly will-sapping effort, he collapsed his knees, his hands digging deep into the earth. His gaze was vacant, fixed ahead at the place where the monster's silhouette loomed in the gloom, a mountain of terror crushing his spirit. In this moment, Chin-Hao was like a jester mocked by fate, every struggle seemingly only serving to make the tragedy more poignant. Yet, in this abyss of despair, perhaps it was precisely his helplessness and persistence that quietly sparked a stubborn flame deep within, a sign that one day he might rise again on this battlefield, transformed. Blood poured from Qin Hao's mouth like water from a broken faucet, soaking his collar in crimson. His wounds, as if slashed by invisible blades, sent jets of blood spraying in all directions, painting a harrowing picture in shades of red. His body, though usually robust enough to withstand the direct impact of heavy artillery, was now utterly powerless against this monster's almost supernatural strength. Even the might of a missile paled in comparison. What's more, he was at his weakest, his physical form far from the invincible peak it once was. The legendary martial art of Baiming divine skill endowed him with extraordinary powers of self-healing, like the mythical phoenix reborn from its ashes. Yet this miracle of recovery came at a price. It demanded time as its catalyst. With Qin Hao's current mastery, ordinary wounds would vanish without a trace in less than half an hour, leaving him good as new. But the injuries he suffered now were far graver than any scars left by all his battles before, as if fate itself was mocking him, pushing him to the very edge between life and death. At this moment, Qin Hao was drenched in blood, looking every bit the war god returning from a field of carnage. Only the faint but resolute rise and fall of his chest proved there was still a thread of life within him. Otherwise, he was no different from the souls fallen on the battlefield. Just then, in this moment between life and death, a piercing, shrill alarm erupted throughout the base. It was like the overture to the end of the world. Pipes hidden within the walls seemed to come alive under some unseen hand, spewing out thick clouds of steam. The whole space was soon shrouded in a swirling mist, as if they'd been transported to another realm. Not far away, a Japanese military unit rushing to the scene was abruptly halted by the sudden blare of alarms. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, eyes wide with shock and confusion, as if witnessing an unbelievable turn of fate. Captain Matsushita stepped out of his vehicle, lifting his binoculars toward the nearby base. His brow furrowed deeply as he muttered under his breath. What? The base has actually activated its destruction protocol. His mind was reeling. He had come here on orders to carry out a rescue. Yet upon arrival, he was greeted by the base's self-destruct signal, an unmistakable slap in the face from fate. He knew all too well. Once the base's self-destruct program was initiated, any attempt to enter would be nothing short of suicide. Damn it, Matsushita cursed, frustration and unease roiling inside him. Why had headquarters sent him on such a doomed rescue mission? Was someone pulling strings from the shadows, hoping to use him as a pawn? The image of a certain staff officer from HQ, someone with whom he'd always been at odds, flashed through his mind, fueling his suspicions. As his thoughts raced, his adjutant hurried over, trailed by a pale-faced officer, the base's deputy, Goro Kimura. "General, this is Mr. Kimura," the adjutant introduced. Matsushita quickly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Mr. Kimura, please tell me, why did the base's alarm system suddenly activate? And where is General Ishii now?" Kimura Goro's face grew even paler, his voice trembling as if each word drained all his remaining strength. "General, the situation is urgent. The base has come under an unprecedented threat, and we had no choice but to initiate the self-destruct protocol to prevent critical information from falling into enemy hands. As for General Ishii, at the very last moment, he ordered us to retreat. He himself stayed behind in the control room, determined to personally activate the self-destruct sequence." Upon hearing this, Matsushita felt a tumult of emotions. Admiration for General Ishii's heroic sacrifice mingled with a deep, gnawing doubt about the true cause behind this sudden catastrophe. Silently, he vowed to uncover the truth, no matter what conspiracy lay concealed in the shadows. In the dim, tense atmosphere of the base's command room, Kimura stood as rigid as a statue. His eyes flickered with a storm of conflicting emotions, each glimmer betraying the turmoil that raged within the base. Facing General Matsushita, whose brows were knitted in a tight frown, Kimura snapped to attention and delivered a crisp salute. His voice was low but unwavering. "Sir, General Ishii remains deep within the base, holding his ground. That fearsome self-destruct system, it was his design. Now, he has chosen to confront the lurking evil in the darkness, prepared to descend into the underworld with it." Kimura's words cut through the heavy silence like a cold wind, sweeping away the oppressive atmosphere in an instant. Drawing a deep breath, he began to recount in vivid detail the harrowing scenes that had unfolded within the base. As he spoke, General Shiro Ishii's image took on an almost mythic brilliance. He became the very embodiment of the Japanese spirit, willing to give his life for the emperor's glory, regardless of the cost. Listening to Kimura's account, General Matsushita gradually relaxed his brow, though uncertainty still lingered in his eyes. He picked up the field telephone, his fingers trembling slightly, as if on the verge of a momentous decision. Moshi, this is Matsushita. Connect me to Commander Matsui immediately. On the other end of the line, Commander Iwayne Matsui's voice thundered through, barely masking his urgency. This is Matsui. What is the situation at the base? Drawing a steadying breath, Matsushita reported the crisis in meticulous detail. Yet Matsui could not wait for the full explanation. As soon as he heard the words self-destruct system, his fury erupted like a volcano. What on earth is Shiro Ishii doing? Didn't we already dispatch the rescue team? Why was the self-destruct system triggered? That incompetent fool. Matsui Ishijin's furious roar echoed through the field telephone, each word slicing through the air inside the room like a blade. He knew all too well that Unit 731 was the crown jewel into which they had poured countless hours of effort and vast sums of money. Even the Guangdong Army's military budget flowed continuously into this place to sustain those secret research projects. And now, all of it was about to be lost in an instant. How could his heart not be racked with agony? Meanwhile, at the other end of the facility, Qin Hao lay helpless amidst the rubble, the shrill wailing of alarms ringing in his ears. His heart brimmed with despair and powerlessness, as if he could already see the shadow of death looming over him. With a bitter laugh, he cursed under his breath. These Japanese really are mad. How could they dare to activate the self-destruct system? What Qin Hao didn't realize was that his anger was actually a misunderstanding of Shiro Ishii. Shiro Ishii hadn't meant to activate the self-destruct system at all. In the chaos, he had accidentally brushed against that fateful red button. At this moment, regret weighed even heavier on his heart than it did on Qin Hao's, as if his entire world was collapsing before his eyes. Silently, he prayed. Why hadn't he stayed away from that deadly button in the crucial moment? Just then, a creature only a few meters away suddenly revealed an expression of terror and confusion. It, too, seemed to have heard the piercing alarm, and in its hollow eyes flickered a fear of the unknown. Looking at the creature, Qin Hao felt a surge of inexplicable sympathy and resignation. Perhaps, he thought, they were all victims of this merciless war. In this retelling, I have woven in more detail and examples, such as General Kimura's account, Matsui Ishijin's rage, Qin Hao's despair and misunderstanding, and the creature's reaction, making the story more vivid and emotionally resonant. By shifting perspectives and narrative styles, I hope to draw readers more deeply into the tense atmosphere and complex emotions of the tale. On that night, shrouded in tension, the alarm's sudden cry tore through the sky, like the distant roar of some ancient beast. It sent a chill through everyone's heart and brought with it an eerie sense of some unknown threat. Qin Hao stood frozen, his brow furrowed as he tried to guess what calamity this piercing alarm might foretell. Perhaps, even he was unaware that the unease gnawing at him was the result of an instinctive sensitivity to danger, one that welled up from the depths of his being. And sure enough, just as Qin Hao suspected, not far away, a flicker of wary alertness crossed the empty, lifeless eyes of the creature. It lacked human intelligence, but countless generations of evolution had honed its instincts. At that moment, it sensed an unprecedented crisis. The creature halted in its tracks, as if weighing whether it should continue this pointless struggle or flee from a land about to be plunged into chaos. The blaring alarm continued relentlessly, like a pronouncement of fate itself. For a full 3 minutes, every second felt suffocating. Then, as if some invisible force had ripped the very fabric of the world, a deafening roar shattered the air. In an instant, the vast base, 300 acres once deemed impregnable, was utterly obliterated. It was as if an unseen giant hand had swept across the land, leaving the entire area to collapse inward, forming a massive, shocking crater. From above, the scene bore a chilling resemblance to the aftermath of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima by the United States. But this time, the source of devastation was not foreign. It was a terror born of humanity's own making. Far from the center of the blast, Songxia stood transfixed by the sight, and memories he'd long buried surged forth like a tidal wave. He was thrust back 5 years to that night in the military camp, when he had brimmed with ambition, waiting to board a ship and serve his country the next day. But it was the events of that very night that delayed the Empire's campaign for 3 whole years, and that cast a shadow over his heart, a shadow shaped like the man known as the demon from China. Now, staring at the familiar scene of destruction, Songsha couldn't help but wonder, had that legendary demon truly perished in this cataclysm as well? Not far away, Xiaoyun, rescued twice by Qin Hao, stood in stunned silence, her heart a storm of conflicting emotions. She had come merely as a liaison, hoping to meet the dragon god, never imagining she would witness the base's self-destruction. In that moment, it felt as if a heavy hammer had struck her chest, and the dragon god's fate became her sole concern. Yet beneath her grief, a steely resolve began to take shape in her eyes. She believed, with unwavering conviction, that the man hailed as the dragon god would never fall so easily. Meanwhile, atop a small nearby slope, a young blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerner, Simmons, stared wide-eyed at the scene's devastation. A prodigy in the world of espionage, he had entered this perilous world at 13, working for American intelligence. Fluent in multiple languages, a master of disguise and infiltration, he was the very definition of an invisible man. Even so, Simmons found himself staggering back, stunned by the suddenness of the explosion, silently grateful that he had not set foot in that zone of death. Still, the failure of his mission furrowed his brow. Muttering to himself, he grumbled, "Damn those Japanese, going for self-destruction. How am I supposed to report back now?" Amidst chaos and despair, each person found their own way to express survival and hope. The real answers, perhaps, lay hidden within the tiniest of details, waiting to be discovered. In every corner of the world, Simmons seemed to move with ease, as if holding a master key that unlocked doors across the globe. This time, he had been dispatched to the ancient and enigmatic land of China, carrying an extraordinary mission, to seek out and make contact with a remarkable figure known only as the Dragon God. The name Dragon God flickered like a pale shadow in the secret files of the American government, elusive and indistinct. Their only clue was the suggestion of an inscrutable connection between the Dragon God and Japan, a rivalry marked by intense confrontation. Since the Tokyo incident 5 years ago, a shock that reverberated around the world, the name Dragon God had become inextricably linked with a series of mysterious actions targeting Japan. According to incomplete statistics, the trail the Dragon God left behind in Japan was a string of jaw-dropping losses, as dazzling and destructive as meteors streaking across the night sky. Simmons, a special agent fluent in Chinese and deeply versed in Chinese culture, possessed only scant information about the Dragon God. Yet, thanks to years spent undercover in China, he was considered one of the few who had any real understanding of this enigmatic figure. 3 years earlier, he had been assigned the covert mission of reaching out to the Dragon God. Though he had yet to meet him face to face, Simmons had pieced together a hazy portrait through the fragments of intelligence he'd gathered from every possible channel. The Dragon God, a figure seemingly sprung from the pages of an ancient wuxia tale, remained shrouded in uncertainty. His identity, age, and whereabouts were as elusive as morning mist. He wore a dragon-shaped mask and roamed the bustling streets and quiet alleys of China, righting wrongs and standing up for justice wherever it faltered. Especially when confronting Japanese agents and those traitorous collaborators who aided them, the Dragon God showed no mercy. Under his blade, evil met its end, and justice was served. Among the people, a saying had spread: when the Dragon God appears, injustice disappears. As for the Dragon God's true appearance, speculation abounded. Some, relying on eyewitness descriptions, believed he might be a young knight-errant, his slightly unsteady voice betraying a certain youthful inexperience. Yet, the truth was often far more complicated than anyone imagined. The youth so many suspected to be the Dragon God was, in fact, Qin Hao, who at the time was not yet even an adult. In Simmons's eyes, the Dragon God was not only a nationalist, but also a passionate idealist, a man of action who embodied justice. Most of those he aided were the poor and downtrodden. Never once did he covet wealth. Instead, he generously gave away what he obtained to those in even greater need. Such a Dragon God inspired both awe and curiosity in Simmons. But seeking contact with this mysterious figure was no easy task. Qin Hao moved like a phantom, his whereabouts unpredictable. Each appearance was as if he had stepped from another world, leaving behind nothing but a trail of riddles and legends. Simmons had tried countless times to track his footsteps, but every attempt ended in failure. What puzzled him even more was that the Dragon God seemed to possess the ability to teleport. One day, heroic deeds were left behind in a northern town, and the next, he would appear deep in the southern mountains. Such speed was beyond the reach of even the most modern means of transportation. Simmons couldn't help but begin to wonder, was the Dragon God truly a single person, or was he in fact a secret organization made up of many? Otherwise, How could anyone move so freely across the vast land of China, leaving behind a trail of breathtaking legends wherever they went? This mystery, shrouded in as much enigma as the dragon god himself, waited patiently for a determined soul to unveil its secrets. In a world newly touched by dawn, even the most advanced jet aircraft seemed constrained by the sheer expanse of geography and the distant horizon, unable to leap effortlessly. From northern snowfields to the palm-fringed southern coasts, this unattainable distance was precisely the frustrating reality Simmons faced in his pursuit of Qin Hao. Qin Hao, the dragon god whose movements were as elusive as the wind, always seemed to slip just out of Simmons's sight, vanishing without a trace and leaving behind a series of inscrutable footprints, as illusory and captivating as a mirage in the desert. Though Simmons's mind was filled with doubts, he had to admit one thing. Unless Qin Hao truly commanded some flying art beyond human understanding, or possessed a mysterious power of instantaneous movement, how could such a swift existence be possible in this world? This awe for the unknown only fueled Simmons's curiosity about Qin Hao. It was as if he were drawn onward by an invisible thread, steadfastly following those faint and mysterious tracks through countless days and nights, through wind and rain. But this time, it seemed Simmons's long wait was about to pay off. Qin Hao's objective was clear. He was heading straight for the heart of the matter, toward the hidden 731 base deep in the mountains. For ordinary people, this would sound like a fantasy, but for an experienced spy, Qin Hao's movements were like the brightest star in the night sky, pointing the way. Simmons skillfully chose an inconspicuous little slope as his hiding place, a spot that allowed him to watch the entrance to the base while remaining well out of sight. At last, the figure that haunted Simmons's every thought appeared. When Qin Hao emerged like a ghost within sight of the 731 base, Simmons's heart gave a jolt, pounding so fiercely it nearly burst from his chest. Yet years of espionage had taught him self-control. He choked back the urge to cry out, letting his excitement surface only as the faintest, almost undetectable smile at the corner of his lips. With every step Qin Hao took, the anguished cries and hopeless wails of the Japanese soldiers followed, as though he were an invincible god of war striding across the battlefield. Bullets and bombs seemed mere illusions before him, unable to so much as graze him. Simon's eyes shone with a brilliance he had never known before, and inwardly he marveled. Was this body truly made of flesh and blood? When did humanity evolve to such heights, attaining power almost divine? Yet, as Qin Hao ventured deep into the lion's den, Simons chose to linger on the periphery, waiting patiently for his moment. He knew all too well that, as a spy, to charge reckless into unknown territory was no different from courting death, especially into the 731 base, a place steeped in taboos and riddled with danger. Even with the dragon god ahead of him, Simons dared not let his guard down for an instant. After all, in this land shrouded by the shadow of death, any outsider could easily become the next sacrifice. While Simons waited anxiously outside, mind racing to calculate his next move, a thunderous explosion shattered the morning's calm. In that instant, his body trembled uncontrollably, as if even his soul had been shaken by the deafening blast. When he turned his gaze back to the 731 base, the sight before him left him utterly speechless. The once impenetrable defensive line now lay shattered, like a broken dream, and Qin Hao's figure was indelibly etched upon that land, now baptized by fire and smoke. Within that once mighty base, glorious in its heyday, now reduced to ruins, a cataclysm of unprecedented scale had just played out. No longer a fortress of steel and concrete, the base had been reduced to swirling dust and scattered debris, as if even the very fabric of time had been torn asunder by that force. Standing not far away, mouth agape, Simon stared at the devastation in disbelief. Silently, he muttered to himself, "These Japanese really are as ruthless as they come. If I had set foot in that death trap today, not even my soul would have escaped this pitiless inferno, let alone left a whole body behind." At the thought, Simon's heart clenched tight, but almost instantly his mind returned to his true objective, the one known as the Dragon God. Qin Hao. With a blast of this magnitude, even a legendary Superman would surely be reduced to ashes, let alone a man of flesh and blood. Simons quietly did the math. The amount of explosives needed for such a blast was not measured in mere hundreds of kilograms, but in tons, and not just any trivial quantity, but a magnitude great enough to shake mountains and rivers themselves. If Qin Hao manages to survive this catastrophe, it could only be because God himself descended to perform a miracle. As Simmons spoke, he drew a cross over his chest, yet he did not move forward. It wasn't out of fear, but because he could see clearly. A pack of Japanese soldiers, like hungry wolves, had surrounded the ruins, their eyes glinting with greed and desire. Adjutant, organize a search party immediately. Find the remains of that demon. Amid the chaos, General Matsushida's voice rang out, unusually calm and resolute, his eyes betraying a steely determination that brooked no argument. The reason for Matsushida's relentless insistence on finding Qin Hao's body lay in the reports he had received from the researchers who had narrowly escaped the base. Those researchers all claimed that Qin Hao's body and his supernatural abilities hid boundless secrets. If unraveled, these mysteries could propel Japan's research to unprecedented heights, perhaps even reshape the world order and transform the empire's dream, global unification, from a distant fantasy into a tangible reality. In truth, Unit 731 had been established precisely to explore the limits of human potential, seeking the very source of Qin Hao's extraordinary power. Now, to their eyes, Qin Hao's corpse was nothing, less than an undiscovered gold mine, an unpolished gem waiting to be carved. Even if all that remained were ashes, they would gather every last speck, desperate to wring out the final traces of value. And so, among the shattered walls and broken stones, Japanese soldiers began a methodical, sweeping search. Time ticked by, second after second, yet they found no sign of Qin Hao. Instead, the base was littered with the bodies of countless innocent Chinese civilians, once unwilling test subject for the Japanese, now the most blameless victims of this tragedy. Hundreds of thousands of corpses lay silently, bearing mute witness to unspeakable evil and sorrow. As for Qin Hao, it was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving not so much as a trace behind. Yet, in the midst of this seemingly hopeless search, the Japanese soldiers remained unaware. Qin Hao had already slipped away from this feast of death in a manner they could never have imagined, leaving behind a trail of unanswered mysteries for those who came after to unravel. Beneath the night sky, torn open by explosions, the base resembled a shattered glass sphere, its fragments and dust weaving a chaotic tapestry. With a thunderous roar, all the secrets and terrors once buried deep underground were flung into the open, like leaves caught up in a wild wind, scattering and swirling for all the world to see. The corpses, once living, breathing souls, now lay like forgotten dolls, tossed and tumbled by the merciless blast, strewn across the ground, forming a bewildering labyrinth for the Japanese soldiers desperate to find their quarry. Hurry, go over there to that pile of ruins. Yes, that's right, the corner where the lights are barely flickering. A disheveled researcher, his face twisted in panic, was almost shouting as he directed the Japanese soldiers beside him. In his eyes was a haunting mix of terror for the unknown and regret for the past, as if every gesture he made bore the weight of heavy secrets. The place he pointed to was once a brightly lit laboratory, brimming with the energy of advanced technology. Not long ago, it had witnessed a clash that shook all who saw it, the final confrontation between Qin Hao and the beast known as Amaterasu. That battle had raged like a struggle between ancient monsters, flames and frost intertwining, light and darkness colliding, leaving marks of destruction on every inch of the laboratory. General, as we escaped, that creature was still locked in combat with Amaterasu. The battlefield should be right in that area. Another researcher standing beside General Matsushita spoke with a trembling voice, trying his best to sum up the catastrophe in the simplest terms. His eyes darted anxiously to the side, as if concealing something. At these words, General Matsushita's face darkened instantly, his anger flaring as he roared, "What? Amaterasu? That fool, Ishii Shiro, actually let such a thing break free. Does he not realize what sort of disaster this could bring? Kimura, why didn't you report this sooner?" Cold sweat streamed down researcher Kimura's face. He wiped it away with a shaky hand, his voice low and strained. "General, the truth is, all of the base's defense systems were useless against the power of that monster. We simply had no way to stop its advance." As he spoke, a look of grim resolve flashed through Kimura's eyes. He dared not reveal the real reason Amaterasu had been released, knowing it would unleash an even greater storm. After all, that creature, uncontrolled, unrestrained, if it encountered any rescue teams from the outside world, would likely pay no heed to its creators and instead turn every place it reached into a feast of indiscriminate slaughter, leaving nothing but ruins and despair in its wake. On a night like this, secrets and lies, courage and fear, all wove together into a tangled web. Each person struggled within it, searching desperately for a sliver of hope, some chance to escape this nightmare spun from technology and greed. After fleeing that cursed island, Kimura felt as if a great stone weighed on his heart. He silently vowed to bury this secret deep within himself, never to let it see the light of day. He had intended to enforce a strict code of silence among the survivors, just as ancient pirates guarded the locations of their treasures with unbreakable oaths. Yet fate always seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Like heavenly warriors descending from the skies, the rescue troops suddenly appear before them, catching Kimura completely off guard. The order to keep silent never made it past his lips. Instead, it turned into a silent prayer in his heart, hoping that the survivors would tacitly keep their mouths shut, letting this nightmarish ordeal fade away with the wind. But the world is unpredictable, much like a meticulously staged magic show that is bound to reveal its flaws when least expected. As the researchers anxiously searched for any trace of Chin Hao's body, a careless slip let the taboo name Amaterasu escape their lips. It was as though Pandora's box had been flung open, releasing endless terror and chaos upon them all. Damn it, Kimura, do you want me to be the next sacrifice? You actually set that demon free and pretended to call for help. Is this a rescue or a trap? Last time, just to capture it, we lost an entire elite battalion, the pride of the Guangdong army. This is nothing short of murder. I will report your crimes to headquarters. General Matsushida's furious roar echoed across the empty camp, his eyes blazing with anger and despair. At the mere mention of Amaterasu, even a hardened soldier like Matsushita couldn't help but shudder. It was a terror that defied human understanding, a killing machine capable of devouring tens of thousands of lives with ease. That fool Ishii Shiro, if he were still alive, I'd enforce military law myself and make him pay for all of this. Matsushida's words were laced with deep resentment and regret for the fallen. General, please allow me to correct you. General Ishii was a true warrior. He chose to perish alongside that demon to protect all of us. Please do not tarnish his name. Kimura stepped forward to defend his late comrade. In his heart, Ishii Shiro was a savior. If not for Ishii's sacrifice, Kimura himself might already have taken the irreversible path of ritual suicide. Though survival meant endless suffering, Kimura's heart was still tethered by affection, his gentle young wife waiting at home, and a stubbornness that refused to let his indolent father have the last laugh. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a sudden burst of jubilation shattered the silence. We found it. General, we found it. What? General Matsushita responded instinctively, a note of disbelief coloring his voice. We found Chin Hao's body, and the adjutant came running, breathless with excitement, unable to finish the sentence as joy radiated from his face. Is that true? General Matsushita was skeptical. The earlier search had been like fishing for a needle in the ocean, and now, victory had come so swiftly that he couldn't help but doubt. But as he looked at the beaming faces of his men, their joy momentarily swept away the clouds of suspicion in his heart. At this moment, neither Kimura nor Matsushita could have anticipated that this unexpected discovery would unveil a far more complex and astonishing chapter of history. The secret of Amaterasu would, under the guidance of fate, gradually rise to the surface, shaping the destiny of everyone involved. A jolt of dread shot through Matsushita's heart, as if struck by lightning. In that instant, he realized they might have truly come into contact with the body of the fabled demon. An indescribable shock surged within him. This is incredible. You, my friend, are about to become a shining example for the Empire. With the corpse of this demon, even if Unit 731 were wiped from existence, the fury of headquarters would be soothed by such a miraculous discovery. Matsushita's words brimmed with barely contained excitement, his eyes sparkling with a strange light, as though he could already see his name etched gloriously in the annals of military history. Just as Matsushita was lost in his visions of a glorious future, a shrill scream tore through the silence like a blade, yanking him abruptly back to reality. The cry was filled with utter despair and terror, followed by a flurry of panicked shouts. Monster! Run! Help! What? Amaterasu! Could it be? Matsushita's face drained of color? He whipped around, and the sight before him froze him in place. There, atop the ruins, stood a monstrous figure 3 meters tall, its severed arm grotesque and menacing. One huge foot pinned down a struggling soldier. The creature's eyes burned crimson, and from its mouth erupted a deafening roar, as if it meant to unleash all its agony and rage upon the world. Amaterasu, the terrifying being created by Shiro Ishii himself, had once lain in a wounded slumber. Yet, after half a day of mysterious recovery, it had miraculously regained its vitality. Fate had played its hand. While the soldiers searched for Chin Hao, the man who had once crossed paths with the demon. They inadvertently drew close to Amaterasu. In that twist of destiny, one unlucky soldier became its first target the very moment it awakened. Though Amaterasu lacked consciousness, a primal fury raged within it, wild and uncontrollable. The mysterious green energy coursing through its body had not only allowed it to survive the cataclysmic explosion, but now, as it endured the agony of its severed arm, it erupted in a frenzy more violent than ever before. Thus, the unfortunate soldier became the first victim of its unleashed wrath. On a small slope in the distance, Simmons stared, wide-eyed and stupefied by the unfolding scene. The gigantic monster, a demon seeming to have clawed its way out of hell, rampaged and slaughtered with savage abandon. Each of its blows sent soldiers flying through the air, like kites with snap-strings. Simmons' heart pounded so fiercely it threatened to burst from his chest. His trembling finger pointed toward the creature, and he muttered in disbelief, "Dear God, what is that? Some kind of divine being or a messenger from the underworld?" The Japanese soldiers quickly organized a counterattack, gunfire raining down in torrents. Yet to Amaterasu, those bullets were nothing more than an insignificant itch, hardly worth noticing. On the contrary, the barrage only seemed to further enrage the beast. With massive fists swinging, it struck down every soldier who dared to challenge it, swatting them away as if playing a grotesque game of golf, where the soldiers themselves became balls sent flying at its whim. "Tank crew ready, fire!" Matsushita finally snapped out of shock. He understood all too well that against such a monster, ordinary weapons were utterly meaningless. Only overwhelming firepower might stand a chance of suppressing this hellish force. "Target locked. Unleash the full barrage. Fire for honor." General Matsushita's voice rang out, firm and resolute amid the chaos of battle. His gaze pierced through the smoke, but all he could do was watch helplessly, as his men, like candles flickering in a storm, were snuffed out one by one beneath Amaterasu's merciless claws. Fury blazed within him, wild and consuming, and he roared his orders at the tank commander. It was as if an ancient volcano had erupted in anger. The tank's barrel erupted in a blinding flash, and a shell shot forth like a divine meteor hurled from the heavens, streaking across the sky straight toward Amaterasu, the very creation they once hailed as a masterpiece, now transformed into their living nightmare. The shell exploded on impact, its dazzling light illuminating the entire battlefield as if day had broken in the midst of war. But when the smoke cleared, Amaterasu remained standing, unscathed like an immortal from legend, though its 3 eyes now burned with a new, ferocious rage at having been challenged. "Provoking me? You're just digging your own grave." Amaterasu roared, its voice trembling the very air, sending shockwaves through space itself. With each stride, its footsteps resounded like those of a giant, shaking the earth so violently that even distant mountains seemed to feel the force. Crumbling walls and collapsing buildings were nothing but fragile sandcastles before Amaterasu, disintegrating to dust with the slightest touch. A flash of despair crossed the tank driver's eyes as he desperately wrestled with the controls, trying to steer the steel behemoth away from this unstoppable nightmare. But Amaterasu moved with the speed of a hunting predator, closing the distance with every powerful step. Against its might, the tank's thick armor might as well have been a child's paper toy, easily torn apart and rendered useless. The tank was hoisted high into the air, then hurled aside with contempt, crashing down as nothing more than a heap of twisted metal. Amaterasu threw back its head and let out a triumphant howl, a sound laced with scorn for these puny creatures and the exultation of victory, a cry so powerful it seemed to make the whole world tremble at its feet. However, humanity had not given up the fight. Gunfire erupted all around, and a hail of bullets rained down on Amaterasu, as if sheer numbers could make up for what they lacked in power. The bullets sparked against Amaterasu's impenetrable skin, leaving behind nothing more than faint marks. Fury burned in the creature's 3 eyes as it fixed its gaze on the insignificant beings who dared challenge it. A roar thundered forth, so powerful it seemed to tear through the very fabric of time and space, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. The soldiers trembled. Even the bravest among them felt the ancient terror of myth surging through their veins. The researchers were even more shaken, their legs weak beneath them. They had once thought themselves gods of creation, yet now could only watch helplessly as their masterpiece became the source of a devastating catastrophe. "General, we must retreat. If we don't go now, it'll be too late," cried out one researcher, his voice breaking with despair and guilt. They had believed they could control everything, but now, among the ruins, they searched in vain for a sliver of hope. General Matsushita clenched his fists, torn between defiance and resignation. Staring at the steadily advancing Amaterasu, he drew a deep breath and finally gave the order to withdraw. In that moment, both soldiers and researchers, standing on land ravaged by the fires of war, bore witness to the grim consequences of science colliding with hubris. Within that dark and distorted space, 3 piercing gazes burned like hellfire, flickering with a sinister light of evil and slaughter. Fear gripped everyone present, squeezing their hearts as if an invisible giant hand was tightening around their throats. Your end is at hand. The glory of the Empire will not falter, nor will it suffer the disgrace of retreat. Matsushita's voice rang out. Through the trembling air, each word as sharp and cold as a blade, slicing through the suffocating tension that filled the world around them. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot shattered the dreadful silence. One of the researchers stood frozen, eyes wide with terror and helplessness, like a rabbit caught in the gaze of a hunting leopard, resigned to its fate. Matsushita's face twisted. With disgust, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The spark of life in the researcher was snuffed out in an instant, and he crumpled into a pool of blood. Kimura witnessed the scene, his face draining of color like a leaf withering in late autumn, life fleeing in an instant. He wanted to speak, to plead, but the horror before him silenced the words in his throat. Kimura was no coward, yet he harbored a secret he dared not reveal. Clutched tightly to his chest were the fruits of years of research at the base, invaluable materials entrusted to him by Lord Ishii himself. The thought that, should he perish here, these documents would either be reduced to ashes or fall into enemy hands, and that he would go down in history as a traitor to the Empire, nearly suffocated him under its weight. Yet, as his gaze once again met the unseeing eyes of the fallen researcher, a nameless terror surged over him like a tidal wave, battering his reason. At last, Kimura gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He shouted to Matsushita, "General, I have here the results of the base's research from recent years. Please, you must deliver them safely to headquarters. I am willing to stay behind and hold off the legendary Amaterasu." Matsushita's face flashed with a barely perceptible look of relief, only to be quickly masked by a show of stern rebuke. "What? Kimura, why didn't you say so sooner?" But Kimura could hear it clearly. Beneath the general's words was a desperate urge to escape. He had simply lacked the right excuse. "Yes, General. I advise you to act at once," Kimura said firmly. Matsushita nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. "Very well, Kimura. You're right. Adjutant, you will stay to command the troops and hold off Amaterasu. We must withdraw immediately." "Yes, sir." The adjutant and the soldiers answered in unison. Though the adjutant's face was ashen, military orders were absolute. He had no choice but to accept this heavy burden. On the knife edge between life and death, Kimura felt a fleeting sense of relief. The adjutant, on the other hand, found himself sinking into despair his mind. Turning to his beloved Michiko, whom he had left behind in Shanghai, he pleaded with Matsushita, "General, please, I beg you, take care of my Michiko in Shanghai." Matsushita nodded solemnly, though inwardly he was already calculating. "Michiko, of course I will look after you, whether as a friend, or perhaps as something more." A subtle, indescribable smile crept onto his lips, a smile laced with anticipation for the future and with longing for power and desire. In this whirlpool of fate, each person struggled for their own beliefs and obsessions, and in this war without gunpowder, the brilliance and darkness of human nature, loyalty and betrayal alike, would all be mercilessly exposed and magnified. Otherworldly terror, the mystery of the Green Giant. A monster? Could it really be a monster? Xiaoyan's heart pounded with this chilling question. She had been submerged in grief, but the instant her eyes caught the gigantic silhouette sweeping across the sky, the so-called Amaterasu, she felt herself freeze in place, as if turned to stone. As a devout Marxist and staunch atheist, she had often laughed at the superstitions of others. Yet now, even her rock-solid disbelief began to waver. How could it not, for someone as gentle and delicate as she was? Xiaoyun's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, her eyes wide open as if she could devour all the fear around her. Her body collapsed helplessly to the ground, drained of every ounce of strength. Yet, in that desperate moment where dread and hopelessness intertwined, a revolutionary spirit flared up from deep within her heart, burning like an unquenchable fire, forcing herself to suppress the terror inside. She clenched her jaw, and little by little, the vacant look in her eyes began to brighten with determination. I cannot let myself be frightened into submission. I must report this terrifying situation to the organization. Xiaoyun vowed silently, recalling the intelligence they had gathered. The rumors about the Japanese conducting illegal experiments in secret bases. She couldn't help but suspect that the monster before her might be the very product of those experiments. With that thought, Xiaoyun struggled to her feet and bowed deeply in the direction of the base, murmuring, "Dragon God, please grant me the strength to fulfill my mission." But before she could finish her prayer, a deafening roar erupted once more from the ruins of the base, a sound like the fury of an ancient beast, shaking the soul of everyone who heard it. And another monster? Xiaoyun's voice trembled so much it was barely audible, her legs buckling once more as if gripped by invisible hands of terror. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base, Matsushita and Kimura were facing the same earth-shattering shock. Matsushita's face was ashen, his eyes bulging with disbelief. Pointing at the newly appeared green giant not far away, he shouted furiously at the bewildered Kimura. "What the— Kimura, has your brain been kicked by a mule? Why is there another monster like this?" The green giant was nothing short of a Hulk brought to life. His massive body loomed like a mountain, muscles bulging as if carved from stone, and his green skin shimmered menacingly under the sunlight. Every step he took seemed enough to shatter the ground, and each swing of his fist thundered through the air like a storm. Is that Ishii?" Kimura's eyes were wide with disbelief as he pointed at the green monster, his voice quivering so much he could barely force out the words. His heart was filled with confusion and terror. Was this creature really Ishii? How could he have changed like this? A man once so alive, now transformed into a towering green monstrosity several stories tall? Matsushita was stunned as well, staring at that grotesquely enlarged but still familiar face. A wave of unspeakable fear and unease washed over him. His voice shook as he asked, "Ishii, is that really you? What happened to you?" The green giant seemed oblivious to their cries. He continued to rampage through everything around him, as if determined to swallow all fear and despair into his massive frame. Xiaoyun, Matsushita, and Kimura could do nothing but watch helplessly as the devastation unfolded before their eyes, a suffocating sense of powerlessness and despair settling over their hearts. Upon the ruins, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, stood a creature the likes of which the world had never seen. His skin appeared sculpted from the hardest basalt, every muscle brimming with the force to shake mountains. He was utterly transformed, bearing no resemblance to the bloated mortal once known as Shiro Ishii. Yet, if you gazed into the depths of his eyes, you could still catch a fleeting spark of a familiar soul, the unique imprint that belonged to Shiro Ishii alone. Standing to the side, Matsushita was filled with a turmoil of emotions. He had expected this green giant, like the mysterious Amaterasu before, to ignore his calls and vanish into the night without a word. But to his surprise, the giant curled his lips into a disdainful sneer, his voice deep and resonant. "Heh, Matsushita, you never imagined I could transform like this, did you? The taste of this power is intoxicating. It's no wonder demons can run rampant in Tokyo. I've fallen in love with this body of steel and sinew." Matsushita's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, Are you truly Shiro Ishii?" Bathed in the sunset, Ishii's face looked even more menacing. He let out a chilling chuckle, madness flickering in his eyes. "Surprised? Even I never dreamed that green serum would grant me such extraordinary strength. Had the demon survived, the two of us together would have been invincible." In that instant, Matsushita's fear gave way to a burning desire for power. He forgot his terror and rushed toward Ishii, excitement shining in his eyes. "Magnificent, Lord Ishii! With you, the Empire's glory will shine across every corner of the globe." But just as Matsushita, brimming with reverence, reached out to touch this newly born deity, Ishii's expression turned to ice. An invisible force struck Matsushita, hurling him through the air as if caught in the grip of a raging hurricane. His body traced an arc overhead, accompanied by a series of agonized screams. "Pathetic insect! How dare you presume to lay a hand on a god?" Ishii sneered, his voice dripping with contempt, as though even glancing at Matsushita was beneath him. At that moment, a deafening bang shattered the uneasy calm. In the instant Ishii flung Matsushita aside, it was as if a high-speed train from another world had slammed into him. His colossal body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Even though he wasn't the Hulk from Marvel, his astonishing ability to recover and defend himself could rival that of any superhero. If such a blow had struck an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to a mangled heap of flesh and blood. Yet, Shiro Ishii slowly rose from the dust, his eyes blazing like twin infernos, staring with wrath at the true architect of this chaos. Amaterasu. Unforgivable. You failed experiment. How dare you turn on your creator? Shiro Ishii's voice echoed through the ruins, filled with boundless rage and resentment. Amid Ishii's furious roar, Amaterasu remained silent. Its presence seemed to transcend words, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next storm. Upon these ruins, torn apart by power and desire, an even fiercer confrontation was quietly brewing. Suddenly, Ishii exhaled a blast of hot breath through his nostrils. His face contorted like an ancient tree battered by tempests, every line carved with implacable ferocity as he hurled himself forward with savage force. In that instant, it was as if Amaterasu's soul had been set ablaze by an unnameable fire. Though it lacked thoughts in the traditional sense, its searing hatred was more vivid than any conscious reasoning. Bloody images flashed through its mind. The green-skinned monster, blade in hand, merciless as an executioner, slicing its flesh with chilling precision, day after day draining its blood with greedy hands. Each memory was salt in its wounds, fueling an unquenchable rage. That long-dormant, mysterious power within it felt as if invisible chains had been shattered, and surged forth in wild torrents. As this power awakened, Amaterasu's body underwent a breathtaking transformation. Its 3-meter frame, under the astonished gaze of all who looked on, swelled as if inflated, growing to the height of 12 meters, majestic and imposing, nearly able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary giant, Shiro Ishii. Thick cords of muscle rippled beneath its skin, every inch radiating a dazzling, untamed energy, the very embodiment of primal, natural violence. Standing on a nearby slope, Simmons stared, eyes wide and pupils dilated with a mix of shock and irrepressible excitement. As a seasoned spy, he had never witnessed anything so far beyond the boundaries of imagination. Deep inside, a surge of unprecedented thrill welled up. He could almost see a new dawn on his career horizon. If he could report all of this truthfully, and perhaps go further to master the method of creating such beings, then promotions and scientific glory would be within his grasp. In this moment, his ambition, like a wild stallion unchained, galloped without restraint. Xiaoyun, once a revolutionary and a steadfast believer in Marxism-Leninism, now found herself plunged into a deep well of confusion and reflection. Everything unfolding before her had completely overturned the worldview she once held dear. Revolution, class struggle. These ideals, once revered as the highest of all beliefs, now seemed so small and powerless in the face of the titanic clash between these two colossal beings. She realized that the world was far more complex than she had ever imagined. Perhaps, even after the revolution, there would be greater, unknown challenges awaiting humanity, such as eradicating creatures that defied all conventional understanding. Her pursuit of power was no longer confined to the realm of theory. It had transformed into a fierce yearning burning deep within her heart. A roar thundered through the air, shaking the very ground, a sound like the call of some primeval beast. At last, the two giants began their mortal struggle. With every collision, the earth trembled as if mountains were crashing down. There were no dazzling techniques between them, only the rawest, most direct contest of strength. Beneath their nearly impenetrable hides, any notion of skill was rendered meaningless. Only the most brutal blows could carve a mark upon these ruins. With each bone-jarring strike, dust billowed into the air, thick with the scent of blood and the fever of battle. This was the ultimate contest, strength against survival. In the absolute domain of power, victory inevitably tilted toward those who could crush their foes with overwhelming force. This was not a contest of skill or cunning, but a pure collision of strength and defense, like an ancient battle between primordial beasts. Every clash sent shudders through the air, dust whirling upward to darken the sky. Amidst this chaos, the Japanese soldiers around them seemed swallowed by invisible terror, vanishing without a trace. At first, a single creature crawling from the abyss was enough to send the Japanese troops into trembling panic. Each step it took was a dance upon the edge of death, making every heart pound with dread. But fate had no intention of granting them even a moment's respite. A second, even more terrifying being burst onto the scene. Its form flickered in and out of view in the darkness. At first, the Japanese thought it might be a once glorious general, twisted by some dark force. But in an instant, when this general mercilessly claimed the life of Lord Matsushita, terror spread among the survivors like a plague. They realized that if both monsters possessed the same cruelty and power as the first, their chances of survival were as thin as dust in the wind. Thus, in the tense standoff between the two titans, the Japanese troops scattered in panic, as if driven by an invisible hand. None dared even look back. Shiro Ishii, the madman of science, was now consumed by a fury and frustration unlike anything he had ever known. The creature he had crafted with his own hands, Amaterasu, meant to bend to his every command, had become his greatest threat. Its power struck him with a sense of crisis so intense that he could hardly breathe. A failed specimen, something that should have been discarded in the shadows of the laboratory, now dared to defy his authority. To Ishii, this was the ultimate irony, a biting humiliation. As Ishii wallowed in the abyss of rage and self-doubt, his adversary, the green monster, seized upon his rare moment of distraction. A wicked grin, fiercer than the fires of hell, curled across the creature's lips. It was the look of someone hungry for victory, and a mocking sneer at Ishii's despair. Without warning, the monster lunged, swift and predatory as a leopard. It threw Ishii to the ground, pinning him with overwhelming force. Then, with the brutal elegance of violence incarnate, a fist crashed down on Ishii's face like a meteor falling from the heavens. In that instant, green blood spurted like a fountain, while Ishii's heavy body was sent hurtling through the air, tracing arcs before slamming into the ground. He tumbled and rolled, each impact gouging deep craters in the earth, as if the land itself was crying out in agony. The spectacle drained all color from the faces of Simmons and Xiaoyun, turning them paler than corpses. They could not help but imagine, if that punch had landed on them, not even their bones would remain. Meanwhile, Amaterasu, its visage once monstrous and terrifying, now wore an astonishing smile, cold and malicious, more chilling than the grin of any demon. That smile was both a proclamation of victory and a scornful mockery of Ishii's utter defeat, heralding the rise of a new ruler on this battlefield governed by brute strength. In that surreal, kaleidoscopic moment, Simmons and Xiaoyun found their attention drawn into a strange, swirling fog. Only Ishii, having just broken free and staggered to his feet, caught the unusual smile blooming quietly on Amaterasu's mechanical face, its green glow flickering in the dim light. Stunned, he muttered under his breath, "Unbelievable. A will of its own, that defies every rule I ever set." Rage surged through Ishii, burning in his chest, his eyes blazing with an unquenchable fire as he glared at this aberration before him. "You rebellious creation, no matter how you gain the power. To think, you are still nothing but a failed experiment, unworthy of wielding such supreme strength," he bellowed, his voice raw and desperate, as if hoping to pour out all his bitterness and fury. Immediately after, Shiro Ishii, like an enraged beast, lunged at the ancient stone pillar standing nearby, a pillar so massive it seemed capable of supporting the vault of heaven itself. Recklessly, he lifted the pillar as if hoisting a mountain, and, aiming at Amaterasu, hurled it with all his might. As the pillar sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, Ishii himself followed in its wake, a relentless shadow in pursuit. "I'll make you understand who the true ruler is, who holds the power to grant you life." Just as the stone pillar was about to strike its target, Ishii arrived alongside it, his fist charged with a force strong enough to shake mountains and rivers, crashing down upon Amaterasu. Fueled by a rage that surged from the depths of his soul, Ishii's strength soared beyond all limits, as though the weight of the entire world gathered in his fist. Astonishingly, the massive stone pillar crumbled like fragile straw before Amaterasu, vanishing at a mere touch. Yet Ishii's full-force blow sent Amaterasu hurtling away. With a thunderous crash, Amaterasu's body slammed into the ruins, and the shattered stones and swirling dust seemed to cry out in mourning for this brutal clash of power. Struggling, Amaterasu was unable to rise, like a phoenix with broken wings, trapped in a pit of utter despair. But Ishii allowed no respite. Like a leopard closing in on its prey, he pounced on Amaterasu the instant it hit the ground, each step propelled by speed beyond the reach of ordinary men, an embodiment of his overwhelming thirst for victory. He knew that in a battle of wits, humans always held the upper hand, especially when the enemy was at a disadvantage and the moment for a fatal strike was fleeting. And so, Ishii's fists rained down on Amaterasu. Once, twice, 3 times, each punch resounding like a storm, leaving Amaterasu powerless to resist, forced to endure a relentless onslaught. Finally, whether exhausted or simply certain that Amaterasu could no longer recover, Ishii let out a roar that shook the heavens, as if a volcano erupted. He lifted Amaterasu's limp form high above his head like a rag doll, and with a sudden burst, hurled it skyward. In that instant, Amaterasu's massive body arced across the sky like a shooting star, illuminating a night shrouded in war and madness. Behind it all was the twisted smile of Shiro Ishii, an image of unending hunger for power and control. At that decisive moment, Ishii Shiro did not simply wait for fate to pass judgment. Instead, he stamped his foot with a near-defiant force, as if to shatter the very void beneath him. In the next instant, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting straight toward the heavens, vowing to intercept Amaterasu's colossal form high above the clouds. In his heart, only one thought burned: to prove everything in midair with sheer power, to show Amaterasu the true meaning of destruction. Yet, amidst the ruins torn apart by the aftershocks of their battle, a hidden secret waited, unknown to all. An ancient, mysterious bronze bell stood, silently, its surface mottled with the rust of ages. It seemed to have witnessed countless centuries, standing as a silent sentinel to the passage of time. Even as mountains crumbled and the earth split with thunderous explosions all around, this bell remained unscathed, as if untouched by the chaos, a forgotten guardian exuding a transcendent aura that made one wonder if some unfathomable power lay concealed within. Just then, a distant, crystalline chime rang out, clear and resonant, piercing through the haze of battle and striking straight at the soul. This was no mere clang of metal upon metal. Within the sound echoed infinite depth and solemnity. It was as if an ancient monk, deep within a 1,000-year-old temple, was gently ringing the morning bell, or as though a primordial dragon was humming softly, its song laden with majesty and awe, reverberating in the hearts of every living being. As the bell's tone intensified, the dragon's song grew ever clearer, swirling within the bell as though a great dragon waited, coiled and ready, gathering its strength to break free and soar through the sky. This power was so immense that it could shake heaven and earth, yet, caught in the furious battle between Ishii Shiro and Amaterasu, most failed to notice it, a lonely symphony lost amidst the chaos. Just as the dragon's cry and the bell's chime reached their crescendo, everything suddenly fell silent. Incredibly, before everyone's eyes, the massive bronze bell began to shrink, slowly and steadily, until it became a delicate little bell, hanging lightly from Qin Hao's outstretched palm. Qin Hao's face was lit with a mix of pride and astonishment, as though he had just experienced an unthinkable stroke of fortune. Well, look at that. I searched high and low, only to find exactly what I needed without any effort at all. Qin Hao chuckled, teasing. These little Japs always have their noses in the air. How do they never spot such a treasure? Maybe they really are lacking in the brains department, proper dead weight for their own side. But hey, all the better for me. He turned the tiny bell over in his hand, utterly pleased with himself. At this moment, Qin Hao felt better than ever. The vital energy that had been drained by the fierce battle had, somehow, been fully restored after this astonishing turn of events. Thinking back to the moment before the explosion, when he was nearly lost to despair, he remembered reaching out and touching that ancient bell. It was as though fate itself had guided his hand, sparking a wild idea in his mind, to use the bronze bell as a sanctuary. On the very eve when the explosion was about to consume everything, Qin Hao summoned the last ounce of his strength and managed to lift a corner of the heavy bronze bell. Incredibly, though it looked quite ordinary, the bell weighed as if it carried the weight of 1,000 mountains, sparking a flicker of doubt in his heart. But with life and death hanging in the balance, there was no time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Qin Hao slipped beneath the bell. In that instant, it was as if he had stepped into a mysterious realm, completely cut off from the chaos outside. Only when the world finally fell silent did he, bearing the marks of a miraculous ordeal, stand once more atop the ruins. Not only had the explosion spared his life, but it also granted him an unexpected windfall. Qin Hao's heart brimmed with gratitude and relief. He understood, with utmost clarity, that all of this was orchestrated by fate, and now, standing at a brand new beginning, he was ready to face further challenges and wonders. As he caught his breath, weak but unbroken, Qin Hao felt like a flickering candle from an ancient legend, fragile and wavering, yet harboring a power that defied belief. He had always thought himself incapable of moving even a monumental boulder. Yet here and now, confronted by this ancient, battered, and rusted bronze bell, he had miraculously managed to lift one edge. To him, the bell felt as heavy as Mount Tai itself, countless tons beyond measure. If not for that burning desire for life, blazing like wildfire within his soul, he would surely have been crushed beneath this colossal relic, unable to draw another breath. Qin Hao was like a desperate leopard driven into a corner, finding a sliver of hope in the bleakest of moments. The ancient bronze bell became his sanctuary. The blast that followed was deafening, like a thunderclap, splitting the sky. Immediately after, a sharp, resonant clang rang out, echoing like the collapse of heaven and earth, making the bell tremble so violently that it seemed even time and space were shaken. Then, a wave of destructive force surged in, as fierce as a flood unleashed. Qin Hao felt his organs churn within him, blood bursting uncontrollably from his lips, spraying in a dazzling arc that landed squarely on a dull, dust-covered gray pearl atop the bell. That pearl, as if awakened from millennium-long slumber, suddenly shone with a blinding yellow light, like the first rays of dawn piercing through the darkness. The beam shot straight into Qin Hao's soul, flooding into his sea of consciousness. In this moment of life and death, he had no time to worry about his wounds. Shock and delight mingled in his eyes, and it was as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He even forgot the pain aching in his chest. Streams of information, carried by that yellow light, surged into his mind like an unstoppable tide. To Qin Hao's astonishment, he realized that disaster had turned to fortune. He had gained a priceless treasure. This was not the legendary bell of the Eastern Emperor, but another enigmatic artifact of equal mystery, a magical instrument known as the Dragon Confining Bell. Legend has it that this was personally forged by the founder Bodhidharma, intended to imprison a wicked dragon. The bell was crafted from meteorite iron fallen from the heavens, its hardness impervious to all things in the world. Even more wondrous, it could shift in size according to its master's will, utterly indestructible. Neither raging flames nor torrential floods could do it the slightest harm. After subduing the dragon, Bodhidharma left the bell to rest in the Shaolin Temple, where, day after day, it rang out as the morning bell. The monks of Shaolin only knew its tone was deep and resonant, but were oblivious to the secrets it kept hidden within. As for how this ancient bell ended up here, Qin Hao, though full of speculation, found the most plausible reason to be that it was plundered by greedy Japanese invaders. The Japanese, it turned out, were drawn to this bell not for the tranquility of its morning and evening chimes, but out of curiosity and avarice for its extraordinary material. They marveled at its resilience, unlike anything they had ever encountered, and so seized it, hoping to unravel its mysterious origins and uncover the secrets of its forging. If they truly succeeded, it would no doubt spark a revolution in science and materials. Qin Hao's suspicions, as fate would have it, perfectly matched the truth. In this perilous moment, not only did he survive, but he also unexpectedly received this gift from ages past. Thus, the turning point of destiny arrived quietly in the life of this seemingly unremarkable young man. In that fantastical dimension, an ancient and enigmatic legacy acted like a key, quietly unlocking the gateway to limitless power. Qin Hao, the ordinary explorer, swept unwittingly into the currents of history, felt an undying flame ignite in his heart as he inherited this wisdom from antiquity. He was inwardly delighted, as though watching a scene where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he, in turn, was the wise eagle, waiting silently backstage for the perfect moment to claim victory. These fools truly can't see the treasure before them, Qin Hao murmured, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They treat this priceless artifact as nothing more than raw material for research. Little do they know, had this fallen into their hands, I might have missed this stroke of fortune altogether. Fortunately, destiny always favors those who dare to seek. Having acquired this precious artifact, Qin Hao did not rush to boast or escape. Instead, he shrewdly chose a sheltered haven, the ancient, weighty bell itself, as his temporary refuge. At this moment, his body was gravely wounded. If he were to expose his battered form in enemy territory, even the slightest disturbance in the wind or the rustle of grass could spell his doom. It must be understood that not even a body forged of iron could endure in such a hostile environment. Yet Qin Hao, relying on an extraordinary healing ability and a will of unyielding strength, managed to painstakingly mend his shattered flesh, bit by bit, under the protection of the bronze bell, an effort that took him half a day. Curiously, during this time, a patrol of Japanese soldiers passed nearby and nearly uncovered Qin Hao's secret. One of them, driven by curiosity, attempted to push the seemingly cumbersome bronze bell, only to find, to his astonishment, that it was as immovable as a mountain. Amusingly enough, the soldier never thought to ask his comrades for help. Instead, he abandoned his investigation almost immediately. Had it been otherwise, Qin Hao's hiding place might have been exposed long ago, and an unnecessary conflict would have inevitably followed. Just as Qin Hao was preparing to end this period of quiet recovery and step once more into the tumultuous world, an unexpected event left him utterly astonished. In his mind's eye, the ancient manual seemed to come alive, voraciously devouring the yellow bolts of lightning that drifted nearby. These bolts were no ordinary flashes. Transformed by the manual's mysterious power, they had become unique energy forms. Now, however, the manual was absorbing them in reverse, as if gathering strength for its next awakening. Could this be preparing for another transformation? Qin Hao's spirit returned to his inner world, and as he witnessed this scene, a sense of wonder filled his heart. He suspected that the golden lightning, expelled by the manual, was, in fact, a means to refine otherwise unusable energy, transforming it into nourishment for the manual itself, or perhaps even a source of power for his own future strength. Staring at the dwindling yellow lightning, Qin Hao's emotions were conflicted. On one hand, he was filled with anticipation for the new abilities soon to be unlocked, whether devastating martial skills or light as a swallow agility. Each would be a vital weapon in his battle against formidable foes. On the other hand, he felt a trace of regret at the loss of such energy, for every ounce of power was hard-earned. During this extraordinary experience, Qin Hao seemed like a traveler standing at the crossroads of history and the future. Every choice he made could lead him down an entirely new path of destiny. This legacy from ancient times might well be the very key for him to rewrite history and conquer the stars and seas. Deep within Qin Hao's heart lay a secret known to none, a supreme body-forging manual called the Dragon Elephant Bodhi Technique. This art, a perfect fusion of the might of ancient dragons and the wisdom of Bodhi, granted him strength as unyielding as mountain peaks. Each session of cultivation felt like a dialogue with the very heavens and earth, drawing upon the purest forces the universe had to offer. Yet fate seemed to delight in playing tricks on him. He possessed a strange ability known as Thunder Flash. Whenever danger closed in, he could transform into a streak of yellow lightning, vanishing from peril in an instant, much like a meteor flashing across the sky and leaving behind an elusive trail. However, the cost of this gift was steep. Each time he used it, the precious stores of yellow lightning within his mind would diminish, as if a treasure gem were being carved away from his heart. What troubled him even more was the existence of another, far more formidable power he kept hidden, a force so great it could shake the world. It was also an insatiable abyss, ravenously devouring the yellow lightning in his mind. By his calculations, if he were to wield this forbidden ability 3 times, his reserves would be utterly depleted, like the brightest star in the night sky suddenly snuffed out. Qin Hao tried to resist, wishing to stop that mysterious tome from relentlessly draining the lightning from his mind. But it was as if the book possessed a will of its own. From the moment it arrived, it had seized control, leaving Qin Hao helplessly watching as his strength was stripped away piece by piece. At least I no longer need to risk seeking out the baptism of heavenly tribulation, Qin Hao consoled himself. Though his extraordinary powers were gradually fading, the price seemed insignificant compared to the terror of facing the wrath of the heavens. After all, not everyone could withstand the fiery thunder from above, and he, at least, had been fortunate enough to receive these powers beyond the reach of ordinary men. Just as Qin Hao was immersed in these tangled thoughts, a miracle occurred. The greedy tome, having consumed its fill, began to tremble ever so slightly, as if letting out a satisfied sigh. Then, a strand of golden lightning, even more dazzling than before, slowly emerged, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, warm and powerful. Qin Hao reached out to touch it. Though this lightning refined by the tome was lesser in quantity than before, its quality had undergone a remarkable transformation. The energy it contained would put ordinary lightning to shame. He couldn't help but calculate. In his mind, if he used this golden lightning to activate Thunderflash, he might be able to cross 10,000 miles of the land, in the blink of an eye, all the way to the distant shores of America. Even the legendary Monkey King himself would be left in awe. As for that forbidden power, Qin Hao dared not attempt it lightly. The force it held was simply too terrifying, enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Until he could truly master this power, he would rather lock it deep within his heart, a secret known to no one but himself. As the ancient manual absorbed its fill, the 3rd page slowly unfurled, like the wheels of history turning inexorably forward. The first page had recorded the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Art, granting him unparalleled strength. The second, the Northern Sea Divine Art, allowed him to absorb the very energy of all things. And now, what fateful encounters and challenges would the third page bring? Qin Hao's heartbeat quickened. He knew a new chapter was waiting for him to write it. In this fantastical world, two divine arts, meticulously crafted and uniquely evolved by the heavens, shone like stars. They were not merely symbols of power, but keys that could unlock the twists of destiny. Qin Hao pondered in his heart, speculating about this newly revealed, mysterious chapter. Would it be another celebration of his genetic legacy, another martial miracle, stronger, stranger than ever before, awaiting him by the three pure ones above? Isn't this the legendary manual itself? He exclaimed inwardly. It seems that, as a traveler between worlds, I am either favored as heaven's own darling or its most indulged adopted son. How else could such fortune fall into my lap as if on cue? As the third page of the ancient tome slowly turned, Qin Hao's heart pounded like a battle drum, and he let out an excited, low growl. For as long as he could remember, Qin Hao had dreamed of mastering a martial technique powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Now, it appeared before him as if conjured from a dream. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. If I'm not heaven's own blood, then I must be its especially cherished foster child. How else could coincidence in the universe align this perfectly for me? Among the countless chapters woven from the dreams of martial heroes, the 18 dragon-subduing palms always reigned supreme for its unmatched might, hailed as the pinnacle of masculine martial arts. Legend has it that the enigmatic sweeper monk of the Shaolin Library once sighed at the moon. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, truly a peerless treasure of heaven and earth, forged of purest yang. The origin of the 18 palms lay in the 28 palms, handed down from the founding of the beggar's sect until it reached the hands of Xiao Feng. In his time, Xiao Feng, with extraordinary wisdom and his close friend Su Zhu, simplified and refined the art, stripping away 10 redundant forms to make the technique purer and infinitely more powerful. After Xiao Feng's fall, Su Zhu took up the mantle of inheritance, passing this improved art to the next sect leader, and after several turns of fate, it finally landed in the hands of the northern beggar, Hong Qigong. In the writings of Master Jin Yong, Xiao Feng swept the martial world with his mastery of the dragon palms, invincible and awe-inspiring. Every move resounding with an echo of a dragon's roar, stirring the soul. With these very palms, Hong Qigong earned the title of the Northern Beggar, and Gui Jing himself defended the walls of Xiangyang for 18 years, never retreating, his resolve unbroken. The 18 dragon-subduing palms, supreme among external martial arts, when unleashed, could shatter all before them, nothing left unbroken. Though there were only 18 forms, each carried the force to break mountains and rend rivers, accompanied by a deep, resonant dragon's cry, as if a divine dragon were truly by one's side. This is section 204 out of 363. Here is the translation, preserving the paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Upon obtaining this secret manual, Qin Hao felt like a fish returned to water. He couldn't bear to part with this vast ocean of knowledge. Though his body was trapped within the bronze bell, his spirit soared freely through the boundless world of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Thanks to his specially enhanced physique, it took Qin Hao only a matter of minutes to grasp the essence of this martial art, reaching a remarkable level of understanding in what should have taken years. When he finally emerged from his deep contemplation, the inside of the bell seemed to transform into his own personal training ground. In that cramped space, Qin Hao's figure began to move, each motion accompanied by the resonant peal of the bell and the distant echo of a dragon's roar. It was a striking display of his mastery as he practiced the legendary technique. Outside the dragon-confining bell, onlookers could only hear faint ringing intertwined with lingering dragon cries. They had no idea that within this tiny chamber, a grand martial spectacle was unfolding, one that transcended time and space. The bell itself seemed to share in Qin Hao's burgeoning skill, becoming ever more extraordinary, as if anticipating the birth of a new legend. In that strange and dazzling world, Qin Hao's power was nothing short of earth-shaking. His unique, mutated version of the 18 dragon-subduing palms was especially formidable. Imagine, even the legendary walls of bronze and iron would crumble like paper before the force of his palms. With a mere flick of his wrist, everything around him seemed to tremble. Defenses that appeared unbreakable would, in an instant, be reduced to dust. One day, Qin Hao was toying with a peculiar treasure, a bronze bell that glowed with a gentle golden hue. This was no ordinary artifact. but a prize he had obtained after countless trials within a secret realm. With a thought, Qin Hao produced a mysterious, thread-like cord from his storage space. The cord seemed woven from the very laws of the universe. He looped it effortlessly through the bell's opening, hanging it lightly around his neck. Gently, he caressed the bronze bell resting on his chest, feeling waves of pure, resonant sound emanate from its core. The chimes were serene and profound, like a melody from the heavens, cleansing his mind of all distractions and filling him with a rare tranquility. Qin Hao closed his eyes, savoring this hard-won peace, and sighed to himself, "If only I'd had this bell by my side sooner, I might never have come so close to losing myself to inner demons." Recalling those terrifying moments spent teetering on the edge of madness, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. The bell had only needed a gentle strike to pull him back from the brink of darkness. Such a life-saving grace filled him with endless gratitude. With a wry smile, he murmured, "It seems the heavens truly favor those who journey across worlds. How else could I have such incredible luck?" What surprised Qin Hao even more was that this bronze bell not only possessed the power to suppress demons, but could also change its size at his command, trapping enemies within. With a satisfied grin, he boasted, "With this dragon-confining bell, even the mighty Hulk would have no choice but to submit completely at my mercy." It was worth remembering that this bell had once imprisoned a dragon whose strength rivaled that of ancient deities. Its power was evident. Now, with a master's control, the bronze bell had become even more formidable, a true weapon of destruction in Qin Hao's hands. Yet, just as Qin Hao was reveling in the joy of his newfound treasure, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility, as if the very heavens were trembling. Raising his head in shock, he saw a colossal figure plummeting from the sky. That familiar green skin, the fearsome face, and those fists brimming with raw power, all unmistakably declared its identity: the Hulk. Qin Hao's mind went blank. He could hardly trust his own eyes. What's going on? Could it be that time inside the bell flows differently, and I've spent 70 or 80 years in here without knowing? Or has the Hulk somehow crossed over into this world as well? A torrent of questions swirled chaotically, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, a torrential rain of blood poured down from the sky, and a severed three-eyed head landed right at Qin Hao's feet, its grotesque appearance sending a chill down his spine. Blankly he stared at this nightmare made real, his emotions a tangled mess. Never in his wildest imagination had he thought he'd find himself in this strange new world, face to face with the legendary Hulk. For an instant, it was as if he'd been flung into an outlandish dream from which there was no escape. Beneath a twilight sky awash in golden light, the giant crashed to earth like a meteor, sending waves of dust and shattered stone rippling outward. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, as though he could see beyond the swirling debris to the heart-stopping spectacle before him. His brow furrowed in spite of himself, a sense of confusion and warning rising within. The giant's green-skinned form stood tall, and in those eyes, cold as stars in the abyss, burned a naked hatred for Qin Hao. He couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Could it be that, without realizing it, he had become the Terminator of the Hulk's mother in some parallel universe? The thought was so absurd, even he couldn't help but shake his head. Yet the Hulk, standing before him, was nothing like the character from his memories of the movies. This creature's body was even more grotesquely twisted, each muscle not brimming with a raw, primal savagery. Most disturbing of all was the abrupt, bony tail jutting from its back, reminiscent of a lurking dragon. The tail was sheathed in jagged spikes as sharp as blades, glinting coldly and sending a chill down one's spine. Clearly, this was some mutant from an uncharted realm, a doppelganger of the green giant that had clawed its way out from an abyss unknown, trailing an aura of terror that didn't belong in this world. Qin Hao's heart pounded in his chest, each heavy beat as if gripped by an invisible hand. He understood all too well, even after mastering the essence of the legendary 18 dragon subduing palms from the world of Jin Yang's martial arts. He couldn't afford to grow arrogant in this land teeming with danger and uncertainty. Silently, he weighed his options, recalling the Hulk's near-invincible strength and destructive power in the films. Even he had to admit that, when it came to sheer brute force, he was likely to come up short by comparison. Yet despair did not take root in Qin Hao's heart. Instead, an ancient and mysterious martial art surfaced in his mind, the dragon-elephant prajna power. It was a legendary discipline said to grant boundless strength, allowing one to resonate with the very heavens and earth. If he could one day reach mastery in this art, perhaps he could stand toe-to-toe with this monster before him, waging a battle that transcended time itself. At this thought, a glimmer of resolve shone in Qin Hao's eyes. He understood that no matter what enemies he faced, be they fictional characters from films or these sudden, unknown threats, only by constantly improving himself could he carve out a place in the vastness of a universe. And perhaps this unplanned encounter with the Hulk was destined to become a crucial stepping stone on his path to greater strength. To Qin Hao, the Hulk was not simply an object of fear. No, he was the embodiment of a fantastical, almost unfair rule. Anger equals power, a cheat code incarnate, like a video game character with all the hacks enabled, both maddening and exasperating. Every time the Hulk's rage flared, his muscles would swell as if pumped with air, his strength skyrocketing, as if anger itself was an endless fuel. Qin Hao muttered inwardly. If this were the comic book version of the Hulk, he'd probably have to stage an interstellar escape right now. In the comics, a single punch from the Hulk could shake the entire planet, let alone what could happen to his own mortal body. He weighed the possibilities in his mind. Was this Marvel world an exaggerated fantasy from the comics, or a more realistic adaptation like in the movies? Qin Hao glanced up at the sky, imagining that if this truly were the comic book universe, a few blows from the Hulk might shatter the earth like a glass marble, sending shards flying in all directions. Yet, as he looked around, Qin Hao saw that the earth remained steady and the buildings were unscathed. A realization dawned upon him. This Marvel world was most likely a cinematic rendition, less wild and fantastical than the comics, but imbued with a greater sense of grounded reality. As Qin Hao's thoughts raced, a figure streaked through the sky like a falling star. It was Shiro Ishii, who had just shown off his prowess overhead. His gaze locked instantly onto Qin Hao, shock written all over his face. The self-destruction that should have obliterated everything hadn't so much as scratched Qin Hao. If anything, it had made him seem even stronger. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Shiro Ishii's mouth as a sense of smug satisfaction welled up inside him. He was no longer the insignificant man he once was. His newfound power made him fearless, even when facing this so-called devil. Devil, your end is here. I'll tear you to pieces with my own hands. Shiro Ishii roared, his voice tinged with excitement and madness. Hearing these familiar lines, Qin Hao couldn't help but sneer. Inwardly, anyone who calls him devil is either a traitor or a Japanese invader. Coupled with his earlier encounter at the base, this Hulk-like monster was most likely another twisted product of Unit 731. Suddenly, Qin Hao's mind veered toward a deeper mystery. Could gamma radiation technology have existed as early as the 19th century? Or had Unit 731 mastered some secret far ahead of its time, giving birth to monsters like the Hulk? Qin Hao, who knew the Marvel Universe inside and out, was well aware of every hero's and villain's origin story. But what lay before him defied all established knowledge. What secrets is this Unit 731 hiding? Qin Hao silently wondered, his gaze growing distant as though he could pierce the shroud of time and see into the darkness for the truth. He paid no heed to Shiro Ishii's howls, fully absorbed in exploring and contemplating the unknown world before him. In truth, Qin Hao needn't dwell too much on it. In a world brimming with miracles and unpredictability, the impossible could always become reality. Perhaps the real answer was buried deep within Unit 731's history-shrouded ruins, waiting for someone brave enough to unveil its secrets. Within the strange twists of this cinematic universe, Dr. Banner's fate was never determined by a single accident with gamma rays alone. If you traced back to his childhood in a forgotten secret laboratory, the Elder Banner, a scientist obsessed with pushing the bounds of knowledge, was quietly conducting a series of clandestine experiments on young Bruce, experiments that no one else ever knew. The mysterious, shimmering liquid he injected, glowing with an eerie light like an ancient potion drawn from the depths of some forgotten incantation, was more than just a force capable of rewriting DNA. It seemed to lay the secret groundwork for the future birth of the Hulk. Without this unnatural catalyst of life, the gamma-ray exposure might have simply brushed past Banner's life, a fleeting event rather than the key that would unlock the legend of the Green Giant. At that moment, the scene shifted. Shiro Ishii, the twisted deity from another dimension, stood atop the ruins. His rage erupted like a volcano, his eyes blazing with an ominous green fire. He fixed his gaze on the young man before him, Qin Hao, who analyzed the situation with an extraordinary calmness, as if he held every thread in his hands. Though Ishii's intellect was clouded by warped power, his instinct screamed that Qin Hao was not to be underestimated. Insignificant dust, you are about to taste the price of challenging a god. Shiro Ishii roared, his figure swelling as if he had grown several times larger. A gigantic hand descended from the heavens, oppressive and unstoppable, reminiscent of the mountain of 5 fingers that once pinned Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, determined to crush Qin Hao into nothingness. Qin Hao's lips curled into a playful smile. With a light, agile movement, he dodged the earth-shattering blow with ease. Well, self-proclaimed god, I must say, compared to the ever-angry Hulk, your looks are truly a spectacle to behold. In the Marvel Universe, villains like you had better be ready for a serious beating. His words carried a hint of mockery, as if he were bantering with an old friend. Within, Qin Hao pondered. He had never set foot in the Marvel Universe, yet the tales of its heroes and villains were as familiar as old legends. The arrogance of the Mandarin still lingered in his mind, but Shiro Ishii before him, no matter how one looked, was hardly a god. He was more akin to a monster warped by darkness. How dare a spec like you? Shiro Ishii's snarl was cut short as Qin Hao dodged yet again. Enraged, Ishii seized a massive stone, the embodiment of his fury, and hurled it at Qin Hao with all his might. Yet Qin Hao simply shifted his stance, letting the boulder trace a lonely arc through the air before it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Stop running, you spineless worm. Shiro Ishii's roar echoed through the empty ruins, but he failed to realize that Qin Hao was inwardly scoffing. Run? Umph. I faced madness far beyond this. I still remember my battle with Amaterasu. Every strike was bone-shattering and wild, but I won't repeat such foolishness here. Qin Hao felt a surge of relief. He was not the Hulk, relying only on brute strength. His true weapons were wisdom and strategy. Deep within Qin Hao's subconscious, a place he had never truly noticed, a long-buried memory quietly awakened. On that night, one he had deliberately tried to forget, he had fought fiercely with Amaterasu. Fist met fist, strength and will clashing in a storm of power. That night had been his true trial, the moment he had grown into a real warrior. Now, as he faced Ishii Shiro, he was ready to turn that experience into a force capable of overcoming any opponent. In a flash, as swift as lightning slicing through the night sky, Ishii Shiro before Qin Hao seemed to transform from an ordinary adversary into a rampaging beast of immense power. Every punch he threw now carried twice the weight of his earlier blows, enough to shatter any ordinary person in a single instant. Imagine, if Qin Hao were unlucky enough to take one punch head-on, even if he survived by some miracle, he would surely spend months bedridden, his body battered and broken. Under such crushing pressure, Qin Hao's strategy grew exceptionally cautious. He was like a shadow darting beneath the towering walls of an ancient fortress, playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek with an awakened prehistoric monster. Each time Ishii Shiro attacked, Qin Hao became as nimble as a dwarf facing a giant, weaving nimbly between the ruins, always searching for the slightest opening to strike back. Then, without warning, a deafening crash split the air. Ishii Shiro's powerful fist missed Qin Hao and instead struck an armored vehicle parked nearby. In an instant, the steel beast was torn apart, as if some invisible hand had effortlessly crushed it into a heap of twisted scrap. Everyone present stood, frozen in utter shock. Overwhelming force, triumphing over all. Wasn't that the very principle that had once made Qin Hao invincible on the battlefield? Yet, the wheel of fortune turns. Now, it was Qin Hao who found himself being crushed by sheer power. He sighed inwardly, thinking, how quickly the world changes. I once dominated my enemies with unstoppable strength, but now, I'm the one being taught a harsh lesson by this monster. With this realization, Qin Hao's brow furrowed. He knew that if he kept dodging like this, with Ishii Shiro's seemingly inexhaustible stamina, it was only a matter of time before he ran out of strength. In that moment, a flash of resolve appeared in Qin Hao's eyes. He could no longer afford to simply wait for defeat. Glancing at the hulking green figure, a surge of unprecedented courage welled up within him. Suddenly, his body seemed to grow taller, as if a mysterious force had awakened inside. He became like a legendary dragon, poised to soar across the heavens. With a thunderous cry, he shouted, "The soaring dragon ascends." As his voice echoed, Qin Hao's body twisted and transformed midair. Golden light burst from his palms, and a majestic, almost tangible dragon materialized before everyone's eyes. With a mighty roar, the dragon charged straight toward Ishii Shiro. The sight was so astonishing that Ishii Shiro himself stood rooted to the spot, forgetting to dodge. Even Xiaoyun and Simmons, watching from afar, stared in breathless awe. Is that a divine dragon? Xiaoyun's voice quivered with disbelief, as if she were witnessing a mythical creature descend upon the mortal world. Even Simmons, the foreign warrior, was filled with awe at the sight. My God, is this truly the Eastern Dragon of legends? It's more breathtaking than any story I've ever heard. Yet, this was not the traditional dragon subduing 18 palms. Instead, it was a mutated technique, a creation born from Qin Hao's desperation, a surge of hidden potential. Unleashed in the face of doom, his palm strike conjured a dragon so tangible, its overwhelming might seemed capable of shaking the very heavens as it hurtled toward his opponent. Ishishiro was paralyzed with shock by the sudden onslaught. By the time he managed to react, the dragon had already crashed into him with the force of a raging storm. With a thunderous impact, his massive body was flung into the air like a leaf caught in a howling gale, only to come crashing down amid the ruins, flattening debris as he landed flat on his back, unable to move. Qin Hao's blow did more than just break the stalemate. It left an indelible mark on everyone's hearts. Through his actions, he proved that even when trapped in utter despair, as long as there is light within, miracles can be forged. After that breathtaking clash, Qin Hao felt as if he had just wrestled his way out of a hurricane. Though he had managed to push back the monster, an abomination forged from evil itself, Ishishiro, driving it from the edge of madness, his heart was left desolate, pierced by winter's chill. The vital energy within him was as scarce and precious as a spring in the desert. Each use of the mighty dragon-subduing palms was a gamble with his life. The dragon-subduing palms, with their soaring roars, are not something I can truly command right now. Qin Hao lamented inwardly, picturing the grand spectacle of 18 golden dragons twisting through the sky. But reality was harsh. Even wielding a single palm strike left him utterly drained. His life force was like rain devoured by a greedy desert, barely enough to keep him upright, let alone unleash the full power of that legendary art. Meanwhile, Ishishiro, once an ordinary man and now a monstrous fusion of human and beast, had grown so powerful his mutated form seemed capable of shaking mountains. But even his iron body was rattled to its core by the dragon's breath. It felt as if his very organs had been shaken by an earthquake, and he dared not step again into that deadly zone. Though I'm a monster, my heart remains human. Deep within, Ishishiro trembled. He was afraid of death, a fear so profound it eclipsed all others. He gazed at Qin Hao, and in those beast-like eyes flickered a tangled web of emotions, awe for power, and a desperate yearning to survive. So he chose to retreat for now, using his scarred hands to brace his massive form, and slowly pushed himself to stand. Qin Hao noticed this, and though suspicion lingered in his heart, he seized the rare chance to catch his breath. He summoned every ounce of strength within, circulating the northern darkness divine art. Like a parched traveler searching for water, he hungrily absorbed the energy floating in the air, striving to replenish his nearly depleted reservoir of inner force. A delicate balance formed between the two, as if they were swordsmen on the brink of a final duel, each silently gathering strength. The air grew dense with a suffocating tension. Why is this demon not attacking? Ishishiro wondered silently. A twisted grin crept onto his face, brimming with cunning and smugness. Could it be that he no longer has the strength to fight? Just as this thought took root, and he prepared to deliver Qin Hao a fatal blow, the unexpected happened. Qin Hao suddenly spun around, catching Ishishiro completely off guard. There was meaning behind the movement, something elusive and inscrutable. In the distance, Simmons and Xiaoyun, the two spectators, were left bewildered and anxious by the sudden turn of events. They glanced at each other, uncertainty clouding their eyes. Could it be? A sense of foreboding flashed through Ishihiro-'s mind. But before he could dwell on it, Qin Hao, with an almost impossible speed and angle, dodged the carefully prepared attack. In that instant, Qin Hao seemed to become the wind itself, effortlessly weaving through the boundary between life and death, leaving Ishishiro with nothing but shock and bewilderment. This battle, though just begun, had already turned unpredictable and enigmatic. Every movement, every breath, was laced with uncertainty and change. The contest between Qin Hao and Ishishiro was far from its conclusion. Had he truly bowed to fate and surrendered? On this ancient, mysterious land, the wind carried an ominous, mournful undertone, as if whispering of a coming tragedy. Then came a sound, wild and unworldly, like the low roar of a primordial beast, vibrating through every inch of the air. In its wake, the legendary move, Dragon's Tail Sweep, burst forth in the void. In a blur too quick for the eye, a colossal dragon materialized, its scales glinting with cold light. With a single sweep of its mighty tail, it sent Ishishiro hurtling through the air like a kite whose string had snapped, flinging him dozens of meters away. Shiro Ishii tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed around him, and on his arm a gruesome gash appeared, deep enough to expose bone, as if the very gates of hell had been forcibly torn open. Yet, in a sight both horrifying and surreal. His eyes blazed with an eerie green light, burning like ghostly flames from the underworld. In that moment, the wound on his arm began to writhe and mend at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though time itself ran backward upon his flesh, and the flow of life reversed its course. But such regenerative power did not come without a price. As the wound knit itself together, the light in Ishii's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hollow, vacant stare, like a body emptied of its soul. From deep within his throat came guttural, bestial roars. At first, there was still a trace of human struggle and defiance, but in an instant, the sound evolved into a wild, primal snarl, brimming with savagery and madness. Qinhao listened to the twisted cries, his brow tightly furrowed, a wave of unprecedented shock and unease welling up inside him. The Ishii standing before him was no longer the comrade who had once fought by his side, but a monster utterly consumed by the green liquid, driven only by a relentless instinct to kill. That green liquid was both the source of his overwhelming strength and the curse pushing him ever closer to the abyss. There was a time when Ishii could still cling to a shred of consciousness in the ocean of green. During his battle against Amaterasu, the liquid surged like a tidal wave, hastening his descent into ruin. Now, with every blow Qinhao landed, with every wound repaired by the green liquid, it was as if a path was being paved for that substance to claim him completely. Eventually, Ishii's consciousness would be utterly erased, leaving behind nothing but boundless rage and an insatiable urge for destruction. The creature roared again, this time with a strange, unplaceable fury and hatred directed at Qinhao. It seemed to remember something, and yet perhaps it remembered nothing at all. All it knew was to swing the massive stone pillar by its side, charging at Qinhao like a clumsy but deadly giant. Qinhao, his inner energy exhausted, could no longer unleash the power of the dragon-subduing palm. All he could rely on was his agile footwork, dodging and weaving across the bizarre battlefield, locked in a desperate dance with the mindless beast. The scene was more absurd than any drama could ever stage. A towering monster, several stories high, hefting a pillar heavy enough to crush mountains, lumbering after a lone mortal across the open ground. Qinhao darted left and right, narrowly evading each blow, blows that could have pulverized him in an instant. Every hair's breadth escape held the audience in breathless suspense, not daring to relax for even a moment. This battle had long since ceased to be a simple contest of victory or defeat. It had become a profound parable about survival, willpower, and redemption. Upon this land where ancient magic and modern technology intertwined, every life was writing its own legend. As for the story of Shiro Ishii, it was destined to end in tragedy, leaving behind endless sighs and reflection for those who came after. Chapter 39. The Mystery of the Mandarin, the Hero's Choice. Half an hour slipped by, feeling like an endless dream. In the labyrinth of the city, Qinhao played a real-life game of cat and mouse with that uncanny creature. Each heartbeat thudded with the terror of the unknown. Every breath seemed to remind him, this was not a game, but a battle between life and death. The monster pursued him like an unrelenting predator, oblivious to the passage of time, heedless of physical needs, its very existence a mockery of the laws of nature. Qinhao, a man of flesh and blood, felt his stamina and spirit pushed to their limits in this relentless chase. He began to daydream. How wonderful it would be if this were an adventure he could simply walk away from. But each time that thought surfaced, he remembered the innocent people, the citizens of China who, in his heart, were as dear to him as family. Technology? Against such a supernatural monster, even the most advanced weapons seemed pale and powerless. Qinhao muttered with a wry smile. Images of the Hulk's furious, emerald form flashed through his mind. The thunderous grandeur of Thor's hammer, and even the enigmatic, legendary Mandarin. But even if they truly existed, what difference would it make? Qinhao, can't always rely on others to protect this land. Suddenly, an extreme thought crossed his mind. What if this monster had appeared in Japan, that island nation which had left him with countless scars? Would he have chosen to run away? The answer took shape swiftly in his heart. Qinhao gave a self-deprecating laugh. He knew that even if that island faced annihilation, he would only watch from the sidelines, perhaps even feeling a trace of dark satisfaction, for it was not his homeland. But here, every inch of earth carried his responsibility and his calling. Two roads lay before him. One was flight, was release, but behind were countless lives and the unfulfilled dream of chivalry in his heart. Qin Hao had once dreamed of being a wandering hero, stealing from the rich to aid the poor, using his own strength to safeguard the weak. The title of Dragon God was proof of his unyielding pursuit along this path. If he retreated now, it would not only be a betrayal of life itself, but a complete destruction of his own faith. The other path was to fight, to confront head-on that monster which seemed to possess endless life. Qin Hao calculated silently in his heart, and a daring idea quietly emerged. Damn it, it's time to use my final trump card. The thing he spoke of was a treasured artifact he had safeguarded for years, only to be used in the direst moments. A single ancient talisman, said to summon powers from a bygone age, but its use would consume a portion of its mysterious energy, leaving it forever changed and diminished. He recalled how, many years ago, he had stumbled upon this talisman during an expedition. Back then, it still shimmered with a faint, enigmatic light, as if whispering silently, waiting for a hero worthy of wielding it. Now, that hero was facing a trial unlike any other. For this land, for the innocent lives upon it, I am willing to risk everything. Determination flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he prepared to meet the unknown challenge. Even if darkness loomed ahead, he would illuminate the path with his own light. At that very moment, a strange light flickered across the distant horizon, as if foreshadowing something momentous. Qin Hao's heart stirred. Could it be? Has the master truly appeared? Clutching the talisman tightly, he felt a blend of anticipation and unease. But he knew, whatever the outcome, he had already made his choice, a choice that would decide the honor and destiny of his entire life. Upon that vast, ancient land, an unprecedented crisis was quietly approaching. And faced with this colossal beast, even a hero who possessed both wisdom and courage, Qin Hao could not help but feel the gravity of the situation. The monster was like a demon crawling up from the abyss. Any ordinary means seemed utterly powerless before it. Inwardly, Qin Hao sighed. Has it truly come to this? In the depths of despair, Qin Hao's gaze pierced the clouds and settled on the distant Chinese homeland, the haven of countless living souls and the place he had sworn to defend with his life. A bold, almost reckless thought flashed through his mind. If my sacrifice could bring peace to this land, then so be it. I am willing. With resolute determination, he leapt atop a solitary cliff suspended in the sky, becoming like a lone sentinel, silently watching the roaring monster. Below, for a moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the monster's furious roar echoing through the void. Thunder Devourer, Qin Hao whispered. Though his voice was soft, it carried the weight to shake the heavens and earth. As his words faded, a surge of primordial energy, born at the dawn of time, itself gathered in his palm. Golden lightning swirled and spun like a tamed cyclone, condensing at last into a resplendent sphere of light, so radiant it seemed to outshine even the sun itself. This scene stunned not only everyone present, but even Simmons, the scientist observing from afar, widened his eyes in disbelief and murmured, This is supernatural. Golden lightning. How is this possible? Qin Hao's mind was equally engulfed by towering waves of shock. He was acutely aware of how terrifying this power was. If it slipped out of control, the entire world would be thrown into chaos, and even he himself might be consumed by its force. Yet he did not shrink back. With painstaking care, he guided one of the last two golden bolts of lightning in his sea of consciousness, slowly channeling it into the swelling orb of thunder about to erupt. Thunder Devour, he called out again, his voice low but resolute. In that moment, it was as if Qin Hao had become one with the thunder and lightning of the heavens and earth. Determination and reluctance flickered in his gaze. This Thunder Devour attack, though lacking the wide-scale destruction of a nuclear weapon, was like the ultimate move in a game, deadly, precise, and inescapable. Even a mighty comic book hero like the Hulk, faced with this strike, would be reduced to nothing but dust. As the energy within the thunder orb swelled ever larger, Qin Hao felt a pressure like never before, as if the weight of the entire universe bore down upon his hands. He knew that if he didn't release this power now, the Thunder Devourer would consume him as well. Come on, monster, Qin Hao chanted silently. The green creature, sensing the imminent threat of death, released a roar that shook the heavens, and, in desperation, rushed at Qin Hao, clutching a massive stone pillar in a futile attempt to shield itself from the coming devastation. Now is the time. A flash of resolve lit up in Qin Hao's eyes. Gathering all his strength at his fingertips, The golden thunder orb blazed like an ignited star, carrying with it an apocalyptic momentum as it shot toward the monster. In that instant, it was as if only a single golden bolt of lightning remained in the world, cleaving through all darkness and fear. And at that very moment, Qin Hao became an immortal legend upon the land of China. As for the monster, all that remained of it was a final, despairing wail before it vanished into the dust of history, granting peace at last to the people of China. In that moment, Qin Hao seemed to transform into the very envoy of thunder, unflinchingly hurling his mysterious weapon, Thunder Devour, like a spear of lightning, striking with unerring accuracy at the grotesque beast. A crack of thunder split the air, a sharp, resounding peal that shattered the silence. The golden lightning, wild and untamed, shot forth at a speed beyond sound, wrapped in an unstoppable force of destruction, and crashed into the monster's body with unimaginable intensity. This lightning was not mere brilliance. It was the most primal, the most volatile energy of nature itself, as if determined to return everything it touched to its origin. With a thunderous explosion that seemed to shake the very fabric of the world, a force both immense and unstoppable erupted into being. The blast and shockwave intertwined, like a meteor of unfathomable weight, crashing into the earth. In the blink of an eye, the monster was vaporized, and everything within 100 meters, every living creature, every trace of landscape, was utterly consumed by that overwhelming power. As the dust settled, a small yet ominous mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, its presence radiating an air of devastation. The area below was stripped bare, devoid of life, as if the hand of a god had swept across it, erasing an entire chapter of history from the world. From his vantage point above, Qin Hao gazed solemnly at the vast crater carved into the earth. His heart was a tumult of emotions. The power of Thunder Devour had far surpassed his expectations. It was nothing short of a miniature natural catastrophe. He thought to himself that unless faced with a truly formidable foe, such a terrifying weapon must be used sparingly. After all, while its destructive force might not rival that of a nuclear bomb, the devastation it wrought was chilling enough to make any onlooker's blood run cold. In the distance, Simon's blue eyes were wide with a fear and confusion he'd never known before. He stared in disbelief at the scene. Before him, a single, unanswerable question echoing in his mind. Could such a thing really be within the reach of human power? He felt as if he had been cast into a surreal nightmare. His gaze drifted to Qin Hao, whose face was hidden behind a dragon-shaped mask, now rendered even more enigmatic and unfathomable by the golden glow of the setting sun. In that moment, Simons had but one wish: to flee, to find a quiet corner where he could convince himself that all this was nothing more than a fever dream. Xiaoyan, too, stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the catastrophic scene that had unfolded so suddenly. She looked at Qin Hao at that dragon-shaped mask. In the lingering shimmer of lightning, he appeared almost as if he truly were a celestial dragon descended to earth. Her lips trembled as she whispered, "Is this really the power of a human being, or the work of a legendary dragon?" Her face was as pale as parchment, her heart filled with questions and all for which there could be no answer, for what lay before her eyes was simply too staggering, too far beyond the bounds of imagination. The monster had been reduced to ashes, the crisis averted, yet each person present was left with an indelible scar upon their soul. In that moment, it felt as if the world itself had been remade, compelling them to wonder, in this vast universe, just how far might human strength truly reach. Just as Qin Hao prepared to leave this hellish wasteland behind, a sudden burst of crisp applause and melodious laughter rang out beside his ear, fresh and clear, like a spring bubbling up in the desert, but with a peculiar, indescribable undertone. "Hey there, kid. Haven't seen you for a few days, and look at you now." With these words, a figure streaked through the sky like a shooting star, landing gracefully, hands clapping as a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Qin Hao's gaze froze upon that familiar, unsettling figure, Masterman. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Why would this enigmatic and formidable man appear here, at this very moment? Qin Hao's mind raced, searching desperately for a plausible explanation. Well, if it isn't Masterman, have you joined the ranks of anti-Japanese heroes, coming all this way to teach those little devils a lesson? I must say you've surprised me. I almost thought you only cared about your own grudges in the martial world. Qin Hao feigned a relaxed tone, lacing his words with a touch of banter, hoping to mask the turmoil within. Of course, Masterman heard the sarcasm in Qin Hao's voice, but instead of taking offense, his eyes blazed even more intensely, as if he could see straight into a person's soul. Little Japanese? Mere clowns, nothing more. What truly interests me is the power you just revealed, that mysterious force. Did you acquire it in those ancient ruins buried beneath the desert sands? His voice was low and magnetic, tempting, as if it could awaken the deepest desires hidden within a person's heart. Qin Hao tensed inwardly. He knew all too well that Masterman had coveted his secret for a long time. Last time, he had barely escaped with his life, using the Thunder Flash technique, leaving Masterman astounded. In this recent battle with the monster, Qin Hao had unleashed the transformative Might of the Dragon Subduing Palm and the chilling Thunder Devour skill, both of which made Masterman's eyes gleam with greed. Especially Thunder Devour, with its lightning that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. Its power was enough to make even the lofty Masterman shudder. Beneath Masterman's calm exterior, dark currents were surging. Qin Hao's rapid ascent had become a threat too significant to ignore. For anyone who posed a potential danger, Masterman had always believed in cutting the weed at its root. Yet, he was equally intrigued by the secrets hidden within the desert's anomalies, rumors of a power that could upend the world itself. Thunder Devour, that's a power I stumbled upon in the depths of the desert, entirely by accident. The secrets there run much deeper than you can imagine. Qin Hao dangled the mystery before him, purposely vague, hoping to confuse Masterman and buy himself more time and room to maneuver. Masterman's pupils narrowed ever so slightly. Qin Hao's words had only stoked the fire of his curiosity. What secrets truly lay concealed within the desert's wonders? Were they the remnants of some ancient civilization, or the source of supernatural power? Masterman's mind was made up. Whatever the truth, Qin Hao and the secrets he carried would soon be his. Thus, a silent contest for ancient power and the fate of the future had quietly begun amidst these ruins. Qin Hao and Masterman, each was now a pivotal piece in the storm that was about to break. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Qin Hao's lips as he muttered inwardly, "This guy is the very definition of persistence." Though Leisure isn't nearly as mystical as Masterman boasts, there's no denying. It's intricately tied to the time I was struck by lightning in the desert. He shrugged, his tone laced with a touch of roguish nonchalance. "Even if I deny it, Masterman, I doubt you'd believe me anyway." Confidence glimmered in Qin Hao's eyes. After all, he had mastered the art of lightning flash, a trump card he could play to escape at any moment. Facing a powerhouse like Masterman, a head-on victory was unlikely, but getting away would be no trouble at all. With a single thought, it felt as though the whole world trembled beneath his feet, and he could vanish into the void as a bolt of lightning whenever he wished. Yet if truly pushed to the brink, Qin Hao would not hesitate to strike back with everything he had. He swore to himself, "Humph, if you force my hand, I'll unleash the golden lightning, the ultimate power. Even if it means burning that bridge, I'll show you what real thunderous fury is." A cold gleam flashed in Masterman's eyes, like two icy stars suddenly flaring in the night. A cruel smile curled his lips as he raised his hand, unleashing a jet of flame that shot toward Qin Hao like a released arrow. The fire beam moved with such speed that even Qin Hao was caught off guard, engulfed before he could react. Yet his body, forged and tempered through countless trials, was as tough as steel. The searing pain was real, but it left no true harm. He had grown so resilient that even fire could not melt him. Seeing this, Masterman's eyes showed not a hint of disappointment. If anything, his excitement only deepened. "Ah, this kid's body is even tougher than before. I'd better capture him soon and study him properly." Meanwhile, Xiaoyun and Simmons watched the spectacle from the sidelines, utterly stunned. Xiaoyun's eyes grew wide as she murmured to herself, "Are there really such hidden figures in our country? How have I never heard of them?" Her heart brimmed with awe before the unknown. Simmons, ever the sharp-minded spy with a national mission, immediately considered the potential threat such superhumans posed to national security, before his curiosity turned to Masterman's powers. China truly is a land of ancient civilization and formidable warriors. But this new Masterman, could his strength rival the Dragon God, or even surpass it? What grudges or old scores might exist between them? All the while, Qin Hao dodged Masterman's relentless onslaught, shouting in protest, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be one of Marvel's top bosses? How about a little warning before you start throwing punches? That's just bad manners." Hearing this, the Mandarin's brows knit slightly, a ripple of doubt rising in his heart. "Marvel? Boss, what do these words have to do with me?" He gazed at Qin Hao, a flash of confusion and curiosity flickering in his eyes. Thus, an unspoken contest of power, intellect, and the unknown quietly began setting the stage for an inevitable clash. The Mandarin shot a sidelong glance, a smirk of disdain curling at his lips, as though nothing in this world could possibly catch his interest. Hey, you decrepit old relic, do you intend to follow in the footsteps of that creature just now and end up reduced to ashes? His voice was low and magnetic, yet carried an undeniable threat. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's lips twisted into a cold grin, and his retort fired back like a shell from a cannon. You arrogant fool. Who says you're old? To me, you're just a little more sinister than those old men playing chess on the street corner. The Mandarin's face instantly darkened, his expression as cold as a winter's lake. Though he was past 50, he took pride in his well-preserved appearance and youthful features. How could he tolerate being compared to a wrinkled chess player by this insolent youngster? A storm of fury brewed inside him. Such words were the greatest insult he could imagine. Yet there was more to Qin Hao's taunt than met the eye. It stemmed from memories of his previous life. Back then, the Mandarin had been in his prime, but in Qin Hao's mind, he was always that sly, cunning old man, a deeply ingrained image impossible to erase. So, in Qin Hao's words, the Mandarin naturally became that old geezer. Enraged beyond measure, the Mandarin flicked his finger, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth with blinding speed, splitting the air as though it could cleave reality itself in two. The beam moved so fast that before Qin Hao could react, he felt a sharp sting. His arm now bore a deep wound, bone visible beneath the flesh, blood gushing forth in a crimson rush. Although his body's extraordinary healing let the wound rapidly close, the searing pain still forced him to gasp for breath. Damn it, that hit my arm this time, but if it had been my head, I'd be dead right now. Qin Hao cursed inwardly, a flash of fear in his eyes. He knew full well the power of that ring, a weapon capable of slicing through anything. Compared to it, his mortal body was utterly defenseless. A murderous intent surged within Qin Hao. He wanted nothing more than to finish off the Mandarin on the spot, but reason swiftly restrained him. This would not be easy. Thunder Devourer was a devastating technique, but it required time to prepare, a fatal flaw against a master like the Mandarin. He had managed to kill the monster earlier with Thunder Devourer only because it was mindless and unable to interrupt his preparations. The Mandarin, however, was cunning in every sense of the word. There was no way he would leave such an obvious opening for Qin Hao to exploit. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, after this, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my homeland far behind. Lord Man now hates me to the bone. If I stay in China any longer, endless pursuit and assassination will surely follow. At that moment, Lord Man let out another cold laugh. The ring on his finger shone with an even fiercer light, as if he was preparing a new wave of attack. Qin Hao's heart tightened. He knew he had to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Otherwise, the next strike might be more than he could withstand. Amid the vast fissures of time and space, Qin Hao was like a lone wolf cornered with no escape. He calculated silently. This ancient and mysterious land of China had become nothing more than a prison he desperately needed to flee. Lord Man's shadow was like an invisible net, spreading over Qin Hao's mind, making each moment feel like he was being relentlessly hunted. He resolved that only by vanishing to the farthest reaches of the world could he bide his time, hone his skills to their peak, and someday return in glory to settle the score. Old fox, you may have gained the upper hand this time, but our story is far from over. When my power reaches its zenith, I'll show you what it truly means for a dragon to soar the heavens. Qin Hao vowed silently to himself, an unyielding smile playing at the corner of his lips. As if in answer to his resolve, a sudden phenomenon burst across the sky. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, echoing his determination. In an instant, Qin Hao vanished at the edge of China, leaving behind only a fleeting flash, an electric legend. Meanwhile, Lord Man stood atop the ruins, his eyes blazing with rage as if they could pierce the very void. Boy, no matter where you flee, to the ends of the earth, my Gale Ring is your inescapable fate. Everything you owe me, I will collect one by one. With those words, the Gale Ring flared with blinding light. A fierce wind rose from nothing, lifting him into the air. Transformed into a streak of black lightning, he vanished. In a heartbeat, chasing after Qin Hao with the speed of storm and thunder, leaving behind the devastated battlefield of Base 731, a silent witness to this unfinished duel. Soon after both Qin Hao and Lord Man had departed, two unexpected visitors quietly arrived at the ruins. One was Simmons Banner, impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a test tube, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and greed for the unknown. The other was Xiaoyan, clad in fitted combat gear, her gaze steady and unwavering. In her hand, she gripped a transparent vial containing a strange, vivid, green liquid, a substance that seemed to pulse with ancient, mighty power, the very treasure Shiro had dreamed of possessing. "Hey, beautiful lady, my name's Simmons Banner. I hope fate lets us meet again." With his signature humor, Simmons bid Xiaoyan farewell, disappearing into the shadows of the ruins. Xiaoyan was left alone, her brow furrowed in thought as she muttered to herself, "What on earth is this foreigner up to?" At the same time, on the other side of the globe, in the bustling streets of New York City, Qin Hao wandered among the towering skyscrapers and surging crowds. Faces of every shade wove together a vibrant tapestry of multicultural life. Yet, behind this dazzling facade, Qin Hao felt a confusion unlike anything he'd ever known. For 3 months, he had explored every corner of New York, searching for the one crucial clue that could help him gain a foothold in this Marvel universe, only to come up empty-handed. Ever since he realized he'd crossed over into a world where heroes and villains walk side by side, Qin Hao, a die-hard fanboy, had been filled with both excitement and unease. He understood all too well, in this world, power was everything. So, in secret, he began to train, hoping to one day carve out his own legend on Marvel's grand stage. Maybe I need a different approach. Standing beneath the neon glow of Times Square, a new light flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. If searching directly has led nowhere, why not use the rules of this world? Step by step, I'll get stronger, until I have the power to unveil that shroud of mystery myself. And so, under the cover of New York's night, Qin Hao quietly set out on a path filled with unknowns and challenges. His journey through the Marvel Universe was only just beginning. In his heart, Qin Hao held fast to a dream that refused to die. The dream of encountering those legendary American superheroes leaping from the silver screen, especially the one gleaming with the stars and stripes, Captain America. Though he was never particularly enamored with American cultural icons, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was a force of nature that shook him to his core. He remembered it vividly. It was an ordinary Saturday night when Qin Hao stumbled upon the movie Captain America. In that instant, his world seemed to ignite. Steve, once a frail and sickly recruit, underwent the mysterious transformation of the super soldier serum and was reborn as a warrior with extraordinary strength, speed, and endurance. His story, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the darkness within Qin Hao's heart, inspiring a deep respect and admiration for this fictional hero. In Qin Hao's imagination, Captain America and Guo Jing, the famed character from Jin Yang's novels, shared a remarkable kinship. Though their worlds and circumstances were vastly different, both heroes carried the same pure-hearted devotion to their people and their homeland. Guo Jing, with his simple and steadfast nature, stood guard over the city of Xiangyang, fending off invaders, while Steve, with his unwavering sense of justice and courage, dashed through the chaos of World War II, protecting the innocent and the vulnerable. What united them was a childlike sincerity, a profound embodiment of love for their country and their people. When it comes to Captain America, one cannot help but mention his iconic shock-absorbing alloy shield, a steadfast companion that has seen him through countless battles. In March of 1941, the very first issue of the Captain America comic was published. Cloaked in starlight, this hero made his official debut and soon became a symbol of the American spirit. Steve Rogers, once an ordinary man, rose to become a super soldier. Every strike he made was a defense of freedom and peace. Yet the road of a hero is never smooth. After a fierce confrontation with his nemesis, the Red Skull, Steve plunged into the frigid ocean, where he was trapped in ice for nearly 70 years. It wasn't until S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists found him that he was brought back to life and joined the Avengers. Under Steve's leadership, this team of extraordinary heroes repeatedly took on the impossible, forging their own legend. Captain America was not born a hero, nor is he invincible. It is this very ordinariness that makes him all the more real and moving. What he relies on is not just his superhuman strength, but his unyielding resolve, fearless courage, and remarkable wisdom. Amid the smoke and chaos of World War II, he stood face-to-face with the Axis powers, vowing to defend his homeland at any cost. When America officially entered the war, Steve didn't hesitate for a moment. He threw himself into the righteous fight, using his every action to define what it truly means to be a hero. I have no superpowers, nor high-tech equipment. What I have is a group of comrades I can trust, friends who are willing to watch my back. This was Steve's resounding vow on the battlefield. Even in conflict with friends, he held fast to his principles while never losing his warmth. I won't fight you. You're my friend. But if you become my mission, then let me see it through. This balance of iron resolve and heartfelt compassion deeply moved Chin Hao. Captain America, a hero who lives in comics and films, has a unique charm that transcends time and space, striking a chord in Chin Hao's heart. He is unforgettable, a hero who, through his actions, writes a story of patriotism, innocence, and endearing courage. On a glittering, starry night, Chin Hao stood amidst the bustling streets of New York, his heart surging with a passion that would not die. Because you're not just my friend, you are the beacon that guides my path. Through storm and trial, I swear to stand by your side, to the very ends of the earth. Take action, just like Captain America, fearless in the face of challenge, always pressing forward. These resolute words rang out like a clarion call across the ages, echoing not only in the hearts of Americans during World War II, but also igniting Chin Hao's boundless admiration for that superhero. In those days, forever etched in history, Captain America became a heroic symbol in countless hearts, celebrated for his selflessness, courage, and unwavering devotion to his country and people. Chin Hao, a traveler from another world, found himself reflecting on this after his first viewing of Captain America. The image of Guijing from Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes surfaced in his mind, both men paragons of virtue, triumphing over adversity despite their humble beginnings. The thought sparked his imagination. Perhaps the soul of a hero transcends time and space, resonating across worlds without end. Now, more than 3 months had passed since Chin Hao set foot in this land of freedom. He had wandered through every corner of New York, all in search of the real-life Captain America, Steve Rogers. Yet in this vast sea of people, finding one man was like searching for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was 1937, a time of turmoil in America. Steve was likely hidden somewhere, fighting for justice. As for Chin Hao, with no clues to guide him, he could only rely on his own strength to continue the search. He had considered seeking help from the local police, but quickly dismissed the idea as self-defeating. While the American police of this era were not as strict as they would become in the future, should they discover Chin Hao's true identity and purpose, it would surely invite endless trouble. So Chin Hao resolved to walk this lonely path in search of a hero by himself. 3 months had passed without finding Steve Rogers, but Chin Hao had gained another invaluable treasure. His martial arts skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. The dragon-elephant prajna technique had reached the pinnacle of its 6th level, like a mighty dragon within him, ready to awaken and unleash its power. Chin Hao knew well that, given just 1 more year, he could break through to the legendary 7th level. By then, his inner strength would flow endlessly, as vast and unstoppable as a great river, so refined that even the Northern Darkness divine skill would struggle to match it. Speaking of the Northern Darkness divine skill, though this technique was incredibly domineering, able to absorb others' inner power for oneself, in actual combat, Chin Hao believed it was slightly inferior to the dragon. Éléphant prajna technique. The true essence of the Northern Darkness lay in its ability to grant near immortality. Yet when facing opponents as formidable as the Hulk, sheer vitality was not the key to victory. Thus, Chin Hao devoted most of his energy to mastering the dragon-elephant prajna technique and the 18 dragons subduing palms, leaving the Northern Darkness technique as a daily routine, his dessert, so to speak. Even so, his proficiency in it had quietly reached the 5th illustration. In this world full of unknowns and challenges, Chin Hao was writing his own legendary tale through persistence and wisdom. And perhaps, just around the next corner, fate would bring him face to face with Steve Rogers, waiting for destiny's call. As Chin Hao found himself lost in the whirlpool of memories, nearly swallowed by fleeting fragments of the past, a sudden voice swept past his ear like a gentle breeze. "Hey, sir, would you be interested in a feast of light and shadow?" This unexpected invitation startled Chin Hao out of his reverie. He was quietly surprised. Who, in this day and age, would invite someone to a movie in such a retro and slightly playful way? Turning around, he saw an American of average build beaming at him, eyes twinkling with a passion reserved for true lovers of film. Chin Hao smiled and shook his head, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. A movie? That is indeed one of my favorite pastimes, but alas, at this moment, I feel as though I'm shackled by the chains of time, unable to spare a moment. He added silently to himself. Besides, here in the 1930s, movies were still in their black and white, silent infancy. The plots were as simple and straightforward as a child's doodle, special effects all but non-existent. How could this possibly compare to the breathtaking spectacles of the 21st century? Yet, the other man was not so easily deterred. With a touch of good-natured humor in his voice, he pressed on, in that case, might I ask this traveler of time to take Just one step forward, you're standing right at the threshold of a dream world. Don't let the magical journey of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs go on without your witness. Only then did Chin Hao realize, with a start, that he had wandered right up to the entrance of the cinema. His wandering thoughts had made him oblivious to his surroundings. Looking up, he saw a massive poster hanging above the cinema's doors. The colors were muted, but the title Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs stood out boldly, with a Disney classic printed just underneath. A wave of familiarity washed over Chin Hao. Even though he'd never seen the film itself, he'd certainly stumbled across its comics and stories while surfing the vast sea of the internet. Yet, in the most secret corners of his heart lay an altogether different version of Snow White. The adult retellings, tinged with absurdity and humor, which had comforted him through countless lonely nights as his own secret garden. Just as Chin Hao was about to poke fun at himself, marveling at how a die-hard Marvel fan like him had nearly missed a chance encounter with future superhero Steve Rogers, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him like lightning splitting the night. Before joining the army, Steve was known to frequent a certain movie theater. But just as quickly as it had come, the idea faded into confusion. New York was a sprawling city, with cinemas scattered everywhere. How was he supposed to find that particular one amidst the sea of faces and neon lights? Was he really to become a cinema hunter, searching door to door? Chin Hao tapped his forehead with a self-deprecating laugh, silently cursing his own foolishness. This was, without a doubt, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Besides, even if Steve did happen to walk into one of these theaters someday, what if he missed him? Would he have to start all over again? He could only let out a bitter smile, realizing that, though he now had the crucial clue of the movie theater, putting it into practice was even harder than scaling the heavens. Just as Chin Hao was lost in thought, on the verge of abandoning this faint hope, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could start by looking into Steve's hobbies and habits, figure out the kinds of movies he was likely to enjoy, and then systematically check the relevant theaters. The road ahead would still be long and difficult, but at least, compared to wandering aimlessly through every corner of the city, he now had a sense of direction and hope. With that, Chin Hao took a deep breath, his eyes growing resolute, as if he could already glimpse the winding path leading toward the future, twisted and uncertain, but brimming with endless possibilities. In this dazzling and chaotic urban jungle of New York, hoping to catch a glimpse of Steve was like searching for an unnamed star in a night sky scattered with countless lights. Chin Hao sighed quietly, muttering to himself, "Well, so be it. Why not turn this into an impromptu city adventure? If I really just brush past him on these labyrinthine streets, I suppose I'll have to leave it to fate." Perhaps, when the wheels of history thundered into the fiery years of World War II, Steve would appear, like those bold recruiting posters, standing out at a busy enlistment station somewhere in New York. When that time came, all Chin Hao would need was a steaming pot of coffee, waiting patiently in some cramped but hope-filled corner. Just as Chin Hao's thoughts wandered through the crossroads of time and space, a burst of children's laughter pulled him back to reality. He looked up to find himself standing before a theater radiating vintage charm. On a massive poster, a princess in a shimmering gown beamed alongside 7 endearing dwarfs, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, a fantastical tale from another world, quietly awaiting every dreamer who passed by. Well, since I'm here, why not give myself a fairy tale afternoon? The thought flickered across Chin Hao's mind, stirring up a sense of regret from his previous life. In a childhood without Disney animation, he seemed to have missed so much innocence and wonder. Without hesitation, he stepped through the theater doors, clutching tightly to his ticket to a world of magic and dreams. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, adapted from the classic fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm and crafted with Disney's unrivaled artistry, is not only a milestone in cinematic history, but also a cherished childhood memory for countless people. Its American premiere in 1937 was like a dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky, ushering in a new era for animated films. In the movie, Snow White's beauty, pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow, becomes the root of her stepmother's jealousy. One sinister scheme after another is set in motion, only to be thwarted each time by brave heroes, clever woodland creatures, and, of course, the 7 kind-hearted dwarfs. Especially memorable is the scene where Snow White dines with the dwarfs in their cozy cottage. The warmth and camaraderie seem to dispel every shadow in the world, stirring a longing in every viewer's heart. Perhaps the film's most unforgettable moment comes when the stepmother, consumed by greed and envy, finally faces the consequences of her own malicious deeds, plunging into an abyss. In that instant, the story offers the clearest lesson about the ultimate triumph of good over evil. a lesson that deeply resonated with Qin Hao. He realized that regardless of the era, holding on to innocence and kindness will always light the path forward. Thus, within the magical world of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Qin Hao not only rediscovered his own sense of childhood wonder and dreams, but also, almost without noticing, gained a little more courage and hope for the unknown journey ahead. After watching the animated film, Qin Hao couldn't help but mentally poke fun at its flawed plot, like a perfectly prepared banquet suddenly disrupted by a pesky fly, leaving a trace of annoyance. Yet, as his gaze swept across the American audience around him, he noticed their rapt attention. Gasps of surprise and bursts of applause rippled through the theater, as if they were explorers discovering a new continent, marveling at every frame with fresh wonder and delight. Qin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking this must be the magic of a generation gap and the filter of the times. After all, in this era bombarded by visual spectacles, like Avatar and the Avengers, his soul, hardened by countless cinematic marvels, naturally felt unmoved by the old-fashioned plot of this animated classic. Stepping out of the theater, he found that night had quietly fallen. The city lights sparkled like a sky full of stars, a stark contrast to the tranquil nights of China. Here in America, the night seemed like an endless party, its liveliness surpassing that of even the once glorious old power, Britain. Beneath neon signs, laughter and music filled the air as people reveled in their vibrant nightlife. Lost in thought, Qin Hao was suddenly jolted back to reality by a harsh outburst that shattered the night's peace. "Damn it! You trash don't deserve to call yourselves Americans." Immediately after, the sounds of scuffling and angry shouts echoed from a nearby alley, like a street play whose drama had yet to end. Driven by curiosity, Qin Hao followed the sound and soon saw a group of burly thugs surrounding a frail figure, doling out a one-sided lesson. The scrawny fellow was curled up in a ball, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. At first, Qin Hao intended to stay out of it. After all, this was a foreign land. Yet, deep within, the sense of justice he'd cultivated as a martial artist burned like a blazing fire. He took a deep breath and decided to intervene. "Hey clowns, let that kid go. If you're looking for trouble, try me instead." The thugs turned at his words, their eyes sharp as blades as they sized him up. One, who seemed to be the leader, sneered with a mocking smile. "Well, look who it is, a yellow-skinned monkey daring to meddle in our business? Seems the American government's been far too soft. If only the Chinese Exclusion Act had been properly enforced, scum like you wouldn't be strutting around on our streets." His companions burst out laughing at this, some piling on with jeers. "Yellow monkey, you'd better scurry off before we break you, bone by bone. Not even God will save you then." The small, besieged figure glimpsed a flicker of hope in his eyes upon hearing someone was willing to step in. But when he saw Qin Hao's face, that glimmer quickly faded, as if doubting that this outsider could change anything. Qin Hao ignored their ridicule and strode forward, his gaze unwavering. While he despised all forms of racial prejudice, what truly fueled his anger now was the brutality unfolding before him. He spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet brimming with strength. "Listen, I don't care what kind of local bullies you think you are. Picking on the weak is always wrong. Today, I'll show you that justice may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive." In that moment, Qin Hao seemed to transform into a knight defending justice. Even on foreign soil, he would prove with his actions that, regardless of skin color or nationality, every person has the right to stand up and speak for the vulnerable. On that diverse yet turbulent American land, yellow-skinned travelers drifted like fallen leaves, not only battered by the storms of a strange land, but also forced to endure the merciless tide of anti-Chinese sentiment. Li Ming, a young Chinese man struggling to survive in this land, harbored deep bitterness and frustration toward his homeland's helpless policies. Yet amid all this resentment, he clung to one unshakable principle: never allow the kindness of others, regardless of their skin color, to become a source of senseless tragedy. One day, as Li Ming happened upon Qin Hao in the shadow of a street corner, a young man about his own age, yet exuding an unmistakable air of distinction, he was startled to discover that beneath the unassuming appearance of this skinny fellow lay a heart of unyielding resolve. Though Qin Hao stood a little shorter than Li Ming, his eyes, dimmed but still burning with a stubborn, unbreakable light, spoke volumes of his determination not to become a burden to anyone. "Do you really think a few petty thugs like you can make me back down? What a joke." With a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth, Qin Hao swept his gaze over the pack of swaggering street punks. Before him, his eyes sharp and unwavering. These bullies, emboldened by their numbers, dared to flaunt their blatant racism in broad daylight, as if the laws and morals of this land meant nothing at all. Qin Hao mused to himself, were it not for the fact that he was a stranger in a foreign country. Unwilling to expose his true identity and invite unnecessary trouble, he would have already taught these fools a lesson they'd never forget. The ringleader, a thick-set man with a face full of menace, was called Jack. With a sly glance at Base, a towering white brute beside him, Jack's lips twisted into a wicked grin. Base, go grab that yellow-skinned runt for me. Let's show him a real taste of American hospitality. At Jack's command, Base began to close in on Chin Hao, a predatory smile stretching across his face, moving with the deliberate menace of a hungry beast stalking its prey. Boss, I'll shove this big, juicy American sausage right down his throat. Let's show him what a real welcome feels like, cackled Sam, a black thug in the group. Laughing crudely, he shamelessly unbuckled his belt in full view of everyone, his dust-caked hands making obscene gestures that drew gasps of shock from the bystanders. Witnessing this, the chill in Chin Hao's eyes deepened. What began as a plan to simply teach them a lesson now hardened into a grim resolve for punishment. Listen here, kid. If you know what's good for you, you'll do as you're told, or else. Base halted right in front of Chin Hao, his tone thick with threat and provocation. He even whistled, his smug demeanor making it clear he believed victory was already his. Run. These people are the real scum of society. Li Ming, frantic with worry, shouted out. He knew well that although Chin Hao was skilled, facing off alone against a gang of armed thugs was far from wise. But before he could finish, one of the gang shoved him violently to the ground, landing heavy blows to his stomach. Li Ming's pained groans echoed down the deserted street. At that critical moment, Chin Hao's eyes turned as cold and sharp as a blade. He no longer hesitated. In a flash, his figure darted forward, like the brightest shooting star streaking across the night sky, unleashing the power he had long kept in check. There was a crisp crack, a collision of justice and evil, a struggle between freedom and oppression. In that instant, Li Ming understood. Chin Hao was not just fighting for himself, but also giving voice to all those who toiled silently on this land, yearning for respect for their yellow skin. And so, the story began. With his actions, Chin Hao was about to write a legend of courage, justice, and unyielding spirit. In that dim and narrow alleyway, justice seemed as fragile as a flickering oil lamp. The gang's ringleader cast a scornful sneer at the slight figure. Chin Hao. Hey kid, he jeered. If that so-called sense of justice of yours could fill your stomach, maybe you wouldn't look like you're starving to death. Save your strength. Think about how to stay alive instead. Beside him, Base grinned lewdly, his tongue flicking over his cracked lips like a hungry serpent. His gaze lingered greedily on Chin Hao's youthful face. TSK. Looking at you. I bet you've never even tasted a woman. Have you, yellow monkey? Maybe that delicate little flower of yours hasn't even seen the world yet. He punctuated his words with a mocking waggle of his eyebrows, his face full of taunting provocation. Chin Hao's eyes were as deep and chilling as a frozen lake, unervingly calm. Faced with such humiliation, a faint, cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, a smile that held both disdain and unwavering resolve. Just as Base basked in his own bravado, thinking he'd found Chin Hao's weakness, Chin Hao's silhouette flickered like a phantom. With a swift, precise, and almost imperceptible motion, his leg shot out, aimed directly at Base's groin. A sharp, piercing scream shattered the silence of the night. Base instantly crumpled to the ground, clutching his crotch, the lecherous grin on. His face twisted into an agonized grimace. My jewels! You bastard! How dare you! He spewed curses, his words barely coherent through the pain. The other gang members froze, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. Then, as reality sank in, they realized that what had just been shattered was not only Base's pride, but also the fragile sense of order they clung to. One burly black thug, just about to undo his belt to join the fray, was so startled by the scene that his hands fumbled, causing his pants to slip halfway down. He hastily yanked them back up, eyes fixed on Chin Hao, legs squeezed together in instinctive fear, terrified he might be the next target. Seeing this, the boss's face turned ashen. He barked at his underlings in a low, threatening growl. Get him. Teach that yellow monkey a lesson he won't forget. But Chin Hao gave them no more chances. He took a deep breath and decided to employ a more subtle style of combat. Wing Chun. Ever since mastering the dragon-elephant prajna technique, it had been ages since he last practiced this ancient martial art. In his mind, with his current physical prowess, he could sweep aside any foe. Traditional martial arts had become a distant, almost obsolete memory. But this time, he deliberately restrained his extraordinary power, simply because he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, if his inhuman strength were exposed, peace would likely become a thing of the past. Moving like a whispering breeze, Qin Hao slipped among the thugs, every motion and strike precisely targeting their vital points. The essence of Wing Chun unfolded in his hands, so swift, so deft that the thugs had no chance to react. Even with his power held in check, the sharp thuds of fist meeting flesh and the occasional faint crack of a joint shifting sent chills through everyone present. Especially that black thug who had been itching for a fight just moments before. Now his legs were as limp as noodles, his eyes wide with terror, praying that Qin Hao's dazzling fists wouldn't choose him next. In this one-sided display of dominance, Qin Hao proved once again that, even in battles where strength seems overwhelmingly unbalanced, wisdom and technique can still pave the way to victory. Then, with a sudden backward somersault and a thunderous slam, one of the thugs landed on the ground like a meteor falling from the sky, sprawled out and utterly motionless. Transformed into a human lounge chair, Qin Hao's skill was as delicate as a spring rain, silent, unnoticed, leaving his opponent drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep. Yet the fight was not over. Qin Hao prowled among the remaining thugs like a starving tiger in the wild, or a lone wolf weaving through a pack. Each move was precise and ruthless, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In just a few exchanges, his enemies collapsed one after another, unable to rise again. Particular attention was paid to the so-called boss. Qin Hao administered a special treatment, a subtle yet devastating kick that brought his legs to ruin, as if smashed to pieces by an invisible sledgehammer. Unless some miracle of future medicine could regrow his legs, a wheelchair would be his most loyal companion for the rest of his days. As the dust settled, Qin Hao was about to inspect the spoils he had rescued, when a gut-wrenching wail from base nearby snapped him sharply back to reality. He frowned, strode over in long, purposeful steps, and delivered a precise, silencing kick that made America's self-proclaimed #1 tenor fall instantly silent. Of course, it wasn't to end his life, just to grant him a temporary reprieve from the agony. At this moment, the small, thin bystander's eyes flickered with an unusual light. Secretly, he was calculating, if only I possessed such skills, what storms in life would I ever need to fear? His gaze lingered on Qin Hao, filled with admiration and longing. That burning look did not escape Qin Hao's notice, and he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, did I just unknowingly rescue a braveheart, or perhaps a member of some secret Guardians League? Hey friend, thank you so much. You're like a real superhero. You took them all down in no time. That was incredible, the little guy struggled. To his feet, gratitude shining in his eyes. But as he moved, he accidentally touched his wound and drew in a sharp breath, wincing in pain. Whoa, easy there. Looks like you really could use some help. Don't move around too much, or you'll make it worse. Qin Hao noticed the extent of his injuries and, on a sudden thought, reached into his secret trove, a space filled with hidden treasures, and pulled out a miraculous healing remedy given to him by Ip Man originally. Ip Man had prepared this medicine for Qin Hao's adventures, but now that Qin Hao's body was as tough as steel, he hardly needed such aids. This, however, was the perfect moment to put it to use. He gently sprinkled the white powder over the wound, and a cool sensation spread instantly. The pain seemed to drift away on a gentle spring breeze, and the little guy's face was full of astonished wonder. Heavens, you must be an angel sent to Earth. How else could you have something so magical? Sure enough, Ip Man's healing medicine was extraordinary. The wound visibly closed and healed before their eyes, as if time itself had sped up in that spot. In that instant, it was not just a testament to Qin Hao's strength, but also a perfect demonstration of the mysterious power from the ancient East. The small Steve Rogers could only gape, as if witnessing the most incredible miracle. This isn't some parlor trick from heaven. This is a homegrown miracle straight from China's ancient soil. But tell me, little guy, what exactly did you do to earn such a hands-on combat lesson from those thugs? Qin Hao's lips curled with a playful smile as he suddenly threw out the question, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, call me Steve, not little guy. And for the record, I'm just a late bloomer, not underdeveloped. Steve bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, firing back instantly, his cheeks flushing slightly. Clearly, the nickname little guy was a sore spot for him. Qin Hao only grinned wider at his reaction. He waved his hand in a calming gesture and said, all right, relax, my friend. I take it back. You're just experiencing delayed maturity, right? But seriously, what did you do to get those guys so riled up? With a deft change of subject, Qin Hao steered Steve's attention back to the matter at hand. Steve let out a sigh and began to recount his story in detail. Honestly, what an unreasonable bunch. My name is Steve Rogers. All I did was kindly remind them to keep quiet during the movie, but they reacted like a pack of provoked wild dogs, dragged me out, and gave me a real welcome. At this point, Steve couldn't help but launch into a tirade, pouring out all the grievances he'd been holding inside. Just as Steve was about to continue his long-winded complaints, Chin Hao's expression suddenly froze, as if he'd just stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. He scrutinized Steve carefully and, with shock written all over his face, exclaimed, "Wait a minute. What did you say your name was?" "Oh, come on, I just told you. I'm Steve Rogers." Steve replied, a little irritated. He felt as if he was being treated like a hard-of-hearing old man, even though the person in front of him had just saved his life. Interrupting someone so bluntly still seemed rather rude. Yet, seeing the look of utter astonishment on Chin Hao's face, Steve's own curiosity was piqued. Could it be that there was something special about his name? "Steve Rogers," Chin Hao repeated under his breath, his voice trembling with disbelief. "You can't be serious. You're not joking with me, are you?" "Joking? I've got way better things to do. My name's just plain and simple, Steve Rogers." Steve confirmed once again, his tone tinged with resignation. No, you don't understand. That name, one day it will echo to the ends of the earth. It'll become a symbol of heroism admired by people all over the world." Chin Hao's heart surged with excitement, as if he'd just stumbled upon a long-lost treasure. He thought to himself, after searching so long without any luck, who would have guessed that fate would step in, and he'd end up saving the future Captain America? This twist of destiny was even more dramatic than any TV show. Could this be what they call searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd, only to find him by chance in the dim glow of lanterns? Come to think of it, luck really is a mysterious thing. Just when he was about to give up, he crossed paths with the future superhero. Greatness? Admired by the whole world? "Buddy, are you sure you're not shooting some kind of sci-fi movie?" Steve looked at Chin Hao with suspicion, clearly skeptical about what he'd just heard, though a glimmer of curiosity and hope flickered in his eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to be a hero admired by millions? On that street corner, gently embraced by the afternoon sun, Chin Hao's words drifted through the air like a soft whisper, but they couldn't quite pierce the fog of confusion still lingering in Steve's heart. Steve stood there, his thin figure cast in sharp relief beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, looking more ordinary than ever. With a self-deprecating smile, he thought to himself, with my unimpressive appearance, how could I possibly be associated with the word greatness, let alone become someone others admire? After all, right now, I haven't been given that miraculous serum. I'm far from the Captain America future generations will revere. Chin Hao noticed this, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mysterious smile, as if he held secrets unknown to the world. Slowly extending his hand in introduction, he said, "My name is Chin. I come from a distant land, carrying with me an understanding of what's to come." His eyes seemed to hold unfathomable depths, as though he could see straight into a person's soul. As their conversation deepened, the bond between them grew rapidly. Steve, the hero of the future, was at this moment more like a young man yearning to be understood, opening up his heart to Chin Hao. "Chin, do you think I could ever become someone great?" His tone carried both hope and uncertainty, as if he were searching for an answer to the riddle of his own dreams. Chin Hao smiled inwardly, memories of his past life replaying in his mind like a film. He knew well Steve's innocence and resilience. Gently, he patted Steve on the shoulder and, with the air of a prophet, said, "Steve, remember this. One day your name will echo across the skies, and you'll become a legend of America." Steve was taken aback at first, then let out a self-mocking laugh. "A legend? Greatness? Someone as frail as me. Could I really become a hero like Zorro, brandishing a sword in the dark and standing guard for justice?" In his eyes shone a longing for heroism, but it was mingled with a shadow of self-doubt. Chin Hao shook his head, a sly glimmer in his gaze. "Hey, Steve, you probably wouldn't believe what the future holds if I told you now. But let me share a secret with you. There's an ancient book in China called the I Ching. It contains the mysteries of the universe and can predict the future, pointing the way forward." Here, Chin Hao paused deliberately, watching Steve's reaction. Steve's face was etched with confusion. It was clear that this New York kid had never heard of the I Ching. Chin Hao was secretly delighted. Here was his chance. He began to spin a dazzling tale about the wonders of the I Ching, casting himself as a sage who could decipher its secrets and foresee what was to come. His words were like a spell, and gradually, Steve's eyes filled with admiration. Under Steve's attentive gaze, Chin Hao even started to weave a legend of his own, one where he and the I Ching were inextricably linked, and, through the mists of time, he could see Steve's destiny, a hero draped in stars and stripes, shield in hand, standing guard for freedom. At that moment, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He worried that his persuasive talk might have gone too far. What if he really ended up leading the future Captain America astray? That would make him a sinner for the ages. But then another thought struck him. It was exactly this innocence and trust that made Steve such a unique hero. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao pressed on, painting a brilliant future for Steve with his captivating words. Steve, in turn, seemed to be touched by some mysterious force. His eyes shone with a newfound resolve, as if he could already see himself standing atop the world, hailed as a hero by all. In that unguarded moment, I had unwittingly woven the heroic image in my friend's heart into a fantastical, absurd daydream, leaving him staring in bewilderment as if spellbound. So, how exactly do I set off on the path to becoming a legend? Steve blinked his curious eyes, turning to the seemingly frail but endlessly resourceful Lidi by his side for answers. Lidi, in his unmistakably authoritative tone, replied, "Wait for your moment of transformation to arrive." Transformation? Steve looked utterly confused. Scenes of Zorro, masked and dashing, flickered through his mind. Could it be that he was meant to become a masked hero too? Just then, Qin Hao patted his empty stomach and let out a wry chuckle. "Hey Steve, are you starving too? I haven't eaten yet. How about we head to the diner and grab a bite?" Qin Hao had been so absorbed in the movie's fantasy world that he'd completely lost track of time, and now his stomach was growling louder by the minute. "Food? I'm broke. I already spent my whole month's wages at the movie theater." Steve scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. The money he'd earned from his part-time jobs had all gone to fuel his passion for movies. "Come on, don't be like that. We're friends, aren't we? Let me treat you this time. But you have to promise to return the favor next time," Qin Hao said with a smile. He knew Americans valued their independence. If he offered to pay outright, Steve would surely refuse. So he cleverly suggested a little give and take. "That's awesome, Qin. Next time, I'll take you out for a feast. Promise." Steve's eyes sparkled with gratitude and excitement. "Great, I'll be looking forward to it. Today, I'm taking you to try some authentic Huaxia cuisine. None of that watered-down, Americanized stuff." A proud grin played on Qin Hao's lips as he spoke, his eyes alight with anticipation. In the 3 months since arriving in America, Qin Hao found it truly difficult to adapt to the local food culture. Fortunately, this city boasted no shortage of authentic Chinese restaurants. As a native of China, Qin Hao naturally had his own ways to seek out dishes that delighted his palate. Inside the restaurant, Steve ate with the abandon of a traveler who had just discovered an oasis after a long drought, tearing into the food on the table without regard for appearances. He had planned to finish quickly, hoping to raid Qin Hao's share, but the subtlety and complexity of Chinese cuisine forced him to set down his fork and try using chopsticks instead. Even so, he still couldn't compete with Qin Hao's astonishing speed at the table. "My God, Qin, your appetite is like a bottomless pit." Steve stared in disbelief at the 4 empty bowls in front of Qin Hao, his jaw dropping and the corners of his mouth twitching in surprise. "Haha, Steve, maybe if you started practicing Chinese kung fu, you'd have an appetite like this too," Qin Hao replied with a laugh. In truth, his own capacity for food was entirely due to the massive energy he burned while training, which left him in constant need of replenishment. At the table, Qin Hao's plate seemed to be a bottomless pit, his appetite easily matching that of 2 ordinary people combined, drawing astonished glances from those around him. Every time a server came by to refill his bowl, their hand would tremble slightly, as if questioning the sanity of such a quantity. To this, Qin Hao always responded with an apologetic smile, secretly thinking to himself, "Maybe this is one of my superpowers, super appetite." Kung Fu. Steve's blue eyes widened in complete confusion, the word clearly absent from his English vocabulary, like a distant planet yet to be discovered in a far-off galaxy. Seeing Steve's bewilderment, Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle, slapping his forehead in sudden realization. Of course, in this moment in time, the word Kung Fu had yet to shine across the world with Bruce Lee's blockbuster film. For now, it lay quietly hidden in a corner of the future, awaiting discovery and definition. Qin Hao's thoughts drifted even further. He began to imagine whether, somewhere in the vast Marvel universe, a legend like Bruce Lee might also be hidden among the stars, forging his own heroic tale with his fists. Returning to the present, Qin Hao saw Steve still looking lost, so he decided to offer a demonstration to explain this abstract concept. He stood up slowly, shaking out his hands, as if sketching the outlines of a Wing Chun form in the air. His movements were fluid and powerful, every punch and kick embodying the spirit of traditional Chinese martial arts. Then, in a clear and resonant voice, he uttered the word, Kung Fu. "Ah, I get it now, brother." Steve's eyes lit up instantly, as if a lantern had burst into flame within his heart. He recalled how Qin Hao had single-handedly driven off those arrogant thugs on the street, not just with effortless ease, but with the calm and extraordinary power Steve had always dreamed of possessing. So, can I learn it too? If I master it, will I be able to handle those troublemakers as easily as you do? Expectation sparkled in Steve's eyes. It was as if he could already see himself transformed into a kung fu master, standing up for justice and punishing evil. Of course you can, but you'd better be prepared. This won't be a walk in the park. Chin Hao didn't hesitate for a moment. In fact, he felt a subtle surge of excitement within. He couldn't help but imagine, if this Captain America learned Wing Chun, blending traditional martial arts with the power of a modern superhero, could he surpass the Captain America that only existed in his memories from his past life, becoming a legend, even greater? Perhaps, in a future crisis, he could use Wing Chun's close combat techniques, combined with his shield's defense and counterattacks, to stand alone against a fierce alien invasion. When they finished paying, a sudden thought struck Chin Hao. He couldn't keep drifting from hotel to hotel like a rootless duckweed. In this Marvel world that was about to become his new battleground, living in hotels clearly wasn't a long-term solution. And now, with this budding bond with Steve Rogers, maybe this was the perfect chance to break into the superhero circle. With that thought, Chin Hao patted Steve on the shoulder and, with a lighthearted, slightly mischievous tone, said, "Hey, buddy, my wallet is getting so thin it might blow away in the wind. I really need a place that's easy on the pocket. Can you help me find somewhere to stay? Preferably a cozy little place that won't break the bank." At the mention of housing, Steve paused for a moment, then smiled. "Chin, if you don't mind, why not crash at my place? I already have a roommate, but there's still space. Plus, it'll make it easier for you to teach me kung fu whenever you want. As for the rent, let's just call it a brother's rate, whatever you think is fair." "That's really generous of you, brother. Thank you so much," Chin Hao replied gratefully. "Haha, don't mention it. We're friends for," Steve answered with a hearty laugh. The two of them strolled through the neon-lit streets of New York, chatting about everything from kung fu to superheroes to wonders of the universe, their conversation flowing effortlessly. "Oh, right, Steve. Your roommate's name is Bucky, isn't it? What kind of person is he?" Chin Hao suddenly shifted the conversation, turning his curiosity toward Bucky. "Oh, Bucky? He's a real blast to hang out with. Straightforward, easygoing, and always up for fun. But you'd better keep your wits about you. He's a regular at the bar and can definitely lead you into some wild nights if you're not careful." As Steve spoke, he shot Chin Hao a mischievous wink, and Chin Hao responded with a knowing smile, sharing the joke between them. "Speaking of which, Bucky's probably at the bar right now, isn't he?" Chin Hao asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Absolutely. At this hour, you'll always find him surrounded by a crowd of lovely ladies, having the time of his life," Steve replied with a laugh. "Do you know which bar he usually goes to?" Chin Hao pressed on. "Of course I do. So, what do you say? Want me to show you the place?" Steve offered eagerly. "Why not? Let's go together," Chin Hao answered without hesitation. Noticing the glimmer of excitement in Steve's eyes, Chin Hao couldn't help but suspect that perhaps Steve himself was no stranger to the bar scene. Still, that did nothing to dampen his curiosity and anticipation about meeting Bucky. After all, before he became the Winter Soldier, what kind of person was Bucky, the childhood best friend of Captain America? Did he, too, once dream of becoming a superhero, only to have fate lead him down a completely different path? With these questions and expectations swirling in his mind, Chin Hao walked alongside Steve, making their way toward the bar, a place brimming with unknowns and the promise of adventure. Beneath the neon lights, at a street corner awash in shifting colors, lay a hidden, secret haven known as the Forgotten Corner Bar. Standing outside its entrance, Chin Hao let his gaze drift over the women on the street, each dressed in her own unique style, their eyes telling silent stories. With a playful smirk, he turned to Steve, who looked more than a little embarrassed, and teased, "You sure this is the place where we're supposed to find redemption? Or are you planning to give me a front row seat to a live episode of Sex and the City?" Steve's cheeks flushed a shade of sunset, and he quickly waved his hands in protest, eyes shimmering with helplessness and a touch of guilt. "Hey, Chin, you got me all wrong. The bar may not look like much on the outside, but around here, it's a real hidden gem with a stellar reputation. It took a lot of digging to get this tip from Bucky. As for those girls, well, they're just part of the scenery. We're here for answers tonight, nothing else." Chin Hao couldn't help but think to himself that if he had traveled back to a time when he still believed in innocence and purity, he might have turned down this invitation without a second thought. But now, after journeying through so many strange and marvelous worlds, he'd learned to see everything around him with new, more discerning eyes. So, he patted Steve's shoulder, his eyes glinting with a teasing yet understanding light. "Come on, Steve, there's no need to pretend with me. Man, after all, sometimes just have those normal little impulses. No need to hide it. Look, your little bit of luck has just arrived, hasn't it? With that, Chin Hao pointed to a woman approaching them from down the street. She wore a tight-fitting dress, every step exuding a magnetic charm that seemed to spark the very air around her. Steve, caught off guard, stood frozen as if struck by an unexpected spell, his cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of red. Chin, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Steve tried to wriggle free from Chin Hao's playful banter, but before he could finish, the woman had already circled gracefully to his side, leaving behind a trail of silvery laughter and Steve's helpless silhouette. With a sly grin, Chin Hao ducked into the bar, leaving Steve outside to fend for himself with the woman. Inside, bathed in the bar's golden, hazy lights, all kinds of souls mingled, some lost in the haze of memories, others yearning for an encounter with the unknown. Chin Hao wove his way through the crowd, his gaze sharp as he swept the dim corners, as if searching for some crucial clue. Secretly, he calculated, this mission wasn't just about rescuing the key figure hidden in the shadows. It was also about protecting Steve's pure-hearted soul from being swallowed by this complicated world. And as for Steve's future days as Captain America and those sweet moments with Agent Carter, a mischievous idea had already formed in Chin Hao's mind. He could just imagine, on some sunny afternoon, Steve awkwardly recounting his fateful encounter with a street lady to Carter. What a sight that would be. Of course, this was just a bit of harmless fun for Chin Hao. After all, Steve was always such an easy target for everyone's amusement. Here, in this dazzling and enigmatic forgotten corner, the adventure of Chin Hao and Steve was only just beginning. In a dimly lit bar corner, with the music wrapped around every table, Steve's unease wasn't just shyness. It was a storm of emotions, leaving him feeling thoroughly unsettled and embarrassed. He muttered to himself, wondering what kind of peculiar friend he had made. Chin Hao, this fellow, marched in like a rookie explorer, brimming with curiosity about everything around him, exclaiming and marveling at every little thing. His innocence could rival a fledgling poking its head out of the nest for the first time. Except, in the adult world of a bar, the scene felt particularly out of place. Just as Steve was about to speak, trying to find some dignified excuse for Chin Hao's childish behavior, a barmaid in a tight uniform, her figure swaying gracefully, approached their table with a confident click of her high heels. She addressed them in a professionally stern tone. "Excuse me, sir, this is a playground for grown-ups. We don't serve children here, so please have the little one leave first." Suddenly, the tension in the air shattered with a splutter. Caught off guard by this unexpected eviction, Chin Hao choked on his wine, sending a crimson spray across the table that landed squarely on Steve's face. The wine added a flush to his already complex emotions, leaving him looking like an apple blushing under the sunset. Flustered and embarrassed, his anger and mortification mingling across his cheeks like a fiery cloud. Laughter, sharp and teasing, rang out from behind Steve. Well, let's see which little one has sneaked into the grown-ups game. Oh, so it's Stevie, our dear little Steve. Looks like you're not just immature, but positively youthful. The voice belonged to Bucky, Steve's longtime friend, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle far too much. Steve was mortified, feeling as though 1,000 eyes were fixed on him. That laughter cut through his fragile pride like a blade. He spun around, his words coming out in a rush, both defensive and retaliatory. "For heaven's sake, Bucky, why are you still hanging around here? Careful, or one of these days you'll lose yourself to wine and women." Bucky, tall and charming with a disarming smile, merely grinned in response. "Hey, Steve, shouldn't you be enjoying your movie night? Or is this place just more exciting than the silver screen? But really, this isn't the best place for kids, you know. I'm here to drag you home before you end up spending the night in the arms of some barmaid and never make it back," Steve retorted, his tone exasperated. Noticing the barmaid, Jenny, still standing by in confusion, Bucky quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Jenny, this gentleman is an old friend of mine, not a kid at all. He's a truly respectable old friend, I assure you." Jenny, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with captivating charm, simply flashed a playful smile at the remark. She tossed her silky hair and teased, "Oh, Bucky, you have such an interesting friend. When will you introduce him to us? I wonder what it would be like to spend night with him. Or perhaps, are we lucky enough to experience a bit of that innocent fun ourselves?" Bucky burst out laughing. "Don't worry, I'll definitely bring him along to our next gathering. We'll all have a great time together." After a few light-hearted jokes, Jenny turned and walked away. After all, the bar was bustling with business at this hour. She had no time to linger and chat with Bucky. Steve, meanwhile, stood there with a lingering blush on his face, a complex tangle of emotions swirling inside him. There was a touch of helplessness at his friend's childish antics, but also a moment of self-reflection. This unexpected rite of passage offered him a profound glimpse into the tangled and subtle world of adulthood. Within the vintage ambience of the bar, where the lights were dim and alluring, and the music hummed low and inviting, all sorts of people were weaving their own stories. Jenny, always the dazzling center of attention, had just gracefully departed, leaving behind a curious, charged silence. And in that silence, a sudden battle quietly erupted. Steve, the big-hearted boy known for his optimism and bravery, seemed to have a fuse lit inside him. He lunged at Bucky, gripping him tightly by the neck, his eyes shining with a seriousness never seen before. If you make another joke about my height, I won't be so polite next time." Anyone witnessing this scene would have been stunned, for Steve was always the peacemaker in everyone's eyes. Bucky, who was usually all smirks and devil-may-care grins, was now red-faced, feebly slapping at Steve's arms while begging for mercy. "Okay, Steve, I swear, I'll never do it again." Finally, Steve let go, and the two exchanged a smile, as if the whole episode had only been a bit of fun. Then, with a sense of ceremony, Steve pulled Bucky over and introduced Qin Hao, who stood beside him. "Bucky, this is Qin Hao, a warrior from China. He's not just my new friend, he's the one who saved my life. Just now, we went through a heart-pounding adventure together. Qin Hao single-handedly took care of the thugs who tried to cause us trouble." At these words, a look of admiration flashed in Bucky's eyes. He gripped Qin Hao's hand tightly and said with gratitude, "Brother, thank you for saving Steve. He's been my best friend since childhood. I can never repay you for what you've done for him. Since Steve calls you his brother, that makes you my brother too." Qin Hao responded with a gentle smile. "Oh, not at all. I've already heard about the deep bond between you and Steve, Bucky, even before I got here. It's truly an honor for me, Qin Hao, to call you both my brothers." As he spoke, Qin Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He never imagined he'd one day be fighting side by side with the future Captain America's closest friend, the Winter Soldier himself. Steve patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, laughing as he said, "That's right, Qin. The three of us. Now we're brothers through and through." Then, Steve turned to Bucky and added, "Bucky, from now on, Qin's moving in with us. Could you do me a favor and clear out the stuff in the storage room when you get back?" Bucky was taken aback for a moment, then shot back with a teasing grin. "Oh, so Steve, you get a new friend and suddenly forget your old flame, huh?" The words seemed to freeze the air around them. Even the music in the bar felt like it skipped a beat. Qin Hao broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the awkwardness prickling all over him. He thought to himself, Bucky really doesn't hold back, does he? Old flame, new flame, someone's bound to get the wrong idea. And with Bucky's booming voice ringing out, curious and amused glances quickly swept their way. In a bar filled with glamorous women, Bucky's words stirred up quite a commotion. People whispered, "Well, would you look at that? Even superheroes have these kinds of hobbies nowadays." Steve, seeing the situation getting out of hand, hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Bucky, what are you talking about? We're brothers. There's no such thing as old flames or new ones. Qin Hao is our new friend, and we should make him feel welcome." And just like that, Steve deftly defused the tension. In a lively bar, where every corner seemed to whisper stories of its own, Qin Hao, Steve, and Bucky forged a bond that would prove unbreakable. Somewhere in that storeroom layered with the dust of countless years, it felt like a secret treasure was waiting to be discovered, and the unwitting culprit behind all the commotion was none other than Bucky, feigning innocence. Steve stood outside the door, arms akimbo, his voice tinged with exasperation and amusement. "Honestly, look at that storage room, Bucky. It's like your own private archive of risque magazines. If you don't move those treasures upstairs, yeah, you know, those yellowed covers and suggestive stories, how's Qin Hao supposed to feel at home here?" Bucky, looking for all the world like a child caught red-handed, muttered almost under his breath, all right, Steve, don't get mad. I'll take care of it when we get back. It's just a couple of knowledge vaults. They hardly take up any space." He tried to play it off with a breezy tone, but it was clear Steve wasn't buying it. "Hey, just a few books? That's a whole room full of treasures. Heaven knows how I ended up with a roommate like you." Steve couldn't help raising his voice, his face a portrait of disbelief. Standing to the side, Qin Hao's eyes reflected both surprise and amusement. He glanced at the tightly shut door, secretly thinking to himself, this guy actually turned an entire room into a miniature adult world. So that sunny, upright image from the movies, could it be Steve's positive energy rubbing off on him? With Bucky's playful banter and Qin Hao's quick grasp of their personalities, the atmosphere among the three gradually warmed. Bucky, especially, was fascinated by Qin Hao, the mysterious traveler from the 21st century. They soon discovered that each of them harbored a few unspeakable little hobbies such as an eager interest in certain adult topics. Even though Steve tried his best to maintain the look of an innocent boy, the blush creeping up his cheeks betrayed him. When the conversation turned to women, Chin Hao, though lacking any real-life experience, was a master of theory thanks to his previous life as a self-proclaimed geek. He tossed out jokes and anecdotes gathered from the internet as if they were nothing. Bucky's eyes grew wide with amazement, as if he'd stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Chin, did you just say, Steve, you can tell fortunes? Oh, you mean like fortune-telling, right? He suddenly changed tack. After all, Americans were more familiar with the term fortune-telling. Chin Hao froze for a moment, almost missing the cue. He couldn't help thinking, wasn't that just something I made up to cheer Steve up? But in the next instant, he regained his composure and replied with a straight face, yes, I can tell fortunes. But the rule is only 3 readings a day, any more and it loses its magic. As he finished, he gave a deliberately mysterious wink, as if he truly possessed some ancient wisdom. What started as an uproar over the storage room ended in an unexpectedly lighthearted way. And in the midst of these seemingly irreverent but thoroughly enjoyable conversations, a quiet friendship began to take root among the 3 of them. Are you sure? How many times have you already done your fortune-telling today? Bucky's eyes were round with amazement, as if he'd witnessed something truly incredible. Twice already. Once before I left this morning, I checked my own luck for the day. The other time, that was for Steve, told him he'd become a legendary figure someday. Chin Hao lowered his voice with a conspiratorial air, as if he were revealing some great cosmic secret. Steve? A legend? Bucky's mouth twitched twice as soon as he heard that, his eyes full of disbelief. He gave Chin Hao a once-over, then recalled Steve's scrawny build and his overwhelming sense of justice. He thought to himself, if that guy could become a legend, then I might as well be able to reach the heavens and burrow into the earth. After all, the 2 of them grew up together, practically in diapers, and apart from Steve's unyielding righteousness, there wasn't much in the way of superpowers. Bucky, you just don't get it. My fortune-telling skills have never been wrong, Chin Hao declared with an air of absolute confidence, as if stating an undeniable fact. Oh really, Chin? Then tell me, will I become the richest man in America someday? And, while you're at it, how many true loves will I have in my life? Bucky leaned in closer, grinning mischievously, curiosity and anticipation twinkling in his eyes. The richest man? True loves? Wow, you sure have big dreams. Why don't you just shoot for the stars? Chin Hao rolled his eyes at Bucky's cocky expression, unable to resist. Uh-huh, I was just messing with you. But seriously, Bucky, judging from your face, I'm afraid you're destined to go through a major ordeal in the future. Chin Hao abruptly dropped his playful tone, his gaze growing solemn. Huh? What kind of ordeal? Bucky's heart skipped a beat at those words. But don't worry, with Steve and me around, you'll always manage to turn misfortune into blessing and come through safe and sound. Chin Hao gave Bucky's shoulder a reassuring pat, his tone steady and full of conviction. As long as you don't end up falling off a train into a ravine, something like that would be a piece of cake for me to handle anyway. Chin Hao thought smugly to himself, still vividly remembering the time he'd saved Bucky's life. As for whether there would be any Winter Soldier incidents in the future, that was beyond his jurisdiction. Before heading back with Steve, Chin Hao returned to his own place. Place was a generous term. It was just a shabby little room. He gathered a few changes of clothes and set off for Steve's home. After all, he had a secret stash hidden in his mystical space. Anything important was kept there, while these clothes were just for daily use. Seeing how pitifully little luggage Chin Hao brought, Steve couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. But then he thought, what kind of furniture could you possibly move out from a hotel? Just a few pieces of clothing, really? The thought quickly put his mind at ease. Once at Steve's house, Chin Hao made sure Bucky wasn't left to clean the place alone. He pulled Steve in to join the cleaning crew. Together, the 3 of them quickly had the place tidied up and organized. Afterwards, Bucky and Steve accompanied Chin Hao to the mall, where they picked up a few household items and some bedding. Once everything was settled, Chin Hao officially took up residence at Steve's place. And here's the thing. The rent for the whole month was just $100. This was 19th century America. Back then, the dollar was a hard currency, and $100 was no small sum. In those days of strange and dazzling urban legends, $5 might get you little more than a fleeting glimpse of life on the street, but in some quiet corner, $100 became a subtle testament to friendship and boundary. Steve, the man who always wore a faint, enigmatic smile, had originally intended to charge Chin Hao a mere $10 as a kind of initiation fee, almost as if to say, welcome to my world. It may be small, but here rules still matter. But Chin Hao's insistence was like an irresistible current of warmth, and in the end, that number grew to 3 digits. $100 in that moment was more than just money. It was an unspoken invitation to a deeper connection. Time slipped by like sand through fingers. 2 years passed in silence and in haste. Chin Hao, Steve, and Bucky, three souls, each so different, managed to weave a unique symphony of cohabitation under the same roof. Chin Hao often wondered, if he were as drawn to men as he was to women, even he might begin to question the boundaries of his own desires. After all, to share days and nights with two such vivid male roommates, the bond they forged had long since surpassed anything defined by gender. Perhaps this was what lay at the heart of Chin Hao's silent admiration for Steve, that hero of another era, and allowed him to find a sense of belonging amidst the tangle of reality. As for Bucky, the so-called lucky one of the Marvel world, his philosophy of life seemed forever entwined with late-night bars and fleeting encounters. Every few days, a new visitor would appear at his little room. Women whose faces blurred in memory, but whose eyes shone with determination, coming and going like the changing seasons. Chin Hao couldn't help but wonder, in an age before condoms, wasn't Bucky's way of life dancing with death? Whenever he glimpsed Bucky returning with yet another unfamiliar face, a ripple of curiosity and worry stirred in his heart. In an era plagued by disease, how did Bucky manage to remain so improbably lucky? And yet, it seemed that fortune truly did favor Bucky. Despite his ever-changing cast of companions, each bearing the unmistakable air of the streets, he somehow remained untouched by the dreaded specter of HIV, a miracle that defied explanation. Perhaps, just as in those ancient legends of protection, Bucky truly carries an elusive aura of luck, marking him as an indispensable part of the Marvel Universe. Or maybe fate had long since written his path, reserving an irreplaceable role for him in the chapters yet to be written. So much so that even the heavens were reluctant to let this lucky one exit the stage too soon. And so, in the river of time, the story of Chin Hao, Steve, and Bucky echoed through that city of endless possibilities like an unfinished melody, each note hiding secrets and miracles waiting to be discovered. Rewritten content. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the window, casting a golden glow over the small room cluttered with martial arts equipment. Steve, the man destined to become Captain America, was drenched in sweat as he practiced the Wing Chun moves he had just learned, striking at the wooden dummy with relentless determination. Every punch and kick rang out with the force of thunder, as if he might shatter the wooden post itself. "Chin, have I finally mastered Wing Chun?" Steve gasped between breaths, his eyes shining with both anticipation and pride. Ever since Chin Hao, the enigmatic martial artist from the East, had moved into this humble room, Steve's life had been utterly transformed. From a young American man who knew nothing of martial arts, he had gradually become a skilled practitioner of Wing Chun. Chin Hao opened his eyes slightly, watching his sweat-soaked student with quiet satisfaction. He knew that Steve was not only passionate about learning martial arts, but also possessed a spirit of unwavering resilience. Chin Hao resolved to teach him everything he knew about Wing Chun. Of course, the most secret techniques could not be passed on, but the essence of Wing Chun would be more than enough to help Steve walk further down the martial path. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Under Chin Hao's careful guidance, Steve's strength and skill had made remarkable leaps. Yet his physique seemed unchanged, still as slender and slight as when he began. Chin Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Steve wasn't malnourished, and he trained diligently every day. So why didn't he ever put on any muscle? Was there something truly unique about his constitution? With these questions in mind, Chin Hao began to examine Steve's physical condition more closely. But no matter how thoroughly he checked, there was only one conclusion to draw. Steve was utterly, completely ordinary. With a sigh, Chin Hao decided to set his doubts aside for now and continue teaching Steve with unwavering dedication. Though Steve remained slight in build, his energy and spirit had undergone a profound transformation. His gaze had grown more resolute, his bearing more steady, and he radiated a newfound strength and confidence. Where his thin frame once made him appear frail, his martial training had now lent him a striking, handsome air. Even the women who used to dismiss him now began to approach him with interest and admiration. "Steve, you've graduated," Chin Hao said, giving Steve an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "As long as you keep practicing the techniques I've taught you, I have no doubt that one day you'll surpass even me." Hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Steve's eyes. He knew that his perseverance wasn't just fueled by a love for martial arts. It was Chin Hao's patient guidance and encouragement that had carried him through. He remembered those grueling days of training. No matter how tough Chin Hao's courses became, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. It was this resilience and determination that paved the way for him to eventually become Captain America. There was a time when Chin Hao, Steve, and Bucky went to a bar to unwind. As Steve walked in, a few women approached him, striking up conversation. Steve was caught off guard but also thrilled. He realized that his transformation went far beyond martial skill. His confidence and presence had changed as well. He silently thanked Chin Hao, who had helped him grow from scrawny, overlooked young man into a charismatic and self-assured warrior. All of this, every last change, could be traced back to that morning when Steve had turned to Chin Hao and asked, "Chin, have I finished learning Wing Chun now?" In that instant, his fate was sealed. He would go on to carve out his own legend with his fists. Upon the grand tapestry of destiny, the brilliance of his willpower shone like a constellation, guiding the brave onward. For Steve, taking that serum, brimming with unknown power, was like standing at the edge of an abyss, staring into the seductive darkness below. It was more than a physical ordeal. It was a crucible for both his heart and soul. Steve, a warrior with justice in his heart, used his iron will as a shield, fending off the darkness that threatened to consume him. Through this, he completed his dazzling transformation from ordinary to extraordinary. Picture this. When night falls and the world grows still, an inextinguishable flame burns within Steve's heart, a passion for justice, a longing for the light. His will was so unshakable that even the deepest nightmares could not disturb him, and it allowed him to endure Chin Hao's almost brutal training with superhuman tenacity. Chin Hao, once a prodigy in martial arts, had never taken the conventional route as a teacher. He possessed secret techniques and had mastered the legendary dragon elephant prajna skill, making his methods as demanding and unyielding as the legendary Ip Man himself. Yet Steve, an ordinary man with no hidden advantages, overcame every seemingly insurmountable obstacle by sheer force of will. His determination was so profound that even if Professor X, with all his telepathic powers, stood before him, he would find it nearly impossible to sway Steve's resolve. One early morning, sunlight lazily spilled over the wooden floor of the restaurant. Bucky, rubbing his sleepy eyes, still bearing the marks of a sleepless night, pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Hey, Chin, Steve, good morning." His voice carried a hint of lingering exhaustion, yet it couldn't quite hide that irrepressible, devil-may-care charm of his. Chin Hao grinned and teased, "Hey man, those dark circles are almost worthy of a national treasure. Whose arms kept you up all night this time?" Bucky, hearing this, gave a smug, mischievous smile. "Oh, Chin, you wouldn't understand. The lady's passion burns like fire. How could I resist? If I didn't comfort them, they'd be truly heartbroken." In this unremarkable little restaurant, Steve and Bucky were colleagues who fought side by side, while Chin Hao was a mysterious freelancer. His life seemed free from the chains of time, and every so often he would reveal glimpses of his hidden secret, a strange space that could store endless gold, silver, and jewels. Over the years of wandering across China, Chin Hao had robbed the rich to help the poor. Although he gave away all the cash, those antique treasures became his most solid backing. Whenever needed, with just a subtle gesture, he could turn that wealth into reality, ensuring his life in America was carefree and secure. Steve had once asked about the origin of Chin Hao's fortune, and Chin Hao brushed it off casually. "Oh, just a little savings I left in the bank when I was younger." Yet only Chin Hao himself knew how those savings had crossed time and space, witnessing countless adventures and extraordinary encounters. In this world brimming with wonders, everyone's story became a unique chapter. Steve, Chin Hao, and Bucky were each writing their own legend in their own way. On that afternoon, when dreams and reality intertwined, Steve and Bucky's gazes seemed drawn by magic, fixed on Chin Hao. That wealth, enough to pave a lifetime of comfort, was to them like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling yet forever out of reach, stirring both longing and awe in their hearts. Their eyes held not just envy, but the wonder and yearning of travelers stumbling upon an oasis in the desert. It was like hungry wolves on a moonless, stormy night, suddenly catching the scent of warmth and food from a distant campfire, a complex emotion blending hope with a trace of regret. Steve and Bucky's home was the kind of old house weathered and mottled by the passage of time. Every day a relentless struggle against the torrents of life. And so, when they learned that Chin Hao possessed a fortune capable of rewriting fate, their hearts brimmed not only with envy, but also with an indescribable ache. However, these two were never meant for an ordinary life. The future Captain America and the Winter Soldier both possessed hearts far broader than most. They were genuinely happy for Chin Hao's good fortune, Much like sailors glimpsing a solitary ship safely reach the far shore after a perilous journey, their joy was pure and selfless. Chin Hao felt a quiet relief in his heart, fully aware that if this windfall ever became a test of their friendship, if it were to breed laziness or resentment in Steve and Bucky, he would rather it had never existed. After all, true friendship cannot be measured by money. Chin Hao had even considered using some of his wealth to help them escape poverty, but both Steve and Bucky refused without hesitation. Their pride and dignity were far more precious than any material gift. So, Chin Hao found another way to express his gratitude and friendship. Every night, he would bring an assortment of late-night snacks, sharing a warm and hearty dinner with Steve and Bucky. It was not just about the taste of food. It was about the warmth and camaraderie that passed between them, creating a little haven of peace for their young hearts amidst the city's relentless clamor. One evening at dusk, Steve excitedly showed Bucky a newspaper, his eyes shining with a light they had never seen before. "Look, Bucky, I want to enlist," he said, his voice brimming with determination and hope. Chin Hao leaned in curiously and saw a recruitment notice on the page. It was more than a call to serve the country. It was the beginning of Steve's dream of becoming a hero. 2 years had passed, during which Steve, under Chin Hao's guidance, had stumbled and risen countless times. Only he truly knew the hardship woven into those sweat and tear-stained days. When Steve finally heard that he could graduate from Chin Hao's training, he was so overjoyed he threw his arms around Bucky. The happiness they shared was like rain after a long drought, nourishing their shared memories. As for Bucky, though he had once considered learning martial arts from Chin Hao, after witnessing the grueling effort Steve endured, he chose a different path. He understood that everyone has their own battlefield. Even the future Winter Soldier would have someone like Chin Hao to watch over him and offer a helping hand at a crucial moment. "What are you looking at?" Chin Hao's voice broke through Steve's reverie. Steve looked up, his eyes gleaming with dreams of the future. "It's an article about signing up for the army. Chin, Bucky, I want to give it a try. Even if the road ahead is unknown, I want to do something for this world." Steve's words brimmed with fearless anticipation for the future, and by his side were Chin Hao and Bucky, his steadfast supporters, ready to face any storm together, shoulder to shoulder. A bright grin blossomed across Steve's face, and it was as if he held some delightful secret close to his heart. With a mischievous wink, he said, "Join the army? Hey, Bucky, don't blink those big round eyes of yours and think I'm pulling an April Fool's prank on you." As he spoke, Steve gave Bucky a gentle pat on the shoulder. Bucky wore a look of utter disbelief, nearly spilling his coffee all over the place. Inwardly, he grumbled. With Steve's wiry frame, wouldn't the weight of the uniform alone leave him gasping for breath? Let alone getting past the enlistment desk. "Hold on, Steve, Chin, I've got a bombshell to drop." Bucky suddenly shifted the conversation, his eyes glinting with a secret excitement, as if his next words might set the whole room alight. "Oh, you've got something even bigger than Steve's wild idea of picking up a rifle." Chin Hao raised an eyebrow in disbelief. It was late autumn of 1939. After all, the shadow of war had already settled over the world. Germany's steel boots had trampled across the Maginot Line, and Europe's map was being redrawn. In Chin Hao's memory, Steve's dream of enlisting wasn't unheard of, but the moment he'd actually try always seemed shrouded in fog, like a lighthouse seen from afar, never quite clear. Right then, it was as if someone had flipped a switch inside Bucky. He sprang from his chair, positively buzzing with joy. "Guess what, guys? I've just unlocked the secret achievement of soldier. A few days ago, I passed by the recruitment office, gave a shot for the fun of it, and bam, an officer with a keen eye picked me out from the crowd. Come on, congratulate me. Future fellow soldiers." As he spoke, Bucky flung his arms wide, as if he could embrace the whole world, looking every bit the picture of someone who just hit the jackpot. Steve's surprise flickered across his face for only a moment before it was replaced by genuine happiness for Bucky. Yet, in his eyes, a complex mix of emotions shone through. Delight for his friend's success, but also an anxious uncertainty about his own path. Deep down, he knew he wasn't built for the army, but the fire in his heart refused to die out. Silently, he vowed to himself, "Even if I'm turned away 1,000 times, I'll keep trying, until I earn the honor of wearing that uniform." Chin Hao congratulated Bucky with a broad smile, all the while calculating silently in his heart. It seems the prologue to Captain America is about to unfold, and Bucky's decision is undoubtedly the overture to that story. Although the movie's plot was etched clearly in his mind, certain details, like the exact moment Steve enlisted, remained a mystery. Still, Chin Hao knew that once Bucky joined the army, Steve's journey as a hero would soon follow. Yet, what he hadn't anticipated was just how long the wait would be, a whole year stretched out before them. Throughout those 365 days and nights, Steve's figure could be seen time and again at various recruitment stations, each attempt a new challenge thrown at fate. Though he was repeatedly turned away, he never gave up. His unwavering persistence and quiet resilience were quietly brewing the legend that would one day be his. Across every corner of the world, Steve could be spotted in front of enlistment offices on every continent, carrying with him dreams of military life. Each time, he brought along the sweat and progress of a year's worth of dedicated Wing Chun training. His movements were agile, far surpassing those of ordinary men, but time after time, he found himself stopped cold by the measuring stick. The dream of donning a uniform seemed forever barred by an invisible threshold, a challenge known all too well as the height requirement. Steve couldn't help the ripples of frustration stirring in his heart. Height, a fact he could not change, became a silent ache he could never quite put into words. At night, under the soft glow of the moon, he would sit side by side with his friend Qin Hao, sharing his feelings of disappointment and helplessness. Qin Hao, a wise man well-versed in the ancient art of Chinese I Ching, understood Steve's inner struggle better than anyone. With deep, perceptive eyes and warm, encouraging words, he rekindled the flame of hope in Steve's heart, time and again. Steve, don't lose faith. Look, I've got a surprise for you. Qin Hao suddenly flashed a mysterious smile and beckoned over two women of striking presence, suggesting they all head to the cinema for a little relaxation. Yet, Steve's eyes barely lingered on them. All that filled his heart was the unyielding dream of serving as a soldier. Qin, do you really think I still have a chance? His gaze brimmed with both longing and a touch of uncertainty. Qin Hao gently patted Steve's shoulder, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He knew that, by ordinary standards, Steve's chances of crossing that threshold were slim. But Qin Hao also knew that Steve's destiny was anything but ordinary. Deep within, he held a staggering secret. Steve was destined to become the future Captain America, a champion of justice, known and feared across the land. Yet all of this, Qin Hao could only keep locked away in his heart, for to reveal it might twist the course of history in ways no one could foresee. Steve, do you remember? I once told you that your destiny was already set, that glory and brilliance are waiting for you. As long as you hold on to your faith and never give up, the dawn that belongs to you will come. Though Qin Hao's words were somewhat enigmatic, they carried a profound strength that rekindled the light in Steve's eyes. A few days later, Steve, now with a firmer resolve, set out once again to enlist in the army. This time, it was as if an invisible force propelled him forward, filling his heart with a newfound confidence he had never known before. Qin Hao's prophecies, like magical incantations, always seemed to foretell the future with uncanny accuracy. From the outbreak of World War II to the complex reasons hidden behind it, every prediction came to pass. Steve and Bucky's admiration for Qin Hao was plain for all to see. If Qin Hao hadn't repeatedly warned them that foretelling the future drained his vitality, they would likely have treated him as their daily fortune-teller by now. With Qin Hao's encouragement, Steve gradually emerged from the shadow of failure, ready to face new challenges. The exposition in Chapter 45 became a new beginning for their lives. Although Steve declined Qin Hao's suggestion to relax, hope had already been planted in his heart, a steadfast pursuit of his dreams, and an expectation for the boundless possibilities that the future might hold. Qin Hao and Steve decided on an impromptu movie night, tossing aside their original plan of enjoying beautiful company. Qin Hao had felt a pang of regret for the money he'd spent arranging for a blonde beauty, only for Steve to mercilessly send her away. But seeing Steve's bright mood after escaping an awkward situation, Qin Hao no longer felt the expense was wasted. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and, like true brothers, walked shoulder to shoulder into the cinema. As they crossed the threshold, the two blonde women Steve had turned away were standing not far off, glaring at their backs with utter disdain and muttering under their breath, "I just don't get these queers," ignoring perfectly normal women for all sorts of weird stuff. It's absolutely revolting. Those words, like a cold wind, didn't reach Qin Hao and Steve's ears directly, but Qin Hao nonetheless felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A wave of unease washed over him, as if some mysterious force had fixed its gaze upon him. Just as Qin Hao was pondering this unsettling feeling, Steve suddenly pointed excitedly at a huge poster outside the cinema and exclaimed, "Waterloo Bridge! Oh my God, it's the film starring Vivian Lee. This is incredible, Qin. We absolutely can't miss it." Upon hearing this, an image of a beautiful and familiar face instantly appeared in Qin Hao's mind, a face belonging to Vivian Lee, the goddess who captivated the world in the 1970s. Her name drifted through Chin Hao's sea of memories like a gentle breeze, awakening tender fragments of days gone by. Although Chin Hao knew of Vivian Lee, the film Waterloo Bridge was a complete blank to him. In his previous life, it had long been hailed as a classic, yet he had never had the fortune to see it for himself. Now, in this era where entertainment options were few and far between, Chin Hao thought, since fate had brought them together, how could he let the opportunity slip by? Without hesitation, he and Steve chose this film. They entered the theater and found their seats. The lights inside gradually dimmed, and Chin Hao waited expectantly for the movie to begin. But minutes ticked by, and the show stubbornly refused to start. Chin Hao began to feel a touch of impatience. Could it be that cinemas of this era were just as unreliable about starting times? He turned to Steve, hoping for an answer. Steve, however, seemed perfectly accustomed to the delay. With a reassuring smile, he explained, "Chin, you need a little patience. Sometimes the projector breaks down, and it takes a while to fix, so a late start is pretty common." Hearing this, Chin Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The projection technology of this time truly couldn't compare to that of the 21st century. Just then, the theater lights finally went out, and the big screen slowly lit up as the opening of Waterloo Bridge unfolded. At last, Chin Hao and Steve found themselves immersed in a love story that transcended the boundaries of time. In that golden age gone by, it seemed as if the projector possessed an inexhaustible energy, whirring day and night, casting its magical play of light and shadow for every soul longing for a story. Now, in an age of dizzying technological progress but restless hearts, even the most advanced theaters could scarcely recreate the wonder of those 24-hour, never-ending cinematic dreams. Chin Hao, a traveler across time, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia for the past. Yet all he could do was sit in the waiting area of a modern cinema, resignedly letting time slip through his fingers like fine sand. Fortunately, the wait wasn't too long. Waterloo Bridge, that timeless classic where war and romance entwined, finally began, like a bridge stretching across time, slowly revealing its tale. On screen, artillery fire mingled with love, death walked hand in hand with promises. For Chin Hao, though, this ancient story seemed to lack the visual thrill of the modern age, and before long, he found himself growing drowsy. By contrast, his friend Steve was utterly captivated, leaning forward during every emotional peak, unable to suppress a few low exclamations, as if he were living and breathing alongside the characters on the screen. After more than an hour of shifting lights and shadows, as the theater lights gradually brightened, the world outside had transformed into a sea of sparkling stars. The night in New York remained dazzling and vibrant, teeming with life and activity. Stepping out of the cinema, Chin Hao and Steve wore very different emotions on their faces. Chin Hao radiated a calm detachment, as if he had just awakened from a dream that had nothing to do with him, while Steve's eyes glimmered with a trace of melancholy, clearly moved by the poignant love story in the film, unable to shake off its lingering sorrow. "Hey man, don't you think that movie was heartbreakingly beautiful?" Steve looked at Chin Hao's composed face, his tone tinged with both confusion and dissatisfaction. Chin Hao smiled faintly and gave a playful wink. "Steve, do you really think sadness always has to show on the face? Can a man shed his tears in silence?" He knew full well he was unaccustomed to the style of modern films, and besides, Waterloo Bridge was far from the action-packed spectacles he preferred, so he hadn't been fully swept away by it. But not wanting his friend to mistake his reserve for coldness, Chin Hao skillfully diffused the awkward moment with a touch of humor. The conversation took a different turn as Steve posed a weightier question. "Tell me, when you think this war will end, will America get dragged into it?" Chin Hao already had his answer, and replied with quiet confidence. "The war? I'm afraid it's going to drag on for another 5 years. As for whether America will join, Steve, I can tell you for certain, before long, this land of freedom will find itself marching into battle." After all, Chin Hao knew the course of World War II like the back of his hand. Steve's brow furrowed, a flash of anger and helplessness passing through his eyes. 5 years, that's countless innocent lives lost to Nazi cruelty. He harbored nothing but contempt for the nation that had plunged the world into chaos. Seeing this, Chin Hao gently patted Steve on the shoulder, hoping to draw him away from the heavy shadows of the past. "Come on, Steve, don't let yesterday's darkness cast a shadow over today. Let's think about what fun we can get up to tomorrow instead." And so, the two of them, each carrying their own thoughts, set off on the road back to everyday life. Yet in their hearts, both had sown seeds of hope and longing for the future. "Hey, Steve, what's our plan for tomorrow? Are you dragging us off for another movie adventure?" Chin Hao exaggeratedly fanned himself with his hand, pretending to wipe away imaginary sweat, his expression a playful mix of surrender and amusement. Oh my goodness. Chin, you just reminded me. Tomorrow is Bucky's homecoming. We made a solemn promise to go together to the world's science exposition and witness the wonders of the future. Steve slapped his forehead, as if waking from cinematic dream, and his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation for the gathering to come. Sorry, man, but tonight's showing of Interstellar was just so mind-blowing that I nearly lost track of time altogether. Speaking of which, Bucky's days at the military camp must have been full of excitement, right? I honestly can't wait to hear his stories, especially those thrilling moments from Army life. They're practically the blueprint of my dreams. Steve's eyes sparkled with boundless fascination for the military, as if he was just a heartbeat away from donning camouflage and marching off to defend his homeland. I remember the last time Bucky wrote. He mentioned they'd had a nighttime mountain drill. They were supposed to rely on teamwork and tactical smarts to find a hidden signal source, all while groping through pitch-black darkness where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. Just imagining that tense yet exhilarating atmosphere sets my blood racing. I'm dying to know how soldiers are forged to stay calm and united even while walking the razor's edge between life and death. As Steve spoke, he started mimicking the heroic poses from the movie, as if he'd already become that fearless hero darting through hails of bullets. Shinhao couldn't help but burst out laughing at Steve's antics. You know, Steve, it's like you've been possessed by a military buff. But seriously, once Bucky's back, the three of us will be a team again, ready to take on anything. Whether it's the virtual worlds of the movies or the real-life bustle of the expo, adventure and passion always seem to find us. And so, in a chorus of laughter and cheerful banter, the two of them brimmed with anticipation for the gathering ahead. It felt as though tomorrow would be more than just an ordinary get-together. It would be a collision of dreams and spirits, a journey for the soul. Amid the laughter shared between Chin Hao and Steve, one corner of the banquet seemed to dissolve into the darkness of night. There, a silent figure lay in wait, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, never straying from Steve, missing not a single detail. Suddenly, a flash of vivid army green sliced through the stillness. A striking woman, clad in a crisp uniform, appeared quietly at the edge of the shadowy corner, her brows furrowed slightly, and her voice carried a note of curiosity and puzzlement. "Doctor, is this the key we've been waiting for?" "That's right, Lillian. It's him," the person in the corner replied in a low voice, a subtle excitement and anticipation laced within his words. As night draped itself over the world and all fell silent, a quiet revolution was unfolding in Chin Hao's room. He sat cross-legged atop his bed, his cheeks flushed, as if a volcano was about to erupt inside him. Beads of sweat fell like a gentle rain, soaking into the sheets, while the air brimmed with a tense, expectant energy. At this moment of extreme tension, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from within Chin Hao's body, the clarion call of bone reconstruction and the awakening of power. As his bones were reborn with a series of sharp, echoing cracks, every inch of muscle tightened under the surge of strength, becoming taut and brimming with vitality. All at once, Chin Hao's eyes flew open, and two piercing beams shot forth like unsheathed swords, slicing through the darkness with a determination and intensity that would not be ignored. He drew in a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented power surging through him. This was more than just the accumulation of inner force. It was a transformation of flesh and bone, as if he had transcended his mortal shell and become something altogether greater, a new tier of existence. The seventh level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill, the legendary technique said to bestow upon its practitioners the strength of dragons and elephants, now manifested in Chin Hao with overwhelming clarity. Compared to his former self, his power had at least doubled. If the old Chin Hao were standing before him now, a casual wave of his hand would be enough to dissolve any attack with ease. Even more astonishing, his body had undergone subtle yet unmistakable changes. He stood a little taller, his physique not the exaggerated bulk of a Western bodybuilder, but sleek and sculpted, six-pack abs forming a perfect inverted triangle, his limbs long and powerful, every inch reminiscent of a panther, strength and grace in perfect harmony. His black hair danced lightly in the breeze, his eyes deep as night, lips set in a firm line. That handsome face now carried an innate authority, stern even in repose. Now, Chin Hao's bones were as hard as iron. His physical resilience was so great that even a direct hit from a cannon would hardly leave a mark. Perhaps, compared to the Hulk from the Marvel Universe, he still had some way to go, but when measured against Iron Man, Chin Hao was confident he could more than hold his own. Of course, he occasionally felt a touch of rueful admiration when he remembered the awe-inspiring suits of armor from Avengers, Age of Ultron. After all, that black technology, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Hulk, was truly a marvel to behold. Yet with the breakthrough to the 7th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the heavy weight pressing on Qin Hao's heart was finally lifted. In this foreign land, the United States, he had survived for more than 3 years, and now he possessed the strength to protect himself. No longer did he need to fear for his life. This newfound confidence and power would be the firm foundation upon which he would continue to explore and forge ahead in this new world. On the border between dream and reality, Qin Hao's old, fiery dream of becoming a chivalrous hero seemed gently dusted over by the passage of time, leaving only a faint outline. Sitting by the window in this distant country, he slowly lowered his legs, his gaze traversing thousands of miles back to that faraway land, China. A ripple stirred in his heart. On that ancient and magical soil, was there still someone who remembered the young man who once dreamed of the martial world? So be it. Since I have already set foot on this path of no return, I shall plant the seeds of the Huaxia chivalrous spirit here in this new land of America. Let them take root and grow and blossom with their own unique brilliance. One day, those world-famous superheroes will come to know that the spirit of the Chinese knight can be just as awe-inspiring, and that it deserves to shine alongside them rather than letting them steal the spotlight alone. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight slipped through the crack in the curtains and lit up Qin Hao's room, he appeared before Steve with a whole new demeanor. Oh my goodness! Qin, did you take a trip to some mysterious land in the east and learn how to shapeshift? Steve's newspaper seemed to fly out of his hands, fluttering to the floor, while his mouth formed an exaggerated O of disbelief and envy shone in his eyes. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, a hint of mischief in his voice. Steve, this isn't any sort of magic. It's just that after years of dedicated training in Chinese martial arts, I've finally made a breakthrough, and my body has changed in incredible ways because of it. You mean if I work as hard as you and practice Chinese martial arts, my body could change like that too? Steve's voice trembled, a glimmer of hope lighting up his eyes, as if he could already see a new version of himself. Qin Hao's laughter echoed through the room, warm and sly. Ha ha ha, maybe, but that all depends on whether you can stick with it. Just then, the crisp sound of a door opening broke the quiet. A tall man in a sharp military uniform strode in, his smile as warm as sunlight. Hey Steve, Qin, I'm back. Bucky, you finally made it. I was starting to think the army had turned you into a block of stone, and you were too scared to come see us. Qin Hao stepped forward and pulled Bucky into a hearty hug, teasing him. Oh, Qin, you're quite the joker. Whether in the past or now, I've always been a tough guy. If anything, I'm the one doing the bullying, not the one being bullied, Bucky said with a grin, winking at Steve as if to say, see, this is the swagger I was born with. But Steve didn't laugh at Bucky's joke. Instead, he looked serious as he replied, that's a load of crap, Bucky. Are you mocking me? I challenge you to a duel. Bucky burst out laughing and clapped Steve on the shoulder. Oh, come on, Steve, you're a real character. I was just reminiscing about the good old days, not mocking you. You know, you're not the same guy you used to be. In this way, 3 friends from different backgrounds and cultures found themselves closely bound together under a foreign roof, united by shared passion and dreams. They spoke about the future, reminisced about the past, and within Qin Hao's heart, his dream of becoming a knight-errant quietly blossomed anew on this unfamiliar land. In the moonlit, patchwork shadows of a narrow alley, Bucky's figure seemed a little hesitant. He recalled the duel with Steve that had never truly taken place, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Ever since he set foot in Qin Hao's martial arts studio and witnessed the transformation in Steve's skills under Qin Hao's tutelage, a change as dramatic as being reborn, Bucky knew deep down that, despite the toughness he'd forged in the military, he'd be no match for the Steve of today. After all, Steve was no longer that boy who'd once been an easy target for bullies. Hey, Bucky, stop living in the past, Steve said, giving Bucky's shoulder a friendly pat, grinning like a young man who'd just been named hometown hero. These 3 years with Master Qin Hao haven't gone to waste. Even those punks who used to hassle me now know to steer clear. As he spoke, he swung his fist triumphantly, as if the cries of defeated troublemakers still echoed in the air. Indeed, Steve's transformation was like a leap from the black and white frames of an old movie into the dazzling colors of a modern blockbuster. He was no longer the invisible, oft-bullied figure. Instead, he had become a guardian of the neighborhood, using the formidable skills Qin Hao had taught him to repeatedly foil the mischief of local thugs, keeping the peace of these streets. Bucky's return was like a breath of spring, sweeping away the dust from their hearts. The three of them gathered once more, laughter and conversation flowing freely, cups and glasses clinking, as if time had rewound itself to those carefree days of youth. Night descended quietly, but their story was far from over. On the way to the exposition, Chin-hao turned to Bucky with curiosity. So, what new wonders can we expect at tonight's fair? His voice brimmed with anticipation. Although he'd built a life in America over the past 3 years, he'd never really paid much attention to this grand event. After all, the invitation had come from Bucky in the form of a handwritten letter, filled with longing for a reunion and a sense of wonder about the fair. My goodness, Chin, you really don't know anything about it? Bucky exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. This is the latest Stark Expo. It's a feast of cutting-edge technology and creative marvels. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see the wonders waiting for them on the expo floor. Stark, Chin-hao's steps slowed almost instinctively, a flicker of bewilderment flashing across his eyes as his mind raced through memories associated with that name. Howard Stark, father of Iron Man, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. These facts flashed through his mind like lightning, and suddenly everything came together. He realized that he had nearly missed the chance for a close encounter with the legacy of this legendary figure. Steve, standing nearby, chimed in excitedly. That's right, the Stark Expo. And I heard big stars like Vivian Lee will be there. She's my goddess. His words brimmed with longing for beautiful things, so much so that he completely missed the subtle change on Chin-hao's face. For Chin-hao, this was a moment where history and the future seemed to intertwine right before his eyes. He was about to set foot on a stage filled with boundless possibilities, and it all began with a simple invitation, an expo about to unfold, and the promise of a wondrous journey of friendship, dreams, and discovery. In the futuristic Stark Expo Industrial Park, the sun shone brightly, the crowds buzzed with excitement, and the curtain was slowly rising on a magnificent celebration. Amid this dazzling spectacle, how could one forget the mysterious craftsman who forged Captain America's legendary shield? His name resounded like thunder in the hearts of every superhero, never to be forgotten. Chin-hao, Steve, and Bucky Barnes, 3 companions, each with their own distinct personalities, embarked on their adventure through the wonders of the expo. The entrance to the fair seemed like a gateway to another dimension, and as they crossed the threshold, a dazzling panorama unfolded before their eyes, leaving them breathless with awe. Hey there, charming lady, may I have a moment of your time? I'm Bucky Barnes, and your smile outshines even the brightest exhibits. Meeting you here is truly my greatest honor. The moment they entered, Bucky was immediately captivated by the real star attractions, the beautiful women mingling among the displays. He completely forgot their original purpose, stepping forward with gentlemanly flair to greet a passing lady, a playful sparkle in his eyes. The young woman, named Mary, returned his greeting with a smile as warm as spring sunshine. She gently shook Bucky's hand, her voice soft and melodious. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Barnes. I'm Mary. Sorry, Chin, Steve. Looks like I'll have to leave you two for a bit to enjoy my little moment of happiness, Bucky said with an apologetic grin, then led Mary into the crowd, leaving his friends behind. That guy. He forgets all about us the moment he sees a pretty girl. Chin-hao joked, calling after Bucky's retreating figure, though a playful smile lingered on his face. Chin, to be honest, your looks are every bit as striking as Bucky's. Why don't you go out and find your own romance? Or could it be? Steve suddenly scrutinized Chin-hao with exaggerated seriousness. Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine as if he'd stumbled onto some unspeakable secret. He quickly took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. Steve, that's enough. I like real, genuine women. It's not that I'm unwilling, but the beauties at these expos just aren't my type. Chin-hao replied with mock gravity, though there was a mischievous glint in his eyes. Steve burst out laughing, but soon composed himself and asked earnestly, Then tell me, Chin, what does your ideal woman look like? Chin-hao's thoughts drifted far away, and vivid images surfaced in his mind. The gentle elegance of his idol from a previous life, Lin Qingxia, the ethereal aura of Wang Zuxian, the sweet charm of Zhou Huimin, and the dazzling allure of the Black Widow on screen, immortalized by Scarlett Johansson. He couldn't help but wonder, was the Black Widow in this world just as captivating? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Chin-hao found himself questioning, am I living in some parallel corner of the Marvel universe, or have I stepped directly into the world of the movies? Ever since meeting Steve, this question had lingered in his heart. The Steve before him hadn't yet donned his iconic suit, but his lean figure was a near-perfect reflection of the man from the films. Would he, once transformed into a superhero, display the same awe-inspiring strength and courage as he did on the big screen? At this expo, where technology and fantasy intertwined, every detail brimmed with mystery and surprise. For Chin Hao, unraveling the truth of this world was perhaps more alluring than any exhibit on display. Within that kaleidoscopic realm of thought, a question streaked by like a shooting star. Would the Black Widow's beauty here match the breathtaking visage Scarlet brought to life on screen? Chin Hao's thoughts wandered back to that golden era of heroes, when Steve and Black Widow were legends of the same age. Black Widow, the enigmatic spy whose movements were as elusive as a shadow. Chin Hao speculated silently. If he could one day witness her elegance firsthand, he might finally confirm whether this bizarre world was truly a mirror of the Marvel movie universe. Though Chin Hao was well-versed in the broad strokes of Marvel's world, he'd never delve into the fate of every character. Where was Black Widow at this moment? He could only faintly recall that she had once been the sharp blade of the Soviet Union, flitting through the shadowy corridors of the Cold War. But when exactly did she break free from those chains and become part of S.H.I.E.L.D.? That, for Chin Hao, remained an uncharted territory on his map of knowledge. On the other side, Bucky's quiet departure didn't stir the slightest ripple in Steve and Chin Hao's enthusiasm as they explored the World's Fair. For ordinary people, this exposition was undoubtedly a dreamland where science fiction and reality intertwined, a place where every step brought you to the edge of the future. Yet in Chin Hao's eyes, these so-called new technologies resembled relics gathering dust. If transported back to the 21st century, they would probably be nothing more than antiques, resting silently behind the glass of a museum display case. As a result, Chin Hao wandered through the exhibits with a casual detachment, feeling utterly unmoved. In contrast, Steve was like a country boy stepping into a bustling city for the first time. His eyes widened with wonder at every new invention, and he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. His innocent curiosity made Chin Hao chuckle in spite of himself. While Chin Hao and Steve were each lost in their own worlds, a white man, wearing glasses, quietly approached. His gaze lingered on Steve with keen interest. When Steve sensed the attention, he frowned slightly and turned to look, only to find it was none other than Dr. Abraham Erskine, whom he'd briefly encountered at the movie theater. Could it be that he, too, was embarking on this journey into the future? Dr. Erskine? Steve's voice was tinged with surprise and confusion. At the mention of the name, Chin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Erskine? How did he come to know Steve here? There was no such scene in the movie. Could all these unexpected changes be the result of some butterfly effect he had unwittingly set in motion? Hello, I'm Abraham Erskine, from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Dr. Erskine stepped forward and offered his hand in greeting. Chin Hao hurried to return the gesture, introducing himself in flawless Chinese. Chin Hao, from Huaxia. Upon hearing the word Strategic Scientific Reserve, a look of gravity flashed across Steve's face. He wondered silently, was the country about to be drawn into another war? Otherwise, why would such an organization be formed? For Chin Hao, this revelation only deepened the sense of mystery shrouding the future. Steve, come on, tell me, how did you end up getting to know that mysterious doctor? Chin Hao lowered his voice, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as though probing an unsolved riddle. Haha, you might not believe it, but it happened at an old movie screening. The atmosphere felt as if time itself had turned back. Suddenly a group of troublemakers cornered the doctor and tried to shake him down. You know me, I could never just stand by and watch something unjust. After a dramatic hero saves the damsel moment, our conversation suddenly ignited into lively banter, especially with the doctor. Not only was he remarkably wise, but it seemed as if he could see right into a person's heart. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Young man, your dream of joining the army burns hotter than anyone else's. Trust me, there will be a place for you in the military." In that instant, it felt as if a spark of hope had been kindled within me. Steve recounted the scene with vivid detail, his eyes shining with boundless anticipation for the future. Had it not been for Chin Hao's timely appearance that sunlit afternoon, Steve might have remained an unknown figure, lingering quietly in some forgotten corner, and would never have crossed paths with Dr. Erskine at that fateful crossroads. That chance encounter, like a miraculous alignment of countless stars in the universe, made one believe, irresistibly, in the power of destiny. "Dr. Erskine, may I have a word alone with Steve?" Dr. Erskine suddenly addressed Chin Hao with an air of unquestionable authority in his voice. "Of course, Steve. I'll go over there and see what secrets those ancient technologies are hiding. If you can't find me, just head back first. I have a feeling the wheel of your fate is about to start spinning faster." Chin Hao's eyes conveyed his encouragement to Steve before he turned away, his steps tinged with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. Chin, Steve had just started to speak, but could only watch as Chin Hao's figure receded into the crowd, gradually blending in until he was out of sight. Chin Hao wandered on his own, though he had no real interest in those antique inventions. His thoughts had already drifted toward the exit. Just as he was about to leave, a deafening cheer erupted outside the door. Peeking out, Chin Hao was stunned by what he saw, a dazzling red sports car, streaked by like a meteor, coming to a perfect stop in front of the exposition's entrance. The car door swung open, and a dashing gentleman stepped out, closely followed by 4 breathtakingly beautiful women. They clustered around him like stars orbiting the moon, showering him with kisses and embraces, each move enough to send the crowd into a frenzy. The man was putting on quite a show, waving grandly to the onlookers. Whenever an admiring beauty caught his eye, he would stride over and perform a graceful hand kiss, making the lucky lady beam with joy and cry out, "Howard, I love you." Howard Stark? Chin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the very man destined to become a legend? That flamboyant flair was exactly like his son Tony's. It seemed that genetics truly worked wonders one couldn't help but marvel at. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Seeing Howard's extravagant display, it was clear where Tony got his playboy charm. If Tony ever embraced his Iron Man persona in the future, no doubt he'd be just as dazzling and unrestrained, a real feast for the eyes. It seems the title of Iron Man was destined to begin with Howard's generation, only to be passed down into the hands of his son Tony. Chin Hao pondered silently, his mind brimming with endless imaginings about all the possibilities the future might hold. On a bright, sunlit afternoon, when the flashbulbs converged on Tony Stark, he seemed to leap straight out of a comic book, boldly declaring, "I am Iron Man, without a doubt." This proclamation didn't just send a shockwave through every reporter present. Even Chin Hao, watching from afar, felt ripples stir within his heart. He mused to himself that Tony's flamboyance and unruliness must surely be some kind of genetic code, inherited directly from his father, Howard Stark. His thoughts drifted back to that vibrant Marvel universe, where Howard, though he streaked across the sky like a shooting star, left an indelible mark behind. In Chin Hao's mind, Howard was not only the secret founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the invisible hand guiding Tony toward becoming Iron Man. Just imagine, if it weren't for the precious legacy of the new element that Howard left behind, Tony might have long ago vanished into the night, a shooting star lost in the crisis-laden sky. After all, Tony's brilliance in scientific research was extraordinary, but many of his great achievements were possible because he stood atop Howard's broad, unyielding shoulders. Though, of course, the clever and cunning AI Butler Jarvis was a unique creation, the singular crystallization of Tony's own wit and creativity. Yet Howard's influence reached far beyond even this. His laboratory was nothing short of a cradle for superheroes. Steve Rogers' iconic shield was a masterpiece crafted by Howard's ingenious hands, and he played a role in the Super Soldier Project, paving the way for the future Captain America. One could say that Howard, directly or indirectly, shaped the 2 brightest heroes in the Marvel Universe, Captain America and Iron Man. They were like the twin offspring of Howard's intellect and dreams, standing guard over this kaleidoscopic world together. One day, Howard entered the exhibition hall with a hint of mystery in his smile and grandly unveiled Stark Industries' latest creation, anti-gravity technology. Although this invention was still in its infancy, it already heralded a revolution in the way people might travel in the future. Howard's words were filled with vibrant hope for what lay ahead, as if SHLD's flying cars were almost within reach. But technology always walks hand in hand with unknown risks. Not long after the demonstration began, the anti-gravity car, laden with everyone's hopes, suddenly plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string, splitting in 2. With a thunderous crash. For a moment, the audience was stunned. Then, a wave of terrified screams broke out. Many shuddered at the thought. Thank goodness I wasn't inside that car. Otherwise, I might have shared its disastrous fate. Faced with this sudden and awkward situation, even Howard, renowned for his suave and charming demeanor, couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment. At that moment, Chin Hao stepped forward, his tone a teasing mix of sincerity and jest. "Hey, old friend, looks like your skills still need a bit of polishing." Before his words had fully settled, Howard's expression darkened. Proud as he was, how could he tolerate such casual criticism from anyone? Just as he was about to fire back, Howard caught sight of Chin Hao's distinctly Eastern features, and a flicker of disdain passed through his mind. What could an Asian possibly know about the mysteries of technology and anti-gravity? But Chin Hao only gave a slight, knowing smile. A glint of intelligence danced in his eyes, as if to say, In a universe teeming with infinite possibilities, knowledge, and wisdom know no borders. Perhaps in that moment, Howard, too, began to reconsider, wondering whether true technological innovation ought to be more inclusive and open. As Howard's gaze rested on Chin Hao's unique, yet slightly rebellious face, his brows instinctively knitted together. A sneer crept onto his lips as he quipped, "Hey, you look like you just stepped off the cover of a fashion magazine. I'd wager you haven't even glimpsed beyond the bottom of your own well." There was a subtle edge to Howard's words, tinged with a trace of racial prejudice, enough to brush against sensitive nerves without overt malice. Chin Hao's eyes flashed with a sly glint at that remark. A playful, almost taunting smile touched his lips, as if to say, "Trying to play the race card? You're out of your league." He shot back, "Oh, really? Mr. Howard, if your horizons run any deeper than the thickness of this piece of paper in my hand, I'll concede defeat." With those words, confidence radiated from Chin Hao's gaze, silently declaring that this was a contest he had already mastered. Howard's face clouded over instantly, as if he'd been slapped in public. "You little punk, are you testing my patience? Don't think I won't. Make life impossible for you here at Stark Industries." His threat was unmistakable, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. Yet Chin Hao remained unruffled. In fact, he smiled even more calmly and made a seemingly trivial request. "Would you mind lending me a pen and some paper? Some things are too pale when expressed in words. I think a drawing would be far more straightforward." Howard exchanged a look with the beautiful secretary standing nearby. Though skepticism filled his mind, Howard's curiosity was piqued by Chin Hao's unshakable confidence. At last, he nodded, signaling for the secretary to fetch a pen and paper. Taking up the pen and paper, Chin Hao's fingers seemed to be touched by magic, darting and sketching rapidly across the page. Within minutes, a marvelous blueprint emerged, an unprecedented design for a high-tech flying machine. Every detail radiated innovative thinking that was far ahead of its time. Once he finished, Chin Hao nodded with satisfaction and gently pushed the drawing toward Howard. "Take a look, Mr. Howard. This is just a small idea I have for the flying machines of the future. If even this kind of creativity fails to impress you, perhaps I should reconsider who's truly living in a well and mistaking it for the sky." Howard accepted the blueprint, his gaze lingering on the intricate and elegant design far longer than he'd intended. The dismissiveness on his face slowly gave way to shock, and then to genuine admiration. It dawned on him that Chin Hao was not merely meeting his challenge with skill, but wielding a level of creativity he had never seen before, a creativity that revealed the wisdom and vision of Asian minds. In that moment, Howard realized that the young man before him might truly have the potential to change the future of the industry. With a hint of disdain, Howard had initially taken the masterpiece from Chin Hao's hand, intending only to give it a cursory glance out of politeness to his Asian colleague. But the moment his eyes fell on those orderly, sophisticated lines and densely written notes, an unprecedented sense of awe crept over him. On the paper, a genius concept for anti-gravity technology leapt to life. The blueprint was so exquisite, it seemed as though every stroke contained the boundless possibilities of future technology. Howard's expression grew increasingly serious, his brows furrowed as he calculated silently to himself. Could this young Asian man truly have broken through the forbidden boundaries of physics, making anti-gravity something more than a fantasy from science fiction? Time itself seemed to freeze until Howard suddenly looked up, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions as he cast a gaze of astonishment and respect toward Chin Hao. "My friend, you are a born designer. My previous attitude was truly inappropriate. Please accept my most sincere apology. Your design is simply breathtaking." Hearing this, Chin Hao's lips curled into a calm, faint smile. He had already expected such a change in Howard's attitude. He knew that a scientific giant with Howard's open mind would always feel respect, not jealousy, in the presence of true talent. "Howard, it's nothing more than a minor experiment," Chin Hao replied lightly, as if what he had just presented was no more than a child's idle doodle. A pang shot through Howard's heart as he thought to himself, "A minor experiment? Then the anti-gravity research I've poured my life into, does it not even measure up to a toy?" A subtle bitterness spread quietly within him. Changing his tone abruptly, Howard quickly switched back to his sharp, business-minded self. "My friend, with such an outstanding design, what do you intend to do with it? How about selling it to me?" Chin Hao smiled inwardly. He knew full well that this design was nothing but a lie woven from his memories of the future. If he were to start from scratch, even getting his foot in the door would be nearly impossible. What truly intrigued him was the resources and influence behind Stark Industries. Sell it? No, I'm actually more interested in becoming a part of Stark Industries. Mr. Howard, do you think I have what it takes to become one of your shareholders? Howard's eyes flickered as he heard this. He began to reassess the seemingly ordinary but unfathomable Asian man before him. Becoming a shareholder in Stark Industries was no trivial matter. It meant sharing the company's power and profits. You really want to be a part of Stark Industries? Howard asked again, his tone much more cautious. Of course. Isn't this design enough to prove my worth? Chin Hao replied with complete confidence. Then, under Howard's astonished gaze, he picked up his pen once more and swiftly sketched on the paper in front of him. In just a few minutes, an even more detailed and almost futuristic blueprint emerged before Howard's eyes. It was a concept for an entirely new energy system, one not only capable of powering anti-gravity vehicles, but also heralding a revolutionary breakthrough in the field of energy for years to come. Howard stared at the lines and curves that seemed to push the limits of human ingenuity, his heart filled with indescribable shock. In this moment, he realized, with startling clarity, that Chin Hao might just be the person who could lead Stark Industries, and perhaps the entire world of technology, into a new era. Inside a laboratory filled with the roar of machines and a sense of futuristic wonder, Chin Hao slowly unfurled sheet after sheet of his hand-drawn blueprints. It was as if he were revealing long-lost secrets of history, laying out ideas from his previous life before Howard one by one. Howard, the famously meticulous head of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division, now seemed struck by an unseen force. His eyes went wide, and waves of astonishment crashed through him. What Chin Hao presented was far more than a stack of designs. It was a collection of war arts capable of appending the very era, from super satellites soaring through the skies to upgraded Barrett sniper rifles with pinpoint accuracy to weapons systems that existed only in the realm of fantasy. Every single one felt as if it had traveled here straight from the future, almost beyond belief. Howard couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this man some kind of weaponry genius sent from above?" If these designs could be realized, Stark Industries would usher in a brand new era for the world of arms manufacturing. In Chin Hao's mind, it was as if he possessed an endless treasury. The weapons that seemed like pure fantasy in this era were nothing more than standard equipment he could easily find in his previous life. This knowledge, transcending time and space, struck Howard with tremendous force, compelling him to re-examine the young man before him. Howard carefully savored each design, and a grand vision of the future gradually took shape in his heart. He realized that once these weapons came into being, the name of Stark Industries would echo across the globe, destined to become a titan in the world of armaments. With that thought, Howard's gaze grew resolute. He reached out his hand and said sincerely, "Brother, whatever your name may be, with these brilliant designs alone, you're already part of the Stark family. Of course, when it comes to the company's shares, your stake will be set at a fair and reasonable proportion." Chin Hao smiled lightly, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. He shook Howard's hand with elegance and introduced himself. I nearly forgot. My name is Chin Hao, but you can call me Chin. I hail from faraway Huaxia." Then, with an air of confidence, he continued, "As for the shares, I believe these designs are worth at least 10% of Stark Industries. Wouldn't you agree?" At these words, a look of approval curved at the corner of Howard's mouth. He knew Chin Hao's proposal was far from exaggerated. After all, any single design could spark a revolution, and what Chin Hao offered was a series of ideas powerful enough to rewrite the rules. Howard nodded earnestly. "Of course, 10%, or even more, would not be excessive. Your value far surpasses what numbers can measure." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Chin Hao's eyes. He understood that he was not merely bargaining at the negotiation table, but laying the foundation for his future path. "As a shareholder of Stark, I promise that no matter what decisions the company makes, I will be your staunchest supporter. As long as the company's profits arrive in my account on time each year, you may handle everything else as you wish." Upon hearing this, Howard finally felt the weight in his heart lift. He knew that although he was giving up 10% of the shares, with Chin Hao's partnership and those revolutionary designs, the future of Stark Industries would be limitless. This was a win-win deal, a new beginning for them both on the road to greatness. From that day on, a new name was inscribed in the annals of Stark Industries, a man from Huaxia, Chin Hao. His arrival would not only alter the fate of the company, but quietly open a new chapter in the history of human warfare. At the dazzling moment when Howard and Chin Hao reached an agreement, Howard lightly waved his finger, orchestrating the scene like a magician. With a subtle gesture, he directed his impeccably dressed, elegantly made-up secretary, who, using cutting-edge 3D printing technology, instantly pulled the contract text from the virtual cloud and materialized it before their eyes. A vision straight out of a futuristic fantasy. They then entered a secluded meeting room within the expo, its vintage murals and the rich aroma of coffee creating an intimate atmosphere. There, a sharply dressed lawyer with an incisive gaze had been waiting for some time, ready to bear witness to this pivotal moment of shared transfer and collaboration on innovative design. Gene Hao accepted the contract handed to him by Howard. The paper itself seemed to carry the weight of the future, feeling exceptionally substantial in his hands. His eyes darted swiftly across the lines, like a cheetah homing in on its prey on the savannah. Though it was only a cursory glance, Howard's impeccable reputation was a solid foundation that allowed Gene Hao to sign his name with complete confidence. In that instant, his signature seemed to be intertwined with the brilliance that awaited them. With the signing complete, the two did not hurry to part ways. Instead, they lingered, like two master swordsmen meeting atop a spiritual summit, exchanging insights and testing each other's mettle. Howard, a towering figure in the scientific world, now looked at the young genius before him with boundless curiosity and admiration. In Gene Hao, he saw a reflection of his younger self, only brighter and more dazzling, impossible to ignore. Gene Hao's mind galloped wildly, like an untamed stallion racing across the endless plains of knowledge. Each of his insights was ahead of its time, profound, as if they were revelations carried from the future. Howard listened, utterly enthralled, his eyes alight as if a beacon of wisdom had been kindled within. Long-standing scientific puzzles that had vexed him for years were untangled with ease under Gene Hao's guidance. He couldn't help but marvel. Gene, your brilliance shines like the stars. If you were born in America, you'd already be a scientific titan, leading the age. Inwardly, Gene Hao chuckled to himself. If not for the memories of my previous life, I doubt I'd even have the chance to stand before you let alone achieve such remarkable feats. Outwardly, he kept his genial smile and countered, Howard, do you know what I admire most about you? Howard was taken aback by the question, then responded with self-deprecating humor. Honestly, I still feel like a student who hasn't graduated yet in front of you. I'm surprised there's anything about me worth your admiration. Could it be my achievements in science? Gene Hao burst into laughter, a hint of mischief in his voice. Howard, of course I respect your scientific talent, but that's not what I admire the most. What I truly envy is your unrivaled charm with the ladies. You always manage to capture a woman's heart in the most unique way. That skill is practically a superpower every American man dreams of possessing. Howard was taken aback for a moment when he heard this. Then, in an exaggerated gesture, he clutched his chest and feigned injury. Oh my God, Gene, you're just too mischievous. But, since you're so interested, at the next party, I promise to teach you a few tricks. Together, we'll become true masters of the science of romance. In the room, the rich aroma of coffee mingled with laughter. At this moment, two geniuses from different countries and backgrounds were brought together by their shared passion for knowledge and zest for life, weaving a story of friendship that transcended borders. In a corner of that futuristic, high-tech exhibition hall, Howard's voice rang out with a blend of theatrical exaggeration and playful sarcasm, almost like a jester leaping onto the stage. Hey, buddy, I'll admit this. Does give me a bit of pride, but don't go painting me as some wild charmer on the prowl. That could spark a worldwide fan club frenzy. His words seemed to fill the air with the promise of laughter about to burst forth. Gene Hao caught his meaning, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sly smile, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. Oh, Howard, with acting skills like yours, you could easily snag an Oscar. Really, you're the spitting image of a young playboy, so why bother pretending to be some innocent little lamb? Give me a break. As he spoke, his gaze drifted, almost unintentionally, to the poised and elegant assistant standing behind Howard. There was a subtle teasing in his eyes. Speaking of which, this goddess level assistant of yours, brains and beauty in perfect harmony. Hasn't she already fallen under your irresistible charm? I've witnessed quite a few hero saves the beauty moments myself, you know. Rather than taking offense, Howard only laughed more heartily, clearly relishing the verbal sparring. Ah, Gene, is that naked envy I hear, or just some well-hidden jealousy? How about this? I'll give you a hand and announce your esteemed position as a Stark Industries board member to the world. I guarantee by at the very next day from east to west, you'll have a line of beauties waiting to gaze at the moon with you. Just don't say I didn't warn you when that happens. Gene Hao shook his head lightly, a serene smile playing at his lips. No, Howard, I prefer the understated luxury that comes with substance. I have No desire to live in the spotlight every day, worrying about paparazzi lurking in every corner, even when I'm just trying to enjoy a cup of coffee. Especially now, those S.H.I.E.L.D. guys have sharper eyes than hawks. They've even managed to get a foot in the door at Stark Industries. If I ever become their prime target, I probably have to worry about my bathtub at home being a live broadcast set, let alone anything more private. You know what I mean? Once the contract was signed, the two of them seemed like old friends reunited after a long separation, their lively conversation filled with laughter. They chatted until night fell, reluctantly making plans for their next gathering over drinks before parting ways. As Chin Hao stepped out of the meeting room, the bustle of the expo was gradually fading into quiet. He glanced around, but there was no sign of Steve or Bucky. He speculated to himself that perhaps they had already set off on their way home. Crossing the now-empty industrial park, Chin Hao made sure the coast was clear. Then, in an instant, the contract in his hand transformed into a streak of shimmering light, vanishing soundlessly as it merged into his secret dimension, a hidden pocket of space only he could access. There, countless secrets and treasures were kept, including this discreet and secure 10% share of Stark Industries. No sooner had Chin Hao stepped through his front door than Bucky's slightly anxious voice called out from inside, as eager as rain after a long drought. "Chin, where did you go off adventuring? I've been looking everywhere and couldn't find you." Right on his heels, Steve's voice joined in, warm and gentle as a spring breeze, full of concern. "Chin, are you all right? We were both pretty worried about you." Chin Hao answered with a smile, a wave of warmth welling up in his heart. He knew that no matter how turbulent the world outside might become, here, there would always be a light shining for him, and friends waiting for his return. Bathed in the glow of a sunset-tinged evening, Chin Hao shrugged off his burdens with ease and greeted his two friends with a warm smile. It was nothing more than a spontaneous urban adventure, and a remarkable conversation with a friend whose mind is full of wonderful ideas. His tone overflowed with appreciation for this carefree freedom, gently soothing Steve and Bucky's worry. "Hey, Steve, if I remember right, we had a gentleman's agreement. If you couldn't find me, you'd just enjoy the night on your own, right? And Bucky, I heard you had a romantic rendezvous planned. Under the moonlight. What happened? Changed your mind and decided to come back to your brothers after all?" Chin Hao's words carried a playful teasing, mingled with curiosity, sparkling in his eyes. The moment Steve heard Bucky mentioned, he seemed to be struck by a fit of laughter, as if he'd just heard the most unbelievable joke in the world. "Huh, Chin, when it comes to Bucky's romantic encounter, it could be the plot of a comedy film. You'd never guess that stunning beauty turned out to be." He stopped there on purpose, building suspense, only to have Bucky clamp a hand over his mouth with lightning speed. Bucky's face was as dark as a thundercloud, both hands firmly muzzling Steve, desperate to keep him from spilling another word. "Bucky, buddy, are you trying to pull off a real-life attempted murder here? Let Steve go. He's turning as purple as an eggplant." Chin Hao rushed forward to intervene, his voice tinged with both urgency and a trace of amusement. A flicker of regret flashed in Bucky's eyes. He shot Steve a warning glare, his voice low and resolute. "Steve, listen to me. If you breathe a word of what happened today, our friendship is over." With that, he finally loosened his grip. Steve gasped for air, and Chin Hao couldn't help but tease, "Huh, Steve, just look at you. Come on, spill it already." For Bucky to get this worked up, this must be one heck of a story. Chin Hao's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He knew all too well, whatever could make Bucky so tense had to be something big. Steve could only shake his head in resignation. Meeting Bucky's fiery gaze, he relented. "All right, Bucky, I won't say a word about it today. But you know me, my mouth isn't exactly airtight. If one day I slip up." He trailed off, though, stopping himself just in time. After all, Captain America was famous in the virtual world for keeping his promises. But just like in the movies, life is full of twists. Although Steve kept his lips sealed that night, by the next day, with Bucky nowhere in sight, he couldn't resist the urge to gossip any longer. He pulled Chin Hao aside and spilled the entire hilarious truth. Turns out, the so-called beauty was actually a die-hard superhero fan. She had orchestrated an elaborate role play, and Bucky, by pure accident, found himself cast as the male lead in this quirky date. She even roped him into posing for a whole series of photos, recreating classic movie scenes in the silliest ways. As Steve animatedly recounted every detail, Chin Hao was dumbstruck at first, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. The plot twist was faster and wilder than anything Hollywood could dream up. Bucky's little adventure quickly became the trio's favorite mealtime joke. More than that, it made Chin Hao realize that life, with all its unexpected turns and bursts of laughter, is far richer and more vibrant than any movie. In this friendship, every day brought a new adventure, just as the journey to join the army would soon become a testament to their growth. Every step filled with uncertainty and excitement. In these bizarre times, it seemed real life had a way of staging its own absurd comedies. And starring in this one was none other than the ever-witty Bucky. This escapade was sure to leave a lasting mark on his romantic pursuits, casting a shadow of embarrassment that might make him think twice the next time he flirted with someone he liked. But the story really began on that seemingly ordinary, yet secretly eventful night. Bucky had arranged to meet a strikingly beautiful woman by the softly glowing lights near the restroom. The atmosphere was charged. It felt as though the two of them were just about to cross that delicate boundary. However, just as Bucky was burning with excitement, gathering his courage, ready to knock on the door to happiness, something happened that made his stomach churn, a bizarre twist he never saw coming. He fumbled around, but no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't find that sweet gateway he was looking for. What made matters even stranger was when his hand accidentally brushed against a cold, metallic object, an impressively thick door handle. To his astonishment, it was nearly the same size as his own equipment. The absurdity of the moment left him utterly speechless, caught between laughter and embarrassment, to the point where he felt his social anxiety flaring up in full force. As it turned out, the beautiful woman he'd been so taken with was actually a master of disguise, a crossover artist in the truest sense. This revelation didn't just snuff out Bucky's masculine bravado. In an instant, it also doused his once proud warrior's spear with a bucket of icy water, leaving it limp and defeated. Whether he would ever regain his former confidence was now anyone's guess. To make matters even worse, this eye-popping scene unfolded right as Steve walked in on them. In fairness to Steve, who could have imagined stumbling upon such a spectacle in a restroom of all places? Steve swung open the door, only to find Bucky retching in disgust, while the special beauty stood beside him, clothes in disarray, pouting and protesting. But what truly left Steve wide-eyed was the sight of that suggestive stick dangling from the waist of the mysterious figure. The whole scene twisted Steve's expression into one of utter bewilderment, and Bucky could feel his skin crawl under the scrutiny. Later, no matter how many times Bucky scrubbed himself raw in a shower or brushed his teeth until his gums bled, he couldn't shake the nausea that came with remembering his passionate encounter with the crossover artist. He sternly warned Steve to keep the whole affair secret, especially from Chin Hao. If word got out, how could he hold his head up ever again? But Steve, secretly delighted by Bucky's misfortune, could hardly contain his laughter and was itching to share the joy with Chin Hao. Of course, under Bucky's death glare, Steve managed to hold back, at least until Bucky left. Only then did he sneak off to spill the details of this outrageous escapade to Chin Hao. After hearing this story, which sounded more like something out of a Hollywood blockbuster, Chin Hao was left at a loss. Should he pity Bucky for his rotten luck or wonder if Steve's law of moral equilibrium had finally collapsed completely? He even started to question whether it was his own influence that had turned Steve into such a mischievous friend. Before long, the three of them found themselves reunited at the entrance of the recruitment office. As Steve got out of the car, he looked at Chin Hao with a puzzled expression. "Hey, Chin, you never wanted to come here with me before. What changed today?" Chin Hao's eyes flickered with a secret he wasn't willing to share. This trip to the recruitment office, it seemed, was about to open up an even more incredible new chapter for all three of them. Wow. Today is undeniably the day that radiant star in Chin Hao's eyes rises into the sky. Even if he can only watch from the sidelines, he's clutching his ticket to this grand drama of life as tightly as he can. Just the thought of it gets his blood pumping. He can almost feel himself sitting in the best seat in the house, popcorn and soda at the ready. Thinking back to the last secret meeting between Steve and Dr. Erskine, Chin Hao feels his heart itch with anticipation. He knows that the legendary chapter belonging to Captain America is about to unfold. How he wishes he could witness it all in person, cheering Steve on, sneaking a glance at Agent Carter to see if this legendary beauty is truly as enchanting as she appears in the movies. Yet reality loves to play tricks. Agent Carter seems to have vanished in thin air, not even leaving a trace for Chin Hao to catch. Outside the recruitment tent, people come and go, bright young faces etched with hope and anxiety for the future. Chin Hao watches as young men enter with wide grins and emerge, grimacing, clutching their behinds. He can't help but wonder, is this recruitment process some kind of special trial? Are we enlisting, or is this an adventure into the unknown? He turns to look at Steve, his gaze filled with admiration. "You really are made of iron, my friend. Signed up for the army countless times, and each time you go through this special treatment, yet you still manage to keep your cool. Captain America, no one deserves that title more than you. Your sense of sacrifice is something they should put in textbooks. With that, Chin Hao gives Steve's shoulder a hearty slap, as if passing on an invisible strength. After bidding Chin Hao farewell, Steve blends into the long line, waiting for his turn at the medical check. Next, at the call, Steve shuffles forward mechanically, almost like an automaton. The registrar eyes him with a touch of suspicion. This kid looks utterly ordinary, yet someone singled him out for special attention. Could he be hiding some secret no one knows? Medical exam complete. Steve is just about to gather his things and leave when a nurse quietly whispers something to the doctor. The doctor turns to Steve and says, "Please wait here." Then, with a mysterious air, he steps out of the room. Steve's nerves are jangling. He has no idea what's coming next. Left alone, Steve's eyes fall on a small sign by the bed. Falsifying enlistment information is at your own risk. His heart sinks. After all, some of the details he'd just written were, well, a little enhanced. Just as he's anxiously slipping his shoes back on, a soldier suddenly sweeps aside the curtain and enters. An elderly gentleman follows, thanking the soldier, who salutes crisply and then leaves. This scene left Steve even more bewildered, his mind swirling with questions. He muttered to himself, "What's going on here? Could it be that my secret has been discovered? Still, I've come this far. No matter what happens, I must press on. For my beliefs, for the chance to become the hero who protects the world." On that sun-dappled afternoon, Steve was strolling leisurely along a quiet street corner in the small town, savoring a rare moment of peace. His gaze happened to catch a familiar figure, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. There, unexpectedly within his sight, stood Dr. Erskine, the wise man whose mysterious smile and deep-set eyes had always intrigued him. Steve's heart gave a sudden jolt, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Dr. Erskine? How could this be? Isn't he supposed to be cloistered away in those lofty halls of research? What is he doing here so abruptly, yet so warmly? It was as if Dr. Erskine could see straight through the storm raging in Steve's heart, but he only smiled, a hint of mischief and expectation glimmering in his eyes. "Steve, do you remember the last exposition? In that grand, brightly lit hall, I half-jokingly asked if you'd ever consider embarking on a mission to fight those wicked Nazis. You looked even more bewildered then than you do now. So, let me ask you again, this time in all seriousness. Would you be willing to become the hero who, in the name of justice, braves every obstacle and strikes at the very heart of the Nazi menace?" Steve was stunned, his thoughts scattering like leaves caught in a sudden gust of wind. Unhurried, Dr. Erskine pulled a sheet of paper from a folder in his hands, covered with careful notes about Steve. Steve Rogers, an ordinary young man from Queens, with German heritage. Doesn't it sound a little ironic? A man of German descent, standing against the world, forced to battle his own kin, the very ones whose souls have been twisted by darkness into Nazism. Does this choice bring you a struggle and confusion that's hard to put into words? Dr. Erskine's words were like a key, quietly unlocking the tightly shut door deep in Steve's heart. He began to imagine, if he were truly to don that uniform, to wield the sword of justice, and face those once familiar faces, now reduced to the enforcers of cruelty, what would that be like? Would he, night after night, be haunted by nightmares, standing at the crossroads of conscience, torn between impossible choices? For example, Dr. Erskine continued, imagine you're on the battlefield and you come face to face with a young Nazi soldier. In his eyes, you might still catch a lingering yearning for a peaceful life, but he's been swept up by the tide of war, lost and drifting. In that moment, the muzzle of your gun isn't just aimed at an enemy. It's pointed at a soul that, like you, once looked to the future with hope. Would such a choice weigh too heavily on you? Steve fell silent. His eyes grew unusually deep, as if he were speaking across time to a version of himself he'd never met. Dr. Erskine waited, patiently, knowing that the real answer could never come from someone else. It was something each person must summon from deep within, with courage. That's not quite right, Steve replied, shaking his head like a rattle, a flush of embarrassment spreading across his face. After all, the enlistment papers in his hands were his own handiwork, his little masterpiece. Dr. Erskine, this wise man he'd only recently met, seemed to see right through him. Steve's mind flashed back to the day of the exposition, when the doctor had asked him a similar question. But back then, in his rush to the restroom and the chaos that followed with Bucky, Steve had never given him a real answer. Now, even if he wanted to make up for it, the forged papers likely had already sown seeds of doubt in the doctor's mind. His dream of enlisting threatened to evaporate once again. Just then, Steve's eyes landed on a bold notice on the wall. Falsifying enlistment documents is a criminal offense. His heart sank. Two figures rose in his thoughts, Chin and Bucky. If he ended up behind bars, would they come and visit him? Steve wondered, a faint, bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Maybe it was Chin Hao's influence over the past 2 years, or maybe it was his own innate thick-skinned resilience, but Steve somehow managed to pull himself together. Putting on a casual front, he joked, "Hey, doctor, what a coincidence to run into you here. But, it looks like there's a small mistake with these papers you have. I think they might belong to someone else." Dr. Erskine didn't take the bait. Instead, he steered the conversation straight to the point. "Steve, I'm not here to interrogate you about the paperwork. What matters more to me is the question I asked you that day. Are you truly willing to fight against the Nazis?" Steve blinked in surprise, then grinned. "So, is this the Army's version of a job interview question?" Dr. Erskine considered it for a moment, and then nodded gently. "To be honest, I don't want to hurt anyone, whether they're Nazis or just ordinary people. I don't like being a bully, and I don't want to be bullied either." At last, Steve confessed what was truly in his heart, meeting Dr. Erskine's expectant gaze. A glimmer of approval flashed in the doctor's eyes as he listened. He recalled all the moments he'd shared with Steve, small encounters, fleeting conversations, and knew that, though this young man was slight in stature, the fight he'd put up against those thugs that night revealed a remarkable spirit. "Steve, you may not be tall, but I still remember vividly how you stood your ground alone against those men. Your skills are impressive, and right now, the battlefield needs courageous warriors like you, no matter their size. I'm giving you a chance to prove who you are." Dr. Erskine's words brimmed with encouragement and affirmation. In the end, buoyed by the doctor's teasing and support, Steve picked up the pen and, with utmost seriousness, filled out a truthful enlistment form. In that moment, he could almost see himself. In uniform, upright, confident, ready for duty. All the old awkwardness and uncertainty seemed to melt away with each stroke of the pen. "Congratulations, future super soldier, Steve Rogers." Under the soft, amber light, Dr. Erskine's smile was especially warm as he gently passed the weighty enlistment papers into Steve's hands, as if entrusting him with the hopes of the entire world. Steve's heart gave a sudden leap. The document felt impossibly heavy in his palm, and he took it with trembling hands. At last, his long-cherished dream was within reach. He drew a deep breath, as if locking this joy forever in his heart. Filled with excitement, Steve jogged back to their modest, slightly shabby apartment, a place worn but rich with memories, eager to share the good news with his closest friend, Chin Hao. Yet, as he pushed open the door, he found Chin Hao lounging contentedly on the sofa, eyes glued to a soap opera flickering on the television, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Steve stopped in his tracks, suddenly struck by the realization that, with Bucky gone and his own departure looming, this little apartment would soon be left to Chin Hao alone, surrounded only by echoes of the past. "If I'd known you'd feel this way, Chin, I'd rather," Steve muttered inwardly, picturing how Chin Hao might react if he knew Steve was worrying about him. Would he really feel lonely? Or would he just show off some strange superpower? Say, conjure up a streak of golden lightning, unleash some thunder-devour move, and give Steve a real surprise. After all, in Steve's mind, this sentimental drama of friendship would probably just earn him a snort from Chin Hao. "Dude, since when did you start worrying about my love life? Where's that no-nonsense side of yours gone?" Just as Steve was lost in his own little theater of the mind, Chin Hao's voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, what's with that constipated look on your face? Don't tell me the Army turned you down again? No worries, I've got a rare bottle of red wine I just brought back from the other world. How about we drown our sorrows together?" Chin Hao's words carried a mix of playful teasing and genuine concern. Though he joked, he knew perfectly well how Steve's trip had turned out. After all, as a traveler, he was intimately familiar with the plot lines of the Marvel Universe. Yet seeing Steve not nearly as jubilant as he ought to have been, doubts began to sprout wildly in Chin Hao's mind. Could it be that his own presence as a traveler had somehow rippled through time and space, skewing Steve's luck? No, that couldn't be. He'd seen Dr. Erskine meet with Steve in secret just the day before. Everything seemed to be on track. So what secret was Steve's complicated expression hiding? As Chin Hao's mind raced with countless questions, a flicker of emotion crossed Steve's eyes, a mingling of reluctance and hope, hard to put into words. Suddenly, it dawned on Chin Hao. Steve was worried about him. In this unpredictable and dangerous Marvel world, aside from the IP family, Chin Hao had found few friends he could truly trust. Now, with both Steve and Bucky preparing to leave, an unfamiliar loneliness crept over him. "Chin, I've got good news. I made it into the Army." Steve's voice carried a note of relief and newfound resolve. Chin Hao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, thumping the armrest of the sofa. "Well, Steve, you sly dog. Hiding something this big from me? Here I thought you were about to launch into another tragic hero act. Tonight, we're not calling a night until we're both good and drunk. Here's to our friendship, and to your new journey. Cheers. That night, in their tiny apartment, two souls from different worlds sparked a genuine connection. Their friendship shone like the brightest star in the night sky, lighting the path ahead for them both. For a moment, Chin Hao's words faltered, and his eyes darted mischievously to Steve's backside, as if searching for some hidden secret. Chin, you. Steve's face, still tinged with melancholy, flushed bright red the moment he caught Chin Hao's mischievous glance. A jumble of feelings welled up inside him. He was already nervous about joining the army and facing the unknown, but Chin Hao's sudden look left him utterly embarrassed. He couldn't help but think to himself, even if we're going to talk about army life and digestive adjustments, did you have to be so direct about it? Forget it, forget it. Steve, since you finally made it into the army, we absolutely have to celebrate. If that rascal Bucky doesn't come back to join the fun, then just us three brains of the trio can have our own private party. Chin Hao patted Steve on the shoulder and declared in a mock-heroic tone, Chin, what will you do if I leave? Steve took the glass of red wine Chin Hao handed him, swirling it gently, a trace of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Me? Oh, come on, Steve. Are you trying to get rid of me already? After all these years of revolutionary friendship, is this how you treat me? Chin Hao cried out dramatically, pointing at Steve in an exaggerated gesture, his face contorted in a grin that looked more like he was about to burst into tears. Oh, please, Chin, your acting is way over the top. You're not even a fraction as convincing as Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Steve couldn't help but laugh at Chin Hao's world-is-ending expression, mercilessly exposing his theatrics. Steve, you really don't need to worry about me. I've got a place to live, a car, and enough savings set aside to last me through old age. Chin Hao replied with a sly twinkle in his eye, the corners of his mouth curled in a crafty smile. Savings for retirement? Good grief, Chin, how old are you anyway? You're already eager to enjoy the life of a retiree? Don't you ever want to go out there? Make something of yourself? Steve stared at him in disbelief, eyes wide. With exasperation, he'd long been frustrated with Chin Hao's laid-back attitude, but since Chin had taught him martial arts, and with Chin's stubbornly unshakable ways, all he could do was grumble to himself in resignation. Brother, money just needs to be enough. As for making a name for myself, that's not really my style. Chin Hao waved his hand dismissively, looking completely unconcerned. He felt secretly smug, with that martial arts manual as his secret weapon and his future position on the Stark Industries board. Why would he need to chase after anything else? Besides, he still had to master the legendary skills in the manual. Who had time for all that flashy stuff out there? Images danced in Chin Hao's mind, himself clad in sleek training clothes, practicing the manual's moves beneath the moonlight, every punch cracking the air like thunder, or sharing a laugh with Stark Industries executives, strategizing with effortless poise, orchestrating victory from afar. This was the life he truly yearned for. As for all that so-called striving, he was happy to leave that to the ordinary folks. In the Marvel universe of the future, whether you can glide through life with ease and freedom will depend on how perfectly you master those legendary techniques. Hey, Chin, why don't you join me? Stand shoulder to shoulder, and let's march into the glory of the army together. Steve's eyes suddenly lit up with a spark, as if he'd just discovered a whole new world, and he turned to Chin Hao with this bold proposal. What? Me? Join the army? Steve, are you kidding? Has Captain America started recruiting Asian faces now? Chin Hao's face was filled with astonishment, as if he'd just heard the most unbelievable tale. He never imagined that Steve would invite him to join a team that symbolized the very spirit of America. After all, he was born and raised in China, with the pride of the dragon's lineage running in his veins. In truth, Chin Hao wasn't entirely uninterested in becoming an American citizen. It was just that, in his eyes, in this Marvel world brimming with magic and heroes, power and wealth were the only things that truly mattered. Nationality was just a fleeting label. Just like those Marvel heroes, regardless of where they came from, each could carve their own legend on this earth. Hey, Chin, if the army's doors really open to you, would you walk through? Steve's lips curled into a sly grin, as if he was waiting to see how Chin Hao would respond. Oh, they really accept foreigners? If that's the case, why not take a stroll with you? Chin Hao shrugged, projecting an air of nonchalance. After all, he knew Steve wouldn't be around the World War II stage for long. Once Steve was frozen, he could retire with honor and continue his own adventures. Steve burst out laughing. Huh, Chin, you didn't know? China is our ally. Of course you can join the Allied forces. Seems like you're aiming for an early retirement? Huh? You'll have to work a few more years for that. His tone was playful, teasing Chin Hao with a twinkle in his eye. Chin Hao paused at Steve's words, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. He recalled from his previous life's history that China had indeed sent troops to fight against the Axis powers. Now, in this parallel Marvel universe, history seemed to be repeating itself in some mysterious way. Having given Steve his word, Qin Hao wasted no time. Before the enlistment deadline, he signed up for the physical examination without a second thought. Whether he encountered any awkward moments during the process was a mystery to Steve. But when Steve saw Qin Hao return with a look of clear displeasure on his face, he couldn't help but feel secretly amused. In his heart, he thought, God is fair. Those who laugh at others will eventually get a taste of it themselves. Qin Hao's physical abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. On the day of the exam, he performed like a wild stallion unleashed, dazzling everyone with his prowess in every test. The medical staff on site were left speechless, stunned by his almost superhuman strength and endurance. Right then and there, they handed him his enlistment papers. The moment he held his proof of enlistment, a surge of excitement welled up inside Qin Hao. He thought to himself, now that I've joined the army, why not witness the birth of Captain America with my own eyes? When it came to joining Captain America's team, Qin Hao didn't feel much of a sense of belonging. After all, in this world teeming with endless possibilities, he harbored grander ambitions and dreams. Still, since fate had cast him onto this stage, he was determined to carve out his own legendary story in his own unique way. Within the vast Marvel universe, Qin Hao had once envisioned a fiery battle with the forces of the East, but he soon realized that the complexities of this world far exceeded anything he had imagined. China, a land both ancient and enigmatic, was no longer the familiar place he remembered. Although Qin Hao hadn't yet delved deeply into present-day China, all signs suggested that immense, unfathomable powers were hidden here. Take, for instance, the enigmatic Mandarin, lurking in the shadows like a ghost in the night. It made one wonder just how many formidable masters did China truly possess. Their strength might very well rival the powers backing America's own superheroes. Otherwise, how could China maintain its position as a global power in the Marvel universe? Qin Hao himself was not to be underestimated. His mastery of the dragon elephant prajna technique had reached the 7th level. Even the Mandarin no longer inspired fear in him. Yet, the depths of China's intrigue were not limited to martial prowess alone. There were also cunning strategists, skilled at navigating the treacherous waters of politics, making Qin Hao hesitate to wade too deeply. He pondered silently. Perhaps, one day, he would journey alone to Japan and, through his own strength, send the Yasukuni shrine to the bottom of the sea, a heavy reckoning for history. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao's gaze settled on Steve standing before him. This young man, soon to enlist, might have a frail build, but there was an unyielding light in his eyes. Steve, tomorrow you'll set off on your military journey. Although your Wing Chun has come quite far, I want to teach you a special breathing technique, Qin Hao said with a note of gravity in his voice. This isn't just any breathing method. It will boost your circulation, reshape your body, and help you reach heights you've never dreamed of. Really, Qin? Is it even more powerful than our Wing Chun? Steve's eyes shone with curiosity and hope. Yes, Steve. If you truly master it, you might even find that bullets can't reach you. Qin Hao replied with a faint smile, though his mind was quietly calculating. This breathing technique was actually derived from the foundational method of the Northern Darkness divine art, modified by his own hand. While it wouldn't grant supernatural abilities, it could stimulate the body's natural evolution. He chose this technique because it was simple and pure, its effects on the body gradual and steady. Most importantly, it wouldn't interfere with any future enhancements Steve might undergo, such as the super soldier serum. Qin Hao was not unwilling to teach Steve more advanced martial arts, but rather, he acted out of caution. He knew all too well that if Steve, with his current physique, were to suddenly take on profound martial skills, the combination with the serum might trigger unpredictable mutations, perhaps even endanger his life. This breathing technique, however, was like a tailor-made preparatory course for Steve, helping him strengthen his body without interfering with the serum's intended effects. What made Qin Hao secretly proud was that this breathing method, in a subtle way, also accelerated Steve's absorption of the serum. It was a carefully prepared gift from Qin Hao to Steve. Under Qin Hao's patient guidance, it took Steve less than an hour to grasp the essence of the breathing technique. Watching Steve's face, which was gradually growing more resolute, Qin Hao felt a surge of inexplicable satisfaction. Perhaps this future superhero would embark on a legendary journey under his guidance. As the first rays of morning sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and gently brushed Steve's eyelids, he slowly opened his eyes. It was as if, overnight, his body had been infused with some unknown catalyst, and his evolution was quietly accelerating. An unprecedented rush of vitality surged through his veins, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Every inch of his skin yearned to unleash this newfound strength. Compelled by instinct, Steve rose to his feet. In the room awash with early morning light, he began to practice Wing Chun. His fists sliced through the air, each movement fiercer than before, as if the very atmosphere were being torn by this surging force. With every breath, Steve was amazed to discover that ever since he had learned that mysterious breathing technique from Chin Hao, each punch felt as powerful as a crashing torrent, brimming with unstoppable energy, as if he might shatter the very space before him. Chin, this is unbelievable. I feel like I've been given the strength of a lion. With a single punch, even the king of the forest would have to retreat. Steve exclaimed excitedly to Chin Hao, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. Chin Hao smiled faintly, his gaze deep and infinite, as if he could see through all secrets. Steve, if you devote yourself wholeheartedly, not only will your strength multiply, but you may also touch the dream of flight. Flight? Oh no, that belongs to the realm of gods. How could human feet ever embrace the sky? Unless with the help of iron wings, an airplane, otherwise. Steve chuckled at his own words. But before he could finish, his laughter froze, for Chin Hao was slowly rising, lifting off the ground and floating in midair. How can this be? Chin, are you an angel descended to earth? Oh God, please tell me this isn't a dream. Steve stared in shock, hands clasped together, his eyes filled with awe and a joy that bordered on disbelief. Chin Hao hovered in midair, his smile warm and enigmatic, responding to Steve's doubts through action rather than words. Though not a true deity, he possessed powers that defied ordinary understanding. Of course, flight was not his natural ability at this moment. It was the result of channeling a limited amount of inner energy, making his body light enough to break free from the pull of the earth, if only. For a brief time, this strength would last no more than 3 minutes. Yet it was more than enough to leave Steve utterly awestruck. Steve, do you believe the privileges of gods are non-transferable? Chin Hao asked softly from above, a touch of playful teasing in his voice. Chin, is this real? If someone perfects their skills, can they really soar so freely? Steve swallowed hard, his eyes wide with wonder, sparkling with yearning for the unknown. Chin Hao chuckled, his answer both ambiguous and uplifting. If your mind is undistracted and your will unwavering, the dream of flight will one day become reality. Witnessing Chin Hao's miraculous flight, Steve's reverence for the breathing technique reached unprecedented heights. He even imagined that, should he one day find himself trapped in a frozen wasteland, the rhythm of that breathing, rooted deep within his heart, would burn on like the spark of life itself, fueling his pursuit of strength and his longing to fly. On that extraordinary night, it was as if some mysterious force drew Steve ever closer to Chin Hao, his entire being focused on mastering that strange and wondrous breathing method. Chin Hao, the sage from another world, gazed at Steve with eyes full of hopes for his future, sparing no effort in his teaching. Every subtle movement, every nuance in the rhythm of inhale and exhale, he explained with meticulous care. He even called upon that indescribable true energy within himself, gently channeling it into Steve's meridians, as if planting a seed of hope in barren soil. For the first time, Steve felt the flow of energy within, an experience that transcended the mundane and shivered down to the very depths of his soul. This breathing technique, while deceptively simple in name, was in fact the key to the legendary Northern Sea divine art, a priceless treasure, even in a world brimming with supernatural abilities coveted by countless masters. Yet for Steve and Chin Hao, it became a bridge to miracles. When dawn broke, the two of them walked side by side into the military camp, only to be gently separated by the hand of fate. Life in the camp unfolded like a slow, detailed painting, but to Chin Hao, the training was little more than a child's game. He laughed to himself in secret. This level of intensity was barely a third of what the elite warriors of his previous life in China endured. The American military's leniency toward its soldiers, he mused, seemed to foreshadow just how fragile these so-called sons of privilege would be when faced with the realities of war. Chin Hao handled the daily training with effortless finesse, while Steve wore an expression of helplessness, grumbling silently to himself. After enduring 3 years of hellish tempering at Chin Hao's side, he was no longer the frail youth he once was. Instead, he had transformed into a kung fu master, slender on the outside, yet possessing a deep reservoir of inner strength. When it came to these basic exercises, his inner monologue had already played out countless times. Is this all? Imagine, had Shinhao never appeared, then, according to the movie's plot, Steve's days as a new recruit would have been nothing short of disastrous. Aside from his fearless courage, he would have gained almost nothing. But now, with 3 years of careful guidance from Shinhao, these drills were nothing more than a warm-up for Steve, a mere prelude before the real challenge. Meanwhile, the Super Soldier Project pressed onward, undeterred by Shinhao's presence and still following its prescribed script. Suddenly, a test came out of nowhere, like a live grenade tossed at the recruit's feet, its fuse burning with imminent danger. Panic swept through the crowd, and the others instinctively scrambled backward. Only Steve remained, his eyes unwavering and resolute, betraying not a hint of fear. With lightning reflexes, he lunged forward, reaching out to snatch the deadly device just before it could detonate. Unlike the tragic heroism of the movie, where Steve throws himself onto the grenade, this Steve moved with the agility of a seasoned warrior, as if time itself bent too. His will. The spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence, and for the first time, they realized that a new kind of hero was quietly emerging on this very ground. With his mutated breathing technique, Steve had not only mastered the art of flight, but in this trial, he proved his worth in a manner bordering on myth. Later, when Shinhao learned the truth, he was so astonished he nearly forgot to breathe, his eyes brimming with boundless admiration and pride for his dearest friend. Afterward, Steve clutched the heavy grenade in his palm, as though he were guarding a priceless treasure. In that moment, it became both a key to uncharted worlds and a touchstone to prove his own worth. This test was like a drama meticulously staged by fate, and when the curtain finally fell, Steve would undoubtedly stand center stage, bathed in the spotlight, the brightest star of the Super Soldier Project. Yet not everyone greeted Steve's rise with eager anticipation. Amidst the crowd, a few voices whispered with barely concealed disdain, "Look at Steve, he's barely taller than the doorframe." If the mutation fails, with that unimpressive, even slightly awkward look of his, the image of America's heroes will be tarnished. How could politicians ever hold him up as a symbol to inspire the people? Such biting words, cold as a winter wind, tried their best to snuff out the fire burning in Steve's heart. But as Steve's gaze fell once more upon the grenade in his hand, it was as if he heard fate whispering, a murmur that told him this was not merely a test, but a chance for transformation, a leap from the ordinary into the extraordinary. He realized he was about to step into an experiment brimming with unknowns and danger. Perhaps he would become the lab rat, venturing into uncharted territory. But wasn't this precisely the path every hero must travel? Just as a flicker of hesitation rose in Steve's heart, and he felt the urge to reject this sudden gift of destiny, Sheen's words from the night before shone through his doubts like the brightest star in the night sky. Steve, tomorrow, marks the prologue to a new chapter in your life story. Remember, true legends never shy away from challenge. It is a game for the brave, a stage reserved for those who dare to embrace the unknown and push beyond their own limits. Sheen's words were brimming with hope for the future and unwavering conviction. Like a gentle current, they warmed Steve's heart, banishing his uncertainty and filling him with sudden, unshakable resolve. Steve drew a deep breath, images of countless heroes flashing through his mind, some towering and strong, others keen and wise, but all, without exception, had written their own legendary tales through unyielding will and extraordinary courage. He made a silent vow. No matter how long or thorny the road ahead, he would prove with his actions that height and appearance never defined hero. True courage and determination. These were the building blocks of a great soul. And so, Steve gripped the grenade tightly, as if holding a ticket to his dreams and glory. Striding boldly toward an uncertain future, his heart blazed with endless curiosity and longing for the unknown. He knew that from this day forward, he would embark on a legendary path of his own, showing the world through his actions that even the most overlooked soul could shine as a beacon for their era. Could it be that Sheen had already foreseen Dr. Erskine's carefully crafted trial during their talk last night? Thoughts surged like a rising tide, and Steve couldn't help but picture Shinhao's eyes that seemed to see into the future, and the bronze-hued book of changes in his hand. The previous night, under the silvery moonlight, Shinhao had gently turned the pages, murmuring those profound lines from the hexagrams, before a deep, knowing smile spread across his face. Steve, what happens today, was already written in the stars. In that moment, Steve's heart felt touched by some mysterious force. Could it be that Shinhao had truly foreseen the challenge awaiting him? And was this very challenge the doorway to joining the Super Soldier program? At this thought, Steve's gaze grew resolute, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. He drew a deep breath, as if to swallow all his doubts and fears, then stepped out of the recruit training ground with unwavering determination, following Dr. Erskine's hopeful and mysterious figure into the unknown. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, subtle unrest was stirring across the European continent. News of the Super Soldier Project spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner. Dr. Zola, his face etched with astonishment, walked into the Red Skull's private chamber, his eyes falling upon a photograph of Dr. Erskine laid out on the desk. "I heard you've already found him." Zola's voice trembled with disbelief. A cold smile curled at the corners of the Red Skull's mouth as his fingers drummed softly on the table. "Look at this photograph. Our target is right before our eyes." Zola took the photograph, carefully studying the focused and determined face of Dr. Erskine. His brow furrowed. "I don't understand why you place such importance on him. This so-called Super Soldier Project seems to me nothing more than an allied fantasy." A glint of ice flashed in the Red Skull's eyes. "The Super Soldier Project is their final line of defense, their only hope of resisting our iron advance. If we can destroy it, the scales of victory will tip completely in our favor." Zola's gaze grew uncertain, flickering with hesitation. "Then, do you need me to give the order?" The Red Skull slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon beyond the window. "No, I've already made all the necessary arrangements." The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated Steve's barracks, the strikingly beautiful Agent Carter was already waiting at his door. She knocked gently, her voice carrying a blend of warmth and resolve. "Steve Rogers, today is the day that will decide your fate. Are you ready?" Steve opened the door, and at the sight of the elegant yet capable agent before him, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Carter, could I bring Cheen Hao and Bucky Barnes with me?" Carter smiled softly, as if she had anticipated his thoughts. "I've already looked into everything about you. Cheen Hao and Bucky there. Your close friends, trusted companions. But this experiment is unlike any other. We must ensure absolutely nothing can go wrong." At her words, Steve was overcome with gratitude. He knew that Carter was not only a remarkable agent, but also someone attuned to the complexities of human nature, someone who understood the needs of others. And Cheen Hao and Bucky, they had stood by his side through countless days and nights, and were now an inseparable part of his life. And so, accompanied by Carter, Steve set out for the test site, carrying with him hope for the future and the courage to face the unknown. In that very moment, the curtain quietly rose on the Super Soldier Project. Beside Steve stood a friend who had been with him since childhood, his background as clear and transparent as a spring creek in April, leaving no room for doubt. This was the foundation of Steve's trust. However, when the conversation turned to Cheen Hao, a subtle veil of mystery seemed to descend, shrouding everything in an enigmatic mist that could puzzle even the sharpest detective. Cheen Hao, the young man who had crossed oceans 3 years ago to set foot on American soil, held a green card firmly in his hand, yet his heart remained uncommitted to this new land, quietly guarding the secret of his Chinese origins. To the American intelligence services, his past was like an ancient book with its most crucial chapters deliberately torn out, impossible to decipher. In the archives of China, records about him seemed to have been deliberately erased, leaving behind nothing but hazy shadows, making it impossible to piece together a complete portrait. When Agent Carter heard Steve mention Cheen Hao's name, she couldn't help but knit her brows ever so slightly, ripples of unease stirring in her heart. In truth, it wasn't that the reach of American intelligence was lacking, but rather that Cheen Hao himself was a puzzle, as if he had stepped out of another time and space. When he first arrived, he plunged straight into the home of Master Ip Man, immersing himself in the world of Wing Chun day after day, year after year, cut off from the outside world. Later, he donned a mask, drifting along the fringes of the martial world, becoming a living legend. To unmask Cheen Hao, it would require him to reveal the truth himself. Otherwise, not even his mentor, Ip Man, could uncover his whereabouts or secrets in recent years. As for how Cheen Hao managed to join the army so smoothly, it was all due to his conduct in America, which bore no resemblance whatsoever to that of a spy. Though suspicions lingered, the intelligence agencies knew all too well that with the current state of technology, truly unraveling the depths of a person's life was nothing short of a fantasy. After all, America had yet to become the mighty superpower it would one day be. Over the past 3 years, Cheen Hao's life in America unfolded like a plain, uneventful documentary, showing not the slightest trace of an undercover agent. Every move he made radiated a natural, unpolished authenticity, making it hard to associate him with anyone schooled in the art of espionage. "Hey, Steve, what brings you here all of a sudden?" Chin Hao's voice carried a hint of surprise as his gaze flickered past Steve to Agent Carter, an amused thought bubbling quietly in his mind. Could it be that sparks are already flying between these two? Steve smiled, resting one hand on Chin Hao's shoulder while gesturing toward Carter with the other. Chin, let me introduce you. This is Agent Carter. Chin Hao's my old pal and the friend I trust most. Chin Hao returned her nod with a playful smile and a hint of mischief in his voice. Hello, beautiful agent. Judging by your visit, I suppose you have something important to discuss with me? Steve picked up the thread and got straight to the point. Chin, I want you to join the Super Soldier program. Chin Hao's expression didn't flicker. He turned to Carter, his tone calm, yet powerful. Why me? Deep down, Chin Hao understood perfectly well that his little secrets had likely been laid bare long ago. How much they truly knew about his background, he couldn't say. But one thing was certain: this unexpected invitation was no ordinary get-together. On that fog-shrouded afternoon, his mind was churning with questions, making him feel like a supporting character in a mystery that had yet to be solved. His background seemed as blurred as a scene filtered through an old film. He couldn't help but wonder, why would this agent, as striking as a heroine stepped right out of comic book, reach out to him and offer a part in a plan that could reshape history? Did his disguise really hold up under her sharp gaze? Could he truly hide even his identity as a spy? I only trust Steve's judgment, said Peggy Carter, a faint smile curving her lips. Her words radiated simple but unwavering faith in Steve, a trust that warmed his heart like a ray of sunlight in winter. Hearing this, Chin Hao's lips curled into a playful grin. Ah, so that's how it is. Steve's charisma is practically a walking aura of trust, he thought to himself, secretly impressed. At the same time, he realized he'd found an escape from his dull rookie life. Joining the program and witnessing the birth of a future hero firsthand would be 100 times more exciting than the monotony of daily drills. As the vehicle rattled along, Chin Hao's ears had no choice but to absorb the absurd back and forth between Steve and Carter. What once played out as witty banter on a movie screen now, heard in person, just made him want to disappear into the cracks of the floor. Steve's flirting skills are embarrassing for any would-be Casanova. Chin Hao chuckled inwardly. If he were in Carter's shoes, he'd have declared this conversation dead on arrival. But Carter was different. With the patience and poise of a consummate professional, she listened to every word Steve said, even responding politely now and then. It only cemented for Chin Hao the special place Steve clearly held in her heart. You are truly a beautiful lady. Ahem. No, an outstanding agent. There was a trace of nervousness in Steve's voice. Chin Hao, listening nearby, couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, this guy might have already fallen in love without even realizing it. Do you actually know how to talk to girls? Carter suddenly challenged, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She seemed both exasperated and entertained by Steve's awkwardness. This is the first time I've ever spoken so much to a woman. Girls never dance with the boy who steps on their dress, Steve replied, his words tinged with shyness and self-blame. Chin Hao couldn't help but laugh inwardly, though he also felt a pang of sympathy. This future Captain America, under his subtle influence, seemed to be straying further from the path he once knew. Then again, he wondered, would Steve still be able to hold on to that innocent sense of justice in the future? So, have you ever asked a girl to dance? Carter's curiosity pressed on. No, I've never dared to do that. And over the years, I've stopped caring about such little things. Steve gazed out the window, as if he could see right to the edge of the world. That air of calm detachment made Chin Hao sigh inwardly. This guy really knows how to put on a brooding act. Chin Hao grumbled silently, yet he understood that this might just be Steve's unique charm. Even in the most unguarded moments, he naturally radiated a certain indefinable leadership quality. And that quality, Chin Hao realized, was an indispensable part of the legend they were about to create together. In the dim glow of the rearview mirror, Chin Hao seemed to catch a glimpse of an absurd little play unfolding. Steve, once the perfect gentleman, now appeared like a dissolute aristocrat straight out of a faded drama. Every gesture and look carrying a casual air of bravado that set off a silent storm of complaints in Chin Hao's mind. Had it been before their fates became entwined, Chin Hao would have trusted wholeheartedly in Steve's upright character. But now, seeing Steve like this, he couldn't help but wonder, was it his own influence that had nudged Steve off course, or had this side of Steve always been hidden beneath the surface? The scene in the bar was like a patchwork of fragments lost in mist, coming together to form a complicated picture. Even though Steve's search for a dance partner was harder than hunting for a rare element, Chin Hao had witnessed with his own eyes the moment Steve actually danced with a lady. It was clear as day in his memory. That night, Steve had wrapped his arm tightly around a woman, While her expression suggested she'd been forced into a social dance she wanted no part of, her reluctance could have been wrung out like water. Chin Hao gave a self-deprecating chuckle. In this bizarre and dazzling bar, his own not-quite-international face seemed to have become the perfect invisible cloak. Time slipped quietly by amidst Steve and Carter's light-hearted conversation, until the vehicle came to a gentle stop and a hush settled over everything. Stepping into that laboratory filled with unknowns and miracles, Chin Hao chose a path different from the rest. Instead of following Steve into the depths of the experiment, he sat amongst a group of officers, making himself an observer and a witness to this scientific spectacle. The curious glances cast his way swept over him like searchlights. Chin Hao understood all too well that as an unofficial presence in this gathering of scientists, politicians, and officers, the elite of the elite, he was like a stone, dropped in a tranquil sea, sending ripples of curiosity through the crowd. Yet, like a seasoned fisherman, he paid no mind to those inquisitive looks, keeping his eyes fixed below, on Steve, who was about to receive a gift from fate. At the very moment the miraculous serum was injected into Steve, a magnificent transformation began. The once frail, reed-thin figure was instantly remade into a tall and powerful warrior, reminiscent of a hero reborn from ancient Greek legend. Just as everyone was swept up in the euphoria of success, a flash of warning shot through Chin Hao's mind. The shadow of Hydra. He snapped his head up, scanning the crowd, and sure enough, he caught sight of a Hydra spy silently raising a pistol, the cold black barrel aimed straight at Dr. Erskine. "Watch out!" Chin Hao's shout cut through the thickening tension like the first light of dawn. But his body moved even faster than his voice, springing forth like a leopard. He lunged at the spy. Fate, however, seemed to play a cruel trick. He managed to tackle the spy to the ground only a split second after the gunshot rang out. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. Chin Hao berated himself inwardly, gripping the spy tightly, his mind spinning with endless what-ifs. In truth, it wasn't forgetfulness. It was the years of navigating this Marvel world and his obsession with martial arts that had, almost inadvertently, pushed this tragic episode about Dr. Erskine out of mind. It wasn't until Steve's transformation that the floodgates of memory burst open, but by then, it was too late to change anything. On this night, there were not only scientific miracles, but also the fall of a hero, and a deep sense of regret in Chin Hao's heart for not being able to change fate. Chin Hao's gaze grew heavy as it settled on Dr. Erskine, who had collapsed from the gunshot. A profound sorrow washed over him. The doctor's body slipped slowly to the ground, like an autumn leaf drifting down, coming to rest quietly on the cold laboratory floor. It seems the wheel of fate had long since set its course for Dr. Erskine, and his departure, without question, paved the way for Steve to become the one and only. Chin Hao murmured to himself, his voice heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Suddenly, he remembered the last precious vial of serum, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. The spy was now firmly under his control, surely too distracted to think about that fateful serum. Yet, as he turned expectantly toward the place where the serum was stored, the sight that greeted him left him frozen in place. The serum, carrying boundless possibilities, had somehow been knocked to the floor. Shards of glass were scattered everywhere, and the liquid slowly seeped into the laboratory floor, as if sealing this tragedy with an unfinished period. Chin Hao shook his head in resignation, knowing deep down that the power to rewrite the story could not break the shackles of destiny. The shattering of the serum, together with the doctor's passing, sealed Steve's fate as the sole successful super soldier. In the final moments of Dr. Erskine's life, a faint smile lingered on his lips. His fingers brushed gently over Steve's chest, as if wishing to etch their conversation from the night before deep into Steve's soul. Then, his gaze slowly faded, and the flame of life was extinguished at last. Dr. Erskine's death weighed on Chin Hao's heart like an immense stone. The story's trajectory seemed to return to its familiar historical course. Steve, the future superhero, was at this moment little more than a clown in a circus, paraded by American politicians across continents in a bid to soothe public sentiment with his image. The grand tours did indeed send Steve's popularity soaring. His name shone like a brilliant star lighting up the American night sky. Yet in the eyes of the military, Steve was nothing but a clown. What they wanted were true warriors, those who forged honor with strength and blood. To them, Steve's crowd-pleasing performances were laughable, something to be dismissed with a sneer. At first, Steve took great pride in his newfound fame, but as time went by, he began to realize his image was being distorted. He confided his confusion and frustration to Chin Hao, who merely offered a gentle smile and told him, "A legendary life must weather its share of storms. Your journey is far from over. You must learn to endure setbacks. Since that mysterious experiment, Chin Hao had never returned to the new recruits camp. Instead, he joined an organization with an excessively long and complicated name, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, or SHIELD for short. Chin Hao, however, couldn't help but privately complain about the cumbersome name, always hoping that one day the one-eyed director would finally give it something simpler. In this chapter, Chin Hao and his companions are about to embark on a heart-stopping rescue mission. They will face a powerful and cunning adversary, as well as an ally whose life hangs by a thread. Throughout the ordeal, Chin Hao will display his extraordinary wit and courage, while Steve will gradually reclaim his lost dignity and honor in the heat of battle. The moment Chin Hao stepped through the mysterious and solemn gates of S.H.I.E.L.D., his eyes unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. Howard, the legendary craftsman who had forged the indestructible shield for the heroic Steve Rogers. Their reunion felt like old friends meeting by chance after many years, brimming with surprise and emotion. Agent Carter stood nearby, a faint smile playing at her lips. She seemed to have known all along that they would cross paths again, as if fate itself had woven this encounter into its grand tapestry. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve placed almost blind faith in Chin Hao's words. That trust had been forged through countless battles fought side by side, and through Chin Hao's uncanny ability to unravel mysteries with his remarkable intellect. So whenever Chin Hao let slip a hint of a premonition, Steve would quietly nurture a seed of hope, waiting for the decisive moment to arrive. It was a day when storm clouds gathered and the battlefield was shrouded in smoke. The wail of ambulance sirens pierced the sky, their mournful cries echoing across the chaos. Steve learned from Agent Carter that the 107th Regiment had suffered heavy losses in the battle, among them his closest friend, Bucky Barnes. A chill ran through Steve's heart, a sense of dread settling in as he rushed to Colonel Phillips' office, desperate to see if Bucky's name was written on that unforgiving list of the dead. Colonel Phillips, known for his unyielding sternness, had grown impatient with Steve's almost childlike urgency. He deliberately put on a cold, impassive front and refused to disclose anything. Yet, under Steve's persistent pleading, the colonel's resolve softened at last, and he revealed the truth. Upon hearing the news that Bucky had been captured, Steve's heart burned with anxiety. He hurriedly presented a rescue plan to Philip, only to be met with a cold and unyielding refusal. In that moment, he felt as though he'd been pushed to the very edge of an abyss. Reality and the movie's storyline seemed to merge, foretelling the lonely and perilous path that now lay before him. Just as Steve resolved to risk everything and venture onto the battlefield alone, he unexpectedly ran into Carter and Chin Hao at the entrance to the army camp. Chin Hao, noticing Steve's barely contained urgency, couldn't help but call out, "Steve, what's going on with you? Bucky's been captured. Chin, I have to save him." Steve's voice carried a tremor, and his eyes shone with a desperate plea, as if searching Chin Hao for some hidden strength. Chin Hao's heart tightened at the news. Although Bucky held nowhere near the same position in his heart as he did for Steve, they had still weathered hardships together as friends. He remembered, on the eve of Bucky's departure, repeatedly warning him, afraid that history would repeat itself, never imagining that fate, ever fond of cruel ironies, would ultimately lead Bucky into the very tragedy he'd hoped to avoid. Since joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Chin Hao had been swept up in storm after storm, with the organization still in its infancy and countless matters demanding his attention. He'd gradually set aside Bucky's troubles. Yet fate's script seemed intent on sparing no one. Everything had come full circle, returning to that heartbreaking origin. At this moment, Chin Hao, Steve, and Carter stood together at destiny's crossroads, facing unknown challenges and tough decisions. From here, their story would embark on a new chapter, forging ahead into an even more thrilling and perilous future. Standing at the intersection of the modern world and another realm, Chin Hao pondered silently. Perhaps this journey through time had not shifted the wheels of fate as much as he'd hoped. Otherwise, how could his dearest friend Bucky have still fallen into enemy hands? Though he now played a pivotal role behind the founding of S.H.I.E.L.D., holding in his grasp the keys to rewriting the future on the scales of friendship, Bucky's weight far outweighed any scheme or status. "Steve," Chin Hao's gaze seemed to pierce the mist of time as he asked resolutely, "did Colonel Phillips come up with any foolproof plan to rescue Bucky?" He knew the question was likely in vain, but with Agent Carter standing by, such a formal inquiry felt almost like a necessary ritual. "Nothing at all, Chin, but I hope you'll stand with me. With the trust and strength we share, I'm certain we can bring Bucky back safely," Steve replied, his eyes shining with unwavering determination, as if he had already cast aside all thoughts of life and death. At Qin Hao's words, an almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. This was exactly what he wanted. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded in agreement, secretly relieved. That Steve seemed to read his mind. That's exactly what I was thinking, Qin Hao replied simply. Between the two of them, so much could be left unspoken. Their understanding ran that deep. But Carter's worries swept in like a chill wind in winter, sudden and biting. This is far too risky, she protested urgently, her voice carrying an unmistakable firmness. Yet in Qin Hao and Steve's eyes, Bucky's safety meant more than any concern for their own. Bucky is our brother. They spoke in unison, their tone leaving no room for doubt, as if declaring to the world that their friendship was more precious than life itself. Looking at these two brothers in arms, Carter finally sighed and relented. Fine, but you must be careful. She knew all too well that no words could stop them from forging ahead. However, Bucky is deep behind enemy lines. If we're to attempt a rescue, we'll need one more person's help, Carter said, her voice hinting at a carefully weighed strategy. Just then, from outside the door came a familiar, exasperatingly playful voice. Hey there, lovely Miss Carter. What an honor to have you here. Would I be fortunate enough to claim a dance with you tonight? Howard Stark made his entrance, as usual, with a touch of irreverent charm that always seemed a bit out of place. Steve couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This guy really has the nerve to flirt with my future dance partner, right in front of me. Howard, I'm here because I need your help. Carter cut through his teasing with a note of seriousness. Oh, Miss Carter herself, coming to me for help? This must be something big, Howard quipped, raising an eyebrow, a sly glint in his eye as if eager for the challenge ahead. Qin Hao, Steve, and Carter entered the room together, but Howard's gaze was like a magnet, fixed solely on Carter, completely disregarding the other. 2. Qin Hao couldn't help but think. This guy is the very definition of blinded by beauty. He's forgotten even the basics of being a good host. Though Steve didn't know Howard well, he couldn't ignore the fact that his own shield had been crafted by this genius. That thought stirred a tangle of emotions in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to channel his frustration into the mission ahead. And so, with Howard's arrival, the adventure, woven from friendship, courage, and wit, began to quietly unfold. Aboard that massive, steel bird soaring through the clouds, a plane, Steve, Qin Hao, and Carter each claimed a small corner, like three lonely stars drawn together by the invisible threads of destiny. Steve's eyes flickered with anxiety and unease as he muttered under his breath to Qin Hao, Hey man, do you really think Howard is reliable? I just hope this flight of ours doesn't turn into an unexpected free-fall experience. Though his tone carried a hint of teasing, he couldn't quite hide the nerves beneath. His words were like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly disturbing Howard's composure. Wearing his pilot's sunglasses, Howard's lips curled into a roguish grin. He barked through the cockpit intercom, his voice a blend of mockery and pride. Hey Steve, are you questioning the skills of the world's top pilot? I'm Howard. The sky dancer, even storms show respect to. Aside from that legendary magician of the clouds, I don't believe anyone can outfly me up here. Yet as Howard spoke, his gaze couldn't help but drift toward Qin Hao, revealing a subtle trace of admiration that wasn't easily noticed. In the realm of romance, Howard considered himself a seasoned veteran, deft at winning hearts with grand gestures and surprises. But in the presence of Qin Hao, he felt like a child who had just learned to ride a bicycle, miles behind in the art of subtle emotions and romantic finesse. He remembered that night in Paris. Qin Hao, armed with nothing but a book of poetry and an impromptu piano melody, managed to bring a rare gentleness to the eyes of a famously aloof artist. Howard, on the other hand, had tried to impress the same lady with a spectacular fireworks show, only to come off awkward and contrived, like a rock solo awkwardly forced into a symphony completely out of place. Now, watching Qin Hao's calm and composed demeanor, as if everything was effortlessly under his control, Howard couldn't help but reflect, maybe true charm isn't about dazzling displays, but about that quiet grace and wisdom that shines through without even trying. With that thought, the smile on Howard's lips took on a more thoughtful twist, as if he had just made a silent promise to himself. Next time, he'd be sure to ask Qin Hao for a few pointers. Maybe then, his own romantic adventures wouldn't leave him floundering like a clown, helplessly watching his dream girl swept off her feet by someone else's masterful touch. He recalled how Qin Hao had once shared with him a set of unique love secrets, ingenious tips on capturing a lady's heart and weaving unforgettable romance. Never one to be left behind, Howard decided to put these lessons to the test. And wouldn't you know it, Once he started using Chin Hao's tricks, his romantic fortunes took off as if by magic. His success soared to heights he'd never reached before. Especially those meticulously orchestrated romantic moments, such as private concerts under the moonlight or confessions unfurled slowly beneath a shower of flower petals, were classics that even the movies could hardly rival. Each scene struck straight at the heart, making it nearly impossible for any lady to resist. They would willingly lose themselves in that indescribable sweetness and surprise, as if, within that romantic atmosphere, every possible rejection from the world would simply melt away. When Howard lost to Chin Hao in the realm of technological inventions, he merely felt a quiet admiration for Chin's extraordinary intellect. But when he discovered that even on the battlefield of romance, his greatest source of pride, he had been outdone, Howard couldn't help but question whether his playboy reputation was nothing but an empty title now. Little did he know, those dazzling romantic strategies that left everyone in awe were actually borrowed from Chin Hao's profound insights and clever adaptations of countless love stories he'd watched in his previous life. "Steve, Chin, come here. I'll paint you a picture of the enemy's lair," Agent Carter said, gripping a map with unwavering resolve. It was as if she could already see every corner of Hydra's secret base. It's a hidden factory nestled between two towering mountains. As for its internal layout, we know nothing. That means, once you step into that unknown territory, you'll have to rely entirely on your own wits and courage. Remember, the mission is important, but your personal safety matters just as much. Upon hearing this, Howard flashed a confident grin and interrupted her. "Hey, don't worry. My piloting skills are second to none. I'll just parachute US in from high altitude. Precision delivery, guaranteed." Chin Hao, catching Howard's bravado, responded with a playful smirk. "Howard, don't get too cocky with those wings of yours. If you end up turning yourself into a target, you might just have to give up your romantic evening with a lady." Recalling the doubts he'd had when watching these events unfold in films during his previous life, Chin Hao mused in silence. Hydra's base supposedly commanded cutting-edge technology, so how could Howard's plane get so close without being detected? After all, weapons powered by the Tesseract should, in theory, be able to shoot down any aircraft, no matter how high it flew. Unable to resist, Chin Hao reminded them once again, but Howard just laughed breezily, giving Chin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Hey, you'd better worry about yourself. My plane's a marvel of high tech, equipped with radar invisibility. Those Hydra guys will have a hard time even spotting me. You, on the other hand, should be careful. I'd hate to see Stark Industries lose its brightest star." Chin Hao was momentarily stunned by the words, but then he and his companion exchanged a knowing smile. The air between them was charged with a subtle sense of understanding and challenge, as if they were both saying, "Let's watch and see what the coming adventure will bring." In this bewildering new era, it seemed as though technology had leapt forward by several ages overnight, leaving people in awe. Chin Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, "A radar jammer? Goodness, this must be something from the far future. Even back in the 21st century where I once lived, this kind of thing only existed in science fiction stories, let alone being perfected as real technology. This is like something pulled straight out of a sci-fi movie." He recalled those nights spent hiding beneath his blanket, the faint glow of a lamp illuminating the pages as he lost himself in the marvelous journeys of the Marvel Universe. The technology there didn't always keep pace with reality, but when it came to futuristic gadgets, it was as if the rules had been rewritten, leaving him utterly amazed. Now, it seemed that fiction was quietly merging with reality. For instance, high above Hydra's secret base, a plane glided effortlessly, leaving the radar screens blank, as though an invisible veil had simply wiped the steel bird from existence. "Steve, you need to keep this little transceiver safe. It'll be our eyes, guiding us to find you," Agent Carter said, handing Steve a finely crafted device. Her gaze brimmed with both trust and a touch of reluctance. Steve's eyes didn't settle on the transceiver in Carter's hand. Instead, almost absent-mindedly, he glanced toward Howard in the cockpit, who was focused on piloting the plane. Half joking, Steve asked, "Is this thing really reliable? It won't let us down at a critical moment, will it?" Howard grinned, his tone carrying a note of confidence. "Buddy, it's seen more action than you have. Don't worry." Before he could finish, a burst of strange light erupted ahead of the airplane, accompanied by a crackling barrage, a deadly dance of bullets, not unlike fireworks exploding on the horizon, heralding the fact that they had reached the edge of the battlefield. Seeing this, Steve immediately stood up, gripping his iconic shield, ready to parachute out. But Chin Hao, quick as lightning, pressed it back down and whispered firmly, "Calm down, Steve. It's a war zone down there, but our mission is behind enemy lines. If you jump now, your parachute will make you an easy target. will both be riddled with bullets. Qin Hao possessed abilities beyond ordinary men. For him, a hail of bullets was nothing more than a refreshing rain after a storm. But he knew full well that, despite Steve's enhanced strength from the serum and 3 years of Wing Chun training, the battlefield was still a harsh crucible. Steve's body might have surpassed human limits, but here, on the true field of war, he was still an untested gem, untouched by fire. Look, Steve, now this is our real stage. Qin Hao suddenly changed his tone, his eyes gleaming with a light never seen before. He wasn't urging Steve to reckless bravery. Instead, he was waiting for the perfect moment. Just then, the plane lurched violently, rattled by an even denser barrage of enemy fire outside. Qin Hao drew a deep breath, already formulating his plan. Remember this, Steve. War is brutal, but it's also a catalyst for growth. Now, keep in step with me. Let's leap together into this chaotic symphony. With those words, Qin Hao grabbed Steve's arm, and the two of them sprang from the plane almost in unison. Qin Hao, drawing on his unique abilities, skillfully guided their descent, weaving a path that slipped past the enemy's gaze. As for Steve, though anxiety twisted in his chest, he gradually found the rhythm of a true warrior under Qin Hao's lead. Together, like twin wings forged in the crucible of battle, they soared through the storm of bullets, gliding toward an uncertain fate. Qin Hao gently patted the shoulder of Steve, who was now lost in thought, his voice carrying a calm and enigmatic resolve. Are you ready, Steve? It's about time we showed those guys what we're made of. His gaze seemed to pierce through the metal shell of the plane, fixed on the eye of the distant storm. With that, Qin Hao took a slow, steady breath, as if communing with unseen forces. Under the stunned stares of Carter and Howard, he rose gracefully to his feet and strode toward the hatch with the poise of someone stepping onto a red carpet. There was no hesitation, no fear. Qin Hao looked every bit the star, vanishing into the clouds in a single decisive step. Qin, where's your parachute? Howard called after him, his voice a mix of alarm and disbelief. But the only answer was Qin Hao's retreating silhouette, growing smaller against the backdrop of open sky, a living image of freedom and freefall. And then, something miraculous happened. Qin Hao didn't plummet earthward, as everyone expected. Instead, he seemed to stroll across the endless blue sky, each step light and unhurried, as if gravity itself was nothing more than a faint suggestion. Oh, that? For Qin, a parachute is just an unnecessary accessory, Steve replied, a gentle smile playing at his lips, his eyes brimming with quiet faith in his old friend's abilities. He recalled that moonlit night when Qin Hao had glided across the rooftops, silent as a shadow. In that moment, Steve knew there was no such thing as impossible in Qin Hao's world. Upon hearing this, Carter's eyes sparkled with curiosity and awe. In her memories, Qin Hao was always that remarkable warrior, skilled in both fists and feet, who would occasionally dazzle onlookers with extraordinary displays of Chinese martial arts. But today, this founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. was redefining the very notion of human limits in a way she could scarcely imagine. She found herself murmuring, Qin Hao, just how many unsolved mysteries does he still conceal? Howard, though still reeling from shock, couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corner of his lips. Silently, he mused, Stark Industries has truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. He resolved to record this moment as a wellspring of inspiration, a record that, years later, would unexpectedly ignite Tony Stark's imagination for creating the flying armor, becoming a legendary tale in the annals of technological history. Carter, when this mission is over, I hope I can share a dance with you, Steve said, his gaze as gentle as a tranquil lake, capable of melting away all barriers. Carter responded with a soft smile and a nod, and in that instant, their hearts were bound tightly together. Then, Steve leapt from the aircraft as well. Unlike Qin Hao, he carried a shield and wore a parachute, choosing a more traditional, yet equally courageous and fearless, way to follow in Qin Hao's footsteps. Meanwhile, Qin Hao drifted gracefully through the sky, calmly adjusting the flow of inner energy within his body. This mysterious force, born of ancient Eastern wisdom, was like invisible wings that gently cradled him, allowing him to soar freely at 10,000 meters above the earth. Bathed in the golden glow of sunset, his silhouette traced a brilliant arc across the sky, and he landed lightly on the ground, arriving even before Steve, who had jumped ahead of him. Steve, this is Hydra's lair. Here's our plan. Qin Hao spoke softly, laying out their tactics with meticulous care. Every detail had been thoroughly considered, and each move carried the promise of victory. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting both vigilance toward the unknown and a steadfast belief in triumph. In the battles ahead, they would not only face formidable adversaries, but also safeguard the hard-won peace and friendship between them. As Chin Hao set foot on solid ground, Steve could hardly wait to pull out his vintage-style binoculars, looking every bit the explorer about to pierce the mists of history. He carefully scanned every inch of Hydra's compound, the tangled maze of defenses gradually coming into focus before his eyes, like a chessboard awaiting a master's move. Do you remember in that old movie how I cleverly used an abandoned car as cover to slip silently into the base? Steve murmured to himself, a glimmer of nostalgia lighting up his gaze. Yet the scene before him made him frown slightly. His car, which was supposed to serve as his cloak of invisibility, had vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated into thin air. He turned to look at Chin Hao, who was also gazing intently at the base. Steve then voiced his bold idea of forcing their way in. No, Steve, let me play the decoy this time. Chin Hao's voice was steady and resolute, carrying a quiet, undeniable strength. He gently patted Steve on the shoulder, his eyes full of both care and confidence. Your body hasn't fully recovered enough to withstand that level of combat. Remember those weapons powered by the Tesseract's energy? In your hands, they might be the beginning of destruction, but to me, they're nothing more than a fleeting spark on my skin. There was a touch of mystery and wild defiance in Chin Hao's words. He knew, well, how many trials and trainings he had endured. His body now as solid as granite, his ability to heal truly remarkable. Even if struck by those Tesseract-powered weapons, it would amount to little more than a superficial wound, one he could mend in an instant with his deep reserves of inner strength. He would lose a bit of vital energy, perhaps, but compared to Steve's safety, what did that matter? Before his words even faded, Chin Hao's figure blurred. Like a phantom on a night breeze, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only a wisp of motion and Steve's stunned gaze. With a wry smile, Steve accepted the situation, his heart tinged with reluctance, but understanding that this was the wisest course. He set about his own task, following Chin Hao's plan. Strangely enough, just moments after Chin Hao disappeared, a car materialized in view, one that hadn't been there before. It was as if fate had sent it to make up for its earlier absence, arriving in the nick of time to lend a hand. Had Chin Hao looked back, he would surely have chuckled and shaken his head, marveling at the whims of destiny. Seizing the opportunity, Steve quickly slid underneath the car, using this unexpected reinforcement to begin his infiltration. Guided by his memory, he crept step by step toward that dark corner where the innocent were imprisoned. Just like a scene from a movie, he stumbled upon the cells and managed to free the captured soldiers. Once liberated, these warriors, under Steve's direction, burst forth like eagles freed from their cages, soaring towards the promise of freedom. Yet a shadow lingered in Steve's heart. Bucky was nowhere to be found among the prisoners. With help from those he'd rescued, he learned that Bucky might be held in another part of the base, in a secret location. Without hesitation, Steve set off on the quest to find his dearest friend. Meanwhile, Chin Hao gave little thought to the clash between Hydra and Steve. His gaze was fixed on a more enticing prize, the energy weapons forged with Tesseract technology. He remembered vividly, back in the distant desert, witnessing Hydra operatives wielding those weapons, unleashing power that could shake the earth to its core. These weapons must be held by hands of justice. Chin Hao swore silently to himself. He knew all too well that if these high-tech creations were to fall into the grip of evil, it would spell disaster. So, without alerting Hydra, he began secretly plotting how to safely transfer these precious resources. Thus, beneath the shadow of Hydra, a contest of wits and courage quietly unfolded. Chin Hao and Steve, each in their own way, were writing their own legendary chapter. In this bizarre and dazzling world, there lay hidden a mysterious artifact, one powerful enough to upend the very order of things, even to bring harm to its wielder, the cube. Chin Hao, a warrior who prided himself on having pushed his body to its utmost limits, had to admit, even he was awed by the vast, unfathomable power contained within the cube. After all, rumor had it that a one-eyed titan once harnessed the cube's might to forge a weapon capable of piercing even a superhero's defense. That rumor spread like wildfire, stirring unimagined waves in Chin Hao's heart. Chin Hao's pursuit of the cube's power was not driven by fear, but by a wild, unstoppable idea that had quietly taken root within him. This notion had erupted like wild grass, overwhelming his every thought ever since he learned his closest friend, Bucky, had fallen into enemy hands. He imagined, if he could seize this power, perhaps he could accomplish something that even he found astonishing, to reverse fate itself, to rescue Bucky from the jaws of peril, maybe even to rewrite the course of the entire universe. It was this obsession that caused Qin Hao and his steadfast companion Steve to part ways, each embarking on their own journey. As for Bucky's safety, Qin Hao had already made his calculations. With his deep understanding of the story's twists and turns, he believed Bucky was safe for now. So, Qin Hao poured all his energy into testing the feasibility of that wild idea, holding out hope for a miracle. And as for Bucky, Qin Hao was certain, with the upgraded Steve, a warrior who could almost rival the gods themselves, coming to the rescue, Bucky's safety had yet another layer of assurance. In Qin Hao's eyes, Hydra's base was nothing more than a fragile sandcastle. Like a phantom in the night, he moved through it with uncanny agility. The lesser guards barely had time to react before he eliminated them, one by one. For Qin Hao, killing no longer bore any weight. He had ended countless enemies by his own hand. Whether once Imperial soldiers or the German troops before him, they were but dust, swept away effortlessly beneath his flashing fists and shadowy strikes. With the outer guards silently dispatched, the soldiers who had just been saved by Steve peered out anxiously, hoping against hope for a sliver of escape. However, when they saw that there was only one person outside, standing there at ease, gazing up at the starry sky as if the entire world had nothing to do with him, they were momentarily stunned. The guards who should have been on high alert had vanished without a trace. The man wore an elegant black fitted suit, draped with a deep black cloak embroidered with a vivid, coiling dragon. His long hair flowed in the wind, and his eyes were dreamy yet profound. The most striking feature was the dragon-shaped mask on his face, ferocious and majestic, as if it could devour everything in its sight. This ensemble was specially tailored for Qin Hao by Howard, crafted to fit his form perfectly. Every detail exuded an untamed and unrestrained spirit, as if he himself were a deity who could command all things. On such a night, Qin Hao announced his arrival in a manner that was almost a work of art, signaling that everything about to unfold would be remembered forever. In the parallel universe of Marvel, there circulated an extraordinary legend about a mysterious hero. The attire this hero wore was no ordinary garment, but a masterpiece meticulously conceived by Qin Hao, a designer who had traveled through time. Qin Hao's inspiration sprang from his boundless fascination with the superhero gear of the future. Iron Man's armor gleaming with the light of technology, Spider-Man's suit swinging nimbly between skyscrapers, Thor wielding thunder, his crimson cape billowing heroically, and the Fantastic Four, each with their own remarkable equipment. Of course, when it came to the Hulk's straightforward, muscle-proud style, Qin Hao could only smile knowingly. After all, every hero's journey is unique. By a twist of fate, Qin Hao found himself transported into this world of marvels and challenges. At first, he was merely a wanderer wearing a dragon-shaped mask, but when he set foot on American soil, his longing for heroism was fully awakened. He began to imagine, what if he too could possess a suit that would astonish the world, becoming the focus of all eyes? Like a bolt of lightning ripping through the night, inspiration struck. Qin Hao decided to use the upcoming hostage rescue as the starting point of his own superhero journey. He knew, well, that Captain America had earned his legendary status through such acts of courage. If he could take part as well, wouldn't he also write his story in the annals of history? And so, on that decisive night, Qin Hao quietly donned his secret weapon, a hero's suit that fused the mystique of Eastern martial arts with the brilliance of futuristic technology. Every stitch of this outfit embodied the wisdom of Dr. Howard, who used rare materials and Qin Hao's designs to create a suit that was both featherlight and utterly impervious. Qin Hao had specifically asked Howard to keep everything secret. After all, revealing his identity too soon would only invite unnecessary trouble. Though Howard was curious, as a scientist he understood the importance of discretion, and he readily agreed. Qin Hao's vigilante outfit was carefully stowed away in a specially designed spatial device, only to be brought out at decisive moments. He wore a custom mask that revealed nothing but a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes, both mysterious and commanding. When he appeared at the chaotic scene, the soldiers who had just escaped from the terrorists found themselves confronted by this sudden, enigmatic outsider. Suspicion and wariness surged in their hearts as they instinctively aimed their weapons at the unknown savior. My God, did he do all this? A white officer with a rugged beard couldn't help but exclaim in shock as he saw the enemy's bodies strewn across the ground. His voice carried both amazement and a hint of unease. The other soldiers, hearing this, immediately scanned their surroundings in alarm, bracing for any hidden threats. Everyone, please stay calm. Qin Hao's voice, deep and steady, resonated through his mask. I took care of these people. I'm here to help you. In that moment, Qin Hao became not just the unsung hero of this operation, but also quietly planted the seed of a new legend in the Marvel universe. A mysterious vigilante whose blend of technology and martial prowess would become a symbol of longing for countless admirers. Hey, brothers, don't worry. I was personally requested by Captain America to come and get you out of this mess. Chin Hao declared, a signature, irreverent grin tugging at his lips, as if he were at a grand party rather than on a war-torn battlefield. The soldiers, who had just begun to let their guard down, instantly tensed again at his bold announcement. Rescue us? You alone, one soldier began, but his words were abruptly cut short by a sudden twist of fate. A blinding beam of light tore through the air and struck him squarely, freezing time for an instant. All that remained was a shocked gaze and a dissolving silhouette. Ah, I almost forgot about this ultimate weapon, Chin Hao exclaimed, theatrically slapping his forehead in mock annoyance. Around him, the soldiers had already scattered, scrambling desperately for any cover they could find. At that very moment, a deafening roar grew louder and louder. A tank, its design so futuristic it seemed ripped from another era, rolled slowly into view. Its massive cannon was aimed squarely at Chin Hao, like a wild beast ready to strike. Is this really the kind of equipment they had in World War II? Chin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the tank, his heart pounding with awe. He realized that this tank was powered by mysterious energy cubes, launching shells that fired beams of light as sharp as lasers, true pinnacles of futuristic technology. In his memories from his previous life, even by the year 2015, laser rifles were still just a distant dream. Yet here, on a World War II battlefield, he was witnessing a laser tank in action. He couldn't help but marvel. The black technology of the Marvel Universe is even more outrageous than cheating in a game. Instead of fear, Chin Hao felt a surge of fascination toward this mind-boggling technology, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and wonder. The Hydra members inside the tank, however, thought Chin Hao had been scared senseless. Feeling triumphant, they pressed the firing button. A white beam of light shot out with a piercing shriek aimed straight at him. But in the instant before the beam could touch him, Chin Hao seemed to dissolve into thin air, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. All that remained was a faint smell of scorched air and a chorus of startled shouts from the soldiers. Is this guy some kind of clown sent by God to amuse us? One of the Hydra operatives inside the tank blurted out in confusion. Then, thinking Chin Hao had been utterly annihilated by the laser, he burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered their mockery. The top of the tank split open, and Chin Hao came hurtling down from above like a human cannonball, smashing through the steel plate. He landed before them in a posture that defied belief, still wearing his signature grin. Hey, were you just talking about me? The Hydra agents inside the tank stared at him in horror, their eyes as wide as saucers, as if they were seeing a ghost. One stammered, "Gee God above, what kind of monster are you?" This scene not only left the Hydra soldiers paralyzed with terror, but also stunned every soldier present on the field. Chin Hao's sudden appearance was like a miraculous act of magic, adding a touch of science fiction and fantasy to the grim reality of the battlefield. On that misty, moonlit night, the Hydra agent who had collapsed in fright under Chin Hao's ghostly presence locked his vacant gaze on the dragon-shaped mask that seemed to devour all shadows. From his throat came a trembling whisper. Who am I even talking to? Could it be? Chin Hao, the warrior draped in a mysterious cloak, let a playful smirk tug at the corner of his lips. His voice was low and resonant, echoing with ancient power. You have no need to know my true name. Just remember this. I am the dragon god, master of the winds and clouds, ruler over life and death. With that, he flicked his hand gently, as if brushing aside a falling leaf. In the next instant, the Hydra member's entire body shot across the night sky like a cannonball. He hurtled through the darkness until, with a resounding crash, he landed hundreds of meters away in the dense forest, sending a swirling cloud of dust and leaves into the air. Chin hadn't even glanced back to check whether the man lived or died. To him, this was nothing more than a minor character in a grand performance, someone who passed briefly across the stage, hardly worthy of a second thought. Yet fate has its own sense of humor. The man who was meant to vanish like dust instead found himself miraculously caught in the branches of an ancient locust tree, as if destiny itself had reached out to cradle him. Apart from a fright, he was entirely unharmed. Once the battle was over and peace returned, the Hydra member sat in the moonlight, hands trembling as he carefully recorded every detail of his unbelievable ordeal in his journal. His words were filled with awe, part terror at the dragon, God Chin Hao, part sheer disbelief at having survived. That journal, in the days that followed, passed from hand to hand until it eventually landed in the possession of a group of young adventurers obsessed with mysteries and exploration. And so, the legend of the dragon god Qin Hao, carried by the tales in that journal, spread like wildfire among the people. Stories began to circulate, whispered from ear to ear, about that fateful night when a hero wearing a dragon-shaped mask appeared. He single-handedly tore apart a tank of steel as if he were some mythical beast, a feat so astounding that even the bravest soldiers were left speechless. Speculation ran wild. Could he really be a messenger sent by God, someone even Captain America could never hope to match? And so, the once unknown name of Qin Hao became inseparable from the legend of the dragon god, growing into a source of inspiration and mystery for countless people, a hero in the hearts of all who yearned for strength and justice. Hey, fellas, the crisis is over. Now's the time for me to lend the captain a hand. Qin Hao, nimble and swift as a leaf riding the wind, had effortlessly resolved the immediate danger. Flashing a cheerful smile at the soldiers emerging from the smoke of battle, he spoke with an unmistakable note of confidence in his voice. Thanks, brother. Mind telling us your name? In the crowd, a soldier with a thick beard stood out for his calm composure. He watched Qin Hao's departing figure with curiosity and respect shining in his eyes. Qin Hao gave his dragon god cloak a slight shake, the fabric rippling as if alive. The golden dragon embroidered on his back seemed poised to soar into the clouds at any moment. You may call me the dragon god. His voice echoed across the open ground, carrying a power and authority that brooked no challenge. Before the words had even faded, Qin Hao's figure flashed like the brightest meteor streaking across the night sky. With a few agile leaps, he vanished beyond the factory gates, leaving behind a trail of astonished exclamations and murmurs of suspicion. Dragon god? Could he really be the dragon god from Chinese legends? One of the soldiers with Asian features muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the lifelike dragon emblazoned on Qin Hao's cloak. A surge of inexplicable excitement and pride welled up in his heart. The dragon god of China? Is he truly a mysterious warrior from the East? In the world of Marvel, the title of dragon god meant far more to Qin Hao than a simple alias. It carried the weight of his glory and brilliance back in China. In his previous life, the name dragon god had been so overused it lost its luster. But here in this era, it shone once more like the rising sun. Qin Hao knew that, since fate had brought him to this world of miracles and challenges, he would make the name of dragon god resound in every corner of Marvel, turning it into a living legend in countless hearts. While Qin Hao quietly pondered how to spread his legendary name, elsewhere, Steve was locked in a heart-pounding battle, having just rescued Bucky and now facing off against the Red Skull. In the original story, Steve had clashed fiercely with Red Skull along a narrow railway, the fight ending in a stalemate before Steve was ultimately defeated. But after Qin Hao's careful guidance, and with his mastery of Wing Chun approaching perfection, Steve's strength was now leagues above his former self. At this moment, his fight with Red Skull raged like a fierce storm, every punch and kick carrying explosive power and speed. Red Skull found himself forced back again and again under Steve's onslaught. Despite his own formidable abilities, he struggled to withstand the barrage. Finally, realizing he could no longer hold his ground, Red Skull seized a brief lull in Steve's attack and made his escape in a panic. Lucky you're quick on your feet. Steve snorted, but made no move to chase after him. He was keenly aware that the place was about to blow, and leaving Bucky's side would mean disaster. Lifting his injured friend, Steve gazed at the raging fire below and listened to the thunderous explosions, anxiety gnawing at him as he desperately searched for another way out. Meanwhile, Qin had already slipped quietly into the depths of the building, his mind focused on a single goal. This time, I must find the key, change fate, and protect every life on this land. It was as if his heart was pulled by a magnetic force, instantly locking onto the direction of the warehouse. His steps became swift and effortless, as though he were gliding on invisible wheels of wind and flame, heading straight for the hidden vault of secrets. In his mind, a vision was beginning to unfold, brighter and more dazzling than even Professor X's psychic powers, a miracle born from the extraordinary mental strength that had awakened unexpectedly during a fateful encounter with thunder. That day, in his quest for the way of heaven, Qin Hao stood resolutely beneath the storm, letting the thunder rage around him like furious dragons. In those flashes of lightning, it was as if his spiritual sea was being carved open by the very hand of heaven itself. His already vast and boundless mental energy, tempered by the baptism of thunder and fire, soared to unprecedented heights. Though he was still fumbling, hazy in his grasp of this newfound power, Even a blind man groping in the dark could sense a glimpse of its true nature. He soon discovered that his spirit could now shine out like a powerful searchlight, illuminating the world around him for up to 500 meters. Not a single detail could escape his mind's eye. Under this invisible gaze, the secrets of the Hydra base were laid bare, revealed like lamplight cutting through the night. The object Qin Hao sought was quietly resting in some hidden corner, waiting for him to arrive. When he stood before a heavy steel door, its seamless surface forged from the hardest alloys, it could not withstand Qin Hao's unwavering resolve. His eyes were sharp as a falcon's. With a howl of wind, his fist tore through the air, striking with such force that the steel door shattered like paper, fragments scattering as dust settled. With a thunderous crash, the gateway to treasure yawned open. Deep within the warehouse, Qin Hao sent his spiritual sense sweeping once more, guiding him unerringly to rows of neatly arranged small iron boxes. He casually opened one, and his eyes lit up. Inside, the energy blocks, formed from Rubik's Cube, energy gleamed like a constellation of brilliant stars, resting quietly in the box and radiating a tempting glow. The corners of Qin Hao's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he marveled silently. Yet he did not linger in this moment of joy. Swiftly, he gathered all the energy blocks into his portable storage, moving with such speed it seemed he feared disturbing something hidden. For deep in his heart, a sense of urgency pressed upon him. As the story would have it, this base was on the verge of a cataclysmic disaster. Qin Hao knew well that while his body was peerlessly strong, even he could hardly escape unscathed from an explosion triggered by the energy blocks. Should they erupt there, force would obliterate the entire base, and his mortal frame would fare no better. However, Qin Hao was not without backup. He held 2 trump cards to preserve his life. The first was the Thunder Flash skill. With a single use, he could instantly travel great distances. Yet this was a wild, untamed power, never fully subject to Qin Hao's will. Each use was a leap into the unknown, and it devoured the precious lightning energy in his spiritual sea. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Hao would never use it lightly. So, Qin Hao chose the safer approach. He weighed his options in silence, then made a swift retreat, leaving behind a chaotic warehouse and the promise of explosions soon to break the nights. Silence. He melted into the darkness, moving farther and farther away, like a wanderer drifting beyond the grasp of fate, calm and unhurried as he set off toward his next adventure. In that critical moment between life and death, Qin Hao held a secret weapon no one else knew about, the Kunlong bell that hung at his neck. It was more than an ancient artifact. It was the very talisman that could turn the tide in his favor. Imagine this. When the Kunlong bell responded to his will, it would instantly expand, transforming into a sanctuary of bronze walls and iron bastions. With a single agile leap, Qin Hao could take refuge within, like a dragon plunging into the depths, untouched by any force. Even if chaos raged outside, as it did during that earth-shattering explosion at the 731 base, he would feel nothing more than the brush of a passing wind, as harmless as a child playing in a summer downpour, drenched, perhaps, but never truly harmed. Now, faced with this present crisis, Qin Hao calculated his next move. If it were merely ordinary explosives, he could have handled things with calm indifference. But what filled the air now was something altogether different. A strange and unpredictable energy, invisible yet deadly, like a blade concealed in the shadows. Qin Hao knew all too well that the blast from these energy cubes was no ordinary explosion. Compared to regular explosives, it was as different as heaven and earth, dozens of times more potent, at least. He recalled the scene from the original movie. In that instant, the base had crumbled like a fragile stack of blocks, annihilated by a wave of destruction, its very foundation swallowed by the earth itself. The sheer force of it was unforgettable, a memory that still sent shivers down the spine. Amid the inferno, Steve struggled for survival. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, pierced the wall of flames. Just as he braced himself for a final stand, a thunderous roar split the air. A figure burst forth from the blaze, like a phoenix reborn from fire. "Qin!" Steve's voice rang with disbelief and joy. "Qin, you actually made it." Bucky managed a wry smile, his body trembling from pain, emotions churning inside him. His 2 closest friends had risked everything for his sake. How could such loyalty not move him? And how could he not feel a pang of guilt? "Hey, fellas, looks like you're in quite a spot." "Bucky, you're not looking too good. Those injuries are no joke." Qin Hao's eyes flicked over the collapsed bridge, his lips curling into a playful smile as he changed the subject. "Qin, we have to hurry. This place is about to blow." Steve quickly interrupted, sensing Chin Hao might be inclined to banter. Urgency colored his words. All right, business first. Chin Hao nodded, and though unspoken words crowded his heart, he knew this was no time to reminisce. As explosions erupted all around them, Steve and Bucky were gripped with anxiety, yet Chin Hao remained exceptionally composed. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly scooped Bucky into his arms. Bucky cried out in surprise, but was immediately enveloped by Chin Hao's powerful inner force, cradled as if by gentle clouds. Amidst the thunderous blasts, the two of them leapt toward freedom. Seeing this, Steve refused to fall behind. He steadied his breath, gathered his strength, and followed close behind them. The trio escaped in quick succession through the passage Chin Hao had just forcefully broken open, fleeing the world on the brink of destruction. In that moment, they were not just comrades in arms, but the indispensable light in each other's lives, together forging a new legend with every step. Deep within the American military outpost, in an ancient telegraph room where the light flickered dimly, the face of the telegraph operator was taut with tension and focus. His fingers danced rapidly across the keys, as if weaving a heavy chapter of history. Colonel Phillips' post-battle report on Captain Steve Rogers. Honorable Senator Brunand, it is with a heavy heart that I report to you. The telegraph operator's voice was low and resolute, each word striking Agent Carter, who stood by the telegraph machine, like a hammer blow. She had just entered this room, steeped in history, her expression grave, as if she already sensed the dreadful news about to be delivered. Senator Brunand, I must regretfully inform you that Captain Steve Rogers has gone missing in Enemy Sector 3. We have done everything in our power to investigate and search, but sadly, there is still no sign of him. I am left with no choice but to reluctantly presume that Captain Rogers has fallen heroically in the war. The operator's words lingered in the telegraph room, every syllable cutting into the hearts of both Carter and Colonel Phillips like a blade. Colonel Phillips stood beside the operator, his gaze deep and conflicted. He recalled the moment Steve had ventured alone behind enemy lines to rescue Bucky, and a tumult of emotions churned within him. From a strategic standpoint, he knew he had been right. Bucky's capture was part of war, and he couldn't endanger the entire army for the sake of one man. Yet Steve's disappearance filled him with regret and pain. Yes, send the reply as written, Colonel Phillips said heavily, nodding as if coming to terms with himself. He understood that Steve was not only a symbol for the American government, but also the last super soldier to receive the serum. His loss would have far-reaching consequences for the entire war effort. At that very moment, Agent Carter composed herself, her voice trembling slightly as she reported, the last reconnaissance plane has returned, and it too picked up no signal. She was referring to the signal device, a secret tool she had entrusted to Steve on the plane earlier. As long as Steve was alive, the device would emit a faint signal, guiding the planes to his whereabouts. But now, there wasn't even the slightest trace. Anxiety and unease filled Carter's heart, but suddenly she thought of someone, Chin Hao, the mysterious figure who could soar freely through the skies. Whenever she recalled Chin Hao's incredible abilities, a glimmer of hope would rise within her. She firmly believed that as long as Chin Hao was there, Steve would surely return safely. After reporting the situation to Colonel Phillips, Carter stood alone in a corner of the telegraph room, lost in thought. She prayed silently, hoping that Chin Hao could find Steve and bring him safely home. Though she knew Chin Hao's presence could only lessen Steve's danger, this hope was like a single beam of light, piercing through the darkness in her heart. And on this battlefield, shrouded in uncertainty and peril, the fate of Captain Steve Rogers was as elusive as the flickering lamplight in the telegraph room. Sometimes bright, sometimes dim, impossible to grasp. In the shadowy command room, Carter's heart was tightly wrapped in an intangible gloom. The silence of the signal device was like a stagnant pond, utterly still, yet her anxiety blazed ever fiercer. Spreading like wildfire, she murmured to herself, even if the flame of life is snuffed out, that signal device should be the last sentinel. Why then, is it now quieter than the darkest night? Yet Carter could not know that, in the midst of that smoke-filled, thunderous battle, fate had already rewritten everything in secret. For Steve to stagger back through smoke and fire was already the greatest mercy the heavens could grant him. As for the signal device, it had long since become part of the storm's debris. Its fragments, perhaps, now lying quietly in a forgotten corner of some trench, silently bearing witness to an unfinished story. At that moment, Colonel Phillips's gaze was as sharp as a blade, cutting straight through the papers in his hand. His voice was cold and unyielding. Corporal, a cup of coffee. Now. He slammed the files onto the desk with a force that seemed to carry all his frustration and helplessness. He let out a heavy sigh, the sound lingering in the still air, as if it were a reluctant concession to reality. Howard, the giant who wields both wealth and power, his influence stretches deep into politics and the military. He's beyond our reach, and we're nothing but pawns on the chessboard, advancing with difficulty at every step. A surge of anger welled up in Colonel Philip's heart, like a raging tide. The super soldier he had so painstakingly cultivated, Steve, had vanished without a trace right under his nose. How could he possibly explain this to his superiors back home? Would he have to confess that it was his own hesitation, an oversight that led to the downfall of their hero? If that were the case, it would be no different from digging his own grave. His military career would end abruptly. Perhaps, he thought bitterly, it was time to lay aside his uniform, return to the countryside, and escape the swirling vortex of power. News of Steve's disappearance struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending wave after wave of turmoil through the ranks. As the guardian of this land, Colonel Phillips knew all too well that, no matter the size of the problem, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. The name Captain America, a symbol of courage and justice, had vanished under his watch. There could be no greater challenge to his abilities than this. Burning with fury, Colonel Phillips desperately needed an outlet to release the pressure that had been building inside him. Howard, the influential figure even the army hesitated to confront, was not a man he could afford to provoke lightly. If only he could summon an entire army and bring Howard to justice, perhaps then he might find relief. Yet the reality was that Howard sat comfortably in his camp, enjoying the privileges reserved for honored guests. So Carter became the innocent scapegoat. Deep down, Colonel Phillips knew Carter wasn't truly responsible, but in his anger, he could only turn his frustration on this subordinate. Carter's interruption was like a ray of light piercing through Phillips' gloom. "Colonel, perhaps regarding this matter, we should—" Carter's words, gentle yet firm, began to guide Colonel Phillips' emotions, much like a martial artist redirecting an opponent's force, quietly transforming the storm of his anger into something more rational. In this critical moment, Carter was not only defending herself, she was also lighting a beacon of hope for finding Steve's whereabouts. All of this was just the beginning. What would follow was a story that would slowly unfold, a legend woven from courage, wisdom, and redemption, stretching out through the fog of the unknown. On that afternoon, bathed in golden sunlight, I stood at the crossroads of history, my heart echoing with conviction. Even if time could turn back, I would still choose, without hesitation, to help Steve cross the line of fire and venture deep behind enemy lines. If he could see this moment with his own eyes, I know he would share my resolve, with not a shred of regret. "Hey, Agent Carter, do you really think I care about your inner monologue?" Colonel Phillips' words cut through the air like a biting winter wind, sharp and merciless. "I once gave you the chance to choose, but look at the result now. America's shining hope has been snuffed out, and countless brave souls have perished because of one decision you made. Is this truly what you wished for? All because of your favoritism towards Steve?" I shook my head firmly, my gaze unwavering. "Colonel, my convictions are like the stars that guide a lost traveler. Even when the world is shrouded in darkness, they remain the beacon that lights my way." He let out a derisive laugh, laced with sarcasm. "Well, when this department, once a witness to countless glories, is finally buried beneath the dust of history, I hope your convictions will be enough to shelter you, like some insubstantial ray of divine light." Just as he prepared to continue our verbal sparring, a sudden uproar erupted, crashing into the silence with the force of a tempest. "There! Back! Unbelievable! The heroes have returned to the front." The soldiers' shouts washed over us in waves, brimming with astonished joy. Philip's brow furrowed, and he grumbled in irritation, "What on earth are those men up to now?" Before the words had fully left his lips, he was already striding toward the tent's entrance, determined to unmask the source of the commotion. Swept along by the surge of people, I followed close behind, until the scene burst into clarity before my eyes. Steve, the indomitable hero, leading a triumphant column back to camp. Among them marched Chin Hao, his face streaked with dust, but his eyes clear with resolve, alongside the rescued Allied soldiers. Their return was like the first brilliant blossoms of spring, dazzling everyone who looked upon them. The camp buzzed with excitement as soldiers pointed and whispered, caught up in the spectacle. Chin Hao, who had once stood on the sidelines, now found himself at the very heart of the unfolding story. A smile he could scarcely contain played at the corners of his mouth as he recalled scenes from the film. Captain America's triumphant return, underscored by stirring music, the kind that electrifies the soul and sets the blood racing. Now, living it firsthand, the impact struck him speechless. The cheers and applause that rang in his ears felt like a soothing rain, nourishing every corner of his heart. Steve's eyes immediately found Philip's. He straightened to attention and snapped off a crisp salute, his voice steady and resolute. "Sir, our men are in urgent need of medical assistance." Behind him, the wounded soldiers' quiet calls rose and fell, each one telling their own story of hardship. "Sir, I acted on my own initiative. I am willing to accept any punishment." Steve's words rang with a deep sense of responsibility and honor. Gazing at the joy radiating throughout the camp, the anger in Philip's heart quietly faded, replaced by a sense of relief. Steve's safe return was the best news of all. In that moment, Philip realized that sometimes the definition of a hero lies not merely in following the rules, but in the courage and sacrifice that go beyond convention. Having ensured that the hopes of a nation were fulfilled and the brave soldiers were rescued from peril, Philip announced in a tone that was light and unburdened, "Truly, there's no need to look any further into this." Beneath his words was a subtle pride and satisfaction, barely perceptible but deeply felt. Steve's gaze locked onto Philip, his heart a tangled mix of emotions. On the journey back, Chin Hao, and Bucky had already agreed in private that their unauthorized actions would surely draw harsh criticism, perhaps even punishment. Steve had steeled himself for the coming storm from Philip. Yet when Philip's gentle "no need" brushed over him like a spring breeze, Steve's eyes instantly brimmed with gratitude. He all but whispered, with an almost reverent sincerity, "Thank you, sir. Your forgiveness is worth more than any medal." Philip then turned and quietly said to Carter, "Faith." As the word left his lips, an involuntary, warm smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were bidding a gentle farewell to all the hardship and struggle of the past. As Philip passed by her, Carter couldn't help but step forward, fixing her gaze on Steve. With a teasing note in her voice, she said, "Do you remember our promise that night? You're late, my dance partner." It turned out that, on the eve before Steve's parachute jumped, they had joked about sharing a dance upon his return. Steve's absence had left a small pang of regret in Carter's heart. Steve, hearing this, pulled out the battered collector from his pocket and, half joking, handed it to Carter. "Looks like Howard's invention isn't as reliable as we hoped." Clearly it had no intention of letting me come back to keep my promise of that dance. As he spoke, there was a glimmer in his eyes, cherishing their friendship and savoring the memory of their adventure. Carter was amused by Steve's wit, her lips curling into a smile as any trace of reproach melted away. At that moment, seeing Steve's deft handling of the awkwardness, Bucky seized the opportunity and cried out, "Let's hear it for Captain America. He's a true hero." In an instant, thunderous applause and cheers erupted all around them. The wave of enthusiasm drowned out every other sound. Even Howard, swept up in the excitement, forgot Steve's earlier jibes and, beaming with delight, pulled Chin Hao aside, exclaiming, "Chin, it's so good to see you back safe. I can hardly believe my eyes." Chin Hao looked at Howard's almost childlike excitement, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, what kind of trick does this guy have up his sleeve? However, Howard's next question left Chin Hao both amused and exasperated. "Dear Chin, could you possibly reveal how you learned to fly? Don't tell me you're actually from some secret race on Earth." Chin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, so that's what he's after. He put on a mysterious air, winked, and replied in a low voice, "My friend, that's my secret weapon. But since you've already crafted that divine dragon battle suit for me, I suppose I can let you in on it. My flying ability comes from practicing an ancient and powerful internal technique, the Grandmaster Jin's divine art." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them seemed to lighten considerably. The playful yet legendary explanation sparked laughter all around, and everyone found their own way to savor each extraordinary moment of this homecoming. Grandmaster Jin's divine art? Chin, this Grandmaster Jin you speak of, could he be one of those legendary recluses from China? Howard's eyes gleamed with curiosity and intrigue. As well-traveled and knowledgeable as he was, the name Grandmaster Jin was as elusive and enigmatic to him as a ghostly figure lost in the mist, mysterious and wholly unfamiliar. He couldn't help but wonder if this might be yet another of those nameless, extraordinary martial artists from China's hidden world. After all, the legends of Chinese martial arts were as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless and dazzling. Chin Hao caught sight of Howard's bewildered expression and couldn't suppress a faint smile, thinking to himself, "Hey buddy, if you really did know who Grandmaster Jin was, I'd have to start questioning whether you, like me, had suddenly traveled here from another world. Oh, him? He's a true master, the highest of the high." Chin Hao managed to keep a straight face, speaking with the gravitas of a storyteller reciting an ancient, mysterious legend. "A master?" Howard frowned, clearly unsatisfied with such a vague answer. "That's right, a master. Qin Hao replied with a look of utter conviction, as though every word he spoke carried immense weight. Not only does this master possess peerless martial skill, but he's also a genius who's created countless awe-inspiring secret techniques. And these aren't just ordinary martial arts manuals, either. They're all unique, mutated versions refined through his own secret methods. Anyone who masters them could soar through the heavens, roam the earth, and accomplish the impossible, travel the universe, even fight side by side with God himself. At this point, a complex, indescribable expression appeared on Qin Hao's face, a smile that blended awe, longing, and the allure of deep mystery. It was as if he could already see those legendary martial arts scrolls swirling before his eyes, and could feel that enigmatic power emanating from the depths of the universe. Howard listened, utterly stunned, never having heard of anything so extraordinary. In his mind, he pictured the enigmatic master, Jindida, perhaps standing atop some secretive peak in China, a longsword in hand, facing the wind, surrounded by radiant halos of color, like a celestial being. And those martial arts scrolls, each one shimmered like a star in the sky, dazzling and sparking endless imagination. This is simply unbelievable. Howard couldn't help but exclaim at last. Deep inside, he resolved that after this business was done, he would make a trip to China, himself in search of that legendary master, Jindida. Maybe, just maybe, he could obtain one or two of those mystical scrolls and set off on his own path to greatness. Wow, Qin Hao, your master who can soar through the skies and vanish in a thin air, is basically a living immortal. You have to introduce me. Seriously, I want to become his disciple too, learn those flying techniques and soar through the heavens. Just like you. Just imagine, if I could fly like Superman, weaving through the clouds, how amazing would that be? It'd be like Peter Parker from the movie Spider-Man, swinging freely between skyscrapers and saving the world from danger. A boundless longing for flight sparkled in Howard's eyes. His obsession had already made him forget his usual rationality and sharpness. Ever since he'd witnessed Qin Hao soaring across the sky like a mighty rock, his heart had been utterly captivated by the dream of flying. To fly. This has been humankind's ultimate fantasy since ancient times. Even though technology now lets us travel the skies by plane, it's still just cold metal, lacking that sense of freedom and romance of drifting with the wind. Deep down, people have always yearned to soar like birds, relying on their own strength, unfettered and free. Hey, Howard, this really isn't the time for such fantastical talk. We're in the middle of an Avengers celebration, remember? Don't worry, if I ever get the chance, I'll definitely try to ask that mysterious master about it for you. Privately, Qin Hao was inwardly groaning. The last thing he wanted was to lead Howard any deeper into the web of tall tales he'd been spinning. After all, his so-called master Jindida wasn't even from this universe, but from some distant, fantastical parallel world. To find him, Qin Hao would have to master the impossible, crossing the boundaries of the cosmos itself. And that, clearly, was a task beyond anyone's reach. Just as Qin Hao was struggling to shake off Howard's relentless pestering, he suddenly spun around and melted into the reveling crowd like a gust of wind. With a loud shout, he declared, "Captain America, I love you." The moment these words rang out, the surrounding soldiers grew even more animated, as if an invisible spark had set their spirits ablaze. Off to the side, Howard could only watch with a twitch at the corner of his eye, a complicated mix of emotions churning in his heart. Bucky stood next to Qin Hao, rolling his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into the sky. He muttered to himself, "This guy just can't help but stir things up." No wonder Steve walked out of Qin Hao's room last time looking so disheveled. So it turns out there's been something going on between them all along. Oh, what a world. Now even superheroes are getting into cross-genre romances. While Bucky was busy grumbling in his heart, both Qin Hao and Steve suddenly sneezed at the same time. They exchanged a knowing smile, each secretly wondering, could it be that Red Skull's curse is clinging to us? As the buzz of the celebration gradually faded, people went about their own affairs, some tending wounds, others diving into the feast. In the end, only Bucky, Qin Hao, Steve, and Carter remained at the scene. Watching the deep and tender gaze shared between Steve and Carter, Qin Hao couldn't resist clapping his hands and teasing, "Hey, Miss Carter, I brought Steve back in one piece. Shouldn't you two seal the occasion with an epic kiss?" Qin Hao's words drew a smile from both Steve and Carter. Unbothered by Bucky and Qin Hao's presence, they lost themselves in a passionate embrace, their kiss making the whole world seem to stand still. In that instant, whether it was Qin Hao's playful banter or Bucky's silent grumbling, all of it faded into insignificance. For under the radiance of love and friendship, every worry seemed small and far away. "Hey, Buddy, looks like we're invisible here. Nobody even notices us. My poor heart is wounded. I desperately need a gentle nurse to slap a healing sticker on it. Bucky joked, thumping his chest in exaggerated distress, winking at Shin Hao, and secretly flashing a heart with his fingers, feigning his complaint with playful flair. Haha, I see your acting's reached a whole new level. Oscar owes you a gold statuette. All right, I'm all in. Today, I'll play matchmaker and take you to the nurse's station to meet their sweetest angel. Shin Hao laughed, so hard he could barely catch his breath. Hooking an arm around Bucky's neck, he led him away like a friend, dragging his buddy to a matchmaking party, the two of them bickering cheerfully as they left the scene. Meanwhile, on the other side, after that breathtaking rescue, Steve's fame soared overnight like a rocket blasting off. He was transformed. In the eyes of the entire nation, from the clown who once played for laughs on stage, to the true champion guarding America's destiny. Meanwhile, Shin Hao's other identity, the enigmatic and elusive dragon god, had begun circulating in whispers throughout the city. Yet, the masked hero's appearance was so ahead of its time that no one could truly glimpse his face, leaving his real identity known only to a very select few. Naturally, Steve and Bucky were regulars in this secretive circle. Their honesty with Shin Hao was as effortless as looking in a mirror. In addition, two other key figures had been drawn into this clandestine group, Agent Carter and Dr. Howard. From the very moment they witnessed Shin Hao soar into the sky, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. They both guessed, without a doubt, that the legendary dragon god could only be Shin Hao. Though the truth hovered just within reach, they chose silence in perfect sync, as if guarding a precious treasure. Late at night, when the world was hushed and still, Shin Hao returned to his temporary camp. Channeling his extraordinary mental prowess, he swept his senses over the area, confirming that everyone around was deep in slumber. With a gentle wave of his hand, a block of energy shimmered mysteriously into existence in his palm, a trophy he had skillfully acquired from Hydra's secret base. As he gazed intently at the glowing energy block, Shin Hao's heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. In his mind, he turned over a daring hypothesis. This block, born of Tesseract technology, might hold the key to roaming freely through the Marvel Universe. Yes, he had conceived a wild and audacious plan to rob Hydra's warehouse. But his sights were not set on the fabled Tesseract itself. Instead, he coveted these enigmatic energy blocks brimming with untapped power. Why forsake the Tesseract in favor of the energy blocks? Shin Hao's decision was guided by careful consideration. In his understanding of the Marvel Universe, the Tesseract was indeed priceless, but it was also a hot potato, attracting endless greed and peril. A single misstep could spell disaster. For someone as well-versed in Marvel's laws as Shin Hao, seizing the Tesseract would be playing with fire. In contrast, these energy blocks could offer him the power he needed, while remaining low-key enough not to make him an immediate target. In this way, Shin Hao crafted his own Marvel conquest plan, with unique insight and cunning, moving forward with cautious resolve. His like-minded companions, bound by an unspoken understanding, quietly supported him, guarding together the secret yet unsolved. In the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, Shin Hao held in his hand a fragment of the Tesseract, pulsing with endless mysteries, a source of power and a symbol of Thanos' insatiable desire for domination. Each time he brushed his fingers across the Tesseract, it was as if he could feel Thanos' wrathful gaze from across the stars, sending a chill straight to his soul. After all, this cube is Thanos' forbidden artifact. To draw energy from it without permission is like provoking the wrath of a sleeping giant. Unless he could instantly escape to his distant home universe, in this Marvel world teeming with formidable beings, there would be nowhere for him to hide, nowhere to run. Thanos, that supreme cosmic overlord, wielded power so great that even the Celestials had to tread carefully in his presence. In a world with a strong reign supreme, Shin Hao knew all too well that, with his current strength, confronting Thanos would be nothing short of throwing an egg against a rock. Unless the mystical arts recorded in that Jin Yong martial arts manual deep within his consciousness could break through once more, transforming in some miraculous way, or he stumbled upon an unimaginably powerful cultivation technique. Otherwise, the idea of standing against Thanos was nothing but a fool's dream. Yet the skills within the Jin Yong martial arts manual were the pinnacle of the martial world, utterly out of place in this universe governed by the laws of science fiction. The notion of cultivating immortality was an even more distant fantasy. As for a miraculous mutation of his martial arts, that would require another twist of fate, a journey across time and space, or a stroke of heavenly luck. Faced with the Tesseract, this searing hot potato, Qin Hao had no choice but to compromise. He shifted his sights to the energy blocks created from the cube's power. Though these blocks lacked the overwhelming might of the original artifact, they offered a stable source of energy. More importantly, using them wouldn't immediately alert Thanos, giving Qin Hao a slim chance to carve out his own survival in this universe. So, Qin Hao sat cross-legged, clutching an energy block tightly in his hand. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and activated the beaming divine art he had brought from the world of martial heroes. In that world, this technique was legendary, capable of allowing one to absorb the vital energies of heaven and earth and rise to dominance. Yet in this Marvel realm, woven from technology and superpowers, the very concept of vital energy had faded into myth, and the beaming divine art seemed tragically out of place, like a pearl buried in dust. Countless times, Qin Hao had sighed over the fate of this martial art, until the day his friend Bucky fell into enemy hands. It was then that a bold idea flashed through his mind. If the beaming divine art could absorb vital energy, why not attempt to apply it to the energy of the Tesseract? If he could treat the cube's energy as a unique form of vital force, might he break through his limitations and absorb it? It was this very thought that set Qin Hao on his one-way path of seizing energy blocks. Now, as he carefully guided his technique, the beaming divine art actually began to resonate with the strange energy within the block. Yes, this is incredible. It actually works. Qin Hao was overcome with elation, as if he could already glimpse a ray of hope piercing through Thanos' looming shadow, promising him a place of his own in this universe. At this moment, he was not only absorbing energy, but also challenging the very boundaries of fate itself. With his own wisdom and courage, he was writing a legend that crossed the line between worlds. It seemed that the era of dominance belonging to me, Qin Hao, was about to begin. A confident smile played at the corners of Qin Hao's lips, and his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Although the energy slowly drawn from the mysterious space was as thin as a silken thread, almost imperceptible when compared to this, the true energy he had painstakingly cultivated day and night in the past seemed as sluggish as a snail's crawl. He remembered the old days, when even after sweat soaked through his clothes and the sun set and rose again, the amount of true energy he gained was barely noticeable. Yet now, with nothing more than a small chunk of energy crystal, he could clearly sense a substantial growth in his internal energy, a subtle trembling that was nothing short of miraculous, something he could never achieve through his usual arduous practice. This bold attempt had actually succeeded. A surge of joy welled up in Qin Hao's heart, as if countless fireworks were bursting in radiant display across the night sky. He quietly calculated, if he could absorb all the energy crystals piled up like mountains in this space, then the legendary Northern Sea divine art would surely reach its absolute pinnacle, and he himself would become a legend in the martial world. Thinking about the mutated version of the Northern Sea divine art, Qin Hao's imagination took flight. The mysterious veil of the Northern Sea rebirth technique appeared in his mind, a supreme power that could shake all creation, a wonder that would make all beings look up in awe. Once mastered, the soul and body would merge into one, entering a realm of immortality, just like the immortals described in ancient texts, transcending the dust of the mortal world, roaming free and unfettered. Yet, when he considered the price of cultivating the Northern Sea rebirth technique, having to experience death itself, even Qin Hao could not help but feel a ripple of unease. A hint of worry crept into his heart. After all, rebirth depended on that elusive thread of hope. If he failed, wouldn't he truly be annihilated, lost for all eternity? In the film The Sorceress of Tianshan, Ding Chunxiu seemed to have grasped the secrets of the Northern Sea rebirth technique, but that was merely the illusion of the silver screen. The real method of cultivation was known to no one. The manual offered only vague hints, as if deliberately leaving behind a riddle to spark the imagination. Could it really be as simple as mastering the Northern Sea divine art and then seeking death with a sliver of hope? That seemed too absurd. Otherwise, why would the Sorceress of Tianshan remain ignorant? And why would Qin Songhai go to such lengths searching for the Green Jade, seeking to revive Wu Yazi? All these questions hung over Qin Hao's mind like a shroud of mist, leaving him at a loss for what to do. But soon, he shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts to the farthest reaches of his mind. Enough. I'll deal with what's in front of me first. Achieving mastery in the Northern Sea divine art is the true path. So, Qin Hao once again reached into the spatial dimension and took out an energy block, holding it gently in his palm. By his estimation, there were at least 10,000 such energy blocks hidden in this space. At his current rate of absorption, it would take only a year to consume them all. By then, his mastery of the Northern Darkness divine art would be complete. As the energy blocks slowly dissolved into his body, a wave of gentle warmth coursed through his meridians, eventually gathering in his dantian and transforming into threads of pure inner energy. With a thought, Qin Hao accelerated the circulation of the Northern Darkness divine art, as if determined to extract every last drop of power, leaving nothing behind. Within this tiny pocket of space, Qin Hao was steadily advancing toward his dream of dominance, and time itself would become his most faithful witness. As he focused intently, drawing energy from the surroundings with the Northern Darkness divine art, it felt as if a storm erupted within his mind. Deep in his sea of consciousness, where usually all was calm, an ancient manual suddenly began to tremble faintly. In the next instant, an unprecedented force of attraction burst forth from it, a force so powerful that even the Northern Darkness divine art paled in comparison. The energy that had been gently drawn by the Northern Darkness divine art, flowing like a quiet stream, was suddenly yanked into a violent whirlpool, pulled by an invisible force toward the depths of his consciousness. The intensity of this force caught Qin Hao completely off guard. It was as if a giant, unseen hand had instantly drained every ounce of energy from his body. Energy raced through his meridians like wild stallions, surging uncontrollably toward his sea of consciousness, battering his organs so fiercely he felt as though they'd been shifted from their very places, an agony almost beyond endurance. What's happening? Qin Hao was struck with terror. The manual that had once been his source of power now seemed like a devouring black hole, threatening his very life. He tried desperately to halt the circulation of the Northern Darkness divine art, but every effort was in vain. The suction from deep within his consciousness was now utterly beyond his control. Even after he stopped the Northern Darkness divine art, that force continued to greedily consume the energy block in his hand. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the energy block in Qin Hao's hand was devoured in mere seconds, vanishing into nothingness, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke and a scattering of ash. In that instant, Qin Hao felt as if he'd plummeted from the clouds into an abyss, experiencing the heart-pounding brink between life and death. Why is this happening? Isn't my manual only capable of absorbing the power of thunder and lightning? Qin Hao was filled with confusion and shock. He remembered clearly that the manual's only demonstrated ability had been to absorb natural lightning. Yet today, it was able to devour the energy of an energy block, something far beyond anything he understood. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that this energy shares something in common with lightning, allowing the manual to recognize and absorb it as if it were the same kind? If that's true, wouldn't I possess an unprecedented source of power? With this thought, Qin Hao didn't hesitate for a second. He plunged once more into his sea of consciousness, determined to get to the bottom of things. In that vast and boundless mental expanse, the ancient manual floated serenely, its exterior as plain and modest as ever. 3 pages fluttered gently. The records of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, the Northern Darkness divine skill, and the 18 dragon subduing palms. Yet, as Qin Hao's gaze carefully swept over the manual, he was startled to notice something different. A faint curl at the edge of a 4th page. It looked as if a gentle push would be enough to unveil its hidden mysteries. Though he still couldn't glimpse its contents, this discovery filled Qin Hao with hope. As long as he continued to provide enough energy to the manual, whether in the form of lightning or other energy blocks, the unlocking of the 4th page seemed to be only a matter of time. In that moment, Qin Hao's heart brimmed with both anticipation and unease. He realized he was standing at a brand new starting point, one that could rewrite his fate and unlock unknown powers. Could it be that this little cube actually held the endless secrets of the cosmos? Like Aladdin's magic lamp, its energy miraculously drawn in by an ancient tome while remaining utterly oblivious to the ordinary electricity of daily life? In his mind, it felt as though countless stars were spinning, each one twinkling with the light of unanswered questions. In truth, Qin Hao's intuition, as bright as the brightest star in the night sky, was drawing him closer to the truth. The energy of the cube truly was like a universal puzzle piece, able to change form at will and become the source of all things. Just imagine, on the grand screens of those science fiction films, the cube isn't just the power source of superweapons, but a mysterious key that links different universes. With a gentle twist, it opens a gateway to unknown worlds. Isn't such a feat the very embodiment of the word omnipotence? If it can support the marvel of bending space itself, Why couldn't it take the form of lightning that splits the sky and lights up the depths of night? And yet, sitting in his small room, facing these grand ideas, Qin Hao felt as if a layer of mist had settled in his heart, refusing to disperse. As a traveler from another world, he knew all too well the gulf between theory and practice. So he resolved to take action himself, to use experimentation to answer the questions burning within him. He reached into his robe, and, from the dimensional space he always carried with him, took out 3 energy crystals shimmering with strange light in a single motion. Why 3? Because the greed of the ancient tome suction was beyond imagination. 10 energy blocks could only satisfy it for 10 seconds. If he didn't take out several at once, he would have no choice but to watch helplessly as it was left starving. Qin Hao gripped the energy blocks tightly, his mind filled with boundless fantasies about the contents of the 4th page of the manual. Perhaps it hid secrets to even greater realms, or treasures that would let him move with ease through this alien world. Yet, to his surprise, the energy blocks in his hands remained as lifeless as still water, and the ancient tome seemed to have fallen into a slumber, showing not even the faintest response. Why is this happening? Was the previous absorption just a coincidence? Or is the ancient tome already full? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, his fingers gently fiddling with the energy blocks, his heart clouded with even greater confusion. Just then, a flash of inspiration streaked across Qin Hao's mind like a meteor tearing through the night sky, illuminating his thoughts. That's it. I remember. Every time I ran the northern darkness divine art, the ancient tome would reveal its suction. Could it be that I need to guide the power of the energy blocks into my own meridians first, so the tome can draw upon it? Why overthink it? Practice is the only test of truth. Qin Hao slapped his forehead, then carefully cupped the energy blocks in both hands, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, beginning to circulate the northern darkness divine art within his body. As the technique flowed through him, the power within the energy blocks seemed to find an outlet, transforming into streams of warmth that surged into Qin Hao's meridians. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The flow of energy within Qin Hao accelerated, wild and untamed, rampaging through his veins. With each subtle tremor, strange patterns seemed to surface faintly beneath his skin, marks of an awakening power. Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat as he realized he stood at the threshold of an entirely new beginning. If this truly worked, he might never again need to risk seeking the baptism of heavenly lightning, for the thunderous force he needed was already stirring within him. In that instant, Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance, as if he could already see his own legend unfolding in this strange new world. Deep within the boundless sea of his consciousness, the ancient and mysterious tome, like a slumbering dragon, suddenly opened its profound eyes, unleashing an indescribable gravitational force. It began a silent contest with the northern darkness divine art, which was smugly savoring its freshly captured prey, the world's vital energy that Qin had skillfully guided into his body. Oh, come on, what kind of logic is that? You're acting like a kid who can't resist sweets. Does it really taste better only when you snatch it from someone else? Qin Hao's inner monologue was in full swing as he felt the surging tides of energy within himself, casting a teasing glance at the cheeky manual. It was as if this manual had planted a seed of prideful defiance in his heart. The experiment began again. The energy crystal in Qin Hao's hand crumbled away like a sandcastle swept by the wind. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into nothingness, leaving behind only the same dust and emptiness as before. This time, realization dawned on Qin Hao. So that's how it works? I have to make this energy part of my body first. Only then can the manual harvest it naturally instead of snatching it from afar. No wonder I had to personally endure the lightning before. It wasn't that the manual enjoyed tormenting me, but rather that its power was limited. It couldn't simply devour the might of heaven directly. Yet, just as Qin Hao thought he had figured out the manual's temperament, a new problem loomed over him like gathering storm clouds. The sacrifice of 3 energy crystals hadn't even managed to unveil a single corner of the manual's cover. It was like a heavy stone gate leading to an unknown realm, requiring an immense amount of energy to unlock. Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh, his heart twisting with frustration. If he fed all his energy to this gluttonous manual, wouldn't his dream of quickly mastering the Northern Sea divine skill evaporate like a mirage? But if he refused, the manual seemed like a mountain bandit, ready to rob him at any moment. Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling as if he were shackled by the king of the outlaws, right at his own doorstep, caught between a rock and a hard place. Well, so be it. Since the shortcut to mastering the Northern Sea divine skill is out of reach, I might as well give in to this manual. Better that than having it forcefully seize what it wants. With a helpless shake of his head and a wry, bitter smile tugging at his lips, Qin Hao finally chose to compromise. With that, he decided to go all in. He drew out every last energy crystal in the space, arranging them in a radiant ring around himself. He became the very image of a greedy devourer, channeling the Northern Sea divine skill at full force, embarking on an unprecedented feast of energy. Without the manual's assistance, Qin Hao would never have dared to be so reckless. After all, if excess energy couldn't be absorbed in time, the consequences would be catastrophic. His body would explode from within. But now, with the manual's astonishing absorption rate backing him up, it took only 2 hours for more than half of the 10,000 energy crystals to transform into a vast ocean of power within Qin Hao. Over 8,000 crystals vanished, like falling stars, disappearing into the boundless universe. Though Qin Hao still felt a pang of regret, he was secretly relieved. At least, in this uneasy partnership with the manual, he had found a way to survive on his own terms. After absorbing more than 8,000 portions of the essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, that ancient and mysterious manual behaved like a child who'd had their feet. All of a sudden, it quivered gently, and then a radiant golden burp echoed through the air. But this was no ordinary burp. It was a dazzling chain of golden lightning, shooting out from between the sealed covers of the manual like a divine serpent emerging from its lair. With a thunderous roar, it soared freely through Qin Hao's sea of consciousness, closely trailing the 2 previous lightning chains, each as vivid and golden as the first, as if a family of 3 embarking on a joyful adventure in the ocean of knowledge. Once this round of feeding was complete, the manual radiated golden light in all directions, resembling a holy revelation. Even that 4th page, which had previously revealed just a tantalizing corner, began to unfold, ever so slowly, like an ancient door being pushed open after 1,000 years of slumber, hinting at the mysteries concealed beyond. Suddenly, in a flash of light, 3 ancient characters appeared before his eyes. Tortoise breathing technique. Qin Hao's face transformed instantly, a kaleidoscope of color, shifting from eager anticipation to a deep shade of purple. What? Tortoise breathing technique? He exclaimed inwardly, feeling as if fate had just played its greatest joke on him. The very name, tortoise breathing technique, sounded like something you'd find on any random page of a martial arts novel. Commonplace and uninspired, a far cry from the legendary techniques Qin Hao had dreamed of, those that could split mountains or soar through the skies. Yet, this manual had actually chosen to include such a basic skill, one usually relegated to the background in countless stories, useful only for holding one's breath underwater. Qin Hao was filled with conflicting emotions. Yes, tortoise breathing technique was technically a cultivation method, but in his eyes, it was the extra skill every side. Character in a martial arts story seemed to know, barely more than a trick to hold your breath a bit longer underwater, or perhaps to slow your breathing during meditation. What was he supposed to do with this? Was he to rely on outlasting his foes in a breath-holding contest when facing Marvel's supervillains in the future? The image popped unbidden into Qin Hao's mind, standing face-to-face with Thanos, neither of them uttering a word, both simply holding their breath in a silent standoff, while the world stood still around them. In that moment, Qin Hao truly understood what it meant to say, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps this seemingly unremarkable tortoise breathing technique hid secrets even the manual itself was unaware of. After all, this was a magical tome capable of producing burping lightning chains. Who knew what surprises still lay within? On Qin Hao's forehead, it was as if countless fine black lines began to dance, weaving themselves into a complex web that reflected the collapse and helplessness he felt deep within. Over 8,000 precious energy blocks, and all he got in return was a seemingly ordinary turtle breath technique. The shock hit him like a bolt out of the blue, wounding his pride in a way he'd never experienced before. He had envisioned the moment the 4th page was revealed countless times in his dreams. Dazzling golden light, unfathomable mysteries, perhaps the overwhelming grandeur of the 9-yang divine skill, or the enigmatic elegance of the 9-yin manual. Even if it turned out to be the sunflower manual, he'd secretly rejoice, though. He would never dare pay the price of self-castration. It was still amusing to imagine gifting such a manual to the arrogant martial arts masters, watching them lose themselves to greed and go astray, or using it as a test of love to lure his rivals into self-mutilation. The mere thought of it was enough to make him laugh out loud, especially if he could make that debonair Tony Stark fall into such a pit, transforming the notorious playboy into another gender, bringing a rare moment of peace to the women of America. What a perfect social experiment that would be. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow. The turtle breath technique. The very name sounded like some obscure, marginal skill from a martial arts novel, utterly useless to his current strength. He remembered that even when cultivating the 5th level of the dragon elephant wisdom skill, he could already breathe freely underwater. Wasn't this turtle breath technique completely redundant for him? Qin Hao gazed into the virtual expanse within his mind, where the characters for turtle breath technique floated alone, as if mocking his ignorance and greed. He began to wonder if, had he spent those energy blocks on cultivating the Northern Dark Divine skill, he might already be a master who could absorb others' inner strength, rather than sitting here sighing over a seemingly useless technique. Could this be heaven punishing me for always seeking shortcuts, for refusing to work steadily? Qin Hao mused wryly. Or is this manual deliberately setting obstacles, testing my character, that only after enduring hardships can I uncover the real treasure? In the end, Qin Hao sighed and resolved not to dwell on the past. He focused his attention on the turtle breath technique, determined to discover what made it worthy of so much energy. Carefully, he read the introduction at the beginning of the manual, and as he delved deeper, his expression gradually turned serious. The turtle breath technique, originating from Wudong Taoism and also known as mysterious warrior meditation or true turtle breathing mastery, is a method of cultivating internal energy by imitating the long, subtle breathing patterns of turtles, with the goal of extending one's lifespan and achieving longevity. Legend has it that turtles owe their longevity to their slow, deep breathing. In Qin Hao's mind, a vivid image arose, an ancient turtle, basking contentedly atop a rock, each breath a serene communion with the world, as if drawing in the very essence of nature itself. He suddenly realized that the pursuit of a long and healthy life was, in fact, the ultimate goal for countless people. If he could truly master this breathing technique, perhaps he could live as turtles do, enjoying centuries of life and witnessing the ebb and flow of history. The thought filled him with both excitement and nervous anticipation, as though a door to an unknown world was slowly creaking open before him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao felt a surge of unprecedented resolve. Since fate had presented him with this opportunity, he was determined to seize it, delving into the mysteries of the turtle breathing technique. Who could say? This seemingly unremarkable practice might just prove to be the pivotal turning point in his life. In Qin Hao's mind, scenes from history surged and crashed like waves, sweeping him into a strange crossroads of eras, a world ablaze with the chaos of World War II, and at the same time, the dazzling dawn of the Marvel Universe, with 70 long years stretching between them. Anxiously, he felt like a traveler lost in the mist of time, worried that in the vast current of history, he might not live to witness the heroic deeds of those legendary superheroes. He feared that the ravages of age would cause him to miss out on the grand spectacle that spanned across time itself. Just as Qin Hao was consumed by worry over his limited lifespan, an unexpected twist quietly unfolded. The turtle breathing technique he had stumbled upon was like a strange fruit from beyond time, overturning his traditional understanding of martial arts and revealing a glimmer of immortality. This was no ordinary breath-holding method. It was a miraculous art that defied all logic. No longer was it the modest technique described in Jin Yang's novels. Instead, it seemed to be blessed by a mysterious power, boasting astonishing abilities to prolong life. In comparison, even the legendary Northern Darkness divine skill seemed to pale beside this turtle breathing technique. Qin Hao's heart brimmed with a sense of exhilaration and anticipation he had never known before, as if he could see himself traversing time, personally experiencing the wonders of the Marvel Universe. If what this technique promised was true, if he really could live for 1,000 years, then this skill, once dismissed as useless, would now be a priceless gift from the heavens, tailored just for him, allowing him to roam the river of time, untouched by the erosion of the years. At this moment, Qin Hao possessed 3 peerless martial arts. One was a body-forging technique that made his body as strong as steel, granting him the strength to lift cauldrons with ease. Another cultivated true energy within, giving him deep reserves of inner power and flawless control. The third was the most renowned palm technique from Jin Yang's novels, unmatched in might. And now, he had obtained the tortoise breath technique, a secret art said, to prolong life itself. This stroke of fortune was more potent than any manual. It felt as though he had gained the power to reshape his own destiny. As Qin Hao attentively read the opening introduction to the tortoise breath technique, his anticipation grew ever stronger. Taking a deep breath, he followed the method's guidance and began the first stage of cultivation, quieting the mind and regulating the breath. He sat cross-legged, his back straight and body relaxed, feeling as if every nerve and muscle was released in that instant. With practiced hands, he formed the special midday clasp, his left thumb pressed against the middle finger at the noon position, right thumb inserted into the left hand, pinching the base of the ring finger at the midnight position, the two middle fingers meeting and pressing together, both hands cradled before his lower abdomen. He closed his eyes slightly, focusing his gaze first on the tip of his nose, then shifting it to his mouth, and from there to the center of his chest. This process was not merely about controlling breath or posture, but about harmonizing the mind. He tried to ignore the tingling numbness in his body, directing all his attention to his navel, holding fast without wavering. As the minutes passed, he began to sense an indescribable tranquility and harmony, as if his consciousness and body had become one. He could feel a faint, steady breath of true energy ebbing and flowing at his navel, deep and constant. In that moment, Qin Hao seemed to transcend the bounds of time and space, brushing against the secret of immortality. He knew that if he persevered with the tortoise breath technique, he might one day realize his deepest wish, to personally witness the glorious chapters of the Marvel world and become that legendary figure who spans the ages. On the edge of the fantastical continent, there hid an ancient and mysterious art, the tortoise breath technique. Like a secret of life passed down from antiquity, it lay quietly in wait for a destined seeker. The first step, quieting the mind, sounds as if it were merely a gentle journey of the soul. But for most people, it is a long and arduous pilgrimage. 4. An ordinary person to reach this state might require basking in the soft winds of spring for months, or enduring the resilience of winter snows for years. Yet Qin Hao, this youth reshaped by fate's own hand, bore a unique bloodline. His mind was vast and brilliant, like a night sky illuminated by countless stars. His powers of comprehension were dazzling, like a meteor streaking across the heavens, far surpassing ordinary men. For him, achieving the state of inner quiet was as easy as watching the stars change over the course of a week, clear and effortless, as if he could see right through to the heart of things. There are countless martial arts techniques in the world. Gaining an initial understanding is often a simple matter, but when it comes to the legendary Sunflower Manual, even the masterful Yu Buchuan in the novels needed extraordinary willpower to cross a threshold unimaginable to most. Just to begin, by comparison, the first step of the turtle breathing technique seems far gentler. It doesn't demand the drastic resolve of the sunflower. No need for self-mutilation in pursuit of swift mastery. All it requires is a heart that is tranquil and aspires to depth and distance. Dedicating oneself to its practice doesn't instantly grant the power to stir storms and overturn clouds. Rather, it is like unlocking a door to the hidden realm of longevity, where the true treasures lie behind 3 further formidable trials. The second stage, hidden breath, is the very essence of turtle breathing and the key to the path of long life. Practitioners must imitate the breathing of a turtle, a rhythm that transcends the mundane, long, and profound. It is well known that a single inhale and exhale for a turtle may span more than an hour in the human world, a notion that to most seems pure fantasy. After all, who can go more than an hour without breathing and still retain the vigor of life? Yet Qin Hao, the fortunate soul favored by fate, managed to find his stride on this seemingly impossible path. He learned to seek out the turtle's rhythm within his own breath. Though maintaining this pace for long stretches was a trial for him as well, compared to ordinary people, he already stood on the shoulders of giants. After surpassing hidden breath, the subsequent stages, true stillness and emergence from stillness, are the ultimate steps on the road to immortality. For most, these 2 hurdles might take a lifetime to even approach, but for Qin Hao, with his remarkable insight and tireless effort, a single year was enough to etch his legend across the land. Imagine Qin Hao standing atop a mountain, breathing as if in harmony with the heavens and earth, that moment transcending the shackles of time itself, becoming a living myth in the eyes of the world. And all of it began with that seemingly simple yet deeply mysterious first step, wholehearted devotion. After that dazzling, otherworldly demonstration of the turtle breathing technique, it was as if Qin Hao's eyes were lit by the stars, sparkling with a disbelief-laced excitement. This ancient and enigmatic martial art, to him, felt like the morning, dew of early spring, so delicate he could gather it with a mere touch. However, this ease was but a reflection of Qin Hao's inner world. For the masses, the challenge was more akin to an endless winter's night, cold, daunting, and hard to endure. Picture, if you will, the second realm of turtle breathing, where each breath must emulate the turtle's length and depth. This is not only the ultimate challenge for the body, but an unending trial of the will. For ordinary people, if they try to force their way through, it's likely they would give up in a matter of months, unable to bear the strain, perhaps even swept away by the relentless laws of nature. But for Qin Hao, what seemed an insurmountable chasm was rendered trivial by his yearning for immortality. Whenever a flicker of discomfort crept into his heart during this seemingly endless cultivation, he would remind himself of his thousand-year vow, scattering each passing trace of unease with that unwavering self-expectation. On that night, beneath a tapestry of starlight, Qin Hao gained far more than he had ever anticipated. He had set out with the bold ambition of mastering the Northern Darkness divine art as swiftly as possible, but fate intervened. A random, almost accidental flip through an ancient tome shone like a brilliant meteor, streaking across his predestined path. It brought him a secret technique even more extraordinary than the Northern Darkness divine art, the turtle breath technique. In that moment, Qin Hao's heart felt as if it were caught in a surging current, unable to contain the waves of excitement. He forgot about the vastness of the Northern Darkness and plunged himself into the abyss of the turtle breath, tirelessly practicing through the entire night, relishing every moment. Though a single night's effort had not yet granted him entry to the true domain of the turtle breath technique, he could feel subtle progress. His breathing had become remarkably steady, like the chimes of a temple bell at dawn and dusk, each inhale and exhale perfectly attuned with nature. Even the air around him, once heavy with the lingering scent of war, now felt as crisp as the first breath of spring beneath his nose. As the first light of morning crept across the horizon, Qin Hao stepped out of his simple tent, fatigue and satisfaction mingling in his smile. Not far away, a lithe figure moved gracefully in the morning glow. It was Steve, the American kid, who always rose early to practice Wing Chun as soon as Qin Hao finished his cultivation. This silent understanding had become a ritual between the two, the result of over 3 years of Qin Hao's persistent influence. "Hey, Steve, how about a friendly match?" Qin Hao called out, a mischievous smile lighting up his face as he strode towards Steve. "And no, I'm good," Steve replied hastily, waving his hands in refusal, a flash of apprehension in his eyes. After all, he had lost count of the times he'd been bested by Qin Hao in Wing Chun sparring, memories of those defeats still vivid and painful. Even though Steve was now much stronger, whenever he remembered Qin Hao's uncanny speed and that monstrous, almost inhuman strength, a chill ran down his spine. He simply didn't dare to accept the challenge. What a pity. I really wanted to know what it feels like to use America's own superhero as a punching bag. Qin Hao's laughter rang through the morning air, half in jest, yet tinged with a confidence that brooked no argument. Qin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a wry, almost childlike smile, as if fate itself were toying with him. "Cool, mate. On Qin, that joke's a bit much. Just picture it. Captain America, the hero shining beneath the stars and stripes, getting ground into the dust by you." The image was simply too vivid. Steve's return home would surely leave his army buddies unable to look him in the eye. They'd probably all end up blind, every last one of them. Bucky had appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost, a teasing lilt in his voice and a mischievous glint in his eyes. Qin Hao caught the joke, his eyes lighting up as he teased back. "Oh, Bucky, does that mean the gentle nurse last night went easy on you? Otherwise, with your legs of steel, I could doubt you'd have survived the charms of 10 beautiful women. You'd have melted by now, and here you are, bantering with me." His words were full of playful mockery, the easy camaraderie between the two men flowing naturally. Bucky laughed heartily, pounding his chest so loudly it echoed through the room. "Hey, Qin, you underestimate my willpower. I'll have you know, even if an entire legion of Hollywood starlets descended on me, I'd still stand firm with my iron will. Weaken in ease? Not a chance." He was brimming with confidence, as if truly gifted with the power to resist any temptation. Just as their laughter filled the air, Carter entered the room in her crisp green uniform, graceful and alert, a panther in the jungle. Her voice was clear and melodious. "Everyone, I bring good news. We just received a call from home. Steve, you've been awarded the Medal of Valor. It's the highest recognition for your courageous deeds." Pride sparkled in her eyes as she spoke. "Wow, God bless, Steve. You're really on your way to the top." The Medal of Valor. That's an honor even the senators present in person, Bucky exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement as if witnessing a miracle. The envy in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet Steve only smiled softly, a sheen of sweat on his brow but resolve in his gaze. No, Carter, I can't go back. The fight isn't over. Hydra's shadow still hangs over the world. I can't leave, not now. Let the ceremony wait, or let it remain an unfinished dream forever. His tone was fearless, unwavering in his sense of duty. Hearing this, Chin-hao gave an approving grin. Steve, you're a real man. I'm with you. To hell with the medals. We've got more important things to do. Determination flashed in his eyes, matching Steve's own. Meanwhile, deep within the underground base, Steve and Carter stood before a map peppered with marks, each one a secret Hydra facility. Steve, even if you remember the locations of all these bases, do you really think you can take them down alone? Philip asked, files in hand, his eyes a mix of hope and concern. I can, sir, but I'll need a sharp team beside me. Steve's answer was crisp, without a moment's hesitation. We already have the finest warriors, Philip tried to persuade him. Sir, I already have someone in mind. Steve shook his head, politely refusing the offer. A fierce desire for victory and deep trust in his comrades sparkled in his eyes. The people he had in mind were none other than the brothers-in-arms, who fought side by side for justice. Chin-hao, Bucky, and the rest. Together, they would join forces, wielding wisdom and courage to cut through Hydra's dark tendrils, just like the legendary Dragon Spring sword, razor-sharp and unstoppable. While Steve and Philip were engrossed in heated discussion, mapping out the blueprints for a superhero squad, Chin-hao embarked on a wondrous journey to Howard's mysterious laboratory. He gently pushed open the door to the lab, and instantly, a wave of metallic, futuristic air washed over him. There was Howard, donned in a smart safety helmet glowing with LED lights, weaving intently between an array of high-tech instruments, as if locked in a silent conversation with the microscopic world. Hey, Howard, do you have any of that miraculous vibro essence left? Chin-hao entered with a sly grin, eyes fixed on Howard's busy silhouette. Howard looked up at the question, one eyebrow arching with curiosity. Light glinted brilliantly off his glasses as he replied, Vibro. Essence? You mean the stuff Steve's indestructible shield is made from? Chin, what's gotten you interested in that all of a sudden? With a faint smile and a spark of determination in his eyes, Chin-hao answered, That's right. But I'm not here to copy the shield. I want to forge a sword, a blade infused with the spirit of the East. Howard's jaw dropped, as if he'd just heard the most astonishing news of the year. A sword? Do you mean the kind of longsword Western knights swing around? Or? Neither. Chin-hao replied, a mysterious glint in his eye and a yearning for challenge etched across his face. I want a sword that can cut through all illusion, a blade that carries my lifelong dream of martial arts heroes from the East. It turned out that Chin-hao had always harbored a secret longing. Ever since childhood, he'd been enchanted by tales of martial heroes. He'd never formally studied swordsmanship, but his obsession with swords had never faded. Back in China, he'd browsed countless swords and blades in antique shops, but they all seemed soulless, fragile things that might snap with the slightest twist, falling far short of his fantasy of a true sword. It wasn't until he saw Steve's unbreakable shield that an idea struck him like lightning. If he could use the same material to forge a sword his own, what an awe-inspiring sight that would be. Last night, when Chin-hao turned to the fourth page of that mysterious book, an unprecedented surge of excitement washed over him. He realized that as the story unfolded, Steve would continue to destroy Hydra's bases, and the energy blocks he needed would soon be within easy reach. Once he had enough energy blocks, unlocking the secrets of the fifth page and mastering the legendary sword techniques would be just around the corner. Even more importantly, the appearance of the turtle breath technique in the book last night gave him sudden clarity. If he really did find the sword manual on the fifth page, but lacked a blade worthy of such skills, wouldn't it be like owning the key to a treasure trove, but finding no door to fit the lock? With this burning passion, Chin-hao sought out Howard for help, hoping he would once again work his magic and use that miraculous vibrational essence to forge for him an Eastern sword capable of cleaving through the void and bringing his martial arts dreams to life. Howard listened, then curled his lips into a sly, knowing smile. An Eastern sword, you say? Chin, I gotta tell you, we've already run out of vibrational essence. But, well, I have a better idea. Hey, buddy, you know how it is? When the old man upstairs slams a heavy iron door in your face, don't fret. Around the corner, there's a mysterious, jewel-encrusted door slowly swinging open just for you. Howard's eyes gleamed with a strange light, as if he'd just returned from a realm of fantasy. and every word he uttered seemed to shimmer with enchantment. Wait, Howard, what kind of philosophy is that supposed to be? It sounds like you translated it from alien language. Chin Hao exaggeratedly rubbed his ears, but a spark of curiosity danced on his lips. Just as he was about to tease Howard a little more, Howard's next words left him utterly speechless. Take a look at this, my treasure. Howard, brimming with pride, gingerly pinched a small black stone from a container that looked ordinary, yet radiated an air of mystery. Under the light, the stone shimmered faintly, as if it held endless secrets. This isn't coal, and it's definitely not a gallstone, huh? Coal? Seriously, Howard, are you trying to make me think you struck it rich in a coal mine? Or is this some mystical gem that can summon a dragon? Chin Hao feigned surprise, then joked, though deep down he already sensed that this was no ordinary object. Oh, my friend, it seems a plain old sword won't satisfy you, Howard said, winking and flashing a mischievous grin. But if you're willing, the key to this extraordinary blade, well, it's right in your hands. An extraordinary blade? Howard, don't tell me this is the wick from Aladdin's lamp transformed. Chin Hao burst out laughing, but quickly reined himself in when he saw the seriousness in Howard's eyes. All right, Howard, you win. Tell me, what exactly is this treasure? This is adamantium, one of the rarest wonders in the universe. Howard's voice was deep and solemn, each word weighted as if carrying the heaviness of 1,000 burdens. Its value far exceeds anything you could imagine. It's not meant for crafting ordinary items, but rather those legendary artifacts spoken of only in myth, like the shield you mentioned, Captain America's. While it isn't made entirely of adamantium, it certainly contains some of it. And as for Wolverine's skeleton, it is this very metal that grants him his immortality. Chin Hao's heart skipped a beat. It was as if he could hear the thunderous echoes of countless movie scenes in his mind, memories of superheroes rushing in like a tidal wave. Adamantium, Wolverine's skeleton. This is unbelievable. He accepted the piece of adamantium from Howard with utmost care, a chill from its surface sending a shiver through his fingers and up his spine. In his eyes, this tiny fragment was no longer just metal. It became a key to another world, one filled with miracles and challenges beyond imagination. Howard, is it really as extraordinary as they say? Chin Hao's voice quivered slightly, his gaze alight with a brilliance he'd never known before. Howard nodded, his eyes full of meaning. Yes, Chin Hao, it's not just a piece of metal. It is the embodiment of dreams and miracles. In this world there may be many doors waiting for us to find, to open. And this piece of adamantium is just the starting point on our journey to discover the next door. In that moment, Chin Hao felt as if countless doors were slowly opening before him, each one concealing the unknown and the miraculous. He and Howard stood at the threshold, ready to embark on an adventure like none before. Resting quietly in his palm was nothing more than a mineral the size of a baby's fist. Yet it seemed to contain the most incredible power in the universe, a gravity so intense it could make the very stars tremble. Chin Hao's eyes widened, his jaw slack and unable to close as wave after wave of awe crashed against the very limits of his understanding. No, Chin, I'm afraid you've misunderstood the true rarity of the universe, Howard replied, a hint of a smile in his voice, as if unveiling the secrets of some ancient treasure. Adamantium is a miracle rarer than a meteor streaking across the night sky. That vibranium you mentioned is actually the result of countless failed attempts and experiments, a perfect union of adamantium and a strange material known as bay metal. The ore in Chin Hao's hand felt impossibly heavy, as if every ounce pressed directly upon his very soul, forcing him to contemplate the legendary, one-of-a-kind nature of adamantium. He abruptly lifted his head, eyes shining with curiosity and the fire of discovery, and posed a bold question to Howard. Howard, how did you tame this beast of gravity, making it obey your will, melting it into that blazing furnace, and finally reshaping it? After all, in records from his previous life, it was said that once Edmund metal was forged and shaped, it became fixed in time, almost impossible to alter. It was as if this metal was a challenger to the very laws of nature, defying all constraints of physics. This was why Chin Hao's question was filled with awe and bewilderment at Howard's skill. Hearing this, Howard's lips curled into a self-assured smile, as if recalling a heart-pounding adventure. Ah, that was a duel of intellect and courage. I employed a cutting-edge technique called spatial compression technology to create a localized, miniature quantum field. Within that narrow space, the Edmund metal retained its original stability, while I could slowly heat it to its melting point with minimal energy. Then, Using a specially designed base metal as a catalyst, the two substances underwent a subtle quantum-level interaction, finally achieving a fusion never before seen. At this point, Howard's eyes sparkled with an unending passion for scientific exploration, while Chin Hao felt as if he had stepped into an entirely new world of science fiction. The small piece of or before him was suddenly no longer simple. It had become a bridge linking two worlds, two eras, telling a legendary tale of courage, wisdom, and creation. In a strange laboratory where technology and tradition clashed, Howard furrowed his brow, muttering to himself as he stared at a piece of metal, shimmering with an unusual luster. Chin, I have to tell you, I've tested this treasure countless times, as if trying to tame a stubborn dragon. Once it's cast into the furnace, its form becomes unyielding as solid rock, so our chance comes only once, precious as morning dew. He gently stroked the metal, eyes filled with both helplessness and defiance. Ever since he stumbled upon this extraordinary material, it felt as though he had wandered into an unsolvable maze. Every attempt vanished without a trace. Chin Hao stood beside him, his gaze burning with intensity, as if he had glimpsed a priceless treasure. Howard, this is no ordinary prize. It's a miracle crafted just for me. Chin Hao's heart surged with excitement. He knew well that his strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. He could easily lift weights, equal to hundreds of elephants. The sword of his dreams had to be not only razor-sharp, but also able to withstand his earth-shaking power. Otherwise, even the sharpest blade would crumble to dust in his grasp. Seeing this, Howard's lips curled into a playful smile. If we were to forge a Western-style broadsword, even our precious Edmund metal would barely be enough. After all, the captain's invincible shield has already used up quite a bit. But for an Eastern sword, slender, elegant, and agile, well, that's more than sufficient. His words revealed a deep understanding of both Eastern and Western weaponry. As a titan in the arms industry, he was naturally an expert in such matters. Chin Hao's eyes lit up at this. In his mind's eye, he could already see the outline of a sword that resonated perfectly with his own soul. Excellent, it's settled then. But first, let me sketch out a design. I want it to embody the beauty of the East, while seamlessly blending the power of modern technology. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if standing at the threshold of unveiling a great secret. At that very moment, the laboratory door swung open with a crash. Steve burst in, full of energy and beaming with delight. Chin, Howard, perfect, you're both here. His arrival was like a breath of fresh air, instantly sweeping away the room's heavy atmosphere. Steve, what brings you here? Chin feigned surprise, but a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Chin, I've been searching everywhere for you. Steve's tone carried a sense of urgency. I want to invite you, and you too, Howard, to join our howling commandos. As he spoke, he clapped Chin Hao enthusiastically on the shoulder, his passion so infectious it seemed capable of igniting the world. The howling commandos? You want me to join? Chin teased, then joked. Don't tell me you're looking for a friendly match, Steve. Steve laughed heartily. On the contrary, we want you fighting by our side, against the forces of evil, like Hydra. Determination sparkled in his eyes, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Chin Hao blinked in surprise, then his own lips curled into a knowing smile. Join the Howling Commandos? Sounds intriguing. As it happens, I've always been interested in those bits of black technology hidden away in the Hydra bases. Now, I'll have every excuse to investigate them properly. And so, through a twist of fate, 3 masters from different worlds were brought together by a single extraordinary metal, setting out on a journey to explore the unknown and uphold justice. The sword that Chin Hao would soon design with his own hands was destined to become the brightest symbol of their legend. In a secret corner bathed in moonlight, Howard carefully handled those mysterious objects, deep in thought. As long as his hands remained deft and his actions discreet, he mused, this little affair would pass as swiftly and silently as a shooting star across the night sky, its trail impossible for anyone to catch. He wasn't just Steve's everyday banner companion. Deep down, he held an unshakable trust in his dear friend's character. So, when Steve extended an invitation for him to join the Howling Commandos, Howard agreed almost without hesitation. After the mission, Steve was about to take his leave, but it was as if an invisible force held him in place. The moment he heard that Chin Hao had the wild idea of forging a weapon, his feet were rooted to the spot. In Steve's mind, Chin Hao had always been the strategist behind the screen, not a warrior who wielded deadly blades. In fact, he'd never even seen him handle a common firearm. Time seemed to fall under his spell. In just a matter of minutes, a blueprint leapt from Chin Hao's fingertips, a sword design so intricate and marvelous it left everyone stunned. That fast. Impossible. Steve muttered to himself, unaware of the secret behind Qin Hao's speed. The blueprint was, in truth, the product of Qin Hao's traveled memories, a flawless recreation of the famed Longquan sword from his previous life. The Longquan sword, its name gleaming through the long river of Chinese history, originates in Longquan, Zhejiang province, and is celebrated as the first sword of China. It's renowned for its razor-sharp edge, perfect balance of strength and flexibility, cold gleam, and exquisitely detailed carvings. The sword Qin Hao drafted was more than just a tribute to his past life's glory. He pursued perfection in every detail. The blade measured 1.2 meters, its width narrowing from 0.08 meters at the base to 0.03 meters at the tip. The spine of the sword subtly shifted, in thickness from 1 to 8 millimeters, thinning gracefully from hilt to point. The dragon-shaped hilt was crafted for both comfort and a secure grip, while the pommel was fashioned into a flattened triangle. Every detail a testament to the artisan's meticulous craft. In his previous life, Qin Hao had harbored a deep affection for the Longquan sword, but constrained by his modest means, had kept this passion hidden in his heart. Now, presented with the chance to forge a weapon of his own, it was only natural for Qin Hao to think of the sword he had always dreamed of. Howard's gaze darted across Qin Hao's blueprint, as if he could already see the fiery forge and the sparks flying. "Qin, is this an Eastern masterpiece?" he asked in disbelief. Qin Hao nodded with a proud smile, his eyes shining. "That's right. This is the Longquan sword. Legend has it that it was first forged by the master craftsman Oyezi during the spring and autumn period. After 2,400 years, it still shines with undying brilliance." In that moment, not only was Howard deeply captivated, but even the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting to witness how this legendary sword, journeying through the tides of time, would be reborn in a world so foreign to it. Qin, standing atop the river of history and looking back, the tales of your ancient homeland have traveled through more than 2,000 springs and autumns, still shining bright today. Back then, America was but a shadow, slumbering in the mists of the unknown, its form yet to appear. Imagine it. While the world was still searching for the outline of the Americas, your motherland had already become a legend. How could one not stand in awe? Howard's eyes glittered with a yearning for the ancient East, mesmerized by its grandeur. Qin Hao couldn't help but smile inwardly, pondering to himself. Never mind where America was at that time. Even the entire continent of the Americas probably hadn't welcomed its first true inhabitants yet. Those legendary Native Americans, said to carry the bloodline of China. Did you know there's a story, a whisper that drifts through the corridors of time, telling of the Sui and Tang dynasties, when wars raged and chaos reigned. Amidst this turmoil, a group of brave and fortunate ancestors from China, guided by the boundless ocean, accidentally set foot on the land of the Americas. Perhaps they were the forebears of those ancient Native Americans, carrying Eastern genes as they flourished and multiplied in a distant land. At that moment, Steve chimed in, his eyes alight with curiosity and longing for the unknown. "Qin, could you arrange a journey to China? I want to set foot myself on that land where countless miracles were born, to witness firsthand the brilliance of that civilization." His suggestion rippled through the room like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending waves of excitement all around. Qin Hao smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over Howard, whose face was equally filled with anticipation. He nodded knowingly. "Very well. When the fires of war have quieted and peace returns, I promise to take you both to tour China, to experience its customs and marvels." Yet as he spoke, a secret lay hidden in his heart. Howard, perhaps, would see this dream come true, but Steve's fate, as he knew, had been sealed by a prophecy, 70 years encased in ice. How could he walk beside them, through China's mountains and rivers? Meanwhile, Howard was engrossed in an extraordinary task, forging a legendary dragon spring sword, following the ingenious design Qin Hao provided. For him, this was nothing short of a perfect union between science and tradition. He began by meticulously crafting the sword's form. Then, using adamantium, an alloy of unmatched strength, he melted it at blazing temperatures and slowly poured the molten metal into the mold. When it cooled and solidified, a dragon spring sword, forged with the wisdom of both ancient and modern times, was revealed to all. Qin Hao took the sword in hand. Its blade glinted with a cold and mysterious sheen, filling his heart with unspeakable joy. Whoosh! With a gentle wave, his sword flashed like a dragon, instantly slicing the sturdy marble testing table in two, leaving behind a cut as smooth as a mirror. "What a sword! Absolutely razor-sharp. Qin Hao's voice of admiration echoed throughout the laboratory. Qin, let me give it a try. Steve's eyes lit up with a fierce determination, eager to experience the edge of this remarkable blade for himself. Qin Hao shook his head with a playful smile, putting on a mock serious tone. But Steve, this testing table wasn't cheap. Any damages are coming straight out of your share of the profits. With that single sentence, he not only kept the mood light, but also cleverly reminded Steve that every test had its price. So, in this laboratory brimming with both modern technology and traditional charm, they weren't just forging a sword, they were weaving a tale of friendship and dreams that spanned across time. All of this was a prelude, hinting at the extraordinary showdown that was soon to come. Howard, standing to the side, grinned slyly, the corners of his mouth curling with mischief. Hey, Qin Hao, why not call your new sword Dragon's Roar at the Moon? Let's give it a shot. Pit your Dragon's Roar at the Moon against Steve's Vibranium Guardian Shield. Let's see which will prevail, the song and dance of the blade, or the unyielding strength of the shield. As he spoke, his gaze swept mischievously over Steve's gleaming silver shield, his eyes full of playful challenge. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Wow, you really know how to stir things up. Yet even as he spoke, he had already raised the sword. Forged with painstaking care from rare adamantium, its blade shimmered with a faint, mysterious blue light, as if it held the ancient power of dragons within. He chuckled softly, his smile tinged with pride. But my Dragon's Roar at the Moon is no mere showpiece. I can feel its hunger for battle roaring out from within. Just holding it, I can sense the strength it lends me. Even if I were only a tenth as strong, it would still be like a raging flood, capable of crushing boulders by the ton. Yet the sword remains perfectly poised, without so much as a quiver. Ever since Steve became famous as the leader of the Avengers, his world had been flooded with the dazzling glare of the spotlight, and temptations of every kind surged toward him like waves, some enticing, others a headache. At this moment, in the midst of such glory, Steve found himself swept up in a different kind of adventure, a whimsical interlude of love. Deep within the shadowy, mysterious underground base, he was lost in a passionate goodbye kiss with a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. For that brief, burning moment, it was as if the whole world had come to a halt just for them. Yet fate always seems to have a penchant for mischief. Just as the two were lost in a world of tenderness, Agent Carter, usually composed, competent, and sharp-eyed, appeared at the entrance like a wraith and witnessed the entire scene. Instantly, her face turned frosty, her fists clenched tight, and her voice rang out with undeniable authority. Steve, everyone's running themselves ragged, and here you are on vacation. If you're not busy, could you deign to lend a hand? Carter's words fell like a hailstorm, jolting Steve out of his romantic reverie. He sprang apart from the blonde beauty as if startled, his face a picture of embarrassment and panic. Attempting to stammer out an explanation, he found Carter would give him no chance. With a cold huff, she spun on her heel and strode away, her angry footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. Peggy, wait. Agent Carter, please. Steve hurried after her, frantically straightening his rumpled uniform as he went, looking both flustered and comical. Carter, meanwhile, shot back over her shoulder with her signature biting tone. Well, Steve, even our Mr. Virtue has his slip-ups, huh? There was a note of mockery in her voice, barely concealing a hint of jealousy. Nearby, Qin Hao was lounging on a bench, idly toying with a small tactical grenade. The corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous grin, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. This is better than the movies, he muttered under his breath, eyes sparkling with amusement at his friend's predicament. As Carter's face, full of teasing sarcasm, came into view, her sly smile directed at Steve, a jolt of recognition shot through Qin Hao's mind, illuminating a hidden corner of his memory. This scene, straight out of the original film, was playing out vividly before his eyes. Unable to hold back, he burst into laughter, his voice ringing out clear and bright, like thunder on a summer afternoon, catching Steve's attention and earning him a look of confusion and wounded pride. Qin, that's enough, Steve said, his voice tinged with a bitterness hard to put into words, like the taste of an unripe plum. The small happiness he'd felt, the warmth of Peggy's gentle gaze, had just begun to tilt his way, only to freeze over in an instant. Qin Hao's well-timed mockery only deepened the chill inside him, anger flaring as he growled a warning. Oh, Steve, are you sure you want to silence such delightful laughter? Qin Hao blinked innocently, as if his raucous laughter had been nothing more than a harmless prank. Come on, man. Can't you see I'm trying my best to patch up this mess? Steve was anxiously explaining something to Carter, but even in his fluster, he managed to shoot Qin Hao a reproachful glance, a look mixing helplessness and a genuine spark of anger. All right, Carter, let's test your memory. Or maybe it's my memory that's just too sharp, or perhaps some moment has flipped a switch in my head. Remember that day? Steve dragged me right into the busiest bar in town, and we— Chin-Hao paused deliberately at this point, drumming his fingers on his knees, his eyes sneaking a glance at the ceiling as if some secret was hidden up there. All right, that striking streetwalker. What was her name again? Bucky, do you remember? That night, she seemed especially taken with Steve, went straight for him and tugged at his sleeve. Though Chin-Hao was addressing Bucky, every word and every glance was aimed squarely at Carter. The air pulsed with a subtle tension, as if it might explode at any moment. Huh, Chin, you really know how to dig up the past. I was just about to toss that memory in the trash. Bucky was the perfect sidekick, jumping in right on cue. For crying out loud, you two have got to be kidding me. I never even knew that woman. Chin's just making this up? Steve was practically hopping in exasperation, his face the very picture of innocence and frustration, like a rabbit wrongly accused. So, Steve, turns out you're just like the rest. Humph, no different from other men. Carter's voice was icy, every word sharp as a blade, slicing through the fragile ties between them. And what about you and Howard? How am I supposed to know if there's something going on between you two? Steve shot back, refusing to back down, but only managed to dig himself deeper. Oh boy, Steve, you're just digging your own grave here. Bucky's mouth hung open in disbelief, as if he were watching some absurd farce play out before him. Karma really doesn't miss. Chin-Hao chuckled inwardly, a well-worn saying from his previous life on the internet rising unbidden in his mind, one that felt almost tailor-made for these two right now. Steve, you're still the same. When it comes to love and women, you're as shallow as ever. Carter's gaze was filled with disappointment, like a brilliant star suddenly dimmed. She shook her head softly, left behind a chilling remark, and turned away, leaving Steve nothing but the sight of her resolute back. As for the complicated feelings between Steve and Carter, Chin-Hao merely watched in silence from the sidelines, pondering to himself. Love, after all, is like drinking water, only the one who tastes it knows if it's warm or cold. He had no intention of interfering, preferring instead to remain a quiet observer, witnessing the ebb and flow of their joys and sorrows. In some hidden corner of this other world, Chin-Hao harbored a secret unknown to anyone, a secret that his meeting with the superhero Steve Rogers was no mere coincidence, but rather the result of fate's subtle weaving. Yet, it seemed as if that invisible thread of destiny had been cut short, leaving behind only a faint sorrow for a bond that was meant to be but could never truly flourish. Chin-Hao's goal was crystal clear. He followed closely in Steve's footsteps, not for any personal gain, but to infiltrate the legendary Hydra base and seize the energy blocks capable of toppling the world. He was like a treasure hunter, chasing after the unknown riches marked on an ancient map. Every time they launched a night raid on a Hydra stronghold, Chin-Hao transformed into a shadowy figure, fighting side by side with Steve. Yet, when the battle drew to a close, he would slip away into the forgotten corners, silently gathering those mysterious energy blocks that glowed with an uncanny light. These secret missions were like the faintest shooting stars streaking across the night sky, brief, unnoticed, and gone in an instant. One sunny afternoon, Chin-Hao found himself in a futuristic laboratory with the genius scientist Howard, attempting to fuse two seemingly incompatible metals in hopes of creating the legendary adamantium alloy. Just as the two were fully absorbed in the tense, exhilarating experiment, the lab doors burst open with irresistible force. Steve stormed in like a man caught in a tempest, his eyes filled with a despair and exhaustion the likes of which they had never seen before. Steve, what happened to you? Chin-Hao looked at his friend's ashen face, a sense of foreboding rising sharply in his chest. Chin, Bucky. Steve's voice trembled, every word weighed down with an unbearable burden. Bucky. Chin-Hao smacked his forehead, as if struck by lightning. That long-forgotten plotline snapped back into vivid focus in his mind. Damn it. I can't believe I let this slip. Emotions surged within Chin-Hao. He had always believed that his presence might be enough to change Bucky's tragic fate, but the sight of Steve before him was like a mirror, reflecting the harshness of reality. Looking at Steve's tormented expression, Chin-Hao drew a deep breath, and his gaze grew steely with determination. Steve, do you believe in miracles? Chin. Steve looked at him in confusion, those unwavering eyes seeming to pierce through all the surrounding haze. Trust me, Bucky will be all right. Chin-Hao's tone left no room for doubt, as if he were stating an unshakable truth. You know, I've studied the ancient I Ching and am somewhat versed in divination. Bucky's fate is not so easily sealed. One day, you two will meet again. Though his words sounded comforting, there was a hint of enigmatic certainty beneath them. The truth was, Chin Hao hadn't lied. He had merely held back part of the story. Bucky was indeed alive, but the price was the loss of an arm. This secret was too tangled and delicate for Chin Hao to reveal, so much so that even he struggled to fully grasp its depths. Is that true, Chin? A flicker of hope lit up Steve's eyes. Of course, Steve. Remember, the I Ching teaches us that everything in the world has its destined place, yet there are always variables within fate's design. Bucky's story is far from over. Chin Hao spoke with unwavering confidence, as though he truly was a sage capable of turning the wheel of destiny. But his words were more than mere comfort. They were a glimmer of foresight. For in this world full of miracles, Chin Hao firmly believed that as long as there was light in the heart, hope would never be extinguished. The reunion of Bucky and Steve was not a question of if, but of when. In those turbulent times, Bucky's sudden disappearance struck like a violent storm, sweeping away the unfinished bond between him and Chin Hao, and casting an indescribable shadow over Chin Hao's heart. He had once believed he could, by his own strength, rewrite Bucky's tragic fate as the Winter Soldier. Yet the captain's fierce offensive, beyond anything told in the original story, unexpectedly triggered Red Skull's hidden machinations, setting a deadly trap for Captain America that quietly snapped shut. At that crucial moment, Chin Hao was engrossed with Howard in unraveling the secrets of synthesizing adamantium, causing him to miss the operation that would decide everything. And so Bucky's destiny played out as before. He fell into the abyss, captured by Hydra's claws, and was remade into the ruthless Winter Soldier. Amid the sorrow in Steve's tear-filled eyes, Chin Hao silently made another vow. He understood that as Captain America's tale neared its end, he too must find a hidden place to absorb the energy fragments he had gathered through countless trials, hoping to one day unlock the 5th page of that mysterious manual and unveil further secrets yet unknown. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency he had co-founded with Carter, Howard, and others, Chin Hao resolved to return it intact to its destined guardians in the original story. After all, the road ahead was rife with uncertainty and monotony, and he had no intention of chaining himself to the service of America's cause. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Chin Hao and Steve shared a brief but profound conversation. Steve, there was a subtle note of resolve in Chin Hao's voice, one almost too faint to notice. Don't act rashly. What I mean is, I'm already waiting for you at Hydra's lair. As he finished speaking, a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his lips. With a gentle sweep of his arms, his figure dissolved like morning mist, vanishing before Steve's astonished eyes. Chin! Steve stared at the now empty clearing, his heart filled with gratitude and confusion, and whispered softly to himself. It wasn't that Chin Hao was unwilling to fight alongside Steve. Rather, he understood all too well that his direct involvement could alter the course of history and trigger consequences no one could foresee. So, he chose to go ahead, slipping quietly into the heart of Hydra's territory, waiting in silence for Steve's arrival. Chin Hao's departure was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, setting off a surge of vengeance in Steve's heart. He swung his leg over a motorcycle bristling with futuristic tech, its engine roaring to life as he sped directly toward Hydra's final stronghold, the depths of the Alps. Along the way, Hydra's resistance was little more than a futile gesture, mere obstacles swept aside by the inferno of Steve's determination for revenge, each challenge only quickening his pace. Riding like a silver streak through the chaos of battle, Steve easily broke through enemy biker squads, and with explosives strapped to his own machine, he blasted open the gates to Hydra's very core. A showdown that would decide fate itself was about to unfold amidst the ice and snow of the Alps. On a storm-lashed night, Steve slipped into Hydra's domain as silent and swift as a bolt of lightning ripping across the sky. His arrival struck like an unexpected tempest, instantly sowing panic and fury amidst the Hydra ranks. Clad in black armor and brandishing gleaming blades, the soldiers appeared like phantoms in the night, intent on blocking this uninvited storm cloud from entering their midst. But Steve's reflexes were as sharp as a hunting leopard's. His shield gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, every swing of his arm accompanied by a rush of wind that sent his foes tumbling in all directions. When one soldier raised an energy rifle, Steve rolled to the side and slammed his shield into the man's chest, dropping him instantly and leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. Another soldier tried to attack from behind, only to be brought to his knees with a swift kick to the leg, crying out in agony. It was as if Steve were performing a deadly, elegant dance among his enemies, every step precise and lethal, leaving soldiers collapsing all around him. The scene resembled a pack of mice toyed with by a cat, helpless against his prowess. Yet, amidst this chaos, Steve seemed to be guided by an invisible force, drawing him toward a deeper, darker place. At last, he found himself completely surrounded by an elite squad of soldiers, armed with energy rifles and riding armored vehicles. But it was as if he had anticipated this all along. Unflinching, he raised his shield and allowed himself to be escorted straight to the presence of the Red Skull. The Red Skull, this enigmatic, sinister leader, emerged slowly from the shadows. Upon his face, he wore a grotesque crimson skull mask, each sculpted bone on it whispering tales of endless terror and evil. Fixing his gaze on Steve, his eyes flickered with a tangle of emotions. Arrogance may not be a national trait of Americans, but you, Captain, embody it perfectly. You barged into my domain alone. Are you not afraid of sharing Erskine's fate? Steve gave a calm, unwavering smile, his eyes clear and resolute. Dr. Erskine once told me you'd lost your sanity. He said you envied his genius, denying everything you once were. He gave me strength and sent me here to see for myself what truly sets you apart. At those words, the Red Skull's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of mockery in his expression. He envied me? That's only because he could never grasp the magnitude of my greatness. I possess gifts and talents beyond compare, whereas you're merely the ordinary man he happened to choose. Still, I'm curious to see what surprises this ordinary man might offer me. Steve responded with a short, almost dismissive laugh, a note of irony in his voice. You're right. I'm just an ordinary man. But it's precisely this ordinary man who chooses to fight for justice, willing to risk everything to protect this world. And you're nothing but a coward hiding behind a mask, using fear and violence to conceal your own weakness. As he spoke, Steve's gaze grew even sharper, as if it could pierce straight through the Red Skull's mask and reach into his very soul. For a brief moment, the Red Skull was taken aback. Never before had he encountered such unwavering courage in another's eyes. And in that instant, he seemed to realize that his true adversary was not this ordinary man standing before him, but the unbreakable spirit of justice and conviction that burned within Steve. The Red Skull's expression darkened, like a storm brewing overhead. Suddenly, he unleashed a furious assault on Steve, his fists crashing down with the force of meteors. Though Steve was a formidable fighter, he was gradually overwhelmed by the onslaught, and, at last, he was hurled to the ground with bone-jarring force. Struggling to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Steve's eyes still burned with defiance. Red Skull, I'll stand against you to the very end, no matter what it takes. Red Skull let out a cold chuckle, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Oh, no, of course I know how resilient you are. But alas, my schedule is packed with important meetings and plans. As he spoke, he slowly drew a pistol from his waist, its metallic sheen glinting coldly as he aimed the dark barrel right at Steve's forehead. Suddenly, crash, 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 a series of sharp, shattering sounds erupted, like a chorus of angels piercing the suffocating tension. It was the rescue operation Steve had meticulously planned with the Howling Commandos. The squad burst through the windows, descending like heroes from the sky. Red Skull's expression changed in an instant. He let out a snort of contempt, and then vanished, leaving behind only a flickering afterimage. The commandos seized the moment and gave chase, but they failed to notice Chin Hao, who remained hidden in the shadows. Like a phantom, Chin Hao slipped deeper into the heart of the base without a sound. His eyes gleamed with greedy anticipation as he stared at the mountain of energy cubes before him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a strange exclamation. Wow, so many energy cubes. It's practically a small mountain. Zola really is a genius to have created so many of these treasures. The thought that Zola had already been captured alive by Steve filled Chin Hao with secret delight. Why get back? I'll definitely have to thank this comrade. After all, these energy cubes he made have been a tremendous help to me. But just as Chin Hao was drooling over the energy cubes, a thunderous explosion suddenly roared from outside. He muttered to himself, Steve really works fast. He's already broken through. I'd better hurry up and stash these cubes. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Chin Hao swept his sleeve, and a mysterious force surged out, instantly collecting all the energy cubes into his secret dimensional space. With his mission accomplished, he flickered away, racing toward the source of the explosion. When he arrived, he saw Steve, shield in hand, leaping and spinning through the air like a mighty lion in pursuit of a plane ready for takeoff. The sight made Chin Hao marvel inwardly. That protagonist's aura is something else. All those energy blasters, and not a single one hits him. It's like he's got an invincibility cheat activated. He continued to watch Steve's heroic display, as Steve snagged an iron chain midair and swung over obstacles with the effortless grace of a child on a swing. Chin Hao was left gaping in astonishment, secretly wishing, this guy's just too amazing. If only I could be half as incredible someday. On that battlefield shrouded in futuristic technology, at least 1,000 fully armed soldiers stood ready, their energy rifles gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Yet, as if halted by an invisible barrier, not a single shot so much as grazed Steve. This was no accident, nor was it some cliched, main character's aura secretly at work. Rather, it seemed as though a subtle balance of the universe itself was deliberately avoiding what should have been a one-sided massacre. Hey, old friend, how could I stand by and watch you struggle? Chin Hao's figure burst onto the scene like a whirlwind, surging upward in a flash, exuding an unstoppable force as he swept toward the soldiers who were frantically firing at Steve. He darted effortlessly through the hail of gunfire, each punch landing with a thunderous force. The Hydra soldiers were sent flying with ease, as if they were nothing more than autumn leaves, caught in a brisk wind. Catching up to Steve, Chin Hao flashed a playful smile. Steve, your protagonist's luck is blinding. I thought Red Skull had already roped me into being the villain. Steve glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before his trademark humor returned. Huh, Chin, I half expected you'd still be lost in Red Skull's treasure vault, he joked, though his gaze was quickly drawn to a plane in the distance, accelerating as it fled the battlefield. You mean that skull dripping with ketchup? Chin Hao replied with a disdainful chuckle, but his expression soon turned serious, understanding the gravity of the task ahead. Just as Steve was about to banter back, the plane sped farther away, tightening the knot in his chest. He dropped the humor at once, focusing all his attention on pursuing the escaping aircraft. As if following a predestined script, Steve couldn't catch up with the plane. At that critical moment, a sleek car driven by Philip and Carter roared onto the scene. The window rolled down, and their resolute voices called out, "Get in now." Without hesitation, Chin Hao and Steve leapt into the car. Philip slammed on the gas, and the vehicle rocketed forward with explosive speed, almost as if launched by a set of boosters. As the landscape blurred past the windows, Chin Hao muttered inwardly, "At this speed, we'll rack up a mountain of speeding tickets. I wonder if the local cops here are equipped with energy rifles too." Yet, even with the car pushed to its limit, the plane remained just out of reach. Not missing a beat, Philip calmly pressed a button, and flames burst from the rear of the car, doubling its speed in an instant. They shot across the landscape like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. By the original storyline, they should have steadily closed the gap. But Chin Hao and Steve's lively chatter had cost them precious seconds. By the time they realized, the plane was already veering dangerously close to the cliff's edge, teetering as though it could plunge into the abyss at any moment. Faster. Come on, faster. Steve's voice was laced with an urgency he had never shown before. This is as fast as I can go, Philip shouted back, his words nearly swallowed by the roaring wind. His face was twisted, contorted by the sheer speed. Steve, do you need me to step in? Chin Hao sat nearby, his tone tinged with playful teasing, though his eyes betrayed unwavering resolve. Chin, cut the jokes and just do it. Steve all but roared, his patience stretched to the limit. All right then. But Steve, are you sure you don't want to reenact an aerial farewell kiss with Carter first? Chin Hao deliberately referenced that iconic movie scene, a moment he'd always found a bit cliché in his previous life, rolling his eyes at the overdone romance. Yet now, caught between life and death, that joke became a rare source of warmth, a unique bond among them. The true challenge, however, was only just beginning. In the tense moments before a final showdown atop the Forbidden City, heroes often reveal their deepest tenderness, sometimes with lingering, bittersweet embraces, and sometimes with a kiss before battle, a silent promise before the storm. Steve, the fearless warrior, locked eyes with Carter in a flash of lightning and steel. For an instant, it was as if two planets had found each other's orbit in the vast abyss of the universe. Drawn together like magnets by cosmic forces, they closed the distance, lips meeting, the world holding its breath in silence. Steve, for justice, in this, Carter said, her voice steady yet gentle, like a final blessing to her beloved and a rallying cry for battle. In her eyes shone not a hint of fear, only an unyielding hunger for victory. Steve glanced back at Carter, then turned toward his ultimate adversary, the one they called Red Skull. A storm of emotions surged within him. Meanwhile, Philip, usually the most reserved among them, suddenly lightened the mood with a grin, teasing, "Hey, unlike you two, I'm not about to make a kiss the prelude to battle. I've got to keep my manly reputation intact. His words brought a flicker of levity to the tense air. Enough stalling. If you don't go now, I'll have to do it myself. Qin Hao's voice rang out, commanding and resolute. Before the words had faded, he moved like a shadow, grabbing Steve in an instant. The next moment, the two of them streaked through the sky like lightning, breaking through the clouds and bursting into the heavily guarded plain, leaving Philip and Carter rooted to the spot, wide-eyed in astonishment. Carter, you never told me Qin Hao had wings. Philip managed a joke, still reeling from shock. Carter responded with a laugh. Did I? Maybe I was too startled by you that day to remember the laws of physics on Earth. Inside the cabin, 2 atomic bombs, powerful enough to alter the course of history, lay in ominous silence, radiating an unmistakable sense of foreboding. Qin Hao and Steve exchanged a glance. No words were needed, for each already understood the other's intent. With a faint chuckle, Qin Hao said, "Go settle things with your old rival. Leave these grunts to me. I'd rather not have them interrupt our main business." As a rush of hurried footsteps drew near, Qin Hao moved with a blur, reminiscent of a legendary swordsman from a martial arts tale. With a single, swift kick, he sent a Hydra soldier hurtling through the air. The rest, masked and ready, instantly turned, drawing their knives to face this unexpected intruder. Yet their weapons were utterly useless against Qin Hao. The blade skimmed across his skin as if slicing through thin air, leaving not the slightest mark. If their faces weren't hidden by masks, their shock would be unforgettable to anyone who saw it. How dull. Sparring with the likes of you is such a waste of time. I still have a mysterious cube to see. Qin Hao muttered, his words tinged with anticipation for the adventure that lay ahead. With that, he sprang into action. In a flurry of precise, graceful moves, almost like a deadly dance, he dispatched the Hydra soldiers one by one. In this battle that would decide the fate of the world, the heroes each wrote their own legends in their own ways. Whether it was a heartfelt farewell, kiss, or a light-hearted exchange, these moments revealed the truth of their inner worlds, lending a touch of humanity to a battlefield fraught with peril. Just as Qin Hao darted through the urban jungle of steel and glass, his heart pounding with the thought, now's the time, ready to leave his indelible mark on the unknown battlefield, a deafening roar suddenly shattered the sky. What happened next was nothing short of astonishing. The plane, which should have been soaring high above, was seized as if by an unseen force, flipping violently, as though the very laws of the universe had been upended in an instant. Qin Hao's body spun wildly with the overturning of the aircraft, as if swept into an uncontrollable vortex. Yet, in that split second, he drew on his extraordinary willpower and physical prowess to steady himself midair. Inwardly, he gasped. This must be the cataclysm unleashed by Steve's final showdown with Red Skull. With this realization, Qin Hao felt his sense of urgency intensify. Like a bolt of lightning, he raced toward the heart of the storm, determined to find the legendary cosmic cube. After a tortuous, breakneck dash, he finally reached the edge of the battlefield. But what he saw there made him blurt out, "Holy!" Red Skull stood there, holding the cosmic cube that glowed with a ghostly blue light. A smug smile curled at the corner of his lips, as if he already held the entire world in his grasp. In that critical instant, Qin Hao seemed to descend from the heavens like a divine warrior. He leapt forward and, with flawless precision, snatched the cube from midair at the very moment the Red Skull vanished from sight. Right on time, Qin Hao muttered under his breath. But almost immediately, an intense, searing heat surged from the cube into his palm. It felt as though he were holding a blazing inferno. Even with his extraordinary physique, Qin Hao's hand felt as if it might be scorched to the bone. Alarmed, he thought, how could this cube radiate such terrifying heat? Not even molten lava can harm me like this. He tried to store the cube in his secret spatial technique, but to his astonishment, the seemingly small cube resisted fiercely, as if it possessed a will of its own, rejecting any attempt to be confined. The force sent a shock through Qin Hao's entire body, making his blood surge and nearly causing him to spit blood. What on earth is going on? Qin Hao cursed inwardly, but the searing cube in his grasp was like a red-hot coal. He dared not loosen his grip for a second. He knew that if he let go, the cube might plunge into the vast ocean below and disappear forever. Here goes nothing. Clenching his teeth, Qin Hao chose the most direct approach. He began channeling his internal beaming divine skill, attempting to absorb the cube's energy into himself. Yet the cube refused to submit. Their struggle intensified, and a tense, electric energy filled the air. Meanwhile, far away, Steve was in an urgent call with Carter. "I'm fine. Schmidt has been dealt with," he said, his voice tinged with fatigue and relief. "How's the plane?" Carter asked anxiously. This thing is way more complicated to operate than I imagined. Steve replied with a helpless shake of his head, eyes fixed on the instrument panel. Give me your coordinates. I'll find you a safe place to land. Carter's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. I'm afraid there's no time. We don't have much left, Steve said, glancing at the gauges, his expression grave. This plane is headed straight for New York, and it's carrying 2 atomic bombs. The words hung in the air, plunging the conversation into utter silence. Only the distant roar from Chin Hao's battle with the cube echoed in the background, and the tension between Steve and Carter was so thick it was almost palpable. Thus began a contest that would decide the fate of the world. Beneath that sky, where sapphire blue met looming danger, Steve's gaze was steely with determination. His voice, unwavering even as it fought against the roar of the cockpit, carried a hint of finality. Peggy, I'm afraid this time, I have no choice but to let these wings of steel embrace the deep sea. Prepare for an emergency landing like no other. As he spoke, the plane began tilting gently towards the endless, shimmering expanse below, like a valiant knight charging one last time into the unknown abyss. Peggy, do you remember our unfinished dance? Steve's voice, threaded with a subtle tenderness and sorrow, crossed the waves of the radio, reaching out to touch Carter's heart from afar. It seems we'll have to put a to-be-continued sign on it for now. Then, Steve, let's set our reunion for the next Saturday night at the store club. Though Peggy's voice trembled with unshed tears, it remained strong, cutting through the clouds and straight to Steve's heart. Remember, that's our night to dance. Don't be late. My dancing skills are still pretty raw. I'm afraid I'll end up stepping on your toes. Steve replied with a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yet his eyes stayed fixed ahead, locked on the iceberg-dotted sea, unwavering and resolute. Peggy's heart twisted with pain, but she forced herself to close her eyes, swallowing down the tears that threatened to spill. Her voice, trembling yet unwavering, came through. I'll be your partner. When you come back, I'll teach you every step myself. I just hope the music will be gentle then, so your big feet won't be too much trouble. Before her words had fully faded, sudden static crackled through the radio, and Steve's urgent shout cut in. Chin now, use your power and get out. Danger is closing in. But in that moment, Chin Hao was utterly absorbed in the ecstasy of drawing energy from the cube. His consciousness seemed pulled by some invisible force, inching closer to unlocking the secrets of the 5th page of the manual. With every surge of power, he felt himself growing stronger, as if the whole world was cheering him on. How dare mere mortals steal the power of the cosmos? Face judgment. An earth-shaking roar, as if from an angry god, thundered across the stars, shattering all barriers and striking straight into the heart of the plane. Chin Hao snapped out of his trance, only to see a colossal hand, studded with dazzling gems, tearing through the fabric of space and time, reaching for him with merciless intent. My God, is this the arrival of a giant beast? Steve, too, was stunned by the sudden, surreal spectacle, his cry of shock echoing through the cabin. Meanwhile, on the other end of the radio, Carter, Howard, and Philip's anxious voices overlapped in a frantic chorus. Steve, what's happening? Is it a monster? Just as panic swept through the crowd, a dazzling beam of light streaked across the sky. In that final moment, Chin Hao drew upon the mysterious energy he had just absorbed from the cube, desperately attempting to resist the unknown, terrifying force descending upon them. But it was all too late. The communicator fell silent, cut off by the overwhelming surge of energy, leaving behind only an echoing stillness, and, from afar, the unresolved riddle of heroes and destiny. In the instant that colossal hand blotted out the sky and came crashing down, time seemed to freeze for Chin Hao. In his eyes, the shadow loomed as heavy as a mountain, yet not even the most basic instinct to evade could surface within him. The giant hand, charged with an irresistible power and the fury of God, struck him in a single, devastating blow. Like a kite with its string suddenly severed, he was hurled through the air, crashing mercilessly atop a glacier and sending snow swirling in every direction. At that moment, Chin Hao felt as though a blade had sliced through his heart, a pain so profound it defied words, darkness threatening to consume his sight and drag him into oblivion. On the very edge of unconsciousness, he murmured to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief and shock. Extinction? Overlord? How can this be? As Chin Hao's figure vanished into the distant sky, the massive hand dissolved like a mirage, leaving behind only Steve, standing in stunned silence, as if he had just witnessed something utterly beyond comprehension. Suddenly, a plane burst onto the scene, its engines shrieking, before crashing headlong into the heart of the nearby glacier. The explosion that followed thundered across the ice, a dramatic turn that was never meant to occur in the original tale of Captain America. The cube, that enigmatic relic brimming with infinite possibilities, slipped away with Steve, sinking into the icy depths of the ocean. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to a predetermined script, save for the inexplicable emergence of that giant hand, a sinister undercurrent beneath the facade of calm. Reeling from shock, Steve had no time to worry about Chin Hao's fate. He could only watch, helpless, as Chin Hao was struck and swept from view. With the curtain falling on Captain America's story, Steve entered a slumber that would last 70 years, awaiting the day the hero, with a single eye, would awaken him. As for Chin Hao, the young man whose trail was also lost amidst the chaos, his file was sealed away alongside Steve's in the deepest vaults of S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming another unsolved mystery. Chin, are you like Steve, carrying out your mission in another world, or have you quietly returned to distant China? Howard stood before the dimly lit archives, sighing softly, his eyes alight with curiosity and a lingering sense of longing for what remains unknown. When Chin Hao opened his eyes again, what greeted him was an endless expanse of blue sky, with a few white clouds drifting leisurely across it. He tried to prop himself up with his arms, but was struck by an overwhelming weakness, as if every bone in his body had been dismantled and reassembled, his muscles utterly drained of strength, and even breathing had become an arduous task. Damn it, Thanos really doesn't play by the rules. Chin Hao cursed inwardly, his mind replaying the brief clash with that cosmic overlord. Fighting through the searing pain, he examined his own condition and couldn't help but gasp. His meridians were severed, his bones shattered. If not for the miraculous self-healing power flowing within him from the Northern Darkness divine art, he would have long since perished. Even so, this wondrous ability was barely enough under such grievous injuries, sustaining him only by the faintest spark of life. Chin Hao managed a bitter smile, calculating silently, with my body in this state, it'll take at least a month before I recover, if I even make it that long. There's not a soul in sight in this godforsaken place. If an enemy shows up, that'll be the end of me. He struggled to move his eyes, trying to find any clue about his whereabouts. All around him stretched a strange, barren wilderness, with distant mountains faintly visible on the horizon. Occasionally, bizarre birds darted across the sky, lending an air of mystery and otherworldliness to the scene. Chin Hao pondered. Perhaps this was the beginning of another legendary adventure. Looking around, Chin Hao realized he seemed to have landed in a forgotten corner of the world, a vast, desolate wasteland. Scattered around him were massive boulders, tossed about like the discarded toys of prehistoric giants, piled up in chaotic heaps. The sea breeze, heavy with salt and moisture, whistled through the cracks in the rocks, its mournful sighs blending with the distant, rhythmic crash of waves to compose a lonely melody. Looks like I've really washed up on a deserted island, Chin Hao muttered to himself, the image of Thanos' devastating blow flashing through his mind, a strike that had hurled him from the familiar Marvel universe into the depths of the unknown. He wondered privately, where exactly did Thanos' attack send me? Am I anywhere near Steven's crash site? That poor devil. Right now, Chin Hao was utterly powerless, as if every last drop of strength had been drained from his body. He couldn't even move a finger. On this deserted island, enduring the bleakness of nature was one thing, but if he crossed paths with a wild beast, there would be no one to hear his cries for help, nor any hope for rescue. The thought sent a chill up his spine, and he couldn't shake the fear that something terrifying might leap out from the shadows at any moment. Just as Chin Hao's heart pounded with fear, danger crept silently closer. Several legendary creatures, like monsters traveling straight out of the distant past, began to approach him without a sound. Though Chin Hao was unable to move and didn't notice their presence, his keen ears caught the faint vibrations rising from the ground, as if the earth itself was trembling gently, an ominous sign of what was to come. What? The moment the gigantic beast lowered its enormous head toward Chin Hao, he was struck dumb with shock. His eyes widened to their fullest, as if he were witnessing the most unbelievable sight in the world. How is this possible? Chin Hao muttered in disbelief. Dinosaurs? How could dinosaurs exist in the Marvel Universe? Have I somehow ended up in the Jurassic era? Fortunately, these dinosaurs were not ferocious predators, but gentle herbivores. Chin Hao felt a wave of relief, but it was quickly replaced by a deep and lingering anxiety. He had dreamed of witnessing Iron Man's dazzling armor, Spider-Man leaping between skyscrapers, Thor's thunderous might, the Hulk's uncontrollable rage, and the Fantastic Four's incredible powers, all firsthand in the Marvel world. Yet now, Inexplicably, he had found himself stranded on what seemed to be a Jurassic wilderness. The thought filled him with frustration and a sense of helpless loss. Is my Marvel adventure really ending before it's even begun? Chin Hao lamented inwardly. What worried him even more was his utter powerlessness in this moment. If this truly was the island from Jurassic Park, then his prospects were grim indeed. The herbivores seemed harmless enough, but if he were to encounter a pack of raptors or a fearsome Tyrannosaurus, escape would be all but impossible. As if fate were mocking him, the instant he thought of raptors, several of the cunning beasts burst from the woods. Their eyes gleamed with sly intelligence, as though they already considered Chin Hao their next prey. In that moment, Chin Hao's hope plummeted. He had no idea whether he could possibly survive in this land of unknown dangers. To the gentle giants, Chin Hao was a strange, alien presence. They regarded him with a mix of curiosity and fear, as if witnessing some extraordinary spectacle. But when a pack of swift, sinewy raptors, skin rough with pebbled scales, charged onto the scene, the herbivores scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions, as if the very reapers of the underworld had appeared among them. In the blink of an eye, Chin Hao found himself standing utterly alone on the empty plain, stunned and bewildered. This pack of velociraptors had eyes that gleamed with greed, crystal drool glistening at the corners of their mouths, as if they had just discovered the most tempting delicacy in the world. Chin Hao, the modern hero who had accidentally stumbled into the land of dinosaurs. They crept forward, every step pounding out a rhythm of death, with the air thickening into a haze of tension and despair. Sigh, me, Chin Hao, a hero who once traversed the Marvel universe with ease, fighting for justice. Am I really about to become dinner for a pack of velociraptors in this prehistoric world? What kind of script is this? Talk about lack of effort. Chin Hao's heart was a mixture of emotions as he stared into those gaping, black maws capable of devouring everything. An overwhelming sense of helplessness welled up within him, the likes of which he had never known. Yet the raptors didn't pounce right away. Instead, they circled Chin Hao, fixing him with a gaze that seemed almost inquisitive, as though they had never encountered such a peculiar creature before. Chin Hao's face was eerily calm, but in his eyes flickered a stubbornness and regret, as if 1,000 unspoken words were struggling to be voiced. The velociraptors prowled around him a few more times, but apart from Chin Hao's outlandish, out-of-place modern attire, they found nothing about him that differed from their usual prey. Gradually, their trademark cruelty and bloodlust began to surface. They were ready to savor this unexpected feast. At that critical moment, the sky was suddenly split by a deafening roar, so deep and commanding it seemed to emanate from a primordial overlord, instantly shattering whatever courage the raptors had left. Startled, the raptors glanced around in panic, and when their eyes finally caught sight of that massive shape in the distance, all their greed and arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by pure terror and the urge to flee. With a few unwilling screeches, the pack scattered in all directions, desperate to avoid the attention of whatever mysterious force had just appeared. What kind of miracle is this? Chin Hao's eyes widened as he watched those once ferocious raptors flee in utter panic. His heart brimmed with confusion and disbelief. He suspected it was that sudden, indescribable aura of dominance that had saved him from certain doom. At that moment, a thought flashed through Chin Hao's mind. Could this be the turning point of my destiny? The beginning of my rebirth from the brink of despair? Slowly, he stood up, gazing off toward that distant, enigmatic direction, and for the first time, a flicker of hope began to burn in his heart. As Chin Hao sank into contemplation, it was as though an invisible curtain had been abruptly drawn over the world around him. The light diminished sharply, like the sun setting behind the mountains. Yet this was no ordinary twilight. He looked up in confusion, and his heart contracted violently, as if seized by an unseen hand. Every hair on his body stood on end, and an indescribable dread crept relentlessly through his soul. What greeted his eyes was a colossal creature, a gigantic Tyrannosaurus rex towering over 10 meters high, its body looming like a moving mountain, each step threatening to shatter the earth beneath it. Chin Hao's thoughts froze in an instant. His mind went utterly blank. Only one thought echoed in his head. This was no dream. If this were Jurassic Park, the T-Rex would unquestionably be the supreme ruler of this land, and he himself would likely be the next item on its menu. Staring at the T-Rex's gaping maw, Chin Hao knew escape was impossible. Despair, cold as ice, crept into every nerve. In the dinosaur's eyes, he saw utter disdain for the panicked velociraptors, fleeing around it. Then, the monstrous head slowly dipped down, and a drop of ancient, viscous saliva fell with uncanny precision, splattering directly onto Chin Hao like a meteorite. Had someone once told Qin how that a single drop of spit could serve as a bath, he would have scoffed, dismissing them as either crazy or making an April Fool's joke. Yet now, he found himself drenched in a liquid that seemed to carry the weight of eons. Absurd as it was, he had no choice but to accept this bizarre reality. The taste of that saliva was indescribably complex and foul, making Qin Hao feel as if he were submerged in the excrement of some unknown beast. The stench, so overwhelming it seemed to shoot straight into the sky. He couldn't help but force a bitter smile. This guy probably hasn't brushed its teeth in centuries, has it? Look, buddy, I'm about to become your next meal. Could you at least freshen up first? Please have a little mercy. He knew such a plea was hopeless, like playing music to a stone, but the instinct to survive compelled this silent appeal from deep within. Just as the T-Rex was about to enjoy its unexpected feast, the sky above suddenly ripped open with a massive fissure. An even more gigantic figure descended from the heavens like a god of thunder, slamming into the T-Rex with unstoppable force and sending it staggering backward. The ground itself trembled to the core, shaking with thunderous booms that seemed to echo to the ends of the earth. The shadowy giant landed, kicking up clouds of dust. Rising to its full height, it pounded its rock-solid chest with both fists, unleashing a roar even more awe-inspiring than the T-Rex's, a sound so powerful it seemed to pierce the clouds and reverberate through all creation. The T-Rex, knocked aside and momentarily stunned, finally saw clearly the uninvited guest who had interrupted its meal, a being so mighty that even it could not help but feel a flicker of dread. With a defiant bellow, the T-Rex tried to assert that it was no helpless victim. Yet the giant beast simply brushed its own chest with a contemptuous pat, as if mocking the T-Rex's insignificance. At this moment, Qin Hao witnessed the standoff between two prehistoric titans. Fear gripped his heart, mingling with a sense of indescribable awe and a strange feeling of relief. He realized that on this ancient and mysterious land, the laws of life were far more complex and brutal than any story he had ever known. Every inch of Qin Hao's body was racked with excruciating pain, leaving him utterly immobilized. All he could do was stare helplessly at the massive beast's silhouette ahead. The creature's body was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, like a warrior draped in a heavy battle robe. In an instant, Qin Hao dismissed the possibility that it was a giant or a titan from ancient legends. Clearly, this beast belonged to an entirely different and unknown domain. Just then, a clash of prehistoric proportions quietly unfolded. The beast and the Tyrannosaurus squared off. What shocked Qin Hao most was that the Tyrannosaurus, usually fierce and domineering, now appeared hesitant and even fearful in the face of this new adversary. In its eyes flickered a rare terror. How could this be? Waves of shock surged through Qin Hao's mind. Was he no longer in the Jurassic world ruled by Tyrannosaurs? Had he stumbled into some place that transcended time and space? It was as if he could hear the grinding of time's gears right beside his ears, an intense sense of displacement crashing over him. As Qin Hao reeled in shock and confusion, the two colossal creatures finally launched in a true combat. The beast, as swift as a bolt of black lightning, leapt forward and struck the Tyrannosaurus head-on. Not to be outdone, the Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws, attempting to swallow this sudden challenger in a single bite. Yet the beast was astonishingly agile. One deft twist, and it slipped from the deadly maw. Then with effortless precision, coiled itself around the Tyrannosaurus's thick neck. In an instant, the two giants were locked in a ferocious struggle. Lying not far away, Qin Hao became both the spectator of this prehistoric battle and its most helpless victim. He prayed silently in his heart, "You two giants, have your fight, but please don't drag me this insignificant nobody into it. My battered body can't withstand even a hint of trouble." His heart pounded like a war drum, terrified that at any moment he might be crushed to pulp by these two living mountains. Fortunately, as if guided by fate, the titanic beast's roiling combat miraculously avoided Qin Hao's position. Just as he let out a silent sigh of relief, a thunderous, bone-chilling howl tore through the sky, the Tyrannosaurus's final, desperate cry. The beast, relying on its extraordinary strength, had ripped open the Tyrannosaurus's mighty jaws, bringing a brutal end to the reign of this prehistoric overlord. After the battle ended, the giant beast slowly approached Qin Hao. With a hand as towering as a mountain peak, it gently lifted one of Qin Hao's legs, as if examining a rare and precious treasure. The creature brought him up to its face, scrutinizing him with careful curiosity. In that moment, Qin Hao's world came into sharp focus. This giant beast was, in fact, an enormous king of gorillas, radiating an unrivaled air of majesty. It appeared before him just like the protagonist from the movie King Kong, alive and looming in breathtaking reality. This King Kong? Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. Could it be that he hadn't traveled to the real Jurassic era, but had instead stumbled into the fantastical world of King Kong? The realization struck him as both utterly absurd and filled with a thrilling, indescribable curiosity. In this world so unlike his own, Qin Hao's fate seemed to be quietly steered by a colossal hand, inching him toward an unknown horizon. On a magical afternoon, Qin Hao's gaze locked onto the colossal figure before him, a creature that seemed to have leapt straight out of ancient legend. King Kong, a giant gorilla whose immense strength was matched only by the gentle intelligence in its eyes. In a flash, his thoughts tunneled through time, transporting him back to a brilliant yet turbulent era, the United States in 1933. It was a time shrouded in the gloom of the Great Depression, yet also illuminated by humankind's unquenchable thirst for the unknown. In those days, beneath the neon lights of New York, there was an actress named Indaro. Her smile shone like a ray of sunlight in winter, warm and radiant, yet she struggled through the lowest ebb of her career. Just as the city's shadows threatened to swallow her whole, a film magnate named Carl appeared like a savior, delivering exhilarating news. She was to star as the leading lady in an unprecedented epic, The Legend of Skull Island. The filming would take place in a mysterious land near Sumatra called Skull Island, a place rumored to harbor miracles untouched by modern civilization. With a heart full of longing for adventure and a new life, and set sail for Skull Island. Yet fate, with a sly sense of humor, played its hand. Their ship lost its way amid fierce storms and eventually ran aground on the mist-shrouded island itself. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, a sudden attack by the island's natives struck like a tempest. Several explorers' lives were claimed in an instant, leaving only terror and despair in their wake. After a harrowing escape, one was unfortunately captured by the natives, becoming the sacrificial offering in one of their mysterious rituals. On this perilous land, dangers lurked at every turn, not only from the savage locals, but also from dinosaurs and fierce beasts thought to be long extinct, now somehow revived. Here, time seemed to lose all meaning, as ancient creatures clashed with modern humans, creating scenes of breathtaking drama. Just as everyone despaired of ever seeing it again, an unexpected twist occurred. Anne's piercing scream, bright and clear as the most brilliant star in the night sky, drew the attention of the island's true ruler, King Kong. This colossal, legendary ape, so mighty even the fiercest dinosaurs gave him a wide berth, was inexplicably moved by this fragile young woman. Yet this love, which bridged the gulf between species, would soon bring King Kong a calamity unlike any he had faced before. To rescue Anne, her companions had no choice but to brave Skull Island once more. When King Kong, determined to protect Anne at all costs, followed her into the bustling metropolis, a fierce conflict with human society erupted. He even climbed the Empire State Building, the very symbol of human civilization, just to show on the sunrise that had once touched her heart. Atop that towering forest of steel, King Kong waged a desperate battle against humanity's most advanced weaponry. In the end, he fell heroically from the building's heights, his sacrifice writing an epic of love that transcended the boundaries of species. Thinking of all this, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh wryly. He realized that he hadn't just traveled through time, he had unwittingly become a witness to this legendary tale. In 1943, standing in an era that was not his own, his heart brimmed with awe and nostalgia for that epic of 1933. Somewhere at the edge of that distant, unknown world, did there exist a different Steve, waiting for the call of fate and adventure? A ripple stirred in Qin Hao's heart, as if he stood at the very edge of a tear in the Marvel Universe, peering into the subtleties of a parallel world. Perhaps I've simply stumbled into this mirror land, just like those courageous explorers in the movies who accidentally find themselves caught up in the strange dimensions of Marvel. Qin Hao mused, his thoughts swirling with curiosity about the unknown and a deep longing to explore. On this surreal land, King Kong, the legendary giant, regarded Qin Hao with a gaze almost childlike in its curiosity. Unlike the natives, who scattered in terror at the mere sight of him, there was no fear in Qin Hao's eyes, only a steadfast resolve to probe the unknown. This intrigued and excited King Kong as never before, as if he had finally found a companion to stand by his side, rather than yet another fleeing prey. If this guy could play with me, wouldn't that be a blast? Kong secretly rejoiced in his heart. Yet almost absent-mindedly, his massive, rock-hard palm tightened just a little, and the already battered Qin Hao slipped away in a slumber, a sleep deeper than any he had known before. Time flew by like a rushing river. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Deep within the heart of Skull Island, in a primeval jungle that seemed to transcend the boundaries of time itself, a young Asian man in bright athletic wear was darting through the foliage in ways that defied imagination. Qin Hao moved like a king of the forest, as if he had stepped out of some distant future. His silhouette flitted nimbly through the dappled shadows, leaping with precision from branch to branch. Each time he sprang into the air, his toes would briefly touch the crown of a towering tree, and then, as if carried by the wind, he would glide effortlessly to another giant trunk dozens of meters away, repeating this dance over and over, delighting in the wild freedom. Looks like dinner is settled for tonight. Standing atop an ancient giant tree, Qin Hao fixed his gaze on a Tyrannosaurus Rex drinking lazily by the riverbank. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. His confidence and composure made it seem as if he had already become the undisputed master of this jungle. Indeed, the owner of that smile was none other than Qin Hao, the explorer who, just a month ago, had been gravely wounded and unconscious. Now his injuries had healed completely. In the pockets of his athletic jacket, he still kept a few changes of clothes, precious luggage from his journey through time and space. During his convalescence, Qin Hao not only restored his body, but also stumbled upon the deeper secrets of the cube's energy. The fifth page of the manual slowly unfurled before him, revealing a legendary skill that was nothing short of a gift from the heavens. Most extraordinary of all was the great shift of heaven and earth, a supreme martial art once practiced by Zhang Wuji in the classic tale Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber. This art, steeped in Taoist philosophy, was originally the treasured legacy of the Persian Ming cult. It consisted of 7 layers, each exponentially harder than the last. Even its creator had only reached the 6th layer. Throughout history, only Zhang Wuji himself had ever attained the 7th. Standing on the highest branch, gazing down at the Tyrannosaurus below, Qin Hao silently recited the Great Shift's secret incantation. It was as if fate itself had brought him to this unknown land to write his own legendary story. At this turning point in his destiny, Qin Hao had unexpectedly unlocked the mythical skill, the Great Shift of heaven and earth. Yet this was no ordinary inheritance, twisted and transformed. By a cosmic singularity, this variant's power far surpassed the original, as if ordinary iron had been forged into a divine weapon. The original Great Cosmic Shift was nothing more than a trick among martial arts masters, borrowing force to counter force, a minor method for unlocking the body's potential. But the cosmic key in Qin Hao's hand granted him 2 abilities that defied all logic and understanding. The first was a jaw-dropping power of teleportation, reminiscent of Nightcrawler's ghostly steps in X-Men. In a single thought, traversing mountains and rivers, crossing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Imagine this. On a moonlit night, as gentle as silver water, Qin Hao's figure vanishes at the street corner, only to reappear atop an ancient temple 1,000 miles away. Who could ever hope to restrain such unbridled freedom, even though he had already mastered the Thunder Flash? Ability, which, like dice cast at random by the god of thunder, was wild and unpredictable. Teleportation became the wings of his mind, allowing him to soar wherever he wished, unbound and limitless, like the goddess of speed from the Flash, turning every gaze into an open road. Yet, every power comes with a price. As mighty as teleportation was, it exacted a toll on his mental strength. For an ordinary person, a single teleport might drain them completely. But for Qin Hao, whose spiritual sea had been developed into a vast galaxy, his mind brimmed with energy enough to sustain countless leaps between reality and illusion. It was as if every coordinate in the universe had a place reserved just for him. The second power was intimately tied to physical evolution, awakening at the very moment his body began to heal and propelling him instantly into the hunt. This ability was called limitless evolution. The name itself sounded like the ultimate secret of life, but to Qin Hao, it was more like an open invitation to a gourmand's paradise. As the name suggests, limitless evolution allowed him to absorb anything he consumed and transform it into energy that strengthened his body. But this was no simple feast of indulgence. Ordinary carrots and greens were mere drops in the ocean for such an ability. Only foods brimming with high energy and nutrition could truly unlock its potential. Thus, in Qin Hao's world, ginseng, bear paws, and high-protein supplements became staples at his table. Every bite he took was a step toward a stronger self. Combined with his practice of a mutated version of the dragon-elephant prajna art, his body began to transform, each muscle fiber heavy with the weight of mountains and rivers, every drop of blood boiling with thunderous power. Gazing up at the heavens, he smiled to himself and thought, the Hulk? Come on, let's see. In this boundless universe, who is the true king of brute strength, the very source of raw power? On Qin Hao's journey, every teleport was an exploration into the unknown, every meal a climb toward the summit of his potential. In a way no one ever had before, he was writing his own legendary saga. And on the distant Skull Island, a strange tale of power and evolution was whispered among the winds. Qin Hao, the island's living legend, now stood on the brink of an awakening greater than anything the world had ever seen. A stunning revelation dawned on him like the first rays of morning, illuminating his path of cultivation. By simply consuming highly nutritious foods in a balanced way, his already extraordinary body seemed capable of reaching realms even the Hulk would find unattainable. Picture this. His dining table was laden with a feast from the ancient world. Dinosaurs, these prehistoric behemoths, not only miracles of nature, but in Qin Hao's eyes, priceless treasures to fuel his strength. With every bite of dinosaur meat, it felt as if he absorbed the very essence of heaven and earth, his physique catalyzed by a mysterious force, surging past its previous limits. Even if he ceased practicing those mystical arts, his power would still rise, steady and unstoppable, like bamboo shoots after spring rain. So, whenever his injuries improved even slightly, Qin Hao could hardly wait to venture deep into the forest, his hunting ground, his font of strength. Skull Island, a place forgotten by time, was, for him, a treasure trove brimming with endless possibilities. Dinosaurs ran wild here. They were not just food, but stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. One evening, as the sun dipped low, Qin Hao's eyes fixed on a mighty Tyrannosaurus rex. Its colossal frame gleamed in the fading sunlight, shining with a metallic luster, as if nature itself had sculpted a masterpiece. Yet this masterpiece was about to become another stepping stone in Qin Hao's ascent to power. Even more astonishing, he realized this was the very same Tyrannosaurus that, months ago, had driven him to the brink of death, forcing him into a desperate struggle for survival. A triumphant smile tugged at Qin Hao's lips as memories of that life-and-death moment flashed through his mind, his heart surging with the thrill of vengeance. The wheel of fortune turns. Today, I am a master of your fate. He stood atop a cliff, his gaze sharp and radiant, hands spreading gently as if in silent communion with the universe. Then, with a resounding cry, dragon subduing 18 palms, soaring dragon in the sky. Qin Hao's figure shot downward like a meteor. Between his hands, a magnificent dragon materialized, vivid and lifelike, its mighty roar shaking the mountains and forests to their core. That Tyrannosaurus, though its name bore the word dragon, was but a child before a true celestial dragon, facing a giant, its eyes wide with fear, as deep as an abyss. After all, a divine dragon was a being that soared between the stars. Its majesty was beyond anything of this mortal world. Silently, the dragon melded into the Tyrannosaurus's massive body, like a drop of ink dissolving in clear water, spreading in an instant. Then, with a thunderous boom, the dinosaur's enormous form seemed rent apart by an invisible force. Blood gushed from its eyes, its mouth, every inch of its hide, a vivid testament to its life force being utterly consumed. Qin Hao stood there, gazing at everything before him. In his eyes shone not only the joy of victory, but also a deep reverence for the mysteries of life. He understood that this was not merely a pursuit of power, but a quest to explore the very limits of existence. And on this road, leading into the unknown, he had already taken a firm, resolute step forward. Amidst the ancient and enigmatic primeval forest, Qin Hao seemed like an adventurer traversing time itself, having just accomplished a feat that would leave anyone speechless. He had explored every inch inside a majestic, 10-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus, right up to the moment when blood flowed from its 7 orifices and the fire of life within it was utterly extinguished. This was not just a contest of strength, but a testament to wisdom and courage. All done, Qin Hao brushed the dust from his hands, his tone as casual as if he had just finished a leisurely stroll. In his eyes flickered a curiosity and excitement for this unknown world. With one hand, he hoisted the Tyrannosaurus's tail, hard as forged steel, as if it were nothing more than a trivial catch, and at ease began to drag the enormous beast back toward the Kong clan's territory. As he walked along the lush, winding forest path, an amusing thought popped into Qin Hao's mind. If someday I could travel back to the Marvel world, stand before Steve, and tell him I just feasted on such a prehistoric behemoth, his expression would surely be even more priceless than the hide of this dinosaur. Yet, when Qin Hao returned to Kong's wild and primitive lair, he found his loyal companion nowhere to be seen. The cave was empty, echoing only a faint sense of solitude and loneliness. Qin Hao breathed a quiet sigh, feeling a surge of nostalgia for the world he'd left behind, a wave he could only silently endure. After more than a month of recovery, Qin Hao had gradually let go of his obsession with the Marvel world, yet a sense of emptiness still clung to him, shadowing him as persistently as the memory of the Tyrannosaurus. Unable to shake it, he decided to mark his rebirth in a singular way, by barbecuing the rare Tyrannosaurus. Brandishing his blade with practiced ease, Qin Hao worked like a masterful carpenter, skillfully shaving a towering ancient tree into a mountain of firewood. A satisfied smile played at his lips, as though he were crafting a work of art. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a golden, glowing lighter appeared in his palm. With a bright, crisp click, flames roared to life, instantly illuminating the entire lair. While waiting for the fire to grow strong, Qin Hao began his anatomical experiment. With practiced precision, he expertly butchered the Tyrannosaurus's carcass into succulent cuts of meat, each stroke as exact as if he were performing a meticulous surgery. Next, he carefully washed each of the meat chunks with pure water drawn from a spatial ring, rinsing them until they gleamed with an inviting sheen. Finally, he selected a hefty cut of leg, weighing dozens of pounds, and gently laid it upon the grill, ready to embark on a feast for the senses. Almost forgot the seasoning. Qin Hao slapped his forehead, then reached once more into his seemingly bottomless spatial ring and produced a jar of salt and a bottle of special spice mix. With a satisfied grin, he congratulated himself on his wisdom and foresight in preparing these everyday essentials in advance. Beyond that, his storage held an impressive array of fine wines and spirits, ranging from rare red wines to century-old Chinese baijiu, anything one could desire. Those red wines were hand-picked treasures from Howard's collection, while the baijiu were spoils he had confiscated from collaborators during his days in Huaxia. Taking up a bottle of baijiu, Qin Hao took a deep, hearty swig, then aimed the bottle at the roasting dragon meat and sprayed a generous burst of liquor over it. Instantly, a cloud of white vapor rose from the meat, accompanied by a sizzling sound and a heady aroma that wafted through the air. The fragrance was so rich and intoxicating, it seemed to permeate every corner of the forest, tempting all the wild beasts within with irresistible allure. Now this is real dragon meat, Qin Hao muttered to himself, wiping a thread of drool from the corner of his mouth. As the old saying goes, dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on earth. Today, I'll finally learn what this legendary dragon meat truly tastes like. As the flames grew and the scent became ever more mouth-watering, a look of eager anticipation flickered in his eyes. He could almost see himself devouring the feast, savoring every bite. Just as the skewers he so carefully tended began to give off an irresistible aroma, signaling that perfection was near, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the tranquility. The sound was like that of an ancient beast crossing time and space, unleashing a primal, earth-shaking bellow, a roar that seemed to make the very heavens tremble. Next came a ground-shaking crash, as if nature itself was joining in, the impact vibrating through every inch of the land. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before Qin Hao's eyes. A giant ape, towering over a dozen meters tall, loomed before him like a living mountain. Its golden fur shimmered in the last rays of the setting sun, and its eyes sparkled with a mix of cunning and greed, eyes that locked, unerringly, onto the succulent skewer in Qin Hao's hand. In that instant, Qin Hao felt as though he had become the beast's sole focus. Oh my goodness, talk about perfect timing, Qin Hao muttered to himself, a wry yet slightly amused smile curling at his lips. He turned around to face the true ruler of Skull Island, Kong. With a tone that was almost taunting, he said, "Hey buddy, are you hungry? Want a bite of this?" As he spoke, Qin Hao deliberately waved the roasted meat in his hand, its golden, crispy skin gleaming enticingly in the sunset. Kong seemed to understand Qin Hao's words. A deep, powerful rumble rolled from his throat, followed by the thunderous beat of his stone-like fists against his own chest, echoing like distant drums. This was his unique language, a declaration of his hunger for food and his readiness to fight for it. Seeing this, Qin Hao's lips curled into a playful smile. "Looks like you really want it. All right, the rules are simple, if you can. Take me down, the roast is yours." His words acknowledged Kong's strength, but also brimmed with confidence in his own abilities. After all, just a few days earlier, Qin Hao had experienced firsthand Kong's care, rough and clumsy on the surface, yet surprisingly attentive. Of course, that's if you overlooked the treatments that nearly left him in pieces. If it weren't for Qin Hao's miraculous self-healing power, he probably would have retired early from this so-called friendly exchange. Provoked by Qin Hao's challenge, Kong let out another furious roar, like a runaway freight train barreling forward with unstoppable force. The very air seemed to freeze, everything pausing in that instant except the rush of wind trailing behind Kong's charge. Well then, if it's a contest of strength you want, come and get it. Qin Hao's grin turned sly as he stood his ground, unmoving, like an ancient pine rooted firmly to the earth. As Kong's massive form crashed down upon him with the weight of a mountain, a mysterious energy seemed to awaken within Qin Hao. His body became as resilient as rubber, effortlessly absorbing the full force of Kong's assault, and, in an astonishing twist, rebounding it right back. With a tremendous crash, Kong was hurled backward by the force of the blow, as if swept away by an invisible tidal wave. He soared through the air in a sweeping arc before landing heavily not far away, sending up a cloud of dust. Witnessing the scene, Qin Hao felt a secret surge of relief, and gained a deeper respect for Kong's power. As for Kong, he slowly rose from the dust, his eyes blazing with renewed intensity. Clearly, this battle had only just begun. In the dense jungles of Skull Island, sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, dappling Kong's massive form. He gave his head a head as mighty as a mountain, a ponderous shake, his eyes glimmering with disbelief, as if he had just witnessed the most fantastic illusion the jungle could conjure. Qin Hao, that seemingly frail young human, had just matched his strength in a face-off. A wild notion flashed through Kong's mind. Could this boy be a descendant of the ancient, mysterious race from legend, the one said to possess the power to become mountains themselves? Thinking back over the month he had spent with Qin Hao, Kong's memories were clouded with confusion. For the most part, Qin Hao had been holed up in a hidden cave, nursing his wounds. Apart from the rare moments where he displayed a tenacity tougher than rock, he seemed utterly unremarkable. All Kong knew was that this human had an uncanny knack for survival, but otherwise he was just another lost wanderer in the wild. Yet just now, when Qin Hao had effortlessly shrugged off a blow powerful enough to topple an ancient tree, Kong's entire understanding of the world was shattered. He stared wide-eyed at the slender figure before him, his heart brimming with questions and uncertainty. Qin Hao dusted off the spot where Kong had struck him, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Hey, big guy, I know you saved my life back there, but you nearly beat the life out of me in the process. So, I'd say you've more than earned this little lesson." It seemed Kong caught the teasing note in Qin Hao's words. As the undisputed king of the island, Kong let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the surrounding valleys, making the very ground tremble beneath their feet. Without hesitation, he pounded the earth with his fists, a clear declaration that his authority was not to be challenged. "Oh, not convinced? Want to go another round? Bring it on." Qin Hao arched an eyebrow, beckoning with his finger in a gesture that felt less like a provocation and more like inviting an old friend to a friendly spar. Kong's pride would never allow such a challenge to go unanswered. With a sudden, explosive leap, he charged at Qin Hao like an arrow released from a drawn bow, the sheer force of his movement threatening to uproot the entire forest. But Qin Hao wasn't looking to unleash any of his dazzling, supernatural powers or mysterious martial arts. He just wanted to have a bit of fun with this jungle giant. So, relying solely on his raw physical strength, he engaged Kong in a wrestling match unlike any the island had ever seen.